Family, who understands? I crossed over for 15 years, and the system just arrived. As soon as I got here, it threatened me. If the mission fails, Grandpa Garp will lose 10 years of his life. I exploded on the spot. Dare to touch my grandpa? He'll go overthrow the Navy headquarters right now. Let me tell you, my mentality just collapsed. I blurted out, damn it. I crossed over to the world of One Piece for 15 years, and the system just arrived today, and what happened? Right from the start, it told me that if I failed the mission, my Grandpa Garp's lifespan would be reduced by 10 years. Family, who can stand this? This matter has to start from my incredibly troublesome big brother, Terrag. That day the wind was so strong, Monkey D. Tarlag, an ordinary 15-year-old handsome young man, was holding my newborn nephew on the rocks of Windmill Village, confronting my brother. My big brother, Terrag, was promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy 5 years ago. He insisted on going out to see the world, which made my dad, the Navy hero Garp, furious, but in the end, he still let him go. 5 years later, he returned quietly with a little baby, and the first thing he said was, "Brother, I want to quit the Navy." I exploded at that moment. Good heavens, I just couldn't believe it. I pointed at his nose and yelled, "Are you crazy? Quitting the Navy? What have you been through these years? Don't you know how old our old man is? Can he handle you messing with him like this?" I was so angry that I jumped up and threw a punch right at the square tattoo on his face. What happened? He just swayed a little, rubbed his face, and smiled at me with satisfaction. "Not bad, brother. You've improved a lot." Improve my ass. Let me tell you, my fist was almost bleeding from the effort. After training for so many years, I put all my strength into that punch. And to him, it felt like a tickle. My eyes turned red, and I shouted at him, "Stop talking nonsense. Answer me. What exactly happened?" He walked over, trying to ruffle my hair, but I shrugged him off. He sighed, his voice heavy enough to drip water. "The justice of the Navy is not what I want." I interrupted him directly. "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is justice. Is what you see all there is? Our old man is nearly 60. How many more years can he live? Have you forgotten his expectations for us?" This hit him hard, and he was silent for a long time, turning to face the sea. I thought I saw tears at the corners of his eyes. My brother, such a strong person, also has things he can't bear part with. He jumped onto a small boat, his voice hoarse. "The child in your arms is my son, your nephew, Monkey D. Luffy. Forget about me. I have things I must do. This child will fulfill my filial duty. Just give him to the old man, he'll understand." After saying this, he nearly bit his teeth to pieces. I knew he didn't even dare to see my dad when he came back this time. I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I knelt on the ground, tears and snot flowing together, shouting at his back, "Big brother." As a result, the little Luffy in my arms woke up. Guess what? This little guy didn't cry or fuss. He just grinned with his toothless mouth and waved his little hand as if trying to help me wipe my tears. My brother's boat sailed further and further away in the wind, eventually disappearing into a thick fog, leaving behind a line. "Brother, let the winds of fate blow freely. We will meet again." I stood up, looking in the direction he disappeared, feeling extremely blocked. I couldn't change anything. In my past life, I was an orphan and suffered from myasthenia gravis, lying in bed every day watching anime, and One Piece was my spiritual food. In this life, I finally had family. My dad is Garp, my brother is Terrag, and I also have sister Makino, sister Dayton. I just want my family to be well and not be separated. While I was feeling emo, my mind suddenly went ding. Emotion fluctuation detected in the host. Emotional system has been bound. Beginner gift package has been issued. At that moment, I only had one word in my mind. Roll. What system or whatever? Can anything be more important than my family? As a result, this system seemed to have a temper. Host detected to lack ambition. System tasks have been issued. I totally ignored it, carrying little Luffy home, still coaxing him. "Little Luffy, be good, uncle will find you some milk to drink." Then it came crashing down. Mission failed. Garp's lifespan reduced by 10 years. Damn it. I rushed back to the small wooden house that my brother and I built together. This house was originally for 3 people, but since they both went out to sea for years, I was the only one left behind as a child. Now, great, there's an extra little one. Little Luffy was crying out of hunger. I fumbled through drawers and cabinets, searching for a long time, suddenly remembering. Oh no, I remember the milk powder Dad bought for me 14 years ago. Where did I put it? Looking at my increasingly frantic nephew, I gritted my teeth and pulled out a knife from my pants. Little Luffy immediately shut up, chewing on his finger, his big eyes blinking at me. "Big brother, I'm sorry, but I have no choice." My pockets were cleaner than my face, and I owed Makino 1,000 berries. How could I afford milk powder? As the scene shifted, I squatted by the river, washing the blood off my hands. Let me tell you, I was so cruel. Tears were flowing from the corners of my mouth. I had just killed a rabbit, preparing for a late-night snack. Carrying firewood back home, I passed by Makino's house. She happened to come out to hang clothes, and, seeing me running fast, she shouted with hands on her hips, "Tarlag, are you hunting again? When are you going to pay me back that 1,000 berries?" "Next time. I promise to pay you back." I ran away without looking back. 1,000 berries? Do you think my kidney is worth that much? This girl, always saying she won't give me any more alcohol, but secretly leaves a bottle at my door every morning. Sigh, my damn charm. Speaking of which, it makes me angry. My dad, Garp, is a vice admiral in the Navy with a frighteningly high salary. But what about it? He keeps just enough money for Sunbay, and the rest goes as compensation for fallen subordinates, leaving me broke. At this moment, that humble system chimed in again. "Host, how about considering doing some tasks? Money? Strength? Whatever you want, you can have it." I ignored it, returned home, and placed the rattle I had just made next to Luffy. He was already so hungry he had fallen asleep. I pouted tasks. "I don't have time for that. I need to cook for my nephew." Thanks to the host's unremitting efforts, 1 rabbit captured, 1 rattle made. Reward: 1 ton of Dolly brand growth mill powder. Please check. Good heavens, this system is so humble. Is it already this pathetic? I took out a can of mill powder from the system space, pinched a small amount to taste. Almost new. With our family's physique, it should be fine if the milk powder is a bit dry, right? As a big man, I wouldn't make milk powder. I just went with a 1-to-1 ratio, 1 spoonful of milk powder, 1 spoonful of water. If there was too much water, I added powder, and if there was too much powder, I added water. In no time, I had a huge basin, at least 10 pounds. I picked up little Luffy and shouted, "Little Luffy, it's time to eat," and placed him in the milk basin. Glug glug, in less than a second, Luffy sank down and bubbles were rising in the basin. At that moment, I felt, as expected of the monkey family, a good appetite. But then, why was there no movement? My heart sank, and I quickly reached in, pulling little Luffy out just before he almost drowned. Thankfully, he was still breathing. I'm really a genius. It seems I'll have to ask Sister Makino for help tomorrow. Once I confirmed that little Luffy was full and asleep, rather than choked out, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened that annoying system panel to take a look. The panel clearly lists my little bit of dominance, Navy Type 6, and so on. These were all honed through my father Garp throwing me off cliffs and into the sea since I was little, beating me up every day for practice it's all so tearful to think about. If it weren't for Sister Machino always feeling sorry for me and bandaging me up, I might have been done for long ago. This item is just so-so, utterly useless, I said disdainfully as I waved the panel away, shouldering the threatened training equipment my father prepared for me, ready to head out for training. As soon as I opened the door, I was stunned. Machino was standing at the door, holding a clothes rack, glaring at me with puffed cheeks. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and I forced a laugh. "Machino, why are you here?" "What? Can't I come? You want to chase me away?" She clearly wasn't happy. She must have followed me, because she was worried after seeing me run off too quickly. "How could I? I like you too much," I blurted out. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she stomped on my foot, fierce as ever, saying, "Who let you like me?" Then she turned and ran, shouting back, "Come to my house for dinner tonight. They'll make you a feast." So inexplicable. But hey, there's a feast tonight. Let's go for it. My goal today was to run 30 laps around Windmill Village with 3 tons of weight. Yesterday, I fainted at the doorstep after 29 laps today. I had to break through. By the time I reached the 29th lap, my legs felt like they weren't mine anymore, and stars were bursting in front of my eyes. I bit my tongue hard. The sharp pain brought me back to some sense of reality. I couldn't stop. When I finally stumbled to Machino's doorstep, I was on the verge of collapse. She was waiting at the door, and when she saw my mouth covered in blood, she screamed, "Terrag, you're bleeding from your mouth." She wanted to help me, but I stopped her with a look. Goodness, I was still carrying 3 tons of iron if I fell. Wouldn't I crush her into a pancake? That last 1,000 meters was the longest distance I had ever walked in my life. Machino followed behind, crying her eyes out. Finally, I reached my doorstep. With the last bit of strength I had, I threw the weight training equipment to the ground with a loud thud, and then everything went black. Got it. But I'm smiling because I succeeded. When I wake up again, I see Machino sitting by the bed holding little Luffy, with eyes as red as a rabbit's. My throat was so hoarse, I made you worry. As soon as she heard this, tears streamed down her face again. She carefully put Luffy down and directly lunged at me, grabbing my neck and shaking me. "What are you saying? Why do you treat yourself so badly? Is strength really that important?" Tears splashed on my face, salty, but for some reason, I felt a sweet sensation in my heart. I couldn't help but laugh, which made her even angrier. "You're laughing? How come you didn't run yourself to death?" Saying this, she raised her little fist and started to hit my face. The force was like a mosquito bite. I teased her, "Come on, your brother isn't afraid." She was so furious that she suddenly leaned on my shoulder and opened her mouth to bite. Ouch, that really hurt. I didn't dare use my hockey to defend, fearing I might hurt her. That bite was genuinely painful. Seeing that I was really in pain, she felt sorry again, like a child who had done something wrong. Lowering her head and saying softly, "Did I bite you too hard? I'm sorry." This girl had shed too many tears for me today. I quickly comforted her that it was fine. When I sat up, I realized that my clothes had been changed. This little girl managed to drag my big frame to bed and even helped me change my clothes. When she saw me staring at the clothes, her face turned bright red, like a steam boiler, and she grabbed Luffy and ran outside. "I'm going to heat some milk for the child." After a while, she was in the living room holding Luffy and muttering, "By the way, whose child is this?" "It's my older brother's. His name is Luffy." I answered her as I walked out. "Brother Long's child? He's back." Her eyes lit up. I face-palmed. "How many times have I said it? You should call him Uncle and me Grandpa. Who asked you to manage?" She suddenly raised her voice, startling Luffy awake. She shot me a glare and asked, "Where's the milk powder?" "Luffy is hungry." I quickly moved a dozen cans of milk powder from the storage space into the cabinet and handed one to her. "Is this enough? Do you think the little one can eat as much as you do?" She shot me a glare, looking at the bowl on the table that had already turned into a cheese masterpiece, and disdainfully muttered, "With such poor skills, without me, you would have been malnourished long ago." I was looked down upon and couldn't rebut. At that moment, I had a sudden idea and took out a baby bottle from the system and handed it to her. "I found it in the cabinet, so you can make do with it. Why didn't you take this out earlier?" She glared at me again. I cursed the system 100 times in my heart. Watching Marcy skillfully prepare the milk, with the water temperature and ratio perfectly controlled, Xiaolu Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. She even cast me a proud glance. "What are you looking at? Even if you watch, you won't learn. Taking care of children is a delicate task." I was confronted for the first time and came up with the idea of doing a task. I quietly asked the system, what tasks are needed to achieve the world's top culinary skills? The system stammered. I interrupted directly. "No nonsense if I clean the house. Can I get it? There are difficulties. If there are difficulties, then overcome them. That's it." I greeted Marcy, picked up a broom, and got to work, my eyes shining for the first time. As a result, "Hey, are you even capable? What if the house is full of dust and it chokes the children?" Marcy snatched the tool from my hand and pointed to the door. "Get out. You are not allowed to come in without my permission." I have been looked down upon again and again. I sat on the stone at the door, feeling like a useless person. The system came to assert its presence again. "Host, why not overcome this? The reward will be yours soon." "Go away." Machino pushed the door open, saw me sighing there, bent down, blinked her big eyes at my face, and said with a smile, "Still sighing? These things are not something you men can do well anyway." I became more emo. "I just feel like I'm such a waste. I can't even do the simplest cleaning." "Who said that?" She suddenly straightened up and retorted loudly. Then she felt too excited and shyly smiled. "Everyone has their own strengths. Some are short in one way and long in another. Don't deny yourself, brother. You're already great." Hearing this, I felt so warm inside. And guess what? The next second, this girl started showing off. Look at me. She counted on her fingers, cooking, cleaning, brewing wine, etiquette. She's proficient in everything. Goodness, I was completely impressed. I said, "Sister, are you here to comfort me or to show off?" As a result, just 3 days into the good times, bang, someone almost kicked my door down. Marcy rushed in like she had seen a ghost, gasping for breath and shouting, "Uncle Cap. Cap is back. Let me tell you." My DNA was activated at that moment. My head buzzed, and my neck snapped around like a spring, clicking as I looked at the calendar. Oh my gosh, he really is back. Quick, the wine bottles. Help me hide all the wine bottles. I grabbed the little Luffy who was sleeping soundly next to me and jumped out the window, all in one smooth motion. Marcy behind me was dumbfounded, shouting at me, "Why are you holding Luffy?" "Obviously. Little Luffy, can we skip this beating? You're my only shield. Those iron fists as big as sandbags, whoever gets hit knows." I rushed to the dock, holding on to Luffy, and to my surprise, the whole village came out to welcome my heroic dad. After a brief argument with the village chief, I suddenly sensed a killing intent behind me. I turned around, and there stood my dad, a man as solid as a mountain, with a dark expression on his face. Without saying a word, He appeared in front of me and delivered a love-filled iron fist right to my forehead. Bam! Stars exploded in my eyes, and a big bump instantly formed on my head. He was still roaring. I flew over to see you even before the ship docked, and you bastard. Hide behind and 1T see me? I yelled back, holding my head. So what? All I see is you hitting me. Even so, I want my son's love. You idiot. He roared even louder, leaped into the air, and threw another punch filled with paternal love at me. Who understands family? In a moment of desperation, I pulled out my life-saving token. I lifted little Luffy over my head with all my might and shouted, "Do you want to punch your own grandson to death?" My dad suddenly slammed to a stop in midair and fell to the ground with a thud. He looked at me in disbelief, then at the child, and with great difficulty, he said, "I just left for 2 months. And you already have a son? Is it Machino's?" Good grief. My dad's thought process really fried my CPU. Machino is only 13 years old. Do I really look that beastly? The village chief couldn't stand it anymore and told us to go home and talk. My dad took it seriously, grabbing Luffy with one hand and pinching my neck with the other like he was carrying a little chick, and with the added bonus of hockey, he snapped my cervical spine out of place. While shedding tears of regret, he gritted his teeth and said, "First, we'll go home. After I beat you, we'll go propose." When we got home, my dad kicked me away, then put on a dramatic act of apologizing to Machino, who was cleaning up. He said that I hadn't been properly disciplined and let her take care of me. Machino was stunned, her face flushed, and then she reacted, "Uncle, you don't think Luffy is our child, do you?" Then she actually ran away shyly. "Hey, you need to clarify this." As soon as Machino left, my dad's tears started flowing, but this time they were real. He held Luffy and his voice became hoarse. "This is the dragon's child, right?" It turned out that earlier, everything was just an act to create a false identity for me as Luffy's dad. I explained in detail about my older brother coming back 3 days ago, and he said he couldn't see the justice of the Navy and wanted to keep Luffy to fulfill his filial duty on his behalf. My father was heartbroken after hearing it. He knew that with the eldest brother leaving, it meant going against the whole world. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly told me to join the Navy. Of course, I refused. Luffy is still so young. Then he came up with another harsh idea, saying that I should marry Makino to give Luffy a legitimate identity. I exploded. I slammed the table and shouted at him, saying we absolutely cannot ruin Makino's life for this. We were at a standstill until Luffy cried out in fear, and only then did my father suddenly slap himself, saying he was wrong. In the end, my father compromised. He said he would personally stay in the village and take a long break, and no one would dare to come and investigate. And I would be his explanation to Admiral Sengoku of the Navy. So this matter was settled. That night, I went to apologize to Makino, but I got drunk and spilled the beans about joining the Navy. She quietly helped me to bed and softly said she would brew good wine for me when I returned. The next day, I woke up with a terrible hangover and a splitting headache. Makino asked if I had anything to say to her, and I blurted out, "Thank you." She got so angry that she kicked me and ran away, leaving me completely speechless. When I got home, I found the door was locked from the inside. I kicked the door open, and I was stunned. My father, that towering man, was sitting there holding Luffy, and overnight, all his black hair had turned white. Tears streamed down my face as I suddenly knelt down and knocked my head 3 times in front of my father. "Terrag, my dear brother, just wait for me." I rushed out of the house, heading straight for the naval base. I swore I would become strong enough to pull you back from the other side of the world, to make you kneel before our father and see the nonsense revolution you had caused, how much you had tormented him. When I arrived at the base, my father's aide, Bogart, was training the soldiers. This guy was a sly one. He had noticed me long ago and pretended to demonstrate a move, suddenly striking with a slashing blow. I quickly used armed color hardening and blocked it with a clang, but both my arms went numb. Damn, this guy was too strong. One move had drained me of 10% of my hockey and taught me a lesson. He took me to the tavern of Makino to discuss matters. But as soon as we pushed the door open, I heard Makino muttering insults about me inside. "Stinky brother, silly brother, big fool, why don't you just go die?" I found myself with one foot suspended in midair, shocked to realize that the clown was me. Bogart, understanding the situation, stepped outside. I said my goodbyes to Makino, painting a bright future where I would visit her every day once I became high-ranking in the Navy, making her laugh through her tears. We ended up chatting excitedly about how I would move the naval headquarters to the EC once I became a marshal, and Bogart outside could hear everything. When I came out, the way he looked at me was like he was staring at a madman. I guess he had already blacklisted me in his mind. With a dark expression, he told me to assemble in 3 days and left without looking back. It was baffling. Forget it before I leave. I need to see another person. I ran to Sister Dayton's house in Corbo Mountain, knocking on the door for a long time without anyone responding. I lost control and kicked the door down with a bang. Guess what I saw? The whole Dayton family was collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. And on the table, a 3.5-year-old kid was standing with his hands on his hips, laughing wildly. Goodness, this must be my future nephew, Ace. I just recognized him, and the little brat was standing there with his hands on his hips, laughing wildly. Can I go out now? Ha ha ha. As a result, Sister Dayton collapsed on the ground, weakly waving her hand and saying that she doesn't have the final say in this matter. Ace immediately exploded, jumping up and down shouting, "You just promised me. Old lady, who exactly has the final say?" I told you. I was standing at the door, cleared my throat, and directly said, "I have the final say." As a result, this little brat didn't even turn around and just replied, "What are you?" Goodness, my eyebrows raised immediately. When he turned around and saw it was me, that arrogant little face turned pale instantly, like he had seen a ghost. I ignored him and first felt sorry for the door I had just kicked in. I carefully tried to put it back, but as soon as my hand touched it, the door shattered even more completely. I was really at my wit's end. Lately, this aggression felt like it was out of control, bursting out like a Palu factory, and the efficiency of destruction was astonishing. I definitely need to ask my dad what is going on later. I casually tossed the wood scraps in my hand and walked over to Ace with a mischievous grin. "Come on, kid. Why do you want to go out?" The kid instantly changed his expression, quickly jumped off the table, and even awkwardly brought me a chair, his voice starting to tremble. Uncle, what brings you here?" I tease him on purpose. "You better not call me uncle. I just heard someone ask what I am." Ace was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat, covering his pants tightly with both hands, and with a crying tone said, "Uncle, I was wrong, don't hit me there." "Ha ha, family, who understands?" Looking at his almost crying expression, I burst out laughing. I squatted down, picked him up in my arms, ruffled his hair, and said, "It's still too early to go out. You're too small." This little guy secretly breathed a sigh of relief in my arms, then immediately looked up with a proud face and boasted, "But I'm already very strong. Look, Dayton and the others can't catch me." I glanced at the older Sister Dayton, who was still playing dead on the ground, and said irritably, "Sister, your acting is too exaggerated. Are you trying to focus on a companion-style performance? Is this how you want this little ancestor to get lost?" As soon as I finished speaking, except for Dadong, the group of bandits on the ground all jumped up at once, each acting as if nothing had happened, lowering their heads and silently slipping out the door. Only then did Sister Dadong reluctantly sit up, light a cigarette, and start to complain to me. The landlord's family has no surplus grain left either. That old bastard Kapu is too good at exploiting people. I almost lost my balance. How should I respond to that? Ace broke free from my arms, running angrily in front of my sister. Acting? What does that mean? "Hey, are you all deliberately not catching me?" Dayton quickly scooped him back up, completely ignoring his struggles. To be honest, it was just that the little guy was too lonely and we were just playing with him. Ace struggled one last time, shouting, "Let me go." And then he just lay in my sister's arms and fell asleep instantly. It's hilarious. A little kid, just over 3 years old. With such limited energy, his battery ran out completely. Dayton carefully placed Ace on his little bed and tucked him in before turning back to ask me, "Aren't you supposed to be in training? Why did you come here?" I looked at her, my nose tinged with a sourness, and said softly, "I'm leaving. Let me tell you, my relationship with Sister Dadong is really something. She can be considered like a second mother to me. When I was a kid, whenever my dad went on a mission, he would leave me with her." "Where to?" She blew a smoke ring. I took a deep breath. "Naval headquarters. Garp." Dayton instantly exploded, that gaze, the kind of gaze that can't hide the intent to kill. In her heart, I am her first child, and now I am about to be taken away by my old man. I quickly grabbed her. Hey, don't get excited, it's my own choice." "Voluntary? What's so good about being in the Navy? Like that old bastard?" She shook off my hand. extremely angry. I turn my eyes and lean in a whisper. How about I have him come over tonight to talk to you in person? Huh? Why is this door broken? That's another expense, sigh. I tell you, the face changing of Sichuan opera is not as fast as she is. As soon as I finished speaking, she darted to the door and started seriously tidying up the wooden shavings, as if the person who just wanted to fight my dad was not her at all. I covered my mouth and chuckled secretly. What on earth did my dad do to her to scare her like this? After coming out of the Dadong family's place, I still felt quite uneasy. Sigh. I don't want to think about it anymore. I took out a heavy load from the system space and started practicing directly. In this world, it's tough to get by. Roger's last words before he died fooled all the young people in the world, making them rush out to sea to become pirates, creating chaos everywhere. My big brother Long is going to start a revolution, going against the whole world. As for my father, for the sake of his ridiculous stance, he can even watch his own grandson die without lifting a finger. And me? I can't do anything for anyone. To me, stance and justice are not as important as my family. After running in the mountains all night, I finally arrived at Marquino's door to knock just as the sun was rising. When the door opened, Marquino, rubbing his sleepy eyes, saw me and immediately smiled. Brother, why did you come so early? I yawned and said, the old man won't open the door for me. I slept in the mountains all night and came here to change clothes. Marquino let me in and turned around to get me some clothes. But after we both entered the room, we ended up staring at each other. I couldn't help but say, hey, I want to change clothes. Can't you turn around? She pouted and mumbled, T.C., what are you afraid of? It's not like I haven't seen it before. My mouth is twitching, and I swear I will never get drunk again. This world is too dangerous. After changing my clothes, I took Marquino home. My dad had just woken up and was munching on the breakfast Marquino brought. I quickly sat down, grabbing food while asking Dad, my hockey has been out of control lately. What's going on? My dad was gnawing on a big meat stick, glanced at me, and seemed quite surprised. Has it already come to this? Let me tell you, my dad has never been so serious in his life. He actually started giving me a lesson on hockey. You're now in the surge period of hockey. He looked proud, explaining that the cultivation of hockey has 4 stages. The first is the initial cultivation period, which determines your talent ceiling. The second is the surge period you're in now, where the total amount of hockey will experience a significant increase, so it's normal for it to be unstable. It will be fine in a few days. As he spoke, I stole a piece of meat from his plate. He shot me a glare, and his fist instantly wrapped in black hockey. My survival instincts kicked in, and I opened my mouth to swallow the meat and bone whole. Only then did he nod in satisfaction and continue, saying, the third is the stabilization period, where growth slows down but becomes more manageable. The fourth is the solidification period, where it basically reaches its limit and won't grow anymore. I was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, are you really my dad? How come you suddenly have so much culture? Iron fist. Bang. A heart-shaped sandbag wrapped in dominance hit my forehead precisely. Marquino came out of the kitchen holding a dish, saw me lying on the ground, and shook her head helplessly, already used to it. I covered the big bump on my head, calmly got up, and continued eating. It's only natural for a father to hit his son, especially when he can't fight back. I rubbed my head and asked, so am I in the surge phase now? But this uncontrollable situation has been going on for almost half a month. My dad let out a big belch, picked his nose, and prepared to leave, heading off to feed Xiaolu. With his back to me, he said grumpily, maintain the training and try to extend the surge period. But I estimated LL only be a few days before you enter the stable period. He didn't see the expression on my face after he turned around, which was practically delighted, surely thinking, my son is truly a genius, entering the surge period at 15. It would be a loss to the world if he didn't join the Navy. But he didn't know that I've been in this situation for almost a year, and it's just been particularly severe these past 2 weeks. Magino, I need an ice pack. As soon as my dad left, I immediately looked at my sister with a pitiful expression. She rolled her eyes at me. Who told you to make Uncle angry again? It's your own fault. She said that, but still obediently went to the kitchen to get me an ice pack. 2 days later, at the port of Windmill Village, a huge dog-headed warship was docked at the shore, and Magino was waving at me from the front of the crowd. Brother, come back early, okay? I will always wait for you. I climbed to the bow of the boat and waved vigorously at her. Don't worry. Goodbye, everyone. My father was holding Luffy by the shore, and Bogart quietly said behind him, Mr. Garp, are you really not going back together? Mr. Sengoku won't agree to this. Vice Admiral Tsuru still wants you to handle that red-haired brat in the Grand Line. My father kept his eyes fixed on me and said, "Is it that little brat on Roger's ship? There's no time to worry about that now. Go ahead. Hand him over to Zephyr. This is my report to the Navy." After saying that, he held on to Luffy and left without looking back. Bogart quickly moved to the deck in order to set sail. I stood alone at the stern of the ship, watching the figure of Makino on the shore grow smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. I sighed, turned around, and said to the air, "Mr. Bogart, please come out." Bogart, who had been hiding in the shadows, trembled all over and slowly stepped out, his face filled with disbelief. "How did you find me?" I didn't explain, just asked. "At this speed, how long will it take to reach the headquarters?" He shook his head, didn't ask further, just said, "If nothing unexpected happens, we should arrive by tomorrow morning." I chuckled. With my strength, I shouldn't need to go to the recruit camp, right? Bogart's forehead showed a few black lines. "Mr. Garp recommended you to Mr. Zephyr, and you will go to the officer training camp he leads for further study." "Uncle Zephyr?" "That's fine," a familiar face. I counted on my fingers. Admiral Akiji is my father's apprentice. Aunt Crane visited the village a year ago. And Uncle Sengoku often came to take my dad back to work when he was young. Let me tell you, with this network of connections, I'm practically the Navy's prince. It's hard to keep a low profile. I frowned. Didn't my old man say anything else? Bogart covered his forehead, wearing an expression that seemed to say I had guessed right, and began mimicking my father's tone. Mr. Garp's original words were, "That brat must break the records left by a kind of Kizaru and the others. Otherwise, I'll show him the power of the galaxy impact." I shivered all over. Good heavens, using a big move on my son? That's like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. I could only smile wryly. "I'll try my best." Bogut looked serious. "It's not about trying. It's a must." The next morning, when that crescent-shaped island fully appeared before my eyes, I was still shocked. Seeing it on screen and seeing it in person are completely different things. The imposing presence of being able to calmly arrange for 100,000 elite naval headquarters is simply overwhelming. After getting off the ship, Bogut took me to a place and then left. He told me to go on my own. The one guarding the gate was General Squirrel. I took a deep breath and stepped towards the huge training base. Just as I was about to push the door open, a loud clang sounded, and a long knife was thrust directly in front of my feet. A man with a mohawk hairstyle blocked my way. As soon as I opened my eyes, good heavens, there were at least over 200 guns surrounding me, all aimed at my head. I immediately stood up straight and saluted. "General Squirrel." He compared my photo for a moment, and after confirming it was correct, he waved his hand, and the hundreds of murderous auras instantly vanished. He nodded at me. "Mr. Garpeson, go on in. Don't let Mr. Garp down." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared along with that knife. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, the Navy is truly filled with experts. Even a dignified rear admiral came to guard the entrance. I pushed open the big door, and what I saw inside was not just a training ground, but a bustling metropolis. Tall buildings stood everywhere, and the facilities were complete. I headed straight for the tallest building. In the large area in front of the building, more than 50 people were doing push-ups. I walked up to them and shouted loudly, "Report." Everyone stopped immediately, quickly gathered, and curiously looked at me, the newcomer. At the front of the line, under a sunshade, a person on a lounge chair spoke up. It was Admiral Zephyr. Hey, it's the first time I've heard of transfer students in an officer training camp," a young man with silver hair said quietly. It was Smoker. Next to him, a cool girl with pink hair chimed in. "Tina is very angry about this. We all went through rigorous selection to get here. What gives them the right to take shortcuts?" These discussions were not hidden at all. I heard them clearly, but I completely ignored them and walked straight to Zephyr's side. Zephyr lay on the chair and smiled at me, saying, "I'm glad your father could let you come, but what if they don't accept you?" I stand straight, with my hand behind my back, my voice not loud but enough for everyone to hear. "It's simple, just beat them. Kid, don't be so arrogant." The hot-tempered Smoker was the first to jump out. Tina wasn't happy, saying, "You're underestimating the best of the Navy." The people behind also started to cheer, each one cracking their knuckles, waiting for Zifa's command. Smoker stepped forward and saluted. "Report. I request to spar with this newcomer." Zifa ignored him and turned to ask me instead, "How are my students?" I looked at him with an expression of indifference. "Uncle, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "What about a lie? And what about the truth?" As soon as he said this, the entire room fell silent, and everyone pricked up their ears. Tina was also very interested. I tell you, her little expression is just something else, crossing her arms as if she's watching a show and hoping it gets even more chaotic. On my side, Terrag opened his observation hockey all at once. Wanted to probe these people's backgrounds. Guess what happened? Except for that old man Zephyr on the nearby recliner, whose aura was like a little sun, the others had an aura as thin as a layer of window paper. He shook his head, sighed, and said to Zephyr, "Uncle, I admit you're impressive and teach well, but..." Zephyr waved his hand. "Just say it." Terrag nodded earnestly. "All right, then I'll speak falsely. They are just a bunch of scattered sand." Wow. The more than 50 people on the opposite side, including Smoker and Tina, immediately frowned, but then thought, "Oh, falsehood. It's fine," and relaxed their brows again. Zephyr's face darkened. "Here, call me teacher. Speak the truth." "Yes, Teacher Zephyr." Terrag changed his tone quickly and then scratched the back of his head with a smirk. "The truth is, a bunch of rabble." "Damn, I tell you, Smoker," who was at the front of the line, exploded on the spot. This guy prides himself on being real, and he originally thought this well-connected person could say something nice. But the phrase "a bunch of rabble" directly silenced everyone. His explosive temper couldn't be contained. Without even asking for permission, he pulled out his weapon and rushed forward in a single step. Zephyr didn't stop him, just sighed and floated a sentence. "Be gentle. I'll try." Terrag couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with purple light. To be honest, he was really handsome. Even Tina, who was ready to act, was momentarily stunned, muttering to herself that he looked all right, but his mouth was too reckless. Smoker charged over with his weapon as fast as a wisp of smoke, and guess what? Terrag just stood there, shaking his head, and said 4 words, overestimating oneself. "Shave." Whoosh. I couldn't even follow with my eyes. He disappeared from in front of Smoker, and the next second directly appeared behind him. Smoker's stick came crashing down with a bang. The ground cracked, clearly showing he was using all his strength. Smoker turned around sharply, stunned, probably thinking, "I practiced this move for over a month. How come he uses it like drinking water?" Terrag was still sighing in his heart, thinking, if you had eaten the smoke fruit, I could still play with you, but now? Forget it, it's pointless. His little head shake completely irritated Smoker, whose eyes turned red. "Stop looking down on people," he yelled and charged up again. "I'm not like you." This time, Terrag couldn't even be bothered to dodge, just stood there quietly. When Smoker's weapon was almost at his face, he lightly swayed his body, almost like dancing, and easily dodged. Then he stretched out his right hand, fingers splayed, striking a dragon claw pose, and with a slap, he pressed it against Smoker's forehead. The outcome was decided. He said lightly, with one hand still behind his back, looking completely relaxed. The entire audience was stunned. Even Zephyr shook his head, saying the gap was too big. Putting them together for training wasn't encouragement. It was pure destruction of self-confidence. What a joke. You think this means you've won? Smoker couldn't accept it and yelled, wanting to smash him with his weapon. Terrag sighed. "Fine, you're forcing me." He exerted a little strength, and with a crisp snap, accompanied by Smoker's scream, the weapon fell clanging to the ground, and he directly knelt down. Everyone who understands. This caused an uproar. Everyone covered their mouths. Our strongest Smoker didn't even get a single move in against this man. Is this sparring or murder? Tina couldn't watch anymore and stood up to question directly. Terrag spread his hands, looking very innocent. I said the outcome was decided. He wanted to fight. "Don't worry, just a slight fracture. A few days of rest will be fine." Tina gritted her teeth in anger, glanced at Zephyr, and, after getting his permission, directly jumped to the middle of the field. "Tina, doesn't like you. I'll be your opponent." As soon as she finished speaking, she spread her arms. Iron barricade. Countless black iron bars shot up from the ground, instantly surrounding Terrag tightly. "Strangle," Tina commanded, and those iron bars rushed inward with the sound of wind, trying to turn Terrag into a hedgehog. Terrag stood inside, still with the leisure to chuckle, A full 360-degree angle if I get hit. Would T.I. die on the spot? But he wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he laughed. Armament. Constrict. Goodness. The next second, his whole body turned pitch black. From head to toe, looking like a piece of charcoal come to life, and the armament hockey directly covered his entire body. Clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds of metal colliding as Tina's iron bar struck him. And what was the result? All shattered. Not a single one left. The speed was enough, but unfortunately, the power was insufficient. Terrag was still there providing honest feedback. Tina, not believing in evil, gritted her teeth and continued to increase her output, not believing this person's hockey could run out. On the other side, old man Zephyr had already jumped up from the recliner, his sunglasses flying off, and using his observation hockey, he was completely stunned. The total amount of hockey in Terrag's body was almost catching up to that level of Garp. What kind of monster is this? Your name is Tina, right? I advise you to be kind and let me go. Terrag kindly reminded. Tina wouldn't listen, snorting coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Use all your strength. Don't let Tina look down on you. As she spoke, hundreds of black iron spears appear behind her. Black spear array. All right, as you wish. Terrag was completely impatient now. Insert. Tina acted first, and hundreds of long spears shot down like rain. At that moment, Terrag took a deep breath. His right arm suddenly exerted force, and with a few cracking sounds, he directly broke free from the iron bars on him. Then he withdrew all his armament hockey, gathering all his hockey into his right fist, half-squatting, and black lightning even sparked on his fist. Meteor impact. With a roar, a blinding white beam shot into the sky. My eyes were almost blinded by the flash. That beam directly blasted the hundreds of black spears in the sky into dust, along with the entire training ground beneath, instantly shattering as if it had been hit by a meteor. Are you kidding me? This guy's our peer? The naval officers outside were all dumbfounded, slumping to the ground, their worldview collapsing. Tina, unwilling to accept, her ability being violently broken and her stamina exhausted, closed her eyes and fainted on the ground. Looks like I overdid it. Terrag scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he ran to Zephyr's side and whispered, Sorry, Uncle. I was trying out a new move and didn't control my strength well. I believe you little brat. Zephyr's voice trembled as he pointed to the training ground that looked like it had been plowed. Did that old guy teach you this move? My dad. He doesn't have time to teach me. Terrag pouted, having seen him use it once a few years ago, where he punched a pirate ship into dust. And that stuck with him. Zephyr turned his neck stiffly, incredulously asking, You watched it once, and you learned it? Otherwise? Isn't it simple? Terrag innocently countered. Zephyr almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, gritting his teeth. Yes, that's right. It's that simple. He turned and roared at the group of dazed naval officers. Everyone, assemble. The Navy stood up like robots, but each one was looking down, their eyes devoid of any light. Zepha's heart sank, realizing that he had made a mistake with this move. This wasn't about finding a role model. It was like finding a father figure, completely shattering everyone's confidence. Everyone lift your heads. Zephyr roared, but it was useless. The fighting spirit of these young people was completely gone. Just then, Tarlag stepped forward. Uncle, let me handle this. He walked to the front of the line, scanned the group, and delivered a brutal blow. If I were you, I would take off this uniform and roll out right now. You're not even as good as a new recruit. You're talking nonsense. A sailor cried out. How could a freak like you understand our pain? We could work our whole lives and never reach your starting point. Stop looking down on people. As he spoke, he tore off his justice cape and was about to leave. 3 months? Terrag sneered, darting in front of him, kicking him back into the line. On what grounds do you think your 3 months of training can compare to my 10 years of hard work? My father is Monkey D. Garp. The whole place gasped in shock. The son of a Navy hero Garp. Terrag ignored their astonishment and began to recount his hellish childhood. 10 years. My father threw me off cliffs, into deep mountains, into the sea, into swamps, and into glaciers. This overwhelming power came from such experiences. He spoke for a full half hour, leaving the group of rookies who had only trained for 3 months in stunned silence, each one ashamedly bowing their heads. Zepha, listening nearby, was dumbfounded, thinking that Garp was truly ruthless. Seeing that the time was right, Terrag pointed to the justice flag in the distance, raising his voice. Ask yourselves, why are you here? For power? For promotion? Or for your ridiculous sense of justice? No, none of that, he shouted. You came here to take away one thing. Responsibility. The responsibility of soldier. The responsibility to protect your comrades. And the determination to use this power to guard the world. This speech hit like thunder, waking everyone up. They looked at the flag, their confusion gradually dissipating, reigniting the fire within them. For justice. The sailor who had been kicked out earlier shouted through tears, being the first to roar out. For justice. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Zifa smiled with satisfaction. These kids had saved themselves. The farce ended, and Zifa looked at Terrag at the front of the line, intentionally asking loudly, "What is your name?" Reporting, "My name is Monkey D. Terrag. And what is your name now?" Reporting, "I am a rookie." Zifa laughed, pointing at everyone and saying, "I am very disappointed in you all. From today on, you have no names. You are all rookies. Starting with you, rookie number 1. Yes, I am rookie number 1. Terrag stood tall, having no objections. If he accepted it, who would dare to object behind him? You lead them in running. 1 lap for them, 10 laps for you. After Zifa finished speaking, he was about to leave. Reporting, "How long do we run?" Zifa waved his hand without looking back. "Until you're dizzy." "Yes," Terrag replied loudly, then took the lead and ran out. A day later, as dawn broke, the training ground was littered with sailors who had run until they passed out. And Terrag was still running. The 872nd lap. He exhaled deeply. "I'm telling you, this guy is simply inhuman." He complained that running without weights wasn't tiring enough. So he secretly added 5 tons of weight to himself. His speed didn't decrease at all. Not far away, the sailor named Ella, the first one who had been kicked out, witnessed Terrag adding weights. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get up." Miraculously, he managed to stand up again, limping after him with sheer willpower. Terrag noticed, and a smile of appreciation appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, 2 uninvited guests arrived at the training camp entrance. The guarding squirrel admiral broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing them and hurriedly stepped forward to block their way. "Sakazuki, Kazan, what are you 2 doing here?" A lazy Kazan pointed at the serious-looking Akainu beside him. "Ah, don't ask me. I came with him." The squirrel looked at Akainu, who had a dark expression. This man was a busy person. How could he have time to come here? Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a smoke ring and replied succinctly, "I want to see him alone." The squirrel frowned. "Do you have an order from Admiral Sengoku or Teacher Zifa?" "No." "Then I'm sorry, no one can go in." The squirrel decisively refused. On Akainu's arm, dark red magma began to drip down, heating the air. "Let me in, and I will explain to Sengoku afterward." "Then please bring an order." The squirrel's hand was already on the hilt of his sword, and the atmosphere became tense to the extreme. "Are you sure you want to block me?" Akainu was on the verge of exploding. "Let me tell you, with Akainu's face that looks like the whole world owes him money, who would dare to really stop him? That vice admiral named Squirrel." His mouth twitched like he had Parkinson's, but in the end he still obediently got out of the way. Goodness, as soon as he left, he rushed off to report to Sengoku like he had oil on his feet. Akainu was really unhappy about that. He shot a glare at Kizaru, who was like a little bug stuck to him, and snorted coldly, as if to say, "You really are meddling too much." Then he kicked open the training camp's door, and with that aura, anyone who didn't know would think he was there to collect protection money. But Kizaru, he maintained a stable mindset. "You can scold all you want, I don't care, as long as you don't touch my bottom line. Everything can be negotiated." He just stood at the door, watching Akainu's back, and casually said, "Tarlag, he's my brother." As soon as he finished speaking, I'm telling you, a glint of silver suddenly appeared in his lazy eyes, and the temperature of the air around dropped several degrees. At this moment Tarlag, was sweating profusely on the training ground. I felt like I was about to dehydrate. My throat was so dry it felt like it was smoking, and my whole body felt like a little steamer. I was running while using my observation hockey to keep an eye on that guy named Aira behind me. Even though he was clearly out of it, was still shuffling around like a zombie. Honestly, I had a bit of change of heart about him. At least he wasn't TA Softy. "System, I'm about to collapse. Bring me a can of cola to prolong my life. I silently thought, hey, guess what? The system actually provided it, and it gave me a whole box, probably as a reward for the last mission settlement. And it stubbornly said this was to maintain its last bit of dignity. I don't care about your dignity. Can it be eaten? I directly pulled out a can from the space, popped it open with a hiss, and chugged it down. So refreshing. But can you make it ice cold next time? I was enjoying myself when I felt a strong aura of a red dot moving straight towards me. Who is this? Akainu? What does he want? I thought we didn't have any connections. But I didn't pay much attention because I had already noticed that my cheap big brother Akiji had also come in. With him around, I felt secure. Sure enough, before Akainu could reach me, Akiji stood in front of him like a gatekeeper. Sekezuki. Just take a look and that's enough. Don't come too close. But Akainu didn't play by the rules at all. He said he was just going to take a look. And in the next second, his left arm turned into magma, ready to erupt at any moment. Sharing the same blood as him. This is original sin. Get out of my way. Damn, family, who understands this? What kind of feudal thinking from the Middle Ages is this? Just because my father is a dragon, I'm guilty? Akiji was also taken aback. Half of his body instantly froze, and the two confronted each other like this. Better to mistakenly kill than let go. Akainu roared, already forming a huge magma ball in his hand. Akiji didn't hold back either. He raised his right hand, and a gigantic ice bird appeared out of thin air. Goodness, on one side was a meteor volcano, and on the other was a fierce ice bird's beak, turning the entire training ground into a realm of ice and fire. The commotion was too big, and I immediately noticed. Kazan, I shouted. Akiji thought I was that little brat from a few years ago, and turned to me, say, little Terrag, don't come over, it's dangerous here. Dangerous? Let me tell you, my mind buzzed, and images of the future flashed before me. This red dog, in a few years, would be the one who killed my brother Ace and broke my brother Akiji's leg, right? My old man Garp would love to peel his skin off. Thinking of this, my expression changed instantly. I slammed down the weight on my back, stepped into their battlefield in one stride. I kind of thought it was better to mistakenly kill than to let go. Hey, isn't a coincidence? I thought the same. We must uproot the threat, brothers. While my brother Akiji is here, let us team up and take him down today. I squinted my eyes, sizing up the red dog holding the large fireball. With my brother backing me up, what was there to be afraid of? I directly spoke up, determined to make an impact. Kazan, what do you think? What happened if we teamed up to take him down right now? The whole place fell silent. Akiji's eyes nearly popped out, and the expression on Akainu's face was something else, slowly forming a question mark. You, what did you say? After Akainu reacted, he completely exploded. All pretense was thrown out the window, and a magma fist came hurling towards me from a distance. Come on, don't get so worked up, Akiji said, but his hands didn't stop, creating two ice spears. The two ice spears formed instantly and shot straight towards Akainu's magma arm. Looking for death. You hellhound. Seeing Akiji actually make a move, Akainu's camaraderie was instantly erased, and he turned to unleash a hellhound attack towards Akiji. Akiji instantly elementalized, easily dodging it, but was still forced to use his true flames. I really hate your way of thinking. He leaped into the air, cold air emanating from his hands, and shouted, Freeze. Time capsule. A shockwave capable of freezing the air shot towards Akainu. With no place to dodge, Akainu could only grit his teeth and retaliate with another hellhound. The two forces collided, and steam exploded outward, enveloping the entire training ground in a thick fog. I can see clearly that Akainu's magma dog is clearly at a disadvantage. Starting from his fist, it is gradually being frozen, and it looks like he is about to be frozen himself. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. At that moment, in the headquarters building, Sengoku was so angry that he almost smashed the table. These two bastards, they are completely out of control. He pointed at Kizaru, who was sitting next to him, casually trimming his nails, and said, Borsellino, you're the fastest. Hurry up and stop them. Kizaru pouted, reluctantly stood up, and said in his lewd tone, those two are as strong as monsters. How scary. Go now. Sengoku roared, unleashing his conqueror's haki, causing the plaque behind him to fall with a loud bang. Sengoku is even scarier. Kizuru was so frightened that he forgot to grab his hat and turned into a beam of light, disappearing in an instant. Back to the battlefield. Akainu was still worried about the fact that this is a naval base, and as a result, he was momentarily frozen by Akiji's time capsule. Now is the time. My eyes lit up, and I pushed off the ground with great force, causing the ground to explode, and my whole body shot up like a cannonball above the frozen Akainu. The armament hockey surged wildly toward my right fist. My arm turned dark purple, and thunder and lightning surrounded me. I used all my strength and slammed down with a punch. Roaring, armament moonfall impact. The purple destructive shockwave slammed down like a torrential storm. This scene stunned Akiji, who had just caught his breath. "Stop it, little Tyra." "No." Two voices rang out simultaneously. One was the arriving Kizuru, and the other was Akiji, who was already too late to stop it. That old fox Kizuru even had time to mock as he flew over. "Is this Mr. Garp's son? How scary." He made a circle with his hands in front of him, and a beam of light shot out. The next second, he teleported right in front of Akainu, facing my world-destroying strike. He actually remained unfazed, slowly extending his hands and forcefully blocking it with an invisible wall of air. Damn it, I'm trying my hardest. But that shockwave just won't go through. What's worse is that the ice behind Kizuru cracked with a snap. Akainu is out. He twisted his neck, his face dark enough to drip water, and his gaze at me seemed like he wanted to swallow me whole. "Borsellino, you block him, I'll go kill him." Guess what Kizaru said? He directly teleported away, smugly saying, "I refuse, you handle the mess yourself." How terrifying. Now it's great with no obstruction. My shockwave directly pressed down. Akainu got angry too, his arms turning into gigantic magma fists, unleashing a great eruption towards the sky. "This is too much, Sakazuki." Akiji saw this guy was truly insane. If this move goes down, the entire training ground is doomed. Without a second thought, he pressed his hands on the ground and unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Age. Good heavens, 3 people, 3 world-destroying moves, all disregarded. The sky changed color, dark clouds gathered, and it looked like they were about to collide. Just at this critical moment, everyone stopped. Sengoku finally arrived. He transformed into a 100-meter-tall golden Buddha, hands together, and a golden shield forcefully blocked all 3 of our attacks. "If you want to die, don't drag the headquarters down with you. There are hundreds of tons of gunpowder buried here. Do you want to level Marineford?" Sengoku turned back into human form, sweating profusely, pointing at us and roaring, "Zeph, get out here." Akainu still had the nerve to retort, "I know my limits, but he must die." "Who are you calling, old man? Get him under control. The qualification for admiral candidate is revoked." Sengoku was genuinely furious. Akainu snorted coldly and left with the others. Sengoku then turned to me, about to explode. But I quickly interjected, "He wants to kill me. This is self-defense." My words caught Sengoku off guard, and he could only helplessly wave his hand for me to leave first. Once most people had left, a tall figure walked over from a distance. It was Zephyr. He had been watching the show the whole time. He approached me and asked, "Why do you want to kill Sakazuki?" I was so exhausted that I sat down on the ground, pretending to be clueless. I didn't mean to kill him. Zephyr didn't pursue the matter further. He just sighed and asked me, "What is your belief?" "Belief?" I was taken aback for a moment, looked at the sky, and said, "To protect, I suppose." Later, I found out that the old man deliberately made us fight just to see our sense of justice. Akainu represents absolute justice. Akiji represents lazy justice. Kizuru represents ambiguous justice. And as for me, in his eyes, I was an unpredictable variable. The next day, Akainu's punishment was announced. My eligibility for the rank of Vice Admiral was officially revoked. Sengoku was quite righteous, keeping my actions under wraps. I went to the hospital to visit the injured, and that guy named Ella became my little fan. Then I went to see Smoker, who was smoking in his hospital room, making it look like a fairyland. Without a second thought, I grabbed a box of cigars and ran off, which made him so angry that the plaster on his arm cracked. Finally, I visited Tina's ward. She was still asleep, her face pale. I placed a fruit basket down, inside which was a large durian I had specially bought, one I hadn't even dared to eat myself. 7 days later, at the training ground, we rookies stood in a row. Zephyr was giving a speech at the front, and I secretly shifted to the side, only to be met with a murderous glare from next to me. It was Tina. She had a gloomy expression and was staring at me intently. I want to cry, but have no tears, so I can only lower my voice and mutter, "Sister, you've been following me for several days. When is it going to end?" The woman heard me mumbling and immediately exploded, coming at me with a barrage of insults, saying that Tina is no longer pure. "I want to kill you." I was stunned at that moment. Who among my family understands? I was so shocked that I started coughing uncontrollably. I instinctively glanced at the old man Zifa, who was still buried in his documents, and hoarsely shouted at him, "Damn it, don't say anything ridiculous. I just brought you a plate of fruit. I didn't do anything else." I tell you, at that moment, I felt like I couldn't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. What on earth was that crazy woman with pink hair talking about? As soon as she heard me, her eyes widened even more. "So that stinky thing was really a gift from you. Go die." Goodness. She completely lost her mind and kicked me in the face. It was then that I realized she was talking about the durian I gave her. I heard she had been sleeping in a hospital for 2 days and even spent 2 days in the bathroom in her dreams. I felt so wronged, grabbing her kicking leg in frustration. "What's wrong with the durian? Did it eat your family's rice? I couldn't even bear to eat it myself and gave it all to you. What more do you want? Let go of me." Old Zephyr finally spoke up, shooting me a look, and I quickly released my grip, flashing back 800 meters away, looking innocent at the old man. "Report, teacher, it was self-defense." She struck first. Tina's face turned pale with anger, pointing at me and threatening, "Tina will not rest until you are dead." Then she turned to Zephyr and bowed. "Teacher, I request to duel him again, the kind that requires signing a death contract." "Nonsense. Step back." After scolding her, old Zephyr took a few steps toward me, and without saying a word, he gave me a hard knock on the forehead, making me gasp in pain. This old man's armed color is truly formidable. A big bump instantly formed on my head. The old man threatened me fiercely. "If you bully your classmate again, your father has the galaxy impact, and I have the sea strike here." I was scared at that moment, realizing that a wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. I immediately stood up straight and said, "And no, I won't dare." Only then did Zifa, the old man, nod in satisfaction and walk back to Tina, dropping a line, "When you learn to use armament hockey, I'll let you challenge him again." Upon hearing this, Tina's eyes lit up, as if she had been injected with adrenaline, and she shot me a look that said, "Just you wait." Then, Zifa walked up to the makeshift platform, cleared his throat, and said into the microphone, "Today's regular training is canceled. You have a special mission to complete." That smile of his, I tell you, the more I looked at it, the more it felt off. This mission would be something you'd remember for a lifetime. Some call it a milestone of growth, while others refer to it as an inescapable shadow. Take a good look at your peers around you. After today, some of them might just be out of here. The crowd erupted immediately, with everyone arguing, claiming to be the king of competition and that they couldn't possibly back down. I almost fell asleep standing up. It was all Tina's fault for blocking my dorm room every day, leaving me with no place to sleep. In the end, Zifa really couldn't take a joke. Seeing me dozing off, he sneakily pulled a bullet from his pocket, wrapped it in hockey, and shot it straight at my forehead. Holy crap! My subconscious sensed danger, and the passive skill I had developed from being tormented by my unreliable grandfather, Garp, activated instantly. There was no time to dodge. I was about to use armament hockey to withstand it when, with a bang, another faster bullet knocked it away. I looked up, and there was Zifa, tossing the bullet in his hand, glaring at me fiercely, warning me that there wouldn't be a next time. I stuck out my tongue and didn't dare to say a word. The old man saw that we had almost finished discussing, picked up the microphone, and waved his hand. "All right, mission objective 1, cafeteria." Everyone below was dumbfounded. "Huh? Is this what you call a milestone? A shadow? What the heck?" "Tarlag." The old man called my name again. "Here, what is the duty of a soldier?" I shook my still somewhat dazed head and answered very seriously. "Eating and fighting. It's damn obedience to orders." Zephyr shouted in anger, stomped his foot, and in an instant appeared above my head, punching me and sending me flying out. Let me tell you, after he finished beating me, he rubbed his fist and shouted at the others with a satisfied expression. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost." My ungrateful peers gave me a sympathetic glance, and then ran off in a hurry. When we got to the cafeteria, our elite class had our own little kitchen. The smoker lit up a cigar and looked disdainfully at the food on the table. Old M.O., is this what we're having today? As soon as I saw the dish, the white tofu paired with the bright red tomato beef soup, my DNA reacted immediately. Coupled with the old man's earlier words, I felt a sudden unease, sensing something was off about this meal. The head chef, old M.O., a one-eyed man, walked over, snatched Smoker's cigar, and stomped it out, saying fiercely, "Finish all the food in front of you within half an hour." After saying that, he served himself a bowl and sat down to eat heartily. Tina, that woman, even brought a plate and sat across from me, looking disdainful. As my opponent, how can you be afraid of mere food? After saying that, she started to eat voraciously. I watched her eat and heavily reminded her, "Don't overeat." She shot me a glance and completely ignored my advice. I thought to myself, I've reminded her, and if she doesn't listen, that's her problem. I stood up and whistled, pretended to go get her another bowl, but she didn't appreciate it. Tina can serve herself. Anyway, everyone else, except me, was enjoying their food. In the end, old M.O. couldn't stand it anymore and walked up to me. "Kid, why aren't you eating? The leftovers are all prepared for you. If you don't eat now, don't come to the cafeteria again." I already have some bloody mosaic images floating in my mind. Watching him say seriously, word by word, "I will not eat even if I die." Just kidding, this tofu and tomato soup is destined to have nothing to do with me in this lifetime. Half an hour later, we lined up to leave the cafeteria, and Smoker even let out a big burp, saying that they could make more next time. Old M.O. behind us shook his head with a wicked smile, and my ominous premonition grew stronger. Just as we exited the cafeteria, a group of Navy personnel approached us, and the leader was none other than Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. I have a very poor impression of this guy. He's a ruthless character who would sacrifice even his own for the sake of justice, a staunch fan of Akainu. As soon as he saw me, he couldn't help but step forward to question, "Is it because of you, brat, that Sakazuki got demoted?" I frowned, swallowed the compressed biscuit in my mouth, and stretched out 2 fingers. "First, my name is Monkey D. Terrag. Second, his demotion is an order from the Admiral. It has nothing to do with me." Ghost Spider was so infuriated that he almost laughed. Just as he was about to draw his gun, he felt a chill down his back. "Hey!" Zephyr was watching from the shadows. He could only snort coldly and retreat, but his gaze was as cold as if he wanted to eat me. 5 minutes later, everyone had gathered, and with a command from Ghost Spider, we all boarded a large warship in an orderly manner. As soon as I got on the ship, I secretly checked and found that there were no shells in the cannons. Tofu, tomato soup, just as I thought. At this moment, Zephyr came out from the cabin, his expression grave. He first gave us a round of PUA. "You are all outstanding soldiers, but you are still far from my standards. This is your tragedy." Smoker, the rebellious one, immediately stood up and questioned, "Report. What exactly do we need to do to meet your standards?" Zephyr laughed upon hearing this. Then his expression changed, pointing at Smoker's nose and mocking, "You people, who among you has truly fought against pirates? Who has really killed someone?" In an instant, the place fell silent. Zephyr painfully closed his eyes, waved his hand, and issued the final order. The final mission location is Impel down underwater. Mission objective: execute 51 vicious pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, this admiral, known for not killing, turned around and walked back to the cabin in solitude. On the deck, there was an immediate outcry. Those who had eaten tofu and tomato soup at noon vomited right away. Tina walked up to me with a pale face and questioned, "Why didn't you tell me that you already knew?" I looked at her innocently and said, "I told you. Don't overeat." The warship quickly arrived at its destination, the world's largest prison, Impel down. After we disembarked, the Ghost Spider suddenly ordered us all to put on gas masks, saying that the man was coming out. Smoker scoffed, "It's just a prison. Is it really that serious?" I watched him gleefully. "Go ahead and throw it if you dare. If you do, I'll call you brother from now on." He immediately backed down and obediently put on the mask. Tina explained beside me that there is a man in this prison who is the strongest, a user of the poison fruit. As soon as she finished speaking, the iron door in front of us creaked open, and a muscular man who looked like Satan walked out, holding his stomach, his face pale, muttering, "I really want a dark, enclosed space." The Ghost Spider impatiently urged him, Why are you so slow? Magellan, the warden. The guy looked apologetic. Sorry. I have a bit of diarrhea. Goodness, is this class all about having pay diarrhea, huh? We followed Magellan and took the elevator to the 3rd level of Hunger Hell. The yellow sand was swirling everywhere, and it was unbearably hot. I reminded Tina and Smog, whose faces had turned pale beside me. Think about what you had for lunch. If I remember correctly, executions are aimed at the head. After hearing this, they gritted their teeth, wishing they could tear me apart on the spot. Just then, a man who looked like a pharaoh, holding a trident, appeared before us, saluted the ghost spider, and exaggeratedly said, "Guests, I've been waiting for you for a long time. My name is Hannibal, and I'm the warden of this prison." After saying this, he covered his mouth. Oh, I accidentally revealed my ambitions. But let me tell you, my ambitions hadn't even warmed up before the scene exploded with a bang. I am currently engaged in a battle of wits with that old fox, the ghost spider. Suddenly, the boss of the advancing city, the poison man Magellan, who is surrounded by a purple aura, came charging in. Goodness, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, indicating that something big was about to happen. Next to him, the deputy warden Hannibal, unable to control his mouth, was about to say something when Magellan exhaled a puff of poisonous gas. That guy rolled his eyes and collapsed right there, convulsing. A little girl wearing a hat, Domino, was so frightened that her face turned pale and hurriedly called for someone to bring the antidote. But Magellan completely ignored her and grabbed her, demanding, "Where is Shiryu? Where did Rain Shiryu go?" As soon as I heard the name, my heart sank. Shiryu of the Rain, the chief warden of Impel Down, was known to be a ruthless man, infamous for his bloodthirst. The prisoners to be selected this time were under his jurisdiction. Domino's face turned pale, trembling as she pointed towards the distant desert city, saying, "Warden, Lord Shiryu." It seems he is executing prisoners. When Magellan heard this, his face turned pale. The ghost spider next to him was even more impatient, his old face longer than a donkey's, shouting like a death knell, "Magellan, don't waste my time here." This guy looked down on us newcomers from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the orders of the Warring States General, he wouldn't bother coming to this godforsaken place. Magellan got angry too. Without saying a word, he rushed into the desert city. We quickly followed, but once we entered, oh my, who could understand that scene? The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river, and the air was filled with that sweet metallic smell. It was bad enough that the prisoners were dead. The key point was that there were several of our own people's bodies mixed in there. And in the middle of the sea of corpses stood a giant over 3 meters tall, smoking a cigar, leisurely wiping his famous knife called Thunderstorm with the uniform of a guard he had just stabbed to death. He looked so relaxed, as if he had just finished trimming flowers in the backyard. "Shiryu." Magellan's roar changed pitch. He didn't expect this madman to be crazy enough to kill his own people. "I officially sentence you to death. Into the infinite hell." Magellan completely erupted. But what about Shiryu? He sheathed his knife, shrugged his shoulders with an expression of "is this a big deal?" and kicked the corpse at his feet, saying there are plenty of these kinds. Killing a few by mistake is no big deal. After saying that, he shot a provocative glance at Magellan, as if to say, "Not convinced? I'll cut you down too." At this point, there was no more room for negotiation. The ghost spider gave the order, "Surround him." At that moment, I felt it. The man in front of me, smoking a cigar, was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Even before he drew his knife, I felt a chill at the back of my neck. The 2 hot-headed guys next to me, Smoker and Tina, looked eager to jump in and grab him, like a real-life version of "if you think you can do it, go ahead." I was really afraid they would end up as victims under his blade. Magellan was truly intent on killing this time. 3 massive purple venomous dragons circled behind him. "Aim at Shiryu. Shiryu, put down your weapons and surrender. You can't escape." Shiryu licked his lips, glanced at the watchful Magellan and the ghost spider, and then at the more than 50 of us. He probably realized he was done for today. With a wicked smile, he actually unbuckled the thunderstorm at his waist, gently placed it on the ground, and then raised his hands. I give up resisting. Just when I thought this was over, the most outrageous move came. The ghost spider, that old fox, smirked, suddenly pointed at me, and shouted, "Terrag, you go. Handcuff him and also take that knife." At that moment, my mind went blank, and I thought, damn it, I've been tricked by this old guy again. It's obvious he's sending me to my death. Shilio has given up resistance, but who knows if he's faking it. If I go up, and he suddenly attacks me, who will I turn for justice? The higher-ups can easily crush me, and I can't refuse. But my mind works fast. I immediately turned the tables and shouted at the ghost spider, I can go. But if I succeed, does that knife become my trophy? Hey! The ghost spider was stumped by my question. He leaned over to Magellan, and they whispered to each other. And finally, Magellan spoke. Sure. As long as you can catch him and bring back that knife, it's yours. It's a gamble. This is basically a high-stakes bet. Betting on whether Shilio is really surrendering. Betting on whether I have the guts to go up there. The look in the ghost spider's eyes seemed to want me to be so scared that I pee my pants, so he could rightfully kill me. All right, I'll go. I smiled calmly, took the sea stone handcuffs handed to me by Smoker, and walked step by step towards that pool of blood. To be honest, I wanted a good knife for a long time, and if I don't seize this opportunity today, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I walked up to Shiryu, enduring the cold laughter of the ghost spider, the indifference of Magellan, the admiration of Smoker, and the concern of Tina. The guy had a cynical smirk on his face the whole time, making me feel uneasy. I stopped 3 meters away from him, which is my safety distance. Just when everyone was getting impatient, Shilio suddenly stepped forward, and the thunderstorm on the ground instantly returned to his hand. Shilio! Magellan's poisonous dragon immediately pressed down. But Shilio didn't care at all. He leisurely lit another cigarette, walked in front of me, and pulled the blade out an inch, the blood-red blade gleaming on my face. You don't even have the courage to approach me, yet you want to control the thunderstorm? You're not worthy. At that moment, I felt a bit uneasy, not because I was afraid of him, but because I was disgusted by the dozens of corpses at his feet. The smell of blood nearly made me vomit, and I instinctively took a step back. When Shilio saw me retreat, he suddenly burst in a loud laughter, doubling over like a madman. After he finished laughing, he glanced at the poisonous dragon in the sky and the ghost spider in the distance, and made a gesture that made everyone's eyes pop out. He held up the thunderstorm with one hand and presented it to me. It's yours now. I'm completely bewildered. My mind just crashed. What's going on? This is the demon sword that Shiryu values more than his own life. He just gave it to me like this? I trembled as I grasped the handle of the knife. Hilly didn't let go, his gaze unfocused as he muttered something incomprehensible. The Blood Knight will eventually arrive. I am both the inheritor and the victim. Then he shifted his tone, returning to that mocking demeanor. Who said it was handed over to you? I just asked you to keep it for a while. You, of all people, aren't worthy of wielding it. With that, he released his grip. I can't understand what he really wants, but it doesn't matter anymore. I tucked Thunderstorm in my waist, took out the Sea Tower stone handcuffs, and with a click, locked up this future big boss. I noted the bond of passing the knife, and solemnly promised him, if you can survive this time, in the future, as long as you don't touch my bottom line, I will help you once. Thus, this future second-in-command of Impel Down comes to a temporary end. The ghost spider was so angry that his face turned pale, truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Magellan, on the other hand, was holding his stomach and hurriedly ran to the restroom. I sat alone beside me, stroking the newly acquired demon sword. Legend has it that there is a demon sword called Murakumo, which, after killing, would weep droplets of water to cleanse the bloodstains. This sword, Raijin, also does not touch blood. I felt that they might be the same sword. From now on, you shall be called Murakumo, I whispered, slowly drawing it from its sheath. In an instant, a violent, bloody, murderous aura violently assaulted my mind. My eyes turned red, and I quickly summoned all of my armament haki, frantically pouring it into the sword. The blade trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry, and that eerie red glow slowly faded. In just that moment, I lost 90% of my haki, drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly exhausted. Truly a demon sword. I was still trembling with fear. This thing was too sinister. No wonder Hilyu ended up like that. Just then, the displeased voice of Ghost Spider came. Assemble. New prisoners were brought up, and we were ordered to carry out the execution. Holding my gun, I aimed at a death row inmate kneeling on the ground. He looked numb, surprisingly unafraid of death. I flipped through his file and found that he had killed many pirates to avenge his family, but he had also mistakenly killed an 8-year-old girl. Well, just for that, I felt justified in pulling the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, there followed a series of loud bangs. Those rookie soldiers also opened fire. Blood and brain matter splattered across our pants. Tina beside me was the first to give in, retching loudly. Soon after, the sounds of vomiting followed one after another. But me? I found that I felt nothing at all. No fear, no nausea, only excitement. My hands were shaking, not from fear, but from exhilaration. I immediately grabbed Murakumo on my waist. I knew it was influencing me. Ghost Spider looked at our group of rookies, who were retching all over the place, and coldly snorted, "A bunch of useless trash." Then he left. Smoker wiped his mouth, his anger causing veins to bulge. "Don't let them look down on us. Let's go." Back to headquarters. Tina weakly glanced at me, conceding. This time, I lost. I was at the back of the team, feeling extremely worried. Village Rain? What should I do with you? I really don't want to become the second Shiryu. Back at Marineford, in the cafeteria, nobody had an appetite. As for me, in front of me were 2 large bowls of white tofu and a bowl of bright red tomato beef soup, and I was enjoying it immensely. "Why aren't you eating? This tofu pudding, this blood tofu is so delicious." The entire place fell silent. The next moment, Tina punched me on the back of the head, pushing my face right into the tofu bowl. Tina's patience has its limits. Smoker lit a cigarette and nodded in agreement. "That was too light. Next time be more careful." I pulled my head out of the tofu, wiped the tofu residue off my face, and stuffed it into my mouth, then seriously said, "You all said it was delicious before. I didn't believe it, but now I do. Why aren't you eating it again? It's a shame to waste." Then, I was buried alive by an angry crowd with tofu, tomato soup, and pots and pans. For the next 3 months, I became a walking air conditioner, radiating killing intent for 3 meters, and no one dared to approach me. Teacher Zifa also noticed my problem, but he couldn't do anything with this cursed blade. I could only wrap it tightly with the cloth strips provided by the system to temporarily seal it. Today is the first day of the internship. Teacher Zifa announced that our destination is the East Sea. Tina immediately stood up to object. "Teacher, the East Sea is the weakest sea. Vice Admiral Garp has been there for years, and the average bounty for pirates is less than 3 million. There's no way to train there." She spoke convincingly, and everyone nodded in agreement. Teacher Zifa ignored her and instead walked up to me, patted my shoulder, and asked Terrag, "Don't you want to know why I chose the East Sea?" I looked straight ahead, standing tall, my voice calm and steady. I shouldn't have known, and guess what happened? That old man ZFA adjusted his sunglasses, looking at me with a "you think you're fooling me" expression, then suddenly turned around and shouted at Tina, "Did you hear that? He said he obeys orders." Wow, his voice was so loud that Tina was immediately stunned, tightly clenching her fists, feeling extremely frustrated, and could only lower her head and admit her mistake. "I heard it. It was Tina's fault. I tell you, this matter is settled. But the more exciting part is yet to come. We continue on the warship, and the winds and waves at sea are like a 10-level special effect. The whole ship is rocking like a cradle, and several brothers got sick right on the spot. Smoker, the old chain smoker, turned pale and came over to me, sighing, saying, "How can we catch pirates in this terrible weather?" I laughed at that moment and said to him, "What do you know? My brother Longu told me before that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. In this kind of weather, the pirates must be hiding somewhere. If we go over now, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. They won't be able to escape." Smoker, that iron-headed guy, heard this and his eyes lit up. He even forgot about his smoke and turned around to report to Zifa. In no time, he came back running like he was on adrenaline, directing the navigator straight to Lowtown. Family, who understands? Lowtown is where the pirate King Roger was executed, and it's also Smoker's hometown. As a result, we braved the pouring rain and entered the city, and lo and behold, there were no pirates in sight, not even a ghost. Smoker pressed his lighter for a long time, and when the flame finally came out, it was extinguished by the rain. He was so angry that he cursed at me. "Didn't you say there were pirates everywhere?" When I looked into his eyes at that moment, it was like looking at a living, breathing target. I said to him, not very kindly, "Didn't you grow up here? Don't you know this town has 2 ports?" Tina next to us couldn't stand it anymore and complained that as his friend. It was really embarrassing, saying that pirates dock at the west port close to the Grand Line. I was really speechless. This guy truly leaves his brain at home when he goes out. We followed teacher Zephyr through the rain, and he finally stopped in front of a tavern called Gold Roger. Seeing his nostalgic expression, I knew that this old man, like his two old buddies Garp and Sengoku, shared a kindred spirit with Roger. Smoker acted foolishly again and asked me if the teacher wanted a drink. I really couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Just then, a wild, unrestrained laughter erupted from the tavern, a sinister ha-ha that echoed in our ears like surround sound. Both teacher Zephyr and I sensed something was wrong. We activated our observation hockey, and our expressions changed instantly. Good heavens! There was a big guy inside. Teacher Zephyr abruptly threw off his rain hat. His face turned pale, and he frantically waved and shouted at us. Get hidden! He was so anxious he almost took off from where he stood. My heart sank. That old lion, the golden lion Shiki. What was he doing here? Teacher Zephyr gave me a look, signaling me to quickly lead the others to escape. He himself stayed behind, staring intently at the tavern. I didn't dare to delay. I grabbed Smoker and Tina under each arm and ran back at full speed. These two kept struggling, and Tina even cursed at me, calling me a coward, saying the Navy couldn't retreat in the face of danger. Family, who understands? The Golden Lion was right across from us. He was a legendary pirate on the same level as Roger and Whitebeard. For us rookies, charging him would be like delivering ourselves on a platter. Smoker, that thick-headed fool, was still trying to use his intangibility to slip away from me. I directly set Tina down and knocked him out with a chop to the neck. I threw Smog to Tina and said seriously, I believe you already understand the seriousness of the situation. Take everyone and leave quickly. Don't look back. Tina, being smart, knew I was right, but still pointed at herself and asked, then what about you? I ripped off my raincoat, exposing the lieutenant badge on my shoulder, and purple light swirled in my eyes. I turned around, looked in the direction of the teacher, and smiled. That fool was right. How could the Navy retreat at the last minute? I need to go back and help the teacher. Tina still wanted to say something, but I interrupted her, shouting in a commanding tone, You can't do it. I have the ability to save my life, but you don't. I am now ordering you, Second Lieutenant Tina, in my capacity as a lieutenant of the main unit. Lead your colleagues and strategically fall back. Go as far as you can. Just when she hesitated, a tremendous burst of Conqueror's hockey erupted from the tavern, the dark red aura acting like a shockwave, knocking several of my brothers unconscious. Tina finally lowered her head, promised to complete the mission, then grabbed the unconscious colleague and ran off with Smoker. As they were leaving, I seemed to hear her telling me to definitely come back alive. Just as I let out a sigh of relief, I felt something was off. In the end, I was still careless and didn't dodge. That old lion had already noticed me. While he was in the sky, he reached out with his right hand, and countless rocks seemed to have eyes as they flew toward me, instantly wrapping me into a huge stone ball. At that moment, I had only one thought. This is a mess. Teacher Zephyr was shouting anxiously from behind. Shiki, stop. He caught up with me using the moonwalk. But how could he move as fast as the float fruit? I was just taken away by the Golden Lion. He laughed wildly in the sky. Zephyr, you only have 1 hour. If you don't come by then, this little brat will be going on a trip to outer space. After saying that, he disappeared into the horizon with me, the stone ball. Teacher Zephyr stopped in midair, his face so serious it could drip water, and pulled out a snail phone to make a call. I'm trapped in a rock, feeling as if I'm being crushed by over 10 tons of weight. Unable to move at all, this old lion brought me to his floating garden in the sky, an island called Vermio. He has a mad scientist under him who looks like a clown, named Indigo. The two of them are chatting above my head, talking about IQ plant extraction and a shortage of labor. The Golden Lion, this old pervert, directly suggested capturing the women on the island to use as laborers. I was furious, cursing and shouting from inside the rock, but it was completely useless. The pressure on me only increased. I can only calm down for now. Didn't he make an appointment with Teacher Zephyr for an hour? After that hour, it will be my chance to save myself. The scene shifts to my dad, Garp, who is enjoying his wonderful paid vacation in Windmill Village, lying on a beach chair and directing the bandit Dayton to change baby Luffy's diapers. Life is just too comfortable for him. At that moment, the phone bug rang. My dad lazily picked up the phone. Moshi, this is Garp Resort. Please leave a message if you have any business. As a result, Zephyr-sensei's furious roar came from the other end. Garp. My dad still thought it was the general from the Warring States, trying to trick him into going back to work, and he was still laughing. Ha ha, it's Zephyr. Trying to trick me back? Teacher Zephyr fell silent for a moment, then slowly uttered a few words. Terrag. Something happened. My dad still didn't believe it, and continued to laugh. Until Teacher Zephyr couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "It's the Golden Lion!" With a thud, the juice cup in my dad's hand fell to the ground. In the next second, he jumped up, and that terrifying aura caused the surrounding air to freeze. He ripped off his floral shirt, revealing muscles like steel, and roared at the phone bug. Ski? Has he attacked the headquarters again? Teacher Zephyr explained the situation, saying it happened in Roadtown. Without saying a word, my dad's body shot up like a cannonball, flying while asking about casualties. When he heard that only I had been captured, there was silence on the other end of the phone bug. My dad's speed instantly increased, leaving a black line in the sky, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Teacher Zephyr also hung up the phone, but he kept holding a golden phone bug, looking ready to press the button that represented destruction. The Demon Slayer order. Sure enough, the Navy headquarters exploded instantly. Kizaru Kaino and Akiji, the future 3 admirals, were all dispatched. 5 vice admirals, 10 top warships, and over 10,000 elite troops assembled within half an hour, marching towards Sunset Island to the north of Roadtown. As for the Golden Lion, when he arrived at the agreed Sunset Island, he saw a group of irrelevant pirates holding an impromptu meeting, and he scorned them for losing the pirate's face. With a swift move, he unleashed the lion's might, Earthquake, sending that bunch along with their camp flying. Just then, my dad, Garp, descended from the sky, crashing down in the center of the island like a meteor, roaring for Ski to come out. Soon after, Teacher Zephyr also arrived. Upon seeing my dad, the Golden Lion not only wasn't afraid, but became even more excited, and without hesitation, he started to fight. Teacher Zephyr held back my impulsive dad, saying that I should be fine and that they should first team up to deal with him. My dad, with his explosive temper and fists wrapped in rich hockey, compressed the air to the point of making a loud bang. The Golden Lion is also a madman, laughing wildly and saying, "Let's go all out." He unleashed a massive blizzard, transforming into dozens of lion heads that charged at the 2 of them. Teacher Zephyr said to Garp, "I was careless before. I'll take this one. You find a chance to bring him down." After saying that, he threw a punch into the air, and his hockey transformed into a gigantic mammoth, colliding with the snow lion swarm. My dad was still there marveling. That old guy is still so fierce. This made Teacher Zephyr shout in anger, "Hurry up and make a move. This thing is endless. I can't hold on for long." My dad finally stopped joking, kicked his legs, and soared into the sky, heading straight for the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion wanted to dodge, but my dad anticipated his move and had his fist ready at the spot where he was about to evade. The Shiki, Fist of the Galaxy Impact. My father, filled with all his fury, delivered a powerful punch. The devastating shock wave instantly engulfed the Golden Lion, as if an adult was hitting a child. With a bang, it hammered the Golden Lion from the sky straight into the ground. The large pit it created was bottomless. I tell you, Teacher Zephyr was standing calmly at the edge of the pit, casually lighting a cigar, and mockingly said to the pit, "Old age is just old age. And you're not just old, but also broken. Who understands the family members?" That was a brutal stab. Teacher Zephyr was completely unfazed. After all, who is my father? The Navy hero, Garp. The Golden Lion had been in prison for years and impelled down and had to cut off his own leg to escape. His physical condition was no longer peak. So why did he think he could wrestle with my father? And guess what? From the pit came a wild laughter. A chilling ha-ha. The Golden Lion swayed as he floated out of the pit, blood spewing from his mouth. But he acted as if nothing happened and said, "As expected of you, Garp. But my era is not over yet. I was thinking at the time, this guy is really tough. Even after being hammered like this, he still refuses to back down. My dad doesn't spoil him. He clenched his fist and stepped forward, ready to give him another hard hit. But the old man, Golden Lion, didn't panic at all. He pointed one hand to the sky, grinning in a strange way, saying, "You think I only have this little bit of skill? How are you going to deal with the disparity in military strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, I was dumbfounded. Darkness fell. It wasn't a cloudy day. Suddenly, a lion-headed battleship as big as an island appeared in the sky, surrounded by dozens of pirate ships. Teacher Zephyr dropped his cigar in shock, muttering, "This is a big problem. This old guy has managed to assemble such a large airborne fleet in just a few years." It hit me. The most terrifying thing about the Golden Lion isn't his fighting ability, but his float fruit, which can drop an entire army right on your face at any time. Who can withstand that? My father decisively said, "You hold him back. I'll go sink that island." But Teacher Zephyr stopped him, touched the phone bug in his pocket that was vibrating wildly, and smirked, "No need, the time has come." After saying that, he charged forward himself, his iron fists raining down on the Golden Lion like a torrential downpour. The Golden Lion blocked Zephyr's attacks while pulling down his hand, causing dozens of pirate ships in the sky to descend like dumplings, surrounding us from all sides. Standing at the bow of his flagship, he spread his arms and laughed maniacally. "My little ones, kill them. Whoever brings me ahead will be the vice captain." The pirates, as if pumped with adrenaline, rushed forward with wild cries. One of the captains, wielding a large axe, even struck his own men in a frenzy to claim glory, his eyes bloodshot and mad. Let me tell you, this is the product of Golden Lion's so-called IQ experiment, which can drive people into a violent rage, boosting their combat power. Just as my father and Teacher Zephyr were about to be overwhelmed by this human wave tactic, my father, covered in blood and panting, shouted, "Zephyr, if you have a backup plan, use it quickly. If this goes on, we'll be done for." Teacher Zephyr pushed back the frenzied captain with a punch, gritted his teeth, and said, "The time is almost up. Retreat." Saying that, he pulled my father to run. The Golden Lion wouldn't let them escape. In a flash, he blocked their way and prepared a powerful move. Just at that critical moment, a yellow light blinded my eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of cannons suddenly fired from the distant sea surface, instantly turning the Golden Lion's pirate fleet into a sea of flames. I focused my gaze and exclaimed, "Wow." Akainu, he was standing on the warship, excitedly unleashing massive fire blasts at the falling pirates from the sky, like fireworks during the New Year. On the other side, Akiji had frozen the entire sea, creating a giant ice rink for our battlefield. Then, a large group of elite Marines charged down from the warship, including all sorts of fighters like the Weasel and the Fire Mountain. This is the Demon Slayer Order. The Golden Lion was stunned. He couldn't even hold his sword steady as he watched his fleet vanish within a minute. Before he could react, Kizura's lewd voice sounded behind him. "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light?" With his salary in place, he took down the Yonko effortlessly, delivering a kick that sent the ship's helm flying off Golden Lion's head. When my dad saw the reinforcements arrive, he was so happy that he even started drooling, and he no longer needed to conserve his strength. With one punch, he shattered the big move that the Golden Lion had just conjured, while the battle below was raging. On the other side, Terrag, who had been wrapped in a stone ball by the Golden Lion, was also waking up. This guy had been suffocating inside the stone ball and decided to take a risk. He drew the cursed sword Murakumo, and let me tell you, he himself had no idea if it would work. He closed his eyes and swung wildly, even coming up with a name for his technique on the spot, calling it one sword style, Iato, Bright Moon, which was quite cringeworthy. But guess what? He actually managed to cleave the giant rock in half with one stroke. He jumped out of the stone, let out a roar to the sky, and felt ecstatic. But he quickly realized that the sword was a bit sinister. His hand was shaking as if it was being influenced by the blade, and he needed to find a way to deal with it. He used Moonwalk to fly up, and, upon looking around, was dumbfounded. The Golden Lion's lair, those floating islands in the sky, surprisingly had no one around. He thought to himself, "What's going on? Where are the Golden Lion's subordinates?" He had originally planned to take advantage of the Golden Lion's absence to launch a desperate one-for-one exchange and take down his lair. He calmed down and used observation hockey. He discovered that at the center of the largest island, there was a big factory filled with people. This guy was also quite noticeable. Instead of going through the door, he decided to punch through the factory's iron wall, which resulted in him choking on the debris. The native slaves inside were startled, and a little girl named Marcia bravely told him that they had all been captured by the Golden Lion along with the islands and were working as laborers here. Terrag asked them why they didn't escape, and Marcia replied with a bitter expression, "Big brother, we're 10,000 meters in the sky. Where can we run to?" At this point, Terrag was also stunned. He realized a life-threatening problem. If my dad and the others won below and captured the Golden Lion, then once the Golden Lion's powers ceased to exist, wouldn't the people on these islands fall down and be smashed into a pulp? This wouldn't do. He couldn't wait any longer. He asked Marcia if there was a way to gather everyone together. Marcia told him that there was a person in charge of the factory who had a golden microphone that could broadcast sound throughout the entire island. Terrag immediately walked deeper into the factory. The further he went, the stronger the chemical smell became, and then he heard a series of popping sounds. Let me tell you, he immediately recognized who it was. It was the quirky ship doctor under the Golden Lion, Indigo, who walked like he was farting. How did such a character become an officer? What was the HR of the Golden Lion's company doing? Terrag couldn't be bothered to use observation hockey. He directly used a dragon claw to punch through the wall and yanked that guy's head out, tearing him apart through a small hole and killing him on the spot. Then took the golden microphone from his waist. But just having the microphone wasn't enough. Marcia said they needed to get to the island's meteorological station and use the signal transmitter there to broadcast the sound across all the islands. Just then, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, disaster struck. An intelligence officer rolled into the office of Admiral Sengoku, shouting, "Not good. We've received news from the New World that Kaido and Charlotte Lin, those two heavyweights, have actually teamed up and seem to be coming to our headquarters for a party." Sengoku's face turned pale. With Admiral Kong absent, my dad, Zifa, and the three admirals were all at the front lines encircling the Golden Lion, leaving the headquarters vulnerable. He picked up the din mushi to call my dad back, but after trembling for a long time, he put it down again. Finally, gritting his teeth, he crushed the microphone and ordered the headquarters to enter a state of full combat readiness, deciding to shoulder everything himself. Meanwhile, Terrag had reached the meteorological station. This place was also a fully enclosed building. He had forgotten that he could use moonwalk and started smashing the walls again. This guy must have graduated from a demolition office, right? He used Dragon's Breath to break through the wall, only to encounter another officer stationed there, a gorilla named Scaridu. The gorilla looked fierce, but in front of Terrag, it didn't last even a round and was directly grabbed by the fangs and thrown off the tower. Terrag looked inside the tower and was shocked to see that it was filled with meteorologists captured by the Golden Lion. One of the old men, named Leeser, turned out to be Visalia, the one from Meteorological Science Island. Terrag's eyes lit up at that moment. After searching high and low, he found what he was looking for without much effort. Visalia had a flying meteorological ship. Now he had a way to save the people. The scene shifted back to Sunset Island. The battle had been going on for 5 hours, folks. The Golden Lion had been beaten into a ragged figure, with holes all over his body from Kizaru's lasers, and who knows how many bones my dad had broken. There was even a big hole burned in his chest by Akainu's magma, still smoking. But he was still smiling. My dad, Kizaru, and Akainu surrounded him in the middle, all of them injured. Kizaru looked like a bloodied person, and the worst off was Akainu, who lost an arm from taking a final slash from Gold Lion's desperate attack. If my dad hadn't saved him quickly, he would have died right there. My father looked at the Golden Lion, who had completely given up resisting and was slumped on the ground, unable to understand why he remained so calm despite everything. "Your era is over, Shiki," my father said in a deep voice. "Ha ha." The Golden Lion coughed up blood while using a small knife to tend to his wounds, glaring fiercely at Akainu, then looked up at the three people surrounding him, grinning in a way that was truly unsettling. "Can't figure out why I'm so fearless? Because the cards I hold, you guys can't handle it all. Let me tell you, that old lunatic Golden Lion was incredibly arrogant at the time." He pointed to the sky, then glanced at the sea prism stone handcuffs in Garp's hand, and that signature. Maniacal laughter sent chills down my spine. His meaning was clear. The world fears my powers. As my old rival, Garp, can't you figure out why? In the next moment, good grief, he directly pulled down a small island from 10,000 meters above. It just hung in the air like a giant floating fortress. The sense of oppression was off the charts. He glared with wide eyes and roared, "I have dozens of these islands in the sky. They're all filled with civilians I've captured from all over the seas. There are at least 80,000, if not 100,000. If anything happens to me, Garp and the others swept their imposing presence over, and their faces turned pale on the spot. The island was packed with the aura of living people. Garp gritted his teeth and cursed him as a complete madman. There was no choice but to put away the handcuffs and prepare to compromise. But at this critical moment, Akainu wasn't having it. Let me tell you, he was all about absolute justice. Hostages? Not a chance. The grudge of a severed arm was right before him. Were the lives of civilians compared to the dignity of Navy? He charged directly at the immobilized Golden Lion with a magma dog. Stop! Garp shouted until his voice cracked. As a result, Kizaru flashed in, intercepting him at light speed, kicking Akainu several dozen meters away. And with that annoying tone of his said, "How scary, Sakazuki. Now is not the time to kill him." Akainu was so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to burst. Clutching his empty left sleeve, he roared that a mere arm was nothing, and he absolutely could not let this guy who insulted the Navy go. Family, who understands? This justice is too extreme. Seeing that this internal strife was about to cause trouble, Garp quickly had Kizaru keep an eye on the conspicuous Akainu and went to negotiate with Golden Lion himself. Garp was also a ruthless character. He directly made a decision. Shiki, I promise in the name of the Navy, if you safely lower all the islands to the East Sea, I will let you go. Golden Lion looked back at Akainu, who seemed ready to devour him alive, and grimaced as he shook his head. I don't trust the Navy, but I trust you, Garp. I want your promise. Fine. And my son Tarlag must be unharmed. It's a deal. It's a deal. Just as the transaction was about to be concluded, suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. Dad, kill him. I've saved all the people on the Sky Island. Damn, it's our protagonist, Tarlag. He descended from the sky with a moonwalk, looking incredibly cool. It turns out he had found a helper before, a meteor island named Visalia, and directly executed an aerial maneuver to relocate all the tens of thousands of civilians captured by the Golden Lion. Now, those so-called hostage islands in the sky are just empty shells. The Golden Lion was stunned, completely dumbfounded, and spat out a mouthful of old blood. His biggest trump card was gone. When Garp saw his son performing so well, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, turning to Akainu and shouting, Sakazuki, it's up to you now. Be careful not to kill him, or there will be another evil fruit in the sea. As soon as Tarlag landed, he saw a bloodstain on his father's chest, and his eyes instantly turned red. That old lion did this? How dare he touch my dad? He clenched his fists and was about to rush in for a finishing blow. Garp yanked him back, telling him to focus on the matter at hand. As a result, the kid started boasting about how he outsmarted and fought against pirates. Before he could finish, Garp smashed his head with a punch. Speak human language. Tarlag, clutching his swollen head, didn't forget to make demands, grinning as he said, Dad, no matter what, I want to become a vice admiral. Garp, upon hearing this, had an incredibly sunny smile on his face. He slowly walked up to Tarlag, his expression instantly turning fierce, and punch him again. Your dad is still just a rear admiral. It's hilarious. In less than a minute since their reunion, our protagonist has already received 2 beatings. This must be the shock of returning to the Garp family. On the other side, Akainu didn't care about the father-son comedy. After getting permission, he pushed aside Kizaru and transformed into lava again, sending a magma dog straight towards the utterly despairing Golden Lion. At this critical moment, the Golden Lion chose not to dodge. He calmly looked in the direction of Log Town, lost in memories. Let me tell you, this memory elevated the Golden Lion's character completely. After Roger surrendered, the Golden Lion was so furious that he charged into the Navy headquarters alone. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but he wanted to ask Roger face-to-face why. He even pulled out his sword, saying that as long as Roger nodded, he would chop off his own legs right there to escape the Sea Prism stone shackles and break out with him to overthrow this world. So what did Roger say? Roger just sighed and spoke a riddle. I left too early. The one I was waiting for is not me. Then, Roger made him swear never to have any ideas about the 3 ancient weapons again. In exchange, the Golden Lion asked what Roger saw on the final island. Roger's answer was, I saw the truth. Back to the present, Facing the world-destroying magma, the Golden Lion softly murmured, "Roger. The world owes him an apology." Boom! A magma dog pierced through his chest. Akainu ignored Garp's advice, and, to ensure the Golden Lion was thoroughly dead, chased after him and fired several more shots, determined to turn him to ashes. The once great Golden Lion, who would have thought he didn't die from ambition, but from a promise to an old rival. The last thing he murmured was about that guy who inherited Joy Boy's will and wore a straw hat. The amount of information here is simply overwhelming. When the Golden Lion died, the entire world trembled. The old monsters in the new world, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, seemed to have a telepathic connection, all looking towards the East Blue at the same time. Big Mom and Kaido were originally planning to team up against the Navy, but seeing that the Golden Lion was gone, they immediately changed their minds and ordered their subordinates to find the revived float fruit. As for Whitebeard, he poured a valuable bottle of fine wine into the sea, saying it was in honor of a deceased friend, then turned to his sons and shouted, "Boys, let's have a feast." On the other side, on the Doghead warship, Garp threw the Golden Lion's saber, Muku, to Tarlag. Tarlag proudly refused. "I'm going to become a great swordsman. How can I submit to a mere sword? Don't underestimate me, old man." Just as he finished speaking, a familiar iron fist came crashing down. Garp blew on his fist, stormed off angrily, but secretly felt incredibly proud. My son is truly something. Soon, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's voice spread across the entire island via broadcast, announcing the overwhelming success of the lion capture plan and the destruction of the Golden Lion pirates. After mourning over 3,000 fallen Navy soldiers, the morale of the entire Marineford soared, with all the Navy shouting in unison, "Everything for justice." The scene was incredibly exhilarating. Then came the funniest moment. Tarlag held a newspaper that hailed him as a people's hero, celebrating the transition between new and old heroes. He was so elated that he dashed into Sengoku's office, slamming the newspaper on the desk. "Uncle Sengoku, I want to become a Navy admiral." Before Sengoku could respond, Garp, who had been snoring on the sofa, popped a bubble on his nose with a loud bang, and without opening his eyes, threw a punch in Talag's direction. Goodness, that was definitely muscle memory. Tarlag was so scared that he hurriedly dodged, and Garp's punch shattered the office floor. Sengoku looked up, smiling warmly. "Do you still want to be an admiral?" He even began to emit a golden light. Tarlag immediately lost his nerve, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, I don't want it anymore." In the end, the result was out. Kizaru was promoted to admiral candidate due to his proper command. As for Tarlag, he saved over 30,000 people, achieving a tremendous feat, but after being pressured by Sengoku, he was only promoted to lieutenant commander. But the absurdity didn't stop there. 10 days later, to quell the anger from the Hawks due to Akainu's failure to get promoted, Sengoku waved his hand and directly tossed Tarlag to Akainu as a subordinate. Families, who understands? This workplace is just too real. The savior hero instantly turned into a corporate slave, having to work for the boss who dislikes him the most. Akainu himself didn't say anything, even telling his subordinates not to make things difficult for him, but the feeling was just unbearable. "I tell you, I'm the one with the most grievances, okay? Those guys from the Ghost Spider crew wanted to devour me alive just a few days ago, and now they've all turned their faces faster than flipping a book, running over to give me swordsmanship tips. Goodness, I can't accept it or refuse it. Accepting it feels like taking a hush money, and I won't have the guts to find a chance to kill them later. Not to mention my cheap uncle Sengoku, who insisted that I attend some ridiculous garden party half a month later. I thought, isn't this just a team-building event for the Navy? But judging by Akainu's crew's expressions, this matter is definitely not simple. My teacher Zephyr, ever since he found out I followed Akainu, looks at me like I'm a traitor, treating me like I'm not even human, taking Smoker and Tina out to sea for practice while leaving me all alone at the headquarters. I thought that if I continued lying down like this, my limbs would start to degenerate. With a quick motion, I got up like a carp jumping out of the water, casually threw on the major's uniform, leaving my chest open, and walked out. As soon as I opened the door, there stood my #1 fan, Ella, at attention, practically glowing with excitement in her eyes. "Major Tarlag, I tell you, this kid is someone I practically snatched from teacher ZFA. At that time, I almost got into a fight with the teacher, but in the end, It was Uncle Zhangwa who stepped in to settle it. What I liked about him was his spirit and that little admiring look he gives me. It's simply amazing. I waved my hand and said, I've already said I don't need to stand guard. With that time, go practice with those new recruits. As a result, this kid excitedly pulled out a nearly worn-out newspaper from his pocket and pointed at the headline, reading, Saving Millions from Fire and Water. I can barely hold back the corners of my mouth, pretending to be indifferent as I wave my hand. It's nothing. I just saved over 30,000 people. Don't be modest. You're a hero. Ella shouted with genuine emotion. I couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it, this kid knows how to ramp up the intensity, right? I snapped my fingers and left him with a cool silhouette. Elbow, let's go out to sea for some training. You wanted to learn some swagger, didn't you? I'll teach you right here. Originally, Uncle of the Warring States told me to stay at headquarters for that garden party, but I'm not someone who can sit still. I sneaked into his office, borrowed a few sea passage permits from his drawer, and jumped out of the third-floor window. Ella watched in shock from behind. Major, is it really okay for us to sneak out like this? I gave him a slap on the back of the head. What are you afraid of? It won't be you getting beaten up. At worst, I'll just get a beating from my dad when I get back. I'm already used to it anyway. I even specially prepared a little notebook called Luffy and Ace to jot down every time I get beaten, so I could settle scores with them later. When I arrived at the mission department, I was dumbfounded. For that garden party, the headquarters was carrying out some kind of purge operation, and all the tasks posted on the wall were outdated and moldy. Who knows where the targets are now? The old man, Advisor Wald, was lazily puffing on his pipe and said, Kid, you're late. The good missions have all been snatched up. I was feeling disappointed when he suddenly said, There is a new mission targeting someone with strength close to a brigadier general. But the mission level is only at the rank of a school officer. Do you dare to take it? My eyes lit up instantly. Is there such a good thing? I was worried about not having a place to showcase my skills. I took a few big steps and rushed in front of him. I want him. Commander Wald approached to take a look and recognized me. Oh, it's Mr. Cap's descendant? Then there's no problem. He leisurely took a document out of the drawer and handed it to me, saying, This task is just right for you. Your family members have been defeating higher-level monsters like it's a daily routine. I took the document, and Ella came over to take a look. After just a glance, he exclaimed, Damn. I slapped the back of his head and said, What are you shouting for? It's just a human trafficker. Ella pulled me aside, her face pale, and whispered, Lieutenant, we can't take this. This guy named Colt is a notorious trafficker from the Shambordi Islands, and he's said to have connections upstairs. When he says upstairs, who knows what that means? It's those so-called gods, the celestial dragons. Colt has a bounty of 130 million, and his hands are stained with blood. But he has been getting away with it because he has the celestial dragons backing him. I kicked him away with a single kick after listening to him, pointing at his nose and cursing. What kind of bullshit god is this? Let me tell you, even if you are a god, don't think you can shit on justice. Who told you that a god can override justice? The watching Advisor Wald was amused and chimed in, Kid, don't worry about it. This cult has recently angered the celestial dragons, which is why this bounty has been reissued. Do you understand what I mean? Goodness. This immense fortune has finally come my way. I immediately had Uncle Wald stamp it. Then I pulled the dazed Ella off the ground and took him to assemble the troops. The 500 new recruits under me all came from my old man Cap's troops, so they're considered my direct subordinates. I stood in front of them and didn't say anything vague. I directly tapped the task document. Brothers, we are all family. This mission has a bounty of 130 million, and according to the rules, we can take 26 million. I'll take out 20 million and distribute it to everyone based on their contributions once the mission is completed. The target has over 1,000 disorganized people under him. Their heads are your achievements. After I finished speaking, I asked who was in favor and who was against. As a result, Ella was the first to jump up. I oppose. I raised my eyebrow and almost slapped him. What the hell? Out of the most work? Isn't 6 million reasonable? Ella, it turns out that the bounty for naval missions is typically given entirely to the commander, while the subordinates only get some credit and experience. And there is really no talk of sharing the money. I was completely stunned. After all that time, I realized I was paying out of my own pocket, but the words were already spoken, and I couldn't lose face. I gritted my teeth and said with righteous indignation, All right, it's settled then. Everyone under me will share the money based on their contributions. After saying that, I turned and walked away with tears of regret in my eyes. I needed to find a place to calm down. My heart was bleeding, folks. 20 million. After I left, the group of new recruits went into a frenzy, each one acting as if they were on adrenaline, shouting "Long live the Major" at the top of their lungs. Ella looked at this bunch of people, primarily feeling a sense of disappointment, but there was nothing she could do. She could only lead these excited guys to follow me. Soon, we arrived at the Shambody archipelago. To avoid alerting the enemy, I took the team through a secluded alley, but as soon as we entered the alley, I witnessed a scene that infuriated me. A group of thugs was surrounding a young man with gray-green hair, beating him mercilessly. The young man was battered and bruised, leaning against the wall, struggling to breathe. As soon as I heard their conversation and combined it with my memories from my past life, I instantly understood. The one being beaten is none other than the future Golden Emperor Taizolo. Let me tell you, I was so unsettled by this man in my previous life. He worked day and night to save enough money to buy back his beloved girl, Stella, from the hands of human traffickers. But just when he was about to gather enough money, this so-called group of friends ambushed him. Those rascals were still shouting, "Kid, we are your friends." I clenched my fists in anger and coldly said, "Hey, there should be a limit to bullying, right?" The gangsters saw my Navy uniform and were so scared that they turned to run, but it was too late. My people had already blocked the entrance of the alley. I looked at the gangsters kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, then glanced at the desperate Tetsolo in the corner, and the fire in my heart could no longer be suppressed. Muramesa was drawn, and a flash of blood-red blade light passed by. One sword style Iato annihilation song. In the instant the sword returned to its sheath, countless lines of blood erupted from the bodies of the gangsters, and they didn't even have time to scream before turning into a mosaic on the ground. The alley fell silent in an instant. Tetsolo wiped the blood off his face, looked at me through the swollen slits of his eyes, and hoarsely asked, "Who are you?" I suppressed the killing intent brought by the village rain, turned to look at him, and found something strange. I asked him, "You can barely catch your breath, so why can I still see the smile in your eyes?" Taizolo coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggled to lift his body, and knelt heavily before me, his forehead hitting the ground. He raised his head, tears streaming down his face, yet he smiled brighter than anyone else. I smiled because this was the closest I had come to hope in over 20 years. I was stunned, and then I smiled. This was the happiest I had laughed since I became a sailor. I didn't mind that he was dirty. I walked up to him, put my arm around his shoulder, and helped him out of that dark alley. Then I took him to a small clinic at number 16, Shambois Island. Let me tell you, my subordinates are truly useless. I just got ties was settled, and when I turned around, my assistant Ella was hugging a trash can and vomiting like crazy for over 3 hours. The smell was a mix of last night's dinner and garlic. It was like a biochemical weapon, making my head throb. Ella looked pale, lifted his head with a blank stare, and said, "Major, you did the killing, but we are the ones cleaning up. Who understands our families? It's just letting him take people in to clean up a mess. He just stepped on a bit of intestines. Is it that serious?" The fact that he didn't faint on the spot shows he has strong willpower. This kid even challenged me, saying, "Major, how about you let me borrow your knife for a bit?" I was furious at that moment. Get lost. Touch my Murakumo? What a ridiculous thought. I waved my hand at him. Spit it out, and you'll get used to it. You can't handle this treasure, Murakumo." After saying that, I left. If I stayed any longer, I was afraid I would also throw up. Seriously, there wasn't a single reliable person. All my subordinates were slacking off, so I had to go gather intelligence myself. Time waits for no one. If I mess up this mission, there will really be consequences when I get back. As a result, I borrowed some clothes from the clinic doctor to disguise myself, and boy, a bigger challenge came. The doctor's name was Lacey, a woman in her 30s, and the way she looked at me was almost drooling. Her gaze never left my abs. She handed me a red dress, and my eyelids started twitching. A tall guy like me, over 1.8 meters, wearing this? I asked her if she had anything else. Anything that wasn't a dress. I'd even take rags. The smile she gave me was so flirtatious, saying she did have something, but usually didn't show it to outsiders. But since I was handsome, she would let me have it. I immediately felt something was off, like I was being teased. After a while, she came back with a black box, her cheeks flushed, stuffed it into my hands, and then ran away. I rubbed my hands together and eagerly opened the box. Damn, my CPU just overheated. What is inside the box? A pair of shorts, a lace skirt, black stockings, a little leather whip. I instantly jumped up and leaped out of the window, sliding on my knees at light speed to pick up the red dress I had just thrown away. Looking at the clinic sign that promised miraculous transformations, I realized this girl was really something else. There was no way out. I had to tough it out. I asked Dr. Lacey to do my makeup, and she even gave me a voice-changing pill. When I walked onto the street in the cartel shopping district, let me tell you, I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Dressed in a red gown with pink long hair and this face of mine, the head-turning rate was 200%. I felt like I had lost my personality. If I had known it would be like this, why did I save those few thousand belly to buy a new outfit? At that time, everything I saw was displeasing. A stray dog was squatting by the roadside, staring at me, so I went up and kicked it. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful girl before? As soon as my high-pitched voice came out, all the onlookers scattered in an instant. I was seething with anger while wandering around the commercial street. This cursed place is filled with cages holding slaves. And just seeing them made my anger flare up. That son of a bitch, Carter, really deserves to die. But when I used my observation hotkey to scan the area, I couldn't find any trace of him, just tourists and ordinary employees. What was the point of my sacrifice? There was no choice. My face didn't matter as much as the mission, so I had to call for help. I took out my phone bug and directly called my dad, Garp. My dad is quite a character. He said that distant water can't quench a nearby fire and told me to go to a tavern called Shachi at Island 13 to find a female pirate he used to chase all over the world for help. I was sweating at the time, wondering if this was reliable. The tavern's name literally means to extort. Wouldn't I get swallowed alive if I went in? What if that lady still held a grudge against my dad and decided to chop me up to feed the fish? With a heavy heart, I knocked on the door, and it creaked open. An old man with all white hair and beard, wearing glasses and having a scar over his right eye, stumbled out. Goodness, isn't this the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh? Although he looked like a frail old man, he definitely had an extraordinary aura. He let out a drunken belch and looked at me with bleary eyes, probably confused. His observation hotkey must have sensed my masculine energy, but when he looked closer, he found a little girl in a dress. He laughed at himself, probably thinking he was seeing things after too much to drink, and waved his hand, saying, "The boss is out, we're closed for business." What can I do? With this outfit, standing on the street is even more embarrassing. I pointed to the room and sighed, "Can I go in and talk?" Laylee was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying that it was he who was being rude and invited me inside. As soon as I entered the room, the atmosphere changed instantly. The old man's gaze sharpened, no longer showing any signs of drunkenness, and he emitted a terrifying aura like a king. My wig was almost blown off. He coldly asked me, "Navy, are you dressed like this to prepare for battle?" If it were anyone else, they would have already knelt down, but who am I? I stood my ground. I forced a smile, thinking this intimidation was quite something. I picked up the drink he pushed toward me and downed it without changing my expression, praising, "Good wine." Then, I thought there's no need to pretend anymore, so I laid my cards on the table. With a rip, I tore off the tattered dress, grabbed a handkerchief to wipe off my makeup, revealing my true self. Laylee was stunned, looking at my face, then at the newspaper on the table, as if he remembered something, and his intimidating aura faded. I stood there bare-chested, looking at him, and smiled slightly. "Hello, Mr. Laylee. Sorry for the abrupt visit. Please forgive me. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Tarlag, a lieutenant commander of the Navy headquarters." After hearing this, Laylee was first taken aback, then burst into thunderous laughter. "Haha, Garp's son, what? Is your father already letting you take over his work and come to catch us old guys?" He laughed until tears came out, probably reminiscing about Captain Roger and their era. I said with a wry smile, "Don't joke around. Are we really going to fight now? I don't want to die young." We exchanged a glance, and strangely felt a sense of regret for not meeting earlier. Getting back to the point, I told him the purpose of my visit and casually complained about my wicked father for pointing me in this direction. When Rayleigh heard me call my father a wicked father, he laughed even harder, saying that it was just right and had the style of the monkey family. He mentioned that Shaki had gone out for something and that I shouldn't be afraid of her chopping me up to feed the fish. I really had some guts. Then he pointed to a pile of documents in the corner, telling me to look for information myself. I went over and flipped through them, and hey, I really found something. The document said, a rare mermaid was captured at the human auction site in Area GR1, officially auctioned today, July 28th, attracting the attention of all local slave owners. I found it. My eyes lit up, and I said, no wonder I couldn't find that son of gun cart. He must have gone to watch the auction. I squeezed my withered wallet, which only had a little over 2,000 berries. Still the money I had taken from Marcy before joining the army. Buying a mermaid? That's probably a long shot. But no matter what, at least I found the person. I rushed back with the intel, needing to immediately bring people to set up defenses at the auction venue. As soon as I returned to the clinic, that little brat, Ella, surprisingly had already recovered and even dared to come up and provoke me, cheekily asking, Major, how does it feel to wear women's clothes? I tell you, at that time, there were over 500 Navy personnel inside and outside the clinic, each one trying to hold back their laughter to the point their faces turned purple, shoulders shaking, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud. I was so furious. Yeah, one of us has to die today. I charged up and beat him into a pulp. After that, I sat alone on the rooftop contemplating life. Who understands family? I felt like I lost my personality, completely socially dead, desperately in need of a fruit of face to recover. And what happened? That Ella guy, after getting beaten, still wasn't honest. He actually let that big guy Leo take candid photos of me in women's clothes. Leo seemed honest on the surface, but behind the scenes, he directly sold out Ella, emphasizing that a brother is just meant to be sold. By the time I found out, those little rascals couldn't hold back anymore and were rolling on the ground laughing. I've completely lost my face. After making a scene, I jumped down from the rooftop to reorganize the troops. That brat Ella was beaten up like a pig's head and was hiding in the crowd, changing his voice to shout. We are professionally trained Navy personnel. We usually don't laugh unless we can't help it. Ha ha ha. That honest Leo directly signaled the people in front of him to step aside, completely exposing the laughing Ella in front of me. Let me tell you, these two clowns are simply my cyber judges. All right, it's time to get down to business. I led the troops straight to the human auction site in Area 1. Move quickly, surround this place, and unless I give the order, not a fly is allowed to fly out. Ella was lying in the clinic, so I directly promoted the sensible and honest Big Eye Leo. Now, where are the cannons on my warship? Bring them up. Leo immediately saluted. Report, Lieutenant. The 5 cannons have been fully installed. Look at him, so sensible. Then I changed it to a cheap suit I found at a second-hand market with Leo, preparing to blend in. The security guard at the entrance stopped me, and I directly slapped my jingling wallet on my waist and shouted, Get out of the way. I've got money. The few security guards were immediately intimidated by my rich demeanor and let me pass. Leo quietly followed behind and asked, Lieutenant, you spent all your money on the suit. Do you still have any left? I shot him a sideways glance. Why is this kid so honest? I squeezed a handful of 1 beret coins in my wallet. This was my last bit of confidence. Making a sound was the key. I jumped up and gave him a light smack on the head. I appreciate you. If you like anything later, just tell me. Got it? As soon as we entered the venue, it was a chaotic scene filled with scum, making my fists clench. The auction had already started, and the host named Disco was acting like a clown on stage, selling a group of cat-ear girls for 30 million berets. Honest Leo couldn't take it anymore and, with red eyes, asked me if we could buy them. I shook my head and told him there's no need. Their aura is very faint, and even if we save them, they won't live long. I could see it clearly. Those girls' eyes were filled with a will to die, and it was already too late for redemption for them. Just then, the next item was brought up, and the host pulled off the covering cloth with a flourish. I was drinking free juice at that moment, and I sprayed it all out with a puff. Inside the cage, wearing a collar around his neck, was actually that old man Riley. I was completely dumbfounded. Hey, wasn't that old guy supposed to be welcoming guests? How did he end up selling himself? Did he lose everything gambling? The audience went wild, shouting and cursing. The host was also stunned, hands on his hips, pointing at Laylee's nose and scolding, You old man. Who sent you here for auction? Laylee, the old man, didn't take it lying down. Let me tell you, his scarred eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly, an invisible aura of dominance surged forward. That host, Disco, who was boasting just a second ago, suddenly rolled his eyes back, and with a thud, collapsed right in front of the cage, foaming at the mouth, sleeping more soundly than anyone else. The group of wealthy patrons below was dumbfounded, standing up and shouting, "Disco! What the hell are you doing? Is it time to sleep now?" Taking advantage of the chaos in the crowd, I quickly slipped into the shadows by the edge of the stage and shouted in a hushed voice, "Mr. Rayleigh, what are you singing about?" Guess what he said? He put his finger to his lips and shushed me, grinning, and said, "You absolutely mustn't tell Xiachi about this." When I heard that, my heart sank. Who understands family matters, right? It turns out that while Sister Xiachi has been away for over 10 days, he drank all the precious wine she had stored up, and now he has no money to fill the gap. So he's come up with this terrible idea to sell himself for some wine money. At that time, my mouth was twitching, and I thought to myself, you, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, still have the face to show up? I had heard before that he would sell himself when he ran out of money, but I thought he was just coming to meet Luffy and handle some business. It turns out he was really broke. I patted my wallet in my pocket, which was jingling with coins, and smiled, saying, "Mr. Rayleigh, how about I just buy you out?" He laughed heartily, finished the last sip of wine from his gourd, and shook his head. "You think you can outsmart me?" That look in his eyes was meaningful, as if to say, "The Navy's saving pirates? No wonder he comes from that family." This little episode quickly passed, and a wealthy old lady directly took him away. I could only watch them leave with a sympathetic gaze, silently praying, "Uncle Rayleigh, please don't crash." After the host disco was carried off, a female host dressed very scantily came on stage, named Xiaoya. As soon as she took the stage, she flirted and said in a sweet voice, "The next auction will be hosted by me, so please don't bully me. Everyone I was covering goosebumps, damn it. She's such a green tea." The group of pirates below instantly exploded, whistling and shouting words of fury, turning into a chaotic mess. A skinny monkey nicknamed Tiger Shark shouted at the top of his lungs, "Miss Xiaoya, please catch some goldfish for me later." Next to him, a bald, one-eyed man called Blood Lion immediately retorted, "Pa, with your little toothpick, you can catch goldfish?" Just as it seemed these two rivals were about to fight, Xiaoya on stage quickly pretended to be shy and said, "Oh, catching goldfish is something we can talk about later." I directly said to my little brother Leo beside me, "Leo, write down those 2 goldfish guys. We'll catch them together later." Leo almost called me young master, but quickly corrected himself. "Yes, yes, my lord. All right, let's get to the point." Joya clapped her hands, and a group of people pushed a huge rectangular water tank onto the stage. She pulled off the black cloth on top, and I tell you, all eyes in the room were instantly drawn to it like magnets. How could it be her? I was shocked. The small shark mermaid in the tank, holding a small crystal ball and looking calm, was none other than the famous fortune teller from Fishman Island, Sherry, Along's sister, the one with a 100 accuracy rate in predictions. I was completely stunned. Can a prophet also be attacked? This doesn't make sense. She can foresee the future. How could she let herself end up in such a situation? Just as I was puzzled, I sensed 2 overwhelming auras of anger. I turned around, and there they were, Jinbi and Arlong. They were wrapped in black cloaks, hiding in the crowd. Arlong's jagged nose looked like it was about to twist in anger, and he was clenching his fists, ready to charge forward, but Jinbi held him back tightly. Arlong growled, "But that's my sister." Meanwhile, on stage, Joya was still introducing. "Ladies and gentlemen, the way we caught this little shark is quite unusual. She crashed into our ship and knocked herself out." I couldn't help but laugh. Coming to me on her own? What kind of new scam is this? Or does she think someone will come to rescue her and is just putting on a show for us? I want to see if your 100 prediction can actually be rewritten by human intervention. The starting bid is 100 million Bailey. Each bid must be no less than 5 million. As Xiaoyu struck the gavel, the war began. Let me tell you, these people have gone crazy. A greasy man in a red suit in the private room started shouting, "I'll bid 100 million. Then immediately followed with 150 million, 200 million. The price skyrocketed like it was on a rocket, and the 5 million increments were simply a joke. In the blink of an eye, it reached 500 million. I was furious at that moment, my eyes wide open. Why is that? Why are these useless fighters all rolling in wealth? Why is it that I, a well-bred and distinguished naval lieutenant, have pockets cleaner than my face? I refuse to accept it. I can't stand it anymore. I suddenly stood up and shouted with all my strength, I offer 10 billion berries. The venue fell silent instantly. Everyone thought they had misheard. And then someone shouted, 10 billion. Oh my God. The entire place erupted. Everyone looked at me with eyes full of amazement, probably thinking, does this guy's money just fall from the sky? While others were bidding in the tens of millions, I jumped straight in with an offer of 10 billion. Aaron, hiding in the shadows, clenched his fists in anger. They had brought 10 billion worth of treasures this time, thinking it was a sure win. But I had silenced them with a single offer. Jinbei tightly held him down, urging him not to act impulsively. The little brother next to me, Leo, was almost in tears, stuttering as he asked me, and Master, are we really not going to get killed like this? I pouted, raised my empty wallet, and confidently said, Leo, do you believe that with this little money, I can buy that mermaid today? Leo's honest face was filled with disbelief. Young Master, if you can really buy her, Leo, will admit you're impressive. Wow, being called impressive is the highest honor between men. I got fired up right away, just watch. Today I'll show you what real skill looks like. Just then, the duck voice guy named Colt walked out of the booth, his face dark enough to drip water. He scanned the room and declared fiercely, I am Colt. This shark is mine for the taking. Whoever dares to compete with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll offer 23 billion. The room fell silent. It seemed this guy had quite the intimidating presence. When Joya saw that no one was raising the bid anymore, she had no choice but to pick up the hammer. 23 billion once. 23 billion twice. Just when Colt thought he had it in the bag and the hammer was about to fall, I smiled. I'd been counting how much money I had in my pocket, and now I had it clear, a total of 21 one-belly coins. I pressed my right hand on Leo's shoulder, and amid his bewildered expression, I leaped up and directly rode on his neck. From my elevated position, I looked down at Colt with an extremely disdainful gaze and shouted, You broke ass, get lost. I'll pay 21 Bailey. My scolding echoed in the venue. But when it reached everyone's ears, it automatically turned into 2 billion baht. Carl's face instantly twisted, glaring at me fiercely. I raised an eyebrow at him and said, What are you looking at? As I spoke, I leisurely dug out a booger from my nostril and flicked it at Carl, who was about to curse at me. Look at you, Ugg. His voice instantly changed from a duck's quack to a hen's cackle. He has a cleanliness obsession. Right on the spot, he started to clear his throat, his eyes turning red, and shouted at me while pointing at my nose, Kid, you're dead meat. If you have the guts, don't leave when the auction is over. I gathered my bravado in my throat and spat out an old phlegm, precisely hitting his greasy hair, and disdainfully said, Are you a damn elementary school student? Still hanging around after school? Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Xiaoya quickly struck down the final hammer. Congratulations to this esteemed gentleman for bidding 20 billion berries to acquire our grand finale item. This auction is now concluded. After saying that, she hurriedly had her subordinates push Xiaoli out, leaving this mess for us. Colt was so angry he was shaking, but he didn't dare to make a move in the venue. He just coldly sneered and left with a parting shot. Kid, you won't be able to leave this island. Before taking his people away, I patted Leo's head and told him to notify the people outside that they could reel in the net. Then I sensed that Jinbei and Arlong had slipped out too, hiding outside and secretly observing me. I couldn't help but sneer internally. Do you think of me as a target? You're really in for it. In the back, Joya squeezed her ample chest and said to me with a forced smile, My lord, should we deliver the treasure or cash? I felt a chill on my face. Stop with the nonsense. Do I look like I'm joking? Her expression changed, and she crossed her arms with a cold huff. So you're here to cause trouble, huh? She clapped her hands, and dozens of thugs instantly surged out from the shadows, surrounding us. Kid, if you dare to stir up trouble here, you must have picked the wrong place. The Leo next to me turned pale with fear and quietly asked, Major, is it time? I ignored him and instead looked around at the thugs with an excited expression, giving Xiaoyu a wicked smile. Has anyone told you that surrounding and attacking Navy headquarters officers with weapons, regardless of whether this place is recognized or not, will be redefined as a criminal organization? As soon as I finished speaking, Leo couldn't handle the pressure and tore off his suit with a rip, revealing the Navy uniform underneath. He looked at me in confusion. Major, why? Why aren't you taking yours off? My hand froze on the button, my heart bleeding, my thousand. 1,000 bellies. I kicked that wasteful thing away with one foot, then scanned the stunned crowd around me with a dangerous gaze. I pulled out a small notebook from my pocket and immediately began to convict them. First, coercive buying and selling. I offered 21 berries. But you heard it as 2 billion and still want me to pay. Second, betrayal of trust. You went back on your word during a face-to-face transaction. Third, in broad daylight, openly attacking a naval officer. This is a blatant provocation against the world government. Joya's face turned completely pale, her voice trembling. What do you want? Hand over that shark to me, and I'll give you a stick of incense's worth of time to retreat otherwise. The moment I unsheathed my Muramesa, a murderous aura instantly filled the air. To my surprise, this woman was pushed to her limit. Her eyes narrowed as she shouted, "You lot, he is all alone. Whoever can kill him, I, Joya, promise a reward of 100 million berries." I sighed and looked at her with pity. Originally, there was no direct evidence to take them all down, but now it was delivered to me on a knee. It would be a bit impolite not to accept it. I secretly took out an image phone bug and dialed it. This gadget was smuggled from the Warring States office and could directly transmit the footage to the Marineford headquarters. In the next second, I moved. A few basic attacks. The blade glimmered like a dragon. Dealing with these minor fish, I wouldn't even need to draw my sword if there weren't so many of them. Whoosh! The blade flashed, and the sword returned to its sheath, not stained with a drop of blood. The entire venue had turned into a hell on earth, and only that Xiao Yu was still alive. I kicked up a long spear from the ground and pinned her against the pillar behind her. Her gaze was hollow, still trembling her lips, the devil. "Joker won't let you go," I scoffed, my face filled with disdain. "Do you really think a jumping clown from the sea can scare me away?" I covered my face with one hand and laughed sickly. "What do you take the Navy for?" After saying that, I kicked a long knife away, shattering the phone bug she had secretly opened, which was in the middle of a conversation with Joker. Meanwhile, at Marineford Square, Akainu watched the scene of my rampage on the giant projection, revealing a long-lost smile, as expected of my subordinate. This relentless nature of eradicating evil is just to my taste. On my side, after killing, the backlash from the cursed blade hit me. My hands trembled violently, and it took several attempts to light the cigarette. I took a big puff and ended up coughing from the smoke. In the tank, the little mermaid Sherry had long been scared to tears. I rubbed my throbbing temples, as I couldn't stand little girls crying. Just as I was about to ask her what she had seen, a familiar presence appeared. "Mr. Rayleigh, hiding away isn't really your style." Rayleigh stepped out from the shadows, carrying a large bag of money. This must be all the loot he got from that old lady. He looked at me and said, "Terrag, could you do this old man a favor and hand Sherry over to me? She has done us great kindness in the Roger Pirates." I smiled, but my expression was unwavering as I shook my head firmly. Murakumo unsheathed half an inch again, and the sound was dull. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rayleigh. Whether it's from the Navy's position or my own, I can't give you this favor." Rayleigh's gaze instantly sharpened, and he smiled helplessly, casually picking up a broken blade from the ground and pointing it at me from a distance. "Are you ready to fight me? Then let's solve this the way we do on the sea." I tell you, the momentum, just the motion of raising his hand, made me feel a pressure like a mountain. The oppressive force of the older generation is simply overwhelming. The spoils belong only to the victors. This has been the rule since ancient times. Rayleigh said in a deep voice, "Come on, young man." Clang. This is the third time today I've drawn the demon sword Muramesa, and I feel my thoughts are increasingly influenced by this blade. I tell you, my eyes were red at that moment, and I felt like I was about to lose control of the knife. I directly threatened Rayleigh, saying, "I'll call you sir out of respect, but if you don't deserve it, I'll make you ascend on the spot." Man, in that state, I was scared of myself. I squatted down, hand on the knife handle, and assumed the initial stance for Iato cut. I looked so cool I almost didn't recognize myself. Then I gathered my energy, pouring in everything I had learned, and yelled, "One sword style, ultimate technique. Sky of one line." I tell you, that strike drained me of 70% of my dominance and 90% of my stamina. The speed was so fast that time seemed to stand still. By the time I came to my senses, I found myself behind Rayleigh, my sword already sheathed like a textbook example of showing off. I turned around and saw Rayleigh lying in a pool of blood, his head completely severed, and I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Is this what death feels like? Even his flying head seemed to be reflecting on the situation. But what do my family members know? 3 minutes later, the one lying on the ground, coughing up blood, is me. I had a large gash on my chest that hurt so much I was gritting my teeth. It turns out that what I just witnessed was not reality at all. It was the future I won, foreseen by that old man Rayleigh, using his observation hockey. In reality, with a broken sword, he took me and my sword down together. I lay on the ground, tears streaming down my face, roaring at his retreating figure. Rayleigh, the one in the future you saw. How humiliating. I can't even hold a knife. My palm is split open, my hands shaking like I have Parkinson's. That old man Rayleigh, holding Charlie, paused for a moment, and without turning back, threw me a line. Young man, that strike of yours was quite impressive. Really impressive. Impressive my ass. The one who won is you. I was so angry that I couldn't catch my breath and passed out right there. Later, I learned that before I fainted, I unconsciously unleashed a wave of Conqueror's hockey that stunned the air around me. But unfortunately, I had no idea. When I woke up again, lo and behold, that lazy dog Akiji was actually on my ship. He was yawning lazily and even asked if I want to try ice therapy to wake up. As soon as I heard that, I was so scared I sat up at the start. That one TB necessary. My brother, Ira, is too ruthless, actually wanting Akiji to freeze me. I'll remember this grudge. I approached him with a playful smile and asked, Brother Kazan, how did you get here? I had no idea when he arrived. After I fainted, it was only because he showed up that I felt safe enough to fall asleep. I asked him when he got here, and he surprisingly pretended to be clueless, saying, I forgot. I felt something was off at that moment. How could he remember that I promised to help him find a partner years ago? Yet forget this. There must be something fishy going on. My mind raced, and I instantly thought of something that made me break out in a cold sweat. Oh no, the incident where I disguised myself as a woman to infiltrate the auction. I suddenly slapped the bedboard, damn. Kazan was looking at me with a smug smile, as if to say, you finally remembered. He easily dodged my swinging fist and lazily said, Little Tyra, didn't you say that it's better to enjoy together than alone? I just took a photo and sent it to your grandpa, Mr. Garp. No big deal, right? I was completely stunned at that moment. I thought he would just take a photo for himself to enjoy, but I never expected him to actually go ahead and send it. The sky has fallen. If it kinda knows, it means Sengoku knows. If Sengoku knows, then everyone in Windmill Village will know. And if everyone in Windmill Village knows, how far are we from the whole world knowing? How am I supposed to go back home now? Sister Makino is definitely going to blow up my cross-dressing photo to several times its size and put it up in her bar, making it a public execution. I collapsed on the bed, feeling that there was no hope left in life. But it wasn't over yet. Kizuru poked his head in and delivered the final blow. Oh, I forgot to mention, your target named Carter accidentally got eliminated by me. The 20 million berries you promised your subordinates are probably down the drain too. I blacked out again, smoothly and effortlessly. That lazy dog came over and poked my head, muttering that avoiding problems doesn't solve them, then pulled out his own mission report from his pocket and placed it on my stomach. While I pretended to be unconscious, I tightly pinched that piece of paper between my fingers. It was my lifeline. Shinji rode away on his beloved old bicycle. Meanwhile, in Donghai Windmill Village, my unreliable grandpa Garp was laughing like a 200-pound child at my cross-dressing photo. Ha ha ha. Ace, I leave little Luffy to you. He grabbed little Luffy with one hand and tossed him at Ace, knocking both kids off the bed. Dayton, nearby, slid in to catch them, furious as she shouted at him. Garp, aren't you afraid of making Luffy stupid? Garp, picking his nose, said nonchalantly, That's my grandson. A strong will to live is the foundation of all power. Dayton, infuriated, punched him away, and the photo fell to the ground. When she picked it up and looked, she was stunned. In the photo, a stunning girl holding a parasol, dressed in a red dress, with long pink hair and bright red lips, was striking a cool pose as if kicking away a wild dog. The scene cut back to me. The warship had left Sabaody and was heading to the headquarters. I was lying on the deck, getting my feet massaged by that bruised kid Ella, but he didn't know which acupoint to hit. The soreness almost sent me away. My face turned red from the pain, yet I stubbornly said, How could it hurt? Go harder. Just as I was enjoying it, Sengoku's orders came. He told me not to return to the headquarters, but to go directly to the comm belt to act as the advance team for the Celestial Dragon's Garden Party, clearing obstacles. Scout? What kind of international joke is that? I just fought such a tiring battle. I need to take a break. I waved my hand and, with my 500 brothers, found an uninhabited island called Ruskina to throw a party. I told my subordinates to stay under a giant radish tree and not to run around. If they got eaten by wild beasts, I wouldn't be responsible for collecting their bodies from the dung heap. I leaned against a tree and sensed the entire island with my sight and hearing. Goodness, the presence of ferocious beasts on this island is astonishing. There are dozens of them, enough to fill me a pot. Just as I was pondering the situation on this island, not far away, on the pirate ship of the Nine Snakes, the little girl Empress Hancock and her two sisters were playing pirate games on the deck. In the next moment, with a splash, before they even had time to scream, they were scooped up by a huge net that emerged from the sea. I was resting with my eyes closed when suddenly, a powerful arrow shot past with a whoosh. I instinctively dodged and saw a woman exuding a murderous aura emerge from the jungle. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Madame Shachi. Her face was filled with anger as she immediately questioned me about whether I had captured the Hancock sisters. Let me tell you, her presence was even more intimidating than Rayleigh's. When she stepped down, the ground cracked open for over 10 meters. How could I dare to mess with her? She's a big shot that my old man chased for years, but couldn't capture. I quickly told my subordinates to scram, then put on a sycophantic smile, rubbing my hands as I approached. Sister Shachi, are you mistaken? She didn't listen at all, gritting her teeth and said, I'll give you 3 minutes to hand over Hancock and the others. We'll wipe the slate clean. Otherwise, with old grudges and new enmities, I'll settle the score with your monkey family. My mind was racing. Hancock was captured. The Celestial Dragon's Garden Party. The location is in the doldrums. Damn it, doesn't this connect the clues? I quickly raised my hand to surrender and explained to her, Sister Shucky, the Navy, no matter how despicable, would never harm children. She sneered and mentioned the bad deeds Akina did in the North Sea, directly making my face swell. I quickly changed the subject, lowering my voice to tell her about the fair, hinting madly that the people involved were the lackeys of the Celestial Dragons. Who is Sister Shachi? A witness of the God Valley incident, she understood immediately. She shot me a glare and scolded me for being a fool, asking why I was telling her this. Then she turned and vanished, probably to stir up some trouble and rescue people. Watching her retreating figure, I scratched my head. Did I say too much again? Forget it. Let's assume nothing happened. I rested my hands behind my head and casually strolled back, ready to continue partying with my brothers. However, as I thought about it, I still felt it was unsafe and needed to find some outside help. So I took out my phone bug and called Rayleigh. Rayleigh, come to Amazon Lily. I just hung up the phone, still pondering whether Rayleigh is reliable or not. And little did I know that at almost the same time, Sister Shachi's call came through. What a deadly chain call. At that moment, Rayleigh was in the underwater dragon palace of Fishman Island, having a 7-day and 7-night banquet with King Neptune and the others. Completely drunk. When the phone bug rang and Sister Shachi's familiar and cold voice came through, I tell you, Rayleigh's cloudy eyes instantly cleared up. Sister Shachi is also tough. Not wasting any words, she directly issued her final ultimatum. It's tonight, no matter what method you use, you must roll over to Daughter Island. Otherwise, she leisurely lit a cigarette and casually added, otherwise, you can forget about coming home in the future. Click. As soon as the call ended, Rayleigh's wine glass clattered to the ground. I tell you, that sobered him up faster than any hangover remedy. He immediately apologized to the mermaid lady singing on stage, saying there was an urgent matter at home. The drunken King Neptune swayed over, asking, why did it stop? Continue the music, continue the dance. But Princess Odoheim pulled out a small wooden board and slapped it on the fishtail, making him fall right there. Princess Odoheim is also reasonable, asking Rayleigh what happened. Rayleigh, with a bitter smile, had an expression that was simply priceless. It's nothing. Just my wife seems to want to kick me out of the house. Who understands family matters? The dignified king of hell, Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Pirate King, was completely at the mercy of a single word from his wife. The scene shifts back to my side, where life on Ruskina Island is peaceful and tranquil. My foolish subordinate, Ella insisted on experiencing my childhood training methods. All right, if you don't die from doing something stupid, then why not? I directly threw him into a makeshift bullfighting arena and let him play with a bull that had lost its tail. I was sitting nearby, happily grilling the beef tail that had just been taken off the cow, brushing it with a secret sauce and sprinkling chili powder. It smelled so good. The silly Leo beside me was drooling, his eyes fixed on my grilled meat, and he asked me with admiration, "Lieutenant, can you cook?" What a joke. I wanted to tell him, there's nothing in this world I can't do. But this silly guy didn't even listen, his attention completely on the grilled meat. Seeing his useless expression, I got so annoyed that I secretly sneaked up behind him, aimed at the bullfighting arena, and kicked him right in. Go on, my conspicuous sidekick. Share the blessings, and fight the bulls together. I was enjoying some roasted oxtail while watching two clowns being chased around the arena by a bull, feeling quite pleased. But then, joy turned to sorrow. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from deep within the forest, and the whole island shook 3 times. My 2 subordinates were still bragging in the bullfighting arena, claiming it was their kingly aura that scared the bull to pee itself. But when they turned around, their faces turned pale in an instant, and they screamed, "Lieutenant, help us!" I looked up and was stunned. Not far away in the forest stood a terrifying upright ape taller than the trees, its entire body a fiery red, and its eyes fixed intently on the roasted beef tail in my hand. My heart sank. The aura of this creature was at least that of a major general. This was going to be serious trouble. That kid Ella was so scared his legs went weak, trembling as he asked me, "Lieutenant, can we handle this?" I glanced at him and thought, I have to act like I'm holding this cup. I said casually, "What are you afraid of? You two can also have a fair chance against it." After saying that, I suddenly pushed off the ground and rushed up using the moon step. Below, Leo was still mumbling, "I get it. What the major meant by a fair chance is that we go up for 3 seconds and the gorilla will be 7/10 full." Let me tell you, this guy's comprehension ability is something else. In midair, I immediately locked eyes with that giant ape king. It roared and leaped up. Its fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down towards me with a destructive force. At that moment, I was also fired up, not dodging or evading. Just go head on. Dragon Claw Fist. With a loud bang, the fists collided hundreds of times larger, and the scene was like a bomb going off. The shockwave sent the surrounding trees flying. To be honest, in pure strength, I was really struggling. This beast's power was outrageous. There was no other choice but to rely on technique. I exerted my fists, using the inch power of the dragon's breath, and the force instantly penetrated its muscles. With a sound, that mountain-like fist of its was directly blown apart from the inside, a rain of blood everywhere. As a result, this gorilla was severely injured and went completely mad. Instead of coming after me, it turned and charged towards the navy below me. Damn! I saw some brothers getting knocked down by the rocks it threw, and I instantly exploded with rage. Damn it, capturing Cartel didn't cause this many casualties. Today, I'll let this beast bully us. One surge of anger couldn't be contained, and suddenly an invisible pressure erupted from my body. Conqueror's hockey, out of control. All my subordinates around me, one by one, collapsed like dumplings, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Even Leo, that silly guy before fainting, used his last bit of strength to murmur, "Major, we're one of us." In the whole place, only that kid Ella had enough willpower to barely stand, looking at me in shock, his lips trembling. "Major, do you also want to become king?" I can't help but laugh when I hear that. Become a king? That's a small mindset, bro. I want to be so strong that no one dares to call themselves a king, whether in heaven or on earth. I walked towards the great ape king, who had already knelt down under my overwhelming presence, holding my sword, Murakumo, step by step. Its eyes were filled with fear, even showing a desire to submit. But it had harmed my soldiers, so there was no room for negotiation. It was too late. I let out a cold laugh, channeling all my strength into the blade, and executed a single sword style, Moonlight. A crimson crescent flashed by, and the blade instantly pierced its heart. That massive body crashed to the ground. Later that night, by the banks of the Amazon lily, the calm sea suddenly erupted into a huge whirlpool. Then, With a loud splash, a terrifying slash of water emerged from the sea, splitting a giant sea creature in two, its blood staining the entire area. Rayleigh, drenched, jumped ashore, muttering, "I almost died, these old bones of mine." Before he could finish, a cold voice came from behind him. Sister Shucky was waiting for him with her arms crossed. Glancing at her watch, "There are 3 hours until dawn. You're late." 3 months of no alcohol. Well, it was clear where Rayleigh, the Dark King, stood in the family hierarchy. The next morning, the atmosphere on my side was quite heavy. I personally laid to rest the 42 brothers who sacrificed themselves in the cemetery and erected a monument. After finishing these tasks, I asked Ella how the escorting of the celestial dragon was going. He told me that Akainu was in the North Sea, Akiji had quit, and in the end, they had no choice but to send Kizaru. I was so stressed at the time. Damn, Kizaru, that guy with a decent salary, the lazy king of the 4 emperors? I just accidentally leaked the news about the celestial dragons wanting to leave the calm belt yesterday and sent him to escort them. Aren't those celestial dragons just rushing to give it away for free? Feeling frustrated, I started chatting with my system, asking it to give me a task to become stronger. As a result, the damn system froze for a long time and said that I already knew everything I shouldn't know and it couldn't teach me anymore. Finally, it came up with one sentence. "Why don't you open the newbie gift pack and take a look?" I thought to myself, what era is this that there are still beginners gift packs? But when I opened it, wow, 100 million berries, 8 zeros behind it. I pretended to be calm on the surface, saying that I wasn't interested in money, but inside, I was overjoyed. I immediately took out 50 million berries and threw it to Ella, asking him to share it with the brothers, using it as compensation for the fallen and a bonus for the living. As a result, Ella, holding the treasure chest, looked at me in shock and said, "Major, did you sell yourself at Daughter Island next door last night?" I kicked him flying. Am I going to Daughter Island? I still want to live for another 2 years. To be honest, things are getting weirder on this island. I activated my observation hockey, and good grief. Dozens of masters appeared overnight, all hiding like rats in various corners of the island. I sent my silly subordinate Leo to lead a team to scout the area. Guess what happened? This guy came back bare-assed with a huge gash on his chest. He was crying and begging me to make a decision for him. He said in the West, he ran into a top-tier swordsman, but he didn't even see the person. A sword aura almost chopped him in half. In the East, it was even worse. They encountered a group of pirates. The captain called himself Captain John, and he stripped them bare inside and out, only letting them go in the end because he thought they were too poor. I was speechless after hearing that. So being poor can actually serve as a life-saving card. I learned something new. Wait, Captain John? As soon as I heard that name, my heart skipped a beat. Could it be that legendary pirate from Rockship? This is serious. I immediately took out the special phone snail and called Admiral Sengoku directly. "Moshi Moshi, I just introduced myself. This is the reconnaissance unit. I am Lieutenant Colonel Tarlag." Guess what? That old man Sengoku got so scared that he directly threw the top secret document he was holding, and it was swallowed by his broken goat. He didn't even care, grabbed the phone snail, and rushed into a small dark room, lowering his voice to yell at me. "How many times have I told you? As a secret reconnaissance unit, your primary task is to keep secrets, and you are not allowed to have any contact with the outside world." I was speechless at the time, thinking this old man really doesn't understand humor. Let me tell you, this is already the 4th time I've called his emergency hotline. Does he think I want to call? It's just my damn monkey family bloodline acting up. 2 days ago, I had just arrived in this godforsaken windless zone. The sun was just right, and the breeze was pleasant, and I thought I should report to my superior for peace of mind, right? But when I called, good grief, he didn't hold back a single curse and scolded me for a whole hour. Fine, I admit I was neglecting my duties. I reflected on it and patrolled seriously for a full 5 hours, not seeing a single shadow. Now it should be time for a proper report, right? I called again. "Report, General of the Warring States. This godforsaken place is perfect for that bunch of trash to vacation." And what happened? This time he scolded me for 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 37 seconds, precise to the second. Who understands? My heart was shattered by his scolding. I was clearly working hard. Fine, you think my reports are lacking substance? Then I'll give you something substantial. As soon as those people show up, I immediately called back with a sickly smile. "Report, General. I found an uninhabited island, and the little animals here are particularly friendly and very clingy. And guess what? This time he actually didn't scold me. He sighed and gritted his teeth, asking me, "Come on, what important discovery do you have this time?" I was thrown off by this, thinking I could listen to another half hour of his monologue. I scratched my head and cautiously asked, "General of the Warring States, last time you mentioned that the escort ship's first stop would be here. Can the itinerary be changed?" "Nonsense," he exploded directly, and even through the phone, I could feel the spit flying at my face. "Do you think this is childish play? I've already hyped up that so-called friendly little animals island to the skies and reported it to the world government. Have you ever seen those self-proclaimed gods take a detour just because of a little potential danger?" He huffed for a while before controlling his anger and asked me, "What exactly did you discover? Can I say it? Dare I say it?" I hesitated for a long time. "Well, about the change of the flight route." "Absolutely impossible," he said decisively. Then he suddenly turned the conversation and even comforted me. "Don't worry, with Borsalino leading the team, those little thieves you discovered are completely insignificant." After saying that, he abruptly hung up the phone. I looked at the phone bug in my hand and I was stunned. A little thief? At that moment, I mentally listed the names of the dishes. The Grand Uncle of the Warring States, an intelligence agent like Siak Chi, the Underworld King Rayleigh, Captain John, plus a top swordsman who acts independently, along with dozens of unfathomable auras. If you consider all of them as little thieves, and you think that Kizaru alone can handle it, then forget I said anything. I casually threw that broken phone bug into the sea, resting my hands behind my head as I walked back. If it weren't for me accidentally letting slip the message the celestial dragon wanted a summer chi, I would have definitely read you the death list. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. If something happens later, don't blame me for not warning you. Just as I was strolling around, a calm and magnetic voice suddenly rang in my ear. What luck to meet a long-lost strong person in a place like this. My muscles instantly tensed up. Who is speaking? My observation, Haki, clearly sensed someone nearby, but I just couldn't find them. I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki for a no-holds-barred attack, trying to force the person out. The response I got was a green slash flying towards me from the coast. It was incredibly sharp. The Murakumo at my waist instantly unsheathed, and I countered with a crimson slash. The two slashes exploded in mid-air, the airflow swirling like a typhoon, even from a distance. Our gazes were practically sparking in the air. I raised my eyebrows, thinking that this aura felt so familiar. It turned out to be that mysterious swordsman from the western coast. As he slowly walked over from the shore, I recognized him immediately. Black short hair, sharp yellow, eyes like an eagle. Wasn't this a younger version of Hawkeye Dracula? He walked over, unbothered by my Conqueror's Haki, while muttering, "A Navy officer actually has such presence." I licked my lips, my eyes nearly shining. I clearly remembered that a few days ago, Sengoku handed me a stack of bounty notices and said, "When you catch them and bring them to Impel Down, I'll make you an admiral." And this Hawkeye guy, right in front of me, was second on that list, with a bounty of 470 million berries. Family, who understands? A walking KPI. Immense wealth was standing right in front of me. How could I resist this? "Navy, what reason do you have to fight?" Seeing my demeanor, Hawkeye respected me enough to first take down his sword, Yuru. I patted my pockets, trying to find that bounty notice to show him, but I couldn't find it. I probably used it as toilet paper last time I went. I looked at him earnestly and said word by word, "For power and money." Hawkeye fell silent for a few seconds, and I guess he was thinking, is this guy a fool? But my serious gaze didn't seem like I was joking. He raised Yuru and slowly said, "Before that contest begins, my partner still needs a bit of training. Come on, Navy, meeting you today is fate's arrangement." I tell you, when he said those words, I started trembling all over, my legs rooted to the ground, and the veins were popping out. But it wasn't because I was excited. It was a subtle feeling that I couldn't quite describe, and I didn't even know what I was excited about. Hawkeye saw me shaking like a leaf and probably thought I was eager for battle. In fact, he was also trembling, just desperately trying to suppress it. As soon as my hand touched the hilt of the sword, I felt a surge of stability. Ever since I awakened the Conqueror's Haki, I always felt that something was missing, but now I understand. The armament, hockey, and willpower are just qualifications to wield a sword. Only the conqueror's hockey, with its dominating spirit, can truly earn the recognition of this demon's sword. I unabashedly unleashed my conqueror's hockey to the max, and with a clang, the demon's sword Murakumo responded. Navy, what is your name? Hawkeye became serious. I grinned, revealing a big D, and in an instant charged forward, laughing. My name is Monkey D. Tarlag, the one who will take your life. Clang. The two black swords collided fiercely, and a shockwave bent the surrounding trees. My face turned red from the strain, while Hawkeye remained relatively relaxed, even taking the time to apologize. My apologies. I should have introduced myself before asking the name of a strong opponent. After saying this, we separated as he adjusted his hat and said with a unique flair, My name is Dracul Myhawk, the one who will claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Just as he finished speaking, another brilliant green slash came slicing through. I cursed inwardly. Damn it, as long as you don't speak. Your big move is just a regular attack. But am I afraid? I gripped the sword with both hands, my muscles bulging, and unleashed an even more ferocious crimson slash. Blood Demon. The two slashes collided, creating a spectacle akin to a meteor hitting the earth. Just when we were at a stalemate, my red light suddenly erupted, directly swallowing the green light. Hawkeye's eyes widened in surprise, but he still calmly raised his sword to meet the residual wave of the slash. I gasped for breath, looking at the reddened blade in my hand, and my heart soared with joy. This demon's sword Murakumo was actively helping me wrap the conqueror's hockey. Although the amplification wasn't large, in a duel at our level, even a slight advantage is the dawn of victory. This round has put me far ahead. I looked up at the figure engulfed by my strike, but I didn't dare to relax for a moment. Sure enough, with a crack, that scarlet slash was shattered by night like glass. Eagle-Eye stood with his sword sheathed, completely unharmed. Then, to my surprise, he didn't attack. He looked at me with a serious expression and, filled with anger, asked, Is your flawed swordsmanship meant to insult me, aside from its power? I acknowledge your strength, but your swordsmanship is still not enough for me to take you seriously. I'm just directly confused, okay? Big brother, I've only been practicing for less than a month, and being able to fight you like this is already incredible. But what he said isn't wrong. I rely purely on strength to overpower with zero technique. Explanation? In a duel between sword masters, isn't an explanation equivalent to admitting defeat? I couldn't be bothered with small talk. My right hand gripped the handle of the sword. My body leaned forward, striking a pose for the Iaedo slash, and I spoke in a low voice. Understand yourself. See through the world, become stronger. Thanks to an old man, I've grasped this blade. If you can take it without dying, consider it a win. I poured my two-color hockey into sword, and the air around us solidified. Hawkeye's expression changed dramatically. He knew this slash could kill. One sword style, ultimate technique. I roared out the opening move, and just as he prepared, I vanished. A ray of light. The next second, I appeared before him like a ghost, the overwhelming momentum of Murakumo descending fiercely. Boom! A huge sound echoed, and the entire island shook. Even Rayleigh, far away on Daughter Island, felt it, looking up at the torn sea of clouds and saying, The sky is changing. When the smoke cleared, I collapsed to the ground, the sword slipping from my hands, panting heavily but laughing joyfully. Aha! Myhawk, how about calling a draw? Opposite me, Hawkeye knelt on one knee, using night to support himself, blood covering his mouth and arms, but his gaze remained sharp. A draw? He tried to force himself up, seeking a winner and a loser. I quickly yelled at him, Stop. Do you still want your legs? My initial strike was aimed at his neck, but he forcibly deflected it with his divine swordsmanship, turning it into a downward slash. His legs' meridians had already been injured. If he moved recklessly, it would be ruined. Gritting his teeth, he said, My sword never stops because of fear. I panicked and had to bring out my trump card. What about your agreement with Shanks? Was that just a casual remark? His body trembled, and he fell silent. After a long time, he finally said in a deep voice, A draw is not what I desire, but today I have no choice but to let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, we exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. 3 hours later by the coast, I looked at his black small boat and couldn't help but ask, How about joining the Navy? My hawk crossed his arms, his wounds already treated. He looked at me, a smirk on his lips. When I forge my sword into a black blade, I will return to this island. If you wish to recruit me, then defeat me. With that, he set sail. I rested my hand on the hilt of my sword, smiling and shaking my head. As you wish. At that moment, on the outskirts of the calm belt, 4 warships were guarding an extremely luxurious large ship. Kizaru was standing on the deck, lazily calling with a transponder snail, Moshi Moshi. Strange, why isn't the little monster answering the phone? Behind him in the cabin, screams, pleas for mercy, and sinister laughter mixed together, creating a hellish scene. The bodyguards on the deck were expressionless, while the reactions of the Navy soldiers were quite entertaining. The veterans looked numb, the rookies were full of rage, and some who had been taught a lesson were trembling in fear. At that moment, a private first class clenched his fists, his eyes red as he stared at the cabin, squeezing out a few words. I can't hold it in anymore. As a result, let me tell you, a nearby veteran grabbed him and yelled at him, saying this was not his business and not to forget what he was doing. Goodness, as the veteran said that, he directly took off his eye patch, pointing at his own eye socket that looked like a black hole, calmly saying, the price of meddling is this. We should learn to keep our mouths shut. Who understands the family struggles? This workplace, PUA, has even reached the Navy. That private first class was instantly petrified, his mind blank, but that fire in his heart just wouldn't extinguish, holding back a fierce determination. No matter the cost, someone has to do it. I tell you, at this moment, the yellow monkey standing at the front, the light that was originally shining on his fingertip, poof, is gone. Wearing a tattered pair of sunglasses, no one can see what that bee-face of his is thinking. The camera shifts, and on the other side, on that broken island of Ruskina, a group of reckless pirates have already popped the champagne. A skinny monkey-like pirate, grinning lewdly, says to an old man with white hair in the middle, Captain John, we VE made a killing this time. Not only did we collect $5 billion in bounty fees, but we also managed to intercept the celestial dragons. Next to him, a small giant carrying a 5-meter-long sword joins in the ruckus. My big sword can't hold back anymore. I heard those guys who call themselves gods are all rolling in wealth. Captain, is the rule still the same? Whoever grabs, it gets to keep it. This group of lawless pirates surrounds an old man with white hair called John. This old man is no ordinary person. He was a ruthless character in the Rocks Pirates back in the day, notorious for his greed, selling out brothers, and resorting to underhanded tactics for money, which was a daily routine for him. During the battle at God Valley, he was fanning the flames, all for the countless riches of the celestial dragons. Upon hearing the word loot, John's old face beams with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Kuaha! Of course. Whoever gets it counts as theirs. You are all my good brothers. As long as I have a bite to eat, you will too. This plan, I tell you, does it look like your boss? In reality, he has long secretly dug a cave on an uninhabited island, hiding $25 billion in treasure. That money is probably laughing at these fools in the cave. And at this moment, what is my brother Tarlag doing? He is hosting a feast on the island. His little brother, Ella, frowning as he brings over a box of wine, asks him, Lieutenant, you threw away the transponder snail. How are we supposed to contact Admiral Kizaru? Besides, didn't Tiwi come here to hunt pirates? Is it really okay to just drink and party every day? My buddy Tarlag, his face flushed from drinking, couldn't even straighten his tongue. With a flick of his thumb, he popped the cork off the wine bottle with a bang, put his arm around Ella's shoulder, and said, What are you talking about? Drink up while we can. Come on, let me pour you another. Less than a minute later, Ella, who was allergic to alcohol, collapsed and lost consciousness. My buddy spat in disdain. Is that all the drinking capacity you have? That was just one bottle. Saying this, he opened another bottle and poured it directly into the unconscious Ella's mouth, insisting, You're not drunk. I'll help you. Meanwhile, on the Celestial Dragon's shabby ship, things were even more intense. A chubby little boy, around 7 or 8 years old, with a runny nose and wearing a bubble helmet, pointed a toy gun at Kizaru's head and said, Hey, little yellow, when are we arriving? All my slaves are dead. I need to catch some new ones. Goodness, this brat was getting excited. Why aren't you answering me? My dad said I could do anything I want. Anyone who refuses me can be killed. He. I have to tell you, the expression on Kizaru's face at that moment, his eyes behind the sunglasses were almost frozen. He slowly turned around, raised both hands, and with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, said, "How scary, oh, I almost died. You know, that little brat really thought he was tough, but then his father." Another celestial dragon, Saint Morosi, came out of the cabin, kicked a small slave girl flying, and impatiently shouted at Kizaru, "When are we arriving? We're the powerful beasts we are waiting for." Just then, boom, boom, the sea suddenly exploded. John's gang of pirates rushed over in their ship, and without a second thought, they started bombarding this side like cannonballs were free. "Ha ha ha, little ones, the treasure is right in front of us. Charge! First come, first served." John stood at the bow of the ship, waving his knife, looking incredibly arrogant. The celestial dragon's ship quickly descended into chaos. The most outrageous part was that the father, Saint Morosi, kicked his own son, Saint Charles, out of the way to escape first, scrambling into the safe room. He even yelled at Kizaru, "You Navy must give us an explanation for this." His son was left crying in confusion, asking why he was kicked. Before closing the safety door, the father sneered and said, "After raising you for so many years, isn't it just for today? When necessary, you can be used to calm the pirates' anger." After saying that, he was about to close the door, leaving his son outside to wait for death. I thought to myself, this fatherly love is a bit too intense. Seeing this unfold, Kizaru knew he couldn't keep acting, otherwise his salary would be deducted. He flashed and appeared at the bow of the ship, kicking a cannonball away. His face darkened. "Terrag, what the hell are you doing? You didn't detect such a strong presence?" The Navy quickly organized a counterattack, but one soldier desperately shouted, "Report, we are out of cannonballs. The celestial dragons took them for fireworks a few days ago. How are we supposed to continue this mission?" Admiral Mongoose was so angry his face turned green, cutting a cannonball in half, then turning to yell, "If there are no cannonballs, then use guns." Seeing their own side suffering heavy casualties, Kizaru finally stopped pretending. His figure instantly transformed into beams of light, and the next second he appeared above the pirate ship, still in that cocky tone. "Be careful, everyone, because I am also here." As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his hands, and countless light points gathered, creating the 8-span jewel. Let me tell you, that scene was like a meteor shower, with dense beams of light raining down on the pirate ship. The pirates were instantly dumbfounded, shouting that the intel didn't mention such a monster. John, however, remained defiant, wielding his knife and shouting, "Everyone be careful. If you get taken out, there won't be any treasure left for you." While the battle outside was heating up, my buddy Terrag had his system upgrade online again, acting all edgy and declaring that the system was officially back. Terrag, feeling a bit tipsy, turned over and cursed. Damn it. The system thought he was praising its sound, getting even more excited, and shouted, "Heavenly fire." But what happened? It conjured up a flame the size of a lighter out of thin air. My buddy directly reached out to snuff it out, impatiently saying, "Sorry, I don't smoke." Then Terrag woke up and entered a sage moment. He gave Ella an antidote, looking into the distance, and began to reflect. To put it simply, he didn't want to be too overpowered, become invincible in 3 years, and then retire to live a boring life. He wanted to experience the stories of this world, to adventure and brag with his brothers, rather than being an invincible loner. In the end, he negotiated with that system and said, "Fine, let us get you a contract for a month to boost your KPIs." As a result, the system directly gave him a hellish task: in the doldrums, eliminate a celestial dragon. Among the rewards, besides 1 billion berries, there was also a title called Father's Praise, which had the effect of, within a year, no matter how reckless you are, your father will not get angry. My buddy's eyes lit up at that moment. He was almost drooling. He didn't even look at the space fruit fragments, just pointed at the title and shouted, "I'll take it." His mind was already imagining how he would confront his dad, Garp. But the system was thinking, "Little brother, does your dad beating you have anything to do with being angry? That's love." On the other side, Rayleigh and Shacky were also on the ship of Nine Snake, sensing the battlefield through observation hockey, ready to rescue anyone at any moment. Meanwhile, Kizaru was already getting impatient. Holding the Ama, no Murakumo, no Tsurugi. He flashed a light, and directly split John's pirate ship in half. Then he vanished again, appearing above John, saying that classic line, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" With a loud bang, John was kicked in the sea like a cannonball, his life or death unknown. As he thought it was over and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, dozens of shadows suddenly shot out from the split ship's bottom, all of them fishmen. They shouted, "Water heart, sea current, over-the-shoulder throw." Good heavens! A massive wave wrapped Kizaru up like a big zongzi. Fruit users lose their powers when they touch seawater, and Kizaru immediately lost consciousness, getting swept into the sea. Let me tell you, this move was truly a disaster. The entire Navy was stunned, and the Weasel didn't think twice before jumping into the sea to save him. How could the future admiral just disappear like this? At this critical moment, my buddy Tarlag had already disguised his appearance with the potion provided by the system and quietly approached the luxurious ship of the Celestial Dragons. He looked at the little Celestial Dragon, Charlero, who was abandoned by his father and was so scared that he lost control of his bowels. With a big question mark on his forehead, that little brat was still trembling, raising his pistol, trying to threaten him, shouting, I'm a god. I have more than 30 child brides. I have hundreds of slaves. I have a lot of money. I can give it all to you. Don't kill me." My buddy immediately got fired up upon hearing this, as he hates it when others show off with money. He swiftly drew out his disguised curved blade, Muramesa, and with a single slash, the kid's head flew off on the spot. After killing, Terrag disdainfully picked his nose and said, as if anyone doesn't have money. The system notified that the mission was complete and the rewards were credited. At that very moment, on another warship, the Dark King Rayleigh finally made his move. The old man stood in the middle of the deck, squinting his eyes slightly, and an invisible, suffocating conqueror's haki instantly swept across the entire battlefield like a tsunami. The next second, the whole battlefield fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Whether they were Navy or pirates, one by one, they all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. I tell you, the scene was like cutting wheat. A large area fell down with a rustling sound. Old Rayleigh retracted his haki, sighed, and said there had been too many sacrifices. Hancock and the others were still young and shouldn't bear this burden. Just as he finished speaking, Shucky emerged from the cabin with a serious expression. When Rayleigh saw her face, his heart sank. Didn't he find them? Shucky shook her head, clearly unwilling. The intel was wrong. The people had already been moved to the escort ship. Moreover, Sengoku and Zifa, those two old monsters, had already set out from headquarters and were about to reach the comm belt. We need to retreat. Give up? After hearing this, Rayleigh not only didn't rush, but instead smiled mysteriously and said, "Not necessarily. Things might take a turn." Shucky was confused. "What did you see?" Rayleigh squinted his eyes, looking towards the luxurious escort ship in the distance, and uttered a few words, "A crimson crescent moon." Goodness. Let us rewind 10 minutes, and I'll show you what this crimson crescent moon is all about. Our protagonist Terrag had already sneaked onto the escort ship where the Celestial Dragons were held. That so-called impregnable golden door was nothing but a joke in front of his blade, Muramesa. He inserted the tip of the blade, gave it a gentle twist, and a large hole appeared that someone could pass through. He thought very clearly at that moment. Killing one Celestial Dragon would make the world government dig up your ancestors for generations. But if all the Celestial Dragons, along with the ship, disappeared without a trace, that would be a natural disaster. His ears perked up. He could no longer sense Kizaru's presence. He knew that side was done, and rushing over now would be pointless. It was better to take this opportunity to resolve the future trouble. Stepping into the cabin, let me tell you, it was dazzlingly splendid, almost blinding my eyes. The walls were gold, and the furniture was encrusted with jewels. So extravagant it made one want to curse. Outside, cannon fire raged on, with Navy brothers risking their lives to fight, while these pigs inside were partying. Each one of those fat Celestial Dragons was surrounded by women, drinking and celebrating. One named Ralmosi Saint was holding two women, watching slaves perform for entertainment. A little boy, a bit slow in his actions, was directly whipped, blood gushing out. Another little girl was kneeling on the ground, numbly massaging their legs. Tears mixed with dirt streaming down her face, not daring to make a sound. Just then, another Celestial Dragon approached with a wine glass, leeringly asking, Ralmosi Saint. I heard you got 3 nice lowly ones again? My few are too useless. Can I have them? Ralmosi Saint pinched the face of the woman in his arms, signaling the guy to sit down and talk, not to look up at him, then refused. That won't do. I plan to train them as high-class maids. So don't even think about it. I'm telling you, what he said is about the Hancock sisters. These scumbags even fed them devil fruits, just waiting to bring them back to Mary Geos, branding them as slaves and torturing them every day for fun. They pride themselves on being noble, even considering the outside air dirty, so it's impossible for them to have anything to do with slaves. They purely enjoy the perverted pleasure of trampling on others. Tarlag hid in the shadows, witnessing everything, his fists clenched tightly. He glanced around. There were quite a few guards, stationed every 5 steps, plus a patrol. But they were all small fry. The only ones to watch out for were those CP0 members in white suits and masks. All right, I've got the situation figured out. Time to act. Tarlag stepped out of the shadows, and an overwhelming killing intent instantly erupted. The leader of CP0, a guy named Buzzka, reacted the fastest, shouting who. Instead of rushing over directly, he pressed the alarm first. Buzz. As soon as the alarm rang, the entire cabin erupted in chaos. The celestial dragons were so scared that they jumped out from the pile of women, hiding behind CP0, trembling and screaming. Quick, deal with him. If we lose even a hair, you all will die. Yes, my lord. Buzzka replied with a face full of reverence, then shouted to his companions, protect the nobles. I'll take care of the enemy. Just as he finished speaking, Tarlag was already surrounded by a bunch of guards. He didn't move at all, just quietly waited until there were enough people gathered, then looked at the charging Buzzka and coldly spat out, "Too many small fries. Let me clear the field first." As soon as he finished speaking, Conqueror's hockey. Boom! An invisible storm exploded around him, and those guards who had just surrounded him didn't even let out a sound before they fell over. Eyes rolled back in their heads. Buzzka's charging form suddenly halted, and he was dumbfounded. Wow, Conqueror's hockey? Tough opponent. But as the captain of CP0, he gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. He didn't know how to avoid death. Tarlag's gaze turned cold as he watched the incoming target, his right hand clenched into a fist raised above his head. Just as Buzzka reached him, a punch of love came crashing down from above, aimed straight at his forehead. Buzzka wanted to block it with his iron block, but the speed was too fast. With a crisp crack, his entire head, along with his upper body, was smashed directly into the deck by Tarlag's punch, leaving only his legs twitching outside. The absurdity was off the charts. Tarlag pulled back his arm, shook his hand, and looked disdainful. Is this it? CP0 can't even take one punch from me. The remaining celestial dragons were already scared to the point of wetting themselves, pointing at Tarlag and screaming, "Go. Everyone go. Kill him." The remaining CP0 members exchanged glances. Although they felt terrified, they still steeled themselves and charged forward. Just in time, Tarlag sneered, and another wave of Conqueror's hockey was unleashed. The few CP0 members felt dizzy, their movements slowed for a moment. Now's the time. Tarlag drew Murikamo, his figure flickering as he dashed through them. When he stopped and slowly sheathed his sword, he turned his back to the few CP0 members who were still in a charging posture, grinning. "Sorry, I've already finished cutting." As soon as he finished speaking, several lines of blood shot out, and the CP0 members fell to the ground dead. Now, the entire cabin was left with only a few celestial dragons trembling like leaves in the wind. Tarlag walked over step by step, a mocking smile on his face. "You so-called gods are also afraid, huh?" Ralmosi, terrified, randomly grabbed a maid to shield himself, stammering, "What? What do you want?" "We are celestial dragons. You sent us back to the Holy Land, and you can have anything you want." "Shut up. I tell you, Talagana can't take in any nonsense at all." With a flash of a sword, the world became serene. After dealing with these scum, he waved his hand to the stunned slaves and announced loudly, "Listen up. From today onwards, you are free." In an instant, cries and expressions of gratitude filled the air, and everyone knelt down. Just then, a young and stubborn voice came from a corner. "I want to follow you." Tarlag was taken aback and followed the voice. It was a cage made of sea prism stone, inside which were 3 little girls, the Hancock sisters. Hancock had admired the strong since childhood, but in recent days, She had been tormented by the celestial dragons and indoctrinated with the idea that gods must not be defied. She had rebelled, only to receive brutal beatings. To protect her sister, she even knelt down and begged for mercy, swallowing that disgusting fruit, and her pride had almost been ground to dust. But now, Talag's appearance was like a light, instantly rekindling the nearly extinguished flame in her heart. Benefactor. Hancock knelt on the ground with a thud, her forehead hitting the floor heavily, her voice trembling. Please help me, save my two sisters. Tarlag glanced at the two little girls curled up behind her, their breaths weak, and without a word, placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. One sword style, bright moon. He used all his strength to deliver a fierce slash at the sea prism stone cell door. Then, with a loud clang, the cell door remained unmoved. I tell you, that scene was so awkward that he could have dug a 4-bedroom apartment with his toes on the deck. Who understands a family? The moment of failure when trying to show off, the air was frozen. Hancock raised her head. The hope that had just ignited in her big eyes instantly dimmed again, and she whispered in despair, "They say this is the hardest stone in the world. Even a benefactor can't open it." Tarlag didn't hear what she said, and, seeing that he couldn't cut through, he turned and left. Hancock watched his departing figure, her heart sinking to the bottom. She didn't shout again, just staggered to her feet, walked over to her sisters, hugged them with her small body, and slowly closed her eyes. Hope was shattered. She was really too tired. Just then, there was a click, the sound of the lock being opened. Hancock suddenly opened her eyes and saw Talag's face returning. He held a key in his hand. He threw the key away, walked in, and pointed his finger at Hancock's forehead, smiling as he said, "Hey, since you've drawn your sword, if I can't save you, doesn't that mean I've lost again?" The light in Hancock's big eyes instantly reignited, and then all the grievances, fears, and despair from the past few days erupted at that moment. With a loud wow, she cried out in a way that shook the heavens and the earth. Tarlag froze, frightened by this cry and backing away repeatedly, bumping into the railing behind him. Goodness, this big brother is not afraid of anything in the world, but he's afraid of a little girl crying. He fumbled to pat his chest, and when Hancock's crying lessened a bit, he cleared his throat and pointed at her sisters. "Now you are free. Should I take you away?" Hancock wiped her tears, worry creeping back to her brow. She really didn't have the energy to take her sisters away. "I want to hear what you have to say, and when there's time in the future, I'll say more. For now, let's go." Tarlag saw that time was tight and directly interrupted her thanks. He picked up Hancock's two sisters, one in each arm, and had Hancock lie on his back, quickly rushing toward the ship's exit. Benefactor. Hancock lay on his warm back and softly called out, "Huh?" Tarlag kicked away a guard blocking the way, saying, "Don't talk too much, it disrupts my rhythm." Hancock silently bit her lip, thinking that the benefactor was good, but his mouth was too sharp. Stepping out of the ship's cabin, the sunlight shone on Hancock's face, dispelling all the gloom. Tarlag spotted Rayleigh's ship in the distance. He tossed Hancock off his back, put her two sisters into a lifeboat, and said to the still dazed Hancock, "What? Should I invite you on board?" "Oh." Hancock obediently jumped up. Then Tarlag pulled out a rope, and in the astonished gaze of the three sisters, he quickly tied them securely to the lifeboat. He clapped his hands and grinned. "Hold on tight. It won't be fun if you fall off." Saying this, he supported the lifeboat with both hands, facing Rayleigh's warship, and shouted with all his might, "Go!" Whoosh! The lifeboat carrying the three sisters shot through the sky like a cannonball, instantly turning into a small black dot, steadily caught by Rayleigh in the distance. Done. Tarlag didn't care about that side anymore, stepping lightly into the air, coldly looking at the evil escort ship below, and slowly drew Murakumo. One sword style, ultimate technique. Radiant moonlight. A dazzling scarlet blade aura surgi forte. In the air, a giant blood-red crescent moon instantly condensed, carrying destructive power and slashing down fiercely. Boom! The escort ship was instantly split in two, but that wasn't the end. The blood moon exploded, turning the entire ship along with all its evidence into powder, sinking into the sea. The only proof of its existence was the sea prison stone cage that fell into the water with a clang. Tarlag looked at Rayleigh's ship in the distance, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had secretly placed a note on Hancock, with the script already written. The Navy encountered an attack from an unknown force. All personnel fainted, Kizaru fell into the sea, and the celestial dragons went missing. And I, as a scout, had a fight with the Dark King Rayleigh, got seriously injured, and was unable to provide support. Perfect. With a flash, Tarlag disappeared into the sky. Not long after, on the beach of Ruskina Island, the now restored Tarlag collapsed onto the sand, covered in blood, and directly passed out. When I woke up again, I tell you, I was wrapped up like a mummy, and the smell of disinfectant filled my nose. Rows of surgical knives gleamed coldly beside me, and I instantly shivered, my heart sinking as I cursed myself. Damn it, this is my first time self-harming. I had no experience, and almost ended up killing myself. As I lifted my head, my cheap Uncle Zephyr was sitting in the shadow of the cabin like a ghost, his gaze cold enough to freeze my very soul. I was just about to jump out of bed to get close to him when he stopped me with one hand. When he spoke, my heart chilled. The one who operated on you is the Navy's best doctor. He said your injuries are 96 similar to those you inflicted on yourself with Murakumo. Who understands family? I immediately wanted to laugh it off, scratching my head awkwardly. Uncle, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He ignored me, his sharp gaze like a searchlight, directly switching to another question. Where were you when the escort ship had an accident? What were you doing? I had long memorized my lines, and without thinking, I opened my mouth. On my way to support, I was intercepted by the Dark King Rayleigh, seriously injured, and fainted. Simple and straightforward, 16 characters. One more word would be a waste of breath. He continued to ask, who can testify? I speak with utmost certainty. No one has seen it. The main point is that there are no witnesses to contradict it. I thought this matter would just pass, that could be brushed off. But then my uncle suddenly said in a slow manner, "There's a lucky little soldier who was stunned by the imposing presence." He said he saw a blood-red moon. At that moment, I felt my heart stop. My mind went blank with just one name, Ella. Damn it. It must be that fool who sold me out. I was so angry. Who else had seen me use that move? I was in the middle of imagining a dramatic scene of brothers turning against each other when my uncle completely threw me off. He said Ella was an undercover agent he sent, and this escort mission was her graduation exam. Then he tossed me a stack of reports, and let me tell you, the contents were like the latest abstract art from 2025. What reports, teacher? I just finished giving the lieutenant a massage, and I'm exhausted, done. Reports, teacher? I'm busy removing seeds from dragon fruit. Even more exhausting, done. The most explosive line was, reports, teacher? I witnessed history. I witnessed the rise of the king. That bloody crescent moon that beheaded the great ape king was simply beautiful. And there was an even more ridiculous line. Reports, teacher? I got inserted by the lieutenant. And when I woke up wanted to take revenge, but couldn't find him, I felt so lost. I was so furious at that moment, pointing at the report and shouting, "He's your student. You taught him. It has nothing to do with me. It's simply shameful to associate with fools." My uncle also looked constipated, his fists cracking loudly as he clenched them. Finally, we exchanged a glance and simultaneously blurted out two words, talent. After we finished mocking Ella, the atmosphere instantly turned serious again. My uncle punched me in the stomach, causing me to stumble. With bloodshot eyes, he yelled at me. Didn't you say you wanted to protect? Protect what? To cover up the truth. You even let your own people die without helping, and you ended up getting yourself hurt. What are you protecting, for heaven's sake? He scolded while crying, and goodness, a tough guy like him was crying like a child, saying he hadn't taught me well. What could I say? I could only stand straight and take the beating. After he finished scolding, he said, "Your uncles have already taken care of it. The matter is settled." When I heard this, my eyes lit up. So, does that mean I'm in the clear? Just as the words left my mouth, bang, I was punched into the wall again, and the bandages started to bleed. My uncle's veins were bulging. You think it's that simple? He said this matter wasn't so easy and told me to write a resignation letter in advance. After he kicked the door and left, I dared to complain to the system. Did I mess up? The system comforted me, saying, "Don't think like that. At least you made 10 billion. I thought about it and realized, hey, that's right. It's a guaranteed profit. Instantly, I felt at ease and fell asleep in seconds. While I was sleeping soundly, over at Mary Geos, the 5 Elder Stars had already convened a meeting. These 5 old men, at the pinnacle of world power, determined the fates of countless people with just a few words. With the death of 6 celestial dragons, the Navy had to punish severely. But when it came to me, the wind shifted. They had to give Garp face, and the yellow ape's light fruit was still useful, so in the end, they decided that aside from me and the yellow ape, everyone else would be wiped out. Goodness, this is privilege. Then they started shifting blame, putting the whole matter on the remnants of rocks, with the likes of Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard directly ordering CP0 to mobilize and take me out. But they specifically excluded Fishman Island. Not sure what kind of scheme that was. The scene shifted back to the Navy headquarters. I was called to the office by my uncle Sengoku, who insisted that I must resign. I refused, saying people would die. Of course, I meant my dad would beat me to death. As a result, Sengoku smashed the table and yelled at me. Do you even know how many soldiers will lose their heads because of your foolish actions? I quietly muttered, didn't you spend money to rescue them? This stirred up a hornet's nest, and he unleashed a Buddha shockwave that slammed me against the wall. Seeing the situation was not good, I quickly sold out Aunt Crane, saying it was her idea. That finally calmed him down, but then he shifted his tone. Resigning is a must, and for the money spent on rescuing people, you have to pay half. It's not much, just 10 billion berries. I told you, cutting off my financial resources is like killing my parents. The 10 billion I just got my hands on is still warm. I was furious at that moment. My conqueror's hockey was almost overwhelming, and I clenched my fists and growled, I'm sorry, Uncle Warring states. As a result, he unleashed his power and directly pressed me down, making it impossible for me to move. Then he laughed and said, kid, I don't need fruit abilities after a stick of incense if you can still stand. You don't have to pay this money. I was just about to say bridge bean sack when his fist, wrapped in black and red conqueror's hockey, came at me. The scene was like a live demonstration of what wrapped conqueror's hockey looks like. I only felt my body being beckoned by a powerful force, and then with a bang, I was shot through the Marine headquarters building like a cannonball, flying hundreds of meters away to the training ground. My uncle punched and felt relieved, releasing all his pent-up anger. Then, without changing his expression, he passed the blame to my dad. Garp. All the repair costs would be deducted from Garp's salary for the next few years. Ridiculous, right? But the more outrageous part came later. He explained to his subordinates that this was to kick me out of the Navy and have me form a special unit called Sword. In simple terms, it was a group of non-regular personnel where the Navy wouldn't take responsibility for any trouble caused, allowing for more freedom. Meanwhile, my colleague, the slacker Kizuru, wasn't doing much better. He was captured by the fishmen, all tied up with sea prism stone, and was there weakly elongating his words. So scary. The fishmen were using him as a hostage to exchange for their boss, Fisher Tiger. Half a month later, I submitted my resignation and officially became the commander of Sword, starting intense training with the 2 unfortunate souls, Ella and Leo. Just as we were in the middle of training, a fierce figure showed up, a Kainu. I immediately went on guard and asked what he wanted. He said it was official business. I thought to myself, I'm not even in the Navy anymore. What official business do I have? But it turns out that a Kainu is truly a hawk. He believes that negotiating with the fishmen to get Kizuru back is simply a disgrace to the Navy. He whispered a few words in my ear, and when I heard that plan, I couldn't help but gasp. I asked him, isn't this too inhumane? He snorted coldly and replied, I only believe in absolute power and ruthless punishment. I understood. He wanted me to do the dirty work. I rolled my eyes and thought, isn't this a money-making opportunity? I raised a finger, 100 million berries, or a devil fruit. But he didn't even turn his head. I'll give you 300 million berries plus a Zoan-type devil fruit. I immediately regretted it and slapped myself in the face. Damn it, I should have asked for less. On the other side, Doflamingo, whom I had turned into a bald chicken, had also recovered, and along with his group of bizarre subordinates, he began plotting again. Fufu, Navy, are you ready to receive my gift? Finally, the day of our departure arrived. However, Ella pointed to a small sailboat that was falling apart and told me this was our ship. I exploded. Where's our startup capital? Ella, with a mournful face, said it was because I had offended Sengoku by talking too much. Our startup capital worth 300 million berries had been unilaterally withheld, claiming it was to pay off the interest on that 1 billion. I was so furious at that moment. They said that the 10 billion was the principal, and our startup capital was the interest. When Leo saw me like this, he panicked. Stop talking. The captain is about to blow up. A gust of sea wind blew by, taking our tattered sail with it. Suddenly, I sprang up like a carp, staring expressionlessly at the distant headquarters building, exuding a terrifying aura of killing intent. Just when Ella and Leo thought I was going back to cause trouble, I said the most cowardly words with the toughest attitude, gritting my teeth. I'll be back sooner or later. Splash. Ella and Leo both fell to the ground with a thud, their mismatched feet twitching rhythmically in the air. After the farce, everything returned to normal. No matter how hard and bitter life is, we still have to keep going, right? Perhaps to save face. Tarlag took the initiative to take on the task of making oars. After 2 hours of work, rejecting Ella's offer to help 12 times along the way, Tarlag successfully broke the only mop. Ahem. Tarlag touched his nose, stood up calmly, threw the broken wood into the sea, and looked at the dazed duo, saying seriously, whether or not we have oars doesn't matter. Drifting with the waves is the awareness a man of the sea should have. Ha ha. On the old sailboat, Tarlag's awkward laughter spread, and Ella and Leo exchanged glances, nodding in tacit understanding. Look, a general from the warring states is here to collect debts. The honest Leo pointed at Tarlag's back in shock, as if there was some great terror there. Hearing the words, collect debts, Tarlag immediately had a physiological reaction and instinctively turned around. At that moment, Ella tackled him from behind with a bear hug and grinned wickedly. Then please show me the drifting with the waves performance first, Captain. Splash. 2 sounds of falling into the water came simultaneously. Oh dear. Tarlag, standing at the bow of the boat, slowly lowered his kicked leg and shouted in shock. What are you two doing jumping into the sea? Damn it. Ella struggled desperately in the water, bubbles escaping from his mouth as he mumbled incoherently. Just as his head surfaced, Tarlag kicked him back down. Leo, seemingly aware of what would happen next, floated calmly on the water without any struggle. Tarlag smiled faintly and pretended to choke up, saying, You two chose to train by pulling the boat to break through your limits. As 2 ropes precisely wrapped around Leo and Ella's waists, Tarlag suddenly shouted excitedly, I'm so happy. With you two. Who says our broken boat can't brave the waves? Sigh. Leo sighed, casting a disdainful glance at Ella, who was almost drowned, and mockingly said, If you don't have the skills, don't touch delicate things. You didn't even touch the captain's clothes. Did you graduate? Ella recalled the big excellent on his graduation report and proudly lifted his head. Of course. I'm the best student taught by teacher Zephyr. Tarlag's ears perked up, looking puzzled. Is that how that character is explained? The excellent on Ella's graduation report was written by him, but he didn't finish the last character because his pen ran out of ink. You two settle down. Tarlag sat on the deck, knocked on the side of the boat, pointed to the endless sea ahead, and smiled. Set sail? No, it's spooling power set sail. Upon hearing this, Ella and Leo screamed, thinking the captain was joking, but it turned out to be serious. Seeing that they hadn't moved for a long time, Tarlag raised an eyebrow and snorted. Aren't you going to move? Do I have to use a little whip to spur you on? Ella poked his head out, almost in tears, and weakly asked, Captain, you just said to go, but where are we going? Tarlag scratched his nose and replied nonchalantly, Didn't I say to drift with the waves? Wherever we go is fine. Just get the boat moving. Oh, accompanied by a weak response, the old sailboat, under the pull of 2 struggling individuals, drifted into the unknown sea. Sitting on the boat, Tarlag gazed at the vast sea ahead, lost in thought. Nearly half a year had passed since he joined the army. Now, he could be considered truly free, and it was time to go back and take a look. Regarding the time and place of the exchange with Palyasolino, Sakazuki had already informed Tarlag in advance. After this incident, no matter what happened, he had to go home and take a look. A month later, on the Shambadi archipelago, Tarlag stood facing east. Feeling the sea breeze blowing towards him, cupped his hands into a trumpet shape, and shouted, Dat Makino Luffy Staten. Are you all okay? The 2 in the sea, silently pulling the boat, rolled their eyes simultaneously, thinking, You are so great, so aloof. Ella surfaced and shouted, Mom, big sister, I miss you all too. What are you shouting about? Tarlag squatted down and pushed Ella back into the water, ruining such a good atmosphere with one shout. Splash. Ella resurfaced, spat out a mouthful of seawater, all splashing onto Talag's face. I'll get you for this. Tarlag leaped into the sea to play with Ella. Watching the two frolicking in the water, Leo hid to the side, chuckling foolishly, a fleeting look of loneliness crossing his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the dense jungle of Amazon lily, a damp atmosphere lingered, and sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of leaves, casting fragmented shadows. Sister, what are you looking at? A small python slithered out of the woods, and it was Boa Sandersonia, her lively eyes filled with curiosity. And nothing. Hancock's eyes instantly panicked, instinctively hiding the cloak behind her back, her body trembling slightly, avoiding eye contact with her sister. Just then, the mischievous Marigold sneaked up from another direction, swiftly snatching the cloak Hancock was hiding. I got it. He. After a crisp giggle, Marigold darted away like the wind. She waved the cloak in her hand, her joyful laughter echoing through the jungle. Let me see. Sandersonia ran towards her sister, curious to find out what it was that made her proud sister hide it so carefully. No matter how they pleaded, Hancock refused to let them see. Seeing the cloak was snatched away, Hancock was stunned for a moment, then anxiously shouted, "Give it back. You can't look." She tried to chase after them to reclaim the cloak, but stumbled in her panic. Sandersonia and Marigold stopped, unfurling the cloak, revealing a familiar yet strange insignia embroidered on it. Justice? The two exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding why their sister would keep a navy cloak. This is the country of pirates, which naturally has no good feelings towards the navy. Marigold thought it was not an important thing and threw the cloak away. Hancock had just caught up and saw this scene, instantly feeling anger rise in her heart. You guys are too much. With her delicate shout, an invisible, terrifying aura surged from her body. In an instant, the surrounding trees trembled under this powerful pressure, and leaves fell everywhere. Sandersonia and Marigold were knocked to the ground by this sudden hockey, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Sister, Sandersonia tried to explain, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. Marigold, on the other hand, had a face full of regret. Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't know that cloak was so important to you. The surge of energy suddenly stopped, and Hancock panted heavily as she calmed her emotions. She quickly climbed up a nearby large tree to retrieve the cloak that had almost been blown away by the wind. Hancock finally breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the scene of being rescued that day, a smile appearing at the corners of her eyes. Really? Who uses a cloak to send messages? My benefactor is truly a big fool. Sandersonia and Marigold, filled with fear, slowly got up from the ground and cautiously approached their sister, who had just revealed a terrifying aura. Sister, what was that just now? Sandersonia shivered, recalling the pressure they had only experienced with Mr. Rayleigh. That is not important. Hancock carefully folded the cloak, gently tapping her fingers on her two sisters' foreheads. What is important is that this belongs to our great benefactor. From now on, you're not allowed to touch it without my permission. The two exchanged glances, stuck out their tongues, and nodded in agreement. East Blue, Windmill Village. Carp lay on the ground without any image, laughing heartily. Mr. Carp, is there good news? Why are you laughing so happily? Dayton walked out of the house holding the silly and cute Luffy, with Ace standing beside her, arms crossed and looking disdainful. Ahem. Carp wiped away the tears of laughter, quickly snatching Luffy and Ace from Dayton and tossing them high into the air. Stinky, old man, what are you doing? Ace's scream intertwined with Luffy's silly laughter as Carp stepped on the moonwalk, leaping up to catch his two grandsons steadily. Ha ha! He playfully gave Ace a headbutt and laughed. Your uncle, Monkey D. Terrag, has done something incredible. No wonder he asked my son, pa ha ha. Ace was about to blurt out a curse, but held it back, as childhood shadows would never fade with time, but rather become clearer. In a voice that didn't belong to his age, he said, well, that definitely needs to be celebrated. Luffy, right? Carp's smile faded as Ace, in his arms, suddenly screamed in horror, don't come. Again, Shut up. Carp's roar came. I'm doing this to train you to be strong Marines, just like your uncle. Dayton sat down on the ground in front of the wooden house, having become numb to the sight of her bouncing around in the sky. Sighing, Dayton lit a cigarette and murmured, Stinky old man, Luffy and Ace are still so young. Makino walked out of the house holding a basin of children's clothes, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and asked Sister Dayton, "What excuse did Uncle Garp find today to torment my poor nephews?" A sympathetic glance passed over the sky where Ace and Luffy were being tossed up and caught repeatedly. Makino wore her usual gentle smile, speaking with some reluctance. "Really, Luffy isn't even a year old yet. He should at least be Ace's age to be treated like this." Dayton turned her head in shock, dropping her cigarette on the ground, her mind racing, thinking, hey, what kind of monsters are all these people? Even Makino, this little girl, acts as if it's perfectly normal. Makino seemed to notice Dayton's astonishment, her eyes carrying a hint of helplessness and familiarity. Her smile remained, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Sister Dayton, ever since I can remember, my brother always has some small injuries." Makino placed the wooden basin on the ground and took out a photo of a girl holding an umbrella from her apron pocket. Her gentle smile faded in an instant, replaced by a bittersweet expression, and she sighed inwardly. "It's been 148 days, brother. Are you okay?" Near the bow of the ship, Terrag swiftly finished preparing a plate of translucent sashimi. As he popped a piece into his mouth, he turned to the two behind him. "Are you sure you don't want to eat?" At that moment, Ella and Leo looked extremely weak. Ella clutched her painfully aching stomach, her face twisted in agony. "Captain, I beg you spare us. I feel like there's a hidden corner in my body." Leo covered Ella's mouth with one hand, sweat dripping from his forehead. "No. Don't say it, otherwise the chapter won't get sent out. It's like they're firing inside my body." Ella slapped Leo's hand away in disgust. "By the way, did you wash your hands? Are you still worried about that?" Leo broke off a small piece of wood from the broken ship and squatted quietly at the back of the ship. "Better than eating the captain's poisonous fish. Yeah, I am a true master of my own body." A strange sound came, and the sashimi in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Terrag threw both the plate and sashimi into the sea. "Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over eating sashimi?" Ella stepped forward. "Captain, I want to ask a question. Why do you have so many questions?" Terrag said with a black line on his face. "Damn it, with everything going on, I need to quickly get a big ship, preferably one with a private bathroom." He shouted through gritted teeth. "You guys unload the cargo into the sea, and you're too disgusted to even go down and pull the ship. What are you doing here?" They had set sail without any preparation, daring to take risks, and they should be considered unprecedented. As for whether they would be the last, that was a later story. "Captain, I just want to ask, how did you manage to catch 12 fish, and all of them are poisonous?" Ella had been holding this question in since the 18th time she used the restroom. Boom, boom, boom. Flames instantly lit up the gloomy sky as several cannonballs whistled in, creating large waves. Swish! 3 pairs of bright eyes widened to the maximum. "Ha ha ha!" Terrag burst into laughter. "On the 3rd day of drifting at sea, I felt particularly good today. I finally encountered someone to attack. Ship, food, money." Ella and Leo turned their heads simultaneously to look at the captain, whose figure had already dashed away with puzzled expressions. "Ha ha ha!" The tiger shark stood at the bow of the ship, waving the sword in his hand, shouting, "You little ones, fire the cannons. How dare those fishing boats that can't catch goldfish block my way? Fine shit." The pirate ship of the tiger shark pirates resembled a vicious shark, with a black hull and a skull on the flag held in the mouth of a ferocious tiger shark. "Huh." The body of Tarlag in the air paused for a moment, sighing, "What a narrow road for enemies. I didn't have the time to catch you back then. And now you come right to my door." The sea is vast, so vast that after 3 days of sailing, not a single figure was seen. Yet the sea is also small, small enough that the first person encountered was precisely the one who caught goldfish at the human auction back then. Clang! The Murakumo was drawn half an inch, then retracted by Tarlag. Their shabby sailboat had already been twisted into a mess by Ella and Leo. It was fortunate it hadn't sunk yet, and it was time to change to a new one. Just as Tarlag hesitated for a few seconds, his figure had already been spotted by the tiger shark pirates below. "Not good." A pirate underling, who had never seen the world, exclaimed, "There's an incredible guy up in the sky." Slap! The tiger shark slapped him with disdain. "Is the thing in your hand just for show? Bring him down." Bang! Bang bang! Countless bullets shot up from the pirate ship below. "I bet your guns have no bullets." Talag's lips curled slightly, swaying his body just enough for the snipers below to earn the achievement of Human Outline Master. Although Ella's body was still very weak, she could still deal with these weak pirates. Captain, he had already stealthily boarded the ship and, no longer hiding his figure, shouted while slashing a pirate with his knife. "Where's your hockey? Hurry up and clear out these small fries. Too many dead bodies are unlucky for our new ship." Leo, who had just climbed aboard the pirate ship, also nodded in agreement. "Why, yeah, mainly cleaning the battlefield is really tiring. Why, you guys, who are you?" The thin monkey tiger shark roared with eyes bulging in anger, not to mention the guy in the sky who couldn't be hit no matter what. "When did these two people sneak up? Those who don't know how to die. Come with me. Kill them." The tiger shark licked his lips bloodthirstily, waving his hand, leading his many underlings straight towards Ella and Leo, who were back-to-back facing the enemy. Sigh. Talag sighed. He originally wanted them to train their own strength, which was why he hadn't acted. But thinking about it, they had a point. He would find another opportunity next time. Talag, suspended in midair, coldly stared at the pirate ship below. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and an invisible pressure erupted from his body. The air around him seemed to solidify, and the powerful aura caused the surrounding clouds to stop moving. Then, an overwhelming aura surged like a tidal wave, sweeping outward from him. Wherever this aura went, the originally arrogant pirates were instantly struck down as if they had been hit hard. Their charging forms paused, as if pressed by a pause button, frozen in place. Groups of pirates fell like cut wheat. Their eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, completely losing control of their bodies. What's happening? A trembling voice came from the now silent tiger shark pirate ship. Talag did not include him in the targets of his hockey impact, specifically leaving him for Ella and Leo to practice on. He pointed disinterestedly at the tiger shark, who was about to wet himself in fear, and said, 10 minutes. I don't want to see him anymore. Ella let out a cruel, cold laugh, drawing her rapier and slowly approaching the tiger shark ahead. Leo also rubbed his fists together, smiling innocently. We don't need it. 1 minute is enough to deal with this guy. The setting sun bled into a dark red hue, and as the last rays of twilight disappeared, night had fallen. Cheers! Oh, only Leo's response was heard, while Talag looked displeased at Ella. Do you look down on me? Ella, struck by lightning, almost dropped the meat with bones in her hand, pointing at her own nose. Me? Slap. A large jar of medicine for treating alcohol allergies smashed heavily on the ground. Talag stepped on a wine barrel, slurring. If you're a brother, come chop me. If you're a brother, then drink with me enough. We want to return until drunk today. Bad memories surged to the forefront, and Ella's face instantly turned green. Covering her mouth, she cautiously asked, Captain, you can't even stand, can we not drink? Talag's eyes widened as he shouted. What? You say I can't do it? Come on, brother will give you a jab. After a while, thud, 3 figures fell to the ground back to back and fell into a deep sleep. Asleep? The host really fell asleep? After countless tests. Ding. System task released. Sword team. Subordinate recruitment. You, who started from scratch, are at your most difficult moment. Someone has to share the pressure for you. So please use your charisma to recruit new subordinates aboard. Task rewards. Further enhancement of observation hockey. 1 set of base modeling blueprints. 500 emotion points. System mall access privileges. Recommended characters have been locked. Positioning items have been dispatched. Please pay attention to check host. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the clouds, softly showering the ship. Leo, who was the captain, scolding. Ella held a mop, wiping the blood stains on the ship. Who knows, since he woke up, it has been like this. Leo shrugged, climbed up the mast, wanting to take down the pirate flag above. Talag's nails scratched his scalp frantically. They say alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. Are you sure this task is what I asked for when I was drunk? See, certainly. The system replied firmly. In his mind, Talag visualized a tiny person walking up to the system's tiny figure. Coldly and expressionlessly, he said, Look at me, you brat. I'm watching you. Then why can't I see your eyes? Open your eyes for me. The system's tiny figure peeled open its eyelids, revealing a fist-sized eyeball. I've opened them as wide as I can. Helpless, unable to ask anything, The drunken Tarlag couldn't remember anything from last night. Since the task has come, Tarlag had no choice but to do it. After all, the heavenly fire mentioned by the system is quite scary, right? Take out the nautical chart from the system space along with a permanent compass. Yeah. Tarlag flipped through the chart several times, but still couldn't understand the location marked on it. So he had to call someone. Ella instantly threw away the mop in her hand and dashed over. Hey, who threw that? Leo, who had just climbed up the mast, was knocked down. Ella wiped her hands and looked at Tarlag with an expressionless face. Captain, did you call me? Help me see where this location on the chart is. Tarlag continued to study the chart without looking up. Stop messing around. Pay attention. He swatted away Ella's hand as she reached for the map, scolding her. Are you out of your mind? Facing Ella's attempt to grab the map again, Tarlag raised his head and cursed. He was already stressed enough, and now he had someone causing trouble? Ella pointed at the chart in Tarlag's hand with a wry smile. Captain, don't you think there's a possibility that you have the map upside down? Tarlag lowered his head to look at the numbers on the map and nonchalantly turned the map around. The Earth is round. I have my reasons for doing this. Hearing this, Ella, who could no longer hold back, snatched the map from Tarlag's hands. Flipping the map over, she shouted, I mean you have it upside down, not inverted. West Sea, Kingdom of Flowers, Coon Village. With a bump on her head, Ella accurately identified the location on the map. Kingdom of Flowers? Tarlag furrowed his brows, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Wouldn't recruiting subordinates, they're getting beaten to death by the people of that country? 11 years ago, his father's iron fist not only shattered the dreams of the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Green Pepper, but also established a blood feud with that place. Leo, give me an ice block. Ella folded the map and tucked it into her pocket. Captain, what are you thinking? Are we going to the Kingdom of Flowers next? She patted the ship's helm in front of her, a slight smile curving her lips. At this ship's speed, if we pass by the nearest naval base, we can reach the West Sea quickly. Tarlag ignored her and turned to the side of the ship, analyzing the dangers of going to the Kingdom of Flowers. The Kingdom of Flowers is extremely martial, with a total of 8 naval forces, and Green Pepper, who has a blood feud with my family, is the 12th pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy. The 8 Treasure Navy he leads is also the most powerful force in the Kingdom of Flowers. This is troublesome. Tarlag covered his forehead with his hand. They had just left the Navy. They might soon become enemies with a whole country. And Uncle Warlord must be very pleased with this decision he made. All right. Ella took the ice block that Leo handed her and pressed it against her head, inhaling sharply. Captain, I heard that there is a treasure ice mountain in the Kingdom of Flowers. They say it hides countless treasures. Is that true? Whoosh. Hurry. Tarlag's eyes transformed into the shape of berries as he trembled and handed the permanent compass to Ella. His roaring voice echoed across the sky. Set sail. My dear subordinates are still waiting for me to welcome them. Leo was very sure that aside from the time they encountered the big Monkey King and fled, this time raising the sails was definitely the fastest in his life. Ella took the compass, pointed it in the right direction, and with one hand gripping the ship's helm, performed a dramatic 1800-degree turn. The bow and stern of the ship instantly switched positions, and the sea breeze howled past as the ship sailed straight toward its destination. On a cold, overcast winter day, the leaden gray sky pressed heavily over Coon Village. On a muddy, desolate hill, a frail little girl closely followed behind a haggard, stooped woman. The little girl wore thin and tattered clothes, with patches layered upon patches. She was baby 5. Her short black hair danced wildly in the wind, and her frozen red face bore large eyes full of fear and confusion. Mom, where are we going? Baby 5 asked with a trembling voice. Her little hands were stiff from the cold, yet she still tried to grasp her mother's tattered and rough clothing. The mother stopped, turned around, and her eyes were devoid of warmth, even somewhat terrifying. She coldly stared at baby 5 as if looking at a stranger. Don't follow me, baby 5. The mother's voice was as piercing as the cold wind, each word like an ice pick stabbing into baby 5's heart. Baby 5's tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't understand why her mother had suddenly become so unfamiliar overnight. Her lips trembled, her voice choked with sobs. Mom, I'll be obedient, please don't leave me. The mother's brow furrowed, and her face showed a look of disgust. You useless thing, We no longer have the food to feed you. You could do nothing. You will only become a burden to us." Baby Five's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that her once beloved mother would say such things. Her small body swayed in the cold wind, like a flower about to wither. "No, Mom, I can help with chores. I will work hard." Baby Five cried out, trying to show her mother her determination. "I only need to drink a sip of water and eat a grain of rice each day. I won't be a burden to everyone. Please don't leave me, Mom." Woo-woo. A silent sob, tears streamed down her cheeks, freezing into beads of ice in the air. The mother ruthlessly interrupted her. "Stop deceiving yourself. You have no value. You are completely useless. No one will need you. Not even me." The mother's voice grew sharper, each word like an arrow piercing Baby Five's heart. After saying that, the mother turned and continued walking forward, her steps firm, without a hint of hesitation. Baby Five sat dazedly on the ground, watching her mother gradually disappear into the distance. At that moment, her world completely collapsed. The biting cold wind howled past, cutting against her face, but it couldn't compare to the pain in her heart. Tears had dried up, leaving only despair and helplessness in her vacant gaze. "No one will need me." "Captain, we've arrived in the West Sea," Ella shouted back. The massive mountains of the Red Earth continent formed a natural barrier, dividing the world into 4 seas and the Grand Line. For ordinary people, the only passage through was the upside-down mountain near Rogue Town. But for Tarlag and his crew, who had naval identities, there was no need for such trouble to reach other seas. The Red Earth continent is very tall, but on it, Marineford has built elevators. Using the elevators, Tarlag and his crew quickly traveled from the Grand Line to the West Sea. Tarlag gently placed the 10-ton barbell on the ground, took the towel Leo handed him, and wiped the sweat off his face. "How long until we reach the Kingdom of Flowers?" "This trip to Marineford is not just for passing through." Tarlag took the opportunity to inquire about the exchange of Borisolino. "We can't stay in a West Sea for more than 20 days, or we won't have time to make money. Save the people." Tarlag's tongue was a bit tied, but he still managed to express his thoughts. Era looked at the nautical chart in his hand, measuring it repeatedly with a ruler. Although he wasn't a navigator, he could at least read maps. "If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to enter the territory of the Flower Country in 2 days. Leo scratched the back of his head and smiled innocently. "Captain, what kind of guy would make you go personally to fetch him?" Tarlag picked up an old bounty notice from the table, which he had gotten from an old Navy officer in Marineford. Looking at the stout man with a conical head on the bounty notice, he shook his head. "To be precise, I don't know either. The system only provided a location, but didn't mention what kind of guy he was. 542 million berries. He might be a bit difficult to deal with if he can go toe-to-toe with my old man." Era glanced at the bounty notice of Green Pepper and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "As far as I know, Green Pepper had already possessed 3-color hockey over a decade ago, and his strength is quite formidable. But ever since his head was dented by Mr. Garp, he has rarely made a move." Era squeezed Tarlag's muscular arms, looking enviously. "I believe that with the captain's current strength, taking him down would be no problem." "You really have confidence in me?" Tarlag shot Era a glance. "But is the key really in Green Pepper himself? If it were just a matter of facing a certain person, Tarlag would dare to say that apart from those top-tier powers, he is not weaker than anyone else. But the crux of the matter is that the pirate culture in the Flower Country has given rise to several elite official pirate forces. If it weren't for the fact that the Flower Country is a member state of the world government, it could easily be called a pirate nation. Pirates are already hard to deal with, let alone organized and disciplined ones without any worries. Their naval forces are said to be capable of clashing head-on with the Navy. Sneak over quietly, and no shooting. Tarlag wasn't too worried, though. After all, they were currently part of the Navy faction. For whatever reason, the Flower Country wouldn't dare to openly attack the Navy. Flower Country, the capital. Old man, our 8-treasure Navy is losing again. Aren't you coming out yet? 9-year-old Old Kai knelt in front of a courtyard with his brother Abu, heavily knocking his forehead on the ground. Creak. The courtyard door was pushed open, and a kind-looking hunchbacked old man walked out. Green Pepper was nearly 60, and the beard he had grown long ago was now a mix of black and white. There was a tattoo of the number 12 on his left temple, symbolizing the mark of the 12th generation pillar. Large tears flowed continuously from Green Pepper's eyes, I am the shame of the 8 treasure navy. Woo-wah. It was because he lost the conical head that he could no longer open the jewel eyes cover. The 8 treasure navy lost its control over wealth, and its status in the flower country plummeted as a result. After crying for a while, his beard began to flutter again, and his eyes became extremely red. Garp, I will hate you until the next generation. I will crush every bone in your grandson's body, even the marrow, into powder. Immediately after, this legendary pirate, known as Green Pepper, actually sat on the ground and began to cry again. Old man. Old Kai stepped forward with his brother, wanting to comfort the old man Green Pepper. But then he thought if they lose to the 2nd treasure navy in today's duel, he would have to become the 26th fiancé of the 2nd treasure navy's pillar girl, Holisha, at the age of 9. Just the thought of such a terrifying future made old Kai's heels itch fiercely. Oh, old man, you must be strong. You are the 12th generation pillar of our 8 treasure navy. If you're lost, who else can we believe in? Old Kai took out a newspaper from his pocket and kept trying to motivate Green Pepper. This is today's newspaper. It says that Garp's son has arrived in the West Sea. Tarlag never expected that what he thought was a secret voyage had already become a matter of public knowledge. Ever since they appeared in Marineford, their whereabouts have been captured by some reporters. The newly established special force, the son of a hero, Tarlag, who has the title of People's Hero, has garnered quite a bit of attention. How could Morgans miss such a great opportunity to make money? So, shock. People's Hero Tarlag leads the special force to secretly traverse the Red Earth continent to the West Sea. Do they have some unspeakable secret? Below the news was a photo showing Tarlag and the others sitting on a tiger-headed ship with a lift in the frame. Garp. Green Pepper's ears perked up. He stopped crying, grabbed old Kai's shoulder, lifted him off the ground, and shouted angrily, Are you saying Garp's son has come to the West Sea? Old Kai's brows knitted together as he looked at the furious old man, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. In the past, whenever Garp's grandson was mentioned, the old man couldn't wait to go and skin him alive. But now, why was the old man's wrath directed toward him, squeezing his shoulder painfully? Nodding, he confirmed the old man's question. Yes, that's right, Garp's son has come to the West Sea. Green Pepper's beard didn't flutter. He hadn't seen a newspaper, so he didn't know that it was Garp's 2nd son who had come. Casually throwing old Kai to the ground, he walked disinterestedly toward the courtyard, muttering, Terrag, I can't beat him. This was Green Pepper's reaction, and the reason behind his unusual behavior. It was also why he didn't hate Garp's son, but only hated Garp's grandson. The reason was simple, just 3 words, can't beat. He once thought he could start hating from his son, until he was sunk into the sea by a tornado that swept everything away. That thought had long since vanished. Abu, who had been silent all along, helped his brother up from the ground. Looking at the old man's figure walking farther away, he shouted, Old man, are you afraid? Afraid of Garp's son, People's Hero Tarlag. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, and Green Pepper's figure appeared in front of his 2 grandsons in the blink of an eye. A strange art formed at the corner of his mouth. Garp's 2nd son. Captain, we have 2 pirate ships ahead. It seems they are engaged in ship-to-ship combat. On the lookout, Leo held a telescope in one hand, his eyes anxiously scanning the distance. Today was the 2nd day of their arrival in the West Sea. If all went well, they would land in the flower country by evening. Era dropped the anchor, and with a splash, the anchor hit the water, temporarily stopping the ship. Era looked at Tarlag, who was still training, and asked, Captain, what do you say? Should we go around or fight through? Tarlag took a deep breath. His arms were stiff from holding up the heavy object for too long. Sweat beads gathered on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Do we even need to ask? Terrag moved his arms, joints cracking with a pop. He took the Murakumo from the knife rack, a confident and slightly excited smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and shouted loudly, Bring the ship closer. Got it. Ella chuckled self-deprecatingly, looking at the anchor he had just dropped and shaking his head helplessly. It seemed that dropping the anchor had been entirely unnecessary. Terrag had not rested since yesterday, continuously engaged in high-intensity training. He felt he was on the verge of a critical point, and once he crossed that final hurdle, his strength would see a significant boost. Ella asked a question based on this reason. Hand over that little girl, and I'll let you leave safely. The captain of the Red Fox Pirates, Red Fox Bolton, held a finely crafted firearm, pointing it directly at the gangster leader opposite him. The gang organization confronting Bolton had members dressed in blue-striped suits, neat and rigid. The burly man at the forefront, smoking a cigar, was their godfather, Kane. He disdainfully pulled out a wanted poster from his pocket and sneered, "Red Fox Bolton, bounty of 18 million berries." Kane took the cigar from his mouth, the smoke swirling around him, and accepted the Gatling gun handed to him by a subordinate. A sickly smile on his face. "Who gave you the courage to speak to us, the Ice Black Group, like that?" Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted suddenly, and without a word, both sides began to shoot at each other. It was evident that this so-called Ice Godfather didn't take the pirates opposite him seriously. Seeing their godfather make the first move, Kane's men also pulled out their weapons without hesitation, each displaying their skills. In an instant, the sounds of shouting, gunfire, and metal clashing intertwined. "Damn it, brothers, charge with me!" Bolton roared, his body transforming into a half-man, half-fox form, sharp claws waving his arms. His eyes filled with greed. "Get the demon child. With her, we'll have endless money in the future." Ha ha ha! The firefight erupted instantly. Both sides plunged into fierce combat, flames lighting up the battlefield, smoke billowing, the scene chaotic and intense. In a corner of the ship belonging to the Ice Black Group, there was a small, frail girl squatting. She wore tattered, stained clothing, her hair messily draped over her shoulders. The girl tightly covered her ears with her hands. Her eyes filled with terror and helplessness, occasionally letting out strange giggles. Her name was Robin, a child with a tragic fate. 3 years ago, her hometown of O'Hara was ruthlessly destroyed by the world government's demon-slaying order. On that day, flames soared, cannon fire roared, and the cries and screams of the people intertwined, resembling a hellish scene. Robin witnessed her relatives and friends perish in the shelling, desperately running through the chaos in search of a safe place. At that time, she was just a few years old, yet faced with such a cruel reality. Since then, she began a life of wandering, hiding everywhere just to survive. 3 years had passed, but the experience of that day was too unforgettable, so much so that Robin still hadn't adapted to the sounds of cannon fire. Every time she heard the familiar sound of artillery, her body would tremble uncontrollably. Her teeth chattered, her face pale as paper. Her petite body seemed like it would be devoured by fear at any moment. The sea is vast there. There'll be a day. Tears streamed down Robin's cheeks, her hands pressed tightly against her ears, her voice trembling as she whispered, "There will be a day when I meet companions willing to protect me, and I can live with those guys. But, Saul, I've been searching for 3 years." Robin's heart was filled with confusion and pain. In these 3 years, she encountered countless dangers and hardships. She had been captured by other pirate groups, forced into slavery, living a life devoid of dignity and suffering endless torment. She had also been deceived, betrayed, and sold by seemingly kind-hearted civilians, all for a bounty of 79 million berries. Those who once showed her kindness turned monstrous in the face of profit. She had also been exploited by greedy merchants who sought to extract secrets about O'Hara from her. In this environment of deceit and treachery, Robin struggled to survive, using her intelligence and tenacity to escape from danger time and again. However, each escape only plunged her deeper into loneliness and fear. She didn't know how much longer she would wander in such darkness, nor if she would truly find that companion willing to protect her. At this moment, amidst the intense sounds of cannon fire, Robin felt as though she was back on that terrifying day. She tightly closed her eyes, familiar faces flashing through her mind, their warm smiles now long gone. "Saul, where exactly are the companions you spoke of?" Robin's voice was filled with despair and silence. But every time she thought of the promise she made with Saul, a faint glimmer of hope flickered in the depths of her despair. "Captain, where do we start attacking?" The battlefield was right before them, and Ella excitedly drew his rapier, performing a flourish. Clang! Terrag raised his thumb slightly, the Murakumo unsheathed by more than half an inch. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth as his right hand slowly grasped the hilt. "They're all the same." Huh? Ella was a bit confused by the words. What did he mean by "they're all the same"? If others saw this, they would think they couldn't win. Leo kicked Ella, who was standing in the center position, out with a look of disdain, pinching his nose. Idiot, the captain means, let's all chop together. Correct answer. Terrag left a sentence behind, and his figure instantly rushed out, stepping lightly as he rapidly approached the enemy ship. A cold, chilling aura quietly spread across the smoke-filled battlefield. At this moment, Bolton had completely transformed into a beast, a fearsome red fox darting across the battlefield, ruthlessly taking the lives of enemies. You, who are you? Bolton's forward momentum came to a sudden halt, and due to inertia, his limbs left deep scratches on the deck. His eyes, under his long red eyebrows, went from small to infinitely wide in just a second. As he slowly lay on the ground, his body trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on the figure descending from above. His trembling voice was filled with endless despair. You. Why is a man like you here? The war did not cease with Terrag's arrival. Aside from this red fox, it seemed no one recognized him. After all, he had come secretly to the Flower Country without even wearing a Navy uniform. Terrag raised an eyebrow, sidestepping a bullet that came from who knows where, and looked at the red fox before him. Do you know me? Boden's head shook up and down like a crazy garlic masher, his eyes revealing deep fear. The legendary son, another rising star of the Navy, the people's hero, Tarlag. With talents comparable to the three great monsters of the Navy, a man like you. How could I, as a pirate, not understand? The war had almost turned one-sided due to Boden's cessation as a main force, and the Red Fox pirates had shown obvious signs of retreat. Boden turned to look at his fallen brothers, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Give me a chance. Talag's ears twitched as if he remembered something, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How do I give you a chance? Boden's regret was evident. Had he known he would encounter such a monster, he would have never clashed with the Ice Black gang here. I had no choice before, but now I'll be a good person. Talag's eyes lit up, excitement clearly showing on his face. Imperial Jade wine? Huh. Boden was taken aback. Whoosh. The Murakumo sword was drawn and sheathed in less than a second, and Boden's head fell to the ground. Tarlag, looking bored, picked his nose as he stepped over the headless corpse. You're not from there. Why are you reciting lines to me? Hey, he waved to Era, who was already approaching from behind. You too. Come here and clean up. An unparalleled oppressive force surged like a tidal wave, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. The pirates and gang members still fighting felt a loud ringing in their heads and then lost consciousness completely. With their weak willpower, they couldn't even withstand a second under Talag's imposing aura. Everyone collapsed to the ground, and for a moment, the entire battlefield was silent. Only the sound of the sea breeze howling. Tarlag coldly scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, "This childish brawl ends here." Era and Leo walked behind Tarlag, already accustomed to this scene. The captain's conqueror's hockey seemed to have improved again. How convenient, Era sighed. Leo nodded. With the captain around, any trouble can be resolved quickly. Tarlag looked at the two. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and clean this place up. We still have to get moving. Those with bounties, tie them up and take them away. The rest, throw them into the sea. Yes. Era and Leo replied and quickly began handling the pirates on the battlefield. It was evident from their skilled methods that they had recently practiced somewhere. Era had at least memorized the names and bounties of over 30,000 pirates. And at this moment, he could be considered a human broadcasting machine. Ice Black Gang, Godfather Kane, bounty of 28 million berries, tied up. Leo, holding a rope, shook his head disapprovingly. There's a flaw. It should be 5. 6 million. Leo meant that as they were turning in pirates as Navy members, they could only claim 20 of the bounty. Era rolled his eyes at him, ignoring him as he continued with his duties. Red Fox Pirates, Vice Captain Rukus, 11 million berries. Red Fox Pirates, Fighter Masiri, 8 million berries. Era's eyes flickered as he pointed to a red fox animal underfoot and said, "The pet of Red Fox Boden, 100 berries, not worth much. Throw it into the sea." 20 berries? You must want to be targeted by the captain. Leo grabbed a leg of the red fox and tossed it out, teasingly. Era remained unfazed, unconsciously placing a hand on his stomach as he mumbled, "I need to use the restroom. You keep an eye on things." With that, his figure instantly flew off the ship, and with a splash, created a large wave. Leo's honest smile remained unchanged as he continued his work as a porter. In a deserted corner, Leo furrowed his brows tightly. How could there still be a child here? Looking back, he saw Era had not returned yet, and with a puzzled expression, he cautiously approached and picked up Robin. Was she affected by the captain's hockey? Leo gently patted Robin's small face, trying to wake her up. Soon, Robin slowly awoke, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Little girl, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Leo tried to soften his voice. Robin stared at Leo, her body trembling uncontrollably, and she didn't say anything. Just then, Era returned, and upon seeing Robin in Leo's arms, he froze in place. This child is soaked. Era held a fiery red fox in one hand and stroked his chin with the other, lost in thought. The demon child, Nico Robin. How did she end up on this ship? Unable to figure it out, he decided to ask her directly. To keep his spirits up, Era hid the red fox beneath a crowd of people and walked to Leo's side. Why are you on this ship? Era's voice was a bit stiff, after all. Facing a notorious criminal with a bounty of 79 million berries, even if she was just a child, should not be underestimated. What are you doing? Leo did not recognize Robin and carefully shielded her behind him. Staring at Era with a cold expression, he shouted, What if you scare the little girl with your ghostly appearance? Slap! Era knocked Leo aside, as this was a matter concerning Nico Robin, and now is not the time for explanations. Era walked steadily, muscles tense, approaching Robin, who had not yet reacted from her fear. This little one. Ahem. Era forced a smile and squatted down. Little one, what's your name? Robin tightly hugged her knees, doing her utmost to hide her small body in the corner. Her body trembled slightly, as if trying to escape from something terrifying, her deep eyes flickering with anxious light, mumbling, I'm called Dark. Dark, huh? Era noticed her unease and did not make any unnecessary movements. He slowly stood up, pondering. Logically, I'm not in Navy uniform. Why is she so wary? He was conflicted. Facing this bounty-laden Nico Robin, who was obviously not a villain, he truly didn't know what to do. Era paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the corner where Robin was. Robin tightly shut her eyes, seemingly silently praying that Era would leave soon. Era stopped, looked back at Leo, who had accidentally been knocked out, and took a deep breath. Leo has passed out. The captain should still be searching for treasure on these two ships, so he slowly walked towards Robin, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent space. What do you want to do? Robin's body trembled even more violently, her breathing quickening. I am Dark, not Nico Robin. Ha ha ha. Era couldn't help but be amused. He hadn't said anything, yet this child had inadvertently revealed herself. He tried to keep his voice gentle, trying to soothe Robin's emotions. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. He pointed to another pirate ship in the distance behind him, making a mock horror expression as he looked at Robin and said, Let's call you Dark Maru for now. I want to tell you that there's a monster over there that eats children. If you don't want to be eaten by it, you'd better do as I say. Thank you, big brother. Robin's gaze flickered uncertainly, clearly not trusting anyone. But she was weak and he was strong. She had no choice but to nod in agreement. I'll do whatever big brother says. Ella saive worthy. He wanted to do a good deed, but somehow felt like a kidnapper. Time was pressing, and he no longer hesitated, extending a hand, signaling for Nico Robin to hold on. Robin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out her hand. Ella tightly grasped her small hand, clearly feeling the cold sweat in her palm. They carefully avoided the debris on the ground, trying their best to make no sound. As they walked, Ella whispered, No matter what happens later, stick close to me, okay? Oh, okay. Robin bit her lip and nodded gently, for the first time looking directly at this stranger who was only a few years older than her. Captain, I'm sorry. Ella looked ahead, his eyes revealing a hint of loneliness. But within that loneliness was a trace of determination. I may have to betray my sense of justice. He recalled the oath he made when he joined the Navy, to defend justice and protect innocent people. Yet at this moment, he deeply questioned the Navy's orders to capture Nico Robin. After all, she was just a child. Was she really so guilty? At only 8 years old, should she face the world's pursuit, drifting alone, left to fend for herself? If she was originally kind, Isn't treating her this way pushing her into the abyss of evil? Ella silently muttered in his heart. Even if misunderstood by the world, even if I bear the name of a traitor from now on, I will protect her, because this is what I believe to be the right thing at this moment. What can a child understand? Has her sense of justice been established? And on what basis can she be defined as evil? What unforgivable sins has she committed? Ella recalled the days at the training camp, a rather special cultural lesson. No, Ella suddenly stood up, the first time he had ever contradicted his beloved teacher Zephyr, slamming Nico Robin's bounty notice heavily on the table in front of him. He shouted with a stiff neck, "The criminal has already perished under our cannon fire. What right do we have to define an 8-year-old child as evil? Is it bloodline theory? Or that ridiculous inheritance? Isn't Targus deserving of death?" Ella glanced over at Targus, who was sleeping soundly, and said firmly, "If our sense of justice is so narrow, then..." Bang! "Watch your words, fool." Zephyr kicked Ella out the window, a cold glint flashing in his eyes behind his sunglasses. "Isn't the lesson Targus gave you enough? Don't forget what your duty is." Lying on the ground outside, Ella clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, tears streaming down his face. That night, in the dormitory of the training camp, "Who did you fight with? You look terrible." Targus threw over the medicine he bought. "Now I have to buy you medicine too, 1,000 berries. Don't forget to pay me back." Ella silently took the medicine, applying it to his bruised arm, his voice somewhat muted. "Rookie number 1, what do you think justice is?" Targus took the lollipop out of his mouth, his gaze somewhat unusual. "You're asking me this kind of question?" Ella looked up and asked, "Has anyone else asked before?" Targus recalled the other day when Zephyr asked him what his beliefs were. He shook his head with a wry smile, looking at Ella with a serious expression, and said, "What I told my big brother is, my heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is justice. Everyone has a different understanding of this sentence." Targus seemed to remember something, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. "When you're in a moment of extreme dilemma, it's best to follow the voice of your heart. Following the guidance of your heart is what you believe to be the right thing, and that is your justice." The scene returns to the present, as Ella quietly placed a small wooden boat into the sea, stocking it with a month's supply of fresh water and food. Looking at Nico Robin, whose body had stopped trembling, he smiled gently. "The waters ahead are full of danger. All I can do is this. How to proceed from here is entirely up to your choice. But please remember one thing. Never harbor evil thoughts. That's enough." Robin looked up in confusion, and up close, she saw the navy uniform underneath Ella's coat. She thought of Akiji, her expression becoming complex. She couldn't determine whether Ella's kindness was out of personal compassion or if there was a deeper conspiracy. This uncertainty filled Robin's heart with anxiety and doubt. "Vu, why are you letting me go? Am I not wicked?" Robin finally voiced her thoughts, the first time she followed her heart to speak. "Ella najd Robin," signaling her to get on the boat first, and smiled mysteriously. "There's a guy who can definitely stir the tide of history who told me, when you find yourself in a deep dilemma, it's best to follow your heart." He untied the rope securing the boat and pushed the small wooden boat far out into the sea. "And what I'm doing now is what I believe to be the most correct thing. And that's enough. Can you tell me your name?" Robin's small boat had already drifted far away. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted loudly, "My name is..." Ella's voice abruptly stopped, his body stiffening as he turned to look at the strong right hand resting on his shoulder. "You seem less confused now." Targus had a slight smile on his lips, his gaze crossing the distance to look at Robin on the small boat. In his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of concern that others might not notice. "Having already done what should not be done, do not complicate things further." I was wrong, Captain." Ella showed a bitter smile. He was too naive, thinking he had done everything flawlessly. He never expected that everything he did was actually completed with the captain's tacit approval. Targus did not blame Ella. Not to mention, he had no intention of capturing Robin in the first place. Even considering Akiji's feelings, he would have secretly let Robin go. Ella's actions were merely doing what he wanted to do, but hadn't done yet. How could he blame him? What was her name? Nico. Targus frowned, signaling Ella to watch his words. Ella hurriedly corrected himself, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. "Dark Maru, he. Only then did Targus reveal a smile, gently patting Ella's shoulder, his figure suddenly shooting out like lightning. No. Ella thought the captain was going to attack the small boat and called out anxiously, Hey. Tarlag curled his lip and replied with an annoyed expression. When did I become so pathetic in your eyes? It was unclear when the once devoted follower who closely trailed behind him had become someone Tarlag found somewhat unfamiliar. I need to discuss something with her. Before I return, you must clean this place up properly, or else. Tarlag snorted coldly, ignoring the continuously apologizing Ella. And in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. Ella slapped herself hard, filled with regret. She had done something she shouldn't have, and the days to come would likely bring her bad luck. Whoosh! A stone flew swiftly, knocking off the hat that covered Nico Robin's face. Burdened with thoughts, she instantly leaped up from the deck. Judging by her agile movements, she must have practiced secretly frequently. Robin's long black hair danced wildly in the sea breeze, adding to her resilience and stubbornness. Why you? Who are you? Nico Robin, who had just escaped from there, stared in terror at the suddenly appearing Tarlag. Tarlag landed steadily on the small boat, arms crossed, calmly looking at Robin. Don't be nervous, little girl, I mean you no harm. Otherwise, Tarlag drew a golden dagger confiscated from the ship and slashed at the distant sea, creating a golden arc. The slash whizzed past, tearing the seawater apart and instantly creating a huge wave on the surface. After the slash, a deep gash was left, and the surrounding fish and shrimp were scattered in panic by the force. Tarlag slowly sheathed the dagger and continued. There are countless people in this sea who want your life. If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't even see my shadow. His voice was low and magnetic, particularly clear in the sea breeze. I just want to talk to you. Talk. Robin remained tense, her eyes filled with suspicion. Her hands instinctively formed fists, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. I don't even know you. What is there to talk about? Tarlag smiled slightly, revealing a row of neat white teeth. You don't need to care who I am. Just know that I belong to the same camp as the one who let you go. Nico Robin looked at the slowly healing surface of the sea, swallowed hard, and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? Tarlag's lips curled into a faint smile. About the truth of this world, about your future. My future? Robin snorted coldly, her gaze revealing deep fatigue and helplessness. I've been on the run since I was 8. The future feels too distant for me. But you have never given up on seeking, have you? Tarlag gazed at her intensely, his eyes filled with encouragement and expectation. His gaze was like a warm ray of sunlight, trying to penetrate the thick gloom in Robin's heart. The historical texts you hold are coveted by many, but that also proves your value. Value? Robin was slightly taken aback, and after a moment of silence, she said, This so-called value has only brought me endless pursuits. Tarlag shook his head, his expression serious and solemn. No, this value can allow you to change this world. The sealed history you know may be the key to unraveling the mysteries of the future. A glimmer of confusion and hesitation flickered in Robin's eyes. She bit her lip and trembled as she asked, Why are you telling me this? Tarlag looked towards the distant horizon, where the waves surged as if mirroring the turbulent world they lived in. His voice was deep and firm, because this world needs to be changed, and you might just be the key. At that moment, the sea breeze rustled the edges of their clothes, and the small boat rocked slightly in the waves. Robin's heart, much like the sea stirred by the slash, could not settle for a long time. She looked at Tarlag, beginning to contemplate every word he said. Ha ha! Tarlag's laughter interrupted Robin's thoughts. Sorry. Tarlag scratched his head and chuckled. I said too much. Suddenly serious, Tarlag took out a specialized telephone bug from his pocket and placed it before Robin. I'll give you a way out and promise you one chance to call for my help. Robin, confused, took the telephone bug, not understanding what this terrifying guy was trying to do. But she knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, so she spoke up. What do you need me to do? Robin did not believe Tarlag had no ulterior motives. Any act of kindness must have its purpose, as she had learned from her experiences over the past 3 years. Smart, Tarlag praised, recalling his adorable nephew. My strength is on par with a top vice admiral, and I believe it will improve soon. My assistance will never be free. That's a bottom line. In exchange, in the distant future, I want you to leave a certain organization without hesitation. Tarlag tapped Robin's forehead and asked, So how about it? Isn't it simple? Well, okay. Robin answered almost without hesitation. Over the past 3 years, she had jumped between various factions, betrayed, left, and sold herself. It had long become routine. Now, simply leaving one organization could bring her the help of a top-tier fighter. Robin thought of 1,000 reasons why it shouldn't happen, but none of them included the word refusal. Then the deal is done. Tarlag tossed a bag of berries, soaring into the sky, looking down at Robin. The consequences of deceiving me are definitely not what you want to see. The path is beneath your feet. How to walk it is your choice. After saying this, he instantly darted away, completely disappearing from Nico Robin's sight. People's hero, Tarlag, in a corner not far behind Robin. There was a thick stack of newspapers, placed there by Ella. Her tears soaked her clothes as she looked at the distant black dot in the sky, murmuring, "Why hasn't there been a hero from O'Hara to save everything?" Heroes do exist, but that hero is constrained by their own responsibilities. Entrapped in extreme self-reflection and entanglement, he changed completely afterward. Doubts about the government, wavering justice, and sympathy for Robin filled his heart, until the burning flame was completely extinguished. Covered by extreme cold, he may not be the hero of O'Hara, but he is undoubtedly Robin's hero. He might quietly eliminate potential threats when Robin faces life-and-death crises without her awareness. When Robin falls into confusion and despair about the future, he might, in some subtle way, give her hints or guidance to help her regain her faith. It is also possible that when the world government issues a harsher pursuit order against Robin, he will use his power and influence to gain her some breathing space and delay the pace of the hunt to a certain extent. However, all of this is done extremely secretly, to the point that Robin has never realized the subtle role that person has played in her growth. "Captain, how's that kid Dark?" Ella inquired eagerly as soon as she saw Tyler return, trying to change the subject and make Tyler forget the fatal mistake he had made earlier. Tyler recalled the newspaper that Robin had hidden in the corner, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. "She's too smart to be just a kid. Don't be fooled by her appearance." He glanced disdainfully at Ella and scoffed. "You're not much older than her. If you both ended up in the same criminal den, I believe the one who survives would definitely be her." Ella stiffened in place. "Hey, am I really that pathetic?" "Yeah." Leo's angry roar came. "I want your life. That kid is still so young. How can you bear to hurt her?" Leo, who had just woken up, charged towards Ella like a raging bull. Earlier, when he woke up and looked around, among the bound pirates, he noticed that Robin was missing. Assuming that Robin had already been thrown into the sea by Ella, Leo's heart was filled with extreme rage. Tyler ignored the love-hate drama between them and returned to the Godfather's ship alone. Leaning against a large box with his hands behind his head, he asked casually, "When did you arrive?" A cool breath emanated from the box. "Long before you." "So you've been hiding in the box this whole time?" Tyler kicked the box in annoyance and scoffed. "Aren't you afraid I might kill her?" The surface of the box glistened with dew from the direct sunlight. "Oh la la." "Little Tyler, everyone has their own choices, don't they?" Kazan leaned against the big box with his hands behind his head, casually replying, "Even if you really want to do something, I won't intervene." Tyler shot him a glance, thinking, damn it, if it weren't for the sudden chill that emanated from this big box when he leaped off the ship earlier, he might have believed Kazan's words. "When are you leaving?" Tyler sighed silently, wondering when his elder brother had become so hypocritical. He possessed the coldest fruit in the world, but also had the hottest heart. Tyler understood very well that his elder brother was here because he was worried about Robin's current dangerous situation, which was why he had followed Kane's ship here. "We're leaving soon. Leave me a pirate ship. After all, I'm on official business at sea and need to bring something back." Kazan replied seriously, pulling down his eye mask as he felt sleepy again. Tyler smiled wickedly, fearing that Kazan wouldn't have a need for it, and decisively said, 10 million berries. The eye mask fell off, and with a bang, Kazan pushed the box open. Standing up, he looked at Tyler in disbelief. "Are you crazy for money?" "No, not a single berry." Tyler shook the transponder snail in his hand, a sinister look on his face. "Do as you like. But this thing might just end up on Admiral Sengoku's desk at some point." After all, he was quite vengeful. How could he easily forget the incident of being photographed? Kazan's body wavered between elementalization and solidity, and for a moment, he looked like he was about to make a move. "Oh, I almost forgot." Tyler pointed to the obvious transponder snail in the distance, grinning. Come on, smile for the camera. When I miss you in the future, I'll be able to take a look. A nice pillar appeared in Kazan's hand, looking ready to be thrown. Don't rush to destroy the evidence. I never said I would just let you go. Kazan, devoid of all momentum, sat down on the ground in despair. Meeting Tyler's gaze, he helplessly smiled. Where the hell did you get so many transponder snails? You should know that some of the transponder snails Tyler was using were strictly prohibited from being taken outside by the headquarters. Tyler grinned mysteriously. That's not your concern. Just tell me if you're giving it or not. I will. Marineford, where's my transponder snail? An extremely furious roar seemed to shake the freshly renovated office again. Where else could it go? When have you ever seen that little brat suffer? Zephyr sat on the sofa, looking disdainfully at the explosion-headed Sengoku at the desk, teasing, I told you not to withhold his startup funds. Now look, you're in deep trouble. Dozens of subline transponder snails, plus hundreds of recording, video, projection, and live-streaming functional transponder snails. Altogether, Sengoku had lost at least 1 billion. Hiss, Sengoku gasped. When calculated this way, the value of these transponder snails was exactly equivalent to the amount of berries Tyler had sent that night. Right? Don't let me see him. In the land of flowers, Kun village, Baby 5 wandered aimlessly in the small town, her stomach growling continuously, the feeling of hunger following her like a shadow. At that moment, a commotion caught her attention. A group of mischievous children were playing and roughhousing at the entrance of an alley. Baby 5's dirty and frail figure was spotted by a chubby kid with a runny nose. He started throwing stones at her, shouting, "Ugly freak, go away." The stones hit her body, causing sharp pain, but she merely hugged herself tightly, her eyes vacant, and quickened her pace to leave. After walking for a long time, she finally found a corner that could shield her from the wind and rain. She was so exhausted that she just wanted to sleep for a while. However, a drunkard roughly grabbed her and scolded, "This is my territory, get lost." She was then thrown harshly to the ground, scraping her elbow and causing blood to seep out slowly. I'm sorry." Baby 5's voice sounded weak as she covered her injured arm and swayed as she left. One day, a seemingly kind man reached out to her, offering her food and a warm place to stay. Baby 5's eyes instantly ignited with a spark of hope, and without hesitation, she followed him. After arriving at the man's place, faced with moldy bread and slightly yellowish water, she found it particularly delicious. Although she had to do some heavy work every day and often felt faint from exhaustion, she was very satisfied with her current situation. Until one night, while the man was drinking and chatting with friends, a truth he blurted out shattered her slowly healing heart once again. The man drunkenly slurred, I took in that little girl just to make her work for free. She's just a free laborer. Once she can't work anymore, I'll throw her out." Baby 5 sat against the wall outside, biting her lip, neither crying nor making a fuss, seemingly numb to the hurtful words. This kind of life continued for a long time, until one day, Baby 5 saw an old woman fall to the ground on the street, and she hurriedly ran over to help her up. "Thank you, what a good child." The old woman looked at her gratefully, giving her a warm smile and a piece of clean bread. At that moment, the grievances and pain in Baby 5's heart seemed to lighten a bit, and she thought, it seems that someone still needs me. However, such warmth was far too rare. More often, she continued to endure bullying, deceit, and insults. She often hid in a deserted corner at night, silently crying and asking herself, Why am I so unloved? Why does no one truly need me? Warning, warning. The life signs of the mission target are rapidly diminishing. Please reach the destination as soon as possible. The system's alarm rang in Terrag's mind. I want it too, but the current situation clearly doesn't allow it. Tarlag stood at the bow of the ship, looking grimly at the more than 10 warships blocking their way. "Captain, this level of encirclement." Ella, gripping her rapier, broke out in a cold sweat. What on earth did Mr. Garp do to provoke such lasting hatred? Tarlag curled his lips and replied irritably, "The old man has done plenty of things without cleaning up after himself. This is just the beginning." Looking at the assembled fleet of the 8 treasure navy slowly approaching them, Tarlag turned to the 2 standing beside him. "How many can you 2 take on?" Leo held up 2 fingers, while Ella showed 5. The 2 were somewhat nervous, so they didn't speak. Since they didn't speak, Terrag could only understand and silently ponder. These two little brats are not bad. With just 13 ships, they can handle half of them. Terrag thought to himself, did these two secretly practice behind my back? Their strength has really improved. Can you take on 200 people? Ella turned her head in surprise, silently exchanging glances with Leo. Perhaps it was due to their shared interests. The two had an unexpectedly high level of tacit understanding. So their silent communication was nothing unusual. Leo returned Ella a look that said, you really think highly of me, holding up 2 fingers to indicate he could take on 20. Ella nodded, giving a so that's how it is look, smiling with satisfaction. Then I'm stronger than you. I can at least take on 50. The distance between the two sides was already very close. Standing on the largest warship in the middle, Qingjiao roared, Garp's son. I have been waiting here for a long time. Today is your day to die. As he spoke, tears involuntarily streamed down Qingjiao's face. Wah! The tears poured down like a water column, choking old Kai, who stood nearby, nearly to death. Old man, after crying, Qingjiao trembled all over, his thick beard flailing wildly with the shaking of his body. The anger in his eyes seemed capable of burning everything in front of him to ashes. Garp's son, he roared again, his voice deafening. I, Qingjiao, will never coexist with Garp. Today, I will bury you here. The veins on his forehead bulged like winding earthworms. The overwhelming conqueror's haki made the air around him seem to solidify, even causing cracks to appear on the deck of the ship he was on. Garp ruined my life. Today I will make him taste the pain of losing a loved one. Hey, hey, hey. Terrag placed one hand on the sword handle, standing tall and unafraid in the face of the oncoming conqueror's haki. As the saying goes, debts must be paid by the right person. If you have a grudge with my old man, go find him. Bang! The response to Terrag was the violent impact sound from the ship's hull. Ignoring Terrag's words, Qingjiao leaped up like a cannonball, eyes wide open, roaring, 8 punches martial head. Qingjiao gathered all his strength at the top of his head, and his already hard head was now wrapped in Conqueror's haki, gleaming with a dark sheen. He came crashing down towards Terrag like a meteor. However, Terrag reacted quickly, leaping into the air, his leg muscles tightening instantly, unleashing tremendous power as he kicked Qingjiao's side, forcibly redirecting him from his original trajectory. Qingjiao's overwhelming momentum could not be stopped, crashing towards the deck with a thunderous sound. Boom! The moment his head hit the deck, a deafening roar erupted. The tremendous impact instantly tore a huge hole in the deck, splintering wood flying everywhere like bullets. Prepare to move. Returning to his place, Terrag turned to remind Ella and Leo to get ready for battle. But he didn't expect that at that moment. Ella had already jumped into the sea with the unconscious Leo on his back. Captain, this kid Leo has passed out. I'll take him to the Flower Kingdom to wait for you. You can handle these little showers for now. Okay, good luck. Terrag stared in astonishment at their chaotic actions. What happened to their promised battle strength? In a corner where Terrag couldn't see, Leo's arm resting on Ella's shoulder moved slightly, silently giving him a thumbs up. With no pay, why are we risking our lives? Ella fell into deep thought, pondering if they were really capable of participating in such a destructive battle. Ignoring the two who had fled the battlefield due to unpaid wages, Terrag looked at the damaged, tiger-headed ship ahead as the smoke cleared. At this moment, the overcast sky was filled with dark clouds, and the sea breeze howled, whipping up waves that violently crashed against the warships. Hey, since we're not related, why go through such formality? Qingjiao's smooth, winter melon-like head was deeply embedded in the shattered deck, his knees slightly bent as if bowing to Terrag. Qingjiao suddenly raised his head, glaring with a fierce expression. Garp's son, today I will definitely scatter your ashes to relieve the hatred in my heart. With a roar, he unleashed his powerful conqueror's haki, which surged towards Terrag like a tidal wave. Terrag felt the immense pressure and narrowed his eyes. Humph, old man, this level of skill is not enough. He also released his conqueror's haki, clashing with Qingjiao's. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to sizzle as the two powerful forces collided, the vast sea of clouds abruptly splitting apart as if torn by invisible giant hands. The shockwave generated by the collision of their conqueror's haki spread wildly outward from the two of them. The 13 ships around were instantly affected by this powerful force, and most of the water soldiers felt a sharp pain in their heads, as if countless needles were stabbing them, causing their bodies to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. Some weaker water soldiers even fainted directly, dropping their weapons, while the ships violently shook under the impact of this force. On the surface of the sea, the waves surged, splashing water and causing the warships to sway left and right. Qingjiao gritted his teeth, kicked off the ground, and spun into the air like a meteor. With a whoosh of wind, the air was torn apart in fine cracks wherever he passed. 8 rush fist, martial head turn, chaotic dance. Qingjiao charged towards Tarlag like a whirlwind, his hardened head becoming a deadly weapon in the spin, moving so fast it was hard to catch. Tarlag's expression grew serious as he focused entirely on this rapid attack. Qingjiao's figure flickered around Tarlag, each approach bringing powerful wind pressure and impact. Keet, D. Qingjiao roared, his attack angles tricky, coming from above Tarlag's head, the side, and behind him in all directions. Tarlag was agile, constantly jumping and dodging. But Qingjiao's speed increased, and the attacks became denser. When speed and power reached their peak, Tarlag's lips curled slightly. Good, bring it on. His right hand, infused with a rich color of armed hockey, was raised high, taking on the form of a dragon's claw. Dragon's claw fist, city destroyer. Tarlag swung his right fist, violently colliding with Qingjiao's spinning head. A loud bang erupted, like thunder cracking open, and the surrounding air exploded with a powerful wave. Qingjiao was sent flying backward by the strong recoil, while Tarlag also took a few steps back, the deck beneath him creaking under the strain. Shaking his slightly numb right hand, Tarlag provocatively looked at the retreating Qingjiao. Old man, your strength is nothing special. He thought it would be strong, but it's just mediocre. It's all sound and fury, signifying nothing. Qingjiao steadied himself and shouted angrily. Arrogant brat, this is just the beginning, but I don't have time to keep playing with you. It's not a game for the nursing home. Tarlag's smile disappeared, and with a cold expression, he drew his sword Muramasa. Just as annoying as Garp. Facing Tarlag, who showed a significant change in aura, Qingjiao coldly snorted without fear. Armed hockey wrapped around Qingjiao's flat head, and he unleashed all his strength and weight, charging towards the clouds at an astonishing speed. Then, he quickly concentrated the powerful shockwave of the 8 rush fist in his flat head. Kid, this move of mine is incredibly powerful. Just one strike can completely shatter the target. If it hits a living creature, every bone in its body will be crushed, even turned to ashes. This is the 8 rush fist ultimate technique. No spike dragon, no spike nail. Facing the aggressive Qingjiao, Tarlag was secretly startled but quickly calmed down. He sneered dismissively. How much power can a no-spike 8 rush fist technique have? The armed hockey throughout his body condensed again, holding the black sword Muramasa to face it head-on. My father made you hurt. I will subdue you and completely eradicate you. Muramasa tilted slightly, the dark blade exuding a faint cold glow. Tarlag did not choose to wait in place. Instead, he instantly shot out, choosing to confront head-on. Recalling the scene when Ruskana and Mihawk were toasting, a strange smile appeared on Tarlag's lips. What? Mihawk's goblet fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Tarlag looked at the precious red wine scattered everywhere, wincing in pain. You heard me right. I haven't even touched the sword for a month. Mihawk was filled with shock and disbelief. How could someone who has only touched a sword for less than a month have such performance? This completely overturned his understanding of swordsmanship for years. He originally thought Tarlag had at least several years of hard training, but now this answer was hard for him to accept. He furrowed his brow, staring deeply at Tarlag, trying to find a trace of a lie on his face. But all he saw was honesty and determination. Mihawk felt a slight shake in his long-held belief in swordsmanship. The drunken Tarlag hugged Mihawk's shoulder, laughing carelessly. Let's not talk about that for now. Can you tell me how you managed to deflect my slash? Mihawk smiled bitterly. He knew that his current achievements were undoubtedly due to his talent, but also stemmed from his practice of swordsmanship since childhood. Now, he had encountered a true swordsmanship genius, a genuine monster. Mihawk felt somewhat frustrated and, using the newly learned rotation, finished the precious red wine in his hand. Slowly speaking, the way of the sword is not just about the intricacy of techniques or the might of strength. It is about sensing the opponent's flaws in a critical moment, controlling the sword with the heart, and thus being invincible. A critical moment? The destructive impact was imminent, and Talag's lips curled into a wicked smile. But I prefer a moment of critical success. Techniques are always the methods created by the weak to face the strong, seeking a glimmer of hope in a hopeless duel. What I want to do is become the strong. One sword style, ultimate technique, power breaking thousands. Talag's Muramasa, carrying an unstoppable momentum, collided violently with Qingjiao's earth-shattering strike. In an instant, light shone, energy exploded, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this massive impact. The waves were lifted dozens of meters high, and the warship was instantly shattered to pieces, with chips and water splashing everywhere. The recently healed cloud sea was torn apart again, completely dissipating. The surrounding 13 naval warships were engulfed by the surging giant waves, disappearing without a trace. Only scattered water soldiers helplessly floated on the surface of the sea, staring blankly at the battlefield ahead, seeking everything. Thank you. Moshi Moshi. Stinky. Kid, give back my phone, snail. From the wreckage of a ship, a series of intermittent electric sounds spread across the surrounding sea. Although it was somewhat unclear, Talag understood the meaning of Sengoku. Looking at the phone snail in his hand that was making a harsh sound, Talag had a speechless expression. It's just a few hundred phone snails, what's the big deal? Is it worth getting so angry? If we lost them, we'll just breed more. He specifically left a pair of each type of phone snail, so it's already considered generous. Moshi Moshi? Talag patted the little head of the phone snail, speaking with some urgency. Strange, the signal of this phone snail is really weak. Is it malnourished? I just fed it the Dolly brand mill powder. The obviously weak phone snail had already lost its reception function. Talag sighed and looked at the fainted Qingjiao beneath him. His expression serious. Report to headquarters. On November 7th, 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar. The Sword Tarlag team successfully captured the legendary pirate Green Pepper the Cone near the Flower Kingdom of the West Sea. Please advise. The caller had no other intention but to request that Sengoku send a transport ship to take Green Pepper away. The naval branch of the West Sea simply lacked the capacity to detain such a ferocious beast. If left to them, it was feared that Green Pepper could escape using his sheer strength before even leaving the waters of the West Sea. Zizzes. After a crackling sound, Sengoku's furious voice came through, intermittent. Who? Told you to capture him? Talag's heart sank, and he hurriedly responded. Uncle, Green Pepper the Cone is a legendary pirate, and he is worth 542 million berries. With this money, almost revealing his thoughts, Tarlag quickly changed the subject. His existence poses a great threat to the order of the sea. I am doing this to maintain the peace of the waters. Marineford. Sengoku fell silent, his forehead veins bulging, and his grip on the transponder snail tightened. Cough, cough. Zephyr, sitting nearby, waved his hand and said absent-mindedly, this is one of only 2 transponder snails that can contact Tarlag. Sengoku's clenched right hand suddenly paused, and he stiffly turned to look at Zephyr, his expression quite remarkable. Zephyr nodded, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes signaling Sengoku that he could squeeze it without worry. No one would blame him. Logically, taking a few hundred transponder snails would be of little consequence to the headquarters. However, Talag's method of taking the snails was somewhat violent, causing many of them to go into shock and become unusable. Sengoku took a deep breath, reminding himself not to get angry, and nervously held the transponder snail, speaking earnestly. What you don't understand is that while Green Pepper the Cone is a pirate, the Flower Kingdom he belongs to is a member nation of the world government. The world government has always been committed to maintaining stability among member nations. If capturing Green Pepper causes a conflict between the Flower Kingdom and the Navy, it could lead to unpredictable turmoil in the global situation. West Sea, Green Pepper, Flower. Holding back, Talag's eyes brightened, unable to hear what was being said on the other end. But based on Sengoku's literal words, he came to a unique understanding. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head. No need for extra money. Rounding it off, just give me 600 million, preferably in gold. Click. Looking at the transponder snail that was abruptly hung up, Tarlag felt a bit confused. Had he said something wrong? Or had he asked for too much money? He pouted, so stingy. Marineford. Sengoku shook off the sticky substance on his right hand and turned to his subordinate, Jonga, and said seriously, "Go. Erase all traces of him in the Navy and also prepare a bounty notice for him, just in case." Jonga looked helpless. "Yes, Admiral." Zephyr shook his head slightly. This kid really knows how to cause trouble. On the wreckage of the ship, a tense atmosphere loomed like heavy dark clouds. The defeated green pepper lay on the ground, breathing weakly, as if the flame of life could extinguish at any moment. Tarlag tossed the transponder snail aside and unsheathed his sword again. "Hey," Tarlag sighed, looking at the massive body beneath him, his hands gripping the hilt tightly. He suddenly plunged the blade down. "Since you can no longer be used to exchange for money, what is the point of keeping you alive? Having him around was still a hassle. It would be better to just end it with one stroke." "Don't." The blade was less than half an inch from his heart when a heart-wrenching scream interrupted his movement. A small figure struggled to climb onto the scarred wreckage of the ship. It was the 9-year-old grandson of Green Pepper, Little Kai. Little Kai's face was streaked with tears, and his small body trembled uncontrollably from fear and sadness. His gaze was fixed on Tarlag, his eyes filled with pleading and despair. He hurried over, and with a thud, knelt before Tarlag. Tarlag did not avoid him, looking at the small figure in front of him, silently wondering, is this Little Kai? He was somewhat uncertain, as Little Kai's current youthful appearance was vastly different from how he would look when grown up. Little Kai's small head repeatedly knocked against the hard deck, making a thump-thump sound. "Please spare my grandpa," Little Kai cried as he knocked his head, tears pouring out like a flood. After a long time, "Stop." Tarlag finally spoke, his voice clearly displeased. "Not getting the bounty was one thing, but you wanted to spare your grandpa. I never said I wouldn't. But what's up with you knocking your head like this? Why not just bribe me? As long as the money is good, I can not only spare him, but I can also escort your family back to the Flower Kingdom." Casting a somewhat dangerous glance at Little Kai, who was still knocking his head, Tarlag's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, this kid really doesn't know how to handle things. Can I make the first offer? Don't I have any pride? Little Kai, who was already in despair, remained oblivious, continuing to knock his head until blood began to appear on his forehead, muttering, "Please, spare my grandpa. What is wrong with my head?" Tarlag slapped his forehead and raised his voice. "I said stop." Only then did Little Kai slowly cease his actions, raising his tear-streaked face, looking at Tarlag with hopeful eyes. "Give me a reason to spare your grandpa." Tarlag's fingers fidgeted back and forth, fearing this foolish kid wouldn't understand. He even took out a coin to play with. "I can give you my fiancé." A moment of silence. The coin in Tarlag's hand fell, slipping through the damaged deck and into the sea. Green Pepper, whose chest was nearly cleaved open, turned his head to the side as if he had completely lost his breath. Little Kai looked up, his gaze at Tarlag filled with sincerity. Confirmed. The young Little Kai was indeed a fool. After half an hour of communication, during which Tarlag continually hinted, Little Kai finally understood his meaning. "No problem. As long as you spare the old man, I will take you to the Ice Jade Treasure Mountain." Little Kai sighed slightly in his heart. His scheme didn't work out, and his idea of killing two birds with one stone had failed, leaving him somewhat disappointed. But at least the old man's safety was temporarily guaranteed, although the price was steep. However, the Ice Jade Treasure Mountain couldn't just be opened at will. Since the old man lost the cone, the treasure was no longer accessible. Looking at the Navy officer who had already fallen in his self-delusion, Little Kai felt a bit smug, sneering inwardly. "When you get there and find the treasure mountain with no way in, I hope you'll still be as excited as you are now." Not far from the sea area where Tarlag was located, a warship was advancing slowly, the white seagull flag fluttering in the wind. The ship's mast was towering, with its huge sails billowing, the black characters justice particularly eye-catching. A naval rear admiral with an indescribable appearance stood alone on the deck, holding a bouquet of beautiful flowers. Facing the air, seemingly practicing something, his body shifted from a standard military posture to a kneeling position in an instant. He occasionally recited a poem. "Ah, Ji Yuan, from the first moment I saw you, you moved into my heart. Your beauty, bravery, and kindness have deeply captivated me. Jiaji decisively stood up, looking at the air ahead, shaking his head slightly. No way. If I say this, Ji Yuan might just beat me to death. A flicker of silver light flashed in his eyes, and Jiaji dramatically knelt down again with a thud. Ah, Ji Yuan, you are the light of my life. Every time I see you, my heart can't help but race. Please give me a chance to be by your side. Slap. Jiaji, who stood up again, slapped himself, muttering with some grievance. If it weren't for the sudden mission given by the Warring States general, I would have always been by her side, right? No, no. Crack. The deck beneath him cracked from his kneeling, and his 58 confession was indeed significant. Ji Yuan, accept my love. Jiaji's gaze was sincere as he offered the flowers. I'm the perfect man in your eyes. Marry me. Well, that's how it is, ha ha ha. Jiaji lit a cigar, gazing at the wreckage of a ship gradually coming into view, feeling a bit elated. Major General Tarlag, we are finally going to meet. Casually rummaging through his pockets, Jiaji took out a wrinkled information report. Looking at the character introduction on it, Jiaji's eyes changed noticeably. Tarlag, a legendary figure rapidly rising in the Navy. With outstanding leadership skills, connections, and extraordinary courage, recklessness, he founded the Special Secret Unit Sword, allowing him to be promoted from lieutenant to rear admiral. Known to the world as a hero of the people, Tarlag, the youngest rear admiral in the Navy, is undoubtedly a dazzling new star. However, this has also caused discontent among some, including Jiaji. Originally, there would be no interaction between them. But when Ji Yuan started using Tarlag as a shield to repeatedly reject Jiaji's confessions, an irreconcilable hatred arose between them, to the death. Old Kai, how dare you? The consciousness of Qing Jiao was always present. Knowing all that had transpired, he forced himself to wake up, preparing to scold his foolish grandson. 8 punches. Martial heel. Bang. A kick landed straight on Qing Jiao's back of the head, knocking him out again. Old Kai retracted his obviously clumsy move, letting out a sigh of relief. Old man, to save you, I can only apologize first. Raising his head, he looked at Tarlag, whose gaze remained unchanged, and asked, when are we returning to the Flower Nation? The old man's injury needs treatment. TSK. Tarlag replied perfunctorily. Treatment? Glancing at the unconscious Qing Jiao. He teased. I see you kicked pretty hard. Did he often beat you before? That was. Old Kai's face turned red, unable to explain his seemingly retaliatory kick. Tarlag patted his chest, looking disdainfully at the flushed Old Kai. What a disaster. Why didn't you just fight back? He hits you, can't you hit back? I can't win. Old Kai lowered his head, feeling a bit dejected. Tarlag's eyes widened as if he had heard the greatest joke, loudly exclaiming, You can't beat your grandpa? Is this a thing? Back in the day, I often got beaten by my old man, but I never backed down. Once when my old man raised his hand, I directly glared at him, and my aura shocked him at that moment. Old Kai looked at Tarlag in surprise, unable to believe he had such an experience as well. Tarlag crossed his arms, continuing, Let me tell you, next time he hits you, you hit back. Let him know you're not easy to mess with. Old Kai nodded knowingly, suddenly enlightened, looking at the fainted Qing Jiao with a somewhat dangerous gaze. Are you there? The system's questioning echoed in his mind. Tarlag smirked, I'm kind. The imagined actions were too daunting to carry out, but here was someone with a similar experience, just right for him to test it out. Tarlag watched Old Kai's contemplative expression, secretly amused, and cleared his throat. Kid, don't just nod. You have to take action. When your grandpa wakes up, you give him a kick. Let him know you're not easy to mess with. Old Kai hesitated. Is this right? Tarlag frowned. A grown man, always fearful. How will you survive on the sea in the future? Hearing this, Old Kai's heart trembled slightly, a hint of determination in his eyes. Okay, I'll listen to you. When the old man wakes up and hits me again, I'll fight back. Tarlag nodded in satisfaction. This kid can be taught. Just as Tarlag was talking with Old Kai, the warship Jiaji was getting closer. When the warship finally approached the wreck where Tarlag was, Jiaji took a deep breath, trying to keep calm, and leaped off the warship. First, he glanced at Old Kai and the fainted Qing Jiao. Then his gaze fell on Tarlag, his eyes showing both defiance and a hint of vigilance. Major General Tarlag, I've long heard of your name. Jiaji's tone was somewhat stiff. Tarlag slightly raised his chin, sizing up the suddenly arrived Jiaji, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. You are Rear Admiral Jiaji? He had sensed an aura approaching them earlier, which is why he didn't directly take his men and flee. Taking out a mirror from his pocket, Tarlag checked his handsome face, slowly exhaling. Fortunately, he still looked as handsome as ever. He had thought Jiaji would be ugly after more than 10 years. Unexpectedly, the younger version of his face was even less appealing. Tarlag chuckled lightly, putting away the mirror. Rear Admiral Jiaji, it's indeed a pleasure to meet you today. Jiaji looked at Tarlag's narcissistic demeanor, feeling a wave of disdain in his heart. But his face remained expressionless. Have you heard of my story? No. Tarlag shook his head firmly, looking seriously at his face. But your face is full of stories. Jiaji was slightly taken aback. Your words sound quite nice. To be able to see through my experiences from my handsome face, you truly are my lifelong rival. The fire in Jiaji's eyes gradually ignited. Old Kai tried to lift his grandfather, but lacking strength. He barely straightened his back before being crushed under Qing Jiao's heavy body. Tarlag casually grabbed one of Qing Jiao's legs and tossed him onto the warship Jiaji had arrived on. Terning Toyiayi, who was in a state of inner turmoil. I'll commandeer your warship. Is that okay? Jiaji nodded in confusion, but quickly reacted. No way. This time, I'm here on a mission. I reached out to stop Tarlag from boarding the ship, warlord of the Warring States. Let go of the leader of the Flower Kingdom, the green pepper of the cone. Kaji, with a narcissistic expression, locked eyes with Tarlag. I'm a man who can complete the mission 100. Major Tarlag, I advise you not to try to challenge me. Tarlag ignored Kaji, resting his right hand on the sword hilt, wearing a faint smile as he looked at the delighted Old Kai beside him. What do you mean? Old Kai was taken aback, recalling Tarlag's terrifying strength from before. He glanced disdainfully at the unknown Navy major, thinking to himself, stupid Navy, sending someone to rescue us. Can't they send someone stronger? Aren't they afraid of getting stabbed with 1,000 holes? Turning his stiff neck to look at Kaji, he forced a smile. We're already safe, so there's no need to talk about letting us go. Navy Major, please do not obstruct our return home. Thank you. Kaji was a bit confused, pointing to his own nose with a surprised expression, then looking at the smiling Tarlag. Are you talking about me or him? Old Kai turned his head away and muttered under his breath. Whoever looks ugly, just say who. So it turns out he was talking about him. Kaji smugly glanced at Tarlag, resting one hand on his forehead, pretending to look cool. Did you hear that? Bang! Tarlag slowly lowered his raised right leg, looking at the bubbling sea with an expressionless face. Being pretty is one thing, but coming out to scare people is your fault. Kid, a dangerous glare shot towards the shivering Old Kai. Get on the ship, set sail. Yes. In the Flower Kingdom. Leo, is this really okay? Ella was tearing apart a medium-rare steak, juices flowing, her cheeks slightly pained as she forced herself to speak. Just leaving the captain, there's one thing. But eating beef with his money, won't I get beaten up? Ella took out a saw, preparing to cut the beef, as it was too tough to bite. Looking at Leo, who was silently munching on biscuits, she asked in surprise, by the way, why aren't you eating? I don't eat beef. Leo replied with a naive smile, seriously looking at Ella, thinking to himself, getting beaten up is certain, but you're the one spending the money and eating. What does it have to do with me? Even though the idea was mine. Blurb, moshi. Leo looked at Ella, who was sweating from realization, and picked up the transponder snail. Captain, is the battle over? Yes, we'll head over right now. Glancing at Ella, who was constantly bowing and pleading to be spared, Leo scratched his head and quietly said to the transponder snail, Captain, before going to Gem Ice Mountain, Ella asked me to tell you that he secretly took 100,000 berries from your safe to buy a cow. Click. The transponder snail was ruthlessly hung up, and Ella's lifeline was almost severed. On the other side, aboard a warship in a field of ice, Tarlag crushed the transponder snail in his hand, looking at Kaji, who had just crawled out of the water, his body frozen and purple. He put an arm around his shoulder and smiled apologetically. Sorry, my subordinate made a mistake. If we don't vent it out, it's disrespectful to the treasure that's about to be in hand. Kaji's neck cracked as he turned it. Who understands the impact of that irresistible kick on a child's self-esteem? Whoosh! Tarlag clapped his hands, looking at the bubbling sea, feeling much more relaxed. Watching the glacier plains gradually appear in his sight, was it a fleeting golden light reflecting from the treasure? In his excitement, Tarlag seemed to forget something, feeling somewhat unsettled. What is it? Targeted individual life crisis. Tarlag clenched his fist and slammed it against his palm. Soga, the soon-to-be fallen subordinate, readily available wealth. A foot-dragging big man he has never met, countless gold and jewels. With this comparison, how do you think Tarlag would choose? He kicked old Kai, who was controlling the direction, and yelled, "Hurry up, get the ship moving, or I'll throw you into the sea too." Yes. Old Kai fumbled to adjust the warship's direction, speeding towards the glacier plains. Tarlag's eyes shone brightly, fixated on the place, glowing with golden light, his excitement hard to contain. Kaji finally managed to crawl back up from the sea, looking at Tarlag's crazed appearance, filled with anger. "Tarlag, you madman! The wealth of the 8 treasure navy belongs to the entire Flower Kingdom. You." In a swift motion, Tarlag again put his arm around Kaji's shoulder. But this time he didn't throw him into the sea. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and whispered in Kaji's ear, "You should know. The 8 treasure navy has been passed down for 12 generations. Their wealth is countless. At most, I can give you 1/10 or 1/12. Just keep your mouth shut." Kaji, filled with indignation, forcefully shook off Tarlag's arm. "I am a navy, and the justice I bear behind me does not allow." Tarlag waved his hand, chuckling. "If you don't take it, how can I take it? If I don't take it, how can the warlord of the warring states take it?" Tarlag pointed at Kaji, then at himself. "If the warlord of the warring states doesn't take it, how can we improve?" "You mean?" Kaji's head couldn't wrap around this for a moment. How did it connect to Mr. Warring States again? Tarlag gave him a mysterious smile, everything unsaid. "I didn't say anything." As the warship gradually approached the glacier plains, the legendary ice jade treasure became increasingly clear in everyone's sight. On the sea's surface, the warship cut through the waves, the bow breaking the white spray, slowly stopping at the shore. In the distance, the glacier plains sparkled with strange light under the sunlight, and that faint golden light seemed to be beckoning someone to explore. We have arrived." Old Kai's voice trembled slightly. He checked his grandfather's breath to confirm he was still alive, then slowly dropped the anchor. Old Kai was filled with nervousness. He had previously explored this warship and knew there were about 50 Navy soldiers in the cabin. He calculated that if Garp's son could open the gem ice cover, it would take at least a day with these people to fill this warship. "Old man, it's just the treasure of one ship. For our stock, it's completely negligible. You can rest assured." Tarlag patted the contemplative Kaji, smiling mysteriously. His eyes sparkled with greed and excitement, as if he could already see the mountain of treasure. "I heard you were pursuing Vice Admiral Ji Yuan?" Tarlag teased, then continued, "Chasing girls, how can you do it without money, right?" Kaji's face twisted, and he retorted loudly, "Ji Yuan is not that kind of materialistic woman." Kaji's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't like Tarlag's attitude of measuring love with money. When it comes to this, Kaji gets even angrier. If it weren't for Tarlag's presence, he believes that Ji Yuan would not have so many reasons to reject his confession. 7 times, he has been rejected by the name Tarlag, which has cast a huge shadow over his life. Kaji clenches his fists, filled with resentment towards Tarlag. Tarlag stands at the ship's railing, looking at the nearby Bayou Glacier, shaking his head with a smile. His long black hair flutters in the wind, and his eyes reveal a profound light. Women can be non-materialistic, but men must have material wealth. Tarlag's voice is firm and powerful, as if stating a truth. His body soars into the sky, the aura of dominance wrapping around Murakumo, slowly pulling it out of its sheath. Murakumo glints coldly in the sunlight, seemingly responding to Tarlag's actions. Ji Yuan doesn't like money, but every moment that moves her. How can it not involve money? She can do without it, but you cannot. Tarlag's voice echoes in the air, carrying an undeniable power. Windmill Village. 5-year-old Machino sits quietly at the highest point of an uncertain bus stop, her small figure appearing particularly lonely in this garbage-filled place. She gazes at the distant high town, her heart full of confusion. Looking at the stark contrast between her location and the high town, her eyes reveal helplessness. The buildings in the high town are tall and magnificent, the streets clean and spacious, and people wear beautiful clothes, living affluent lives. Yet here, everywhere is garbage and waste, and people live in poverty and suffering. Why is there such a huge disparity in the same place? Machino's heart is full of questions. She does not understand why fate is so unfair, why some people can enjoy a good life while others struggle in misery. She turns to Terrag, hoping to find answers from him. Softly she asks, "Brother, why is it that just a wall apart? It's so different?" Her voice is crisp and tender, tinged with a hint of sadness. Terrag looks into the distance, his gaze firm, and gently replies, "Machino, this world has never been fair. The people in a high town have wealth and power. They can decide their own fate. Those here have long been forgotten by the world, forced to survive in this garbage-filled place." Terrag's eyes are filled with helplessness. He knows the cruelty of this world, but cannot directly answer Machino's question. Then, Machino hesitates, pouting as she asks, "Is there no way to change all of this?" Covering her full little belly, she says sadly, "The feeling of being hungry must be very painful." Terrag ruffles Machino's hair, smiling gently. "That depends on them. Freedom? Dreams? Or just enough to eat? They have none of these. They have nothing left to lose." Terrag turns around, squatting down to signal Machino to climb on, so he can carry her home. His eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light, either perish in silence or burst into action. This place is waiting for a great wind to arrive. Machino's eyes light up with joy as she jumps onto his back, holding him tightly. Although her little head does not understand what her brother is saying, she feels deep down that what he says must be right. They have been playing all day, and lying on her brother's back, she feels a sense of safety. In her dreams, Machino mumbles, "I want to open a big tavern in the future and make lots and lots of money." Although she cannot achieve the greatness her brother speaks of, at least she can help many hungry people. They suffer too much. Terrag supports his sister's bottom to make her more comfortable sleeping, a slight smile on his lips. "Your idea is very naive, but is this your dream? Then let me help you." One sword style, ultimate technique. Terrag gazes down at the perfectly smooth ice layer, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Using all his strength, he swings down a blazing light. Dream radiance. In that instant, countless thoughts surge in Terrag's heart. He remembers Machino's naive yet determined dream of opening a big tavern to help those who are hungry. He knows this world is filled with injustice, but he cannot let his sister's dream be drowned by the cruel reality. This strike is to break the shackles of fate, to bring a glimmer of hope to those who have been forgotten. The light of Murakumo shines like a bolt of lightning, splitting the sky. When the blade meets the ice layer, the entire glacier plain seems to tremble. The seemingly indestructible ice layer begins to crack under the power of dreams. Cracks rapidly spread like a spider web, ice shards flying in all directions, sparkling in the sunlight. With a loud bang, the ice layer is completely severed. The mountain of treasures finally reveals itself to everyone. Terrag stands in midair, watching the severed ice layer and the exposed treasure, feeling no greed. Only a steadfast dedication to fulfilling a promise that perhaps she herself has forgotten. Kaji stands at the bow of the ship, side by side with Terrag, gazing down at the busy naval soldiers, lost in thought. "Are you sure these guys are my soldiers?" The soldiers' eyes burn with a fervent flame, seemingly driven by endless desire. Each one is using all their strength, whether carrying, lifting, or hugging, desperately grasping those boxes and packages filled with treasure. "If it's not yours, can it be mine?" Terrag smiles and strokes his non-existent beard. Human potential is limitless. If you give them a ton of cement, they might not be able to carry it. But if you give them a ton of gold, do you believe they can run with it? I believe. Kaji nods blankly, subtly glancing at this youngest general in history, the corners of his mouth twitching occasionally. For every 500 pounds of treasure they bring back. If you give a tenth as a rebate, if it were me. Kaji looks seriously at Terrag. "I can fly. Do you believe it?" Just then, Kaji's deputy jogs over, directly bypassing Kaji and saluting Terrag. "Report, General Terrag." The deputy looks at Terrag with admiration, wishing he could serve under him. Have we finished moving? Terrag glances at the sky. The sun has set, and it has only taken a few hours. Indeed, human potential is truly boundless. The deputy shakes his head in difficulty. Not really. There are still many treasures left. We have only moved a small part, but... The deputy looks at Kaji beside him, saying somewhat resentfully, "It's just that General Kaji came with a small warship, and it can't hold any more now." "Ha ha!" Terrag pats Kaji's shoulder, laughing heartily. "In that case, the treasure on this ship is your share. How about that?" Jaji hesitated to speak. "Can we just keep our mouths shut?" Tarlag asked again. Jaji fiddled with the hem of his clothes, unsure of what to say. Clang! Murike's sword was suddenly drawn, its back brushing against Jaji's neck from time to time. Tarlag wore a dangerously mischievous smile and said, "Take your people and your ship and get lost. But remember, if I hear any rumors." A scarlet slash shot straight toward the distant iceberg. The massive iceberg was cleaved in half at the moment of contact, revealing a neat cut. "Do you understand?" Jaji and his subordinate raised their hands above their heads in fear. "Understood," they replied in unison. The subordinate patted his chest, thinking that compared to this, he still preferred Major Jaji. At least he wouldn't have to bear the risk of sacrificing at any moment. Jaji steadied himself and hurriedly called the soldiers to secure the treasures on the ship, preparing to quickly depart on the small warship. Meanwhile, Tarlag stood still, watching Jaji and the others busily move about, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Took my stuff, but it's not a big deal, right?" At that moment, old Kai, who had been supervising the treasure transport, approached, his eyes bloodshot. "Unwilling?" Tarlag scoffed. Old Kai pulled his head in and replied irritably, "Although not much was taken, this wealth has been passed down through 12 generations in our family. Handing it over like this, anyone would feel uncomfortable." Tarlag turned his back, no longer looking at him, and silently thought, "Well, just hold on a bit longer. I haven't taken it all yet. In the flower country, Kuin village. Useless. Can't work. Why should I keep you?" The man grabbed baby 5 and ruthlessly threw her into a snow pile outside the door. I can keep working." Due to prolonged malnutrition and harsh weather, baby 5, who had been working under high intensity, finally collapsed. Lying in the snow pile, the biting cold enveloped her from all sides. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her consciousness began to fade. "You still need me, right?" The man stood at the door, coldly watching baby 5 in the snow pile, with no hint of compassion in his eyes. "In this state, you still expect to keep working? Don't dream. Here, those without value are only destined to be abandoned." His voice was as chilling as the cold snow, making one shudder. "You'd better die outside. Don't let me see you again, or you'll regret it." With that, the man turned and walked back inside, slamming the door with a loud bang, completely shutting baby 5 out in the freezing cold. Once again, she was unwanted. Baby 5 lay in the snow pile, despair washing over her like a tide. Her gaze was hollow, staring at the gloomy sky as snowflakes continued to fall, as if to bury her completely. The cold eroded her body inch by inch. She felt her life slowly slipping away. But baby 5 wanted a home of her own. She tried to recall some warm memories, but her mind was filled only with endless indifference and the pain of being abandoned. She closed her eyes, thinking that perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so regrettable, right? The situation seemed different from what I expected. 3 shadows slowly approached from the other side of the alley. On the thick snow, there was a faint sound of footsteps. Baby 5 slowly opened her eyes, trying to lift her head to see who was approaching. As the footsteps grew closer, a blurry figure appeared in her line of sight. Baby 5 couldn't see the person's face, but she could feel the warmth radiating from them. Tarlag gently picked her up from the snow pile, wrapping her in his cloak. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I'm late." A glimmer of hope surged in baby 5's heart. She didn't know who this person was, why they were saving her, or why they were apologizing to her, someone useless. But she felt like she was needed again, and she was truly happy. As baby 5's consciousness gradually faded in the warm embrace, she didn't know what awaited her. But at that moment, she preferred to believe that perhaps fate hadn't completely abandoned her. Just before losing consciousness, she murmured softly, "Please don't leave me. I will be useful. I can work. I can do many things for you. I don't want to be abandoned again." Tarlag paused, biting his lip, a chill spreading through the air. Ella and Leo, who were following him, froze in place. Go check what the owner of that house behind us did wrong. I don't want to see him again. Tarlag tightened his grip on the little girl in his arms, as if he wanted to transfer all his body warmth to her. Ella hesitated and stammered, I've already checked. He's just an ordinary person with some wealth. He hasn't done anything wrong. Tarlag's gaze sharpened, making Ella break into a cold sweat. With a dangerous smile, he said, then check his ancestry for 3 generations. There must be something wrong, right? Ella was about to speak, but was quickly covered by Leo's hand, who blinked desperately at her, conveying the message, damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The captain wants to deal with him. Even the general can't save him. I'm telling you. Leo gave an awkward smile toward Tarlag, continuously patting Ella's head. He replied firmly, I raised my little cockroach for over 20 years, and it died frozen at his doorstep. This matter needs a thorough investigation. Tarlag's tightly furrowed brows relaxed as he snapped his fingers. This is serious. Since there's been a casualty, I think there's no need to investigate, right? After saying that, Tarlag strode forward, holding baby 5, leaving the 2 with a familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette. Later there will be another chapter. I will try not to dawdle. Let's quickly move on with the timeline. In a courtyard of Kuin village, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, forming patches of light. Tarlag expressionlessly threw a pile of treasures from the system space, the dazzling light instantly interrupting the previous owner of the courtyard's incessant chatter. The middle-aged man with a goatee, whose attitude had been harsh, did a complete 360-degree turn at the sight of the treasure. His eyes sparkled with greed as he quickly gathered the treasures into his arms. His face filled with a flattering smile as he excitedly looked at Tarlag. My lord, this courtyard is yours from now on. If you need anything, please command me. I am at your service. Tarlag said nothing and kicked open the door, slowly walking inside with baby 5 in his arms. His footsteps were steady and powerful. The voice faintly echoed. The little girl's clothes, nutritious food, a basin of hot water. Yes, the man with the goat beard hurriedly replied, and then scampered out, calculating that he must complete Tarlag's instructions as quickly as possible. After all, this adult had left behind treasures worth nearly 1,000,000 berries just for borrowing the courtyard. If he served this person well, he might even receive some rewards. Tarlag carefully placed baby 5 on the soft bed, gently covered her with a quilt, his movements tender as if he were caring for a fragile piece of art. Looking at her pale little face and cracked lips, a surge of indescribable pity welled up in Tarlag's heart. He had initially thought it would be another rough man, but unexpectedly, Tarlag gazed at the frail baby 5 on the bed, and his thoughts drifted far away, recalling his younger sister, Machino, during her childhood. Back then, Machino was just as fragile, evoking a protective instinct in others. At that moment, the man with the goat beard walked in with hot water. He was about to call out, but was frightened into swallowing the rest of his words by Tarlag's fierce glare. He wisely placed the hot water on the table and then quietly retreated, as if afraid to make any sound that might disturb Tarlag. Tarlag picked up a towel, gently dampened it, and then softly wiped baby 5's face, hands, and feet. His movements were as gentle as if he were handling precious porcelain, afraid that even a slight force might break her. He softly said, "Little one, don't be afraid. From now on, you won't be abandoned. This is your home, and I will take care of you. I will introduce you to a gentle sister later." Baby 5 seemed to hear Tarlag's words in her unconscious state, slightly moving her fingers. Tarlag felt her movement, and his heart filled with joy as he quickly grasped her small hand. He continued, "You are very useful, extremely useful, but not for others, rather for yourself. You don't need to please anyone to prove your worth, because you are unique." Tarlag quietly expressed his thoughts, wishing that these words could reach her ears and help her understand her value. How could he not recognize the background of this soon-to-be recruited subordinate? Baby 5, that was her name. Her life was filled with endless tragedy. From the moment she was born, she seemed to be abandoned by fate. Throughout her growth, she had never truly felt the warmth and love of a family. Moving through different environments, she encountered only indifference and exploitation. Tarlag stayed by her bedside, not closing his eyes all night. He used a damp towel to reduce her fever, occasionally tucking the quilt around baby 5 and adjusting the room temperature. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bringing a hint of warmth. Baby 5 slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Tarlag's gentle smile. That smile was as warm as sunshine, instantly illuminating her world. The tender words she had heard were actually from the latter half of the night, when she had already woken up. However, she dared not confirm whether everything happening now was real or just a dream after death. She had never thought about what it felt like to be cared for. She truly believed that all of this was a beautiful dream she had imagined, until that pair of warm hands brushed against her hot forehead again. She finally dared to believe that all of this was real. But everyone has their own desires, and Baby 5's desire was simply to feel the sensation of being cared for without any ulterior motives. She didn't want to, nor did she dare to wake up. She feared that everything would leave her once she opened her eyes. She silently thought, as long as I don't open my eyes, warmth will always be with me. Meanwhile, Tarlag's observation hockey was locked on her breath changes, so how could he not know that she was already awake? Sometimes, feigning ignorance while being aware can be the greatest kindness. Tarlag looked at Baby 5, his eyes full of tenderness. Awake? How do you feel? Are you hungry? I had someone prepare food for you. His voice was like a spring breeze, causing a warm current to surge in Baby 5's heart. She looked at Tarlag, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if she had seen a ray of light in her life. Tears swirled in her eyes, but she struggled to hold them back. She didn't want to appear too weak in front of this benefactor, fearing that he would despise her for it. But those tears betrayed her, sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the soft quilt. She hurriedly tried to wipe them away, but the more she wiped, the more they came. Thank you, benefactor. I'm not hungry. She was so cautious. Even though her stomach was growling, she secretly told herself. Tarlag looked at Baby 5's careful demeanor, feeling even more pity for her. He gently shook his head and reached out to stop her frantic attempts to wipe away her tears. Silly child. Feeling hungry is just feeling hungry. Why hold it back? Tarlag's voice was gentle yet firm. Here, you don't need to worry about being needed because you are already needed. Tarlag turned and picked up a plate of food that emitted an enticing aroma from the table. It was carefully prepared bread, fruit, and hot soup. He held the food out to Baby 5, smiling encouragingly. Come eat. This is specially prepared for you. Only by eating enough will your body get better. Baby 5 looked at the food in front of her, and her stomach growled even louder. But the more enthusiastic Tarlag was, the more she shook her head. I'm really not hungry. The words were almost forced out of her throat. Baby 5 looked up at him with a stubborn expression. Tarlag's heart fluttered. It seemed that conventional methods could not breach this little girl's defenses. With a helpless sigh, he figured he would have to start by being a bit of a villain. He placed the food heavily on the table beside the bed and looked at her expressionlessly. I need you to eat it now. Otherwise, I will throw you out. Baby 5 was startled by Tarlag's sudden seriousness, her body trembling slightly. She stared at Tarlag, her eyes flashing with panic and grievance. I. Baby 5 stammered, unsure how to respond. Tarlag frowned slightly, yet his tone remained firm. No excuses. Eat this food now. Baby 5 bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally slowly reached out to pick up a piece of bread. She took small bites, as if every mouthful was filled with endless trepidation. Tarlag watched her start to eat, his heart loosening a little. He quietly sat beside her, watching as Baby 5 slowly brought the food to her mouth. Eat slowly, don't choke. Tarlag's voice softened. Baby 5 raised her head and looked at Tarlag, the stubbornness in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex emotion. Oh, old Kai, where's my treasure? The bandage-wrapped green pepper trembled as he knelt on the ice-covered treasure, staring at the empty vault, engulfed in extreme panic. It's gone. All gone. I'm a sinner of the 8 treasure water army. Perhaps in pain to the extreme, there was no emotion left on the green pepper's face. Anger, blame, resentment, all were absent. Only tears flowed uncontrollably. Old Kai woke up from his coma, looking at the naval flag planted in the center of the ice cover. His back teeth already ground to pieces. He roared with eyes wide open. Branch 653 of the West Sea. I will crush you into pieces and make you completely disappear from this world. Branch 653, the base of the Navy commanded by Rear Admiral Kaji. Old Kai knelt behind the green pepper with a thud, trembling as he extended his right hand to his chest, making a promise unique to their flower country. Old man, please issue the 8 Treasure Pursuit Order in your capacity as the commander of the 8 Treasure Water Army. I will participate as an ordinary soldier. Slowly raising his head, his face revealing determination, he continued, if I can't retrieve it, then I will never return. The green pepper did not turn around, nor did he respond, remaining silent. He understood everything, the cause and effect, but the green pepper thought of Garp's son. With his existence, could their hidden treasure really have been taken by that little rear admiral? The green pepper looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. Granted, the legacy of the 8 Treasure Water Army was severed, and the hidden treasure had completely disappeared. It would be difficult to retrieve it from that family's hands. But there had to be an explanation, one that could stabilize the 8 Treasure Water Army, both in morale and faith. The green pepper gazed at the flag fluttering in the wind in front of him and gently pushed it to the ground. The 8 Treasure Pursuit Order. Each commander of every water army held a privilege that could only be used once in a lifetime. It could summon the other 7 water armies to assist unconditionally, to fight together against the enemy, except for their own lives being at stake. Otherwise, no one would choose to use it lightly. Leo, didn't you say you don't eat beef? On a medium-sized ship, the bruised Ella looked at Leo, who was wolfing down beef, with an expression of deep grievance. Leo glanced at the big and small figures fishing in the distance and elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth. I really don't like it. It's even a bit nauseating. Leo picked up another beef leg with his right hand and began stuffing it into his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Ella and mumbled, but this is a reward from the captain, as a loyal subordinate. Even if I don't like it, I have to eat it with tears. Ella, chewing on a bun, ground her steel teeth in frustration. She had seen people who could infuriate others, and those who could infuriate others to death. But someone like Leo, who could make people half dead with anger, was truly a first for her. Grinding her back teeth, she angrily shouted, "Eat slower, don't choke." "That won't happen. I don't have any other strengths, just decent biting power." Leo moved his jaw, revealing a row of neat teeth. Brother. Baby 5, holding a fishing rod, tried hard to mimic Tarlag's fishing posture, her smile reaching her eyes. Always calling him benefactor. Tarlag felt a bit uncomfortable, so he let her change her address. Sister Marcy. Tarlag turned around, his voice abruptly stopping as he looked at her with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, I called it wrong again." Baby 5 raised her head in confusion, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, shyly saying, "Brother, this is already the 78th time you've called me Sister Marcy. Is she someone very important to you?" Tarlag's heart stirred slightly as he looked into Baby 5's innocent and questioning eyes, his thoughts drifting far away. Marcy was indeed someone very important to him. She was a warm memory from his youth, the guardian of the quiet tavern in his hometown. In his heart, Marcy represented kindness, gentleness, and the feeling of home. Every time he thought of Marcy, a warm current surged within him, as if he had returned to a place where he could rest assured. And Baby 5's appearance made him see the young Marcy again, equally fragile, equally heart-wrenching. He wanted to protect Baby 5 just as he once longed to protect Marcy. The repeated mistakes in calling her name were a natural expression of the emotions deep within him. Tarlag looked at Baby 5, feeling a sense of melancholy. He knew he couldn't remain immersed in memories. Baby 5 had her own life, and he couldn't let her live forever in someone else's shadow. With a smile, he looked at Baby 5, ruffled her short hair, and said, "She is a very important person, but so are you. I won't call you the wrong name again, Sunshine Sister." He wanted Baby 5's life to start anew. From the day they met, it was a rebirth. Thus, he changed her name and bestowed upon her the name Monkey D, Sunshine. Baby 5's life was filled with tragedy, yet her life was likened to sunshine, meaning that even in the darkest moments, she always harbored hope and warmth within her. Sunshine represented brightness and vitality. Even though she had experienced countless indifference and exploitation, there was still a thread of warm strength supporting her, preventing her from completely falling into despair. This was the meaning behind Tarlag choosing this name. Monkey D. Sunshine. Her name. Fishman Island, Dragon Palace City. Jinbei, were you really not involved in this matter? Recently, after a period of hard work, Neptune seemed to have aged several decades. Looking at the blue fat fishman below with a weary expression. Your Majesty, although I have the heart to save Brother Tiger, I would not be foolish enough to confront the world government directly. Jinbei put down the wine cup in his hand, raised his head to look at Neptune, and replied powerfully, as if recalling something. A trace of unpleasantness surfaced on his face. But there's no harm in saying it. Between you and me, is there anything we need to be cautious about? Neptune waved his hand, signaling his commander to speak freely. Jinbei stepped on his wooden clogs and slowly stood up, stopping in front of Neptune as the tap-tap sound echoed. His expression was somewhat unpleasant, a cold sweat trickling down his face. Sherry said she saw the future. As Jinbei's mouth opened and closed, Neptune's expression changed from contracted to expanded, from calm to terrified, all happening in an instant. Is there? Neptune picked up a nearby trident, trembling lips looking at Jinbei. Is it possible that she foresaw it wrong? Looking fearfully at the sky, as if seeing through the barriers of space. He caught a glimpse of the massive and intricate branches. The sun tree Eve, symbolizing hope and connection. It connects the world above the sea and Fishman Island in the deep sea, bringing the possibility of communication between Fishman Island and the outside world. It is a symbol of the residents of Fishman Island's yearning and hope for the outside world. This matter concerns the extinction of my race, Jinbei. Can we let Shiryu predict again? At this moment, Neptune's heart felt like an ocean swept by a storm, turbulent and difficult to calm. He knew well that Shiryu's prophetic abilities had repeatedly provided warnings for Fishman Island. But this prophecy felt like a heavy boulder pressing on his heart. He gripped his trident tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, a sign of tension and unease. He repeatedly pondered various possibilities in his mind, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Shiryu was really wrong? But this lucky thought just arose, only to be quickly suppressed by himself. Shiryu's abilities had never made any mistakes, especially regarding such significant matters. The Sun Tree Eve would be uprooted, and Fishman Island would no longer exist at the bottom of the sea. The key figure, Monkey D. Tarlag. This was the prophecy that Shiryu, who had not yet recovered from that bloody event, personally told Jinbei. Jinbei was also worried, anxious in his heart, and sighed helplessly. It seems Shiryu has been hit by something and has already lost his ability to foresee so. Jinbei's sharp gaze pierced through the sea surface, as if he could see Mary Geos directly above Fishman Island, sighing inwardly, Aladdin Arlong. This is why I didn't stop your little actions. Fishman Island needs the leadership of the elder brother. Sabadi Archipelago. Fufufu. Doflamingo ignored the feeling of powerlessness given to him by Seastone, loading Seastone bullets into his pistol one by one. Information broker? Doflamingo's mouth curled into a wide grin, veins bulging on his forehead. I am the biggest information broker in this world. Fufufu. I say, Doflamingo. The messy snot of Bell was dragging behind him, leaning on Doflamingo's back, stretching his neck to try to stick his face close to Doflamingo's, as if wanting to smear the liquid beneath his nose on his face. Are we really going to take down Borisolino? That candidate admiral guy, too close. Doflamingo's expression became even more ferocious, the muzzle of his golden pistol seemingly unintentionally brushing past Torabel's head. What did you say? Torabel used the power of the sticky fruit to completely wrap Doflamingo inside. I said you're too close. The ferocity on Doflamingo's face disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile like a spring breeze. My family. Marineford. Tina was confused. Tina stood quietly there, her well-fitted navy uniform outlining her graceful figure. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes revealing a hint of sternness and wisdom. With her long pink hair casually draped over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze. A cigarette was dangling from the corner of her mouth, smoke rising. Why did you give up on hockey training ever since you ate the fruit? Next to her, Smoker, carrying a log, was continuously doing squats, his gaze resolute. My smoked fruit has infinite possibilities. Look at those three monsters, Which one of them isn't dominating the world with their powerful Logia fruit abilities? Tina furrowed her brows, recalling the abilities of those three monsters. Borisolino's light fruit allows him to move at the speed of light, and that powerful attack power is fearsome. Kuzan's ice fruit can instantly freeze large areas of the sea, a terrifying power. Sakazuki's magma fruit is even more destructive, capable of turning everything to ashes. They are all the pinnacle representatives of Logia fruit users, proving the strength of fruit abilities with their power. Seeing Tina lost in thought, Smoker continued to convey his beliefs. So in my opinion, as long as I fully develop the smoke fruit, I can also possess power not inferior to theirs. Hockey training is certainly important, but fruit abilities are the key to my ascent to the peak. Tina disagreed. Tina silently whispered in her heart, recalling the storm that swept everything, that very handsome man. He once said that fruit abilities are indeed a part of strength, but only hockey that is not inferior to others is the foundation for entering the top ranks. Looking at her old friend's unwavering beliefs, Tina understood. If she were to bring up the philosophy that Terrag had mentioned, it would only further provoke Smoker's pride, pushing him to jump into the abyss without hesitation. One day, during recess, after failing to challenge Terrag again, Tina quietly sat beside him. With a melancholic gaze, she looked into the distance. Terrag, do you think Tina's fruit ability is very weak? Why do you say that? Terrag looked at the woman sitting beside him with some confusion, teasingly smiling. Confused? Hey, that's not your personality. Really very weak? Tina ignored him, instead looking at him seriously. Terrag lost the desire to tease her, pondering for a moment before slowly saying, I believe there is no strong or weak fruit. It's just that their functions vary, leading to different degrees of threat. When the two top powerhouses in the world clash, in the end, what they compete with is merely the most primitive things. Hockey, physique, and willpower. Glancing at the confused Tina, he impatiently explained, just remember, as long as you have one of these three things, you are top-notch. Half a month later, Sabaody Archipelago. A warship resembling a Navy ship sailed through the waves, speeding towards Sabaody Archipelago. Standing at the bow, Terrag stood tall like a pine tree, his eyes firmly looking ahead. The sea breeze howled past, lifting the corners of Terrag's clothes, and the sunlight shone on him, outlining a determined silhouette. Captain, aren't we short on money? The bruises on Ella's face had not fully healed as she stood behind Terrag, looking at him in confusion. Why go through this muddy water? Terrag slowly turned around, disdainfully rolling his eyes at him, extending a finger. Let me correct you. It's that I am not short on money, not that we are not short on money. Got it? Understood. Ella nodded decisively, awkwardly smiling. As the warship drew closer to Sabaody Archipelago, a tense atmosphere spread through the air. The warship slowly docked at the port of Sabaody Archipelago. Terrag was the first to jump off the ship, his steady steps landing on solid ground. Looking around at the bustling crowds and lively scenes, his heart felt no relaxation. A storm is coming. In this seemingly prosperous place, a thrilling battle was about to unfold. It's so lively here. After some time together, Baby 5 had completely integrated into this big family. Under Terrag's constant transmission of various positive thoughts, Baby 5's personality underwent significant changes. She was no longer the one who blindly obeyed others, but had gradually learned to think about her own needs and value. Her eyes were no longer filled with confusion and helplessness, but instead radiated confidence and determination. She bravely expresses her thoughts and feelings, no longer easily swayed by others. When she sees the lively scene of the Sabaody Archipelago, she no longer cowers in the corner, but excitedly exclaims, observing everything around her with curiosity. Her smile becomes even brighter, warming hearts like sunshine. Baby 5 excitedly looks around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her delicate figure stands out in the crowd, her pink dress gently swaying with her movements. Brother, can I go play? Tarlag frowns slightly, looking at Baby 5's curious expression, shaking his head. Sonny, this is not a place for playing. There could be danger at any moment. You must learn to stay alert. Baby 5 sticks out her tongue, obediently nodding. Got it, brother. Leo stands beside them with a serious expression, his tall figure resembling an iron tower, giving a strong sense of security. His gaze constantly scans the surroundings, always ready to respond to potential dangers. Captain, what should we do now? Tarlag thinks for a moment and slowly says, First, let's find a place to settle down and observe the movements of various forces. I know a place. Ella emotions fluctuata agradably, and a different light shines in her eyes. Oh, Tarlag turns to look at him, clearly distrustful. You have acquaintances here? Ella smiles mysteriously, signaling everyone to follow him. Thinking to himself, not only do I know them, but the captain also knows them. Leo silently opens a compartment in his clothing, looking at a beautiful woman's photo deep inside, lost in thought. Ella, my brother, almost forgot. Sunny loves the feeling of being carried by Tarlag. Once she understands that as long as her requests are reasonable, her brother will not refuse, she lets herself go completely. Her little feet gently leap off the ground and land on Tarag's back, one arm raised high, the other hugging his neck, excitedly exclaiming, Charge! At a depth of 1,000 meters under the Shambadi archipelago, a ship wrapped in bubbles floats in the lightless depths of the sea, surrounded by many large sea beasts guarding it. Clank, clank, in the silent space, the sound of chains is particularly clear and harsh. First, there's a slight tremor, followed by the crisp sound of metal clashing, as if the imprisoned soul is struggling unwillingly. Each movement of the chains carries a heavy sense of oppression, as if telling the helplessness and resistance of the bound. Oh dear! Borisolino lies in a certain part of the cabin in a disheveled state, carelessly pouting, I really hate sea prism stone. The cabin door opens, and the guard has been replaced from Aladdin to Aaron. Hearing the noise, he rushes to check the situation. Aaron strides into the cabin, his heavy footsteps causing the deck to tremble slightly. He stands next to Borisolino, looking down at this Navy candidate admiral with disdain. Humans, you're always so arrogant. Aaron sneers, lifting one foot and heavily stepping on Borisolino. Look at you now. The so-called Navy admiral is nothing more than this. Borisolino frowns slightly, but does not resist, still maintaining his careless demeanor. How terrifying. Aaron, seeing this, becomes even more smug. Admit it, we fishmen are naturally stronger than you humans. Aaron's voice is filled with anger and hatred, now that you are in our hands. This is the retribution for you humans. He holds a sawn knife, resting it on Borisolino's neck with a wicked smile. If it weren't for needing you to exchange for our big brother, I would really like to try what it feels like to kill a future Navy admiral. Who is Borisolino? Even if he is in trouble now, bound by sea prism stone, he is not someone who can be easily insulted. Bang! What's going on? A group of armed fishmen rush in after hearing the violent noise. Once the smoke clears and they see the situation inside, panic is visibly etched on everyone's faces. Aaron's body is in a strange position, his head deeply sunk into the deck, as if pressed in by an invisible giant hand. The once arrogant expression on Aaron's face is now filled with pain and astonishment, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Blood slowly seeps from around his head, staining the surrounding deck red. His mouth slightly open, seemingly wanting to let out a painful cry, but only weak whimpering sounds escape. The sawn knife in his hand slips weakly, falling to the side with a dull thud. Aaron! Aladdin hurriedly runs forward, helping him up and casting a wary glance at the nonchalant Kizuru on the ground, not saying much. Everyone disperse. The exchange is imminent. As long as this guy doesn't leave the cabin, no one else should come. Waving his hand to disperse the gathered fishmen, Aladdin carries the unconscious Aaron out, feeling heavy-hearted. As a devil fruit user bound by sea prism stone, he can still exert such combat power. He truly deserves to become an admiral. Miraculous recovery looking at the somewhat old, yet uniquely charming sign above the small clinic ahead. Tyrog's neck is twisted with a crack, his gaze blankly fixed on the excited Ella behind him. A sense of helplessness and anger surges in his heart, as if a flame is burning in his chest. Cursing inwardly, there are many ways to die, yet you choose the most cruel one. Ella, however, is completely oblivious to Tyrog's anger. His eyes are only on the small clinic and the figure that haunts his dreams. He flashes forward, like a nimble leopard, crouching at the window of the small clinic, shouting inside, Lacey, I'm here to see you. This loud shout breaks the surrounding tranquility like thunder. The sleeping Sunny is startled awake by the sudden call. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking at Ella with confusion. Leo is also taken aback by the shout, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. Nah, Nanny? Tyrog's previously suppressed fury is completely extinguished at this moment, his clenched fists loosening, tilting his head with a blank expression. On the other side, Lacey hears the familiar voice and runs out of the clinic. Her steps are light, like a dancing butterfly. When she sees the figure at the window, her eyes, filled with affection, suddenly well up with tears. You promised to come see me early, didn't you? Lacey's voice is gentle and sweet, as if it could melt hearts. Under the gaze of the petrified Leo and Tyrog, Dr. Lacey walks to Ella's side and hugs his strong arm tightly. She buries his arm deep in her broad chest, the soft touch causing Ella's heart to race instantly. Her face is beaming with a happy smile, her eyes only on Ella. At this moment, Lacey looked like a delicate little bird, and Tarlag could hardly see that she was the same wild woman from before. This isn't surprising. Tarlag, clearly affected by Lacey, had his mouth slightly agape, murmuring to himself. The scene of their last encounter flashed in his mind, and the boldness and passion of this woman still made him feel uneasy. Brother, this sister is so beautiful. Warm sun peeked from behind Tarlag, her curious gaze occasionally glancing at the two people in front who were so close. Her eyes were full of curiosity, as if she were watching a beautiful fairy tale. Don't learn anything from this dangerous woman. Otherwise, your brother won't like you anymore, Tarlag warned seriously, turning his head slightly to speak softly. Warm sun nodded on the surface, but where Tarlag couldn't see, her gaze remained fixed on the two in front, just as Ella and Lacey were about to share a passionate kiss. Warm Sun's face instantly turned bright red. She tightly covered her eyes with her hands, only daring to sneak a peek through the gaps. Her heart was filled with shyness and curiosity. She felt both embarrassed and unable to resist the urge to spy. Tarlag watched the scene before him and sighed helplessly, knowing it was too late to say anything. He could only shake his head and prepare to turn away from this awkward place. Captain, wait for me. Leo also realized what was happening and hurried to catch up with Tarlag. His face was equally filled with embarrassment, feeling helpless about Ella's actions. Meanwhile, Ella and Lacey were completely immersed in their own world, as if everything around them was irrelevant. They held each other tightly, their gazes solely focused on one another. After walking a distance, Leo couldn't help but ask, Captain, are we just going to leave Ella there? Tarlag frowned and replied, What else can we do? We're almost out of options. If we pull her away now, will you go keep her company at night to pick up soap? Leo's face instantly turned strange, and he quickly waved his hands, speaking with determination. Captain, your decision is brilliant. Was picking up soap. Warm sun peeked out her little head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Thud. Tarlag flicked her forehead, speaking irritably. Little kids shouldn't ask what they shouldn't. Warm sun rubbed her forehead, stuck out her tongue, and with a pitiful expression, hid back behind Tarlag. Just as they were about to continue, they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. Turning around, they saw Ella and Lacey running towards them. Captain, wait for us, Ella shouted. Tarlag stopped helplessly, looking at Ella and Lacey. Why aren't you going back to study? Why are you coming over? With his right hand resting on his sword, he stared at Ella and casually said, If it's just for a little movie performance, I don't want to watch. But if you corrupt the eyes of the children, I will take your life. What? Am I that vulgar? Ella retorted, holding Lacey's hand, who was silent. Yes. Leo, along with Warm Sun and Tarlag, nodded in agreement, and even Lacey seemed to recall something, lowering her head in embarrassment and agreeing. Ella's form instantly stiffened in place, and after a long time, she shyly smiled and directly changed the topic. Captain, Lacey said she can help us. She is very familiar with the Sabati archipelago and can provide us with useful information. Tarlag did not continue to tease Ella, but looked at Lacey suspiciously. Why do you want to help us? Lacey smiled slightly, gazing affectionately at Ella's profile. Because Ella is my beloved, where she points is my direction. Damn it, those damn peach blossom eyes. So affectionate, even when looking at a dog. Tarlag looked expressionlessly at Ella, who resembled a little dog, recalling that box of strange clothes. He was extremely impressed by Ella's ability to conquer her. After a moment of silence, Tarlag no longer hesitated and said, "Okay, then you can join us. But you must remember not to cause us trouble." Lacey nodded, tightly holding Ella's hand. Ella then showed a proud smile, as if she were flaunting her charm to Tarlag and Leo. The group continued on the Sabati archipelago, and Lacey began to share various information she knew about the archipelago. Over the past month, the Sabati archipelago had gathered all sorts of people: pirates, merchants, bounty hunters, and even people from the world government. The various forces were complex, and conflicts could break out at any time. Tarlag frowned slightly. He only knew that the exchange location was in the Sabati archipelago, but had no specific information about the exact location. Are there any densely populated places here? Lacey thought for a moment and smiled. You want to know where to gather information, right? Yes, there is. Please follow me. Tarlag and Leo exchanged glances and whispered, "Smart woman, damn Ella." In the Sabati archipelago, Area 1. The group followed Lacey, weaving through the streets of Area 1. Lacey introduced the surroundings as she walked. Areas 1 to 29 mainly consist of human trafficking shops, human auctions, and illegal zones. The order here is chaotic, with many pirates, traffickers, and bounty hunters. It has also become a gathering place for a large number of unfamiliar people over the past month. Tarlag nodded. He was already aware of this and didn't need further elaboration. A faint gurgle sound came from behind, and Tarlag sighed, looking helplessly at Lacey, smiling. "Is there a place to rest?" "My sister is hungry again." Warm Sun blushed, jumped down from Tarlag's back, covered her little belly, and looked at Lacey apologetically, saying, "Sister, I'm not hungry. Don't delay brother's important business." "That's not allowed." Lacey walked in front of Warm Sun, bent down to ruffle her hair, squinting her eyes and smiling. "We were originally going to the tavern. Don't worry about the adults, little sister." After tapping her forehead, Lacey extended her arm, pointing out a path. "Please follow me, Navy officer." Tarlag grabbed Warm Sun's little hand and said fiercely, "If you eat the snacks Leo gives you again, I'll break his legs." After saying that, he led the innocent Warm Sun past the frozen Leo and walked ahead. "Sorry, brother." Ella patted Leo and playfully chased after them. Leo's mouth twitched a few times, adhering to the principle of "if the friends die, I won't." He immediately took out a photo from the lining of his clothes, silently putting it in his pocket for future needs. Under Lacey's guidance, the group quickly arrived in front of an old tavern and stopped. Lacey looked at Tarlag and said softly, "This is one of the places with the most reliable information. You can inquire about what you want to know inside." Tarlag nodded, stepping forward first. "Let's go in and take a look." As the tavern door was pushed open, a mixed aroma of alcohol and noise rushed towards them. The old wooden floor creaked slightly under the footsteps of the crowd, and the air was filled with a faint smell of tobacco and a rich aroma of alcohol. The walls were adorned with various nautical maps and old weapons, while the dim light flickered, adding a sense of mystery to the tavern. Tarlag and his companions found a quiet corner to sit down, while Warm Sun curiously surveyed the lively scene around them. The patrons of the tavern were diverse, with loud drunkards, silent lone drinkers, and many adventurers whispering together who did not seem to be up to any good. Leo skillfully called over a tavern worker and ordered some food and drinks. The worker, wearing a somewhat stained apron, had messy hair and a face that showed the fatigue and numbness of working in a tavern for years. He quickly noted Leo's requests and then turned to leave. Soon, delicious food was served at their table. The food on the plate emitted an enticing aroma and was vibrantly colored. Warm Sun looked at the food in front of her with bright eyes, eagerly picking up her utensils, her small mouth slightly open to reveal a set of white teeth. Just as everyone was about to enjoy their lunch, the tavern door was pushed open again, and a few unfriendly-looking pirates walked in. Their heavy footsteps sounded particularly loud in the quiet tavern, like the ominous beat of a drum. They were loud and boisterous, and the metal ornaments on their bodies clanged sharply with their movements. One of the pirates had a face full of scars, with a deep scar over his left eye. His gaze swept across the tavern like a hungry beast searching for prey. When his eyes landed on Tarlag and the others, a malicious smile appeared on his face, a grin that resembled a devil's, sending chills down one's spine. Tarlag set down his knife and fork with a displeased expression. He hated being disturbed while eating. Ella and the others seemed to be accustomed to such situations, calmly eating their food without any sign of panic. Warm Sun, however, cast a sympathetic glance at the approaching pirates and then made a final charge at her small cake. Lacey also noticed the pirates. She frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Her fingers trembled gently, whether from fear or tension, as she instinctively leaned closer to Ella, seeking protection. Ella held Lacey's hand reassuringly while whispering in Talag's ear, "That guy is nicknamed Scarface, with a bounty of 78 million berries, active around the Sabati archipelago." Just as Ella was relaying information to Talag, Scarface's harsh voice echoed like a broken gong. "Hey, you lot. You look unfamiliar." Scarface, leading a group of pirates, picked up a bottle of wine from the table and drank from it without courtesy. "Refreshing. Ha ha ha." With a loud bang, Scarface slammed the empty bottle down on the table, knocking over the plate with the cake in front of Warm Sunday Hiss. Ella and Leo both gasped in shock. Without a word, the two of them grabbed Lacey and dashed out far away, hiding behind the tavern's bar, trembling. Lacey gasped for breath, swatting away Ella's restless hand, and asked in confusion, "Hey, judging by your looks, you should be more than capable of handling those guys. Sure." Ella placed a finger to Lacey's lips, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her cheek. "Don't ask, don't say, don't look. Just run." Leo nodded in agreement, secretly thinking, "Hey, I didn't realize Warm Sun could be so spirited." On the other side, Warm Sun looked at the overturned cake plate, her small mouth pouting slightly, and her eyes instantly reddening. She then began to sob, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance at Talag, quietly observing his reaction, her eyes filled with both grievance and a hint of mischievous expectation. Seeing this, Talag felt a headache coming on. He couldn't stand to see little girls cry, especially his beloved sister, even if he knew she was just pretending. He quickly squatted down, gently patting Warm Sun's back, and comforted her softly. "Warm Sun, be good, don't cry. Brother will buy you an even better cake." However, Warm Sun was not convinced. She sniffled slightly, her voice small but filled with grievance. "But I wanted that one." Scarface, watching this scene, burst into laughter, his face full of disdain. "What is a little girl crying for? Crying will just get you sold." He then turned his gaze to Lacey behind the bar, his face revealing an unmasked, sinister smile. He had come here with his brothers to relax, but unexpectedly encountered such a refined and charming woman. Scarface's ignited desires led him to provoke them directly. With a malicious grin, he pointed at Lacey behind the bar and said, "That woman, come over and keep me company for a few days, and I'll let you go, otherwise." As soon as his words fell, his numerous underlings pulled out their weapons, eyeing Talag and his companions with ill intent, as if ready to strike at any moment. The other patrons in the tavern reacted differently to the tense atmosphere. The loud drunkards fell silent in an instant, each one wide-eyed, nervously watching both sides, their drinks frozen mid-air, unsure whether to continue drinking or put them down. Some ordinary people showed fear, quietly shrinking into corners or leaving the tavern outright, afraid of being caught up in the conflict. The silent lone drinker raised his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of indifference and calm. He seemed unfazed by such scenes, merely shaking his head gently and continuing to sip his drink, as if everything around him was none of his business. Meanwhile, the pirates who were whispering together, not looking like good people, showed excited expressions, whispering and discussing the impending conflict. The atmosphere in the tavern became exceptionally tense, as if it were the calm before a storm. As Scarface's voice faded, Talag's eyes turned icy cold in an instant. He slowly stood up, exuding a powerful aura. A bottle of wine costs 10 million berries, a cake 20 million berries, the tavern's compensation 1 million berries, plus pain and suffering, lost work, medical fees, food expenses, and funeral costs. Talag's voice was deep as he looked at Scarface, revealing his white teeth in a smile. A total of 78 million berries. Reasonable, right? Nah. Nanny? Scarface was taken aback, anger rising in his heart. But just as he was about to act, with éclat, everyone, including him, froze in place as if someone had pressed the pause button, their faces still wearing the previous excited expressions. Unbeknownst to them, Talag had already sheathed his sword. One hand covered Warm Sun's eyes, and the other picked her up as he turned to leave. "What are you guys doing over there?" He shot an annoyed glance at the stunned people behind the bar, pointing at the sweating tavern owner and laughing. "What? Want to squeeze him to death and inherit his fortune? See, Captain, what are they?" Leo trembled as he jumped out from behind the bar, pointing at the scar-faced man holding a long knife and asking, "Is he dead?" Less questioning, more observation, more thinking. Tarlag ignored him and looked at the tavern owner, preparing to settle the bill and leave. After all, he had already looted most of the money from Ella and the others at the beginning of their voyage. If he didn't want them to be detained and made to wash dishes, it was better to handle the payment himself. "Boss, those trash are our meal money. How about it?" The tavern owner, having seen a lot of commotion before, quickly regained his composure from earlier shock and nodded repeatedly. "Sure, but you're giving too much." The tavern owner gave a knowing glance to a nearby worker, who immediately understood and walked towards the few pirates frozen in place, ready to check their current state and the specific amount. "What is this?" Upon seeing the bloodline on the neck of the leading scar-faced man, the worker's pupils dilated. It was a bone fracture with skin left. Was it done with the back of a knife? The worker turned his head and subtly shook it at the tavern owner, indicating that these people couldn't be scammed. The tavern owner's stern face instantly brightened, and he pulled out a large bag of berries from a hidden compartment beneath the bar and placed it on the table. "My lord, there's no problem with the goods. This is your change for the drinks. Welcome next time." "What is your relationship with Shaki?" Tarlag glanced at the pile of gold coins on the table, but did not take it. Instead, he coldly asked. The tavern owner's eyes narrowed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, forcing a smile. "Who is Shaki?" "I don't know her, huh?" Tarlag squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the tavern owner, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate one's heart. "Don't know her?" Shaking his head with a smile. Tarlag put down the Warm Sun, took out paper and pen, wrote a few large characters, slammed them on the bar, and pushed all the gold coins back on the table. "That doesn't matter. I want this information. This is the reward." The tavern owner's brows furrowed together, but he soon returned to normal, silently picking up the note on the table to read. As he silently recited the last character, his expression became very rich, and he sighed and shook his head. "This isn't enough." "Not enough?" Tarlag glanced at the bag of money worth tens of millions of berries, his mouth twitching slightly. "Damn it, blackmailing is one thing, but isn't this like a chain store?" Clang! An invisible slash struck out. Tarlag pointed the knife sheath at the table of pirates holding their drinks and remained motionless, coldly stating, "May I?" The owner didn't speak, only shook his head. Clang! Everyone in the tavern, except for the lone wolf, froze in place. The tavern owner dropped the cloth he was using to wipe glasses, his mouth slightly open, staring at the scene before him. Still, not enough. A hint of killing intent began to rise, and Tarlag slightly curled his lips, knocking on a bottle of fine wine on the bar with a knife sheath. "What kind of bartender are you?" The tavern owner didn't understand Tarag's meaning. A cold sweat trickling down his forehead, forcing a laugh. "My lord, what are you saying? I run a tavern. How could I sell you fake wine?" "I'm asking what kind of bartender you are." Slap! The wine bottle shattered into pieces, the conqueror's hockey accurately pressing down on the tavern owner without any exposure. The tavern owner felt an irresistible pressure hit him, making it hard for him to breathe. His face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He knew that this man before him was no ordinary person, and if he continued to resist, he might be in danger of losing his life. "My lord, please calm down, Shaki. Shaki indeed has had some interactions with me. She has a huge information network here in the Sabati archipelago, and I have obtained some information from her. In exchange, I provide her with some assistance within my capabilities. But that is all I know about her," the tavern owner said tremblingly. Tarag squinted slightly, pondering the tavern owner's words. After a moment, he withdrew his hockey and slowly said, "Write down everything I asked, in detail. You would want to end up like those people, would you?" And Tarag slowly turned around, a scarlet slash heading straight for the lone wolf, who stood firm in the center of the tavern. "Crow, send my regards to the boss." The scarlet slash shot towards the lone wolf like lightning. Yet the lone wolf, known as Crow, remained as steady as a mountain. Just as the slash was about to close in, he slightly raised his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing in his gaze. He waved his hand lightly, and countless black crows instantly surged out from around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. The slash collided with the crow barrier, producing a dull sound before dissipating into nothingness. Crow slowly stood up, his figure appearing particularly mysterious under the dim light. He wore a coat of black feathers, his black hair somewhat disheveled, adding a touch of rebelliousness. Crow's face had sharp contours, his eyes deep and indifferent, as if he could see through everything. He slightly curled his lips, revealing a barely perceptible smile. The boss's brother. Your growth is even more terrifying than what the boss said. But provoking you is not wise. T2 lords, this is a small business. Please move outside. The tavern owner took out a document from the hidden compartment beneath the bar and handed it to Tarlag. This contained the information he wanted. Tarlag casually flipped through it, confirming that there shouldn't be any issues, then nodded and smiled. Please tell Shaki I'm sorry, and also, whoosh, with a swift movement, a dragon claw punch came crashing down, turning dozens of dark crows into ashes in an instant. Tarlag stared expressionlessly at Crow, whose face was partially obscured by a bird's beak, and coldly said, Who gave you the illusion that I'm easy to talk to? Is it Dorag? His 3 fingers merged and bent slightly. Dark purple hockey gradually emerged, and a dragon cloud strike aimed directly at his left chest heart. If it hit, Crow would either die or be severely injured. At the critical moment, Crow instantaneously elementalized, transforming into a cloud of ash, narrowly avoiding Tarag's lethal strike. The cloud of ash quickly reformed into Crow's figure in midair, a look of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Crow thought to himself, this guy is indeed hard to deal with. He truly deserves to be the boss's brother. He slightly adjusted his posture, preparing to face Tarag's next round of attack. Crow's half-face, obscured by the bird's beak, showed little expression, but his eyes revealed determination and a hint of mockery. Tarlag watched as Crow successfully dodged, his expression growing colder. He squinted his eyes slightly, hockey swirling around him. Since he was so dismissive, he would first sever one of his arms as a punishment. Tell me where he is, and I'll let you leave safely. As the village rein slowly left its sheath, Crow suddenly felt pressure, a cold sweat trickling down his face. Hey, it seems like I've gone too far. This kind of momentum seems beyond my ability to handle. Boss, you lied to me. Crow scattered countless ashes around him, already preparing for the response, entering serious mode. Ella and the others, led by the warm sun, left the tavern quietly, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Ella, why aren't you going to help your brother? Is everything really fine? Warm Sun looked worriedly at the tavern, which had been completely split open by a slash, and asked in confusion. Cough, cough. Ella held Lacey's small hand, puffed out her chest, and said seriously, experts usually make their entrance last. This small scene is enough for the captain. Her words earned the admiration of Warm Sun, the appreciation of Lacey, and the disdain of Leo. After an exchange of glances between the two, with Ella having owed Leo 100,000 berries, no one broke the silence. Inside the tavern, a blood-red moon gradually illuminated the outside, and the atmosphere reached a peak of tension. The Muramesa in Talag's hand emitted a chilling light, as if it could strike down the crow at any moment. The crow was focused intently on Tarlag, with coal dust swirling around, preparing for the impending storm. Talag's gaze sharpened, and he shot forward like lightning, the Muramesa slashing towards the crow with unmatched momentum. One sword style, bright moon. The crow hurriedly manipulated the coal dust in an attempt to block it, but Talag's attack was too powerful. The coal dust was instantly cut through, and the sharp edge of the Muramesa pressed towards the crow. The crow couldn't dodge in time, and his left arm was grazed by the Muramesa, a deep wound appearing instantly, blood gushing out. Poof! The second damage from the crescent moon hit, causing the crow to spit out a mouthful of blood, his left arm visibly broken to the bone. For his sake, I'll leave some strength behind. Tell me his purpose for sending you here. Tarlag, unharmed except for a slight darkening of his skin, fixed a sharp gaze on the crow. EC, without any hesitation, the crow immediately sold out the troublesome guy. Holding his nearly broken arm, he was already sweating profusely. He had acted rashly. Crow, for this mission, save if you can. If you can't, don't conflict with my brother. On the ship, Dolag stood facing east, feeling the sea breeze blowing toward him, a slight smile on his lips. The crow, hidden beneath a black feather coat, replied without any fluctuation in his voice, "I'll go easy on him. You don't need to worry." Dolag turned back in slight surprise, wondering if that was really his intention. He shook his head in disbelief. He would let it be. Since the crow ate a natural fruit, his mindset had been somewhat lofty. A little education wouldn't hurt. Dolag thought to himself, "For my sake, this trip should be uneventful, right?" Outside the tavern, Ella and the others heard the commotion inside gradually subside, but their worries did not diminish. Warm Sun stared intently in the direction of the tavern, her small face filled with tension. Inside the tavern, Tarlag sheathed the Muramesa, looking at the injured crow with lingering vigilance. "EC? What does he want to do there? Missing home? Or just planning to stir trouble?" The crow, enduring the pain, weakly replied, "I don't know the specific purpose. The captain just asked me to investigate your movements and see if there is an opportunity to take someone away." Tarlag frowned slightly. Take someone away? What is he plotting? After pondering for a moment, he looked at the crow again. Go back and tell him not to have any unnecessary thoughts. Otherwise, next time, I won't let you off so easily. The crow remained silent, merely nodding slightly. He felt secretly annoyed. He had indeed underestimated his opponent this time, not expecting the captain's brother to be so powerful. Tarlag stopped at the tavern door, his voice cold as he said, "The losses here must be compensated in full, understood?" The crow, who was discussing some IOU with the tavern owner, paused and nodded repeatedly. He was already taking care of it. As night fell, a mysterious ship quietly sailed across the distant sea. The people on the ship were other members of the Revolutionary Army who had come upon receiving the news. Seeing the injured crow, they immediately jumped off the ship and rushed over. "Crow Captain!" The crowd surrounded the crow, full of concern. The crow waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. "Let's go." He didn't want to linger here. The mission had failed, and he needed to report back to the captain as soon as possible, and perhaps spar a bit with him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, on the elevator of Mary Geos in the Red Soil continent, a massive iron cage was slowly descending. Inside was the barely alive Fisher Tiger, held captive as a bargaining chip for the protagonist of Borsalino. Was this method your idea? Through what means was it conveyed? At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru appeared quite aged, with only the wrinkles on her face not yet so pronounced. "Do you believe me when I say it has nothing to do with me?" Upon hearing someone speak, Tiger instinctively covered the prominent mark of the celestial dragon on his body and retorted to the Navy's chief strategist. Tsuru squinted slightly, scrutinizing Tiger. "You better." The Navy just didn't want to cause too much slaughter. Otherwise, armed redemption would also be a viable method. Tiger's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He was well aware that the words from this Navy strategist, Vice Admiral Tsuru, represented the direction for the Navy's advance. Tsuru waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to move the cage onto the transport ship, and smiled slightly. "Don't be nervous. Since we're taking you out, we've already abandoned that dangerous approach. Sister, you never let me tag along on missions before. Why this time?" At that moment, a crisp voice broke the tense atmosphere. A light-footed girl quickly walked over. She was Shiwan. Shiwan's long pink hair flowed like silk, gently swaying in the breeze. Her bright and lively eyes seemed to hide the universe's stars. Her delicate face bore some curiosity and vitality, dressed in a white Navy uniform that accentuated her graceful figure. A slender sword hung at her waist, its hilt inlaid with jewels that sparkled in the sunlight. Shiwan approached Vice Admiral Tsuru, tilting her head slightly as she asked, "Sister, why am I allowed to come along this time? Is Fisher Tiger very special?" Her gaze fell on Tiger in the iron cage, filled with confusion. Tsuru looked at Shiwan, her eyes showing a hint of indulgence. "This mission is unusual. Having you along will provide more experience." Upon hearing this, excitement flashed in Shiwan's eyes as she straightened her posture, as if to show Tsuru that she was ready. Sister Shaki's energy is truly amazing. No wonder she can so boldly run a tavern here without anyone daring to disturb her. The group that had returned to the medical clinic each went back to their carefully prepared rooms to rest. Just as Tarlag was sitting in his room, focused on the documents in his hand, a sudden violent crashing sound echoed through the walls. Tarlag's expression darkened instantly. He slowly set down the documents in his hand, looking speechlessly at the wooden wall that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. This is too much, too blatant. Tarlag silently contemplated. If I remember correctly, the room across should be Lacey and Ellis. Is this intentional? Tarlag exhaled, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth as he murmured. Looks like it's time for another few weeks of hellish training. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions echoed continuously, making the entire room seem to tremble. However, at one moment, this noise abruptly stopped, accompanied by Lacey's utterance of the word waste, plunging the surroundings into silence. Everyone gradually fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Ella looked exhausted, with heavy dark circles under his eyes resembling two deep ink pools. His steps were unsteady, each movement seeming to sway as if he could collapse at any moment. His eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness, and just thinking about last night's experience and the upcoming hellish training filled him with despair. Lacey, on the other hand, appeared calm as water, as if nothing had happened the previous night. Ella occasionally stole glances at Lacey, inwardly muttering about this woman's horrific demeanor. Her cautious, yet fearful demeanor made it hard not to chuckle. It was not until Tarlag stretched lazily and slowly walked out of his room that everyone's attention was drawn to him. A resentful gaze shot from Ella, and Tarlag's brow furrowed slightly. His lips parted, but no sound came out. However, Ella understood the word from his lips. Waste? The already dispirited Ella, at that moment, wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Kidney treasure. Kidney treasure. Full. Revival potion. 1 bottle per mission. Why don't you go with him? A big question mark floated in Tarlag's mind. The system's voice suddenly cut off, 1,000 meters underwater. Does Captain Jinbei still disapprove of our actions? Aladdin's face twisted with self-blame. It's all my fault for not convincing Captain Jinbei. He fell into self-reproach. Whether he comes or not doesn't matter, as long as we rescue Brother Tiger. All sacrifices are worth it. Arlong slowly stood up, determination and resolution evident in his eyes. He waved toward the distance, and from the dark ocean, a pair of giant hands lifted the bottom of the ship, slowly moving toward the surface. Arlong had only one thought in his mind, no matter what the cost. He must rescue his brother. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. Aladdin followed suit, standing up and tightly gripping his trident, filled with worry. He shouted, "See God, at the moment the deal is completed, you take my brother and don't worry about us." What? The bald sea god placed the ship on his head and said boldly, "Don't underestimate me. I'm strong too." On the surface of the sea, waves surged as the Sun Pirate's ship sped forward under the sea goddess push. Arlong stood at the bow, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, filled with tension and anticipation. Not knowing what awaited them, Aladdin looked at Arlong's back, feeling a myriad of emotions. They all knew this operation was fraught with danger, but for Brother Tiger, they were resolute. "Arlong, we must succeed," Aladdin said softly, constantly praying in his heart. Arlong didn't turn back, only nodding slightly, his voice resolute. "We have no way out. We can only move forward. Although I look down on humans, it's undeniable that when it comes to top-tier power, we are still far behind." Arlong's heart was filled with unwillingness and helplessness, but he knew they couldn't back down. As the ship got closer to the destination, everyone's mood became increasingly tense. Although the bald sea god was boisterous, he also felt the heaviness of the atmosphere. He gripped the ship tightly, feeling a bit uneasy. "I can't mess this up this time. Everyone, be careful when we act," Aladdin reminded, filled with worry. "We don't know what situations we'll encounter, but we must remain calm." Everyone nodded. They understood the importance of this operation. All the merfolk gripped their weapons tightly, filled with tension and anticipation, ready to face the impending battle. Finally, they saw the location of the transaction. On the surface of the sea, not far from the Sabati archipelago, several large Navy warships were anchored on the sea, surrounded by Navy soldiers, along with many government officials in white cloaks. Aladdin's eyes sharpened. A wave of tension surged within him. Finally arrived. Prepare to act. Upon hearing this, all the merfolk except for Aladdin, who was heading to the transaction, including Arlong, vanished into the sea silently. "Hey, I say, Doflamingo. I think I see Crane's warship. Are we still going?" At the port, Doflamingo, accompanied by all his senior executives, observed the numerous Navy warships gradually approaching. His heart was filled with surprise and vigilance. I didn't expect Crane to appear here. Looking at the ship at the forefront, exuding a sense of calm power. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed, a surge of anger rising within him. Fufufu. I wondered why she suddenly gave up pursuing us, allowing that mad dog to come. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. Then, let us take this chance to sink her into the sea. Fufufu. Doflamingo's mind was filled with crazy thoughts. Clang. Sorry, Birdman. I didn't expect to run into you here. Fully armed with hockey, Virgo stepped forward, arms held in front of him, ready to block the sudden strike. But he was kicked away by Doflamingo, hundreds of lines of hockey forming a black wall, protecting everyone within. Doflamingo's heart was filled with anger and vigilance. You are Tarlag? On the surface of the sea, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if the air was about to solidify. Borsellino stood there, the chains that had previously bound him removed, replaced by handcuffs made of 100 sea prism stone, tightly binding his hands. The sea prism stone emitted a dull glow, resembling heavy shackles, reminding everyone of the unusual nature of this transaction. Borsellino slowly raised his hands above his head, his movements seemingly casual, yet imbued with an indescribable calmness. He slightly lifted his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he lazily spoke. Since you attacked me, you have already stood on the opposite side of the world. His voice echoed over the silent sea, like a dull bell tolling, striking at Aladdin's heart. The advancing footsteps abruptly halted. As if Borsellino sensed something, he slowly turned to face Aladdin. His eyes sparkled with an elusive light, a meaningful arc gracing his lips as he chuckled softly. Want to try and kill me now? His tone was so relaxed, as if discussing something trivial. No. Don't joke around. Aladdin's voice trembled slightly, his face filled with tension. The two sides were about to meet, and he could clearly feel his heart pounding like a drum, every muscle in his body tense as steel, each one seemingly expressing his inner unease. His gaze was fixed on the approaching fleet of warships, those massive vessels exuding a chilling sense of oppression. With trembling hands, Aladdin drew a sharp blade from his chest, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. He pressed the blade against Borsellino's lower back and said hoarsely, "As long as you keep your promise, I won't harm you, otherwise." The short blade pierced 3 inches into flesh. Although the wound was inconsequential for Borsellino, the piercing pain spread instantly, causing the previously indifferent man to frown slightly. Borsellino sighed, looking expressionlessly ahead, a flash of a red figure crossing his mind. He shook his head slightly. It seemed there was no turning back now. The atmosphere on the sea was tense to the extreme, the waves gently lapping against the hull, producing a low sound, as if playing a prelude to the impending storm. The sunlight shone on the sea's surface, but could not warm the cold waters. Everyone was waiting for what was about to unfold, their hearts filled with anxiety and unease. At the alley entrance, the slash instantly severed countless threads. In a moment of desperation, Doflamingo conjured numerous silver threads to block in front of him, successfully intercepting the attack. Virgo's fried egg fell to the ground, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead as he looked at the figure standing in front of everyone, filled with gratitude. That was so close to death. The same hockey, but with different levels. Young master, thank you. Doflamingo's forehead veins bulged as he stared at the gradually approaching figure, a crazy smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. We are family. You are too polite, Virgo. Just then, Diamante's unique figure stepped forward. Dressed in luxurious attire, he wore a proud smile. Oomph, how pathetic. Diamante's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with mockery. But it's okay. With me here, everything will be resolved. He swung the long sword in his hand, and Doflamingo was already too late to stop him as he charged towards the figure ahead. I've really had enough. Terrag's expression darkened, his figure disappearing in an instant, reappearing in everyone's sight with a head in hand. What brotherhood are you playing it in front of me? He casually tossed Diamante's head away, picked up a handkerchief from the ground, and wiped the grime off his hands, making me look like a big villain. Terrag's sudden attack instantly chilled the atmosphere at the alley entrance. Diamante's head rolled on the ground, and his luxurious attire now appeared incredibly tragic. Doflamingo's eyes widened, the veins on his forehead bulging even more. He looked at Diamante's head on the ground, a surge of anger and sorrow welling up in his heart. His body trembled slightly, hands clenched in a fist with nails digging deep into his palms. That crazy smile now became rigid, replaced by an indescribable rage. Virgo was in shock, his gaze darting between Diamante's head and Terrag. Sweat beads slid down his forehead again, and his throat felt blocked, unable to utter a word. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, and the sunlight appeared to lose its warmth. The people behind Doflamingo were also stunned by the scene, but soon after came intense rage. They had weathered many storms together, and even when attacked by that mad dog, there had been no casualties among their main members. I say, do you even know what you've done? Torpol could no longer smile, his body covered in slime, ready to unleash his full power against Terrag. I want to. Poof! A sharp sound came, interrupted by a sudden laugh. Terrag looked over, still unable to comprehend how Circa's robust figure could emit a sound sharper than a woman's. I will kill you. Circa's eyes instantly filled with blood, remembering how long it had been since he last heard mocking laughter. Circa's anger was ignited, and he instantly merged with the ground, the surrounding soil and rocks moving as if alive. Soon after, a colossal stone giant rose from the ground, exuding a violent aura, each step causing the ground to tremble. Doflamingo watched the scene before him, waving his hands as countless threads shot toward Terrag like arrows. No matter what you've done before, since you dare to lay a hand on my family, today is your death day. Doflamingo roared. Virgo immediately took action, picking up a long stick from the ground and dashing toward Terrag. Torpol's slime surged continuously. He pushed with both hands, launching a large mass of slime like a cannonball toward Terrag, the air appearing to corrode wherever the slime passed. So, with a cigar in his mouth and a cold gaze, moved swiftly, instantly submerging into a nearby puddle. The puddle seemed to come alive, slowly flowing towards Terrag. Terrag rolled up his sleeves, revealing a row of neat teeth, calmly facing the oncoming attacks. The sooner you die, the sooner you'll be reborn. I have things to do, so let's end this quickly. At the critical moment, Terrag's figure flashed like a ghost, instantly dodging the threads shot by Doflamingo. Those threads struck the ground, leaving numerous deep marks. Terrag looked at the deep marks beneath his feet, filled with disdain. Power is abundant, but speed is lacking. Doflamingo, is this all you've got? Then, his gaze sharpened, deciding not to evade the tidal wave of attacks from everyone. When Virgo's stick came crashing down with a fierce wind, Terrag coldly snorted. If you don't dare to take my slash, how can you have the courage to challenge me? In an instant, he raised his arm and forcefully blocked the stick. The powerful impact made the ground tremble slightly, yet Terrag remained unmoved. Terrag thought to himself, the components of friendship are truly complex. Knowing one cannot win, yet still charging to death for someone against an unbeatable existence. Terrag suddenly exerted force, deflecting the stick, then threw a punch directly at Virgo. Virgo was taken aback. How can he be so strong? He hurriedly raised the stick to defend, but Terrag's strength was too great, breaking the stick imbued with hockey. The residual force struck Virgo's face, sending him flying to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Without giving Terrag a moment's pause, Torpol's slime cannonballs followed one after another. Terrag's eyes widened, anger surging within him. If it touches my clothes, I'll kill your whole family. Meteor. He swung his fist and struck directly at the mass of slime. The shockwave from his fist collided with the slime, producing a loud bang as the slime was instantly dispersed, splattering everywhere. Terrag emanated a powerful aura that made Torpol's heart tremble. He thought to himself, no wonder he could instantly take Diamante's head. Throughout the entire encounter, Terrag moved at a speed that was like shaving, and after returning to his original position, he carefully examined himself. Upon finding no stains, he finally let out a sigh of relief. What's the matter with you? Such a disgusting guy needed extra attention. Murakumo was drawn and held in front of him, blocking dozens of attacking threads that came from all directions. Then a crimson slash targeted Torpol in the distance. Turning to look at the grim-faced Doflamingo, who was constantly manipulating the threads, Terrag's lips curled up slightly. How did you guys survive under that person? It was too far off. Terrag thought of 1,000 reasons, but couldn't explain how Doflamingo and his subordinates could survive Sakazuki's hands. Doflamingo's originally charming face twisted even more at this moment. His eyes seemingly ablaze with furious anger, and the red sunglasses could not hide the overwhelming light. He was extremely angry inside. How dare you underestimate us? Doflamingo shouted furiously. Then let me take care of it. 5 color threads. Almost transparent threads shot out from his fingertips, flying towards Terrag like countless agile venomous snakes. These threads moved rapidly through the air, emitting sharp sounds of slicing through the air. At the same time, Doflamingo released his Conqueror's Haki, its powerful aura sweeping out like a raging storm. The ground shook violently, and the surrounding buildings seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under this oppressive force. However, Terrag was completely unafraid. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. Conqueror's Haki? He shook his head slightly and laughed disdainfully. Your aura is not enough for me to take you seriously. After saying this, Terrag also released his Conqueror's Haki. His Haki surged like a violent tsunami, instantly dispersing Doflamingo's oppressive aura. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this powerful Haki, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Terrag's Haki continued to spread, causing Doflamingo and his subordinates to feel immense pressure. Their faces turned extremely ugly, filled with shock and fear. At that moment, Senor jumped out of the water, swinging his fist towards Terrag, wanting to buy some time for the young master. Terrag didn't even glance at him, casually slapping him away while murmuring, "What are you doing? A good man should not be doing this." This slap was incredibly fast, and Senor had no time to dodge, being directly sent flying and crashing into a distant wall, spitting out blood. Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed in anger, his charming face now covered in frost. His figure flickered and charged towards Terrag like a lightning bolt, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to see. As he approached Terrag, he waved his hands, and countless threads poured out like a torrential rain, each thread seeming like a sharp dagger, carrying a deadly threat. Doflamingo thought to himself, since when did the Navy have another guy who could dominate the world? His threads intertwined to form a massive net, enveloping Terrag. At the same time, he increased the output of his Conqueror's Haki, pressing down on Terrag like a surging tide, trying to counteract Terrag's Haki so that he wouldn't be completely suppressed. Terrag looked at the incoming attacks like a storm, his eyes sharp. He snorted coldly. A mere parlor trick. How dare you show off here? In an instant, he drew Murikamo, the blade flashing, and a fierce slash met Doflamingo's thread net. The clash produced a harsh grinding sound, and sparks flew. Terrag's slash was unstoppable, instantly cutting through the thread net. The line saw, the bounce line, and the shave line had no effect, as Terrag dodged them with a few quick movements. He even had time to glance at the escort ship in the distance that had begun to engage, secretly smiling. It seems that Doflamingo is not weak. But I've become stronger, strong enough that I can't even see which level I'm at. With one slash, he forced Doflamingo back. Unable to interfere with his subordinates, a cold smile on his lips. I will only make one move. Those who survive can leave. Don't underestimate people. Doflamingo forcefully shook off Torpal's supporting arm, wanting to continue charging for close combat, but a sense of death's threat stopped him in his tracks. Terrag tightly gripped his demon blade, his hands like iron pincers. Every muscle in his body tensed in an instant, as if a bowstring was pulled tight. Power surged like a roaring tide, continuously pouring into his arms. In an instant, a scarlet glow erupted from the blade, resembling a fierce and violent slash. This slash was like a ferocious blood dragon, carrying a rolling heat wave and sharp howling sounds, as if it could ignite everything around it. The edges of the crimson slash emitted a blazing glow, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to tremble slightly from the high temperature, as if a dragon's roar echoed within. One sword style, Blood Demon. Once the slash was unleashed, Terrag sheathed his sword without pausing, stepping into the moonwalk and leaping into the air, heading towards the escort ship in the distance. The one sword that my hawk once criticized as full of flaws had now grown to a level that could look down upon everything. Don Quixote, danger. Doflamingo stood sideways, his eyes beneath the sunglasses bright like blazing flames, yet hinting at endless weariness. The golden strands of hair in front of his forehead fluttered gently in the wind, as if silently recounting his tumultuous past. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharpness mixed with a hint of pain, revealing a complex array of emotions. Razanani, you also want to kill me with your own hands, right? Doflamingo turned to look at his brother, who had just returned to his side after leaving home, silently questioning himself. The helplessness of losing his mother at 8, the resolution of killing his father at 10, everything had etched indelible scars in his heart. The approaching blood dragons might was something that Doflamingo could not easily block now. But throughout this long journey, only this group of family behind him had always shared joy and suffering with him. They had fought together in this cruel world, united to build their own kingdom. Therefore, he could not retreat. It was already his fault that he couldn't stop Diamante from being beheaded. This guilt weighed heavily on his heart like a heavy shackle. I will not allow myself to lose anyone else. Doflamingo's words were firm and powerful, as if he was issuing a strong challenge to this unfair fate. He raised his arm, palm facing outward, and shouted, "Spider-web wall." In an instant, a giant net made of white spider silk spread out, the threads incredibly tough, glimmering with a fierce cold light in the sunlight. However, just as he was preparing to take the next step, a pair of giant rocky hands suddenly grabbed him from behind and hurled him far away. At that moment, the rock giant Circa had already taken the position in front of Doflamingo, looking at the terrifying blood dragon-like slash that was about to destroy everything. An endless determination surged in his heart. His robust body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but out of the weight of the sacrifice he was about to make. Circa stretched out his rocky giant arm, facing the impending slash with calmness. "Doflamingo, let me take this hit." Circa's voice was like a rolling boulder, sharp yet heavy. Doflamingo's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "Circa, get back." His face was filled with anger and anxiety, the veins on his forehead slightly bulging. Circa's gaze was incredibly firm as he continuously absorbed energy from the surrounding ground, his sharp voice carrying a hint of heaviness. "Doflamingo, you have always led us. Now it's my turn to do something for everyone." Under Circa's control, the stone giant stepped forward resolutely, as if it were an unshakable, majestic mountain. His eyes revealed a determination to face death, his brows tightly furrowed, yet the corners of his mouth slightly rose, as if he felt proud of the great deed he was about to undertake. "Partners, this might be the last thing I can do for you." Circa's voice was deep and powerful. His unique voice, almost effeminate, appeared particularly solemn in this tense atmosphere. "Along the way, we have shared laughter and arguments, but we have always been a family, and I cannot let you all be destroyed like this." Doflamingo's eyes turned red, and he roared, "Circa, come back. I won't allow you to do this." His body trembled slightly as he exerted all his strength to create countless webs, desperately wanting to protect Circa as well. As the slash approached, a scorching aura rushed towards him like a tidal wave, and a trace of relieved smile appeared on Circa's face. "Doflamingo, you all need to walk the path ahead well. Remember, you are the man who will become king. Never bow your head in front of anyone." The stone giant began to shatter under the impact of the slash, but Circa still stood firm. He used his last bit of strength to inject his haki into the stone giant, trying to withstand it for even a second longer. "Partners, don't be sad for me. My sacrifice is worthwhile. Let our family continue to pass on. Let our glory never fade." Circa's voice gradually weakened, but his words were like a blazing torch, instantly igniting the fighting spirit in the hearts of the Don Quixote family members. In the end, the stone giant was completely crushed by the power of the slash, and Circa was also engulfed in that violent force. He used his life to win a glimmer of hope for Doflamingo and the family members. The rapidly flying Terrag paused, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Lucky guy. Then he no longer lingered and headed straight for the escort ship. Several huge Navy warships quietly anchored, surrounded by Navy soldiers and many government officials in white cloaks. The atmosphere was tense, and the turbulent sea seemed to foreshadow an impending storm. Aladdin's expression tightened. A wave of anxiety surged in his heart. He was escorting Borsalino, standing at the bow of the ship, staring intently at the naval camp ahead. Borsalino appeared relaxed, as if he didn't care about what was about to happen. At that moment, Major General Tsuru and her team stood on the deck of the warship. Tsuru's face was solemn, her eyes revealing wisdom and vigilance. She watched Aladdin and the others gradually approach, her mind calculating various possible scenarios. Aladdin took a deep breath and slowly approached the trading point. As the ship drew near the Navy warship, the tense atmosphere between both sides reached its peak. "Put him down. We will release Tiger as agreed." Tsuru's voice was steady, but carried an undeniable authority. Hundreds of thousands of gun barrels suddenly aimed at Aladdin's head, as if ready to turn him into a sieve at any moment. "Lower your guns. Do you want to shoot Mr. Borsalino too?" Next to Tsuru stood the one-handed, sword-wielding Jinbi, who raised her hand impatiently, signaling her colleagues to lower their guns. Aladdin swallowed hard, trying to hide behind Kizuru as best as he could, a short blade pressed tightly against his lower back. "The initiative is not in your hands now. I want to see Fisher Tiger first." "Release Borsalino first?" What joke. The world government has no credibility in the hearts of fishmen. He feared that as soon as he relaxed his guard, he would be riddled with bullets. Jinbi stepped forward, her brows furrowed, anger burning in her eyes. "You rude fellow, are you negotiating with us?" She gritted her teeth, her cheeks slightly puffed out, one hand tightly gripping the sword hilt, as if ready to draw her sword at any moment. A sharp pain shot through her waist again, and Borsalino looked speechless at Jinbi on the opposite ship, secretly complaining, "You're so impressive, you're so noble," in this tense atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Major General Tsuru frowned slightly, her eyes flashing with dissatisfaction at Jinbi's reckless behavior. She gently raised her somewhat aged yet powerful hand, paused briefly in the air, then slowly lowered it, signaling Jinbi to calm down. Then she spoke calmly. "According to his request, bring Tiger over." After hearing the order, the Navy soldiers hesitated in their hearts, but military orders are like a mountain, and they had to act quickly. The soldiers' footsteps were slightly heavy, each step seeming to carry a deep concern for the unknown consequences. After a while, the imprisoned Fisher Tiger was brought to the deck. Tiger looked exhausted, the wrinkles on his face like marks left by the years, silently telling of the hardships he had endured. However, his eyes still revealed determination and resilience, a light that had never been extinguished despite the hardships, like stars that never fade in the night sky. The moment Aladdin saw Tiger, an uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart. His eyes widened instantly, his heartbeat quickening as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He stared intently at Major General Tsuru, the short blade trembling slightly in his hand, having unknowingly sunk 3 inches into flesh. He openly threatened, "Now, let Brother Tiger come aboard, and after we leave safely, we will naturally release him. I came with sincerity. I hope your army does not make things difficult for me. Otherwise," another sharp pain shot through, and Borsalino's expression darkened completely. Since his birth, this was the first time he hated someone so much. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, but he quickly reverted to his indifferent demeanor. Major General Tsuru narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of thought flashing in them. Her mind weighed the pros and cons, rapidly calculating possible scenarios in her head. After a moment, she nodded. The Navy soldiers carefully brought Tiger onto Aladdin's ship and unlocked the shackles that bound him. After Tiger boarded the ship, Aladdin vigilantly observed the surrounding Navy, his body tense like a cheetah ready to fight, every muscle in a state of high tension. "Let's go," Aladdin shouted, and the other mermaids who had already submerged in the water pushed the boat Aladdin was on with all their might upon hearing his call. Borsalino still wore a relaxed expression, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. However, his gaze casually swept towards the clouds ahead, a hint of a nonchalant smile on his lips, while secretly calculating the next steps. Ziwan watched Aladdin and the others gradually recede into the distance, filled with unwillingness. She bit her lip tightly, her anger burning inside her like a blazing fire. She couldn't help but say, "Sister, are we just going to let them go? What if they change their minds? We should take the opportunity to capture them all. Her eyes were filled with urgency and anger, her hands clenched into fists, her body slightly trembling, revealing her inner excitement and unease. Admiral, he turned slightly, looking at her sister with a doting gaze. She spoke earnestly, Ziwan, sometimes achieving our goals doesn't necessarily require hard tactics. Poor Selino is always in danger, and we cannot afford to take risks. Besides, the mermaid issue is complex. It cannot be simply resolved with force. We need to consider it from a longer-term perspective. The wisdom and calmness in Admiral He's gaze revealed that she understood every decision she made in this complex situation could impact poor Selino's safety. Ziyuan bit her lip. Although she was still unconvinced, she knew her sister's words made sense. She lowered her head and quietly said, "Yes, sister, I understand." Her gaze remained fixed on the departing ship, her eyes bright with determination as she secretly resolved, in half an hour, if I don't see Mr. Porcelino, I will lead the charge. Admiral, he helplessly glanced at her sister, feeling a mix of emotions. It was indeed the right decision to bring her out for training. If she continued to be so reckless on future missions, she might suffer great losses. After the ship left the Navy's line of sight, both Tiger and Aladdin showed joy at having survived. Tiger's eyes were filled with emotion as he looked at Aladdin and said hoarsely, "Aladdin, thanks to you all, I was able to survive." Aladdin tightly grasped Tiger's hand, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes, sparkling in the sunlight. "Big brother, we never gave up on you. Everyone has been working hard just to rescue you." They reminisced about the past, the days of fighting and striving together seeming to flash before their eyes. A smile appeared on Tiger's face as he patted Aladdin's shoulder with his broad, strong hand. "We must live well, for our people, for our future." Aladdin nodded heavily, his eyes filled with determination. "Big brother, we definitely will." "Oh dear." The untimely voice of Kizaru interrupted their reunion. "Since this is a transaction, shouldn't you let me go?" A glint of silver flashed from his sunglasses, and though his tone was casual, it was clear he was eager to leave. Suddenly, Aolong's figure jumped up from the water, his gaze burning as he looked at Tiger, revealing a set of sharp fangs. "Big brother, welcome home. The brothers have been waiting for a long time." "Ha ha, thank you for your trouble." Tiger, tall and robust, resembled a towering mountain. He opened his arms and embraced Aolong, laughing. "It's been years, Aolong, you've grown a lot too, huh? Big brother, we can catch up later. Let me deal with this guy first." Aolong released Tiger's hand, picked up his serrated long knife from the weapon rack, and looked dangerously at Porcelino. His threat could not be underestimated. If they let him go, their future days would likely be difficult. Aolong's words stopped Aladdin and Tiger, who wanted to intervene. The three major monsters of the Navy were known to all. Even Tiger, who was in Mariewa and became a toy of the Celestial Dragons, had heard about their danger. However, Porcelino did not regard Aolong, who was slowly approaching with a serrated knife, as a threat at all. Instead, he calmly looked back at Tiger, who was clearly in charge. "Is this your promise as mermaids? Is this your final choice?" Just as Tiger was about to step forward to converse with Porcelino, Aladdin pulled him back, locking him in place. "Big brother." Aladdin didn't want to be the one who broke the promise unilaterally. It would be too disgraceful. But as Aolong said, during this time, they had taken care of this Navy monster. If they let him break free, they feared the consequences would be dire. Although it was embarrassing, they truly could not let him go. Tiger was also a clever man. From their reactions, it was clear there was some history between them. He sighed and fell silent, as if tacitly agreeing. With permission granted, Aolong no longer hesitated. He immediately brandished his serrated knife, ready to take down Porcelino. "Hey," Kizaru sighed, shaking his head slightly, the casual expression on his face long gone. He looked up at the clouds in the sky and spoke calmly. "Terrag, you can come down now." However, the surroundings fell silent, with no response. This dead silence made Aolong halt in his steps, and Tiger and Aladdin immediately entered a state of alert. But 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and even 10 minutes passed. In this vast sea, nothing seemed to happen. "Navy guy, are you messing with me?" Aolong's eyes widened in anger, gripping the serrated knife tightly as if ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. In just 10 minutes, Porcelino had thought through every detail of his day off from work, but still could not understand why Terrag, who had intentionally revealed his presence earlier, had not shown up. The carefree smile vanished, and his mood became somewhat heavy as he saw Aulong, holding the serrated knife, drawing closer. Borsalino finally lost his calm. At that critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Borsalino as he recalled a conversation he had with Kazan about Terrag. Kazan, didn't he just take on a mission? Why did you go along too? Kazuru was selecting elite troops to escort the upcoming garden party when he looked up at Kazan, who had just returned on his bike, and asked with a smile. Well, Kazan yawned. He had ridden all night and wasn't tired, just a bit sleepy, responding with a bored expression, don't mention it. My brother, who never works without profit, really gives me a headache. Just thinking about covering for little Terrag with his own task list and getting scolded by Sengoku made Kazan's temples throb painfully. Time returns to the present, the serrated knife. With a sharp momentum, slashes towards Borsalino. Borsalino quickly thinks of Kazan's words. No profit, no early rise. I have 10 tons of gold. Just as Borsalino finishes speaking, with a clang, the incoming serrated knife is suddenly cut in half. Who? Arlong's eyes widen, filled with shock and vigilance. Who dares to ruin my good deed? He quickly looks around, tightly gripping the half of the serrated knife, seemingly trying to pull out the attacker from thin air. However, apart from the gently rippling sea and the passing sea breeze, the surroundings are silent, with no response. Oh dear! A cold sweat drips down Borsalino's neck. This is the first time since he ate the Pika Pika Nomi that he has been so close to death, and he can't help but feel a bit scared. Borsalino quickly adjusts his mindset, regaining his calm demeanor, looking up at the empty clouds, shaking his head and thinking. This really confirms Kazan's words. But I've already given my money to that man for research funding. What should I do now? If worst comes to worst, I'll just write an IOU. My credit is still quite trustworthy, right? In the sky, in the clouds. Is this right? The system is a bit temperamental. This irresponsible host wants to earn double pay for a single job? No, it's triple. The system's reward, Sakazuki's pay, and Borsalino's ransom. Please call me the master of time management. Tarlag smiles lightly, sheathing Murakumo with a teasing gaze, constantly sizing up Borsalino below. At this moment, Arlong grows increasingly anxious and yells again. Who is playing tricks? Come out if you have guts. Arlong. At this time, Tiger and Aladdin also snapped out of their astonishment. Aladdin anxiously shouted, a strong enemy has appeared. Quickly control Borsalino. Tension and unease filled Aladdin's heart. The earlier ability to leave the Navy's sight was solely because he had control over Kazuru's life. But now, Borsalino has clearly slipped out of his grasp, and Aladdin's heartbeat quickens like a drum, his gaze fixed on Arlong, hoping it's not too late. Aladdin's shout instantly calms Arlong. He realizes the importance of the hostage at this moment. His gaze turns fierce again, a powerful arm reaching for Borsalino, intending to temporarily restrain him. Since last time, when Borsalino was locked with Seastone, Arlong and the others have changed their binding method. This method greatly restricts Borsalino's movements, leaving him completely without the ability to resist. Just as he is about to seize Borsalino again, an unknown blade strikes again. Ah! Arlong lets out a piercing scream, his eyes wide as he watches his severed arm fall onto the deck, blood gushing like a fountain. The intense pain turns his face pale instantly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Tiger is momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, then immediately reacts, his face filled with anxiety and anger. He dashes to Arlong's side, quickly tearing off a piece of his clothing to bandage Arlong's wound. Arlong, hold on. Tiger's eyes burn with fury as he stands up abruptly, glaring around as if searching for the perpetrator who harmed Arlong. Who did this? He shouts loudly, his voice filled with authority and rage. Yet, the surroundings remain silent. With no response, the figure hidden in the shadows seems to toy with the ants that can be crushed at any moment. The shadow in the dark reveals a teasing smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as if expressing his control and delight over this game. Like a cruel child, he treats Aladdin and the others as toys to be manipulated at will. Even at this moment, Borsalino has completely relaxed, lying on the ground and falling asleep, as if he has escaped danger. Sakazuki said that trading with pirates is absolutely forbidden. In the clouds, Tarlag strokes his chin, recalling the task Sakazuki gave him when he left Navy headquarters. If he can save Borisolino in advance, then he will eliminate all enemies. Otherwise, Tarlag decides to no longer hide and begins to free fall towards the pirate ship below. If not, he will completely obliterate the enemy's race, fundamentally erasing the Navy's shame. The falling speed increases and Tarlag's eyes sharpen, remembering those government lackeys in white cloaks on Admiral Tsuru's ship. He smiles cruelly. If anyone dares to stop my actions, then I will take them all down. This is everything he understood from Sakazuki's tacit approval, regardless of whether it is right or wrong. Perhaps sensing danger, Aladdin quickly sends a signal, calling up the merfolk brothers lurking beneath the sea to prepare for the formidable enemy. But this also gives Tarlag the opportunity to wipe them out in one go. Tarlag crashes down onto the pirate ship like a meteor, and with a loud bang, the powerful impact instantly creates a large pit in the deck. The surrounding merfolk have no time to react, being knocked about by this terrifying force. Some of the merfolk nearby are directly crushed into meat patties, blood and flesh splattering. The scene gruesome. Aladdin watches this horrific scene in terror. When he recognizes Tarlag's identity, the despair in his eyes spreads like endless darkness. He trembles as he reveals the information about this person, the youngest Rear Admiral of the Navy, the people's hero, Tarlag. It is understood that this person's strength rivals that of the three monsters in the Navy. Aladdin's remaining glimmer of hope is shattered in that moment, replaced by deep helplessness and despair. The sea breeze blows, carrying a salty scent as the waves continuously crash against the ship, producing a dull sound. Tiger grits his teeth tightly, as if his teeth might shatter. He looks at the fallen and wounded brothers around him, his grief and anger surging like a tidal wave. He doesn't know any so-called Rear Admiral Tarlag. He only knows that the person in front of him is the killer of his compatriots. Damn it, you damned demon. Tiger's roar echoes in the air, filled with endless grief and hatred. His fists are tightly clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. But he feels no pain. At this moment, he has only one thought in his mind: to avenge his fallen brothers. However, facing Tiger's fury, Tarlag remains expressionless. He coldly looks at Tiger, his eyes devoid of any pity or guilt. This is the consequence of opposing the world. Tarlag's voice is icy and piercing. And suddenly, Tarlag's figure vanishes in an instant, and the next second, a fierce punch strikes towards Tiger. What level are you at to dare use the same name as me? With an astonishing momentum, the fist seemed capable of cracking the air itself. At this critical moment, Aladdin lunged at Terrag, pushing him aside. Terrag's fist smashed down onto the deck with a loud bang, instantly creating a large dent, splintering wood flying everywhere. Aladdin fell to the ground, spitting blood, his face as pale as paper. Terrag's eyes widened as he looked at the injured Aladdin, filled with emotion and anger. "I'll fight you," Terrag roared, his aura exploding in an instant. He unleashed the moves of Fishman karate, fiercely striking at Tarlag. The fist carried immense power, as if it could tear the air apart. Tarlag squinted slightly, looking at the charging Terrag with a hint of disdain. He easily sidestepped, evading Terrag's attack. Terrag's fist struck the side of the ship with a resounding crash, instantly shattering the left side of the hull, causing the ship to sway precariously as if it were about to sink at any moment. The broken planks fell into the sea, splashing water everywhere. Terrag glared at Tarlag, the fire of anger in his eyes burning even more fiercely. "We just want to survive, to fight for a free future for our people. Why won't you let us go?" Tarrag's voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Tarlag narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the gathering crowd of fishmen and drew his sword, the blade gleaming coldly. "Let us not even mention that in this world, only the strong can survive." Tarlag's voice was indifferent and ruthless. "But since you threaten the Navy and even the world government under the pirate flag, building your freedom on the suffering of others, then you are no longer pure. And without pure freedom, there is no reason for your existence." After saying this, Tarlag's figure vanished again, leaving only an afterimage. The sea breeze howled, as if mourning the impending slaughter. The sword's point marked the souls destined to perish. Tarlag moved like a specter among the fishmen, where the sword swung, blood splattered. The fishmen screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. But in the face of Tarlag's absolute power, their struggles appeared utterly powerless. Tarlag watched his kin fall one by one, his despair reaching its peak. He charged at Tarlag again, desperately trying to stop the slaughter. However, Tarlag merely waved his sword lightly, sending Tarlag flying. Tarlag crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. He had endured torment in Marineford, and in his current state, he was barely holding on, finding it difficult to defeat such a powerful opponent. Struggling to rise, he looked at the fallen kin around him, despair sweeping over him like a tide. His eyes were filled with pain and helplessness, the once burning anger in his heart gradually extinguishing, replaced by endless sorrow. He gazed at the familiar faces, the brothers who had laughed and fought alongside him, now losing their lives under Tarlag's blade. His heart felt as if it were pierced by thousands of sharp blades, the pain nearly suffocating him. Why? Why is this happening? Tarlag repeatedly asked himself. He couldn't understand why they, who only wanted to fight for a free future, had to suffer such a cruel fate. He hated his own powerlessness, hated the injustice of this world. Tarlag knew that if this continued, none of his kin would survive. Unable to bear watching his brothers die, despair led him to make a difficult decision. He slowly stood up, eyes filled with determination, looking at Tarlag before slowly kneeling down. "Please spare my kin." Tarlag's voice trembled, filled with pleading. He laid down all his dignity just to give his brothers a chance at life. Tarlag paused his actions, looking coldly at Tarlag, a fleeting hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. "Are you begging your enemy?" He casually decapitated a nameless fishman beneath his feet and coldly remarked, "If begging were effective, what do we need the Navy for?" Tarlag gritted his teeth, a flash of despair in his eyes. He knew begging was useless, but he couldn't bear to watch all his brothers die. Suddenly, a mad thought surged within him. Everything that has happened today was planned and executed by me alone. Tarlag slowly picked up the half-saw blade of Arlong from the ground and held it against his throat. Looking at the Navy major, holding a sword with one hand, Tarlag's eyes filled with determination. "And I now confess and will take my own life here to apologize to the world." Tarlag had initially kneeled on one knee, but with a crack of the deck, both knees fell before Tarlag. Aladdin and the other fishmen looked on in terror at Tarlag's actions, shouting, "Brother Tarlag, no." Tarlag ignored them, his head heavily bowing to the ground, his muscles tensed as if saying a final farewell. "Let my death buy a chance for my kin," he pleaded. "I swear from now on, our fisherman tribe will never engage in any conflict with the Navy again." After finishing, Tarlag forcefully dragged the saw blade across his throat, blood gushing out instantly as his figure slowly fell. Tarlag's eyes were filled with reluctance and concern, but also a hint of relief. He truly hoped his death could bring a new beginning for his kin. This was all his broken body could do at this moment. 10,000 meters underwater. In the Dragon Palace. In the grand and magnificent Dragon Palace, Jinbi stood quietly. He calculated the time. If everything went smoothly, Aladdin and the others had successfully rescued Brother Tarlag. Suddenly, his expression changed, a hand clutching his heart. Jinbi furrowed his brows, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face revealing pain and unease. Neptune noticed Jinbi's unusual behavior and hurriedly approached to ask, "Jinbi, what happened?" Jinbi trembled slightly, struggling to speak. "Your Majesty." I suddenly felt a strong palpitation, as if something extremely bad has happened. Neptune's expression grew serious, worry filling his eyes. Could it be Aladdin and the others? Neptune hesitated, not wanting to provoke Jinbi's nerves further. Jinbi tried to calm his emotions, but unease surged like a tide. He knew this intense feeling was no coincidence. Something significant had to have occurred. He slowly shook his head, looking seriously at Neptune. "I don't know, but to avoid accidents, I should go take a look." "I'll go with you." Concerned for Tarlag and the survival of Fishman Island, Neptune couldn't sit still and immediately shouted, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Jinbei shook his head again. Stepping forward as he explained, "You are the king of our Fishman tribe, and Fishman Island still needs your leadership. Such actions that have already crossed the red line should not involve your presence." Jinbei patted Neptune's mount, the shark, and squinted his eyes. "Little guy, I'll trouble you to take me up there this time." He looked seriously at the anxious Neptune, who was wringing his hands, and slowly spoke. If things get to a certain point, I hope your majesty will remove us from Fishman Island and announce this news to the world. After saying that, Jinbei no longer hesitated, leaping onto Mechalot's back and quickly heading towards the incident site. Hearing this, Neptune staggered and sat back down on the throne, propping his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, near the Sabadi archipelago, Big Brother, the fishmen looked on in despair at the fallen tiger, their hearts filled with pain and hopelessness. The mournful cries echoed through the air, as if to break through the sky, yet were heavily weighed down by profound sorrow. They trembled as they gathered around, their eyes filled with disbelief and deep grief. Tiger, that towering figure like a deity, now lay quietly on the ground, never to rise again. They knew that Tiger had died for them, using his life to define what true courage and responsibility were. Aladdin and Aaron hurried to Tiger's side, cradling his body in their arms and weeping loudly. Their tears flowed like a flood, dripping on a tiger's body that was gradually losing warmth. Aladdin held Tiger tightly, as if that could keep his life alive. Aaron roared to the heavens, his furious growl filled with unwillingness to accept fate and hatred for the enemy. Terrag looked at Tiger, who had already lost all signs of life, and a flicker of emotion surfaced in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a complex light flashing in his gaze. He hadn't expected Tiger to be so resolute, to take his own life without hesitation in front of him for the sake of so-called compatriots. But when did I ever promise you? Terrag said this, but his eyes revealed a complex emotion, a mix of admiration, regret, and helplessness, as if he were struggling with something deep inside. Strength is always the foundation for defending freedom. Only by surviving can one have the qualification to fight for freedom. Terrag murmured to himself, his gaze slowly sweeping over the terrified merfolk. A hint of unexpected compassion emerged, leading him to make a decision that he might regret in the future. He took a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute. For certain reasons, I will let you go today. Never appear in my sight again. His icy voice, along with the manifestation of Conqueror's haki, reached every surviving merfolk's ears. The powerful aura made the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified, giving the merfolk an unprecedented sense of pressure. Damn Navy, give me back. An unknown fisherman's roar abruptly stopped as Terrag retracted the blade in his hand. His cold gaze swept over the assembled fishmen, and he snorted coldly. You must remember, your lives were not earned by yourselves. Do not let me hear any remarks detrimental to unity. Otherwise, Terrag's lips curled into a dangerous smile, and the blade in his hand had a tendency to be drawn again. It was our mistake. The death of the Big Brother has become a fact. Aladdin did not want anyone else to provoke this demon in front of them. Kneeling on the ground, his eyes were already filled with blood due to anger. He suppressed the rage in his heart until he bit off a small piece of his tongue, barely stopping his impulse. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Terrag through gritted teeth. It was our mistake. Thank you for your mercy in not killing us. Aladdin, you how? Aaron, immersed in sorrow, came to his senses just as he was about to angrily reprimand Aladdin for his unkindness. But Aladdin knocked him out with a swift move. Whether they harbored resentment or a faint gratitude for not being killed, Terrag completely disregarded it. This will not happen again. He coldly glanced at the unconscious Aaron and did not continue to take up the slaughter knife. He extended a hand, looking at Aladdin with undeniable authority. Give me the key to the chains and you can leave. He was also unsure whether he could cut through the sea prism stone. After all, that stuff was precious, and he couldn't bear to buy it for experimentation, nor did he usually have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Better safe than sorry. Asking Aladdin for the key was to prevent the potential mishap of not controlling his strength well while rescuing Borsalino and accidentally cutting him along with Borsalino, which would be a significant mistake for Terrag. Clang! A string of black keys was placed on the ground by Aladdin, his emotionless eyes scanning the surroundings. Lying on the ground, apart from Aaron, there shouldn't be anyone else still able to stand. Let's go. Aladdin waved his arms, lifting Aaron and Tiger's corpse, and jumped into the sea first. The remaining 20 or so fishmen followed suit, each carrying a few complete compatriot corpses as they jumped into the sea. Oh dear, everything settled, and the ever-sleeping Kizaru opened his eyes, his teasing gaze constantly assessing the man standing before him. Kizaru made an effort to twist his arm towards the front, completely unconcerned about the sound of bones dislocating, looking at the still-moving watch above, and casually smiled. "It's time to get off work? I didn't see anything. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and it wasn't time to get off work yet, Mr. Borisolino." Tarlag squatted on the ground, untying the chains that bound Kizaru one by one, and the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. "Oh, I remembered wrongly. I took a leave today." The sunglasses slipped off Kizaru's face, revealing his sincere eyes to Tarlag. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. How frightening. Kizaru slowly lowered his head, looking at his fractured arm in confusion, and asked, "Have you studied medicine?" Tarlag shook his head. "Do you have an opinion about me?" Tarlag shook his head again, cold sweat emerging on his forehead unknowingly. Kizaru could see Tarag's awkwardness and understood that he didn't do it on purpose. So he didn't take it to heart and continued to tease him. "So you simply don't trust me, huh?" Tarag almost broke down, his lips twitching into an awkward smile. Ahem. "It was an accident." At the same time, he returned Kizaru the same sincere gaze, his eyelashes fluttering, looking quite proud. He had seen a movie clip before that said a dislocated arm could be restored by gently twisting it. So he tried it, and the result. The result doesn't matter. What we want is the process. Exactly, we must try. One person, one system, each one worse than the last. Crash. The sea tower stones beneath them were completely unlocked, and Huang Yuan's power was finally restored. Tarlag let out a breath and smiled slightly. "When we get back, I'll cook you a meal. A good sleep should do the trick." No wonder those despicable guys wanted freedom. Huang Yuan moved his hands and feet a bit, completely ignoring what Tarlag said, mumbling to himself, "This month-long imprisonment, my desire for freedom is no less than theirs." He picked up the sunglasses on the ground and put them back on, preventing anyone from seeing the excitement in his eyes. Hey, Tarlag shook the scabbard, speaking irritably. "I saved your life. After all, breaking an arm is nothing. Mr. Borisolino, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you?" Huang Yuan looked left and right, pretended to pout. "Strange. It seems someone's calling me?" A slight fracture would recover quickly for other monsters just by eating something and resting for a night. But who is Huang Yuan? He could openly slack off. Who would accept boring treatment? Maybe when he finally went to find a doctor, that doctor would say, "Wow, good thing you came early, otherwise you would have healed." Hiss. Borisolino inhaled sharply, his surprised gaze finally focusing on the little guy in front of him. "How long has it been? You've grown so much." The noticeably higher tone indicated Huang Yuan's shocked mood at that moment. Huang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, directly feeling the oppressive force of the conqueror's haki. Even he did not dare to underestimate it. Tarlag retracted his aura, looking at Huang Yuan with a gaze full of helplessness. "Let's go. Aunt Crane and the others are still waiting for you. By the way, does she know I came to rescue you?" Tarlag scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "You actually trust those fishmen's promises so much. If it weren't for me, you'd probably have been done for, right?" While making a neck-cutting gesture at Huang Yuan, his other hand rubbed back and forth, indicating that he could settle the bill now. Huang Yuan immediately understood Tarlag's intention. However, being short on cash, he didn't mention the gold he had previously spoken of. Instead, he looked at Tarlag with a scolding expression. "Are you underestimating that old lady a bit too much? To be honest, I'm not even sure if I can beat her right now." Huang Yuan scratched his head in distress. As a major general in the Navy, alongside Mr. Garp and Mr. Sengoku, Major General Crane was not someone who seemed so simple. What he meant by whether he could win or lose was not just about strength, but also about wisdom, which added to the equation. "So what?" Tarlag's face darkened, his fists clenched, already on the verge of acting. "What does that have to do with settling the bill? Pay up. Are you kidding? Want to default on the debt? You should ask Sengoku what the consequences of cheating me are. Look, there's a mountain of gold over there. Where is it?" Tarlag instinctively turned back, and when he turned around again, Huang Yuan's figure had already vanished. "Damn. Sister, it's been half an hour. We can't wait any longer." At this moment, Ji Yuan was anxious, sweat beads covering her forehead, her gaze filled with urgency and determination. A glimmer of silver flashed in Major General Crane's eyes as she recalled the aura from before in the air, smiling indulgently at her younger sister. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe they've already returned? We can't wait any longer. Every minute we delay, Mr. Borisellino is in more danger. Ji Yuan tightened her grip on her weapon, wanting to rally her subordinates. Sister, we must act now. Seeing her reckless sister still needing some refinement. Major General Crane didn't scold her, but instead tapped her forehead and asked with a smile, "Why don't you think about what I just said?" Upon hearing her sister's words, Ji Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. Her mouth opened as if to argue, but she didn't know where to start. They? Suddenly, she noticed that her sister referred to they instead of he, which indicated that someone had already gone ahead to rescue Mr. Borisellino. That makes it even more urgent. Whoosh! Ji Yuan's body vanished from the spot in an instant, stepping lightly as she pursued the direction the ship had departed. In the air, Ji Yuan pressed her lips tightly together, gradually increasing her speed, her expression anxious, murmuring to herself, "Sister, you don't really think I'm worried about Mr. Borisellino's safety, do you? If it weren't for military merit, that's just an excuse." Her murmurs abruptly stopped, as a certain man's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. At that moment, her eyes shone brighter than ever. The honor fruit of the youngest major general had already been claimed by that man. That lady must become the youngest lieutenant general in history, or even the youngest admiral to not fall behind. Since birth, Ji Yuan had grown up under the careful protection of Major General Crane, harboring a proud determination to not be inferior to anyone. She was a new star in the Navy after figures like Sakazuki and Kazan, cherished by everyone around her. Her exceptional talent, outstanding strength, and stunning beauty earned her praise wherever she went. However, until one day that man appeared, he was like a meteor that suddenly intruded, instantly capturing everyone's attention. His strength was unfathomable, and every action left people in awe. He stole all the attention and praise that had once been focused on Ji Yuan. Becoming the talk of the town, Ji Yuan clearly remembered the sparkling eyes of people when they spoke about him, filled with admiration. It was as if all her former glory had shifted to him. At that moment, a strong unwillingness surged in Ji Yuan's heart. She secretly vowed to reclaim her own glory and become the existence that everyone admired. Jinbei rowed Mekalo swiftly through the dark seabed, the surging water flowing past them. After an unknown amount of time swimming upward, Jinbei suddenly widened his eyes, disbelief written all over his face, his body trembling slightly as if struck by lightning. "Hey, what on earth happened? Didn't over 100 brothers go together?" Jinbei's shout received no response. The deep sea was silent. Behind the fishmen, Aladdin held Tiger tightly in his arms. He felt no ripple in his heart at Jinbei's arrival and had no desire to communicate with him. "Arlong, tell me what happened." Seeing that no one was responding to him, Jinbei's unease grew stronger as he swam in front of Arlong, tightly grasping his collar and asking loudly. Tears began to well up in Jinbei's eyes. What happened? Why were there only so few left? Where were the other brothers? Slap! Arlong's tears had long dried up. He forcefully pushed Jinbei's hand away. At that moment, he had become the embodiment of anger. Brothers? Aaron covered his face with his hand and laughed out loud, laughing crazily and inexplicably. "Do you think you deserve it? Jinbei, the brothers you keep talking about ceased to exist the moment you decided to support Princess Odoheim in befriending humans." Aaron glared at Jinbei, his voice filled with sorrow and hatred. "Look at us now. Over 100 brothers sacrificed their lives to save Brother Tiger. And what about you? You are afraid of offending those damned humans and refuse to join us in our rescue mission." Anger burned in Aaron's eyes. Humans have never seen us fishmen as equals. They enslave us, slaughter us, and take away our homes. And you choose to trust them and even want to cooperate with them. You have betrayed our fishman race. Aaron clenched his fists, the pain from his severed arm fueling his rage. "From now on, I, Aaron, sever all ties with you, Jinbei. I will take my revenge on the humans in my own way and make them pay for what they have done." Aaron turned to the few remaining fishmen beside him, his gaze filled with sorrow. "From now on, I, Aaron, will be the anger of the Fishman tribe, those who still hate humans, those whose desire for revenge hasn't extinguished. Come with me." The fishmen looked at each other, their faces filled with exhaustion and sorrow. After Aaron raised his arm and called out, more than 10 fishmen, including Shachi, flashed a fierce red light in their eyes and silently stepped behind him. With nothing more to say, Aaron left with the brothers willing to follow him. No one knew where they were going or what would happen next. So what exactly happened? Jinbei's heart was filled with more confusion as he looked at the brothers he grew up with in Fishman Street, wondering when they started to become estranged. What about Aladdin? Can someone explain this to me? Jinbei. A familiar voice came, and Jinbei hurriedly looked for the source of the voice. When he saw Aladdin holding a corpse, he understood the entire story. Big brother. Sabaody Archipelago. In the sky, 2 naval rear admirals and 2 great swordsmen met here. It's you. Who are you? Shiwan, with a traditional Japanese hairstyle and wearing a pink short dress, draped in a navy justice cloak, had a vivid spider tattoo on her left leg, exuding elegance and personality. She was obviously taken aback when she saw Terrag, never expecting to meet this man here. Her gaze carried a hint of resentment as she scrutinized him. Terrag, how did you end up here? Terrag frowned slightly, trying to search his memory for anything about Shiwan, and quickly recognized her. You are Aunt Crane's sister, Shiwan? After both voiced their questions in unison, the atmosphere became tense, their eyes filled with scrutiny of each other. Are you also here to rescue Mr. Pallisolino? Shiwan's tone was somewhat displeased and impatient. She mistakenly thought Terrag was here to compete with her for achievements. So her attitude towards him was quite rude. This rescue has nothing to do with you. I ask Rear Admiral Terrag to go back to where he came from and not delay my mission. Their first meeting was already filled with tension. Terrag rubbed his nose. This woman must be crazy. Do we know each other? With that heavy expression, one would think he had done something terrible to her. Do we have a grudge? Terrag asked weakly, looking at the inexplicable woman before him. You always act so nonchalant. It's truly annoying. Shiwan snorted coldly, hugging herself, her body slightly shaking as if she had been hurt. Do you think what you did to me just gets swept under the rug? Every time I think of the pain you caused me, my body trembles involuntarily. Do you know what kind of torment that is? Don't think you can pretend nothing happened. You will never repay what you owe me. Shiwan shouted angrily, turning her head away, not wanting to see the man who took everything from her. Hey. Terrag shook his head vigorously. He and T felt anything wrong until Shiwan's words made him feel as if he had done something bad. Forget it. It doesn't matter. In this vast sea, if nothing unexpected happens, this first meeting might also be our last. Terrag couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pointed at the sea below and said lightly, I don't understand what you're saying, but if you want to save that old rogue, you should go back. What? Shiwan's expression changed, her right hand resting on her guardian's sword Kinpyra, as if ready to fight at any moment. Are you trying to deny our mission and take away what belongs to me? Hugging herself again, Shiwan immersed herself in her own fantasies, sighing. Men really are no good. Just like Kaki. Face to face, infinite humiliation. Terrag's eyes widened in an instant. An overwhelming aura surged forth as he pressured the woman before him. You can say I'm weak, or even that I'm not a good person, but how dare you compare me to Kaki? What? Shiwan snapped back to reality, drawing her famous sword to defend against the incoming overwhelming aura. Did I hit the nail on the head? Are you already getting impatient? Ready to kill me to silence me? Nerves? Arrogant, sensitive, irritable, decisive, and brave. These 3 words described the crazy woman before him. He wondered if she would also act like this in front of Admiral Crane. Why won't you answer me? Is there nothing left to say? Shiwan's gaze was sharp as a sword, staring intently at Terrag as if trying to see through him. Her delicate face flushed slightly with anger. Her willow-like eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her eyes flickered with rage. Do you think you can still take away what belongs to me? In your dreams. Terrag frowned slightly, his grip on the sword tightening, his determined face clearly defined, and a hint of helplessness shone in his deep eyes. I have no interest in taking your things, but if you insist on entangling me, I don't mind sparring with you. Shiwan leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey, tightly gripping her famous sword Kinpyra, which glimmered coldly. She wore a pink short dress that fluttered in the wind, the navy justice cloak behind her billowing. Her long legs were slightly bent, and the spider tattoo on her left leg seemed ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Then, come on, let me see just how capable you are. Terrag's gaze sharpened, and he instantly made his move, his sword darting towards Shiwan like lightning. Shiwan reacted quickly, swinging her sword to block, the clash of metal producing a crisp sound. Not bad. Terrag moved like a ghost, his swordsmanship fierce, each strike imbued with immense power and precise angles. He slashed horizontally at times, thrusting straight at others, his sword shadows attacking Ji Yuan like a torrential storm. He did not use strength to overpower the woman before him, but instead controlled his power to match hers. This was a pure swordsmanship contest, and it was Terrag's second time competing with someone after Hawkeye. Can you do it, you little dog? Ji Yuan retorted fiercely, using words she had learned from Mr. Garp to mock Terrag mercilessly. She moved gracefully, her Kempira dancing seamlessly, beautifully powerful, neutralizing Terrag's attacks one by one. Old man, what kind of atmosphere have you brought to the younger generation of the Navy? The corner of Terrag's mouth twitched slightly. A playful remark from his childhood battles with his father had unexpectedly become a source of ridicule against him years later. It echoed the saying, "The bullets fired years ago now hit the mark." Terrag spun around, his sword intent changed abruptly. A powerful sword energy flew towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan's gaze sharpened, and she quickly swung her sword to defend. The clash between the sword energy and the blade produced a deafening sound, as if the surrounding air was shaken apart. Ji Yuan was pushed back a few steps by this overwhelming force, her eyes flickering with pain and unwillingness as she recalled how Terrag had stolen her attention and praise from elders. She bit her lip, her hands clenched tightly, nails digging deep into her palms. The contrast between her fair skin and crimson lips highlighted her stubbornness. "Why is it you? Why did you take everything from me?" she shouted, her face twisted with anger, stabilizing her stance before charging again. But fueled by rage, her swordsmanship lost its form, attacking Terrag like a furious woman. Terrag remained unfazed, one hand behind his back, easily countering her relentless strikes. His steady posture was as immovable as a mountain, and his eyes revealed calmness and wisdom. "Your glory isn't given by others. You must fight for it yourself." His words pierced Ji Yuan's heart like a sharp sword once more. Then, she suddenly shook her head, removing the hairband that had tied her long hair, letting her silky locks cascade down her shoulders. Her eyes regained determination, filled with fighting spirit. "You're right, but I won't concede easily, especially not to you." The corners of Terrag's mouth lifted slightly. After this exchange, he found himself quite admiring this crazy woman. "Then, come on, let me see if you have what it takes." As Terrag once again suppressed his strength, the two plunged into intense combat, their figures intertwined in the sky. The sounds of sword and blade clashing echoed continuously. Each encounter was a contest of power and skill, captivating to behold, with the surrounding clouds swirling in response to their battle. Ji Yuan had practiced swordsmanship since childhood. Her techniques were orthodox, demonstrating solid fundamentals in each move. Terrag, though a latecomer to swordplay, exhibited a distinct sharpness and decisiveness. As the battle progressed, Terrag's swordsmanship grew astonishingly fast. He began to gradually familiarize himself with Ji Yuan's sword path, cleverly neutralizing her attacks. His sword became faster and more accurate, like a drawn blade radiating a chilling sharpness. Gradually, Terrag began to gain the upper hand. His sword intent surged towards Ji Yuan like a raging storm, leaving her overwhelmed. Ji Yuan was secretly astonished. The speed of this man's growth was truly remarkable. Gritting her teeth, she tried hard to steady herself, seeking to regain her fighting rhythm. However, Terrag gave her no chance. His sword struck like lightning, repeatedly breaking through Ji Yuan's defenses. Was a woman's stamina and combat ability ultimately inferior to a man's? Sweat began to bead on Ji Yuan's forehead, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and helplessness. But I refused to accept that. With a shout from the depths of her heart, Kempira surged forward, cutting towards Terrag. Swish! A sword aimed at the throat. Murakumo's blade stopped just before Ji Yuan's throat, signifying the outcome of their duel. "You lost." Terrag laughed, genuinely happy. This real contest of swordsmanship had led to far more growth than defeating countless strong opponents by brute force. Ji Yuan's Kenpyra slipped from her right hand, falling towards the blue sea below. "Kill me." Ji Yuan proudly raised her head to look at the distant sky, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Her stubborn temper and proud character would not allow her to admit defeat to this man. She would rather die than do so. Tarrag's right hand trembled, almost throwing Murakumo away too. No, this woman is toxic. He needed to keep his distance. His figure flickered, speeding down to retrieve Kenpyra, then thrusting it into the arms of the stunned Ji Yuan. "There are many ways to die. Let's not choose the one that makes me a pariah," and Ji Yuan. "Goodbye." "No, never again." With a forced smile, Terrag waved his hand and vanished with a speed comparable to Kizaru's. Once he had completely left Ji Yuan's line of sight, he couldn't help but shiver. Kill her? That would cost Terrag his life. He was Garp's son. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the most powerful warlord, but to compare himself with Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan had a similar background and was the only girl among those old geezer's descendants, practically showered with affection. What was he thinking, comparing himself to her? If he caused Ji Yuan to lose a hair today, tomorrow he would likely face a collective reprimand from his father, Uncle Sengoku, Uncle Zifa, and Aunt Suru. After this battle, he hoped to keep it from those old geezers. The less they knew, the better. Otherwise, he would be in for a mixed double beating, and there would be no escaping it. It was time to go home and take a look. With most matters resolved, after settling the two debtors, he would take Era and the others home for a vacation of 5, 6, 7, or 8 years. January 1st, 1504. EC. The waves surged, crashing against the ship. The fierce wind howled, roaring angrily, and the sea surface was covered in layers of white foam. They were about to leave the East Sea. Ivankov stood at the bow, his cloak billowing in the wind. He squinted slightly, looking at Dolag beside him, and asked loudly, "Dolag, do you have family you miss in the EC? It seems that whenever the wind blows, no matter where you are, you face the same direction." At this moment, the sky was overcast, as if signaling an approaching storm. In the distance, a few seabirds struggled against the fierce wind, their figures appearing exceptionally small against the gray sky. "Do you?" Dolag raised his chin slightly, his expression cold as ice. The wind tousled his hair, but could not scatter the steely determination in his eyes. The ship was violently shaking in the waves, and Dorag waved his hand. Suddenly, the wind became stronger than before, scattering the dark clouds gathering in the distance. He quietly gazed into the distance, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Perhaps that storm is coming soon. Not far from the waters where Dorag's ship was anchored, on a luxurious vessel. What the hell? Ella looked up in confusion at the dark clouds that had gathered above them in just a few seconds, somewhat questioning her life. Leo had not yet realized what was happening. He had just applied sunscreen on himself and was lying on the ground preparing to sunbathe. Squinting his eyes, he was quite displeased with Ella's sudden outburst. "Has the captain not trained you recently? What's wrong? Is your skin itchy? Didn't you notice something was off?" Ella's mouth twitched slightly as a large foot stepped on Leo's head, pushing it directly into the sparse sand beneath. "Damn it," he cursed, quite dirty. "You too. Quiet down." The door to the cabin was kicked open by Tarlag, who was holding a plate of exquisite dishes. "Strange. Why is the weather changing?" Looking up at the dark clouds gathering above, Tarlag, dressed in a black suit, ignored Leo and Ella, who were drooling. He walked over to the sunshade, placing the cake on a small table beside him. "Warm sun, come try the little cake I made just for you. I'm coming." On the top deck of the luxurious ship, many fruit trees had been planted, and Warm Sun was currently washing the fruits she had personally selected for her brother. Hearing the call, she hurried out from a small room, carrying a basket of fruits that was bigger than half her body. "Huff!" Warm Sun exhaled, placing the fruit basket next to Tarlag and looking at him with eager anticipation. "Brother, eat the fruit. I worked really hard to pick these from the trees." Tarlag smiled gently, wiped the sweat from Warm Sun's face, and casually removed a small branch from her hair. Glancing at the colorful fruit basket, he picked out an apple that was barely edible and shouted back, "You too, come here," pointing at a basket of unripe fruits on the ground. He looked at Warm Sun with a satisfied expression and said, "Stop complaining to me about forgetting to store food. Take this. It's a lunch specially prepared for you by my sister. Talag's mouth curled into a dangerous smile, and with a crunch, he bit half of the undercooked apple, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Ella and Leo. Don't let me catch you wasting food, or else. TSK, TSK, TSK. Leo and Ella exchanged glances, looked at Warm Sun, who was full of anticipation, and then at their captain, who was smiling but radiated a dangerous aura. They nodded without hesitation. Brother, isn't there no food left? Then this. Warm Sun pushed the small cake in front of Tarlag without any reluctance, shaking her tiny arms and grinning. Warm Sun is small and doesn't need to eat so much. You can help me eat it. Huh? Tarlag was clearly taken aback, tapped her forehead, and laughed. Who said there's no food? There's just not much premium stuff left. Don't worry, eat up, haha. Talag's gaze shifted to Ella and Leo, who were struggling with a basket of fruits not far away, secretly muttering to himself. Anyway, they've already eaten the nearly spoiled meat, so I can't let my little Warm Sun go hungry. Windmill Village. Hey, Marquino, it's about to rain. Why aren't you heading back? Rom, a fisherman from Windmill Village, was securing his small boat with ropes to prevent it from being swept away by the increasingly large waves. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, Uncle Rom. Marquino stood quietly at the dock, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, slightly raising her chin as she looked expectantly into the distance. Ha ha! Rom tied the last rope to a nearby post, laughing loudly. You'd better be careful standing there. Don't get washed away by the waves. I'm off now. Okay, Uncle Rom. Marquino did not turn around, continuing to gaze at the surging waves in the distance, lost in thought. 186 days, I'm already 14 years old, brother. 186 days ago. Marquino had a round, rosy face that showcased her youth, with clear, lake-like eyes full of innocence, chestnut hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, dressed in a simple dress, vibrant like a spring flower. 186 days later, Marquino had gained a bit of maturity and determination. Her cheeks seemed a bit thinner, but her features were more defined. Those once round eyes now shone with a more resolute light beneath long eyelashes. Her long hair remained soft, but the sea breeze had given it a slight curl, adding a unique charm to her appearance. Unknowingly, her posture had also become more upright. Although still slender, one could feel the strength within her. Over the past 186 days, she had stood at the dock for 2 hours almost every day, rain or shine, watching the endless sea, waiting for someone. Her skin was slightly reddened by the sea breeze, but she didn't care. She still wore the dress that Tarlag had given her, though the hem was somewhat worn, bearing witness to her perseverance and waiting during this time. Girl, still waiting for that bastard? At some point, Garp had come over, holding little Luffy, with a black umbrella, shielding Marquino from the drizzling rain. Uncle Garp, I. Marquino felt a bit uneasy, as if her biggest secret had been discovered. Ha ha! Garp noticed her nervousness and didn't press her further. Instead, he laughed heartily, looking at Marquino with affectionate eyes, growing fonder the longer he looked. The observation color quietly extended, not knowing how far it had crossed, until it resonated with someone else's observation color. Sensing the presence of a little girl, Garp's brows furrowed, and his iron fists unconsciously clenched together. Girl, you've had a hard time these days. The rain continued to fall lightly, enveloping the entire Windmill Village in a misty curtain of rain. The distant sea appeared hazy in the rain and mist, with the turbulent waves continuously crashing against the shore. Tarlag stood at the bow of the ship, his black suit soaked by the rain, yet still unable to conceal his composed demeanor. He squinted slightly, gazing at the familiar Windmill Village, a surge of different emotions rising in his heart. I'm back. Dad, Marquino, Luffy, Ace, Dayton. Are you all well? The luxurious ship slowly approached the dock of Windmill Village. After Ella threw down the anchor, Tarlag was the first to jump down from the ship, his steps steady as he stepped onto the damp dock. Rainwater slid down his hair, dripping onto the ground. His eyes held a hint of fatigue, but more so, the joy of returning home. For some reason, before disembarking, he had wondered whether to go home first or to see someone first. But after stepping off the ship, especially upon seeing Warm Sun's curious gaze, all the figures he wanted to see shattered in his mind, leaving only the girl in the dress. Captain, the ship is secured. Ella scratched the back of her head, leaning on the ship's railing, and shouted excitedly. Leo held up an umbrella and walked down with the warm sun, giving the silly one a glance. What are you excited about? You should think about how you'll cry in the near future. The honest smile on Leo's face had disappeared since they approached Windmill Village. Just thinking about meeting Admiral Garp soon, and the high probability of being handed over to the captain for devil training, made Leo shiver all over. As a Navy recruit brought up by Bogart, he was well aware of Admiral Garp's torturous methods. Ella completely disregarded Leo's worries, leaping off the ship and looking around in confusion. Where's the captain? He was just here. I know. Brother went to find sister-in-law. Ella's small face was flushed and very cute. The smell of cherry blossoms permeated Machino's room, along with a faint scent of alcohol. The rain continued to pour, with raindrops tapping gently against the window. Machino was focused on stirring the brewing ingredients, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes, and tears unknowingly fell into the mixture. Her thoughts drifted far away, remembering her long-lost brother. She didn't know how much he had experienced outside, or if he was doing well. Silly brother. We clearly agreed to come back and see me often. She sighed softly, her actions slightly pausing. Memories surged like a tide, the time spent with her brother. The laughter and warmth all felt so precious at this moment. The dim light in the room made Machino's figure appear somewhat lonely. Outside the door, Tarlag was pulled back from his thoughts by a sigh from his sister. Having been inseparable since childhood, it felt like a lifetime had passed, even though they had only been apart for half a year. Why don't you go in? Are you scared? The system little person in his mind sat on a small bench, munching on a virtual watermelon. What do I have to be scared of? Tarlag was startled by the sudden voice of the system and withdrew his hand that was about to open the door. He visualized his own figure in his mind, looking at the system little person with its legs crossed, and hesitantly spoke. It's just not knowing how to face her. After all, someone made a big promise, but didn't he keep it? Get lost. He kicked the system little person off the bench and picked up its watermelon, biting into it fiercely. Do your job and don't pry into adult matters. The system little person's eyes lit up. That's what you said. It's none of my business. Hidden task. Rescue yellow ape operation completed. Reward. Conceptual space fruit fragment 1 combined. Armament hockey further enhanced. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Day. Creak. The small wooden door was pushed open from the inside, pulling Tarlag's thoughts back to reality. Brother. Machino's eyes widened in disbelief, raindrops sliding down her hair. Seemingly forgotten. Just moments ago, after placing down the raw materials, Machino felt a flutter in her heart, sensing a familiar scent surrounding her. Confused, she felt restless and pushed open the door to get some fresh air. To her surprise, she saw the figure she had longed for hidden deep in her heart. Machino stood frozen for a moment, and after a few seconds, a bright smile blossomed on her face like flowers blooming in the rain, radiant and charming. Brother, you're back. Machino. Tarlag didn't expect their reunion to be under such circumstances. He slowly opened his arms, looking at the girl in front of him, his eyes filled with warmth and anticipation. Machino gazed at that familiar figure, and the outstretched arms seemed to have an endless attraction. She trembled slightly, her feet involuntarily moving forward. Like a little bird returning to its nest, Machino suddenly lunged into Tarlag's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. She didn't want to cry. She wanted to show her best side to Tarlag, to let him know she was strong. However, tears flowed uncontrollably like disobedient children. Brother, I thought you wouldn't come back. Machino's voice was choked with emotion. Tarlag felt a surge of softness in his heart. He held Machino tightly, feeling her warmth and trembling. He knew he had worried his sister and was filled with guilt. He gently stroked Machino's hair and said softly, Silly girl, how can I not come back? Here, there's you, everyone, and our home. Tarlag bent down and picked Machino up, carrying her into the cozy little wooden house. The room was filled with the fragrance of cherry blossoms and alcohol, warm and comfortable. Tarlag looked at the brewing ingredients Machino had been stirring on the table, feeling a wave of guilt. I'm sorry, Machino. Machino looked up at Tarlag with tear-filled eyes, trying hard to show him her smile. It's okay, as long as brother is back. She really missed him, thinking about him all the time, while working, eating, sleeping, and even dreaming. Kebber Mountain, the Dayton family. Uncle, hey, Tarlag replied with a long exhale, squeezing a smile together. Wow, brother, how did you do that? Beside him, Machino held Nguyen Yang's small hand, looking at Tarlag's head full of bumps with admiration. Oomph, one ungrateful little brat. Garp, reclining on a nearby chair, rolled his eyes disdainfully, a wave of envy and jealousy spreading over him. After taking care of little Luffy for nearly half a year, shouldn't you call me dear grandpa for the first time? Luffy's behavior really broke Garp's heart. Glancing at his smug son, the old man's iron fist could no longer be contained. Did you just hit him? Let this old man see what's going on. With 0 frames of hesitation, before Tarlag could even process what was happening, he grabbed the back of his neck and ran toward the back mountain. Sister-in-law, does Grandpa Garp always bully brother like this? Nguyen Yang's cheeks were puffed out, clearly displeased with the old man who hurt her brother. Ah, Machino exclaimed, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. She slightly lowered her head, a few strands of hair falling down, adding to her shyness. Nguyen Yang, be good, call me sister. Machino reached out and pinched Nguyen Yang's round, chubby little face. She quite liked this suddenly appearing younger sister. Uncle Garp is brother's father, according to brother. It's only natural for a father to beat his son. Nguyen Yang will slowly get used to it. Okay, sister. Nguyen Yang blinked, not very enthusiastic about Machino's suggestion to change how she addressed her. The little guy was secretly mumbling to himself. Humph, since my brother gave me a new name. He has called me by my sister's name 178 times. Nguyen Yang doesn't believe that anyone in this world could be more suited to be Terrag's sister than her, nor does she believe she would lose to anyone else. So no matter what Machino says, she insists on calling her sister-in-law, ensuring that the title of sister belongs only to her. Machino pinched the hem of her clothes, looking at little Nguyen Yang, her voice gentle yet slightly flustered. It's sister. Back mountain. Bang. Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I'll fight back. I really will. Terrag was embedded into a mountain by a punch from Garp, glaring sharply at his old man. It's going to be brutal. Ha ha. Garp grinned, flexing his powerful arms to show off his muscles, revealing a row of neat teeth as he laughed heartily. I remember you once said, what was it? 3 days without a beating and the roof will come off? Iron fist of love. Boom. The ground shook violently, and dust rose from the mountain ahead, as both man and mountain were shattered together. Cough, cough. Behind a huge rock, Terrag coughed. That punch almost hit his kidneys. Didn't you say that after wearing the title, no matter how I provoke my old man, he won't get angry? Title, father's praise. Within a year, regardless of how the wearer acts recklessly, they will not provoke their father's anger. That's right. A puzzled voice from his system came. My old man isn't angry. This is clearly the iron fist of love. Didn't you hear it? Terrag touched his once handsome, now swollen face. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it sooner? Dying by my own actions has nothing to do with me. Goodbye. After finishing, I'll send you a mission compensation. I've had enough of the enticement. Terrag spat disdainfully, trying to hide his figure. So, you see, people shouldn't be too arrogant. Bringing a strange girl home got Garp to sentence him to death for the first time, and after meeting his old man, he tentatively tried to give the old guy a headbutt, which was the second time, until Luffy's first words were not to call Grandpa, but Uncle. He was directly sentenced countless times. Bang. Found you. Ha ha ha. Garp Mountain, the Dayton family. Not back yet. By now it was already night, and after glancing at the smoky back mountain, Ella couldn't help but shiver. Leo had already taken the initiative to do housework and prepare donuts for Mr. Garp in advance. Forget about the captain. Think about yourself first. Are you sure you don't want to listen to me and go buy a box of senbei? No way. Ella threw the rag in her hand onto the table, crossing her arms defiantly, her gaze steadfast and stubborn. I would never do something to bribe the officer. That would be a betrayal of my principles and a disrespect to myself. I want to earn Mr. Garp's respect through my own efforts and strength, not through improper means. Leo's head nearly exploded. What kind of outrageous statement is this? Playing hardball with Mr. Garp? He looked pityingly at the back mountain, as if he could see the captain in a very tragic situation. Why not ask the captain if he would be willing to spend money to avoid disaster? EC, Kokoshiya Village. Belmare, this is Nami's formula milk, and here are Nojiko's clothes. Ajin, dressed in police uniform, had a windmill on his cap that stood out. Nami was already 2 years old, and she had been weaned. Really sorry to trouble you, Mr. Ajin. Belmare put down the orange in her hand, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. This year's harvest has been particularly good. Not yet. I want to drink. Little Nami's rosy face looked like a ripe apple, stretching out her tender little hands to pull at Belmare's side. But this is the last can. Belmare skillfully took out the milk bottle, affectionately pinching Nami's little cheek. How old are you? Still drinking formula? So embarrassing giggle. Nojiko next to her stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat enviously at her sister, who still struggled to speak. This strength brand formula milk, which had started to become popular in the EC, was sought after by many, being more nutritious while not expensive. Ajin took off the windmill from his head and placed it in little Nami's hands, picking up a small dress beside him and looking at the slightly jealous Nojiko. So, little Nojiko, don't you want the new dress? Yay, I want it. Nojiko jumped up, snatched the dress from Ajin's hands, and hugged it tightly. Bowing to Ajin, thank you, Uncle Ajin. Ha ha ha. Ajin was amused by Nojiko's not-so-proper etiquette, bursting into laughter. Really polite. They raised you very well, Belmare. Watching the understanding Nojiko, the healthy Nami, and the already motherly Belmare, Ajin's thoughts gradually drifted away. More than a year ago. What did you just say? You delinquent girl. Looking at Belmare, who was wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed, Ajin's mouth dropped open in shock. Belmare hugged the swaddled Nami and rubbed Nojiko's hair, her face full of tenderness. I said I want to be the mother of these 2 children. Don't joke around. The doctor beside them exploded in disbelief, immediately arguing back while holding his head. A bad child like you is incapable of raising children. Ajin quickly followed suit, looking at Belmare in astonishment. We want to scold you. Let us leave it to the government agency. Shut up. I made up my mind. Belmare shouted angrily, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination, looking resolutely at the two. I am already an adult now, and I have been in the Navy. I believe I'm more responsible than before. I will definitely take responsibility and raise these 2 children to be talents who won to lose to this era. Belmare embraced Nojiko and Nami together, a hint of happiness blooming on her face. I want to live together with these 2 children. It was Nami and Nojiko who gave me life. A year later, year 1505 of the Sea Circle, the tavern was filled with noise and clamor, the dim lights flickering unsteadily. Ace sat quietly in a corner, listening to the discussions of the people in the tavern, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. Suddenly, a harsh voice broke his reverie. A few drunkards were loudly discussing, their words filled with insults toward the pirate king Joel D. Roger. That Roger is just a heinous pirate, causing so much chaos in the world. A stout man shouted. Exactly. What pirate king? He.s. just a disaster. Another person echoed. Ace's hand trembled slightly, a surge of indescribable anger rising in his heart. His gaze instantly turned cold, staring fiercely at the group of drunkards. I heard Roger has a child who survived, huh? One drunkard hugged his companion's shoulder, laughing recklessly. Roger's child should die. He carries the blood of the world's greatest criminals and does not deserve to live in this world. A companion smashed the wine bottle in his hand on the ground, indignantly criticizing Roger's son, whom he had never met. That's right, what Roger's son? What pirate king? I see him as the son of the devil. Ha ha ha. He shouldn't have come into this world. Each harsh word pierced the ears of the 5-year-old Ace. I shouldn't have come into this world. I shouldn't have been born. Ace's pupils gradually dilated as he stared at his hands, his heart slowly closing off and descending into despair. He couldn't understand why he was labeled as the son of a devil without having done anything. Why could his mere existence bring misfortune to others? Why was he powerless to change his background and fate? Then why was he in this world at all? And what was the meaning of his existence? Can Uncle give me an answer? But he is in the Navy, and even if he could do anything, he probably wouldn't. Ace slowly walked out of the tavern, his heavy footsteps seeming to carry the malice of the entire world. The night's breeze was a bit cool, blowing against his small body. Yet it could not cool the pain and confusion in his heart. The drunken insults echoed in his mind, each word like a sharp blade, deeply piercing his heart. Son of the devil. Am I really the son of the devil? Ace murmured to himself, his gaze hollow and helpless. He recalled his past efforts, trying to prove that he was not someone who should be despised because of his father's sins. He worked hard to help those in need, hoping that even a small act could show others his kindness and that he was different from his father. However, no matter what he did, the prejudiced gazes always followed him like a shadow. Ace bit his lip tightly, the grievances and unwillingness surging like a tide in his heart. He didn't understand why fate was so unfair to him, why he had to endure these baseless accusations. He was just a child yearning to be loved and understood. Ace dragged his heavy footsteps and unknowingly arrived at Gray Harbor. The sea breeze gently brushed against his face, but it could not soothe the pain in his heart. Just when he felt that the whole world had abandoned him, he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps coming from another alley. A boy around his age rushed out, nearly bumping into Ace. The boy had short yellow hair and bright, determined eyes. He quickly steadied himself and looked at Ace apologetically. Sorry. The boy scratched his head. Ace, already feeling down, ignored the boy and silently lowered his head to continue walking. But the boy didn't leave. Instead, he followed closely behind Ace. Hey, what's wrong? You look really unhappy. Ace stopped and coldly replied, What is it to you? The boy, however, was not angry. He smiled and said, Don't be so fierce. I'm Sabo. You seem like you have something on your mind. Talking about it might help. Ace did not respond, turning his head to the side, ignoring Sabo's presence. Sabo didn't mind Ace's indifference. He walked beside Ace, facing the sea with open arms. This sea is beautiful. You know, I've always dreamed of becoming a pirate one day, sailing freely on the ocean. Ace was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this unfamiliar boy to have the same dream as him. Pirate? Why do you want to be a pirate? Sabo smiled and said, Because pirates symbolize freedom. They can explore the unknown world without any constraints and pursue their dreams. Don't you think that's appealing? Ace was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, But pirates are hated by people. They only bring chaos and disaster to the world. Sabo raised his chin slightly, his eyes filled with determination. We can't deny all pirates because of the actions of some. True pirates pursue freedom and dreams, not chaos and disaster. Just like there are good people and bad people in this world, we can't generalize. He stepped to the edge of the dock and gazed at the vast sea. We can be different pirates, proving through our actions that pirates can also have justice and dreams. We won't harm innocent people, only exploring the unknown and seeking our own path to freedom. Those who hate pirates are just bound by stereotypes. They haven seen the thrilling adventures and the passionate pursuit of freedom in a pirate's life. Sabo turned to look at Ace, his gaze intense. Even though it's our first meeting, I believe you think the same, right? Sabo extended his right hand toward Ace, looking at him with sincere eyes. So, how about joining me? Clap. The two hands firmly clasped together, and Ace's eyes shimmered with tears as he shouted, My name is Ace. I'm Sabo. Go over there and deliver the money, and you can take the goods and leave. East Blue, anonymous Navy base. 1 year ago, on a certain day, this base suddenly rose on an uninhabited island near Windmill Village. Ella placed the last box of milk powder on the deck, calling out to the merchants coming to pick up the goods. I really don't understand. Why is the Navy, which is supposed to be doing well, also becoming a milk powder supplier? Ella's gaze was directed toward the technologically advanced center of the island, as if she could see the situation inside. Hey, nearby Leo, in his half-tiger form, sighed and replied despondently. The captain said that since he was born in the East Blue, he has the responsibility not to let children drink expired milk powder from unscrupulous merchants, which is why he started this business with Miss Makino. By the way, Vice Admiral Sakazuki is quite generous. He even gave us a mythical Zoan fruit. Ella enviously patted Leo's muscular arm, thinking that if she had known this fruit was so powerful, she wouldn't have given it to him back then. The cat fruit, mythical Zoan, white tiger form. Do you understand the value of the term, white tiger? Ha ha! Leo proudly swished his thick tail behind him, raising his arm to show off his strong muscles. I still prefer leopard print. In the center of the island. Uncle, I want. Little Luffy, now able to walk, was following closely behind Tarlag, trying to snatch the clearly old milk powder came from his hand. Get out of here. Go where it's cool. Tarlag waved his hand impatiently. then placed the half-empty can of milk powder, which had been stored for over a decade, into a box. This is your uncle's treasure. Years later, when it comes out, it will be an antique worth a lot of money. Nearby, Makino held little Luffy in her arms, giving Tarlag a reproachful look while gently ruffling Luffy's hair and smiling softly. Little Luffy, be good. I'll make you something delicious later. In her arms, Luffy was a bit restless, constantly twisting his body. I don't want sister-in-law to hold me. I want sister Nuanyang. Thud. Tarlag flicked his forehead, and Luffy immediately quieted down a lot. Makino's face turned a little red. Nuanyang had successfully leading everyone astray. Makino had now adapted to calling her sister-in-law. Brother, are you going to the World Conference this year? Makino walked up to Tarlag with a reluctant expression. It had only been a little over a year since she last had a vacation, and now the world government was summoning them again. I don't know yet. There are still 4 or 5 months to go. We'll see then. Thinking of this, Tarlag felt a headache coming on. His father was only in his 60s, still strong and healthy. Why didn't they go find him instead of throwing everything on him? As someone who was also on vacation, why does father get to pass everything on to him with just one word? It's okay, sister-in-law. Nuanyang jogged over with Luffy, holding Makino's hand and smiling slightly. Brother is going on a mission. Nuanyang will stay to accompany sister-in-law. Okay? Makino bent down and rubbed Nuanyang's hair, her smile reaching her eyes. Nuanyang was really well-behaved, but someone had to take care of her brother too, so this mission would have to be entrusted to our little Nuanyang. The two women, who were not far apart in age, started chatting softly, while Tarlag, understanding the hint, picked up little Luffy with one hand and walked toward his office. After closing the door, having completely left the sight of the two women, Tarlag tossed Luffy onto the sofa nearby. On the desk was a classic text, and he told Luffy to memorize it. If he couldn't recite the first part by night, he wouldn't get dinner. Luffy opened his mouth wide, his little head stiffly turning to the desk. Hey, he couldn't even recognize the words. How could he memorize it? Despite being extremely unwilling. Without the protection of Makino and the other two women, little Luffy wisely climbed onto the desk and began to seriously look at the book. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 3 seconds passed, when Tarlag heard the faint sound of snoring, he couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. He sat down at his desk and picked up a gray transponder snail from among the more than 10 expensive ones on the table. Moshi, help me get Admiral Sengoku. Perhaps as a retaliation from Sengoku, all the transponder snails in Tarlag's hand could no longer directly contact Sengoku himself. Please hold on, Major Tarlag. On the other end of the transponder snail was Sengoku's aide, Jonga, who hurriedly ran to Sengoku's office upon hearing the familiar voice. In front of the desk, Sengoku was already scratching his head. The kings of these world government member countries were truly bizarre, and there were even people applying to become celestial dragons. Damn, what's wrong with this Kusariri? Do they really want to become part of that group of beasts? Sengoku angrily pounded the desk in front of him, completely forgetting the saying that walls have ears. Just then, Jonga rushed over, glancing at the precarious desk, his mouth twitching slightly. Mr. Sengoku, this is already the 32nd desk you've replaced in the past month. Please don't add trouble to logistics. Oh, it's Jonga. Sengoku threw down the pen in his hand, rubbed his painfully throbbing temples, and turned back with a face full of despair. I don't want to either. Admiral Kong threw all his work on me. I'm just as helpless. Jonga scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly, but according to Admiral Kong's intention. He intends to cultivate you to become the next fleet admiral. Shouldn't you be happy, Mr. Sengoku? Shut up, Sengoku shouted, recalling his contemporaries. Garp was back home on vacation with his son, Zifa was leisurely training with his disciples, and Little Crane was nowhere to be seen, supposedly continuing the pursuit of Doflamingo. Comparing this, Sengoku, who was exhausted, sighed and slowly stood up, preparing to brew himself a cup of hot tea. So what brings you here? Hearing this, Jonga finally remembered that Major Tarlag had been waiting for a long time and hurriedly handed over the transponder snail in his hand. Major Tarlag's call for you, Mr. Sengoku. Crack. The teacup shattered on the floor, and Sengoku's dangerous gaze slowly turned to the transponder snail in Jonga's hand. Initially, he thought that by throwing this brat out and giving him the autonomy to stir the sea, he could make some outstanding contributions to the world. But in the end, Sengoku underestimated him. This son of a bitch actually successfully inherited Garp's way of working, and as long as he could avoid work, he really wouldn't come back. Sengoku had no place to express all this. After all, to be precise, the sword unit that Tarlag belonged to was no longer under the Navy's jurisdiction. Moshi. This is the poor old man who's about to kick the bucket. Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters is here, suppressing the urge to stab someone. Sengoku took the transponder snail with a hollow expression. Ahem. On the other end, Tarlag remained silent, having overheard plenty of information that could be fatal. Uncle Sengoku, how have you been lately? Tarlag smiled awkwardly, trying to engage in small talk with Sengoku through the art of conversation. Do you not understand what about to kick the bucket means? Huh. I don't have time to waste with you. Just get to the point. Sengoku pointed at the broken teacup on the floor, his gaze fixed on Jonga. His meaning clear. Once they got down to business, Tarlag stopped dawdling and directly asked his question. Uncle, I just wanted to ask why a CP member contacted me regarding the upcoming World Conference, asking me to attend. This was the reason Tarlag had been hesitating about whether to go. Although they were from the same camp, their roles were different. The government shouldn't be bypassing Sengoku to contact Tarlag directly. They've contacted you already? Sengoku's expression visibly darkened, his dissatisfaction with Admiral Kong growing even more. I don't know if you've heard of a force called the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Tarlag frowned slightly, nodding. He had some understanding. But how is this related to contacting him? Sengoku took a deep breath, his expression serious as he explained. Tarlag, you are also aware of the current situation at sea. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom. These sea overlords have their powers at their peak, and pirates are rampant. Although the Navy has been working hard to maintain order, it feels powerless against so many pirate forces that are like dragons crossing the river. Sengoku's heart was filled with worry. He knew well the immense pressure the Navy was under. Therefore, he remained silent about Admiral Kong's actions. To confront those powerful pirates, the Navy needed more strength. And the concept of the Seven Warlords of the Sea was born under such circumstances. Tarlag frowned, pondering Sengoku's words. So, the Seven Warlords of the Sea were established to balance the pirate forces? Exactly. Sengoku nodded, his thoughts gradually drifting. A few years ago, Admiral Kong proposed the concept of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Crocodile was the first test case. We observed his performance and found that this method indeed worked to some extent. Now, as the pirate forces grow stronger, we must push the Seven Warlords of the Sea to the forefront. Terrag felt a bit confused. He knew about the Seven Warlords of the Sea, but it was the first time he learned about their background, regardless of his past life or this life. So why did the CP members contact me to attend the World Conference? Sengoku was silent for a moment and said, Terrag, you need to understand that the world government needs support from various forces. Although your sword unit does not fall directly under the Navy's jurisdiction, your strength and influence cannot be underestimated. The world government may hope that you will support the decisions regarding the Seven Warlords of the Sea at the World Conference or provide them with some different perspectives and suggestions. Terrag fell into deep thought. He understood the intentions of the world government, but he was skeptical about collaborating with pirates under the Seven Warlord system. Uncle, is it really the right choice to cooperate with pirates? After all, their nature is hard to change, and we could be betrayed at any moment. Sengoku sighed, leaning back in his chair with a hint of helplessness. I understand this reasoning, but the current situation forces us to take risks. We need to leverage the power of the Seven Warlords to restrain those powerful pirates and buy the Navy more time and opportunities. Terrag could not agree with Sengoku's words, recalling his experiences watching anime in his past life. Crocodile had plotted for many years in Alabasta, attempting to seize power and manipulate ancient weapons, causing long-term turmoil and war in the country. He used his identity as a warlord to secretly control Baroque works, engaging in various illegal activities, including assassination and resource plundering. Doflamingo turned Dressrosa into his dark kingdom, using schemes to seize the throne and ruling the citizens with cruelty. Not only that, but he also engaged in underground illegal trading, selling weapons and slaves, making Dressrosa a place filled with crime. The various misdeeds of these two individuals were directly removed by Terrag from the pre-selection list of the Seven Warlords. Terrag's brow furrowed as he solemnly picked up the Den Mushi. Uncle, I will attend the World Conference, but not to give them suggestions. I want to take over the selection list of the 7 warlords. Since this system has already been implemented and cannot be stopped, at least I need to keep these people firmly in my hands. Those who do not listen to reassignment can roll as far away as possible. What will you do? Sengoku did not stop him. The 2 of them, one big and one small, could take on some tasks for him, and he was more than happy about it. On the other side, Terrag glanced at the golden office, stepping on the gem-encrusted floor tiles, and said nonchalantly while picking his nose, in a world of wine and meat. Power and wealth attack the heart. Strength intimidates the spirit. There are many ways. If all else fails, just take out the person in charge. Thud! His nonchalant tone startled Sengoku, who fell to the ground, quickly standing up and tightly gripping the den mushi, shouting angrily, "You're still a Navy. Even if you retire behind the scenes, you are still the embodiment of justice." Damn it! Click Mr. Sengoku. The den mushi has already been hung up. Jongo walked over with a new teacup, trying to suppress a laugh. Terrag. East Blue, an unknown Navy base. The world is so beautiful, yet he is so irritable. This is not good, not good. Terrag took off his coat and covered the sleeping Luffy, completely ignoring Sengoku's words. The greatest pain in the world is when a person is gone, but the money remains. It must let these remnants serve some purpose. At this moment, Makino entered with a plate of snacks, looking curiously at Terrag, who was lamenting about life. "Brother, what happened? You seem so happy. Is that you, Makino? Oh, did you make this for me?" Terrag's eyes lit up, reaching out to take the snacks from his sister's hand, only to be slapped back by Makino. Although his cooking skills were the best in the world, and both Ella and Leo would sometimes accidentally eat the plates he used, Terrag was not satisfied with his cooking. Perhaps he had gotten used to it. He preferred the food made by his sister Makino. Watching Makino place the snacks beside Luffy, Terrag looked at her painfully. "Makino, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is?" His trembling right hand reached out for the snacks as he lamented. "That is love unrequited. The deliciousness is so close, yet feels so far away. That little guy easily occupies it, while I can only look on and sigh. This is the greatest injustice in the world." Makino looked at her brother with a smile, and from behind her back, she brought out a plate of exactly the same snacks that were on the table. "I knew you were the best," Terrag exclaimed excitedly, rushing over and kissing Makino on the cheek while taking the snacks from her hand. He cast a disdainful glance at the still sleeping Luffy on the table and plopped down on the sofa to devour the snacks. Makino stood quietly beside him, her gaze fixed on her brother, secretly whispering in her heart, "Brother, the most painful thing might be that this world no longer has you." It was the last day of the month, and those still watching should speak up. It's important. Totland, Cake Island. Have the invitations been sent out? The greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, never having his back to the ground, proud as he is, Katakuri. At this moment, he was leaning against a wall, watching his busy siblings below, with a hint of red light flashing in his eyes from time to time. Beside him, Perispero, holding a candy cane, smiled slyly. So what if they've been sent? Mother's birthday is the same day as the World Conference. I believe many people won't show up. Katakuri leaped down from the wall, holding his trident. Let's take out everyone who doesn't come, otherwise Mother will be angry. What about Whitebeard? He has never cared about Mother's invitations. Katakuri ignored his brother's teasing and took the list of those who would not attend the picnic from his hands, turning to leave. East Blue, an unknown Navy base. Move faster. The last task given by the captain before leaving must not be cut corners. Hundreds of Navy soldiers were busy on the island, each holding balloons, streamers, flowers, etc., dividing up to set up a grand birthday party venue. These Navy soldiers were the initial group of subordinates that Terrag had taken from Sengoku after establishing a foothold. The World Conference was set for February 15th, and Little Sister's birthday was on February 23rd. 8 days. I wonder if the captain can make it back in time. Leo wiped the sweat from his forehead as he placed a huge stone statue in the gift display area. Put your heart in your stomach. I'd rather believe the captain ran away halfway than believe he would miss Little Sister's birthday. That's right. I mean, Ella. Leo looked at the invitation list in his hand, feeling troubled, and raised his head in pain. The captain had written on the invitation, people can choose not to come, but the gifts must arrive. While sending out more than 30,000 invitations, Won't this be defined by the investigation department as embezzlement and bribery? Ella took the list from Leo's hand and gave him a sideways glance. Is the key point this sentence? The key point is the small print below this sentence. No response will be given. Must visit their home as guests. The threat is almost written on their faces. What I'm most concerned about is, do these 3 invitations also need to be sent out? Leo took out 3 invitations with golden borders, with the names Sakaski, Borisolino, and Kuzan written on them. Send them out. I remember the captain contacted Morgan's. He said that this birthday banquet for the little sister is open in the form of a charity gala. The gifts received will be distributed in the form of poverty alleviation. He said that as just individuals we must take on this responsibility. He hopes Morgan's will spread this message worldwide. Leo fell to the ground. Poverty alleviation, after all. This is what Tarlag has done the most since returning to the East Sea. But standing on the moral high ground, putting this sharp knife against everyone's neck, will it really not offend anyone? 10,000 meters underwater, Fishman Island. The morning sun shines through the seawater, illuminating the palace of Fishman Island. Princess Odoheim stands on the balcony of the palace, looking into the distance, her eyes filled with determination. She knows this will be a difficult journey, but she firmly believes that as long as there is faith and effort, success is certain. Princess Odoheim, a beautiful, kind, and wise leader, holds a great dream in her heart. That is to allow the people of Fishman Island to coexist peacefully with humans, to migrate to land, and enjoy sunshine and freedom. For this, she continuously mobilizes the residents of Fishman Island to jointly petition the world government for migration to land. At first, when Princess Odoheim explained her plan to the nobles and ministers in the palace, she faced a lot of skepticism. Even the tragic death of Tiger caused most of the fish people's faith to waver, and they no longer believe in humans. In the end, it was thanks to the efforts of Jean Bay that this plan was able to take center stage on the world stage. Fishman Square. The petite figure of Princess Odoheim is surrounded by many fish people. Comrades, we live in this beautiful underwater world. The depths of the ocean are our home. Princess Odoheim began her declaration, striving to earn the trust of the fish people. However, for a long time, there's been misunderstanding and division between us and humans. And a shadow of fear and hatred often looms over us. As soon as this sentence fell, it drew dissatisfaction from most fish people. Misunderstanding? Is the killing of Brother Tiger also a misunderstanding? But with the hierarchy in place, their leader had yet to appear, so no one interrupted Odoheim's passionate declaration. But I firmly believe that the people of Fishman Island all harbor a longing for peace and beauty in their hearts. We yearn for the warmth of sunshine on our bodies. We long to feel the gentle breeze brushing our cheeks. We desire to live together with humans on that vast land, to create a world full of love and hope. As soon as this sentence was spoken, it instantly prompted reflection from everyone, even the fish people who had just arrived at Fishman Street. Princess Odoheim smiled gently, nodded slightly to the soldier behind her, signaling him to bring out the signature collection. Today, I stand here to start a new journey of collecting national joint signatures. This is not only to demonstrate to the world our desire to migrate, but also to break down the long-standing barriers. For our children, for our future. Odoheim took the signature book from the soldier's hand, personally distributing the signatures, continuously encouraging everyone as confidence. Let us put down the hatred of the past and bravely take this step. With our signatures, with our determination, let the world know that the people of Fishman Island yearn for peace and wish to work hand in hand with humans. The signatures were distributed to every fish person. Some fish people shared Odoheim's will, so they signed their names without hesitation. However, many fish people remained hesitant, and some, though touched, still threw their signatures to the ground without hesitation. These fish people recalled the past human invasions of Fishman Island, remembered Brother Tiger's death, their hearts filled with hatred. They shouted at Princess Odoheim, "Humans cannot be trusted. We can never coexist with them. I will no longer love humans." Princess Odoheim patiently picked up the signature book, walked to the angry fish person, and returned the signature to him, gently saying, "I understand your anger, but we cannot let the hatred of the past bind us forever. We may not mean much, but please do not let our next generation also live in hatred and pain. The fish person turned his head away, unmoved, but did not throw the signature back on the ground. Odoheim slowly walked to the center of the square, stood in front of a loudspeaker, and opened her small arms. As long as we work together, we can make the world hear our voice. Happy birthday to Shiryu. And thank you all for your support. Judicial Island. Major General Tarlag. This doesn't seem to be a place you should be. Spandam, leading the current CP9, was escorting criminals to the place of judgment. Tarlag had just arrived today, and since he had nowhere else to go, he decided to visit Judicial Island. What a joke! In this vast world, is there anywhere I cannot go? Tarlag was not interested in Spandam at all, so he spoke without restraint. Just do what you should do, and if you meddle in my business, be careful, I might take you down. You are outrageous. A CP9 member suddenly jumped out from behind Spandam, looking at Tarlag, ready to act at any moment. Rear Admiral Tarlag, Judicial Island is not a place where you can be reckless. If you continue to speak without restraint, I'll have no choice but to arrest you. Utterly unaware of the danger. A cold glint flashed in Tarlag's eyes, and his conqueror's haki erupted instantly. The CP9 member, who had just been aggressive, suddenly felt an overwhelming, terrifying pressure bearing down on him. His body involuntarily pressed hard against the ground, and cracks began to appear in the ground under this immense pressure. The surrounding buildings started to shake under the impact of this haki, with cracks appearing on the walls and debris falling down. Spandam looked on in fear at the scene before him, never expecting Tarlag to possess such immense power. His face turned pale instantly, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. You actually, Spandam stuttered, unable to form complete words. He truly did not expect Tarlag to dare to act, which is why he did not stop his subordinate's provocation. Tarlag looked at Spandam expressionlessly, the residual power of his haki still lingering in the air. Spandam, I advise you not to provoke me. I came to Judicial Island just to take a look. If you continue to be this rude, don't blame me for being impolite. Tarlag's voice was cold, like a piercing wind. Spandam swallowed hard, tried to calm himself down. Major General Tarlag, I apologize for any offense today. Please forgive us and do not hold it against us. Spandam knew that he could not continue to be tough at this moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. What crime did this little guy commit? Terrag pointed to the iron cage behind the crowd and looked at the battered boy inside. Spandam wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gestured for his subordinates to quickly take the members on the ground away. He stepped forward with an awkward smile and explained this guy killed a 7 or 8-year-old girl, along with the girl's grandmother. Spandam kicked the iron cage, the veins on his forehead pulsing. Unfortunately, it seems it was his first murder, and his technique wasn't very mature. The old lady survived and reported him to the court. Tarlag furrowed his brows. Was this attempted murder? He didn't quite understand. So how did you catch this guy? Spandam was clearly taken aback and shook his head, saying, No need to catch him. He turned himself in. He seemed scared by his own actions and is suffering internally. Cough, cough. Momozawa coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood and repeated the words he had said countless times. I didn't kill anyone. Shut up. Spandam kicked the iron cage again, and the whip in his hand struck without hesitation. If you didn't kill her, why did you try to help? Tarrag's frown deepened as he walked to the front of the cage and looked at the emaciated boy inside. The observation color doesn't lie, from the reaction of his breath. It seemed that when he said he didn't kill anyone, it was true. Momozawa slowly raised his head, a flicker of pain in his eyes. The internal torment hurt more than the physical pain. I don't know. I saw the little girl fall to the ground and wanted to help her. But her grandmother insisted that I harm them. Tarlag was silent for a moment and pointed at Momozawa. Look into my eyes and tell me whether you killed anyone or not. Momozawa was slightly taken aback, and after calming himself, he looked into Tarrag's eyes and shook his head desperately. I really didn't. I just passed by there, saw the little girl being pushed down, and wanted to help. But when I got closer, the little girl had already lost her breath, and her grandmother just woke up and saw me. She assumed I was the one who killed them. Tarlag turned to Spandam. You just easily concluded he was the murderer? Didn't you investigate thoroughly? Spandam awkwardly replied. The evidence is conclusive. The old lady identified him, and he was the only one at the scene. Moreover, this kind of thing has happened before on Judicial Island. Tarlag snorted coldly. Evidence is conclusive? Just because of an old lady's identification and the coincidence at the scene, you can convict someone? Is your so-called justice this hasty? Spandin's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to refute Tarlag. You're right. I'll let him go. He was almost at Tarag's beck and call, hoping he could leave quickly. No need. Clang. Tarlag instantly drew the sword at his waist, and a sharp blade of light flashed, shattering the sturdy iron cage into pieces. Momozawa stared in shock at the scene before him, momentarily at a loss. Tarlag sheathed his sword and looked at Spandane with a cold gaze. I know I can't change your law enforcement system, but at least I can kill every one of you. I hope you behave. Injustice will eventually be discovered. And when that day comes, it will be the moment the blade hanging over your heads falls. Spandin's face changed dramatically. The world of the martial arts values human feelings and relationships, and his dealings with the warring states were no different. He didn't expect to encounter such a headstrong person today. Since you made me uncomfortable on the surface, don't expect to have a good time afterward. I remember this. Take care. Spandane slowly bent down, an awkward smile on his face, watching Tarlag leave with Momozawa. What is your name? The boy on the boat was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly replying, Momozawa, if you encounter such a situation again, will you still try to help? I don't know, but I think I will. Tarlag leaned back against the bow of the boat, a faint smile on his lips. If you were in my hometown, you'd be considered a brave person. Thank you for the compliment, benefactor. Would you like to join the Navy? Okay. Tarlag received a satisfactory answer and gazed at the vast ocean ahead, his thoughts drifting away. Everyone is swept along by society, carried along by the currents of the world, gradually wearing away their edges. Everyone lives in the shadow. If what happened to Momozawa were to occur in Tarag's past life, he definitely wouldn't have the courage of this child. He wouldn't know if he would help. His hometown was no longer the red speckled with gray, but the light that was about to disappear in a gray-white world. Ding! Ding, ding, ding. System task released. Recruitment plan for the 7 warlords of the sea. Not everyone is qualified to stand on equal footing with you. Take over the selection list for the 7 warlords of the sea from the government. Reward: 10,000 emotional points. Further enhancement of Conqueror's Hockey. The system, filled with excitement, completed its broadcast once again. Hey, last year you issued 12 tasks. Why are you so excited? Tarlag picked his nose, looking disdainful. The system recalled the 12 tasks issued last year, covering its chip that was about to burn. Going to the bathroom, taking a shower, cooking, sleeping, playing with Luffy, deepening feelings with Makino. Do you want to reorganize your words? Is this even a task? This is his daily routine. What happened, Captain? Momozawa looked up at Tarlag, who seemed a bit flustered. Nothing, just had a spat with a garrulous old man. Tarlag casually brushed it off and re-entered his argument with the system. Momozawa, 14 years old, was the boy with a strong sense of justice that Tarlag rescued from Judicial Island. After some interactions, Tarlag discovered that this kid was not as simple as he appeared. Just looking at the calluses on his right index finger didn't reveal much. But ever since Tarlag inadvertently took out a golden desert eagle from the system space, everything changed. After witnessing Momozawa disassemble and reassemble the firearm in just 7 seconds, Tarlag directly appointed this kid as the sword team's first sniper. What's wrong? Still want to refuse me? Tarlag came back to his senses and looked at the somewhat anxious Momozawa. It was just an appointment as a sniper. Why was this kid so scared? Like a mouse seeing a cat? Not only was he sweating profusely, but he also trembled as he handed the handgun back to him, completely lacking the composure he had during disassembly. Captain, I really can't. On the boat, Momozawa took a step back, waving his hands in the air, once again refusing Tarlag. Painful memories surged in his mind, and suddenly, Momozawa covered his head and collapsed to the ground, continuously screaming, "No, don't kill my father." Due to extreme tension and fear, along with physical weakness, Takazawa fainted, but he kept murmuring the name. Van Oka, please, don't kill my father. Von Oka? Terrag raised an eyebrow, throwing his cloak from behind onto Takazawa. Is he the sniper from the Blackbeard pirates in the future? Interesting. It seems this little guy's background is not simple. In the conference room of the Marine headquarters, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Sakazuki, the Marine vice admiral known for his iron-fisted methods, sat angrily in the first chair on the left, with cigar smoke swirling in his hand. Recruiting the 7 warlords of the sea? That's utterly ridiculous. Sakazuki slammed the table, ash falling. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate everything. Pirates are just pirates. Those so-called 7 warlords are merely a change of name. The surrounding officers had different expressions. Some nodded slightly in agreement, while others showed hesitation. They knew Sakazuki's temperament well. Once this vice admiral made up his mind, it was hard to change it easily. A young Marine rear admiral hesitated for a moment, gathered his courage, and stood up, looking at Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, perhaps under the current circumstances, the 7 warlords could relieve some pressure for us. After all, the situation in the New World is increasingly difficult to control. According to intelligence analysis, Kaido has a tendency to ally with the nations again. Sakazuki shot him a fierce glare. Humph, you're too naive. Those damn scum are only looking out for their own interests. Betrayal? That's an undeniable fact. Vice Admiral Sakazuki is right. The 7 warlords are not trustworthy. Goeju straightened his spine, showing strong determination. Collaborating with pirates? Then is our justice still justice? Sakazuki stood up, pacing back and forth in the conference room, unable to quell the anger in his heart. He recalled his intense battles with pirates. Those horrific scenes kept surfacing in his mind. The Navy's mission is only to eliminate pirates, not to pretend to be friendly with them. This recruitment plan must be stopped. Just then, Admiral Sengoku spoke calmly. Sakazuki, calm down. Sengoku crossed his arms over his chest, looking serious. I understand your concerns, but the current situation is indeed complex. The New World is gradually trending towards a balance of 3 emperors, and there's a little brat from Roger's crew who is constantly drawing closer to them. Sengoku looked at Zephyr, who was meditating next to him, feeling exhausted. The Navy no longer has the extra strength to firmly control the situation. Sakazuki stopped pacing and looked at Sengoku. Admiral, have you forgotten the cruelty and cunning of those pirates? Cooperating with them is no different from seeking skin from a tiger. Sengoku sighed slightly and tapped the table. I haven't forgotten, but there needs to be a balance among pirates. This world is the same. The 7 warlords recruitment plan has already begun to be implemented, with no room for reversal. Then I'll just kill them one by one. Sakazuki's empty sleeves were gradually melting from the magma. Were the conditions for recruiting the 7 warlords? Powerful strength? Or their status and reputation? Sakazuki flicked his cloak and strode out, giving Sengoku no face at all. Only those who can survive in my hands are qualified to stand on equal footing with us. Otherwise, In a corner of the conference room, Kizuru lazily leaned back in his chair, appearing unconcerned. He didn't seem to want to express much opinion on the 7 warlords recruitment plan. Meanwhile, Kazan was in another corner, eyes closed, seemingly asleep, and also uninterested in the debate. It wasn't until Sakazuki angrily left that he lazily spoke up. I remember not long ago. Little Terrag said he wanted to take over the list for the 7 warlords recruitment plan. Sakazuki paused mid-stride, slowly turning back to his seat. Mr. Sengoku, the meeting can continue. I remember you mentioned how to escort the kings of the allied nations safely to Marineford. Sakazuki's reaction left most people, except for the hawkish officers who understood the situation, exchanging glances. When did your relationship get so good? Sengoku pursed his lips, realizing that if he had known that little brat's name would be so useful, he wouldn't have bothered trying to reason with this stubborn guy. Sakazuki did not respond to everyone's confusion, only turning to look at the corner where Borisolino's thoughts were drifting away. The world of the underworld is not just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social complexities. To manage it is not easy, and to want it all is absolutely impossible. That incident was handled beautifully by the little brat, forcefully rescuing Borisolino and ruthlessly eliminating the main criminals. The methods used had their usual hawkish style. So what reason does Sakazuki have to refuse Terrag taking over the 7 warlords plan? The red line, Marineford. As the elevator gradually ascended, the mysterious place, symbolizing the center of world power, came into view. Major Terrag, a Marine lieutenant, along with his subordinates, have been waiting here for a long time. Terrag's expression was stern as his gaze slowly swept over the more than 10 Marine soldiers in front of him, while Takezawa appeared somewhat nervous, closely following behind him. You've worked hard. lead the way. Yes. Although the Seven Warlords plan was proposed by Fleet Admiral Kong, truly bringing it to the world stage required the final decision of the World Conference. There are at least 170 member countries of the world government, meaning at least half must agree. However, according to the reactions from various countries, only a small portion strongly protested against cooperating with pirates, while most held a supportive attitude. This is also why Sakazuki and Terrag and others were already preparing for the aftermath before things were settled. Terrag's goal this time was the world government's top intelligence agency, CP0. How unfortunate. The matters at sea aren't left to us in the Navy to decide. And the final decision on the Seven Warlords recruitment list is actually in the hands of those lackeys. Terrag gritted his teeth, wishing he could uproot that pack of dogs. Soon, they arrive at the area where CP0 was located, heavily guarded and even more tense. Terrag stopped and said to the Marine lieutenant behind him, "Please lead the way and give my regards to Vice Admiral Muskrat." "You're too polite. This is what I should do." The Marine lieutenant saluted and waved, leading his subordinates away from the area. "Captain, what are we doing here?" "You can interpret it as killing and looting," Terrag said, stroking his chin with a slight smirk. "There is nothing in this world that isn't for sale. Only unsatisfactory prices." This time, he brought a full 1 million berries. With so much money, he could buy a life. And he couldn't believe he couldn't get a small Seven Warlords list. "Stop." A CP0 member wearing a white mask suddenly jumped out from nowhere, blocking Terrag's path. "Marine, this is not a place for you. Leave immediately." Terrag frowned slightly. Damn, the last person who dared to speak to him like that was turned to ashes. If it weren't for the fact that this is a public place, I would have insisted that he meet with his brother. Rear Admiral Terrag, under the orders of the Marine General, came to visit the CP0 chief, St. Rimlow. The CP0 member wearing a white mask was momentarily taken aback, his tone softening. "Please wait, I'll go report." With that, he vanished in an instant. Moments later, the CP0 member reappeared and gestured for Terrag to follow. Rear Admiral Terrag. "Chief St. Rimlow is ready to see you. Please come with me." Terrag nodded slightly and followed closely behind with Momozawa. They passed through heavily guarded corridors and arrived at a lavishly decorated office. As the chief of CP0, St. Rimlow had a stern expression, his gaze revealing an unfathomable authority. He wore the signature white suit of CP0, with pristine white gloves, showcasing his extreme attention to detail. The mask covered most of his face, exposing only a pair of sharp eyes that made it impossible to discern his true thoughts. St. Rimlow sat behind a large desk and calmly said, "Rear Admiral Terrag, I've long heard your name, but our roles are different. What brings you here today?" Terrag wasted no time, pulling over a chair and sitting down with his legs crossed. Stating directly, "St. Rimlow, I am here regarding the Warlord recruitment list. The Navy believes we should have more say in determining this list." St. Rimlow narrowed his eyes slightly. "The Warlord recruitment list is a major decision of the world government, drafted by us in CP0, and the Navy has no right to interfere." St. Rimlow was well aware that Terrag's identity fell within CP0's investigation scope and understood this rising naval star's character. Therefore, he tried to soften his tone to avoid provoking him and putting them both in a difficult position. Terrag's mouth curled up slightly. "That is incorrect. The Navy has fought against pirates at sea for many years and has a deeper understanding of their strength and threat. Our input is crucial for determining a reasonable warlord recruitment list. You respect me an inch, and I will return a foot. If you deceive me a little, I will repay you tenfold. We are both in the same camp after all. The principle of courtesy before aggression is something I understand." St. Rimlow was silent for a moment. "Do you have any specific suggestions?" Cough, cough. Terrag slowly stood up, took the black briefcase from Momozawa's hands, and walked in front of St. Rimlow. He grinned widely. "I am not talented, but I recognized words at 1 year old, mastered martial arts at 2, presided over the literary world at 7, and at 15 was undefeated across the world." Bang! The briefcase was slammed heavily on the desk, and a trace of Conqueror's haki gradually surged forth. "I believe it's time for a change in the person responsible for this plan. Don't you agree?" The briefcase was crushed under the haki, revealing a glimpse of gold and silver treasures inside. St. Rimlow looked at the briefcase, then at Terrag, falling into deep thought, while Mamozoa nervously stood behind Terrag, not daring to breathe. After a long while, Saint Rimlo slowly spoke. Rear Admiral Terrag, I will consider your proposal, but the final decision still lies with the world government. You. Smack. Terrag's patience was wearing thin. You should have analyzed my information by now, right? On what grounds do you think I am discussing this with you? Stop. Navy, do you want to make an enemy of the world? The CP0 member who brought Terrag in turned pale, instantly drawing his weapon and pointing it at Terrag. Let go of the chief. You're seeking your own death. However, Terrag showed no sign of fear, and instead, his grip tightened even more. Soru. 100 slashes. Bang. Saint Rimlo, kneeling on one knee, turned red in the face, gasping for breath as he retracted his fist. TSK, he's certainly not just a figurehead. Terrag flexed his hand, mockingly looking at the somewhat disheveled Saint Rimlo. He had managed to break free from his restraints in an instant and successfully stopped his subordinate's attack. One must admit, CP0 is not without its strengths. You bastard. Do you know what you're doing? Saint Rimlo glared fiercely at his subordinate embedded in the desk. Realizing how close they had come to making an enemy of the world, all because of them, with different roles in the same camp. Drawing a weapon against a colleague could directly define someone as a ruthless criminal. This was fundamentally different from Terrag's constraints. The nature had completely changed. One could understand it as a hardline approach to achieve a goal, still within negotiable limits. The other could be understood as open betrayal and provocation, violating the basic principles of being in the same world government camp. So what are you considering, Chief of CP0? Terrag's time was precious. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could go home to celebrate Machino's birthday. A few black lines crossed Saint Rimlo's forehead. This guy was indeed as difficult to handle as the intelligence suggested. All right, I agree, but I must reserve the right to supervise. That's my final bottom line. Although he was the highest responsible person for this plan, if he neglected it entirely, where would the government's face be? Terrag knew this was the best result he could negotiate for now. He nodded slightly in agreement, a smile creeping back to his lips, helping Saint Rimlo up while giving a kick to the side Mamozoa. You useless thing, you have no insight. Bring over a chair. Ah, okay. Mamozoa hurriedly brought over a chair and placed it next to Terrag. Thank you. Saint Rimlo's pupils gradually widened as he watched Terrag sit down, his worldview beginning to collapse. Terrag smiled, pointing to the scattered gold and silver treasures. Now that the matter is settled, let's talk business. Can we negotiate a price? Looking at the displayed weight of 58 pounds and 6 ounces, he couldn't help but shake his head, casually tossing the briefcase into the system space. No wonder he could sit in the highest seat of CP0. This social etiquette TSK. At this moment, Mamozoa emerged from the cabin holding a transponder snail. Captain, your transponder snail is ringing. Transponder snail? Terrag was taken aback, quickly pondering who would be calling him at this time. Looking at the black transponder snail in Mamozoa's hand, there were very few people who could connect with this little guy. In the distant second half of the Grand Line, a unique ship sailed slowly. The Drufos, Myhawk, dressed in a black cape with a white shirt underneath, his short black hair neatly arranged, stood at the ship's bow, his gaze deep and sharp, as if he could pierce through the endless sea. Long time no see. Monkey D. Terrag, I am Dracula Myhawk. Myhawk? Terrag almost dropped the transponder snail into the sea, quickly grabbing it. He thought of everyone who might call him, but none of them included the swordsman Myhawk. Had this guy finished his duel with Shanks? Terrag mused to himself. Given Myhawk's personality, he would never contact him unless there was some significant event. It's Myhawk. What do you need? Tarlag's expression was somewhat serious as he spoke slowly into the den mushy. Myhawk glanced back at the grand banquet taking place, and a shadow of worry rose in his heart. I need your help. The sword duel has not yet begun, and the honing of the Black Blade will take at least another 4 to 5 years. Currently, he's been on Shanks' ship for over 3 months. During this time, their sparring has seen both winning and losing, making it hard to distinguish who is superior. Everything was going smoothly, and both of their strengths were increasing at a terrifying speed. If this continued, Myhawk was confident he could shorten the honing period by at least a year. However, such days were shattered by a golden invitation letter received 3 days ago. An invitation to Big Mom's tea party Co-signed by Kaido. Where are you? I'll come over right now. Tarlag raised an eyebrow, automatically skipping the step of asking for the reason. For a man like Hawkeye to seek help, the situation must have reached a serious level. If he had even a 10% chance of overcoming the crisis, he wouldn't be calling for help as a pirate. The new world, Totland. I will get there as fast as I can. Wait for me. Click. Mihawk narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and sharp, as he stood at the bow of the ship, looking out at the endless sea and hung up the den mushy. For someone like Mihawk, words of thanks might be an unnecessary expression. His demeanor was cold and independent. He was used to facing challenges alone. But this time, the severity of the situation exceeded his expectations, and he had to seek outside help. Mihawk, what are you doing here? Come have a drink. At that moment, a drunken Shanks staggered over with a wide gait, throwing an arm around Mihawk's shoulder. If you're scared of drinking, just say so, and the brothers will let you off. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed heartily, but he accidentally stepped on a bottle on the ground, stumbled, and fell heavily, completely oblivious to his drunken state. He placed the bottle under his chin and fell asleep just like that. Mihawk frowned slightly, looking at the man snoring on the ground, feeling a touch of emotion. Facing death without retreat, his heart remained unfazed. A man with such spirit would find it hard not to become a king. Ben Beckman leaned against the side of the ship, lighting a cigarette with smoke curling up. His gaze was deep and wise as he quietly watched Mihawk, who was lost in thought, and spoke in a low, magnetic voice. Mihawk, although I don't know who you're contacting, this friendship the red-haired pirates will accept. I just did what I should do if you were to die like this. Mihawk touched the supreme blade knight behind him, adjusted his hat, and his gaze became sharp. Besides that person, I will lose the best opponent of my life. Mihawk turned and walked away with steady steps toward the cabin, quietly whispering to himself, he's also a brother. Ben Beckman's cigarette fell to the ground as he looked at the sleeping captain, his pupils gradually widening. Shanks, how lucky you are. I don't know what charm you have that can make such a man lower his pride for you. Totland, huh? Tarlag put away the black den mushy, a serious look gradually rising in his heart. The Navy's recent diplomatic policy is to avoid conflict with the three monsters in the New World as much as possible, with the Shichibukai plan being pushed to the forefront. The broken balance will eventually be restored. Captain, what is wrong with you? Tazawa asked, looking at the increasingly dangerous smile on Taralag's face, his voice trembling. Ha ha. Tarlag suddenly burst into laughter, his dangerous smile becoming increasingly sickly, as Murakumo unsheathed an inch, a flash of black sharpness appearing. But what does the Navy's policy have to do with me and sword? I have the right to fire at the four emperors directly. Tazawa felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, his vision whitening as he fainted. TSK, system. Are you there? The rewards are quite substantial. Even the unintentional release of Conqueror's haki can harm those around me now. Although Taralag's tone was casual, the system still sensed the danger. Just as Tarlag was about to speak and issue a ban, a voice interrupted. You have pulled up the second page of the system mall. Look at the breath control liquid. Is this what you mean? Tarlag had opened the system mall when it was first introduced. Looking at the 5 zeros beneath the potion and the lonely 10,000 emotion points in the upper left corner, he tried to remain calm while talking to the system. Zila. In his mind, the system character added a piece of screen fragment, smiling anthropomorphically. Would you like to take another look? Breath control liquid. Fully controls one's own power and breath, allowing it to be released and retracted freely. Price, 10,000. Okay, I understand, but there's just one small flaw. What? There's no buy one, get one free promotion? East Blue, unknown base. Yes, Captain. Ella held Lacey's small hand, looking solemnly at the den mushy in her hand. Don't forget to bring that heavy weapon. Tarlag was on a disguised warship, heading straight for the land of Wa. The heavy weapon you mentioned refers to? Ella took a furtive glance, seeing Lacey barely covering her impressive figure with her strapless dress, lost in thought. My old man, what else could it be? Tarlag picked his nose, looking annoyed. No matter what method you use, get him to the New World and have him enjoy some food and drink in a city on the edge of Wa. This was Taralag's insurance for himself. Although he was confident about this trip, having his father's escort would at least provide some peace of mind. Ella shuddered. her inner fire extinguished by cold water, her face in distress. You might as well kill me. Recalling the devilish training from Mr. Garp over the past year, Ella could wake up from nightmares. That was not a training method for ordinary people to survive. She initially thought the captain was exaggerating during officer training camp. But when Mr. Garp threw her and Leo into a bottomless abyss with her bare hands, she could no longer laugh. I wouldn't go as far as to kill you, but I could peel a layer of skin off you. That's it. I'm hanging up. Click. Ella listened to the sound of the din mushy, hanging up, turned to look at Lacey beside her, and said with tears in her eyes, after this trip, your man will lose at least 10 pounds. Lacey's red lips parted slightly, her tongue frequently licking them, looking at Ella with disdain. Sigh. He was already not good enough, and now. Lacey left, her frequent sighs, which were not very harmful but extremely insulting, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. System task released. Attend the tea party. Your best opponent is facing a life-and-death crisis. Please proceed to meet them in a timely manner. Reward: 10,000 emotion points. Further enhancement of armament hockey. Are you appearing a bit too frequently lately? Tarlag took a deep breath and put down the intelligence information in his hand, which he obtained through the Navy Intelligence Network. It detailed the major events happening in the New World recently. Has she really taken herself for an emperor, celebrating a birthday and making it known to the world? How ridiculous! Tarlag felt extremely displeased and conducted a deep critique of Charlotte Lean's extravagant behavior. Hello, is this Aunt Yuan? Yes, it's me. February 23rd is my sister's birthday. Remember to bring Aunt Crane along. What? She's on a mission? Oh, then you can bring a gift for 2 people as well. Okay, that's settled. Click. Captain, this is your 20-second invitation call. What kind of person is Sister Machino? Momozawa sat at a table, propping his head up with both hands, looking at Tarlag, who was smiling broadly. Tarlag put down the phone bug and cursed AI law and those 2 fools in his heart. Are you guys really that timid? What's wrong with inviting colleagues to a birthday party? Ayla, Ievatinskin. Leo, I am so usually anxious. I don't know how to speak to complete strangers. You'll have the chance to meet them in the future. Go. Increase the ship's speed to the maximum. Yes. On the Moby Dick. Gulalala. Whitebeard Edward Newgate stood at the bow of the ship, his hearty laughter echoing in the sea breeze, surrounded by Marco and other crew members. At this moment, Marco, who was standing behind Whitebeard, furrowed his brows slightly and said to him, Dad, news from a new world says that Big MOM is holding a tea party, and it's known to the whole world. This is quite a spectacle. I was wondering if we should go take a look. We might uncover some useful information and get a sense of the movements of Big Mom and Kaido. Gulalala. Whitebeard took the drink Marco handed him and gulped down a few mouthfuls, his eyes sharpened. I am Whitebeard. Why would I care about that Charlotte Lean's tea party? We don't need to join this commotion. As long as she doesn't tea-provoke us, let her stir up trouble. At that moment, the chef of the Whitebeard pirates, Sachi, approached with a plate of snacks, putting his arm around Marco's shoulder and laughing. Our old man is the strongest man in the world. Marco, you're overthinking it. I know that for sure. Marco pushed Sachi's shoulder away, looking at his father with some worry. It's just... Marco. A giant sea king burst out from the depths, creating massive waves. Edward Newgate, standing at the bow, remained unperturbed, slowly raising his fist. Don't have any concerns. With me here, this sky won't collapse. Just enjoy racing freely across this sea. Whitebeard shouted, his right arm's muscles bulging as he swung a punch. His fist struck the Sea King, instantly unleashing an earth-shattering boom. The Sea King let out a painful roar, but the sound was quickly drowned out by the tremors caused by the shock fruit. As Whitebeard's fist became the center, powerful shockwaves spread outward. The seawater was thrust skyward, forming a water wall dozens of meters high. The Sea King's massive body was shattered like paper under this force. That, no one gasped in surprise, as if the scene had played out countless times before. Marco steadied his mind, a smile gradually appearing on his face as he turned to look at his family behind him. Let us hold a banquet. I'll cover the bill. Marco for the win. The crew cheered immediately. Even Whitebeard, standing at the front, had his eyes brighten as if he had begun to look forward to it. I really admire you, Marco. Sachi again wrapped his arm around Marco's shoulder, grinning. Sorry, Sachi, we're family. No need for formalities. Let us go. I'll make you your favorite seafood feast. At Totoland. Mama. Kaido, you really care about your big sister. Charlotte Lin, in her rotund figure, sat at the main seat, munching on a donut. Who made me owe you a big favor? This time, I want to show you something incredible. Kaido sat cross-legged opposite Charlotte Lin, pulling out a treasure chest from his bosom. A chest. Lin's eyes were filled with gold, as she loved mysterious treasure chests the most. Is it a gift for me? I want to open it so badly. Mama. Hoo. Kaido unfastened the wine gourd from his waist, placed the treasure chest on the ground, and burst into laughter. After taking a few swigs of fine wine, his expression suddenly turned serious as he stood up abruptly. Stop joking around, old hag. This is that old lion's fruit, Napoleon. Yes, Mama. Charlotte Lin's mouth watered as she looked at the treasure chest beside Kaido. Her eyes filled with desire. Kaido, not to be outdone, took out his weapon, looking at Charlotte Lin with fervent eyes. Prometheus. Thunderbagwa. Big brother, stop. Fire Calamity Gene flashed to Kaido's side, trying to hold him back. Kaido glared angrily and shook off Fire Calamity Gene. Get lost. This crazy woman. I'm going to teach her a lesson today. Mama, please stop. Katakuri also came to Big Mom's side, respectfully saying, Mama. Katakuri, go take care of Gene for me. Too bad you ate a devil fruit. Otherwise, the old lion's fruit would be perfect for you. Kaido and Big Mom ignored their pleas and continued to attack each other frantically. Kaido wielded his kanabo, each strike carrying destructive power, while Big Mom controlled Zeus and Prometheus, weaving lightning and flames, turning the entire palace into chaos. Katakuri and Fire Calamity Gene exchanged glances, seeing helplessness and worry in each other's eyes. They both understood that if this battle continued, it would lead to irreversible consequences. But neither Kaido nor Big Mom could be stopped, at least. Katakuri and Fire Calamity Gene did not have that ability. On the terrifying three-masted ship, in a gloomy place filled with an eerie atmosphere, little Perona, dressed in a pink dress, floated in the air like a lovely little fairy, her signature black ghost trailing behind her. Her big eyes sparkled with concern, and her delicate face was filled with seriousness. She flew from the castle to the despondent Moria, who hung his head, exuding a sense of decay. Perona sweetly said, Lord Moria, don't we really need to pay attention to Big Mom's invitation? Moria, hearing Perona's question, slightly lifted his heavy eyelids. His gaze filled with gloom. Big Mom? What can she do? Moria's voice was low and hoarse, filled with endless negativity. He slowly raised a hand, as if trying to grasp something, but it fell weakly. The battle with Kaido 5 or 6 years ago felt like an indelible nightmare, deeply engraved in Moria's soul. Once, Moria was tall and upright, like an invincible giant. After the battle, his figure seemed to have been bent by the years and pain, his abdomen slightly protruding. No longer firm with strength, but rather slack, filled with despair. Ambition, dreams, confidence, all had long ceased to exist. I heard that Moria's great enemy Kaido is also there. When Perona grows up, she'll definitely beat that big bad guy to pieces. That way, Moria won't have to be sad anymore. She flew around Moria, trying to use her words to dispel the gloom in his heart. Upon hearing the name Kaido, Moria paused slightly, a flicker of imperceptible emotion crossing his once vacant eyes. He chuckled, Hee, Perona, your captain hasn't given up yet. You just need to grow up happily in this castle. Moria threw away the bottle in his hand and pulled out a cloth doll from behind, tossing it into Perona's arms. Standing up, his sharp gaze fixed on the dark sky in the distance. Adults' matters are not for children to participate in. In the North Sea, young master, it's time to set off. The terrifying figure of Virgo approached with a golden invitation in hand. Is that old lady still chasing us? Doflamingo's fingers danced nimbly as if playing a silent melody. Each finger manipulated, pulling the enormous birdcage that enveloped the entire island to slowly move. With his movements, the birdcage seemed to come alive, gradually shrinking bit by bit, being retracted back into his body. To train himself, and also to draw the crane's attention. Say, or when alone, it seems that the family's sacrifices have affected not only me. Doflamingo's lips curled into a wicked smile as he took the invitation from Virgo's hand. Ah! Virgo removed the fried egg from his face, sighing, memories as vivid as yesterday, etched in the heart. More than a year ago, after that thrilling operation, the Don Quixote family suffered a nearly devastating blow, with half the family shattered in that storm. Doflamingo deeply realized his shortcomings. That feeling of powerlessness followed him closely. He recognized that his decisions at critical moments might not have been decisive enough, and his strategic layout was not flawless. At the same time, he clearly saw the family's shortcoming, the lack of top-tier powerhouses capable of changing the entire situation and turning the tide. In this world of the survival of the fittest, without absolute strength, it was like a lone boat in a storm, always at risk of being swallowed. Fu-fu-fu. Doflamingo took out a semi-ripe fruit from behind, the veins on his forehead pulsing slowly. This time, our goal is Kaido. I believe you'll be very interested in this. On Fishman Island. Jinbei, what? What should we do? Neptune held a golden invitation, looking somewhat flustered. For some unknown reason, Big Mom in the New World sent us an invitation to Fishman Island, requesting us to deliver 10 tons of sweets. But we have no acquaintance with her and no business dealings. Is this invitation merely superficial or something else? The world meeting is approaching, and he is about to set off for Marineford. Yet this invitation has halted his steps. Jinbei frowned slightly, his expression serious. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Your Majesty, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Big Mom's reputation in the New World is formidable. Her invitation cannot be refused. And with the world meeting imminent, Your Majesty, you are heading to Marineford. If we do not respond properly now, it may bring greater crisis to Fishman Island. What should we do?" Neptune's face was covered in sweat. The internal situation on Fishman Island had not been calm for the past 2 years and could not withstand further turmoil. Go. Jinbei thought for a moment and gave Neptune a dose of fever medicine. But we need to prepare for both scenarios. I will attend a meeting with the Sweets. At the same time, I will send an invitation to the Whitebeard pirates. On the Grand Line, Baldigo. Mr. Dragon, although we do not have an invitation, it's time for me to make my mark on the sea. Drago raised his head slightly, his gaze deep as he looked at Kuma. Bartholomew, are you sure you want to do this? Becoming a warlord of the sea means stepping into a more complex chess game with no way back. Kuma's expression was emotionless, but his eyes revealed determination. Mr. Dragon, I understand the risks involved, but this is a decision I have made after careful consideration. By becoming a warlord of the sea, I can get closer to the core of the world government and obtain more valuable intelligence for our revolutionary cause. I can also use this identity to some extent to restrain the power of the world government, creating more favorable conditions for the Revolutionary Army's actions. Dragon was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Since you have made your decision, I respect your choice. But remember, the Revolutionary Army is always your backing. If the situation changes, you must ensure your safety. Kuma nodded slightly. Mr. Dragon, rest assured, I will act cautiously. For our ideals, for those who are oppressed, I will do my utmost. After saying this, Kuma turned and left, his tall figure gradually disappearing into the night of Baldigo. Boss, we're almost there. Mr. One stood at the helm, speaking in a calm tone. Crocodile stood at the bow, the strong sea breeze blowing through his black coat, the edges fluttering. He casually placed his left hand in his pocket while holding a thick cigar in his right hand. He took a deep puff, the smoke swirling around him, obscuring his sharply defined features. Whitebeard will come, right? Crocodile squinted slightly, gazing at Totland, gradually appearing in view, murmuring to himself. The enemy's blatant threat has been delivered to his doorstep. He surely won't sit idly by, right? 9 years ago, during that peak confrontation, he lost all his subordinates and had one of his arms severed. At that time, he was like a stray dog, thrown into the sea by the man standing at the pinnacle of the world with his bare hands. That battle shattered his ambitions and broke his back. Now, having regained his strength, he was ready to challenge that man once again. So he came, at Totland in the world government. Wahaha! Kaido's hearty laughter echoed in the air. Mama! Big Mom Charlotte Lean's unique laughter followed suit. Katakuri and Daifuku exchanged glances in the corner, both seeing deep helplessness in each other's eyes. They are well aware that the actions of these two crownless kings will undoubtedly stir up a storm in the New World. Earlier, The last two fighters could not determine a winner, and instead, they sat down on the ground, shook hands, and started a grand feast. Beside Kaido, the ground was littered with empty wine gourds, and he, already drunk, was laughing as he embraced Big Mom's shoulders. Since it was the first mandatory tea party to be held worldwide, it certainly couldn't be like before. Big opened her massive mouth, and, after devouring a pile of desserts, immediately said, "Power? Fame? Wealth? Or territory?" Charlotte Linlin slowly made her way towards Katakuri, who was watching the excitement from the side. Dragging her steel balloon-like body was One Piece. Grabbing Katakuri, who showed no signs of dodging, a hint of fanaticism flashed in Big Mom's eyes. The soon-to-open world's first arena is where you can obtain everything, the One Piece. That old lion died, as he should, making his final contribution to us. Mama. Ooh. This news spread like wildfire throughout the New World. Various factions were shaken, and those pirates yearning for power and fame were all eager to show their skills at this grand event. Besides the well-known famous pirates mentioned above, many legendary pirates who had long since become myths were also secretly making their way towards Tato Land. Their goal was much simpler: to obtain the legacy of the Golden Lion, the Paramecia-type float fruit. A few days later, Marineford. They've gone mad, all of them. Bang! Sengoku smashed the desk in front of him with a slap, and the Conqueror's haki surged like a raging tide, indiscriminately impacting everything around him. Documents on the desk flew everywhere, and the decorations on the walls trembled slightly. Kaido, Big Mom, what do you want to do? Sengoku's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes burning with anger. Do you have to turn this world upside down before you're satisfied? In just 3 days, the New World, including dozens of Navy bases on the Grand Line, was simultaneously attacked by crazed pirates. With the World Conference approaching, numerous elite Navy personnel were needed to escort the countries joining the world government. These Navy bases, stripped of their forces, faced the oncoming wave of pirates and were utterly powerless, suffering heavy losses. Smoke filled the bases, buildings collapsed, and chaos reigned. Akainu, Kazan, whatever you're doing, get to my office now. Sengoku crushed the den mushi in his hand, unable to suppress his anger any longer, ready to launch his thunderous counterattack. Don't you like to fight? Don't you like to cause trouble? Don't you like to conduct sneak attacks and guerrilla warfare? Then fine. If you want let me have peace, then let us all die together. Tato Land, the land of wonders. Disguised as Tarlag, he lay on a beach of fruits. The sun was shining on him, warm and cozy. He boredly ate everything around him, the fruits bursting with juice as he bit into them. So slow, really too slow, my hawk. Captain, is it really okay to eat so much? Momozawa brought a large chocolate stump and threw it onto Talag's massive belly in the 5-meter deep pit. The chocolate stump landed with a dull thud. Huh. Tarlag opened his mouth wide with both hands and swallowed the chocolate in one bite. His face was smeared with chocolate stains, but he didn't care at all. A little exercise later will be fine. I haven't digested it yet. Just kidding, I've hardly eaten anything, and there might be a big battle later, so I definitely need to store up energy. Moreover, compared to this island, what I'm eating is just a drop in the bucket, a freebie, so why not eat? But you've already been eating for a day. I can't even see your legs, Captain. Momozawa looked down into the deep pit, and apart from a round belly, there was nothing else to be seen. That belly looked like a small mountain, making it hard to imagine how much food it contained. Go. Tarlag ignored the crying strawberry cake in his hand and stuffed it all into his mouth. The strawberry cake was squished and deformed, red jam oozing out. It's the time for growth. Don't bother me. Go bring me dozens of chocolate bars. Yes, Momozawa said with a long face, preparing to continue his exhausting fate. Unexpectedly, just a few steps out, a wall of cookies blocked his path. Huh, strange. I remember there weren't any cookies in the chocolate forest. Momozawa scratched his head in confusion, spat into his hand, and directly lifted the cookie wall. The captain hasn't tried this yet. I'll take it back for him to taste. If only I could eat as much as the captain, then I wouldn't be. Momozawa looked down at his frail body. Although he had some strength, his lean physique was indeed unappealing. According to the captain, he wasn't manly at all, more like a little girl. At this moment, the cookie wall on Momozawa's shoulder began to move slightly. As it shook, Charlotte Katakuri groggily woke up, letting out a soft sigh. What a strange dream I just had. Huh? Who is this? Katakuri's eyes widened, and in the brief moment of confusion, his body was already thrown into a deep pit. Crack! How is this possible? Katakuri was suddenly alarmed. His armor, comparable to steel, which even swords could not leave a mark on, was actually bitten through by someone. Crack! Crack! Crispy! Tarlag didn't open his eyes or release his observation hockey. Still immersed in his delightful afternoon tea time, his mouth kept chewing, making a crisp sound. This is delicious. Bring me a few more. Saying this, he opened his mouth wide again, this time aiming for the cookie Katakuri's head. In the waters of the world, aboard the Dreyfus. Captain, stop being so willful. Ben Beckman slammed his hand on the table. It's still too early to confront those guys. You need more training. Of course, I know that. Shanks took off his straw hat and gently stroked it in his hands, his thoughts drifting away. But no matter what, we are still upholding Captain Rogers' will. Shanks turned to Beckman, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. This heavy pressure is constantly pushing me forward. This will make me face any obstacles head-on, even if it means getting hurt. Moreover, Shanks slowly stood up, a sharp light suddenly shooting from his eyes. I don't think I will lose. In an instant, an invisible pressure surged from him like a raging tide. This conqueror's hockey spread rapidly in a circular pattern around Shanks. Wherever it goes, everything seems to be tightly gripped by a giant hand. The items on the ship tremble slightly, and the crew members show expressions of awe. Meanwhile, at the seabed, the monitors that were originally working quietly suddenly experience a strong electromagnetic disturbance upon encountering this overwhelming presence. The images on the screens twist violently, and then it all goes dark. Ha ha! Jesus wipes his long gun, his eyes filled with appreciation. This is the Shanks we know, my captain. Incredible. Mihawk stands quietly to the side, continuously cultivating the supreme knight in his hand with his imposing aura. His capacity has improved again. If that man hasn't made progress this year, he might have to bow down to you again. Mihawk, if I remember correctly, that Navy officer, Tarlag, you mentioned, seems to be the first person you hold in such high regard, right? Shanks rests his left hand on the supreme great knife griffin, his eyes revealing curiosity. Mihawk recalls after the Battle of Ruskina, Tarlag's underling era told him various glorious deeds of his lieutenant. The corners of his mouth twitch slightly, and the action of transmitting his aura pauses. A pirate with a Navy identity? Glancing at the snail phone on the table, Mihawk slowly stands up and looks towards the distant outline of Cake Island. I will soon meet him. I'm looking forward to encountering him again. Shanks supports his chin, looking puzzled at Hawkeye. This is the first time he has seen his close friend hold someone in such high esteem. Since their meeting over 3 months ago, when Mihawk mentioned that he might join the Navy in the near future, Shanks has been curious about the man who could attract Hawkeye. Now, he finally has the chance to meet him. You guys, bring the ship closer to me. Oh. Totland, Cake Island. Quick, let go of me, you bastard. Charlotte Cracker finally couldn't hold back and let out a miserable howl. Cracker is Big Mom's 10th son, named as one of the 3 sweet commanders, on par with Katakuri. Due to a deep fear of pain, even getting an injection terrifies him. So since gaining his powers, he has always wrapped himself in cookie soldiers. Nowadays, besides his family, no one knows what he looks like. Even a bounty notice issued by the Navy depicts a cookie soldier. Today, he had planned to take a peaceful nap, but unexpectedly woke up to find his once proud armor bitten to pieces by someone with iron teeth and copper gums. As he sees the gaping maw rushing towards his head, Cracker finally can't hold back any longer and screams in terror. Is it a guest? Cake City has better food. Shut up. Cracker drives his cookie arms into Tarlag's mouth, his expression dark inside the armor. No. Unable to resist, and his voice cannot be heard. What kind of monster is this? What's going on? Why is this food so unruly compared to others? Tarlag, wearing an MP3 player, enjoys his food with his eyes closed, listening to the sound of burning calories. At this moment, Momozawa returns from Chocolate Forest, carrying a huge chocolate stump. What's going on? Why hasn't the captain finished eating? This is... Momozawa places the chocolate aside and leans down to look, suddenly exclaiming, Who? Who are you? What do you want to do? To the captain. Trembling, Momozawa draws his Desert Eagle from his waist, aiming downwards, but dares not pull the trigger. Just then, in a panic, Cracker suddenly exerts force, breaking free from part of his restraints, and his cookie arms wave like a tempest try to throw Tarlag off. However, Tarlag bites down on the cookie as stubbornly as a nail, refusing to let go. "Damn it, you monster!" Cracker yells, increasing his strength. But Tarlag seems to feel no pain, continuing to munch on the cookie. At this moment, the commotion attracts the attention of others. Members of the Bigman Pirates rush over, with the sound of noisy footsteps and shouts growing closer. Momozawa is anxious, knowing that if the captain continues like this, it will be troublesome when the pirate crew arrives. "What's going on? Why all the noise?" Tarlag reluctantly opens his eyes, and what comes into view are the two clusters of sparkling hair on Cracker's head. What the hell? Boom! A tremendous force blasts Cracker out of the deep pit. Tarlag shakes his head, his gaze sharpening instantly. He yanks off the MP3 hanging from his ear and tosses it aside. His legs buried underground, bend slightly, and then push off the ground, shooting toward the Cracker, who is blasted away like a cannonball. In midair, Tarlag's fists are clenched, veins bulging on his arms, and his imposing aura faintly surrounds him. "There is so much food on the island, and you dare to skim off my plate?" Tarlag roars, dragging his massive body forward with unyielding speed, leaving behind a phantom. When he catches up to Cracker, he swings a punch without hesitation. This punch carries immense power and aura, making the air seem to explode from the pressure. Cracker looks at Tarlag in fear and hurriedly uses his cookie arms to block. But Tarlag's strength is simply too overwhelming. Cracker cannot withstand it all and is completely smashed down. Bang! Cracker accurately falls into the deep pit that Tarlag had jumped out of earlier, while Momozawa picks up the nearby chocolate and mercilessly smashes it down. That's a wrap. Tarlag lands steadily, his body now resembling a balloon about to burst. From a distance, he looks like a small hill. Damn it, this is really unlucky. At this moment, members of the Bigman Pirates also arrive on the scene. Who is this guy? He is so powerful. Quick, let us team up and save Lord Cracker. These toy soldiers have their own thoughts and are Cracker subordinates. They witnessed Tarlag violently beating Cracker earlier. Hey, can't you see the huge power gap? Tarlag burps, taking a deep breath, preparing to digest the food inside him. As he exhales a puff of stale air, his huge body shrinks slowly like a deflating balloon. Soon, he returns to his original size, and Momozawa looks at this scene in shock, his mouth slightly agape. So, this is the difference between a monster and an ordinary person? Tarlag grins, clenches his fist, feeling the power coursing through him is wonderful. Looking at the many toy soldiers rushing forward, a glint of danger flashes in his eyes. Just as he prepares to take action, a sharp sword aura descends from the sky, instantly cutting all the toy soldiers in half. Tarlag looks back in shock, only to see Mihawk quietly standing on a nearby rooftop, his gaze sharp. "Long time no see, Monkey D, Tarlag." Tarlag looks at Mihawk on the rooftop, a complex emotion surging in his heart. Before he could speak, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Tarlag turned to look and saw the red-haired Shanks marching towards him with his pirate crew. Shanks wore a bold smile, his gaze landing on Tarlag, who wielded a sword, and he felt a deeper understanding of Mihawk's admiration for him. "Ha! You must be the one Mihawk is so concerned about. Truly remarkable." Shanks, unaware of the impending danger, slowly extended his right hand, preparing to greet him. Tarlag was momentarily taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face, but it carried a hint of danger and a strong desire. He forgot to tell Shanks that his reasons for fighting were power and money. "It will be fine, right?" Mihawk raised an eyebrow, sitting casually on the ground, and waved to Beckman below, signaling him to come up and enjoy the spectacle. "Shanks?" Tarlag let out a hot breath, his eyes burning with greed as he looked at the red-haired man before him. "I quite fancy you. You may not even realize how important you are to me." Sengoku once said that if he could capture all the people on those bounty posters, he would make Tarlag a general. It didn't matter if he didn't catch them all. Capturing the number one, red-haired Shanks, would still earn him a promise of being a vice admiral. Tarlag's gaze sharpened, and he instantly unleashed his conqueror's haki. This aura spread out like a surging tide, solidifying the air around it and causing the ground to tremble slightly, small stones bouncing from the shock. The members of the red-haired pirate crew immediately felt this overwhelming pressure. Beckman, standing beside Myhawk, furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This hockey was not inferior to Shanks? Unbelievable. Jesus Burgess gripped his spear tightly, a grave expression on his face. The captain had finally met his match. Huh? Jesus Burgess glanced at the trembling and pale Tazawa behind Tarlag, who, although quaking, showed no signs of fainting. A new type of weapon? It looked pretty cool, but I wonder about its power. Tazawa also noticed Jesus Burgess aiming his spear at Tarlag, his right hand trembling as it hovered over his Desert Eagle at his waist, yet he lacked the resolve to draw his weapon. Meeting for the first time, and you come at us with such intimidation. That's rather rude, Navy. Shanks felt the hockey and smirked, revealing a confident smile. In that case, let me see how capable you are, Shanks said slowly, then released his own conqueror's hockey. His hockey surged like a burning flame, fierce and powerful. The two hockey clashed in the air, producing a dull sound, as if two invisible mountains were colliding. The environment around them became even more chaotic under the impact of these two hockey. Trees shook violently, leaves fell, and the fruit beach cracked with fine fissures, as if it might collapse at any moment. The clouds in the sky churned under this force, sunlight streaming through the gaps to create strange shadows. Tazawa, lacking the mental fortitude of Elra, fainted first amidst the collision, losing face in front of Tarlag. Ratchy Lou stopped eating, a hint of mockery on his round face. Hey, our subordinates are figuring out who's stronger. It seems we're winning. Ha ha ha. The surrounding cadres, facing the ongoing onslaught of Conqueror's hockey, could only barely withstand it, but they forced smiles. Yet among those laughing, there was one exception, Jesus Burgess, who had been aiming his spear at Tarlag from start. Jesus Burgess furrowed his brow, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he looked at the Desert Eagle slipping from Tazawa's hand, muttering to himself, "Is this the threat of death?" Cake City. Old hag, it seems our guests have arrived. Should we go greet them? Kaido, never sober, drunkenly gazed at the torn clouds in the distance. Mama, I really like the sweets from Fishman Island. You must send me 10 tons every month, now go. Big Mom waved her hand, dismissing Jinbe, who stood before her, fearless in their eye contact. Approaching the palace gates, she stood shoulder to shoulder with Kaido, licking the cream off her face, exuding a dangerous aura. How rude, starting a fight without the owner's consent. Ugh. Kaido's body transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. That familiar aura, I'm gonna join the fun. Katakuri. Yes, Mama. You go and check it out. Don't let Kaido harm my guests. Big Mom turned around, eyeing the various Fishman Island delicacies displayed in the palace, drooling. Yes, Mama. Katakuri's expression was stern as he quickly followed after Kaido. At the fruit beach, the clash of Tarlag and Shanks Conqueror's hockey continued, the environment growing more chaotic. Just then, a loud noise echoed from the sky as Kaido's dragon form appeared above everyone. His voice boomed like thunder. Umph. What you little brats doing here? His Conqueror's hockey spread like a raging storm, instantly interrupting the clash between Tarlag and Shanks. Members of the red-haired pirate crew readied themselves for battle, while Beckman looked at Kaido with a serious expression, whispering to Myhawk beside him, Kaido, the strongest creature on land, is not easy to deal with. We need to think of an escape plan. On the other side, Shanks smirked slightly, drawing his griffin from his waist and pointing at Kaido from afar. Kaido, are you planning to interfere in our business? Kaido laughed heartily. There's nothing on this sea that Kaido can't control. You two brats have decent strength. Why not follow me and rule this sea together? Hick, you probably don't have that much influence. Shanks' expression darkened. This was a completely different mindset from before when he was sparring with Tarlag. The real battle was about to begin. Just then, Katakuri arrived near the fruit beach. His voice arriving before his form, Kaido, don't you dare lay a hand on Mama's guests. Kaido looked at Katakuri, his dragon breath flickering as he angrily scolded. Katakuri, do you dare defy me? Katakuri replied expressionlessly. I'm just following Mama's orders. Watching the seemingly negotiating crowd, Tarlag raised an eyebrow, his anger steadily rising. Hey, who is the main character here? I'm not someone to be trifled with. The sword at his waist, Murakumo, gleamed coldly. As it was said that Kaido was the strongest creature on land, and no one could cut through his skin. Tarlag was skeptical of this and wanted to test it himself. Clearly, someone had forgotten their purpose in coming to rescue. The atmosphere grew tense enough to suffocate. Beckman looked solemnly at the eager Shanks and Tarlag ahead, saying in a low voice, "I don't think they have any intention of retreating." Mihawk adjusted his hat. The Supreme Sword Knight had already been unsheathed, its sharp blade glinting with a cold light under the sun. "We did not come here to attend some ridiculous tea party." To be precise, Shanks treated that invitation as a declaration of war, a challenge from the sea overlord to a rising star of the world. Terra's lips curled into a slight smile, the Muramesa in his hand radiating a chilling light. "It seems it will be a fierce battle today. Luckily, I had a good meal beforehand." He aimed a Muramesa at Kaido in the sky. "Mihawk, it's been a year since we last met. Is your sword still sharp?" Mihawk nodded slightly. "Still acceptable." A slash cut through the sky, and in a flash he stood side by side with Terra. "Do we need to join forces to confront the enemy?" Shanks adjusted his iconic straw hat, the 3 scars on his left eye revealing a hint of dominance. As the griffin was unsheathed, a fiery red griffin appeared before everyone's eyes. "Then let me set the stage." Shanks' figure vanished like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Kaido. His gaze sharpened as he slightly raised the griffin sword. Divine avoidance. In an instant, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted from him. Kaido felt this terrifying pressure. A flicker of anger flashed in his enormous dragon eyes. A brat from Roger's ship? Looking for death. He roared and swung his dragon claws to counter Shanks' attack. The dragon claws carried unmatched power, as if they could crush everything. However, it was already too late. Shanks swung his sword, and a red light streaked across the sky like lightning, tearing apart the entire atmosphere. As the light passed, Kaido felt a tremendous force surging towards him. The sharp sword energy struck directly against Kaido's dragon claws. With a shhh sound, a deep wound appeared on Kaido's supposedly indestructible claws, blood gushing out and staining the sky red. Kaido's dragon eyes widened in disbelief. How many years had it been since he felt pain again? After Kazuki Oden? How could this be possible? Kaido roared in anger, but the pain caused his movements to slightly falter. In that moment, the impact caused his massive body to lose balance in the air. Kaido swayed, struggling to stabilize himself, but he was already inebriated, his reactions much slower than usual. The powerful force of divine avoidance, combined with the pain from his dragon claws, made it impossible for him to maintain flight. Roar! Kaido let out a reluctant roar, then fell straight down from the sky like a collapsing mountain. Everyone was stunned by this scene. No one expected Shanks' divine avoidance to inflict such great damage on Kaido. Even less did they expect the mighty Kaido to fall from the sky like this. Incredible! Mihawk lowered his body, praising him while swiftly darting towards the place where Kaido was about to land. "I'm not one to be beneath others. It's my turn." Mihawk moved like lightning, instantly reaching Kaido's landing site. His gaze was sharp, and the Supreme Sword Knight was slightly raised, as if the surrounding air had solidified due to this blade. "Knight's Cry!" Mihawk shouted, and a black slash shot out like a bolt of black lightning. This slash carried endless sharpness and pressure, tearing through space with a sharp whistling sound. The slash struck Kaido, who had just landed. Kaido's dragon eyes widened as he roared in anger, but could not evade this sudden attack. The black slash struck fiercely against Kaido's body, producing a loud sound. Kaido's massive body shook violently, and the hard scales shattered under this powerful strike, blood splattering everywhere. The ground cracked under this blow, resembling the earth after an earthquake, as the fissures quickly spread, and the surrounding soil and rocks were blown away. Kaido's pupils gradually contracted, filled with shock. The second one, within just one day, 2 individuals capable of cutting through my skin appeared. Has Mihawk improved his swordsmanship? Shanks, who had already returned to Terra's side, kept stroking his chin. If it weren't for the manifestation of his strength, the dominance aspect would have a significant comparison. Purely in terms of swordsmanship, he is no longer a match for Mihawk at this moment. "Friend, it's your turn." Shanks grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth. Looking at Terrag, who had been waiting for a long time. Terrag's Muramesa glimmered with black light. The black blade had been forged, and the dragon would be slain at this moment. Responding to Mihawk's invitation, I come here to lend you a hand. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. I, Terrag, have never engaged in unprofitable business throughout my life. Stepping forward steadily, he gradually increased his speed to a blur. After this, you must promise me one trivial thing. No problem. I acknowledge you as a friend. Say one thing. Even if, woo-woo. Beckman, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, rushed over and covered Shanks' mouth. He glared at him, applying pressure. You, who don't even care about basic intelligence. Please do not cause trouble for our pirate crew. Thank you. Beckman's deep gaze looked at the figure flying ahead, secretly sighing. The captain has gotten into trouble this time. Are you Katakuri? Terrag's forward motion was blocked by a figure. I have something to discuss with you later. Now get out of my way. The Conqueror's haki pressed forward, causing Katakuri to feel immense pressure due to the physical destruction. After releasing his own Conqueror's haki, he barely stabilized his figure. Katakuri's expression was grim as he stared at Terrag and said in a deep voice, Rear Admiral Terrag, you should stop. Do you want to ignite a war between pirates and the Navy? You recognized me? Terrag touched his mustache, widening his eyes. Damn it. Who told him that in the pirate world, as long as you disguise yourself, no one would recognize you? Rear Admiral Terrag, a presence that can stand alongside the three admirals. How could we not pay more attention? Katakuri took out a photo and threw it at Terrag. The moment you entered the territory of the Whole Cake Island, you were already under our surveillance. TSK, I thought I was hiding pretty well. Terrag looked at the photo of himself eating and drinking, shaking his head. Give me a reason to let me stop. Otherwise, the Muramesa pointed at Katakuri's throat, as if ready to strike at any moment. My mother is hosting the world's #1 arena, with the reward of the pudding fruit in Kaido's hands. Clang! Terrag's figure flashed and leaped into the sky. Mihawk Shanks, let us go drink. I have treasures to show you. Fufufu. In the shadows, Doflamingo's clenched fist trembled slightly. Why not continue fighting? Let the enraged Kaido pulverize that person. How interesting that would be. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with a mad light, and a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth became more pronounced. It's really a pity that this exciting battle was interrupted just like that. But it doesn't matter. The storm over this sea has never stopped. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if calculating something. In the Juice Sea, a blue-fat fishman lurked by the shore. The indirect killer of Brother Tiger, also the protagonist who would destroy Fishman Island in the prophecy. Jinbei did not share Doflamingo's anger. Instead, he looked ahead with a determined gaze, lost in his thoughts. Mr. One, your chop-chop fruit has great potential. Don't waste it. Crocodile, smoking a cigar, reminded Daz Bones beside him. Boss, the visible gap is quite daunting. Even your Logia fruit might find it troublesome to deal with. Crocodile frowned, but did not voice a rebuttal, seemingly accepting it. In the chocolate forest, a brown bear lay sleeping in front of a large figure. Mr. Dragon, your brother is quite remarkable. The Warlords of the Sea list is in his hands, right? At this moment, Dragon was selecting suitable allied nations and picked up the nearby transponder snail. It is in his hands, but you'd better not mention my name, otherwise. Dragon turned to the side, where a crow, with its arms still bandaged, twitched its mouth slightly. Otherwise, the identity of the Warlord of the Sea might have nothing to do with our revolutionary army. Crow, are you polite? Ahem, Kaido, you really are in a pathetic state. Moria's shadow appeared near a reef, looking at the miserable Kaido in the pit and laughing unabashedly. A day later, in a tavern. So, you mean for me to take the position of Warlord of the Sea first, and after we finish that duel, then consider joining your sword unit? Mihawk held a Warlord of the Sea invitation letter, pondering for a moment before asking. In front of Tarlag, there were over 100 empty plates stacked up. I don't know why. Recently, it seems like I'm unusually hungry. Growing up? That's right, a guy like you, who is independent and solo, playing around with an official position is quite good. Zero Frame initiated, snatched the fine wine from Shanks' hand, and drank it all in one go. Hey, that's mine. It's now in my belly. If you want it, you can open your mouth. Shanks lay weakly on the table, his straw hat covering his head. looking utterly bored. Ha ha, that's the 32nd time the captain has been bullied. Remember it. Jesus Burgess waved the large wine cup in his hand, ruthlessly mocking Shanks. I've recorded it, no problem. Latch Lulu waved the recording shell in his hand, chewing on the meat with bones. Hey, you guys are going too far. Shanks slammed the table and glared at his unruly brothers. I don't like being restricted in my freedom, so Myhawk helplessly shrugged, indicating his lack of interest in the position. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look at the privileges given by the Navy below. I believe you'll be interested. Tarlag pointed to the section at the bottom of the document for him to check. Legal pirate identity. The Warlord of the Sea is a legally recognized pirate by the world government, whose actions will not be pursued or sanctioned by the Navy, allowing them to operate freely at sea. Original bounty notice halted. After becoming a Warlord of the Sea, the original bounty notice will be halted, and all previous crimes will no longer be pursued by the world government. Tolerated privateering. The privateering actions of the Warlords of the Sea are tolerated to some extent, as long as they are not excessive or publicly exposed, allowing them to plunder some wealth and resources. Individual requests fulfilled. The world government will agree to your individual requests to maintain a cooperative relationship with the Warlords of the Sea. What do you think? Compared to just needing to assist us in combating pirate forces, these privileges are quite sincere. Tarlag looked disdainfully at the items above. This is Myhawk, which is why he would present this document. If it were someone else, they would directly forcefully sell it. If you don't listen, I'll deal with you. If you do listen, I won't let it go either. Seeing the disinterest in Myhawk's eyes, Tarlag knew his persuasion had failed. Sigh. It's a pity for those talented sword masters in the Navy. If I were you, I'd directly add the condition to challenge Navy generals unconditionally in the fourth item, TSK. Myhawk's hand that had put down the document paused slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto Tarlag's eyes. I have to admit, you successfully piqued my interest. Myhawk picked up the pen and ink nearby, signing his name neatly on it. That's more like it. From now on, if I help you, it will also be justified, right? Ha ha! Tarlag casually stuffed the document into his chest, casting a dangerous glance at Shanks, who was watching the excitement. It's your turn. Shall we talk? Me? Shanks pointed at his nose, waving his hands repeatedly. I'm a bona fide great pirate. Don't set your sights on me. I'm not doing it. Even if you turn things upside down, I'm not doing it. His rejection was quite straightforward and decisive, to the point where Tarlag didn't know how to start. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Tarlag's mind, and after sorting through his memories, a radiant smile appeared on his face. Leaning close to Shanks' ear, he whispered softly, "What I want to say is the Nika fruit and Joy Boy." Boom! What do you know? Shanks' previously smiling face changed, and upon hearing Tarlag's words, his conqueror's haki instantly spread out. It indiscriminately impacted everything around, emanating an extremely dangerous aura, as if ready to strike at any moment. The gum-gum fruit, every era's world government has tried to retrieve it, yet they have never succeeded. It is greatly connected to ancient weapons, symbolizing rebellion against oppression and the freedom of pirates. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form. Am I right, Shanks? I don't understand what you're saying. Shanks' face turned cold, and his crew realized that their captain was genuinely angry or had become serious. The previous laughter and cheers were gone, and they silently armed themselves, stepping behind him. Roger was born at the wrong time. Although he was Joy Boy of that era, unfortunately, he did not meet the conditions to save the world. The Sea King was born here last year, and the will of Joy Boy's fruit has also been reborn in some corner of the sea. Tarlag slowly stood up, placed the Murakumo sword on the table, and took out a new Warlord of the Sea document. To make a man like you submit, in my view, is unrealistic. But destroying some things that are more important to you than life is easy. The atmosphere in the tavern dropped to freezing point. The Murakumo represented conflict, representing a situation where it's either you die or I live. The document represented reconciliation, representing the premise of negotiation. So, I have long said that those who don't even look at intelligence shouldn't make decisions. Beckman drew his long gun from his waist and pointed it at Terrag. Don't move. Navy. Clang. I don't want to fight you, but I've just accepted someone's invitation, and I have to put on a show. Myhawk drew his Supreme Blade Knight, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Terrag's expression was stern, his gaze locked with Shanks from across the room. The atmosphere grew even tenser. You have no room for choice. This is the trend of the times. Terrag's voice was calm and powerful, echoing in the silent tavern. Shanks, you know better than anyone the stakes involved. Shanks's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Terrag, his hand unconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword. You're playing with fire, Terrag. Some secrets cannot be casually revealed, but some secrets are destined to be brought to light. Terrag stood his ground. What you protect may not always remain safe. Instead of waiting to be struck, why not cooperate with me? This is a path that benefits everyone. Beckman's long gun trembled slightly in his hand as he stared intently at Terrag, ready to strike at any moment. Don't try to threaten our captain. You're asking for death. At this moment, Myhawk sighed slightly, standing in the middle, seemingly wanting to ease the tense atmosphere. Everyone, calm down. Such conflict is meaningless. However, neither side showed any sign of backing down. Shanks's conqueror's hockey grew increasingly intense, causing the tables and chairs in the tavern to tremble slightly, the liquid in the wine glasses rippling. Shanks, think of Roger's dying wish, Terrag suddenly said, his words piercing Shanks's heart like a sharp sword. Shanks's body jolted, Captain Roger's bold smile flashing in his mind. He closed his eyes slightly, as if contemplating something. After a long while, he opened his eyes, the violent aura gradually subsiding. I can accept your invitation, but the things you know before the new era has fully grown. Don't let anyone else know. Of course, after all, panic is not conducive to the stability of the world. A smile crept onto Terrag's lips as he pushed forward the 7 warlords signing regulations. Shanks, Beckman's brows furrowed, wanting to stop the captain from doing something he was unwilling to do. Beckman, Captain Roger, said that a man who can bear everything alone will grow. Slap. A large handprint was stamped on the documents on the table. I hope you keep your word, Monkey D. Terrag. Terrag silently put away the documents and took a bottle of wine from the table, drinking it in one go. Years later, when you discover that everything you cherish is closely related to my family, I hope your tone is still as tough as it is now. Compromise is always unpleasant, and everyone left unhappily. But no one left. They were waiting for the arena to take place in a few days. After all, the float fruit was still very appealing. Even though Shanks's ship did not need the power of a devil fruit, they were still very interested in the prestige. A few days later, the grand tea party commenced amidst lively commotion. The venue was decorated extravagantly, with colorful ribbons and exquisite ornaments adorning the entire space. Numerous notorious pirates also made their appearances, some bringing their crews, others coming alone. These pirates either greeted each other or warily surveyed their surroundings. Kaido strode in with a dominant presence, his mountain-like physique and wild aura intimidating. He laughed heartily and greeted those around him, as if he had his own space in this noisy occasion. No wonder the old hag loves holding tea parties. Opportunities to see you old geezers are rare. Kaido's gaze landed on a scruffy old man in the corner, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Isn't that right, Mr. Wang Ji? It's the little brat Kaido. It's been ages. Wang Ji sat down carelessly, drinking the expensive wine in front of him without regard for his image. He didn't pay much attention to the arrival of his former apprentice Kaido. If it weren't for his keen interest in the legacy of that old lion, he wouldn't have shown up here. Big Mom sat at the main seat, her massive frame wrapped in luxurious attire. She indulged in food while chatting and laughing with those around her, each loud laugh causing the ears of those nearby to buzz. Mama, Katakuri, where's my cake? Why hasn't it been brought over yet? Katakuri stood quietly beside Big Mom, his sharp gaze scanning the whole venue, his powerful aura deterring many from coming close. It's on the way, please wait, Mama. Meanwhile, the 3 Marine admirals, disguised, mingled among the crowd. How terrifying! Kizaru, although dressed casually, still had a somewhat noticeable lazy demeanor, scratching his head from time to time, his gaze weaving through the crowd. So many strong and monstrous guys. There's no chance of winning. Akiji wrapped himself tightly, his cold aura barely perceptible. Little Terrag was also here, attempting to make contact with him, not seeking to kill many, but hoping to stir up chaos enough to report back. Nearby, Akainu tried to conceal his serious expression, which still felt out of place. How dare they actively provoke our navy? I really want to sink all these scum into the sea. Just thinking of the losses the New World Navy base suffered made Sakazuki's eyes burn with anger. Don't act rashly, mister. Sengoku wants us to recover the old line's fruit as much as possible. Akiji used his ability to chill a drink for himself, glancing at Akaya. Dressed in extravagant attire and wearing a top hat, Spiro stepped confidently to the center of the venue. He cleared his throat, his voice seemingly magical, instantly piercing through the noise of the entire venue, bringing everyone to silence. Haha, esteemed guests, welcome to this world-renowned event, and thank you for coming to celebrate Mama's birthday. Spiro wore an exaggerated smile, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire arena-like venue. This is the stage for the strong, a place where glory and wealth intertwine. Today, on this special day, we will witness countless brave warriors showcasing their courage and strength in this arena. His gaze swept over the renowned pirates, pausing briefly on Kaido's mountainous figure, then looking at Big Mom at the main seat, before continuing. Whether you are a dominant ruler shaking the seas or a fledgling newcomer, in this arena, opportunities are equal, and that coveted float fruit is like a shining pearl, waiting for the strongest to claim it. He paused slightly, allowing everyone time to imagine the allure of that fruit, then continued. Here, the rule is that there are no rules. As long as you can stand until the end, then endless glory and wealth will belong to you. Let us cast aside all constraints and enjoy this blood-boiling battle feast to the fullest. Now, I declare the Battle of the World's first arena, co-hosted by Kaido and Big Mom, officially begins. As his last words fell, the atmosphere of the entire venue was instantly ignited, cheers and shouts rising and falling, and a thrilling contest was about to unfold. The participants climbed onto the arena one after another. This would be an unprecedented free-for-all. There were no registration thresholds, no rules or divisions. As long as you have the determination to bet your life, you can participate. Fufufu. What a great trick indeed. But will anyone really achieve the ultimate victory competing against those two monsters? Don Quixote Doflamingo turned his head to look at Kaido and Big Mom at the main seat, his expression somewhat gloomy. There are countless frenzied pirates, but there are also many rational ones. Doflamingo is an example, sitting peacefully at the edge of the venue, showing no intention of joining in. Little Terra sent word that he would achieve the ultimate victory, so let us keep an eye on Kaido and Big Mom. Kazan put down the din mushi in his hand and looked at the two beside him. TSK, he really thinks highly of us. What do you say, Sakazuki? Borsellino shrugged, saying he was just there to slack off. He could act however he wanted. Let these scum kill each other first. When they're tired, we'll make our move together. My destructive power is considerable, so you two can entangle Kaido and Big Mom, and I will provide indiscriminate fire coverage on the venue. Sakazuki's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at the already chaotic venue, wishing he could personally join the fray. Terra, I thought we could be friends. Shanks's eyes burned with rage as he suddenly drew his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Terra was not to be outdone, quickly drawing his weapon, ready for battle. Isn't this situation quite good? Shanks glared angrily, shouting, You shouldn't have revealed those secrets. You are breaking the balance. Terra's gaze was cold as he parried Shanks' attack and responded. Some things can't be solved by avoiding them. It's the inevitability of the times. Besides, I never said it to anyone else. The fighting aura of the two erupted like a storm, sending nearby pirates staggering. Some weaker pirates were directly knocked away, crashing against the surrounding walls. Shanks' sword momentum grew increasingly fierce as he gritted his teeth and said, Do you think you can control all of this? Young man, too arrogant. Terra fought while retreating, but spoke firmly. If you're not arrogant, then what do you call a young man? The powerful shockwave turned the surrounding tables and chairs into splinters, with chips flying everywhere. The onlookers widened their eyes, all faces filled with shock. They had never seen such an intense battle, especially Shanks' powerful conqueror Haki, surging through the air like a tangible force. One pirate exclaimed in astonishment, Is this the strength of the new world pirate star, red-haired Shanks? It's terrifying. This is just the beginning. If those two hadn't deliberately compressed the fighting space, we spectators would also be affected. A pirate who had once fought Shanks sighed in reflection. On the other side, Terrag also displayed extraordinary strength. His techniques were steady and powerful, each attack containing immense force. His battle with Shanks was like two ferocious beasts tearing at each other. In the aftermath of the battle, nearby glasses shattered and liquor spilled everywhere. Those pirates who had been joking and laughing were now nervously watching the fight. Kaido watched the battle between the two, grinning broadly. Now, this is interesting. Big Mom, meanwhile, was eating cake while frowning. You two brats, don't destroy my venue. Katakuri, you go down and show off your muscles. It's time to establish a new king of this era. Yes, Mama, Katakuri replied respectfully, taking his weapon and heading down to the arena. Jean, Kaido's eyes widened. Big brother, are you calling me? The fire disaster Jean, transformed into a wyvern, descended from the sky. Go and spar with that old man Wangji, see if he is already outdated. Jean, upon hearing this, soared into the sky again, heading straight for the old man holding a sword who stood there alone. The battle between Terrag and Shanks intensified, their figures moving like ghosts. Every collision sparking brilliant fireworks. Terrag's eyes fixed on Shanks, his gaze sharp like a hawk. He squatted slightly, gripping the sword hilt tightly, as if all the strength of his body was concentrated on that sword. He took a deep breath, calming his mind to a stillness like an ancient well. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Terrag's momentum began to soar wildly, the surrounding airflow seemingly pulled by his sword intent. Suddenly, he moved his speed lightning fast. He drew his sword fiercely, a flash of cold light appearing, accompanied by his roar. One sword-style ultimate technique Heaven-S line. It was an extreme sword light, like a curtain of heaven being pulled apart, bursting forth from the sheath in an instant. This sword light seemed to tear the space apart, forming a straight, shimmering sword curtain of cold light. This sword curtain carried an unmatched momentum, as if it could cut through all things in the world, sweeping toward Shanks. Shanks's expression was grim and resolute, his signature red hair wildly flying in the battle's aura. He squinted slightly, tightening his grip on the sword, with powerful haki surging on the blade. His feet seemed to root firmly in the ground, standing steadily. Suddenly, his figure flashed like a phantom and in high-speed movement. His momentum soared to the limit. Divine avoidance. His sword, Griffin, slashed out with unparalleled force, the light seeming capable of cleaving through all obstacles. Charging towards Terrag's draw cut. The two peerless sword techniques collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. The terrifying shockwave spread out like a tsunami. Surrounding pirates panicked, trying to escape, but it was already too late. Some pirates were directly hit by the violent force, their bodies torn apart, blood spilling on the spot. Others were knocked senseless and fell heavily to the ground, their lives uncertain, and some pirates were knocked unconscious by Shanks's domineering conqueror's haki. However, Terrag and Shanks paid no heed to the carnage around them. Their eyes were fixed solely on each other. Shanks gritted his teeth, once again increasing the power of divine avoidance, the light on the sword becoming even more dazzling, as if it would completely devour Terrag. Tarlag was not to be outdone. He fully activated the sword intent of one-line sky, causing the sword curtain to become thicker and sharper, resembling an indestructible defense line. In this terrifying clash of power, the entire venue seemed on the verge of being destroyed by their battle. Those who were previously focused on other fights were now drawn to this powerful force, shocked as they watched the life-and-death duel between the two swordsmen. Shanks could threaten the slash aimed at his mother. As Katakuri stepped into the venue, he was forced to halt by the impact, frowning slightly as he had to use his haki to withstand the residual wave. The navy that didn't attack his brother that day. It seems that the swordsman who could cut through his skin was not exaggerating. This was already deadly. Meanwhile, Enel was also disturbed by this force while flying towards Wang Ji, momentarily pausing in midair. Has it already reached this level? Mihawk and Beckman stood side by side at the edge of the venue, although they knew it was out of good intentions. That Navy friend of theirs really knew how to provoke Shanks quickly. Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked gravely at the smoke-filled venue. Little Tarag's growth rate is indeed astonishing. Strong as a monster, By the way, I still owe him a big favor. Oomph. I was so close to taking down that red-haired brat, but still lacking in experience. Near Kaido and Big Mom's main seats, 3 vice admirals wore bizarre masks resembling a chicken, a monkey, and a dog. They stood there brazenly, subtly surrounding the 2 great emperors. Hey, old lady, how about one for each? Big Mom paused for a moment, but soon understood Kaido's intention. They didn't gather for the benefit of others. Recruiting subordinates with strong potential was one of the reasons. Mama, I want that red-haired brat. After saying that, the steel balloon's figure flashed and charged directly towards the venue. Kaido picked up a nearby kanabo, resting it on his shoulder, and looked at Terrag, who was standing and panting in the venue. Then he is mine, he. The yellow monkey moved like lightning, instantly blocking Big Mom as she charged towards the venue. Joe. Big Mom, you can't be so impulsive. His hands sparkled with dazzling light, and beams of laser shot towards Big Mom like a torrential rain. Big Mom swung her giant fists, shattering those rays one by one, roaring, "Are you the Navy's Borsalino? Don't block my way." Not to mention that they had dealt with each other before, the iconic 3 natural-type devil fruits were known to everyone. Therefore, Big Mom immediately identified the blocker. At the same time, Akiji also made his move, instantly creating a large ice field in front of Kaido, with ice spikes erupting from the ground, attempting to impede Kaido's advance. Kaido's massive kanabo slammed down, instantly shattering the ice field, although his steps were slightly hindered. Kazan, you bastard. Are you here to get in the way too? Is the Navy planning to start a war to change the era? Well, it doesn't matter. Ice Age. The crowd was shocked, not expecting the Navy's vice admirals to appear here and obstruct the 2 great emperors. On the other side, Akainu's gaze was cold. He didn't care how others thought, as his magma fists attacked indiscriminately around him. Whether pirates or people from other forces, those in his path would be burned by the scorching magma. Terrag and red-haired exchanged glances. In this chaotic situation, they temporarily set aside their conflict. The situation has changed. Let's settle the score another time. Terrag took a deep breath. Roger's self-created god of void was indeed not to be underestimated. He almost lost. Shanks silently withdrew Griffin, wordlessly walking towards the outer area of the venue, his left hand's torn palm proving that blocking Terrag's blow was not easy. Before I find my support, I will regard myself as a warlord. Please keep your promise. Words must be followed by actions. You can rest assured. Terrag's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the chaotic venue and smiled. Moreover, it's not your time to leave, since you have agreed to the warlord position. A streak of cold light slashed straight towards the many pirates still engaged in battle in the venue. Those pirates were still immersed in their fantasies of victory, completely unaware that danger had already arrived. Swoosh! A line of blood evenly distributed within the venue. Dozens or even hundreds of pirates fell under Terrag's blade. This is a rare opportunity. I will now issue the warlord summoning order for the first time. Shanks, you understand what I mean, right? Terrag looked at Shanks, who was slowly walking towards the venue's exit, his lips revealing a radiant smile. Shanks paused, his expression dark as iron, gripping the sword hilt, indicating that his heart was not at peace. All right, but only this time I will comply. Shanks responded in a low voice with a good. In the next moment, a vast wave of Conqueror's haki surged from him like a tide. That invisible pressure rampaged through the venue like a storm. Those weaker pirates instantly turned pale, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, unconscious. Captain, it seems this battle is inevitable. Beckman tossed aside the cigarette in his hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Then let's fight. Shanks roared, and his crew responded in kind. Jesus Burgess moved like a ghost through the crowd, his precise shooting causing enemies to scream as they fell. Locky Lou swung his massive kanabo, each swing creating a gust of wind, shattering nearby enemies. Other members of the red-haired pirates showcased their abilities, battling against pirates attempting to profit from the chaos, as well as other forces angered by Akainu's indiscriminate attacks. Shanks himself charged like a fierce tiger into the enemy ranks, the blade of Griffin shining with cold light. Each slash accompanied by a sharp sword aura that tore through the enemy's defenses. My hawk, Terrag grinned, looking at the hawk-eyed figure standing with arms crossed at the edge of the venue. TSK, my position, no matter how you look at it, has a reason to take action. He is his friend, accepted his invitation to become a warlord, and may even become his subordinate in the future. Therefore, this future world's greatest swordsman has countless reasons to intervene. Mihawk frowned slightly, and the next moment, his figure shot towards the enemy crowd like a bolt of black lightning. The world-famous Blackblade, Yuru, shimmered with a cold light under the sun. He moved nimbly, weaving through the crowd. Each swing of his sword seemed to carry the breath of death. The supreme great sword, Yuru, sliced through the air, emitting a chilling whistle. And those approaching enemies barely had time to react before being cut in half by the fierce sword aura. Faced with a group attempting to surround members of the red-haired pirates, Mihawk's gaze sharpened even further. He leaped high, gripping the black knife with both hands, and then slashed down fiercely, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped sword energy that surged forward like a raging tide. Wherever this sword energy passed, whether it was the enemy's weapons or bodies, they were easily severed. In an instant, blood spattered, and severed limbs flew through the air. The casualties could not be allowed to escalate any further. Katakuri broke away from the battle and picked up the transponder snail to start summoning his brothers and sisters. This competition, which had not been adequately prepared for, had already slipped out of their control. If the casualties exceeded a certain limit, it would deal a significant blow to Big Mom's reputation. This was something Katakuri absolutely could not allow. Fire Disaster also broke free from his entanglement with Wang Ji and similarly took out his transponder snail to call for help. The two families were now in a cooperative relationship, and he couldn't just stand by. Crocodile, this is your chance to shine. Tarlag's sharp gaze fell on the man at the edge of the arena, smoking a cigar. Since you are a warlord of the sea, when else would you act if not now? Do you want me to revoke your warlord status? Tarlag had intelligence on the warlord list, and the world government had already informed Crocodile, who was testing the waters. Crocodile frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. However, the responsibilities of being a warlord and the potential benefits made him snort coldly and step into the fray. This time, you can command me, Navy. He waved his hands, and a storm of yellow sand surged up, as if the sand had come to life, sweeping towards the enemy. The pirates wrapped in yellow sand let out painful screams as their bodies were gradually eroded. Tarlag sneered, looking at the chaotic battlefield, and shouted loudly, "Pirates present, listen. This is a summons from the warlords of the sea. Whoever can kill the most enemies in this battle will have the opportunity to gain a seat among the warlords. I believe you all have learned from the newspapers about the rights the warlords can bring you, right? Fame, wealth, power, whatever you desire, you can have it. This is the only chance I, Monkey D, Tarlag, offer you for a fair competition." As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates who had been hesitating instantly lit up. A pirate with a face full of muscle shouted loudly and began to slash wildly with his large knife. Although he didn't know why the Navy was here, who wouldn't want to be a warlord of the sea? With the float fruit and the warlords of the sea. This sea is truly interesting, haha. Other pirates also refused to back down, using all their strength to frantically harvest the lives of their enemies. A nimble pirate darted back and forth in the crowd, his dagger constantly slicing through the vital points of enemies. A pirate with immense strength directly lifted a massive stone pillar and swept through a group. The fighting in the venue became even crazier, with shouts of killing and screams intertwined, resembling a bloody symphony. Meanwhile, Tarlag stood high above, coldly observing everything, calculating what kind of situation this chaos would ultimately bring him. Amidst the chaos, a brazen laughter suddenly rang out. "Fufufu, Tarlag, it's been a year, and you look well." Doflamingo, with his signature pink feather coat shimmering in the sunlight, slowly appeared before Tarlag. Tarlag slightly raised the corners of his mouth, a hint of a cold smile on his face. "Doflamingo, you still dare to appear before me? What? Do you want to take a position for me?" Doflamingo laughed heartily. "You said everyone is equal, and everyone has a chance, right?" Tarlag paused for a moment while stroking Murakumo's handle, but ultimately did not kill him here. "All right, if you bring me 1,000 pirate heads, I'll save a spot for you." Doflamingo's expression darkened, but he still agreed, for this position held countless benefits for him. "It's a deal." After saying that, his string fruit ability activated, and countless fine threads darted through the crowd like poisonous snakes, cutting down enemies one after another. Doflamingo, freely maneuvered through the battlefield, his evil laughter echoing in the air. String, string, fruit, parasite string. Doflamingo whispered, and countless transparent fine threads shot out like swift snakes, accurately wrapping around a group of pirates caught in the melee. The expressions of those controlled by the parasite string instantly turned blank, and their bodies uncontrollably began to attack their comrades. While controlling these puppets, Doflamingo laughed maniacally. Look, this is my art. You ants can only struggle under my control. At the same time, Jimby leaped up from the crowd. I'm sorry, but Fishman Island needs the protection of this position. He charged directly at the subordinates of Big Mom that Katakuri had called for, unleashing indiscriminate attacks with his Fishman karate. In another direction, the tall figure of Gecko Moria appeared. Keek, keek, keek. Go, my minions. With his command, countless zombies surged from the shadows. Stop Kaido's men and show them the power of our zombie army. The zombies lunged at Kaido's subordinates, and both sides instantly fell into chaos. Meanwhile, Kuma stood at a high point, expressionless, with his palms together. Paw! As his voice fell, his paw began to emit a strange light, and shockwaves were indiscriminately released in all directions. Those enemies struck by the shockwaves, whether pirates or others, were immediately sent flying, crashing into walls or other obstacles. In just a few years, the pirates on the sea had become increasingly rampant, and weakening them through this opportunity was a good plan. After this, with Kaido and Big Mom's foundation, they would surely feel the pain for a long time. It was a pity that Whitebeard did not wade into this murky water. He truly was becoming more cunning with age. Tarlag's figure flashed and headed straight for the iceberg. Kazan's strength had not yet reached its peak, and facing Kaido would inevitably be a bit tough. Brother Kazan. Akiji slightly turned his head, seeing Tarlag approaching. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Oh, little guy, what brings you here? This isn't a place for you." Kazan's voice carried a hint of teasing. Tarlag grinned. "Brother Kazan, I can't just watch you face that monster Kaido alone. Let's go together." Kazan nodded slightly, his gaze once again locking onto Kaido, who was wielding a kanabo. "Oomph. You Navy scum, just one T go away." Kaido roared upon seeing Tarlag and Kazan together. Without saying a word, Tarlag drew Murakumo and slashed a sharp sword energy towards Kaido. "Kaido, today is your day to die." Kazan also moved at the same time. Ice Age. Large sheets of ice erupted from the ground, spreading towards Kaido, attempting to freeze his legs. Kaido laughed heartily, slamming his kanabo into the ground, shattering the approaching ice. "You think you can stop me with just you two?" Terrag's figure flashed and instantly appeared at Kaido's side. His blade Murakumo slicing through the air with a howling wind aimed at Kaido's soft spot. On the other side, Kazan was forming hand seals, shouting, "Ice Spear!" Countless sharp ice spears shot toward Kaido. Although Kaido was fierce, he had to take Terrag and Kazan's joint attack seriously. He swung his kanabo, blocking attacks from both sides, his muscles tense and his haki overflowing. The battle among the three caused the surrounding air to feel as if it were about to solidify, and the powerful energy fluctuations made those nearby retreat in fear. Terrag and Kazan's combined assault put unprecedented pressure on Kaido. However, Kaido, known as the strongest creature on land, would not be easily defeated. "You two despicable guys, go to hell and repent, Thunderbagua," Kaido roared, raising his kanabo high, the haki surging wildly on it, then swinging it violently toward Terrag and Kazan. A wave of destructive energy howled out with the swing of the kanabo, the force seeming capable of tearing everything apart. The surrounding air compressed and producing explosive sounds. Seeing this, Terrag's eyes narrowed, quickly dodging to the side while shouting, "Kazan, be careful." Kazan also did not dare to be careless, quickly forming hand seals. "Ice shield." A thick ice wall instantly rose before them. The energy wave struck the ice wall, producing a deafening roar as ice shards flew everywhere. "Oomph, Kaido, your attack is nothing but this." Terrag taunted. One sword style, soul slash. He leaped high, Murakumo shining with a cold light under the sun, then slashed down toward Kaido with a fierce sword intent. This sword seemed to contain Terrag's soul power, its momentum incredibly fierce, as if the space itself was being cleaved apart. Kaido looked at the incoming Murakumo and grinned. Trivial skills. He swung his kanabo to meet Murakumo, producing a loud clash and sparks flying. Outside the battle, the pirates were captivated by the intense fight. One pirate widened his eyes and swallowed hard, saying, "This is a battle between top-tier powerhouses. It's terrifying. Just the aftershocks could kill us, small fry. We should retreat. This fight is beyond our participation." Another pirate cried out, causing endless panic. Kazan looked at the temporarily stalemated situation, knowing he couldn't give Kaido a chance to breathe. "Frozen time capsule," he shouted, and the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply, the moisture in the air instantly condensing into countless ice crystals. These ice crystals formed a massive time capsule shape, enveloping Kaido within. Trapped inside, Kaido's movements were immediately restricted. "Damn it! Break for me!" Kaido roared, his haki burning like flames as he tried to break the time capsule. Terrag seized the opportunity, his figure flickering like a ghost. One sword style, sword rain. His Murakumo instantly transformed into countless sword shadows, stabbing at Kaido from all angles. The sword shadows rained down densely, each containing immense power. Kaido struggled to fend off Terrag's attacks within the time capsule, several wounds already appearing on his body. "You two guys have completely pissed me off." Dragon breath. Kaido's body began to change, dragon scales sprouting from his skin, his mouth turning into a dragon's maw, and then a blazing dragon breath erupted from his mouth. This dragon breath was immensely powerful, instantly melting the time capsule and charging toward Terrag and Kazan. Seeing this, Kazan quickly unleashed his ultimate move. Ice Age. Massive glaciers erupted from the ground, meeting the dragon breath. The glaciers collided with the dragon breath, producing sizzling sounds, and a large amount of water vapor filled the air. "Kazan, we can't just trade blows with him like this. We need to find his openings. Otherwise, we won't even be able to break his defense without using our ultimate moves," Terrag said. "I know, but Kaido's strength is indeed formidable. We have to be cautious," Kazan replied. As they spoke, they continued their assault. Terrag executed Murakumo Mirage, merging his figure with the sword shadows, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Kazan continuously used ice abilities, Ice Sword Rain and Ice Cage, trying to restrict Kaido's movements. Kaido appeared somewhat beleaguered under their attacks. However, as the ruler of the seas, his strength should not be underestimated. He swung his kanabo, shattering all the ice abilities. "I am Kaido. After today, the new world will have 3 emperors standing tall." Meanwhile, the battle outside was also intensifying. Doflamingo manipulated his parasite strings, weaving through the crowd effortlessly, laughing as he harvested enemies' lives. Fu. "These ants will become the stepping stones for my promotion." Jinbei was in fierce combat with Big Mom subordinates, showcasing the tremendous power of Fishman Karate. Fishman Ultimate, Water Heart Impact. A powerful stream of water surged from his hands, pushing back Big Mom subordinates. Moonlight Moria commanded his zombie army, clashing with Kaido subordinates. Keek. My zombie army is invincible. Kuma stood atop a height, continuously firing shockwaves, sending nearby enemies flying. Every battlefield was flourishing, with most scenarios in their favor. Katakuri was intercepted by Shanks with a sword, engaging in a fierce battle, while Ember wanted to support Kaido, but was blocked by Mihawk Sword. Back to the battle between Terrag, Kazan, and Kaido. Terrag suddenly noticed that Kaido's defense on the right side was somewhat weak while swinging his kanabo. "Kazan, I found his opening. Let's attack his right side together," Terrag said. "All right," Kazan replied. One sword style, piercing cloud strike. Terrag shouted. Murakumo stabbing with great force toward Kaido's right side. Kazan simultaneously unleashed Ice Spike, with countless sharp ice spikes shooting toward Kaido's right side. Kaido sensed their intent, but was already too late. His right side was struck by Terrag's Murakumo and simultaneously hit by Kazan's ice spikes. Kaido let out a cry of pain. "Seems to be effective? Don't celebrate too early. He hasn't fallen yet," Kazan warned. Kaido covered his wound, his eyes flashing with rage. "You two guys will pay the price." He took a deep breath, his haki surging once more. Dragon's Descent, bring forth the Naraku. Kaido's massive body leaped high like a demon descending from the heavens, spinning the heavy kanabo in midair. Conqueror's haki surged like black flames on the iron rod, entwining it. The spilling black lightning seemingly a curse from the underworld. As his figure spun rapidly, the surrounding air was compressed, producing a piercing shriek. It felt as if space itself was trembling and distorting under this terrifying might. Terrag and Kuzan felt unprecedented pressure. "Big brother Kuzan, it's time to give it our all," said Tarlag. "Well, don't get too cocky, little Tarlag. You need to put in the effort too," Kuzan teased. "I've mastered the basics, just not quite proficient yet. Here I go. One sword style, secret technique, dream radiance." Tarlag poured all his strength into Murakumo, the sword's blade shining with dazzling light as he slashed towards Kaido. Absolute Zero. Kazan unleashed his strongest technique, freezing everything around him to absolute zero, causing all matter to stop moving. The two powerful forces collided with Kaido, producing a deafening roar. The light shone as if the sun had exploded in front of them, and the blinding brightness made everyone instinctively close their eyes. After the blinding light, a terrifying shockwave of energy spread out like a tsunami. Nearby buildings could not withstand the impact and collapsed, raising clouds of dust. The pirates who were in fierce combat were caught off guard by the sudden shockwave. Some weaker ones were directly blown away, crashing heavily to the ground, uncertain of their fate. As the dust began to settle, the smoke in the air slowly dissipated. Tarlag knelt on one knee, one hand supporting the ground, the other gripping Murakumo tightly, the sword's blade embedded in the earth. He breathed heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain, dripping onto the ground. On the other side of the battlefield, Kizaru was in a fierce battle with Big Mom. Kizaru's previously nonchalant expression turned serious, his gaze flicking towards the direction of the energy collision, his heart secretly alarmed. This power is truly astonishing, that guy Kaido along with Kazan and that little brat. This battle won't end easily. But he did not pause in his actions, firing laser beams while using the Pika Pika Nomi's ability to move quickly, dodging Big Mom's attacks. Akainu stood on a high ground in the distance, his eyes fixed on the center of the energy explosion. His fists were clenched tightly, magma bubbling on his arms as if ready to erupt at any moment. He frowned, thinking to himself, that guy Kazan has actually been forced to use this technique. It seems Kaido is indeed not easy to deal with. Akainu swung his magma arm again, aiming to kill as many nearby pirates as possible before going to support Borsalino and Tarlag. As the dust began to settle, the smoke in the air slowly dissipated. Tarlag knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, the other tightly gripping Murakumo, the sword embedded in the earth. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain, dripping onto the ground. Kazan was also struggling. He was half-crouched, his body swaying slightly. Under his signature eye patch, his gaze appeared somewhat weary. He exhaled puffs of white mist, a sign of exhaustion from overusing his powers. In front of them, Kaido's massive body was covered in a thick layer of ice, resembling a frozen statue. The ice sparkled coldly under the sunlight, like a crystal coffin. But upon closer inspection, there was a deep sword mark on Kaido's chest, a remnant of Tarlag's one-sword style, secret technique, Dream Radiance. The blood at the wound had already frozen, but the gaping injury was still shocking to behold. It was clear this was a serious injury. Even someone as strong as Kaido appeared somewhat weakened under such a condition. Crack! Crack! The ice covering Kaido began to show fine cracks, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Everyone's attention instantly focused on Kaido, and Tarlag and Kuzan's faces revealed grave expressions. They knew that with Kaido's terrifying vitality, this injury might not be enough to defeat him completely. As the cracks continued to widen, a deep roar emanated from within the ice. Suddenly, the ice exploded violently, sending countless ice shards flying everywhere. Kaido's massive body reappeared before everyone. Although the wound on his chest remained, his momentum showed no sign of weakening. "You two damn brats think you could defeat me like this?" Kaido roared, his eyes flashing with madness. "I am Kaido, the strongest creature on land in this world." With that, Kaido swung his heavy kanabo, his haki surging like a physical presence, causing the surrounding air to explode with loud booms. Tarlag gritted his teeth, using all his strength to stand up. Murakumo firmly gripped in his hand. Big brother Kazan, can you still stand? Kazan nodded slightly, although his body was exhausted. His gaze remained firm. Who do you think you're looking down on, little Tarlag? On the other side of the battlefield, Kizura noticed Kaido was launching another attack and thought to himself that it was not good. He accelerated his attack frequency, firing lasers like raindrops at Big Mom, trying to quickly shake off her entanglement to support Tarlag and the others. Akainu also noticed the situation here. The magma on his arm surged more violently as he began to head over. Clearing hunger, being myself, system sponsor energy bar. Tarlag was momentarily stunned by the sudden prompt, but there was no time to thank the system. He quickly retrieved it from the system space. Grabbing the energy bar, he tossed one to Kazan, saying, Big brother Kazan, eat this quickly. It might help us recover some stamina. Kazan caught the energy bar, said nothing more, tore open the packaging, and began to chew. The sweet chocolate and crunchy filling spread in his mouth, and a surge of energy seemed to spread through his body instantly. Tarlag quickly finished his own energy bar as well, feeling the fatigue lessen significantly, his stamina visibly recovering. Little Tarlag, can this be mass-produced? Kazan clenched his powerful fist, his previously lazy eyes now sparkling with energy. As he felt his stamina rapidly returning, he marveled inwardly. He hadn't expected the item Tarlag gave him to be so powerful. His stamina had already fully recovered. In this world filled with devil fruit powers and hockey, this seemingly ordinary food exhibited effects not inferior to any powerful ability. If it could be mass-produced, wouldn't it change the course of many battles? I don't know, I got it by chance. You might as well ask Vegapunk. Tarlag couldn't explain the existence of the system, so he made up a reason. Taking a deep breath, Tarlag suddenly dodged Kaido's attack. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he thrust Murakumo, imbued with sharp sword energy, towards Kaido's wound, shouting, one sword style, breaking slash. Kazan also moved at the same time, forming hand signs. Chains of ice. Several chains formed of condensed ice spiraled towards Kaido, attempting to restrict his movements. On the other side of the battlefield, Kizuru saw that Tarlag and the others had recovered and rejoined the fight, which eased his mind a bit. He focused his energy and unleashed the ultimate move of the Pika Pika no Miyata no Kagami. Countless laser beams poured down like rain towards Big Mom, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire battlefield. Akainu was rapidly approaching the battlefield where Tarlag and the others were, and wherever he passed, the ground was scorched red by the flowing magma on his arm. The pirates, seeing Akainu's appearance, were frightened and fled in all directions, fearing being caught in the scorching magma. Kaido looked at the Murasame piercing his wound and the ice chains wrapping around him, with a crazed fire of anger burning in his eyes. He let out a deafening roar. The sound waves seemed tangible, shattering the approaching ice chains. Facing Tarlag's thrusting sword, he charged forward rather than retreating. His massive body twisted fiercely, and the Kanabo, accompanied by a howling wind, smashed down hard towards Murasame. Kid, do you think the same trick will work on me again? Kaido roared, and the Kanabo collided with Murasame, producing a thunderous sound. The powerful impact causing Tarlag to stagger back repeatedly. Then let me give you another wound. After landing, Tarlag exhaled, bent down, and assumed the preparatory stance for a drawing slash. Akiji saw this and used BCH Zue to interfere with Kaido, preventing him from disrupting Tarlag's charge. The battle continued. Kaido, don't be too arrogant. This move is different. Kaido laughed heartily, his laughter filled with disdain. No matter what you do, it's futile in the face of absolute power. Tarlag took a deep breath, his momentum suddenly changing. His eyes became incredibly sharp, as if he could see through all illusions. This sword begins with the momentum of 1,000 blades. In a flick of a finger, the wind is silent, the energy like still water, the light without shadow. Sword strikes without trace. One sword style, secret technique, one line of heaven. With a loud shout, the Murasame glowed brightly, and his figure instantly darted out, leaving only a residual image in the stance of a drawing slash. Akiji also fully cooperated, pressing both hands down fiercely, causing the temperature around them to drop sharply. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, stabbing towards Kaido's feet as he shouted, "Kaido, you can also taste the flavor of these ice spikes." Kaido faced this dual attack without fear. His haki grew denser, and the Kanabo, empowered by his haki, slammed down hard against the sword energy that was coming at him. At that moment, Akainu finally arrived on the battlefield. He looked at the fierce battle, and without saying a word, swung his arm, sending a surging pillar of magma shooting towards Kaido. "Kaido, today you will be buried here." On Kizaru's side, after using Yata no Kagami, he successfully broke free from Big Mom's entanglement. He flashed and instantly arrived at Talag's side, looking at Kaido and saying, "Yo, this is quite a lively battle." As he spoke, his fingers began to flicker with lasers, shooting beams towards Kaido. Facing the siege of everyone, Kaido struggled to resist but found it difficult to cope. Talag's one-sword style, secret technique. One line of heaven struck Kaido with unmatched momentum. The sharp sword energy tore through Kaido's defenses, cutting a deep gash into his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Akiji's ice spikes also took the opportunity to pierce into Kaido's legs, the icy chill spreading instantly. The scorching magma pillar from Akainu slammed into Kaido's back. The molten magma burned his skin, making a sizzling sound as the smell of charred flesh filled the air. Kizaru's lasers left scorched holes all over Kaido's body, continually draining his stamina. Kaido let out a painful roar from the series of attacks, his body swaying unsteadily. And the once imposing figure now appeared battered and helpless. "Old hag, what the hell are you doing?" Kaido's roar echoed across the battlefield. "Brother." Yamato struggled to break free from Mihawk's entanglement, but every time he took off, he was intercepted by a massive slash. He could only helplessly continue to grapple with Mihawk, hoping that Quinn and the others would arrive soon. Charlotte Linlin heard Kaido's roar and a hint of anger appeared on her face. Her massive body quickly moved over, glaring at Kaido and saying, "Kaido, don't yell at me. I'm not slacking off." With fierce eyes, she looked towards a yellow-skinned monkey. Big Mom glanced at her scorched palm, aware of the power of the lasers. Wherever Big Mom passed, the pirates fearfully avoided her, as if they had seen the most terrifying monster. When Big Mom stood next to Kaido, the two stood side by side, their terrifying oppressive aura resembling two volcanoes about to erupt. The haki radiating from them intertwined, forming an invisible web of pressure that made the air feel heavy. Tarlag and the others felt a strong sense of crisis as they saw Charlotte Linlin arrive alongside Kaido. "The big guys are coming. Be careful." Kizaru gathered his previous nonchalance and became serious. Hearing this, Tarlag and the others did not dare to slack off. Standing side by side, facing the two monsters ahead, Kaido and Big Mom stood side by side, their gazes met, instantly achieving a tacit understanding. Kaido raised his scarred arm high, gripping the heavy kanabo, muscles tensed as if he was pouring all his strength into it. Big Mom tightly gripped Napoleon, the blade wrapped in haki, pulsating like black lightning. They roared in unison. "Badge Kai!" In an instant, the air seemed to be sucked away, and everything around became silent. Then an incredibly massive shockwave erupted from their weapons. That shockwave was like a roaring dragon, clawing and pouncing towards Tarlag and the others. The force tore the ground apart, creating a deep chasm, and debris was swept into it, flying like bullets. The nearby pirates screamed in terror, but had no time to escape, instantly getting caught up in that terrifying energy. Tarlag looked at the oncoming destructive force. His gaze became incredibly firm. He took a deep breath, tightly gripping Murasame, the sword energy surging from him like a tide, forming a dazzling sword curtain in front of him. "Come on," he shouted, as if he wanted to confront this power head-on. Akiji's expression was grave. He slammed both hands down, and countless massive ice walls surged up from the ground. These ice walls stacked upon one another, the crystal-clear ice reflecting the light of the haki. However, the power of the haki was too overwhelming. The ice walls began to crack the moment they came into contact with the shockwave, and then shattered one after another, ice shards flying everywhere. Akainu's forehead bulged with veins as he swung his magma-flowing arm fiercely. He gathered all the magma power in front of him, forming a scorching red barrier. The magma churned over the barrier, emitting astonishing heat. But under the impact of the hockey, the magma barrier also began to waver. So scary, Kizaru's expression was unprecedentedly serious. His fingers flashing quickly, sending beams of laser like raindrops towards the shockwave. The lasers emitted dazzling light upon contact with the power of the Beast Kingdom, but only slightly slowed the shockwave speed. However, just as that destructive force was about to engulf everything, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. A bold laugh echoed above the battlefield. "Ha ha! A glutton, a brat, dare to bully my son?" Garp's tall figure swept across the sky like a shooting star. His fists clenched tightly, the callous skin shimmering with a metallic sheen. "Galaxy impact!" Garp roared, his fist, imbued with unparalleled strength, struck the shockwave from the Beast Kingdom. At the moment of collision, a brilliant light erupted, blinding to the eyes. The massive explosion of energy created a strong shockwave that spread outwards, raising clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Garp stood firmly before everyone, his cape rustling in the wind. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Kaido and Big Mom, his presence like an unshakable mountain. Fu. Another formidable guy has arrived. How will this war end? Don Quixote da Flamingo sat atop a mountain of headless corpses, a flash of red light gleaming beneath his sunglasses. He watched the chaotic battlefield like a cold-eyed demon, calculating his gains and losses. Upon seeing Garp suddenly appear, Big Mom's previously fierce expression became even more sinister, and she shouted angrily, "Garp, you despicable guy, always ruining our plans." Her voice seemed capable of shattering the surrounding air. Her eyes burning with flames of fury. Gripping Napoleon tightly, the sword emanated a chilling aura. Kaido frowned, his wounds still bleeding, but the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger as he muttered, "Garp, you also want to join in on the fun?" His massive body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the power surging within him, ready to explode. Terrag saw Garp appear like a deity descending from the heavens. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, "Dad, you finally came." That weary body seemed to be infused with new strength. He gripped Murakumo tighter, a strong sense of security rising within him, like a warm current dispelling the fatigue and fear from the previous battle. Garp's fist remained tightly clenched, the remnants of the Conqueror's haki still glowing on the fist that had just unleashed the galaxy impact. He was ready to fight again. Not very capable, but skilled at causing trouble. Garp had a bag of limited edition Sun Bay in his pocket, which was an important factor in luring him out. "Mr. Garp, I'll be relying on you again." Kazan stood behind Garp, scratching his fluffy hair with a sheepish grin. He looked at Garp's imposing back and couldn't help but marvel at this legendary figure of the Navy, who always appeared at the most critical moments. "You three, do you know why the damage you've caused over such a long fight is still less than my son's?" Garp exuded a terrifying aura, having long noticed the battle here, but remained hidden until now. Garp frowned slightly, his gaze sharp as he scanned everyone, saying sternly, "Haki is a power dug from the depths of one's soul, a manifestation of a person's will and spirit. It allows you to possess unimaginable defense and attack power in battle." He paused, raising his voice slightly. "But you rely too much on the abilities of those devil fruits. While the fruits are strong, they are ultimately external forces. Once you encounter a situation that counters those fruits, you will fall into despair." As Garp spoke, the haki around him surged like a tide, instilling a strong sense of pressure in those around him. He looked at Akainu, Kizaru, and Kazan, continuing to admonish, "You three, as the backbone of the Navy, cannot only think about relying on the abilities of the fruits to fight. True strength is when haki is integrated with oneself." After saying this, Garp said no more. He suddenly stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball toward Kaido and Big Mom. As he charged at the enemy, scenes of past battles emerged in his mind. Those moments of fighting against powerful pirates strengthened his resolve. His fist, accompanied by a howling wind, glimmered with a black light of armed haki, as if it could pierce through everything. He slammed towards Kaido, shouting, "Kaido, let me show you true power." Seeing this, Kaido quickly raised his kanabo to block. and the two collided, producing a deafening roar. The powerful impact forced Kaido to retreat repeatedly, his massive body carving a deep trench in the ground. A wave of unprecedented shock surged within Kaido. He never expected Garp's strength to be so formidable. Big Mom was unwilling to back down, swinging Napoleon from the side. Garp dodged by leaning to the side. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked towards Big Mom, haki coiling around his leg. That kick seemed to contain immense power. Garp's foot struck Big Mom, sending her hefty body flying, crashing into a cluster of buildings. Big Mom crawled out of the rubble, her face covered in dust, but the fire in her eyes burned even brighter. "Garp, you bastard! I'll tear you to pieces!" Big Mom roared, swinging Napoleon again as she charged forward. Seeing Garp so valiant, pushing back Kaido and Big Mom, Terrag and the others were greatly encouraged. This is the gap. Terrag's figure flickered as he unleashed his one-sword style technique, the blade radiating sharp sword energy as he slashed at Kaido. In that moment, he seemed to merge with Murakumo, the fierce sword energy appearing capable of cutting through all things in the world. Kazan formed hand seals, shooting ice spikes towards Big Mom. His eyes became incredibly sharp. He knew this was a critical moment and could not afford to be the slightest bit lax. "Big Mom, taste my ice spikes!" Kazan shouted loudly. Akainu swung his arm, sending a torrent of magma towards Kaido and Big Mom. A sinister expression crossed his face. "You pirates, today is your doomsday." Kizaru also did not dare slack off, his fingers flashing as lasers shot towards the enemies like raindrops. He thought to himself, this battle was becoming increasingly intense, and he must go all out. Just as everyone was engaged in fierce combat, Kizaru's phone suddenly rang. He frowned, answered the call, and heard an anxious voice on the other end. "Vice Admiral Kizaru. It's bad. Kaido and Big Mom's pirate crew has surrounded all Navy bases in the New World. We can barely hold on." Kizaru's expression grew serious. He hung up the phone and shouted, "Sakazuki, Kazan, Terrag, Mr. Garp, stop for now." Something went wrong. On the other side, Katakuri seized the opportunity, dodged Shanks' slash, and rushed towards the battlefield where Terrag was located. "Mom, I'm here." Katakuri's voice was steady and powerful, his deep eyes flashing with judgment of the situation. He quickly scanned the area and saw Big Mom covered in dust and looking disheveled, a surge of anger rising within him. Upon seeing Katakuri, Big Mom's ferocious expression softened slightly. "Katakuri, you're just in time. Let's get rid of these despicable guys together." Katakuri looked at the fallen brothers and sisters around him and suddenly spoke coldly. "Everyone stop." His voice was like a cold blade, instantly piercing through the chaos of the battlefield. "Mom, it's time to end this farce. Too many lives have already been sacrificed. I have already ordered our troops to ambush the Navy base." Katakuri glanced at the gathered Navy commanders on the other side, a deep wariness flashing in his eyes. Now is not the time to engage them in full-scale war. "Navy, withdraw from Wano. I believe you have received the news." Katakuri's face darkened as he looked at the crowd gathered ahead. He did not expect so many renowned pirates to willingly act as their hounds. If it weren't for these guys, the direction of this war would be uncertain. Sorry, his observation haki is very strong, and combined with his devil fruit abilities, I can't take him down in a short time. Shanks adjusted his straw hat and walked over with a smile, and no one knew if he was incapable or unwilling. Mihawk quietly approached Terrag from behind, arms crossed, resting his eyes. Unlike Shanks, who might let it go, he was fully committed to the fight. In a certain ruin, fire calamity, Jin struggled to sit up, a sword wound 3 inches deep in his chest. Fufufu. Doflamingo, covered in blood, swaggered over. Behind him, a line of strings connected to the heads of thousands of pirates. "Terrag, I've handled your matter. I trust you will honor our agreement, right?" A cruel smile curved his lips, and a dangerous red light flickered beneath his sunglasses. "Katakuri can't threaten you with the Navy base. He can certainly do that. If Terrag goes back on his word, he might get angry and just walk away. But what happens after that is not something he can guarantee. Mr. Terrag, can today's events earn a chance for Fishman Island?" Jinbei, bloodied and breathing heavily, approached, already gravely injured. Smoker's strength was not to be underestimated, while blocking other members. He also had to fend off Smoker's attacks. The fact that Jinbei did not perish from exhaustion was a stroke of luck. Terrag did not have such a bad impression of Fishman Island, so there was no real animosity. Doflamingo, Jinbei, our father is discussing countermeasures. The current situation is beyond what a mere captain can control. 2 invitations to the 7 warlords flew towards the 2. He had thought that with his involvement, the list of warlords would change significantly. But unexpectedly, aside from Shanks, it remained largely the same. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Once he found the time, he could easily come up with a reason to reclaim those lists. Since he had already given these 2, it didn't hurt to also include Moria, who couldn't speak up due to Kaido's presence. Cough hee. Moonlight Moria turned his back, trying to stay out of Kaido's sight, manipulating shadows to receive the invitation. Once this was distributed, Terrag turned around, looking meaningfully at Bartholomew, who was far away. Can you still hold back? Swish. Little brother, if you were to travel, where would you like to go? Kuma, who had come with a mission, finally dropped his reserve, his figure instantly appearing behind Terrag. I want to see Dr. Vegapunk. Terrag said coldly. Do you know me? Kuma asked, a bit flustered. He shook his head. The captain said it's not yet time to see you. Is it unwillingness? Or fear? It's unwillingness. Thwack. Terrag casually tossed the invitation into his arms, snorting coldly. Tell him to come back by the end of the year. Just say the old man misses him. Okay. Thus, the list of the 7 warlords was officially established. The members included red-haired Shanks, Mihawk, Jinbei, Crocodile, Moria, Doflamingo, and Kuma. Ha. Akainu, stop. If you keep fighting, Sengoku's future assets will truly be wiped out. Garp's strong arm rested on Akainu's shoulder, suppressing his impulse. Mr. Garp, in that case, this battle is meaningless. Akainu's eyes were red, his elementalized body containing explosive energy. At least, Garp and the others' gazes all focused on the gravely injured Kaido. Hand over the old lion's fruit, and we will leave. This was not a negotiation. You could interpret it as a naked threat. Garp spread his hands. This batch of Marines is hard to manage. It's difficult for me too. Katakuri's expression changed, subtly giving Big Mom behind him a look to stop her from causing a scene. Not to mention that this fruit had little to do with them. But if they continued to fight, Kaido could very well die here, and he believed he would understand that. Mr. Kaido, you see. Katakuri walked in front of Kaido, trying to maintain a serious expression while asking. Cough, cough. Kaido's ribs had no doubt been shattered by Garp's punch, and after coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, he reluctantly took out a fruit from his pocket and handed it to Katakuri. Garp, since Rox and Roger, besides that old guy, there really have been no rivals. Kaido's wary gaze looked towards Garp, who was publicly beating his son for some unknown reason. Now at 42 years old, he didn't believe that in over a decade, this old man would still be so fierce. Staying here would only bring him more shame. So he directly transformed into a giant dragon, taking Fire Calamity Jin along and leaving. Dad, don't I have any dignity? Huh? Garp was taken aback, glancing down at the insole of his shoes. You think it's so simple to trick me here? Bang! With a left hook, Terrag's figure flew out, and a drop of regretful tears slid from the corner of his eye. Ella, I want your navy. Big Mom completely entrusted the negotiation to Katakuri while she leisurely ate the sweets brought by her children. Katakuri packed the devil fruit into a box and threw it towards Akainu, who was glaring at him. Leave Wano within an hour, or any bad consequences that arise will have nothing to do with us. Oomph. Sakazuki took the box and casually threw it to Terrag, who was standing by with a head full of bandages, looking eagerly at him. Let's go. Thus, the fierce battle that erupted in the world slowly calmed down like a violent storm. The conflict between the Navy and the pirates came to a temporary halt, and every ruin and dried bloodstain on the battlefield testified to the intensity of the fight. Many powerful figures gained fame on the seas after this battle, and the fates of various parties intertwined. The names of Kaido and Big Mom were remembered by more people. Their immense power and the threat posed by their subordinate forces attracted more pirates, gradually giving them the confidence to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's strongest man. Terrag and the others could never have imagined that, although the battle seemed successful, they had inadvertently accelerated the emergence of the three emperors' balance. Despite the implementation of the warlord system, the balance on the seas was once again shattered. The cooperation between Kaido and Big Mom deepened, and their sharpness could no longer be blocked by a single force. A few days later, Sister Sandersonia rushed over, clutching a newspaper. Boa Hancock lay lazily under a tree, slightly opening her eyes. There was a hint of impatience in her gem-like gaze as she spoke. "What's the rush? Just say it." Approaching 14, after awakening her conqueror's haki, her demeanor had undergone a dramatic change. Her originally innocent and clear eyes had transformed into a chilling pride. Perhaps it was Shaki's intention to cultivate her as the new empress of the Amazon Lily. While training her strength, there were also new standards for her speech and behavior. Sandersonia, panting, handed over the newspaper, her joy uncontainable. "Sister, look, there's news about Lord Terrag." Hancock's previously indifferent expression vanished at the mention of that familiar name. A fleeting blush crossed her cheeks as her gaze fixated on the report about Terrag. It mentioned the implementation of the warlord policy, the great battle between the world pirates and the Navy, and the news of Terrag's promotion to Rear Admiral in the sword unit. "Sister, where are you going?" "To the New World." Hancock's eyes sparkled, and her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable firmness. She leaped gracefully down from the treetop, her long hair flowing in the wind. Sandersonia's eyes widened as she hurriedly said, "Sister, it's too dangerous there." Shaki said it's not the right time yet. Hancock frowned slightly, her delicate brows knitting together as she replied, "There's nowhere in this world I can't go." A complex light flickered in her eyes, and besides, that person had grown stronger. She couldn't fall behind. At the Navy headquarters, "Sakazuki," Sengoku began to fume again. "Who allowed you to give the float fruit to that bastard?" Terrag, taking the float fruit, was not wasteful. But Sengoku's only fear was that the money-loving guy would spread the news about its considerable value. Vice Admiral Sakazuki sat with his legs crossed, a limited edition cigar in his mouth. Rewards for merit, punishments for mistakes. What's more, Sakazuki glanced at his shoulder, where the bone crushed by Admiral Garp still ached. The World Conference had ended, and the waters of the New World had become even deeper. Sengoku turned his back, hands clasped behind him, his gaze fixed on the plaque above. Borsellino had already gone to Whole Cake Island to lead the Navy's science division and ensure that person has safety. Kazan expressed concern about a certain little guy and took a team to the New World for deployment. Sengoku glanced at the one-armed Sakazuki and sighed helplessly. In the end, the only one who can carry the flag is you, Sakazuki. Kaido and Big Mom have been causing quite a stir lately. You should lead a team to monitor them. I refuse. A barely visible smile appeared on Sakazuki's smoke-covered face. For the sake of unity, celebrating a colleague's girlfriend's birthday isn't too much, right? Huh? Sengoku's voice of doubt echoed across the sky. In the East Blue, Windmill Village, Vice Admiral Tsuru has sent her regards even before arriving. A 50-kilo sword from Ginkgo. Vice Admiral Onizuka has sent her regards. Zoan-type raccoon fruit. Doberman. Ella stared at the gift list in shock, not expecting that her captain had such a big influence. In the Navy camp, prominent figures, even if they couldn't attend in person, still sent gifts. "Captain, this time we've really made it big. You don't understand a thing." Terrag's face darkened, crushing the recommendation list in his hands. These guys usually showed little interest in the sword unit, but now they all wanted a piece of the pie. "Look, Aunt Tsuru even stuffed her granddaughter Peacock in here. She's just a little kid. What can she do?" The idea of a pirate playing house in the Navy? Terrag was venting his frustrations when the tavern door was gently pushed open and Makino walked in. Her steps were light, like treading on people's hearts, and her gentle presence instantly calmed Terrag's anger. Makino glanced at the displeased Terrag and then at the somewhat bewildered Ella, softly saying, "Why are you angry again? It's not good for your health." She walked over to Terrag and placed a freshly brewed cup of tea in front of him. "Captain, I'm going out for a bit." Ella, being very considerate, rolled out and closed the door behind her. Terrag's frowning brows eased slightly as he sighed. "After all this time hunting geese, I've now been pecked in the eye by a goose. What do they think I am? A training ground for the second generation of the Navy?" Sakazuki's daughter, just born this year, has a reserved spot. Vice Admiral Tsuru's 8-year-old granddaughter, Onizuka's descendants. A group of little kids without even a full set of teeth. Just the thought of it made Terrag's head ache. Makino smiled slightly, pulled out a chair, and sat down, gently saying, "This also shows they see your ability and the potential of the sword unit. But for those unsuitable people, just handle them according to your own rules." Terrag picked up the teacup, took a sip, and felt his mood relax considerably. "But they've already sent over their little niece Peacock. They're not giving me a chance to refuse." Makino gently held Terrag's hand, her touch warm and soft. "You could first assess this Peacock. If she really has potential and determination, giving her a chance wouldn't hurt." Terrag fell silent for a moment and nodded. It wasn't impossible, but he looked at Makino with a face full of grievance. "But I really don't know how to take care of little kids." This is the most critical issue and the reason for his frustration. If everyone followed Luffy's training method, Tarlag turned to the side, looking at Luffy, who had been asleep for 2 days after mistakenly eating a poisonous mushroom. He was afraid that someone would come in standing and leave lying down. After all, not everyone could endure like their family. Makino looked at Tarlag's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but laugh, playfully shaking his arm. "Hey, have you forgotten about me? Don't you know what I'm good at, brother?" Tarlag understood this well, but as an ordinary person, how could she deal with those little ones who look down on others? "Makino, if there was something that could make you as strong as us, but from then on, you could never touch seawater again, would you be willing?" After thinking for a long time, Tarlag took out the coveted float fruit from the system space without hiding it. Makino stared at the peculiar float fruit in Tarlag's hand, a bit taken aback. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the fruit and Tarlag's face, her eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. She gently bit her lip, her mind racing with thoughts. For Makino, being as powerful as Tarlag and the others, having the strength to protect herself and others, was undoubtedly very appealing. She had lived in Windmill Village for so long. Although it was peaceful and serene here, she also knew that the outside world was full of dangers. Sometimes, she felt helpless, unable to provide Tarlag with more help at critical moments. However, the price of not being able to swim made her hesitate. She loved the sea, enjoyed walking by the shore, feeling the sea breeze, and watching the waves rise and fall. That vast blue world brought her many beautiful memories, an indispensable part of her life. After a moment of silence, Makino gently took the fruit from Tarlag's hand, a smile appearing on her face. "Of course I can." She couldn't refuse his request, even if she knew that Tarlag wouldn't feel uncomfortable if she chose to decline. But she accepted it anyway. She wanted the power to help her brother. And that was the only reason. "It looks pretty good. It should taste nice, right?" Makino held a yellow, ridged fruit. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Tarlag beside her. Tarlag's expression seemed a bit strange at that moment. He scratched his head and hesitantly said, "I've heard from outsiders that the taste of the devil fruit is something unforgettable and unforgettable." Makino slightly furrowed her delicate brows, hesitantly bringing the fruit closer to her nose and gently sniffing it. A peculiar sweet fruit aroma rushed over, as if it carried a strange magic. Making her eyes light up, she blinked her lively eyes, a Navi smile appearing on her face as she cheerfully said, "Then I'll dig in." Crack! At the moment Makino bit into the fruit, her expression froze for an instant, as if time had solidified on her face. No words could compare to the inner monologue she felt at that moment. The once vibrant fruit exploded on her taste buds. The taste was like a sharp sword, piercing her taste nerves and severing all beautiful imaginations, leaving only endless strange flavors ravaging her tongue. A feeling as if she had eaten the most disgusting filth in the world. It felt like being cursed by a demon in her mouth, something unforgettable for a lifetime. Tarlag. Makino only called Tarlag by his full name when she was extremely angry. At that moment, her little face turned bright red, and her clear eyes seemed to be able to spit fire as anger surged in her heart like a tide. Tarlag, seeing this, was a bit at a loss. Just about to explain, suddenly, the air around Makino seemed to distort. In her fury, her body involuntarily triggered the ability of the newly acquired float fruit. The tables and chairs around her seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, suddenly floating into the air. Then they crashed down heavily, making a series of popping sounds. The whole room seemed to be swept by a small storm. "Is this my doing?" Makino stared wide-eyed in surprise. Her original anger seemingly doused by a bucket of cold water at that moment, replacing it with shock at her own loss of control. Ahem. Tarlag hurriedly tried to divert Makino's attention to prevent her from bringing up the old issue. He feigned seriousness and said, "This is the charm of the fruit's ability. From now on, the sea may be out of your reach, but the vast sky will allow you to soar." However, Makino was not convinced. She picked up the bitten remnants of the devil fruit from the ground. With a sly look at Tarlag, she said mischievously, "So, is this why you can trick me?" The wind howled. Seeing the situation was not right, Tarlag immediately chose to flee as the best strategy. He turned to run. But suddenly, what was going on? Why did the room seem to get bigger? Tarlag's legs moved quickly, but he felt like he was running in place. When he came to his senses, he realized that he had unknowingly been controlled by Makino. This ability is really nice. Thanks, brother." Makino covered her mouth and giggled, her clear laughter ringing like silver bells. She skillfully controlled her still unfamiliar ability, slowly bringing the devil fruit to Tarlag's mouth. Playfully, she said, "Are you going to eat it yourself, or should I feed you?" Tarlag looked at Makino, who was so close. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Her cheeks flushed from the earlier emotions, adorably innocent. At that moment, Tarlag's heart skipped a beat, as if drawn by an invisible force. In a moment of impulse, he suddenly leaned forward and gently placed a kiss on Makino's lips. Makino's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand controlling the devil fruit, unconsciously loosening its grip, and the fruit fell to the ground with a thud. Her mind went blank, only feeling the warmth of Tarlag's touch lingering on her lips. A wonderful sensation spreading in her heart. After a brief moment of shock, an indescribable feeling surged within Makino. Has the blockhead finally come to his senses? Although Makino didn't understand, it didn't prevent her gaze from becoming fervent and affectionate, a flame ignited by love. She tiptoed, wrapping her arms around Tarlag's neck, and without hesitation pressed her lips back against his. Tarlag was initially slightly stunned, but then he was infected by Makino's passion. He warmly responded, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist, pulling her closer. Their lips were tightly pressed together, as if they wanted to deeply merge each other's breath into their lives. At first, their kiss was tentative and shy, like two travelers cautiously exploring the edges of their emotions. But as time passed, the kiss became more fervent, their breaths quickening and chaotic. The world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats echoing in their ears. "Terrag, brother." A rather clueless voice came from outside the door. "Makino's sister, what are you doing?" Warm Sun entered, holding a little girl by the hand. "So shy." The peacock covered its eyes and said in a soft voice, "Makino's sister and Terrag brother are playing a kissing game." Warm Sun blinked, looking at the peculiar scene in front of her with a confused expression. But soon she was distracted by the floating chairs and tables in the air. "Wow, why are these things floating?" Hearing this voice, Makino and Terrag, who were lost in their passionate kiss, seemed struck by lightning and hurriedly separated. A thin, transparent thread stretched between their lips, glimmering with ambiguous light under the sunlight. Makino's face instantly turned bright red, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes showing a hint of shyness and panic. The force that controlled Terrag disappeared, and Makino silently lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes in confusion. If I had known the devil fruit could do this, I... On the other side, Terrag regained his freedom and scratched his head awkwardly, clearing his throat and saying, "Ahem, it's nothing. We were just conducting a little experiment." Makino shot Terrag a fierce glare. Then she tossed aside the leftover devil fruit core in her hand and gently said to Warm Sun and the peacock, "We're playing a little game, but it's over now." The peacock peeked at them through her fingers, then let go and hopped over, tugging at Makino's clothes, asking, "Makino's sister, I want to play too." Makino crouched down, gently stroking the peacock's head, saying, "Okay, but we can play some more fun and safe games." Terrag looked at the little ones and sighed in relief. The earlier scene with Makino controlling him had made him feel a bit embarrassed. Watching Makino skillfully interacting with the children filled him with warmth, and the earlier awkwardness was instantly forgotten. 3 years later, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that gently swayed on the ground. Outside the serene Kendo dojo, a gentle breeze brushed by, carrying a hint of coolness. However, at this moment, Zoro felt as if he were in an ice cellar, a chill spreading from the depths of his heart. "You're still so weak, Zoro." That familiar voice seemed to echo in his ears, tinged with mockery and affection. "Zoro, I envy you for being a boy." In his memories, Kuna's lively eyes always sparkled with defiance and determination. Her smile was like the most radiant flower blooming in spring, blossoming in Zoro's heart. "Promise me, one day, either you or I must become the world's greatest swordsman." That was their promise, etched like a vow deep within their souls, unyielding to the passage of time. But now Kuna was dead. This news struck Zoro like a bolt from the blue, shattering his world into pieces. He stood there dazed, like a statue eroded by time. His body trembled slightly, a shudder rising from the depths of his soul. His lips involuntarily quivered, as if wanting to say something, but bound by endless sorrow. He could not get the words out. In front of him, Kingo sat quietly on his knees, his back appearing so desolate and weathered. "Why are people so fragile, Zoro?" Kingo's voice was low and hoarse, as if coming from a distant realm, filled with endless sighs. The heavy silence felt like a lead weight, making it hard to breathe. Tears welled up in Zoro's eyes, the crystalline droplets sparkling like shattered stars, glowing with the pain of loss. He clenched his teeth so tightly that it felt like they might break. His fists were clenched so hard that they creaked, the knuckles turning pale from strain. Inside him, it felt as if an angry beast was roaring, struggling, questioning the unfairness of fate. After a long while, Zoro's gaze slowly shifted to the side. There lay Kuina's sword, Wado Ikemanji. The sword lay quietly, its blade reflecting faint light, as if telling stories of the past. It was one of the 21 great grade swords, its exquisite sheath and unique hilt showcasing its extraordinary nature. For Kuina, it was not just a weapon, but her beloved, a vessel for her dreams. Zoro's eyes filled with longing. It was a desire for strength, for fulfilling dreams, for honoring Kuina's spirit in the heavens. He knelt on the ground, the motion imbued with a sense of reverence, a solemnity. His voice echoed in the stillness, a blend of confusion and resolve. "Master, please give me that sword." Kingo turned his head slightly, his gaze resting on Wado Ikemanji. In that gaze lay complex emotions. Nostalgia for his daughter, expectations for Zoro, and a sense of helplessness towards fate. His fingers gently brushed over the sword's sheath, as if touching his daughter's soul. Zoro's tears fell onto the ground, splattering into tiny droplets. His shoulders shook violently, as the torrent of emotions surged within him. Suddenly, he looked up and shouted, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the heavens and earth. "I will become strong along with her spirit. I will be strong enough to make my name resonate in heaven." His eyes burned with a fierce flame, a dedication to the goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, a promise to Kuna. "I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman." The scene from that night kept replaying in his mind. The moonlight was like water spilling over them. Kuina's eyes shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, glowing with unwavering determination. They had tightly clenched their fists, making that solemn vow. And now, the only one who had never been defeated by him, Kuna, had left this world. When he defeats everyone and becomes the strongest swordsman, perhaps the Kuna who eternally shines in his heart will be the world's greatest swordsman. His hands weakly supported him on the ground, his head lowered deeply. Tears flowed freely down his face like a flood breaking through a dam. Each drop carried his longing for Kuna, his reminiscence of the past, and his hopes for the future. "All right," the master's gentle response came, like a ray of sunshine in winter, warming Zoro's cold heart. Zoro looked up and saw Kingo solemnly lifting the sword, his actions carrying a sense of gravity, as if performing a sacred ritual. "Kuina's spirit and dream will be entrusted to you." Kingo's voice was grave and serious, a testament to his trust in Zoro and the continuation of his daughter's dreams. Zoro's eyes widened, filled with determination. He extended his trembling hands, which seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds. The moment his hands touched the sword, he felt Kuna's heartbeat, sensed her soul resonating with his. He tightly gripped the hilt, holding the sword close to his chest as if embracing Kuna's life, embracing their shared dream. Ah, Zoro's cry echoed through the heavens and the earth, filled with endless pain and resolve. East Blue, Windmill Village. Admiral Tarlag, your general's application has been rejected again. Reason? Tarlag frowned slightly. At 22 years old, his unruly black hair fluttered gently in the sea breeze, telling tales of his free spirit. His facial features were sharply defined, like they were chiseled from stone, exuding a cold beauty. Beneath his prominent nose, his thin lips were tightly pressed together, suppressing his inner emotions. He stood quietly on the rocks by the sea, dressed in a navy uniform. His posture as straight as a pine tree. Mr. Sengoku believes you are not yet qualified to stand on equal footing with him. Kianka, stationed behind him, recited the first line of the report. A palpable wave of Conqueror's haki surged, momentarily pushing General Kianka towards the sea. Then why are you here? I've detained the ship. You can swim back yourself. Humph. In recent years, ever since the financial power was handed over to Machino, he had returned to the days of pinching every berry. Since he was stationed in East Blue, the average bounty of pirates here had significantly decreased, now barely reaching 100,000 berry. People. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to return to frugality. To earn some extra cash, he had already detained over 30 Navy warships. Kianka resurfaced, spitting out seawater with a look of fear, his brow furrowed. This haki has already surpassed Mr. Sengoku. Kianka recalled the entire military competition 2 years ago. Back then, Tarlag was 19, and his Conqueror's haki was nowhere near as terrifying as it was now. Yet his strength was already enough to be even with those 3 monsters. But now, he truly couldn't imagine what this guy had experienced in the past 2 years to cause such explosive growth in his Conqueror's haki. Admiral Tarlag, this is a confidential document co-signed by Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Garp. Please take it. In East Blue, he couldn't recall how many Navy ships had been damaged for no reason. Understanding the reasons behind it, he didn't inquire further, but submitted the mission he brought. Upon seeing Tarlag take the document, Kianka dived and disappeared, really planning to swim back. Did the rubber fruit get stolen again? What a dramatic scene. After hundreds of years, they finally succeeded in obtaining it, yet it was treated with such disregard. Tarlag looked at the intelligence on the document and shook his head. Fotzful? Sure enough, important missions given to CP9 never succeeded, and CP0 was the same. Tarlag thought back to 2 years ago, when half of CP0 perished overnight in the New World. He really didn't know what the government was thinking, sending those small players to directly confront Kaido and Big Mom. Brother, Machino, holding her small belly, walked over from side path. Tarlag's serious expression softened a bit as he approached her and gently asked, Machino, what brings you here? You should be resting more now that you're pregnant. Yes. Machino was pregnant, discovered 5 months ago, and they had married a year prior. Machino smiled gently and said, I was feeling a bit bored in the shop, so I thought I'd come out for a walk and see you. Her gaze fell on the document in Tarlag's hands, and she asked curiously, Brother, are you looking at those reports again? Did something big happen? Tarlag ruffled Machino's hair, bent down, and slowly pressed his ear to her small belly. Some fool's self-righteousness. Better left unmentioned. How are Luffy and those little ones getting along? Since Luffy was 5, Tarlag had thrown him into the training camp he established. There were 5 or 6 direct descendants of Navy generals there. Crane, Sakazuki, Spider, Squirrel, and even Sengoku's grandson. Machino pouted, tugging at Tarlag's ear, feigning anger. When our child is born, you can't treat him like that. Thinking of the little ones trained by Ella and Leo, Machino's heart ached like a needle prick. How could anyone treat a child this way? It was unavoidable for her brother, as their father Garp forced him from a young age. But those little kids should be enjoying their happy childhood. Now, they were retracing the path her brother had walked. Of course not, my daughter. From the day she is born, no one can force her to do anything she doesn't want to. Why can't it be a son? Machino frowned, pretending to be angry as she gently stroked her belly. I just feel like it will be a cute little boy, brave and handsome like you. Tarlag straightened up, smiling as he playfully rubbed Machino's nose. That won't do. Sons are too mischievous. If you were like me as a child, wouldn't he turn the house upside down? Daughters are better, obedient, and caring. I can spoil her to be the happiest little princess in the world. Machino pouted and retorted, sons can be caring too. He can protect me and our family." Tarlag laughed heartily, pulling Machino into his embrace and gently saying, "You are my woman. Only I can protect you. Not even our son." Machino leaned against Tarlag's chest, feeling her heart filled with happiness. She squinted her eyes slightly, as if the world around them had vanished, leaving only the two of them and the new life about to be born. "In a few days, I'll escort you to the Navy headquarters. They have the world's best medical facilities. You can rest there, and I'll feel more at ease." Tarlag kissed her forehead, sharing his plans. Machino pouted, somewhat reluctant. "Do you want our child to not see his father on the day he is born?" "Yeah." At Machino's exclamation, Tarlag scooped her up and started walking back. "How could I leave you alone there? I'll always be with you, don't worry." Machino had been feeling tired lately, and upon hearing this, she leaned against him and slowly closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. In the training camp, a small figure was darting around quickly. It was 7-year-old Luffy. His 2 pockets were stuffed full, and with each step he took, the big meat sticks Tarlag made jiggled, almost falling out at any moment. His small face was filled with urgency as he ran, shouting loudly, "Peacock! Peacock!" The tender voice echoed above the training camp, and his big, dark eyes scanned around, seemingly trying to find the trace of Peacock. In a nearby room, Peacock sat with her chin resting on her hands beside the warm sun, watching the wildly energetic little boy outside, sighing, "Sister Nuanyang, why don't you accompany him to play? It's such a childish game." Nuanyang stood there, already blossoming into a graceful 18-year-old girl. Her figure was tall and graceful, wearing a simple yet perfectly fitted dress, the hem swaying gently with her movements, showcasing youthful vitality. "Is another pirate game?" Nuanyang chuckled and continued. "According to my brother, ever since he became a vice admiral, our monkey family has become the most powerful warlord on this sea. Although I was a bit confused at the time, I deeply understood it when I saw a Navy Rear Admiral salute me, a mere idle person. So it's hard to imagine how Luffy, under the guidance of dad and brother since childhood, is so passionate about pirates." Peacock took off her weapon, a long whip, and slowly stood up. "Then I'll give him an unforgettable lesson. Is liking to challenge the strong a tradition of your monkey family?" 2 years ago, at the Navy's Grand Martial Arts Tournament, she witnessed Tarlag single-handedly taking on 3 opponents. Although Borisolino held back and Kazan let the sea go, Sakazuki fought with 100% effort. The final result, however, surprised everyone. They fought for 10 days and nights, and it ended in a draw. Crack! The long whip struck the table and chairs nearby. Good children. Stand tall and move forward." Nuanyang glanced enviously at Peacock's fruit ability, thinking to herself, "This ability to manipulate objects is so cool, just like sister-in-laws." East Sea, near Rogtown, on the Dreyfus. Ha ha! At that time, I didn't take the 7 warlords seriously, but now, it's just 2 words, so fragrant. Shanks raised his wine glass high, and there was a treasure chest on the table next to him. No one expected that after taking on the title of 7 warlords, they would belong to the neutral faction. On this sea, they could go anywhere without hindrance, and the Navy would even open convenient doors for them, allowing them to reach their destinations faster. Beckman lit a cigarette, leaning against the side. "But it will soon be taken back by that person. After all, we intercepted this thing." Beckman pointed to the treasure chest on the table, with smoke swirling around his face. "It doesn't matter. Being able to exchange for this thing makes it all worthwhile. How long until we arrive there?" Shanks looked at the navigator beside him, hinting. Building Sneck looked at the nautical chart in his hand, compared it, and replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, we can reach our destination in 3 days, but..." Shanks raised his hand, signaling him to go ahead. "Captain, I suggest we conceal our movements and approach secretly. After all, the East Sea is that person's territory." "Good suggestion. Set sail." Shanks adjusted his straw hat and, without hesitation, gave the order. The final news of the Navy's Grand Martial Arts Tournament from 2 years ago had already spread across the sea, shocking everyone in the world at that time. This included Shanks himself. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he still couldn't take on those 3 guys working together. No, it would be very difficult to remain undefeated. "Wow, it's pirates!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Damn, I haven't seen a pirate flag in the East Sea for years." Another villager's eyes widened in surprise. In front of the port of Windmill Village, A pirate ship was slowly docking. The ship's body was somewhat worn, the sails gently fluttering in the breeze, and the pirate flag was particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. Hurry up, while little Tarlag is taking Margarino to the headquarters. Let us invite these pirates over for a visit. It's so nostalgic. A bearded uncle excitedly shouted, hoisting a large fish he had just caught, striding towards the shore. In the past, he loved nothing more than chatting and joking with pirates from all over the world in Margarino's tavern after a day of fishing. But ever since Tarlag stationed in the East Sea, although he rarely took the initiative to deal with the small pirates in this area now, his reputation preceded him. Ever since everyone knew this was his hometown, both big and small pirates would tacitly keep their distance. This led to the current windmill village being very quiet, almost never seeing any outsiders, truly a deserted place. Tarlag's wife is pregnant, and she is already at the headquarters? Beckman held a transponder snail, frowning, and seriously reconfirmed the accuracy of the information. After getting a positive response, he nodded at Shanks, and Shanks knew they could disembark. Over the past year, in search of that person, the red-haired pirates had almost run through all the islands in the East Sea. However, they had yet to visit Windmill Village, Tarlag's hometown. Shanks and his crew disembarked, his iconic straw hat shining with a golden glow under the sunlight. As soon as the villagers saw Shanks and the others, they erupted into enthusiastic cheers, the sound seemingly breaking through the clouds. They surrounded them eagerly, as if they were meeting long-lost relatives. Pirates, welcome to Windmill Village. The old bearded uncle shouted loudly, grinning as he carried the big fish. Shanks was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. The scene he had imagined of the villagers panicking and fleeing did not happen. Instead, this sudden warmth left him a little bewildered. In the bustling crowd, little Luffy was struggling to squeeze through, his tender face turning red like a ripe apple. He was so eager to see the legendary pirates, his intense curiosity pushing him to navigate through the crowd with difficulty. Move aside, he muttered. I want to see with my own eyes what pirates are like. They must have big pirate flags, right? Maybe even 10 companions? Rarely was that devil uncle not at home lately, so Luffy, like a wild horse, boldly planted the pirate flag he found on his house. After much effort, Luffy finally squeezed to the front. He widened his round eyes, curiously observing Shanks and his crew. This is what pirates look like, he murmured. His uncle really lied to me. Pirates are clearly very friendly. Shanks' crew were warmly greeting the villagers, distributing various strange specialties they had collected from around the world. Those specialties were dazzling, some emitting enticing aromas, others shining with strange lights. Watching all this, Luffy's perception of pirates quietly began to change. It was an unprecedented feeling, and he knew that the feeling of his heart racing was not wrong. Shanks' gaze was drawn to the adorable little guy at the front of the crowd, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He slightly crouched down, his tall figure resembling a small mountain. Looking at Luffy, he teased, "Kid, you're staring at me so eagerly. Do you want to be a pirate too?" When Luffy heard this, he nodded vigorously and said loudly, "Of course." Suddenly, a gasp of shock echoed through the crowd. The villagers seemed to have heard something extraordinary and instinctively took a step back. "Luffy, do you want Mr. Garp to tear you apart? Or do you want Terrag to bury you?" The old village chief, Shulap, flushed with anger, shouted with his neck strained. "Only bad guys want to be pirates." As he spoke, he turned his head and awkwardly nodded at the embarrassed Shanks, continuing with the task assigned to him by Terrag. "Quickly take down the pirate flag from your house, or I'll call your uncle." "No." Little Luffy shook his head frantically as if he had heard something terrifying. The admiration he had just ignited for pirates extinguished in an instant, and he crazily ran back home. Shanks, watching the little boy run ahead, inexplicably shouted, "Hey kid, why do you want to be a pirate?" Luffy, hearing this, slightly turned his ears, and while running, shouted back, "It doesn't matter if it's being a pirate or not. As long as I can get out of my uncle's sight, I can do anything." Caw, caw. A flock of crows flew over Shanks and the others, and no one expected this little guy's reason to be so peculiar. Shanks inquired in detail about Luffy's situation from Shulap. When he learned that Luffy's uncle was the very person who had forced him back then, he began to understand why Luffy would say such things. "Shanks?" A small figure squeezed through the crew, revealing Yuta. She had long hair, one side red and the other white, shining with a warm glow in the sunlight. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity. She hugged Shanks' thigh and timidly asked, "Can I go play?" Her gaze swept back and forth in the crowd, filled with a desire to explore this unfamiliar village. Shanks looked down at Yuta and gently patted her head, saying, "Go ahead, but don't run too far." Yuta nodded excitedly and then bounced off towards the village. She curiously observed everything in the village, sometimes touching the wildflowers by the roadside, and sometimes greeting the village children with a pure smile. What is Shanks looking for? This recent voyage has been exhausting. Yuta stretched and kept complaining about the terrible journey. At that moment, a sneaky figure up ahead caught her attention. "Hey kid, what are you hiding?" The sudden shout startled Luffy, and the pirate flag hidden in his arms fell to the ground. Luffy stiffly turned his head, and when he saw Yuta standing behind him, he pouted and mumbled, "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a little girl. Go away. Kids shouldn't pry into adult matters." Saying this, he bent down and quickly picked up the fallen pirate flag, hugging it tightly. Yuta frowned, hands on her hips, and angrily said, "I'm taller than you and older than you. What's wrong with calling you a kid? Why are you hiding a pirate flag?" Children are always attracted to new and fresh things. In no time, Yuta was completely consumed by curiosity. Luffy turned his head, snorted, "Humph, it's none of your business. This is my treasure. I can't let a noisy brat like you know." Yuta was not one to give up easily. She circled around Luffy, her big eyes spinning. "I guess this definitely has to do with pirates, right? Do you want to be a pirate too? Let me tell you, being a pirate is dangerous, but it's also very exciting." Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes instantly lit up, but he still pretended to be indifferent. "So what? I'm not afraid of danger. I will definitely become the strongest pirate in the future." Yuta laughed, revealing her two cute little tiger teeth. "Then we can play pirate games together. I can be your partner." Luffy hesitated for a moment, looked at Yuta, then at the pirate flag in his arms, and finally nodded. "All right, but you have to listen to me. I want to be the captain." Yuta raised her hand and placed it across Luffy's head, then slowly moved it to her chin. "No matter how you look at it, I'm more suited to be the captain, plus I'm a real pirate. If you really want to be the captain, then let's compete. Whoever wins can be the captain." It was a dark, rainy night. Raindrops poured down from the sky like a pearl curtain, hitting the ground with a crackling sound. Senor, dressed in a sharp suit, was desperately running in the rain, trying to find a place to take shelter. Finally, he stopped under an awning, shaking off the rainwater that soaked his clothes. Frowning slightly, he listened to the sound of the raindrops falling, feeling very annoyed. At that moment, a girl hurriedly ran to the awning, holding her high heels. The rain had soaked her hair, and a few strands stuck to her fair cheeks. "Urgent," she said while fixing her hair. "Oh no, I'm soaked through." Senor looked at her and couldn't help but ask, "How can you still smile like this when you're so drenched?" Urgent slightly raised her head, her clear gaze looking at Senor as she smiled and said, "I love rainy nights. The rain can wash away many worries, and every drop is like a little spirit of nature dancing. What about you? Do you like it?" Looking at the smile on the girl's face, Senor felt his heart touched in that instant. They began chatting under the awning. Urgent's eyes sparkled with love for life as she shared bits and pieces of her daily life, those ordinary yet beautiful little things. Senor listened quietly, discovering an unprecedented peace within himself. One was talkative, and the other was almost silent, yet they surprisingly connected well. It felt as if a wonderful fate was spreading between them. Perhaps this was what they called love at first sight. In the following days, their relationship gradually warmed up, and dates became more frequent. During one date, Senor cautiously asked her what she hated the most. Urgent frowned, stood up, and pounded the table, excitedly saying, "I hate pirates. I hate them. Those pirates burn and kill everywhere, destroying so many people's happy lives." Senor's heart tightened. It felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. The secret hidden deep in his heart felt like a heavy mountain, making his breathing quicken, and he became even more determined not to let her know his true identity. "What do you do for a living?" Urgent asked curiously. Senor hesitated. He didn't want the girl to know he was a pirate, but he also didn't want to deceive her, so he vaguely said, I work at a bank." Lucian blinked and smiled, saying, "Working at the bank is quite nice. It must be very stable." As time went by, their feelings for each other deepened. They strolled together down the rain-washed streets. admiring the world that looked particularly clean after the rain. Lucian was like a cheerful little bird, hopping ahead. Every now and then, she turned back to Senor with a smile, saying, "Look how beautiful the world is after the rain." Senor quietly followed behind, his eyes filled with tenderness. They sat together on a park bench, watching the sunset cast brilliant colors across the post-rain sky. Lucian leaned on Senor's shoulder and softly said, "The time spent with you is always so wonderful." Senor gently held her hand, saying nothing, but the firm grip conveyed his deep affection. During this time, Senor found himself liking the moments spent with Lucian more and more. Lucian also developed a fondness for this gentle, smiling bank clerk. Finally, on a sunny afternoon, Senor mustered the courage to confess to Lucian. His voice trembled as he said, "Lucian, I like you. Would you be willing to be with me?" Lucian blushed and agreed. Overjoyed, he took out a ring he had prepared earlier and personally placed it on her finger, the ring sparkling with happiness in the sunlight. Soon after, they got married. The wedding was simple but filled with warmth and happiness. Surrounded by the blessings of family and friends, they gazed deeply into each other's eyes, as if there were only the two of them in the world. After the wedding, every time Senor returned home from his tasks, he would bring gifts for his wife. Once he brought back a cute baby hat. Lucian loved it and said with bright eyes, "This hat is so adorable. Our child will surely love it." Their child was about to be born. After the baby was born, Senor, though filled with concern for his wife and child, had to frequently go out on missions as a member of the Don Quixote family. Senor had a good wife. Lucian never complained about his frequent absences. She always gently told Senor, "Dear, you can go without worry. I will take good care of the home." Senor's tense heartstrings relaxed a lot. However, the good times didn't last long. Misfortune struck. One time, their child suddenly developed a high fever. Lucian was extremely anxious, beads of sweat covering her forehead. She kept wiping the child's body with a damp towel, murmuring, "Baby, get better soon. Mommy is so worried about you." But the child's temperature wouldn't come down. In the midst of this panic, Lucian suddenly thought that perhaps she could ask Senor's colleagues at the bank for help in finding a good doctor. So she called the bank, but the staff there looked confused and said, "We don't have anyone named Senor here." The phone slipped from Lucian's hand, and she slowly sat on the floor, curling up in a corner. Her mind was a jumble, with various questions and guesses flooding in like a tide. She couldn't believe that the husband she had always trusted had deceived her. When Senor finally returned home after completing his mission, the warmth that once filled the house was gone. What? Gimlet is dead." "Dead?" Senor looked at Lucian, who was sitting forlornly on the sofa. She held a photo of their son in her hands, tears soaking the frame. "Just a week ago, on the day you suddenly disappeared, the child suddenly developed a high fever. We took him to the hospital, but we couldn't save him." Lucian's face turned pale as she suddenly stood up, locking eyes with the man before her. Her voice became sharp with anger and sorrow. "You liar. I've contacted the bank countless times, and they all said there's no such employee as you." Lucian grasped his elegant suit tightly, descending into desperate tears. "What are you doing? Why did you lie to me?" Senor bowed his head, remaining silent, his heart filled with pain and guilt. He knew that no matter what he said at that moment, it couldn't make up for the mistakes he had made. "Can't you respond? Get away." Lucian pushed Senor aside, flung open the door, and ran out. However, it started to rain again, and the downpour was even heavier than before. "Wait, Lucian." Senor grabbed her arm, trying to calm her emotions. Slap. Lucian used all her strength to slap him, the sound echoing loudly in the rain. "Don't treat me like a fool." Her tears mingled with the rain, streaming down her cheeks. But the pain in her heart couldn't be soothed by simple words. "Don't follow me." Lucian needed some time alone. She didn't want to see the man right now. The rain pelted Senor's face, blurring his vision. "Lucian, I can't tell you everything because you hate pirates the most." This voice felt like a self-reprimand. He knew he had lost her trust, and it was all his doing. Senor frantically searched for Lucian in the rain, filled with regret and anxiety. The rain fell mercilessly on him, but he didn't care and kept searching from one place to another. He first ran to the park they often visited. The bench was still there. They had once cuddled here, watching the sunset's afterglow fall on the grass. Senor stood by the bench, cupping his hand around his mouth, shouting loudly, "Lucian, Lucian, where are you?" His voice echoed in the empty park, but only the sound of raindrops falling on the leaves responded to him. His eyes were filled with despair as he murmured, "Lucian, I know I was wrong. Please come out. I'll tell you everything." Senior searched every place they had been or had yet to go, but he never saw her figure. Desperate, he returned home and collapsed on the floor, tears and rainwater sliding down his face. Just as he was lost in his pain, the phone suddenly rang. He lunged for the phone as if it were a lifeline, and the cold voice from the hospital on the other end said, "Is this Mr. Senior? We found a woman who suffered an avalanche in the suburbs. Her belongings confirm her name is Lucian. She has been stabilized, but is in a coma. You need to come as soon as possible." In the hospital room, he saw Lucian lying on the bed, lifeless. Her face was pale, her eyes closed, and the once vibrant and radiant face now resembled a frostbitten flower. Senior staggered to the bedside and slowly knelt down. He held Lucian's icy hand, tears pouring out like a flood. "Lucian, I was wrong. It's all my fault." His voice was hoarse and trembling. From that day on, Senior stayed by Lucian's bedside every day. He recounted the little moments of their past. "My dear, do you remember when we first met? It was a rainy night, and you said you loved the rain, that each drop felt like a fairy dancing." He spoke gently, as if Lucian could hear him. Every day, he would wash Lucian's body, saying, "My dear, we need to stay clean. It will make you feel more comfortable." When he placed flowers on Lucian's bedside, he would say, "Lucian, these are your favorite flowers. Wake up and take a look." Then he would play her favorite music, sitting by the bed, softly humming along. "I hope this music can wake you up, my love." But Lucian on the sickbed showed no response. Until one day, Senior happened to pass by a baby clothing store. In the window, there was a lovely baby outfit displayed, made of light blue fabric adorned with cute cartoon patterns. He was deeply captivated, a strange impulse rising in his heart. He thought of their lost child and Lucian's loving gaze at the baby. He went into the store and bought the baby outfit, then changed into it in the hospital restroom. When he appeared before Lucian in the baby outfit, there seemed to be a glimmer in her eyes. A miracle happened. The corners of Lucian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. It was a smile that Senior hadn't seen in a long, long time. He was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he rushed to the bedside. Holding her hand, saying, "Lucian, you finally smiled." "Doctor, doctor," Senior shouted excitedly. When the doctor came to check, he was surprised by the change. But he also reminded Senior that it might just be a random reaction. However, for Senior, it was a glimmer of hope. From that day on, Senior maintained this outfit. When he walked down the hospital corridor in the baby outfit, people would point and whisper. A well-dressed lady frowned, waving her hand in front of her, as if trying to dispel some unpleasant odor, muttering, "How disgusting, a grown man dressed like this, what a disgrace." Others around her echoed, "Yeah, it looks weird. Who knows what he's up to?" A few mischievous kids saw him and burst into laughter, one pointing and saying, "Look, the pervert is coming." Their laughter echoed in the corridor, drawing strange looks from others. Senior heard these comments, merely furrowed his brow slightly, then lowered his head and continued toward Lucian's room. He knew these people didn't understand him, but he didn't care, because that baby outfit held special meaning for him. In the ward, Senior would gently arrange the edges of the baby outfit, tenderly saying to Lucian, "My dear, look, wearing this outfit feels like our child is still with us. I hope you wake up soon so we can hold our baby again." His eyes were filled with tenderness and love. One day, Senior was preparing to go out to buy flowers for Lucian, and he directly walked out of the house in the baby outfit. At that moment, Tarlag happened to pass by and saw Senior's outfit. Tarlag paused slightly, then laughed heartily, saying, "Oh, Senior, your outfit is quite unique. I didn't expect your taste to have improved. This outfit is really special." Senior just nodded slightly, offering no further explanation to Tarlag, and hurried away. He would also lie beside Lucian's sickbed at night in the baby outfit to sleep. The baby outfit made him feel closer to Lucian, as if their souls were connected at that moment. He would mumble in his sleep, "Lucian, I'm waiting for you to wake up. We still have so many wonderful times to share." As time went by, Senior caring for Lucian in the baby outfit became a peculiar sight in the hospital. The discussions among people never ceased. But Senior's love, like that baby outfit, tightly wrapped around Lucian, never letting go. He didn't care about the outside world's gaze. He only hoped that Lucian could wake up and return to his side. Extra, in a continuous decline. The Don Quixote family, The officials were gathered together for a meal. At this moment, Ro was called in by Ming-gu. Everyone's attention immediately focused on the child, and when they saw the white spots on Ro's chest, they were all taken aback. Someone exclaimed in panic, "This is lead poisoning. It's a serious infectious disease." Ming-gu, however, frowned and scolded. "What are you panicking about? This is not an infectious disease. It's just poisoning. And this toxin comes from the white town of Provence." Ro stood there, coldly saying, "I no longer believe anyone. I am not afraid of death. Let me join you." Ming-ge's lips curled slightly. He liked the look in the child's eyes. "We are dining. First, tell us about your boring past." Ro's brows furrowed tightly, but he didn't dare to refute the man at the head of the table. After a moment of hesitation, he began to recount the story of his hometown, Provence. Ro's voice was low but filled with deep pain. "Our hometown used to be so beautiful, like a fairy tale town. Later, people discovered a kind of lead mine, and this mineral had many uses, making everyone's lives increasingly prosperous. The world government knew that mining this mineral would introduce toxins into the human body, but for the sake of wealth, they chose to hide the truth." Doflamingo paused with his fork, interrupting, "If I were in charge, I would do the same. After all, this is a world where one eats another." Tears glimmered in Ro's eyes. He wasn't angry, looking at Ming-gu as he continued. "The incubation period of this toxin is very long and not easy to detect. It not only affects the lifespan of our generation, but also implicates the next generation. One day, the toxin suddenly erupted. Grandparents, parents, and children of 3 generations fell ill almost simultaneously. Their bodies and hair began to turn white, suffering immense pain. And then one by one, they died. The doctors in the hospital were helpless against this." Ro gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. The neighboring country mistakenly thought this was an infectious disease and sealed off our exit routes. But our royal family abandoned us and escaped using the government's power. Our country began to resist, and war broke out. The neighboring army mercilessly slaughtered the people in our town, even burning the living. Ro's tears could not be held back. He choked out. "The nuns in the church said there were soldiers who could save the children to evacuate, but I still had to take care of my sister and couldn't leave. But when I returned to the hospital, my sister's white spots had increased. Even my father, the best doctor in this country, couldn't do anything. Later, I heard that the army stormed into the church, and all my companions died. I rushed into the church like a madman, but I didn't see a single corpse. Everything had been burned to ashes. By the time I returned to the hospital, my sister was already gone. Our country perished like this, all because of the greed of those people." Clap, clap, clap. Doflamingo wiped the corner of his mouth, elegantly stood up, and said while applauding, "What a splendid story. We've finished eating. You can leave now." Law clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred, staring intently at Doflamingo. "I want to join your family." Doflamingo, draped in his feather coat, walked past Law. "You're not qualified yet." At that moment, Corazon walked in, intending to show off, but he accidentally slipped. Buffalo laughed heartily beside him. "Mr. Corazon is so clumsy." Corazon frowned and punched Buffalo hard, thinking to himself, "What are you laughing at, brat?" Corazon, whose real name is Don Quixote Rosinante, is Doflamingo's biological brother. He always felt inexplicably angry when he looked at Law, and every time he saw Law, he would directly throw his head into the scrap heap. This time was no exception. He stepped forward, grabbed Law's head, opened the window, and threw him out toward the garbage pile. Law had long harbored resentment against this guy, and this time he shouted directly, "Corazon, I'm going to kill you." A few days later, Law's hatred for Corazon made him lose his reason. He quietly approached Corazon, who was reading a newspaper behind the garbage pile. With a dagger in hand, without any hesitation, he suddenly stabbed the dagger into Corazon's chest from behind. Corazon let out a muffled grunt, blood staining his clothes. This scene was witnessed by Buffalo, whose eyes showed no urgency, but instead drooled. Unsurprisingly, Law was caught and brought back. He thought he would be punished by Doflamingo, or even silenced. However, Doflamingo smiled and said, "From today on, you're a member of the Don Quixote family." Law looked up in confusion. "Didn't Corazon report me?" He slowly turned his head to look at Buffalo, who was eating ice cream, and Corazon, who was silently bandaging his wound. "Are they protecting me?" Doflamingo looked at Law, who seemed puzzled, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he said, "I see the unique hatred in your eyes. Perhaps one day you will become my capable assistant." 2 years passed in a flash, and Law's amber-led disease grew worse, spreading to his face. Buffalo kept asking Law his real name. After a moment of silence, Law replied, "My name is Trafalgar D. Waterlaw." This was a secret that shouldn't be told, but since I was close to death, it didn't seem matter anymore. Corazon, who heard this name, became serious. Without saying a word, he grabbed Law and threw him into a small alley. Law thought Corazon was going to beat him, filled with fear. However, he heard Corazon speak. "If you really are one of the D clan, hurry and leave Doflamingo." Law widened his eyes in surprise, unable to believe. "Aren't you mute? Why have you been pretending to be mute?" Corazon opened a silent space, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. He said seriously, "I have been stopping my brother from going out of control as his brother. He is a madman. He personally killed our father. And his conqueror's haki is not something ordinary people can possess. I advise you to leave quickly. I don't want you to become a monster like him." Law, finally seizing the opportunity against the guy who had bullied him all along, excitedly said, "I don't care about that. I joined this family just to kill. I only have a year left to live. I can't care so much. I'll tell Doflamingo that you can speak and have a devil fruit ability." Corazon hurriedly tried to stop him, and in the struggle, Law accidentally fell into the garbage pile. Their conversation was overheard by Buffalo, who had to bribe him with ice cream again. However, Law took this opportunity to escape. Corazon anxiously thought, "It's over. If Doflamingo finds out about me, I'm finished." He rushed to the ship, wanting to leave as soon as possible, but he ran into Doflamingo, who was returning. Doflamingo frowned and said, "There's someone I don't want to see who has come to this place. Hurry and set sail." With that, Doflamingo left with a frown, secretly thinking, "Isn't that guy, Tontata, supposed to be on vacation? Why is he out again?" At that moment, Law smugly walked up behind Corazon and said, "You didn't T-report me 2 years ago, so this time I'll repay you." At sea, unexpectedly, they collided with Tontata, who was feeling down after being kicked out by Makino. Tontata looked at the unfamiliar crew members on the ship and thought, "Although I can't trouble the warlords now, it would be too much to vent my anger on them, right?" He prepared to strike first as a greeting. Doflamingo's family, without any surprise, was badly beaten by Tontata. Doflamingo shouted, "Where's Corazon? Quickly call him out to help." But Senior pulled out a note. It was a note left by Corazon, stating that he was going to take Law to treat his illness. "This guy has betrayed me again." Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins as he looked at Tontata standing at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back, realizing that they were in big trouble this time. On the other side, on a small wooden boat, Corazon was checking which hospital was good when he received a phone call. The voice on the other end said, "I'm Admiral Sengoku. What do you need from me?" "Little me?" Corazon slowly recounted Law's experience. Sengoku, puzzled, asked, "The boy with Amberley disease? Are there survivors in White Town?" Corazon's voice became a bit low. "I want to suspend the mission." He looked at the unconscious Law and slowly said, "He hates everything about this world. When I look at him, it feels like I'm looking at my brother when he was young." Sengoku sighed and said, "It's indeed pitiful. But Amberley disease is untreatable. Don't take too much care of him, or will expose vulnerabilities." Sengoku helplessly glanced at the report beside him. Due to dissatisfaction, he rejected that person's promotion again, and in anger, that person submitted a resignation letter from the sword unit. "You've already been fired. Why are you submitting it?" Rubbing his temples, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail again and slowly said, "A bastard colleague has gone to your place. If you encounter him, you can reveal your identity to him. Depending on his mood, if he is in a good mood, you might not need to go through so much trouble." Click! The transponder snail was hung up, and Corazon scratched the back of his head, looking at the endless sea around him. They were already at sea. He could have said it earlier, damn it. The note left blocked Corazon's way out. Doflamingo would definitely not forgive him. There was no way, so he used his own methods to save the boy. Thus, Carlson began a long and difficult journey to seek medical help for Luo. They arrived at a hospital, and the doctor frowned in disgust when he saw Luo's condition. "This is lead poisoning, a very scary infectious disease. We cannot accept him." Carlson looked at the doctor's indifferent expression, and anger surged within him. He shouted, "He's just a child. How can you be so heartless? Besides, lead poisoning is not an infectious disease, you quack. Security. Security. The doctor pointed coldly at the two of them and called for the security personnel behind him. Throw them out. Outside the hospital, Luo sat on the ground, his colorless eyes watching Carlson arguing loudly with the security. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted, "Stop. I don't want to live anymore." Slap. Carlson slapped Luo's face, leaving a dark red handprint on his pale skin. Luo stood up angrily, raising his fist to retaliate. But then he saw Carlson's face and froze. Is he crying for me? Why? Carlson, with tears streaming down his face, pointed at Luo's nose and said hoarsely, "I haven't given up on you. Why do you have to give up on yourself? Anyone in this world can give up on you. But you must never give up on yourself." Luo was left speechless, turning away without a word. That night, because of what had happened during the day, Luo had not spoken a word to Carlson. As night fell, he spread out a blanket on the ground and slowly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Carlson noticed that Luo's blanket had been kicked off and got up to cover him again. While covering him, he noticed that the white spots on Luo's body had started to spread again. The emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for many days finally burst forth. Once again, he shed tears for this boy, whispering with a trembling voice, "Back then, even though you hurt me, I didn't feel any pain at all. The one truly suffering is you, right? So pitiful." Luo. Drip. Tears fell onto the stone floor, making a crisp sound. All of this was heard by Luo, who had been pretending to be asleep. The warm tears soaked his pillow, filling his heart with warmth. The next day, everything felt natural. The only change was that Luo began to call him Mr. Carlson. Carlson was overjoyed, even igniting himself with a lighter. Soon, they set off on the journey to seek medical help once again. However, at every hospital they visited, the doctors shook their heads and refused to treat Luo's condition. They said, "We can't treat this disease, and it might be contagious. We can't take that risk." Carlson carried Luo on his back, filled with helplessness and pain. He looked at Luo's frail body and sighed. "It's okay. There are millions of hospitals in the world. There will be doctors who can save you." Luo lay on Carlson's back, covering his mouth with his hands, not wanting Mr. Carlson to hear him cry. "This back is so warm. It feels like a father's embrace." A few days later, Doflamingo, who had not been in contact for a long time, called. He did not dwell on Carlson's betrayal, but said directly, "We have received information about the surgical fruit. There is a group of pirates who don't understand its true value. They have already agreed on a high price with the Navy, and they will make the transaction in 3 weeks. This mission is dangerous because a certain someone is nearby, but we must get our hands on that fruit. This fruit is special, and I've decided to let the person I trust most eat it. You, Carlson, are my first choice. After all, you're my brother." Click. Carlson hung up the phone, thinking, dangerous person? Is it that colleague Mr. Sengoku mentioned? But the more dangerous it is for you, the safer it is for me. Carlson turned to Luo, who was cooking, and exclaimed excitedly, "Luo, you have hope." Not wanting to see Carlson burn himself while cooking, Luo took the initiative to take on the cooking responsibilities. He pouted and said, "Let's not talk about how a small fruit could possibly cure my illness. Besides, didn't that person say you're the most suitable candidate?" Carlson walked over, snatched the spoon from his hand, and threw it on the ground. He placed his hands on Luo's shoulders, looking at him seriously. "Luo, you're the most suitable person for this surgical fruit. This fruit can transform a person's body and cure any difficult illness. If you eat it, you will definitely survive. Plus, you have some medical knowledge and skills. This fruit is like it was tailor-made for you." Luo frowned and pushed Carlson away, picking up the spoon from the ground. The pot was already burnt. "But Doflamingo won tea, give it to me." Carlson sniffed the aroma in the air and smiled reluctantly. "But Ming doesn't know I'm already a power user. If he finds out, we won't be able to return to the family. And I feel that my absence for the past 6 months has already made Ming suspicious of me. So, we must find our own way to get that fruit." With that thought, Carlson immediately called Sengoku. At first, Sengoku was unwilling to reveal the transaction location, but since the news had already spread, he eventually told Carlson. Carlson also reported Doflamingo's movements to Sengoku. "Remember, that person has recently been acting strange, having beaten all the Shichibukai, except Mihawk. Be very careful when you encounter him." Click. Carlson stared at the phone bug that had been hung up, shocked to the point where his jaw dropped. Beaten all the Shichibukai? Who has such power? Unable to figure it out, he stopped thinking about it and hurriedly took the seriously ill Luo out to sea. Now, it was a race against time. On the ship, Luo looked at Carlson and asked, "Mr. Carlson, are you a Navy officer?" Carlson firmly denied it, but Luo clearly did not believe him. Carlson had not used his powers during this call, so all their conversations were overheard by Luo, who was hiding not far behind. Doflamingo is also one of the Shichibukai, and Mr. Carlson is with him. Luo looked at the clumsy guy in front of him who stumbled while walking and burned himself while cooking, sighing, "Why is the gap so big?" Luo did not say this out loud, fearing it would hurt the young heart of Mr. Carlson. Soon, they arrived at the small island for the transaction. Carlson looked at the situation on the island and said, "The surgical fruit has been purchased by the Navy for 5 billion. These pirates are really foolish. They have no idea of the fruit's true value." "Luo, wait here. I'll go check the situation." Before Luo could refuse, Carlson used the power of the silence fruit to quietly infiltrate the pirate's base. He moved like a ghost, silently weaving through the stillness. He effortlessly shattered the chandelier and then found the surgical fruit. How foolish to leave such a precious fruit on the table. Just as he was about to leave, the pirates discovered him. "Don't you know a trick called drawing the snake out of its hole?" The leading pirate sneered. "We've been waiting for sneaky guys like you. Brothers, go. Chop him to pieces." On the rocky corner by the shore, the white spots had spread to Law's face. He was gasping heavily, filled with worry for that man. Fortunately, when Law opened his eyes again, he saw that familiar smiling face. "Law, look what I got." Corazon raised the heart fruit high, and despite his serious injuries, he couldn't hide the excitement deep in his eyes. Law slowly opened his eyes. He didn't look at the hopeful fruit in Corazon's hand, but at the bloody trail dragged across the ground and the bullet-riddled chest of Corazon. Extreme sadness left Law unable to make a sound. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes showing signs of losing consciousness. "Corazon!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the heavens and the earth. "Hey, it's just a little scratch, why cry?" Corazon said as he was about to shove the fruit into Law's mouth, which was still agape. Before Law could react, his mouth was filled with an unbearable stench. Immediately, he felt an invisible force spreading throughout his body. "Corazon, Law clenched his fist, just about to speak when Corazon suddenly collapsed on the ground. The falling of the feather coat revealed Corazon's body riddled with bullet holes, blood gushing out continuously. Law was horrified by the scene before him. He couldn't believe that Corazon had deceived him. "Did you not say it was just a scratch?" Law shook the unconscious Corazon's body repeatedly, shouting loudly, "Did you not say the surgical fruit could cure any illness? Quick, save Corazon." Having just eaten the fruit, she didn't know how to use it and could only wave her hands and sit there trying. Cough, cough. Corazon vaguely heard Law's calls, his heavy eyelids slowly opening. He looked up at Law, a smile on his face, his voice gentle. "This little injury is nothing, as long as you're fine. That's good enough. But Doflamingo is coming soon. There's a Navy surveillance ship on the west side of this island. If you give this to them, they'll understand everything and can save a country called Dressrosa. Although you hate the Navy, you must do it for me." Law looked into Corazon's determined eyes, and, after trying to lift Corazon, but realizing he couldn't, nodded. "Corazon, you must hold on. I'll go find someone to save you." After settling Corazon, Law quickly set off to find the Navy. Soon, he found a Navy ship. He stood at the edge of the ship, hesitating for a long time, still unable to forgive the world government for what they had done to his hometown. But he thought of Corazon, who was still waiting for him, and his gaze became resolute once more. On the ship, Virgo was slumped against the wall, covered in blood, looking at the man sitting in the main seat. His eyes filled with despair. "When did you discover my identity?" Logically, even that old guy Sengoku didn't find any issues with me, whom he personally promoted. Virgo spat out a mouthful of blood. Years had passed, and the gap in strength between him and that man had not only not shrunk, but had grown to an incomprehensible extent. When did Conqueror's Haki become capable of directly controlling and suppressing enemies from a distance? Terrag leaned back in his chair, feeling disillusioned. He couldn't understand why Machino had changed so much. Before marriage, she was well-versed in everything, from cooking to music and painting. But after marriage, she was still as gentle with outsiders, while with him, she became terrifying like a tiger descending from the mountain. The reason for being kicked out of the house was simple. Many years ago, he casually rescued 3 sisters at a garden party and sent them gifts across the sea. Machino initially welcomed them warmly. But ever since she had a private conversation with Hancock that lasted overnight, everything seemed to change. They sent over treasures worth billions. What's wrong with me inviting them to stay for a while? Bang! Virgo's body was kicked away by a tremendous force once again. It's all your fault. All your fault. A flurry of fists mercilessly struck Virgo's face. In his final moments, he didn't even know how he had angered this man. Young master, the madman seems to have lost control. Take care, I'm leaving. Wanna die? Terrag's frustration had not yet been vented when he saw this traitor was about to breathe his last. Slowly, he exchanged a healing potion from the system store and poured it into his mouth. Over the years, he had completed many tasks, and his emotional points had accumulated to the point where he had nowhere to spend them. He didn't want Virgo to die for another important reason: evidence to dismiss Doflamingo from the warlord position. Although he had the power to appoint and dismiss warlord personnel, he still needed a reasonable reason. Otherwise, failing to replace the warlords would make it even harder to control the other restless guys. The potion was incredibly effective, directly pulling Virgo back from the brink of death. Why am I not dead? Virgo lay on the ground, his voice filled with disbelief. Bang! Another punch landed. Terrag curled his lip. When you fell in my hands, life and death were no longer things you could decide. Terrag threw a pen and a piece of paper on the ground, stepping on his bloodied face. Write down Doflamingo's crimes from recent years. You should understand. Even if you say nothing, you can't stop me from going after him. Obey, and the benefits will be plentiful. With that, Terrag crippled Virgo's Achilles tendon and pushed open the cabin door. Kid, you've been listening outside for so long. Why not come in and have a seat? Where's Sengoku's son? If he dies, my path to progress will probably be completely cut off. Sengoku had contacted him to come here weeks ago. Terrag calculated the time. These months coincided with the timing of this little brat and Corazon. Recently feeling down, he couldn't be bothered with too much. So he simply pulled out the undercover agents in his camp and waited for the little brat Law to come knocking. Marine, this is what Corazon gave you. Law had been there for a while, and he heard all the screams coming from the cabin. His gaze glanced at the blood-stained cabin behind Tarlag, looking at Virgo, who was beaten to a pulp on the ground. And he thought to himself, the world government is indeed full of perverts. How could they be so ruthless towards their own allies? He looked at Tarlag, who was exuding a terrifying aura in front of him, and swallowed hard. I must not provoke him. This was a warning to himself from Law, as the cries of agony still echoed in his ears. Information? Tarlag toyed with it in his hand and casually tossed it aside. Since he was here himself, why bother with such boring formalities? Lead the way. I want to see Corazon. Tarlag had wanted to catch a glimpse of that gentle figure, Corazon, for a long time. Inside the cabin, Virgo's pen paused slightly in his hand, and his face turned extremely ugly. Corazon knows this madman? Is he an undercover? His gaze darkened. No wonder he had been exposed. It turns out there was someone hiding deeper than him. No, this matter must be reported to Doflamingo, or the entire family would be doomed at that guy's hands. His gaze slowly shifted to his waist, where there was a signal gun. The signal flare inside was specially developed and could write a few words that would explode in the sky like fireworks. He calculated the time. By now, Doflamingo and the others must have arrived on this island. He just needed to assemble the signal gun as quickly as possible and fire it before that madman reacted. Even if it meant his own death, it would still be a victory for them. Without hesitation, the conversation outside continued. That madman seemed to really not care about him at all. Arrogant? Or is he absolutely confident in himself? 1 second to draw the gun, 2 seconds to finish assembling, 3 seconds. Clang! Law's gaze became dazed, his pupils continuously shrinking and expanding, torturing his companions and chopping off their arms without any reason. Was this guy a devil? No, he must not let him see Mr. Corazon. Tarlag slowly sheathed Muramesa. His observation hockey could encompass the entire island, and Virgo's little movements could not escape his eyes. If he didn't know what Corazon's presence felt like, he wouldn't even need Law's guidance. Kid, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. Tarlag shook his head helplessly. Trachon was really not cute when he was younger, always going around in circles with him. Just then, with a whoosh, a signal flare shot out from behind them. It turned out that Virgo had deliberately assembled too, while preparing to prevent Tarlag from sabotaging his actions. Although it would take an extra second, it gave him more room for error. Tarlag is here, Corazon, due to insufficient materials for the signal flare. Virgo ultimately decided to send out the most dangerous message first. As for the last two words, Corazon, he believed the young master would figure it out himself. He really was set up. Tarlag sighed. The frustration of being kicked out of his home, Law's ignorance, and Virgo's added complications became the final trigger. He could no longer control his suppressed emotions. The inadvertently released Conqueror's hockey knocked Law out instantly, and Tarlag kicked him off the ship. Flying into the sky, thousands of slashes rained down, directly cutting through the naval surveillance ship below. Inside the cabin, Virgo was making his final struggle, his armament hockey covering his entire body. Yet, he could not withstand even one of Tarlag's strikes. After experiencing a storm of slashes, both the ship and Virgo were utterly reduced to dust, disappearing from this world. On the east coast, Doflamingo watched the signal in the distance, falling into silence, a trace of a dangerous smile gradually appearing on his face. Mr. Kaido, I'll leave Tarlag to you. To ensure the success of this operation, Doflamingo used half of his family assets to invite the big boss behind him, Beast Kaido, to guard against the elusive Tarlag. He was determined to obtain the surgery fruit that grants immortality. Gog. Up ahead, Kaido, with his chest exposed in the icy wilderness, stood alongside his ever-present companion, Fire Disaster Ember. Joker, to invite me. You even intercepted the gold in the sky. How could I possibly leave you alone? Ember helplessly covered his face. His brother was either drunk or on the way to getting drunk. He looked at the large characters rising in the distant sky and muttered to himself, "That man is not someone who can be dealt with casually." Ember looked at the numerous hideous sword scars on his brother's body, filled with endless worry. "With your word, I can rest assured. After this is done, I'll give you a 10% share of this year's underground transaction total." "No." Kaido paused with his wine gourd, his expression suddenly clearing. He sensed a deeper layer of Conqueror's hockey. Slowly raising 5 fingers, his expression serious. "I want 50%. If it's less than that, I'll return the treasures and won't get involved in this mess." They say he is foolish, but that aura that could threaten his life doesn't lie. He deserves this price. Doflamingo's face turned ashen. He didn't believe that what Kaido swallowed could be returned in full. With the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to agree. After all, that madman was not someone he could deal with. "All right, as long as you can ensure that man doesn't appear in front of me before I get what I want, I'll give you 50%. After saying this, the white line in his hand shot straight into the sky, then scattered to form a huge birdcage, enveloping the entire island. With a wave of his hand, he quickly led his family members towards the pirate gathering place in the center of the island, believing that the surgery fruit had not yet been obtained by anyone. Watching everyone leave, Kaido completely sobered up from his drunken state. He patted Ember's shoulder beside him, implying, "Follow them and take a look. Earning 1 share is good. Earning 2 is also good." That guy showing such great sincerity means that thing is not simple. "Brother, then you." Ember stepped forward, worriedly looking at his brother. The news of the Navy's Grand Martial Arts competition months ago had already spread throughout the world. Tarlag fought against 3 candidate admirals of the Navy to a standstill single-handedly. Any one of them could easily defeat Ember. He was truly worried about his brother colliding with that guy again and wanted to go with him to confront the enemy. Gog. Kaido transformed into a giant dragon, soaring into the sky, a roar echoing across the entire island. "I am Kaido, Ember. It's not just that person who will grow stronger. Go, and rest assured." After saying this, with a flick of his tail, he headed towards the location of that Conqueror's hockey, leaving Ember, still worried, at a loss. On the other side of the small island, Tarlag looked at the ship he had reduced to powder, and his anger slightly subsided. He glanced at Law, who was knocked out by his unintentional shock, frowned, and decided to take the kid to a safe place. Just as he picked up Law and was about to leave, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. He looked up to see a giant dragon swooping down, and Terrag's eyes instantly sharpened. "Kaido, I just happen to have something to ask you. Do you know a guy named Peach Boy? Kaido circled in the air and then dove down with immense force, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Peach Boy? In the snow pit, Kaido glanced down at his chest, where a scar throbbed painfully. I'm here this time just to cause you trouble. Kaido quickly realized they were not acquaintances. In fact, they harbored deep animosity. I'm not here to answer your questions. Saying this, he took down the spiked bat from his waist, wrapped it in Conqueror's haki, and charged toward Terrag, who was still holding Law. Hey, if you answer my question well, maybe you'll live a few more chapters. Terrag drew his sword, Murakumo, with one hand, also enveloped in Conqueror's haki, and slashed forward. Thus, Vice Admiral Terrag of the Navy clashed with the newly risen Monarch Kaido once again. Law was also knocked away in the collision, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Doflamingo and his men had arrived at the pirate gathering place in the middle of the small island. They searched everywhere for traces of the Ope no Mi. But as time passed, Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly grim. He seemed to be played for a fool. Just as he was about to order a large-scale search, Inazuma rushed over. He looked down at Doflamingo from above and said, "Big Brother has already engaged that man. Whatever you're looking for, speed it up." Doflamingo gritted his teeth. He wanted to hurry too, but the place was already deserted. At that moment, he recalled the signal flare released by Virgo. That man wouldn't do anything useless. Since he placed Corazon's name behind Terrag, he must have been conveying some information. What could it be? Virgo. While he was still deep in thought, Senior grabbed a pirate by the neck and walked over. "Young master," I caught a tongue. He said the fruit was taken by a man who looks a lot like you. It should be your brother. A glint of red flashed behind Doflamingo's sunglasses, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. "That's it. My most trusted brother. You'll take good care of the Ope no Mi for me, right?" Now the entire island was under the coverage of his birdcage, and no one could escape his control. What he needed to do now was to search every inch of land. On the west side of the small island, Law, who had been knocked away, slowly regained consciousness, and Terrag's image formed an indelible shadow in his heart. This shadow would not diminish with the passage of time. On the contrary, it would deepen with the significant events that Terrag would cause in the future. "I am sorry, Corazon. I couldn't find you a doctor." Law ran towards Corazon's hiding base, tears streaming down his face. "Kaido, it's been years since we last met, and you're still not strong enough to call yourself the strongest creature on land, sea, and air." A scarlet crescent rose from Kaido's waist, inflicting tangible damage and leaving a half-meter-long sword mark. Kaido's expression grew serious. "When did so many sword masters appear on this sea? You little Navy brat. Wait until you defeat me before boasting. This time, no one will give you a chance to charge up." Thunderbagua. Terrag looked at the swinging attack and shook his head slightly. Kaido is really interesting. All his moves seem to just be the swinging spiked bat, with only the power varying. After seeing it so many times, I already know how to dodge or counter it. In the past, he needed some time to charge up because the flow of his haki was too slow. But since all three types of his haki reached their peak, the previous weaknesses no longer existed. Some people call you teacher because you're like an experienced baby with your moves. One swing of the bat, two swings of haki. Terrag sheathed his sword, unleashing his haki, with black lightning emitting a red glow around him. "I'm not as talented as my nephew, but ever since I saw Dad block your and Big Mom's haki, I've learned a bit." With each step he took, the air seemed to stagnate, and dozens of black lightning bolts roared and exploded. Gradually, these bolts of lightning gathered together, eventually manifesting into a dark black tiger confronting Kaido, who was descending from the sky. "Conqueror's tiger!" Terrag shouted, and the dark tiger formed from haki, wrapped in electricity, charged toward Kaido in the sky. Upon seeing this, Kaido's expression grew serious. In this attack, he saw the shadow of his former captain, Rox, who was equally invincible. There was no time to evade. Kaido could only grip his spiked bat tightly as the power of Thunderbagua surged again, smashing down at the charging tiger. The two collided, creating a deafening explosion. The powerful shockwave swept everything around, uprooting trees, shattering giant boulders, and causing heavy snowfall and an avalanche to ensue. "Break for me!" With a furious roar, Kaido's massive half-beast form fully transformed. It still couldn't stop even a fraction of the force. He had no time for any other reaction before being sent flying by the terrifying power. His body traced a long arc in the air, and, with a loud crash, Kaido smashed into the birdcage above. The threads of the birdcage trembled violently under the severe impact, like strings of a violin unable to bear the weight. As Terrag mercilessly unleashed dozens of slashes, the threads of the birdcage began to snap one by one at the center where Kaido was. With the sounds of crackling, the previously tight structure of the birdcage was completely destroyed, and strands of white threads drifted in the air. Iemo no kanai, abirtkaja, Terrag snorted coldly, scoffing as he retracted Murakumo. Just a pile of useless trash. The battle ended there. A shadow flashed in the sky, likely the figure of a severely injured Kaido escaping. Terrag had no intention of pursuing him. After all, no matter how fast his moonwalk was, he couldn't catch up to Kaido, who was skilled in flight. On the west side of the small island, Law desperately ran towards Corazone's hidden base. His heart was filled with anxiety and unease. The outside was already a chaotic mess, and they could encounter insurmountable danger at any moment. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the base. He took a deep breath and rushed inside. Corazon! Corazon! Law shouted loudly. In a corner of the base, Corazon lay quietly, pale from excessive blood loss, his lips turning purple. Dimly, he heard Law's calls. He slightly opened his eyes and forced a smile onto his face. Law, you're back. Did you deliver the intel to the Navy? His life was nearing its countdown, and as he looked at the tear-streaked face of Law before him, his heart was filled with guilt towards that benefactor. Mr. Sengoku had given him all the tenderness, yet he had directed all his kindness toward a little guy who wanted to destroy the world. The piece of information Law sent out could be considered his final gift to Mr. Sengoku, despite his unfilial actions. I'm sorry, Corazon. Tears streamed down Law's face uncontrollably. He trembled as he reached out his hands, wanting to test once more if he had the ability to heal others. But the result disappointed him again. Looking at Corazon with guilt, Law said somewhat ashamedly, I followed your instructions and handed the information to the Navy, but thinking of the information that had been carelessly discarded in a corner by Treble, reduced to dust along with the ship after thousands of slashes. Law's impression of the Navy only worsened. He recounted all his experiences in detail to Corazon, who had squinted eyes and occasionally coughed violently. See, the Navy and the world government are indeed birds of a feather. I will never trust them again. Just recalling the previous encounters and Treble's cruel figure made Law's body tremble uncontrollably. Ha ha! In contrast to Law, Corazon burst into hearty laughter. As Mr. Sengoku's instructions gradually became clearer, a spark of hope once again ignited in his eyes. Law. Corazon released a hand covering his wound and firmly grasped Law's hand. Mr. Corazon, take it easy, don't rush. Law looked at his hand that was being squeezed painfully, filled with worry for Corazon's current state. We must return to that person. No matter what, we must return to his side. Tears streamed down Corazon's eyes as he roared loudly. Enduring the pain of his bullet-pierced lungs, only then can you leave this island safely and forever be free from Doflamingo's shadow. Cough, cough. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. Only then can you truly break free from the darkness, and nothing will bind you anymore. Law grasped Corazon's cold right hand tightly, tears continuously falling as he sobbed and shouted, Hey, who are you to decide my life? Why must you die for me? Why must you be the one to suffer all this? Law looked at his right hand, clearly possessing the ability to heal everything. Yet he could only watch helplessly as Mr. Corazon's life slowly slipped away. Is it because I am AD? But I don't want any of this. I just want you to live, Mr. Corazon. I don't want Mr. Corazon to die for me. I. His hoarse voice reached the drowsy Corazon's ears. With his eyes closed, a gentle smile appeared on his face again as he whispered softly, I love you, Law. Clap, clap, clap. What a good show. My dear brother, where have you hidden my Ope no me? A familiar voice came from the entrance of the base. Accompanied by a flurry of footsteps, Doflamingo entered slowly with his family members. They had searched every corner of the island, except for the area where Treble was fighting Kaido. Unexpectedly, Corazon was indeed here. The birdcage had inexplicably shattered. It seemed there had been a change in Kaido's situation, and with time pressing, Doflamingo took decisive action and charged directly into the battle zone. Unexpectedly, they had indeed found him here. It had truly cost him a lot of effort. Mingo, with an unknown surge of strength, Corazon, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened them again, shielding Law behind him and glaring fiercely at the people in front. My most trusted brother, you should know what I hate the most. You have betrayed me once. This is the second time. Doflamingo waved his hand, signaling the people behind him to go up and beat them first to vent his anger. He himself slowly began to load bullets into his golden gun, a terrifying killing intent radiating from his gloomy face. Law, cover your eyes. Law hid his eyes as he watched the cadres approach, eager to fight. Corazon quickly took off his feather coat and draped it over Law's shoulders. Then he opened his arms, wanted to do one last thing for Law with his frail body. After a long time, Doflamingo slowly raised his head. The bullets were loaded, and this gun had only killed one person, their father. Today, he might kill another. Don't kill him. As soon as the words fell, Lao Ji's leg technique and Torbel's snot bomb stopped, slowly moving behind him. Doflamingo looked coldly at the wheezing Corazon and the battered Law, saying, "Hand over the Ope no me, and I'll make your deaths easier." Corazon's repeated betrayals had solidified Doflamingo's resolve to kill him. "I've eaten the Ope no me. Let Corazon go, and I will go back with you." Law leaned against the rock, gasping heavily, and a voice deep inside him kept reminding him that he absolutely could not let this gentle man die in front of him. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged prominently. His anger made him lose his rationality. He never expected his most trusted brother to betray him so completely. "Doflamingo, since you have reached a conclusion here, I will take my leave." Just as Doflamingo was about to take action, the nearby Nei stepped forward. His observation haki told him that a terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. Plus, with his brother's presence disappearing, his heart remained in a state of unease. Afterward, deliver the final payment to Wayno, and this transaction will be concluded. After speaking, without waiting for Mingo's response, he transformed into a pterodactyl and soared into the sky, leaving only a warning voice behind. "That man is almost here. No matter what you are looking for, be prepared for the final outcome." Upon hearing this, Toribol stepped forward. I say, Doflamingo, since the fruit has been eaten, let us take this little brat and retreat." His face was grim, filled with endless fear. That man is not someone we can contend with. Many cadres have already died at his hands. Let us take this little brat and retreat. As for this traitor, just deal with him as you see fit, Doflamingo. Toribol picked up the gun that Doflamingo had dropped on the ground and returned it to him. Lao Ji also nodded frequently, saying that's right. A traitor to the family is unforgivable. Young master, hesitation will lead to defeat. Shoot. Doflamingo's brows furrowed tightly, his heart filled with pain and conflict. The person he trusted most had betrayed him and the family. This was something he could not accept, filling him with anger and disappointment. Yet no matter how he thought about it, Corazon was still his only family in this world. Although he expressionlessly pointed the gun at Corazon's body, who knew the tumultuous waves churning deep within him. Sometimes, life is just full of helplessness, facing pressure from both within the family and the outside world. He knew that if he didn't kill Corazon, he might lose his family's trust and support. This would greatly impact his rule and ambitions. In order to maintain his position and the stability of his family, he ultimately chose to act decisively. "No!" Law cried out in despair, wanting to stop Doflamingo from delivering the fatal blow. "Corazon is your own brother." At this moment, Law was in extremely poor condition, unable to stand, with only one arm still able to move. His fingers clawed at the cold snow, desperately crawling towards Corazon, his fingers pierced by sharp ice, blood flowing freely. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, his eyes fixed intensely on the hesitating Doflamingo, gritting his teeth in anger. "Don't you care about the Ope no me? I will obediently go back with you. I will do anything for you. But if you kill Mr. Corazon..." At some point, a dagger appeared in Law's hand, pressed against his throat. His eyes were filled with determination. "All your plans will come to nothing." Recently, Virgo's act of self-redemption had inspired Law. He was absolutely confident that Doflamingo would not let him die. Law was clever because he had Doflamingo's weakness, No one could refuse the temptation of immortality. Yet he was also foolish, thinking he could threaten an uncontrollable beast with his fragile, ephemeral body. Fu. Doflamingo's heart was conflicted. Since becoming a warlord of the sea, he had lived in the shadow of that man, always threatened by others. He had secretly vowed that anyone who threatened him would suffer a fate worse than death. Smart little brat, brother, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is? Doflamingo ignored Law's death threat, looking down at the faintly breathing Corazon. It was killing the person closest to him with his own hands. He recalled the scene of killing his father, and his heart grew increasingly twisted. Since he cared so much about you. Fu. A thread of white silk shot from his fingertips. The skill known as parasite thread could forcibly control others' bodies when they were unconscious. What's happening? Law exclaimed, not understanding why he was unable to control his body. He, who should have been unable to rise, was now moving towards Corazon with the dagger in hand. No, you can't do this. Corazon's eyes widened in fury as he looked at his brother. Pick up the gun. I command you to pick up the gun. He should have faced death calmly. Even if he died at the hands of his own brother, his life would have been complete. What you're doing will push that child back into the endless abyss. Tears of unwillingness streamed down Corazon's face. Didn't you always say this child resembles me? In response to his brother's plea, Doflamingo not only did not stop his actions, but he also increased the frequency of his finger movements. No, both Corazon and Law screamed out. Blood tears flowed from Law's eyes. In the face of it all, the other members of the Don Quixote family frequently nodded, further recognizing their king in their hearts. Hidden in a mass of slime, Treble twisted his body, his face filled with excitement. Yes, it is precisely Doflamingo's ruthless and decisive nature that made us determined to support him as king. Just at this critical moment, a series of crackling sounds, accompanied by flashes of light, broke this hell on earth. Tal was already here for a while. The reason he hadn't appeared until now was to capture evidence of Doflamingo harming the Navy at a crucial moment. Although the final result was somewhat disappointing and he did not capture the scene of Doflamingo shooting Corazon, the photos in his hand were enough to explain everything to those in power. The farce was about to end. Doflamingo, will you surrender? Or should I beat you up first before you surrender? Tarlag stepped out from the shadows, delivering a horizontal slash with his empty-handed technique, cutting the parasite thread on Law's body. Munki de Tarlag, the cadres exclaimed, and Doflamingo's face darkened. They didn't expect this man to arrive here so quickly. This was troublesome. Fu. A flash of red light flickered behind Doflamingo's sunglasses. I want to know, why have you always been at odds with me all these years? This was something he could never understand. They were both warlords of the sea. Since this policy was implemented, it seemed he had always lived under this man's oppression. People must pay for their mistakes. Tarlag said something Doflamingo couldn't understand as he slowly drew his sword, Murakumo. He wasn't looking for trouble for no reason. But since this guy was added to the Warlords of the Sea list, Aunt Crane had frequently visited their home. During conversations with his father, she often subtly put him down, and her sister, Shiwan, often dragged Machino out to sea for fun. After several times, he finally realized, thanks to Shiwan's hints, that the root of all the problems lay with Doflamingo. With the mindset of, if you don't let me live well, I'll make you suffer even more. He finally made up his mind to get rid of Doflamingo. Young master, you retreat first, we will hold him off. Senor, dressed in a baby outfit, stood in front of the grim-faced Doflamingo. That's right. As long as the young master is here, this family will not fall apart. Treble's eyes were filled with determination. Also, take Sugar away. He is key to the next plan. On the other side, Corazon and Law leaned against each other, somewhat puzzled. It really is that man, Law. Why didn't you bring him along? Corazon said. Tarlag's image had long since spread throughout the world, his name appearing on almost every newspaper. So how could Corazon not recognize him? But he's the cruelest Navy man I mentioned. Law said innocently. He's still young. It's normal not to know many famous people, right? Corazon once again showed that familiar smile, using the gentlest tone to deliver his final judgment to Law. After we return this time, I'll find you 10 teachers. A year later, if you can't become knowledgeable in both astronomy and geography, I will tie you up in a garbage dump. After years of encounters, Doflamingo knew all too well that this man was unbeatable. So when the cadres collectively urged him to retreat, he did not hesitate at all, picking up the small sugar beside him and flying away. Young master. The snow woman Monet looked at the departing figure, a trace of deep affection flickering in her eyes. Everyone, give me a minute. Monet spread her arms. This snow island was her home ground, and the key to whether the young master could escape unscathed lay in her hands. The cadres nodded in agreement, and Seigneur dived underground, taking the lead in launching an assault. Treble snot bombs were flung out wildly, and Lao Ji activated the ultimate technique of life return. Other members also used all their strength, hoping to at least delay this man for a minute. On the opposite side, Terrag looked at the snowflakes swirling around him, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although there were refrigerators in this world, he often found it inconvenient during his voyages at sea. One summer, Marquino had complained to him about the excessive heat. Who could know his envy for Kuzan's abilities? If it weren't for their extraordinary relationship, he would have done everything he could to bring him into his swore. Get lost, everyone, except for the snow woman. I'll let you go this time. His original intention was not to capture everyone. His true goal was merely to strike Doflamingo's name off the 7 warlords list. After all, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young was his motto, and he wanted to add some joy to Aunt Crane's life before her retirement. Hearing Terrag shout, the cadre members immediately halted their advance, exchanging glances before turning to look at the snow woman, Monet. Although Tor-Rebel held the most power in the room, the man had named names, so they had to first consider the protagonist's wishes. Moreover, they had their own little schemes. They could buy time for the young master to escape without lifting a finger, so why not take advantage of it? Is what you said true? Monet didn't stop manipulating the wind and snow, complex emotions written across her face. She didn't know if this man felt danger and was deliberately letting them lower their guard for a trap, or if he was genuinely interested in her. If it was the former, she would be willing to sacrifice herself, fully merging with the wind and snow, to take everyone down with her. If it was the latter, for the young master and his cherished family, she could also sacrifice herself to bring hope to everyone. She was only 15 years old, having been rescued from a dark corner by the young master in her youth. Now for him, Monet could do anything. Ha ha! Terrag laughed heartily, slowly turning his back to the crowd. Can this knife cut through your ignorance? A dazzling light suddenly appeared, the blade descending with an unmatched force. With a loud crash, the knife left an insurmountable boundary between heaven and earth. In an instant, ice and snow flew, shattered ice splattered, and the endless storm was swept up by powerful forces. The once complete island of snow was effortlessly split in two by this knife. At the fracture, the piled ice and snow formed a mirror-smooth surface, sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight. Terrag, in midair, Doflamingo paused, looking down at the collapsing island of snow. His heart was consumed by endless hatred, a hatred only second to when his father stubbornly led their family away from their celestial dragon identity. Young master, we need to leave quickly, or that man will catch up. Sugar, a child with the power of the hobby fruit, maintained her childhood appearance. Thus, she possessed a maturity that didn't match her physical age, remaining emotionally stable despite the departure of her family. Back to where Terrag was. Thud, Mr. Corazon, if you find me 20 teachers, can I become as strong as that man? La gulped and asked in shock. Actually, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Just find one teacher. Corazon looked thoughtfully at the distant figure, a sly expression akin to that of Sengoku in his eyes, pondering something. On the other side, the bodies of the cadre members completely lost control, stiffening in place, unable to move an inch. Monet, facing the impact of this knife strike, was in a worse state than during her shock against Zoro in the original story. Not only did she collapse to the ground, but she also convulsed and foamed at the mouth. TSK, the use of killing intent really isn't as smooth as hockey. I might have overdone it a bit. Terrag retrieved the already forged black blade Muramesa. What is a supreme quick blade? Who to find it? Since the forging of Muramesa into a black blade, he believed that there should no longer be any quick blade in this world that could compare to the one in his hand. Others required hockey to nurture a black blade, while his was different. It was a demon blade that could devour conquerors' hockey. Terrag slowly walked past the sprawled cadre members, approaching Corazon and Law, towering over them at nearly 2 meters. Still alive? Corazon's blood was almost drained, and he couldn't understand why the physical constitution of this world was so miraculous. Despite being in such a state, he was not only alive but also had the strength to chat with Law. Corazon looked up, his expression serious as he stared at this man. Not for long. With that, his head tilted, and he completely lost consciousness. Terrag exclaimed, "Good guy, your concern for Law is almost overflowing from the screen." Mr. Corazon, Mr. Corazon. Law was startled, suppressing his fear of Terrag, and slammed his forehead hard against the ground. "Sir, please save Mr. Corazon." Thud! A vial of potion was thrown to the ground by Terrag, who shot a glance at the little brat. "What are you saying? By seniority, he's my cousin?" Terrag shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh. He had too many relatives, and the relationships were a bit tangled. He was almost numb to it. Overall, this trip outside had somewhat made up for the regrets of his past life. Approaching Monet, Terrag smiled knowingly. Having obtained a natural refrigerator, the frustration of being driven out by his wife had also completely vanished. "No, don't harm the young master. I will go with you." Monet held onto the last bit of her consciousness, desperately gripping Terrag's ankle with her right hand, her pleading eyes straining to look up. "Marineford, teacher, the little baby of the teacher's wife is very healthy, rest assured." Since that incident 2 years ago, no matter how reluctant Law felt inside, he was forcibly made to join the Navy under the pressure of Terrag and Corazon, who had returned to his naval identity. "How has your hockey training been lately?" Terrag nodded slightly. "Don't just focus on learning medicine. If you dare to forget my instructions." A meaningful smile gradually appeared on his face, which Law saw as the most terrifying smile in the world. Rest assured, Law trembled all over, quickly putting down the materials in his hand. Although his armament hockey still needed training, his observation hockey had seen some improvement. Perhaps those with a D in their names possessed stronger talents compared to others. In less than 2 years, the teenage Law had already mastered both armament and observation hockey. As for Conqueror's hockey, he might never touch it again in this lifetime. "Sir, your chilled juice." At that moment, a figure exuding coldness walked in. 10 years. Terrag looked at Monet, who had grass-green wavy hair and golden pupils, and nodded. "Work for me for 10 years, and then I'll let you go." Monet wore thick-bottomed milk bottle glasses and stylish clothing, exuding a unique charm. She may seem very gentle and quiet on a daily basis, and her interaction with Magino has been quite harmonious over the past 2 years. A glimmer of white light flashed across Monet's lenses as she covered her mouth and chuckled. "Then I'll trouble you to take care of me." Watching Monet leave, Luo frowned slightly beside her. "Teacher, this woman has issues, you." Tarlag waved his hand. "I know, but this is not something you need to concern yourself with. Go back to your studies." "Yes." Luo nodded in response. Recently, he had joined the Zephyr officer training camp. Aside from learning profound powers from Tarlag and medical skills from top physicians, he spent most of his time there, receiving a systematic and comprehensive education from Zephyr. "You should be a smart woman, knowing what information I can let you pass on and what I cannot." Even Luo can notice that Monet has problems, let alone him. Long ago, he discovered that Monet was secretly passing information to Don Quixote da Flamingo. But so what? No matter how much information is leaked, it is all meaningless in the face of absolute power. By the way, Tarlag walked to the window and pulled aside the curtain. "Old man, since when did you like to eavesdrop?" Outside the window, Garp, holding a bag of snacks and about to put one in his mouth, was startled by the sudden appearance of a large face. "Cough, cough." Garp awkwardly smiled and jumped in through the window. "This Marineford weather is hot," Tarlag said with a black line on his face. "Why aren't you staying at home properly? Why did you come back with me? Luffy is only 7 years old. Are you sure about leaving him alone at home?" Garp casually laid down on the sofa, unconcerned as he picked his nose. "Under my careful education, he has already developed the ability to be self-reliant. Now, he is working hard to become an excellent Navy officer. My grandson is about to be born, and if he doesn't TC his grandfather first, he will definitely regret it for life." Garp's expression was extremely serious as he quickly gulped down a large cup of juice on the table. "You will be the one regretting." Tarlag was speechless. They're all grandsons. Don't treat them differently, you old man. Iron Fist. Garp's eating habits had not diminished in power over time. Watching his son with a head full of bumps from his punches, Garp nodded in satisfaction. At least you should have the respect you owe me. I am your dearest old man. A smile gradually appeared on Garp's face as he pulled out a notebook from behind him and threw it on the table. This is the educational manual prepared for my yet-to-be-born grandson. How could his life lack our monkey-style education? Upon hearing this, Tarlag's expression changed instantly, and his aura surged. Old dang, this is the 255th time you've hit me. I can let you go this time. Leaving Luffy alone at home is not letting you go. But I am definitely not letting you go. How dare you have dangerous thoughts about my daughter? Watch the knife. The Murakumo at my waist was about to be drawn. Galaxy impact. Boom. The ground shook, dust filled the air, and flames soared into the sky. Garp, I want your life. On the top floor of the headquarters building, Sengoku rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The father and son began to fight fiercely due to certain factors yet to emerge. For a moment, no one could stop this absurd war. Kazan looked at Tarlag, who was timidly defending himself with the back of his sword, and slapped his forehead. Without that golden light drill, what are you doing with a diamond? As Sengoku rushed into the core area of their battle, he was mercilessly punched and kicked out. Seeing this, Konga could only shout hoarsely. Quickly go invite Miss Magino. Windmill Village. Height, cuteness, and arm strength, you lost in all of them. Yuta and Luffy were lying on a plane. After playing and competing all day, the bridge of friendship between the two was continuously being built. Yuta slightly tilted her head and looked at Luffy's youthful face. What is your dream? Don't talk big. I want to hear something real, not the nonsense you told Shanks. Perhaps due to a natural lack of a certain string in his brain, Luffy's focus was always so different. By the way, Yuta, aren't you Shanks' daughter? Why do you call him by his first name? Just as Yuta was about to answer, Shanks, who hadn't seen the two little ones for a long time, came over. What are you two talking about? The sun is almost setting. Why aren't you back? I love you, Shanks. Yuta quickly got up, rushed over, and tightly hugged his leg, rubbing her tender little face against it. Luffy, not to be outdone, widened his eyes and hugged Shanks' other leg. You still haven't answered me. Why do you call your dad Shanks? Yuta was slightly stunned, looked up at the straw hat wearing Shanks, and smiled. Although he is my dad, he is also my captain. He is so cool. A figure appeared in Luffy's mind, causing him to shudder and quickly shake his head to dispel that terrifying image. As for the dream you mentioned, thinking of my terrifying grandfather and even more terrifying uncle, Luffy shouted, I just want to be a freer person. Yuta, then what is your dream? Luffy slightly tilted his head, looking at Yuta's unique long hair. Yuta looked up at Shanks, and after receiving encouragement, released her tight grip. Her little dress swayed with her new dance in the wind, and her heavenly voice spread joyfully throughout Windmill Village. Hearing this familiar song, the other members of the red-haired pirates also came rushing over, voluntarily becoming little fans of their daughter, cheering for her as spectators. As the song gradually came to an end, Luffy came back to his senses, feeling extremely excited. So cool. I have to find a musician who is not inferior to Yuta in the future and sail freely on the sea together. Luffy, a pirate must have the accompaniment of song, huh? Shanks rubbed Luffy's hair, continuously transmitting his thoughts to him. Yuta bounced back to Shanks' side, rolling her eyes at Luffy. I want to make the world my stage and bring dreams and hope to people with my songs. Another month passed. Under Luffy's leadership, Yuta ran through every corner of Windmill Village and grew to love it deeply. You scare me to death, Yuta said, still feeling lingering fear. Next time, I want to race in boats again. I almost forgot my Uncle S instructions. Luffy was also sprawled on the ground. The Sea King was the homework that Tarlag left for him. Whenever he could independently defeat the Sea King, that would be when he was allowed to go out to sea alone. You keep talking about your uncle. Yuta sat on the grass, resting her chin on her hands. What kind of person is he? Yuta was filled with inner doubts. Not only did Luffy frequently mention his uncle, but even Shanks did the same. Even on the ship, he issued a command that no one was allowed to hurt anyone here, no matter what. Luffy fell into memories, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth like a water column. He is the best chef in the world. The food he makes is so good that I could swallow the plate. Yuta helplessly replied, but you also swallowed the plate when Uncle Rikairu cooked. Cough, cough. Luffy sprayed out the juice he had just drunk. That was an accident. He stammered, forcing an argument. I will definitely let you taste my uncle's cooking. Ever since I had the meat he made, I was determined to find a chef who is just as good after going to sea. Yuta was even more puzzled. If your uncle is so great, why are you so afraid of him? That's a different matter. Luffy's emotions were a bit agitated, and tears streamed down his face as he casually recounted one of his experiences. That time he hung me up and beat me. It really broke my heart. Tarlag. If I had discovered it later that day, the whole village might have been done for. Luffy had loved fireworks since he was a child. That time, I had Ella transport the military supplies allocated above for inspection. But this kid mistook it for tons of fireworks and charged in with 2 torches, lighting the fuse of a cannon without a word. Who can understand what it was like when that cannon flattened a mountain? I should have killed him with my village rain. He gritted his teeth. Luffy wiped his tears and pointed at the dark, mountainless wasteland ahead. Aunt Machino said, that time almost gave me a cerebral hemorrhage. Yuta looked into the distance, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Indeed, no beating would be in vain. At Baratai, the sea restaurant. Hey kid, did you get into an argument with a female customer today? Zep appeared behind Sanji, arms crossed and with a dark expression. Sanji slowly turned around but was blocked by a thick wooden stick, Zep's kicking technique. Bang! Sanji was kicked away and crashed into a distant wall. Damn old man, what are you going on about now? That woman actually said our food was dirty and poured out the soup we painstakingly prepared for 18 hours. Holding his painful abdomen, Sanji stood up shakily, glaring at Zep as he approached. No matter what, wasting food is absolutely unacceptable. I. Sanji looked at his hands, tears streaming down. I never want to go hungry again, and I can't accept anyone else wasting precious food. Upon hearing this, Zep paused slightly, feeling a wave of emotions. However, he did not praise Sanji's perspective. Instead, he kicked him hard again. His slightly aged voice uttered words that would resonate with Sanji's entire soul. Words that would accompany him throughout his life. Bang! Sanji, listen up. A man's fists and feet should never be laid on a woman. Even in the most difficult battles, or when facing death, it should be so. Bang! A man who lays hands on a woman is the most shameful. No matter if that woman is an enemy or a friend, we cannot violate this rule. This is the spirit and principle that we men should have. Another heavy kick followed. The bottom line for men has been this way since the ancient dinosaur era. Don't lose that dignity. Crash. The entire kitchen was ruthlessly affected as Zep was giving Sanji the most important lesson of his life. Under the hail-like kicks, Sanji's body was racked with intense pain, but his eyes, amidst the repeated kicks, became clearer. This incident laid a strong foundation for Sanji's chivalric spirit. The chivalric spirit also includes tolerance toward others and maintaining good manners. In the face of any challenge, one should remain calm and rational. I believe that in the days to come, Sanji will gradually understand these principles. Although at this moment, he wished he could stand up and kick that old man to death, he would surely be immensely grateful for this old man's painstaking cultivation years later. Waking up late, these 2 chapters are owed to you. On the sea, the waves roared, crashing against the rocks, creating a series of thunderous sounds, as if heralding an imminent legendary duel. A massive pirate ship was cutting through the turbulent sea. At the bow stood a man draped in a red cloak. With 3 scars over his left eye, he was a renowned dual-sword user, red-haired Shanks, who had gained fame over the past 2 years. Shanks gazed into the distance, his eyes revealing determination and resolution. He slightly squinted his left eye, and the 3 scars seemed to tell tales of past glory and hardship. He pondered silently. This would be his final swordsmanship match with Mihawk. Regardless of the outcome, he would put a perfect ending to this legend. Captain, have you really decided to have this final match with Mihawk? Ben Beckman walked over to Shanks, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with concern. Ben Beckman, tall and clad in a black trench coat fluttering in the wind, crossed his arms, exuding calmness and wisdom. Shanks smiled slightly, a smile filled with confidence and composure. He patted Ben Beckman's shoulder and said, "This is our agreement, and my obsession with swordsmanship. No matter the outcome, I will not regret it. I believe this will be an exciting showdown. Regardless of the outcome, it will be a valuable experience in our lives. At this moment in another sea, Mihawk stands on a small boat, carrying that enormous black sword. His gaze is cold and stern, like stars in a wintry night, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. He slightly tilts his head, looking at the distant sky, pondering the meaning of this battle. He knows that Shanks is a worthy opponent, and this fight will undoubtedly be a thrilling contest. His heart is filled with the pursuit of swordsmanship and the desire for victory. He aims to use this battle to prove his status as the world's greatest swordsman. Shanks turns to his crew behind him, confidence shining in his eyes. His gaze sweeps across each face, seeing the admiration and concern in their eyes. He knows that these crew members are his brothers. They have weathered countless storms together, fought together and grown together. His voice is firm and powerful, echoing over the sea. Brothers, this is my final battle with Mihawk. Regardless of the outcome, we must fight for our beliefs. We are pirates. We pursue freedom and dreams, and we will not fear any challenge. This battle is not just a duel between Mihawk and me. It is also a testament to our commitment to our beliefs. Locky, chewing on meat, has a serious expression on his round face. His chubby body leans slightly forward as he says, "Captain, we believe in you. You can win." Locky is dressed in loose clothing, with various food bags hanging at his waist, looking quite adorable. Jesus Burgess, stroking his gun, shows a hint of tension in his eyes. He is tall and thin, with long black hair blowing in the wind. "Captain, be careful. Mihawk is not easy to deal with." Jesus Burgess's voice is low but filled with concern. The crew members nod in agreement, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They know that Shanks is a true hero, and his courage and determination will inspire them to move forward. They are proud to have such a captain and are willing to follow Shanks, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead. Meanwhile, Mihawk is also contemplating the significance of this battle. He thinks to himself, Shanks is a formidable opponent. This battle will be a significant challenge in my swordsmanship career. I must give my all to win this fight. There is no fear in his heart, only a love for swordsmanship and a thirst for victory. He believes that only through continuous challenges and battles can he improve his swordsmanship and become a true king of swords. At both ends of the sea, these two legendary figures prepare for their final swordsmanship showdown. Their hearts are filled with a love for swordsmanship and a pursuit of honor. This battle will determine who the true king of swords is. Their fates are about to intertwine on this deserted island, creating a legendary history. As time passes, the day of the decisive battle finally arrives. Shanks and his pirate crew arrive at a deserted island, which will be their battleground. The island is covered with dense forests, and the waves crash against the rocky shore, creating a deafening roar. The air is thick with tension, as if a storm is about to come. Soon after, Mihawk also arrives at the island. His small boat slowly approaches the shore, and he steps off, carrying that enormous black sword, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. Shanks and his crew are already waiting for his arrival on the island. The two stand facing each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. They emanate a powerful aura that seems to freeze the surrounding air, creating a suffocating tension. The small animals on the island seem to sense the impending battle, fleeing in search of safety. Shanks, the promise made years ago will be fulfilled here today, Mihawk says coldly, his voice as chilling as ice. A confident smile appears on Shanks's face. Mihawk, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let us use our swords to determine who the true strong one is. The final swordsmanship contest between Shanks and Mihawk officially begins. In an instant, they unleash powerful auras, sending sand and stones flying. Their eyes are filled with focus and determination, as if the entire world consists only of the two of them and the swords in their hands. Shanks draws the two swords from his waist, their blades glinting coldly. He focuses intently on Mihawk. Mihawk, let me see your strongest swordsmanship. His voice is filled with challenge. He longs for a true contest with Mihawk to showcase his strength and courage. Mihawk remains expressionless as he slowly draws the black sword from his back. The black sword emanates a powerful pressure that chills the spine. Shanks, don't disappoint me either. His voice is cold and firm. He aims to prove himself as the world's greatest swordsman through his strength. The two launch simultaneous attacks, their figures intertwining like lightning. Their sword techniques are as swift as the wind, dazzling to behold. Each clash of their swords produces deafening sounds, with sparks flying. They move rapidly across the island, cutting down trees and shattering rocks. The entire island seems to have undergone a great disaster, becoming unrecognizable. Shanks's dual swords attack Mihawk like a violent storm, his moves filled with power and dominance. Every swing of his sword carries immense force, as if he aims to cut through the entire world. His eyes are filled with fighting spirit. He must use his strength to defeat Mihawk and prove his worth. Mihawk, in contrast, responds with calmness and precision, perfectly blocking Shanks's attacks with each swing of his sword. His black sword moves like a nimble viper, constantly searching for Shanks's flaws. His eyes are filled with calm and confidence. He believes in his strength and that he could defeat Shanks. "Huh!" Shanks shouts, unleashing a special move. His dual swords carve a beautiful arc in the air, striking towards Mihawk with tremendous force. This move is his trump card. He hopes to break the deadlock and gain the upper hand. Mihawk's gaze sharpens as he quickly sidesteps to evade. At the same time, he swings his black sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura toward Shanks. His reaction is incredibly swift, giving Shanks no chance to respond. He aims to suppress Shanks with his strength, making him realize his power. Shanks hurriedly defends with his sword, but is still pushed back a few steps by the sword aura. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit intensifies. He knows that Mihawk is a powerful opponent and that this battle will not end easily. He must give it his all to have a chance at victory. "Mihawk, you are indeed formidable, but I will not concede so easily," Shanks declares, his voice filled with determination and resilience. He will not give up easily. He wants to prove his worth with his own strength. Mihawk slightly nodded. "Shanks, you are a worthy opponent, but in this battle, there can only be one victor." His voice was filled with confidence and determination. He believed he could defeat Shanks and become the true king of swords. The two engaged in a fierce battle once again, their figures moving swiftly across the island. Wherever they went, trees were cut down and rocks were shattered. The entire island seemed to have undergone a great disaster, becoming unrecognizable. Their battle caused waves to ripple in the surrounding sea, with the waves crashing against the shore, producing loud booms. Shanks' crew watched the fight nervously, cheering him on. "Captain, go for it. You're the best." Their voices were full of passion and encouragement, believing Shanks could defeat Mihawk and bring them victory. On Mihawk's side, although no one was cheering for him, he remained focused on the fight. His heart held only one goal: to defeat Shanks and prove himself as the world's greatest swordsman. His eyes were filled with focus and determination. He would not be swayed by external distractions. The battle reached a fever pitch, with both Shanks and Mihawk exhausted. Yet they did not give up and continued to persevere. They bore various injuries, but their eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. They knew this battle was not just for victory, but also for their beliefs and honor. Shanks unleashed all his strength, wielding his twin swords like a whirlwind. Each swing of his blades carried immense power, as if he aimed to destroy the entire world. His eyes were filled with madness and determination. He wanted to use his strength to defeat Mihawk and bring a perfect end to his life. Mihawk, not to be outdone, struck with his black sword, each swing packed with tremendous force. His swordsmanship was precise and fierce, each attack finding Shanks' vulnerabilities. His eyes were calm and confident. He believed he could withstand Shanks' final blow and become the true king of swords. Boom! Their swords clashed again, producing a tremendous sound. The powerful impact caused cracks to appear in the ground around them. They were both knocked back, landing on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Shanks and Mihawk were pushed back a few steps, their breathing becoming rapid. Yet their eyes remained filled with fighting spirit. They knew this battle was not yet over. They had to continue fighting. "Mihawk, this is my final move," Shanks said, his voice filled with firmness and resolution. He knew this was his last chance, and he had to give it his all to have a shot at defeating Mihawk. Mihawk nodded slightly. "Come on, Shanks, let me see your strongest strike." His voice was filled with confidence and anticipation. He believed he could withstand Shanks' final blow and become the true king of swords. Shanks took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength into his twin swords. His blades radiated a dazzling light, as if they were going to illuminate the entire world. His eyes were filled with determination. He wanted to use his strength to defeat Mihawk and bring a perfect end to his life. Divine avoidance, Shanks shouted, charging towards Mihawk. His twin swords, infused with powerful energy, swung towards Mihawk. This move was his strongest attack. He hoped to defeat Mihawk with it and prove his worth. Mihawk showed no fear. He raised his black sword, ready to meet Shanks' final strike. His eyes were calm and confident. He believed he could block Shanks' attack and become the true king of swords. Boom! Their swords collided again, producing a loud noise. The powerful shockwave destroyed everything around them. Smoke filled the air, obscuring their figures. As the smoke cleared, both Shanks and Mihawk stood in place. They bore various injuries, but their eyes were still filled with determination. Their battle caused waves to ripple in the surrounding sea, with waves crashing against the shore, producing loud booms. In the end, Shanks' sword was knocked away by Mihawk's black sword. Shanks looked at the sword that fell to the ground and smiled. He knew he had lost, but he had no regrets. He used his strength and courage to bring a perfect conclusion to this battle. Mihawk, you win. I accept my defeat in full, Shanks said, his voice filled with admiration and blessing. He knew Mihawk was a powerful opponent, and his victory was well-deserved. Mihawk sheathed his black sword and looked at Shanks. Fortunately, I hope we have the chance to spar again in the future. His voice was filled with respect and anticipation. He knew Shanks was a worthy opponent. He hoped to have another brilliant duel with him in the days to come. The people around began to cheer for this spectacular swordsmanship competition. They witnessed the final battle of two legendary figures, which would become an unforgettable memory in their lives. They were in awe of Shanks and Mihawk's courage and strength, believing this battle would be forever etched in the annals of history. The final swordsmanship competition between Shanks and Mihawk came to a close. Although Shanks lost, his courage and perseverance were admirable. Meanwhile, Mihawk proved himself to be the world's greatest swordsman with his strength. This battle would forever be remembered in people's hearts. Their legendary stories would continue to be passed down, inspiring future generations to pursue their dreams and beliefs. At the floating restaurant, by10, have you heard? In the next few days, a big shot from the Navy will come here to compete in culinary skills with Chef Zeph. How could I not have heard? I came all the way from the West Sea just to witness Master Zeph's public competition. Yeah, ever since Master Zeph won that world culinary competition a few years ago, he has completely disappeared. I didn't expect him to be hiding in this small East Sea. In the restaurant, a steady stream of people were bustling about, loudly discussing this event. Most of them were chefs, gathered from around the world in recent days. In the kitchen, old man, who is coming? Why is there such a big fuss? Sanji, with a bruised face, leaned on the stove, looking at Zeph showcasing his knife skills beside him. Our great benefactor, the captain of the sword's secret unit, Monkey D. Tarlag. Zeph picked up a piece of tender tofu he had cut and gently placed it in a bowl of warm water. He took a silver needle from his hat and precisely threaded it through the tofu strands, satisfied with his work. Hearing this, Sanji's whole body trembled violently, and he fell to the ground unprepared. Who are you talking about? Sanji's eyes widened. That dangerous old man. Slap. Z-Pup's stinky big foot kicked Sanji in the face, making him even more bloated. You little brat, watch your words. Z-Pup glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for that person back then, we would have starved to death on that island. A year ago, Sanji met Z-Pup on the passenger ship orbit. The storm gradually intensified, and Sanji accidentally got swept into the current. Of course, Z-Pup wouldn't just stand by and watch this little guy, who shared the same dream as him. Without any hesitation, he jumped into the sea to save him, and the two were swept away by the current to a deserted island. Z-Pup shared the only bag of food they had, enough to last 5 days, with Sanji. He himself took a pile of treasure to the other side of the island to wait for a rescue ship. To survive, he smashed his right leg with a rock and ate it. Throughout the process, he showed no hesitation and did not regret giving all the food to Sanji. 70 days later was the day of their salvation. However, on that day, Sanji made a decision he would regret for the rest of his life. When he discovered that Z-Pup still had a large bag of food, driven mad by hunger, he prepared to kill Z-Pup with a knife. At that moment, Z-Pup was nothing but skin and bones, and he had no strength left to resist Sanji's attack. After wounding Z-Pup, Sanji stabbed the knife into the food bag, only to find it filled with treasure. Looking at Z-Pup, who had lost a leg, he understood the whole story in that moment. The old man gave me all the food, while he himself entrusted his life to fate. Just as Sanji was about to fall into despair, Terrag, drawn by the scent of wealth, arrived from dozens of miles away. Ever since his financial power was confiscated, Terrag had taken up treasure hunting as a side job. A prolonged shortage of rice had made him particularly sensitive to the sound of money recently. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to this deserted island. Wow, what luck, Terrag thought, looking at the excited expressions of the two in front of him. The sea is really small, a casual turnaround, and he encountered old grievances again. Navy, are you the Navy? Compared to Z-Pup's gloomy expression, Sanji was particularly excited. But when he turned around and saw Z-Pup's dim eyes, he froze. I am a Navy. Is there anything I can help you with? Terrag's gaze remained fixed on the pile of treasure behind the two, almost writing I want it on his face. Sigh. Z-Pup sighed, feeling the unfairness of fate as he looked at the silent Sanji. After waiting so many days for rescue, he never expected that in the end, it would be the Navy that arrived on the island first. He had grown old and injured, having long since seen life and death as trivial. The Navy is the Navy, at least this kid would be successfully rescued. I am Redfoot. We don't need help. Sanji gritted his teeth and shouted, interrupting Z-Pup. Mr. Navy, nothing has happened here, and no one needs your help. Please leave this island. No, Z-Pup said. Bang. Sanji knocked the weak Z-Pup unconscious with the hilt of his knife, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Terrag. My father is a bit confused. Please don't take offense. A tear rolled down his cheek, but at that moment he felt no regret. Instead, he felt much lighter. Old man, I cannot repay your great kindness, but you absolutely cannot die here. This heavy love like a mountain is something I, Sanji, am not qualified to bear. Terrag watched this scene unfold, filled with mixed feelings. In this world, besides himself, blood relations seemed very thin or entirely meaningless. Z-Pup and Sanji, Nami and Belmere, Corazon and Law, Whitebeard and his family. So many complex emotions seemed to have transcended the limits of blood ties. I misspoke. I am a discharged Navy officer. Is there anything I can help you with? Terrag's lips curled slightly, as he was indeed most fascinated by all kinds of relationships in this world. Sanji's tears stopped abruptly, mouth agape, looking up in shock. Why didn't you say so earlier? We have plenty of money. Please give us some food first, and take us away from here. Sanji had long noticed that Terrag's gaze was not on them, but on the treasure behind them. So he got straight to the point, appealing to his interests. Clang! The entire deserted island split in two under the slash of Murakumo. The sea currents below seemed to be severed, unable to heal for a long time. Terrag jumped into the deep sea in a fraction of a second. When he reappeared, he was carrying a Sea King beast weighing over 1,000 tons on his back. Bang! The Sea King beast smashed onto the deserted island, occupying half of it, almost startling Sanji's eyes out. Are you a human or a monster? If you're human, how could you carry such a large Sea King beast? This terrifying scene was deeply etched in Sanji's mind. In the days that followed, whenever he encountered a Sea King of similar size, he would think of this monster-like man. At this moment, Terrag had no mood to chat with this kid. His eyes were fixated on the treasure in front of him, and he picked up the bag. 3,452 pounds, 50 million berries, quite high. Since he was young, he had trained himself to be like an electronic scale. He could tell how much money you had just by touching it. Your money can only buy this Sea King. As for taking you away, Sanji looked at him hopefully. Is that possible? It is possible, but Terrag pouted and turned his head away. It cost more. That scoundrel, that vampire, took 10 years' worth of our restaurant's earnings. Sanji stubbornly stood up, closely following Z-Pup. Because of him, we are now completely his free labor. Z-Pup was peeling potatoes by himself, disdainfully snorting. If it weren't for you, this stinky brat, not knowing how to do business, we wouldn't be in such debt. We could have spent a little money to have him take us to the nearby town. But you spent all the money to buy a Sea King that would take 10 years to eat, and you still have the nerve to say that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The more he retreated, the more he felt cheated. Z-Pup kicked Sanji away again. Emerging from a pile of discarded materials, Sanji climbed out, took off the rotten leaves on his head, and retorted. If it weren't for someone wanting to open a restaurant and borrowing usury from that person, we wouldn't be in this situation. Sanji. Bang. Crackle. Windmill Village. What is the Pirate King? Is it delicious? On a haystack, Luffy curiously looked at Yuta. Yuta had once again gone on an adventure at sea with Shanks last month. Upon returning, the first thing she did was to share all the fun stories from the trip with Luffy without holding back. This also intensified Luffy's desire to go to sea. His understanding of pirates became deeper. The Pirate King, huh? Yuta placed her index finger on her lips, trying to recall Shanks and the others' evaluations of the Pirate King. The Pirate King is the freest person on the sea, unbound by any constraints, able to do whatever they wish. This freedom is not just physical, but also mental. There is no need to be controlled or constrained by others, nor to follow traditional rules and concepts. The freest person. Luffy's eyes occasionally sparkled with light. At that moment, who could understand the weight of these words deep in his heart? So how can I become the Pirate King? Luffy asked eagerly. Of course. Yuta hesitated, giving him a disdainful look. Why are you asking this? You don't even stand a chance against me. Yet you want to become the Pirate King? No way. Luffy's face turned red from embarrassment, and he shouted, Stop looking down on me. From now on, my sole purpose in life is to become the Pirate King. All right. Yuta shrugged helplessly. I have to admit, you're quite the boastful guy. She then began explaining to Luffy what conditions are necessary to become the Pirate King. First, you must have a firm belief and persistent pursuit of becoming the Pirate King. Luffy nodded repeatedly, affirming that even if his uncle were to beat him to death, this belief would never waver. Well, not to that extent. In the past few days, Yuta had been brushing up on information about Terrag. After learning what kind of person he was, she felt sympathy for Luffy's situation. Second, you need the support of your friends. This is an indispensable strength on the road to becoming the Pirate King. The Pirate King does not stand alone at the top, but moves forward together with friends, growing together and enjoying the adventure. Finally, and most importantly, to become the Pirate King, you must possess powerful strength, enough to defeat anyone. Luffy, who was stunned, silently raised his right hand. Does anyone include my uncle? His face turned pale, cold sweat dripping down, as if he thought of something bad. Of course. Yuta looked at Luffy in surprise, curious about why he would say that. Only then can you make others respect you and roam freely on the sea. As Yuta spoke, she recalled her own pirate crew, those uncles who spoiled her, and Shanks. She stuck out her tongue at Luffy and said disdainfully, I advise you to give up. Only Shanks can become the Pirate King, as he possesses all the conditions I mentioned. Oof. Luffy crossed his arms and turned his head, pouting, if I get on Shanks' ship and become a pirate, I won't lose to that guy. Yuta covered her mouth, laughing mockingly. Who used to run away from mountain bandits shouldn't be so boastful. Luffy, frustrated, rolled his eyes. That wasn't running away. I even let them have a taste of my attack. And you, Yuta, didn't you run away too? Luffy teased, sticking out his tongue. So lame. Yuta shrugged indifferently. I'm the musician of the red-haired pirates. Singing is my job. Speaking of which, you always talk about pirates, besides escaping your uncle's grasp. What else do you want to do? Yuta looked at Luffy with confusion. Lately, this guy would yell and act spoiled wanting to get on Shanks' ship whenever he saw him. Although Yuta herself fully supported Luffy getting on the ship, it was strictly forbidden by Shanks, and it was something that could not happen under any circumstances. You said before that you wanted to create a new era like me. What does your new era look like? With one question after another, Luffy's CPU completely burned out, and he didn't know which to answer first. Faced with uncertainty, he thought out loud, tapping his head and grinning. After leaving my uncle's control, I want to adventure around the world. Go to all kinds of places, meet all sorts of people, eat lots and lots of food, just like Shanks. Yuta stood up with her hands on her hips, sighing helplessly. How can that change the world? Forget it. Asking you is like asking nothing. That's true. Then I'll think about it later. Luffy rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry. Yuta slapped her forehead. This really is your style. Is it? Luffy turned around, pulling out a meat stick to satisfy his hunger. That's kind of embarrassing. I didn't compliment you. Yuta was utterly speechless at this guy. Although your goal is quite vague, I will still support your dream. The two exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. By the way, Luffy, we're going to set sail again. After their laughter, Yuta proudly told Luffy some bad news. Luffy suddenly became a bit whiny. When are we leaving? Where to? Can I come this time? No, you can't. Yuta smirked mischievously. Shanks said no. So that means no, because he is our captain. Ha ha ha. Yuta pinched Luffy's nose. Her mischievous grin still present. We might have already traveled around the world, and someone still hasn't set sail. No. Luffy, in despair, hugged his head. This time, no matter what, I have to go with you. I won't take you. Ha ha ha. Yuta made a funny face, sticking out her tongue. This time we're going to Elgia. It's said to have the most beautiful music in the world, and I'm really looking forward to it. Yuta. At that moment, Shanks approached with all the crew, looking slightly anxious. A big shot is back, and our voyage might be advanced. Say goodbye to Luffy. Didn't the old man say he had placed Luffy in a place rich in resources? On the warship, Terrag glanced at Makino and pouted. Why do we have to come back and pick him up when it was supposed to be our world? In the distance, they could already see the shadow of the Bartai. However, Terrag, at Makino's insistence, forcibly changed the course. Are you talking about the valley where your father threw you when you were little? Makino pinched a layer of flesh at his waist, and a 360-degree flip followed. Hiss! Terrag inhaled sharply, having no choice but to steer seriously. He wanted to say what was wrong with the valley. There were mountain springs when thirsty, and tigers and bears when hungry. When bored, there were even gorillas to play with him. He really didn't understand women. Windmill Village. Supplies are ready. Cannonballs are loaded. Luffy is captured. Yuta stood behind Shanks, chuckling. Luffy was struggling in Shanks' grasp. Yuta, didn't you say you would support my dream? But that doesn't mean I will go against Shanks' decision. If he says no, then it's no. Yuta made a funny face at Luffy. Shanks placed Luffy next to Schlapp, and this time it was really thanks to Yuta. I didn't expect that this little guy would sneak onto the ship by himself. Shanks, you're different from other pirates. Why are you in such a hurry to set sail again so soon after returning? Schlapp's cane was resting on Luffy's neck to prevent him from moving around. Shanks picked up Yuta from behind him and adjusted his straw hat. I'll be back in a while. If I don't leave now, it seems like I won't have another chance. The news of them hijacking a world government transport ship had spread throughout the world. Although it was unclear why the warlord manager, Terrag, hadn't immediately stripped them of their titles, encountering that person in his hometown might spark another meaningless war. Shanks, let me on your ship. Luffy broke free from Schlapp's restraint. Don't you have an intern spot? Shanks stuck his tongue out at Luffy. We want to take a little brat like you. Time was of the essence, and Shanks quickly returned to the ship holding Yuta. Captain, according to our investigation, that person lands at this port every time he returns home. We should take a detour to the back of Windmill Village and leave from there. Beckman pointed to the nautical chart, analyzing it logically. Shanks nodded thoughtfully. Let's avoid meaningless battles as much as possible. It's settled. Set sail. Half an hour later, Yuta's words didn't hold true, and even Shanks was. Luffy kicked the stones on the ground in disappointment, completely unaware of the figure slowly approaching from behind. Terrag stood expressionlessly behind him. What do you mean they don't hold true? Of course, it's because they won't take me with them. Luffy instinctively replied, but quickly realized something was off about that voice. It felt so familiar. The familiar feeling returned. Drip! A bead of sweat hit the ground and shattered. Give me a chance. Luffy didn't turn around. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. To sharpen Luffy's willpower, Terrag would always emit a trace of almost imperceptible Conqueror's Haki to pressure him. How can I give you a chance? Terrag's mood was not good. Using observation Haki, he enveloped the entire small island, trying to locate that group of people. With Makino pregnant, it consumed all his focus to the point where he didn't cared about anything else, even forgetting that Shanks would appear in his hometown at this time to abduct his nephew. From Luffy's earlier muttering, it seemed this little guy's thoughts had already been led astray. His fists cracked ominously. He couldn't let his father's years of training go to waste. It was time to wake Luffy up. Luffy sensed the anger in the voice and felt his hands and feet go cold. I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a good kid by your side. Terrag's fist came down mercilessly, a dangerous smile curling at his lips. All right, go tell your grandpa and see if he agrees. Luffy instinctively dodged the punch, falling to the ground, looking at his uncle's terrifying profile. That's just asking me to die. I'm sorry, uncle. Long ago, Terrag had awakened his observation haki at a young age under Garp's beatings. Now, fully inheriting the family's talent, Luffy had recently awakened his own observation haki. I'm sorry. I'm your second uncle. Terrag threw another punch. Bang! The ground cracked, and Luffy shed tears of pain, barely dodging this life-threatening punch again. Holding his head where a large bump had formed, he cried out, "But who knew?" Bang! Crackle. System, next time, change the task reward CD to 3 years of education and 5 years of simulation. While delivering a loving iron fist to Luffy, Terrag grumbled. The family projector had no idea how many times Luffy had watched it. Why was he memorizing lines for me? Haven't I finished filming yet? Perhaps due to living in fear for so long, Luffy once inadvertently saw a famous saying written in Aunt Makino's diary. If you don't perish in silence, you will erupt in silence. I've had enough. Luffy's swollen face was 3 times larger than before. He glared angrily at his uncle in front of him. To his surprise, that fierce gaze in the gap made Terrag pause slightly. Why did that gaze seem so familiar? It was as if he too had once looked at some old geezer with such hatred. He thought Luffy would be as brave as he once was, daring to fight back against the old man's oppression. But in the end, he was overthinking it. Luffy flung his sleeves and quickly ran back, shouting words that weren't really that fierce. I'll be back sooner or later. Terrag watched the scene before him and chuckled. While pulling out a belt from his waist, he took out a bottle of iodine from his system space. Nephew, have you ever heard of the 7 wolves using iodine while fighting and disinfecting at the same time? This is my first time trying it. Crack. 10 miles off the coast, behind Windmill Village. On the Dreiferous, Yuta looked at the life card in her hand that was burning slightly, her expression suddenly changing. Shanks! Shanks! Yuta hurried back to the cabin and found Shanks drinking. Luffy is in danger. Look, his life card has burned 1,000th of it. Yuta shook his arm, desperately pressing the life card against Shanks's face. We need to hurry back to save him. Shanks picked up the life card that couldn't be clearly seen to be burning even without a magnifying glass, looking speechlessly at his precious daughter. Yuta, Luffy is your friend, but he is also our friend. Shanks took Yuta out of the cabin, standing at the stern, looking in the direction of Windmill Village that had already disappeared from view. As long as that man is around, no one in this world should be able to hurt Luffy, including Shanks himself. Yuta tugged at his sleeve, looking up in surprise. She was filled with curiosity about Luffy's uncle, whom she had yet to meet. Shanks took off his straw hat and placed it on her head, including me. Upon hearing this, Yuta became even more curious about Luffy's uncle. She couldn't believe there was a man in the world whom even Shanks couldn't defeat. Terrag. Makino's sharp voice seemed to pierce through his eardrums. Luffy is still so small. You're being too rough. Makino tenderly applied ointment to Luffy's swollen backside. Exactly. Little Luffy, with tears in his eyes, lay on the deck, nodding repeatedly. Even if I want to be a pirate, Uncle is being too rough. Makino casually threw the ointment to Terrag and yawned. Honey, I'm tired. Luffy is up to you. As the saying goes, if you don't hit for 3 days, you'll take the roof off. It seems that monkey-style education is still very necessary. Makio gently held her abdomen, 3 months away from the birth of her child. Baby, I hope you're a little princess. If you're a mischievous little boy. Makio glanced back at Luffy, who was curled up in the corner. Mom has already seen your tragic fate after you turned 2. On the other side, Tarlag lit a cigar and put it in his mouth. As he grew older and was influenced by his colleagues, he also joined the ranks of taxpayers. This golden silk cigar was a gift from Sakazuki. So, why do you want to be a pirate? It's been a while since he had a heart-to-heart with Luffy. It was time to sit down and have a good talk. Luffy didn't speak, just stared intently at Tarlag's profile with his big eyes, occasionally swallowing saliva. Why aren't you talking? Tarlag frowned slightly. You should know, without my permission, you can't even leave the village. The Near-Sea King was a creature that had only appeared near Windmill Village in recent years. It possessed great power and the intelligence of a high-level species. The moment Tarlag discovered it, he took it as a pet. After that, he issued 2 orders that must be followed. 1. Kill anyone with a straw hat on sight. 2. Deliver any children encountered to the coast of Windmill Village. Oomph. Luffy crossed his arms and turned his head to the side. One day I'll knock him out. Tarlag recalled teaching the Near Sea King to learn hockey and nodded in approval. All right, if you can really do it, I won't stop you. As for whether the old man will, that was outside of Tarlag's consideration. At Bartai, today, all expenses will be covered by an adult. Why are you eating staples? Sanji glared at the big eater he had specially brought along. Is Lawfight not good? Or is the lobster not filling enough? Sanji pointed to the reception area. There are image broadcast bugs there. You wouldn't want people to find out you're pretending to eat, would you? Portis, who won this East Blue Big Eater competition, changed his expression. You can insult me, but you can't insult my hunger for food. Portis picked up the plates on the table and walked to the image phone bug. Dear audience, today, Portis, will perform a 3-bite pig. Bang! Sanji slapped his forehead. He fully approved of not wasting food. But couldn't he just eat something expensive? Sanji, the kitchen is overwhelmed. Come help. Coming. Sanji grabbed a handful of wild ginseng from a plate and stuffed it into his mouth as he ran to the kitchen. 3 nautical miles away from Bartai. Makio, it's all gone, completely gone. Tarlag shook his empty wallet with tears in his eyes, pleading for mercy. You're amazing. If Luffy hadn't been hungry, I would have heated the rice and wouldn't have known that the stove was filled with gold and jewels. Makio, with a fierce expression, put her hands on her hips and pointed at his nose. Tell me, where did the money come from? Dad said, if a man has money, he'll turn bad. So I mustn't let the money in your pocket exceed 10 belly. And there's nothing left. Hand it all over. Tarlag gritted his teeth, wishing he could fly back and fight with the old man. It was just that time at the auction when he didn't want to spend money to buy that limited edition senbei. As for blocking my way from source, it's all gone, completely drained. Tarlag lay on the ground in despair. Upon hearing this, Makio nodded in satisfaction and returned to the cabin to check on the little money that belonged to Tarlag. Heh. Luffy hid in the corner, gloating. Tarlag's ears twitched, and he sighed. Laugh all you want. I don't even have money to buy meat for someone. Swish. Uncle, this is the pocket money Aunt gave me. Luffy, not yet understanding the importance of money, handed Tarlag 10 bills worth 100,000 belly. I don't know if this is enough to buy meat. Aunt said, if it's spent, I can go ask her for more. The light in Tarlag's eyes flickered and quickly stuffed it into his pocket while sighing again. This is only enough to buy seasoning. Don't think about meat. I'll save it for you. When you have enough money, I'll make you a big meal. Luffy's mouth curled up in happiness, nodding repeatedly, drooling all over his clothes. Uncle's meat is simply delicious. I will definitely save up enough to buy seasoning and meat soon. Lieutenant Khaki, you've had enough to drink. Zep stood beside the ragged Khaki, trying to advise him. Redfoot Zep, right? Khaki lifted his head gloomily, pointing at the wine glass. Pour me another, and I won't catch you. Khaki's eyes filled with hatred, occasionally glanced out the window, hoping that man would arrive soon. Who would know that a few years ago, he was a Navy rear admiral, but now he had fallen to such a state? What had happened in between? At this moment, he was already drunk, shouting madly. What do you mean you don't take it? I don't take it. How can the Warring States General take it? What does it mean for the Warring States General not to take it? How we make progress? Khaki's bloodshot eyes fixed on Zep, pointing at his tattered uniform and the badge on his shoulder. I've dropped 2 whole ranks, and there's a lifetime of no promotion penalty. You tell me why? Why can he enjoy a warm bed with his wife and son, and have a smooth promotion path, while I'm stuck here, completely losing the qualification to pursue my dreams? Zep's face turned ashen. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat this man, he would have thrown him out of his restaurant. You ask me? How would I know? That man is about to arrive. You might as well ask him yourself. Anyway, no matter what you say, I just have to pour you drinks. Zep kept saying, while continuously pouring wine. Khaki waved his arm, which had lost an entire limb, and continued to scream madly. The hatred of an entire country has violently attacked my base before nightfall. If Admiral Kazan weren't nearby, I wouldn't have just lost this arm, but my life. His expression suddenly became soft. Fortunately, Zhu Yuan wasn't at the base at that time. If she got hurt because of this, I would have to die to apologize. His voice turned fierce and high-pitched. Tarlag, I will definitely kill you. Wow, Uncle, there's a big fish over there. Hurry up and catch it. Luffy excitedly pointed at Baratai, which floated on the sea like a big fish, drooling like a waterfall. Fish meat? I want to eat fish meat. Luffy. Maki-O put down the newspaper in her hand and walked over gracefully, gently holding his hand. That's not for eating. But the chef there has skills that rival your uncle. Upon hearing this, Luffy's emotions instantly became excited, his eyes wide open. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe there is a chef in this world better than my uncle. Tarlag slightly turned his head and glanced at Luffy, his gaze carrying a hint of authority. There are many things you wouldn't believe. Like if you dare to run around, I will beat you to death. Do you believe that? Luffy immediately shrank his neck and chuckled awkwardly. I believe. This is something I must believe. At this moment, their warship was slowly approaching Baratai. Perhaps having seen their ship's silhouette, the fish fins on both sides of Baraty's vessel slowly spread apart, forming a circular landing area. From a distance, all the chefs on the Baratai ship stood neatly behind Zeph, quietly waiting for their arrival. As the warship slowly docked, Zeph was the first to come forward. He slightly bowed, his tone extremely respectful. Sir, according to the recipe you provided, the ingredients for the full Manchu Han Imperial Feast have been prepared. The competition venue has also been set up. Please, you and madam. Zeph had attended various high-end banquets, so his etiquette was impeccable. He stepped aside, slightly turned his body to make way for Terrag and the others, and placed his hat over his chest as a sign of respect. Compared to the respect shown by Zeph and the other chefs, Sanji, who stood at the back, looked at everyone with malice in his eyes. The ingredients prepared this time were selected from all over the world. Not the best, but definitely the most expensive. I must make you bleed. It was obvious that Sanji was still brooding over the fact that he was working for Terrag for free. One wonders if he would still feel so proud when the bill was picked up by Makino in the end. Terrag, accompanied by Makino and Luffy, followed Zeph into the restaurant. Along the way, Luffy's eyes continually wandered, filled with curiosity about the belly of this big fish. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had stepped out of the windmill village to see how big the outside world really was. The initiator of this outing, Makino, stood elegantly by Terrag's side. She wore a faint smile, giving Terrag enough face in front of outsiders. Terrag pointed at the drunken Ragged Kaji, slumped by the window, and laughed. Makino, that person looks like a dog. Zeph, following behind, had a twitch on his face, but didn't he explain. It is a bit like that. Makino took out several 1,000-yen bills from her wallet and placed them on the table in front of Kaji. Zeph, we will cover this person's expenses today. He is really too pitiful. It wasn't that Makino was overflowing with sympathy. Kaji's appearance was already hard to describe. Now, as he drank himself to a state of disarray every day, he looked even worse. Madam, you've already given enough. There's no need for you to spend more. A few days ago, Terrag had ordered Ella and Leo to escort a large sum of money here to cover the expenses of everyone present today. It is worth mentioning that this sum of money was successfully brought out with Makino's permission. It's fine. We made a little profit off someone today. Let this be a reward for the hard work of the kitchen staff. Makino subtly glanced at the silent Terrag beside her, wondering if he had anything to say. Terrag now deeply regretted giving Makino the float fruit. Perhaps her increasingly powerful body had resulted in her currently strong personality. Ahem. Madam, you can take this. Also, this little guy is now under your care. Terrag abruptly grabbed the fidgety Luffy behind him and forcibly changed the subject. Take us to the competition venue. Zeph turned around, frowning and shouting. Sanji, did I teach you etiquette just for you to throw it away? Hurry up and take care of our little guest. I don't want to take care of a little brat. Sanji squeezed in from the back of the crowd, looking displeased at Luffy. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Sanji had noticed Luffy the moment Terrag and the others got off the ship, and he found this guy, who had been looking around since he got off the ship, very disagreeable, especially since he had recently been learning gentlemanly etiquette. You're the little brat. Luffy reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the ingredients, glaring at Sanji, who was crossing his arms. What did you say? Sanji paused slightly, and then immediately shot back with his big eyes glaring. The first meeting between these two little guys was not as harmonious as imagined. Instead, it was full of tension. Sanji, Zeph's large foot instantly swung over. Didn't I say to be polite to guests? At that moment, Terrag slightly raised his toes and effortlessly blocked Zeph's kick. Let them have their fun. The atmosphere here is nice. In the future, no one is allowed to use force in this restaurant without my permission. Since Makino became pregnant, she occasionally fell into her own anxieties. At this moment, Terrag looked at Makino's genuine smile and felt happy for her. Thus, the world's first ban on conflict was issued. In the days that followed, many unknown small pirates attempted to provoke Terrag's authority. However, these individuals gradually disappeared from this sea full of opportunities and dangers over the following days. But, right now, Zeph still hadn't understood the weight of Terrag's words. He had always adhered to the principle that filial piety comes from the stick. So, looking at the two little guys who had their heads pressed together, both refusing to back down, his eyes were filled with conflict. Perhaps due to having kicked Sanji a lot recently, Sanji had become a bit rebellious. If he stopped nurturing him now, that little tree might grow crooked. Terrag narrowed his eyes, immediately understanding his meaning, and then spoke, "Except when it comes to educating children. Let us go." Zeph's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately reached out to lead the way. "This way, sir. I'm taller than you." Luffy tugged at Sanji's cheek. "I'm more handsome than you." Sanji retorted defiantly, pulling Luffy's hair in return. "Little brat, what kind of comparison is this?" Luffy huffed in discontent. "Besides, Annie often praises me as the cutest." "Ha." Sanji ruthlessly mocked. "Cute? Is cute a word for us men?" He released Luffy's hair, breaking free from his grasp. "I was reckless to argue with a little brat without manliness." Sigh. Sanji let out a small sigh, striking a pose he thought was cool, shaking off the hair that covered his eyes, and no longer paying attention to the thoroughly triggered Luffy. The holding of this culinary competition was established at Terrag's repeated request, aimed at relieving Makino's anxiety. The competition venue was exquisitely decorated, with a huge long table filled with various precious ingredients, emitting an enticing aroma. The area around the venue was crowded with famous chefs from all over the world, invited to increase the visibility of this newly established Chef God Cup competition. At the far end of the long table was a small, elevated platform, on which 5 crystal dining tables were placed, serving as the judges' seats. 4 crystal tables have each found their masters, all of whom are esteemed chefs in the culinary world. The central and most luxurious table is reserved exclusively for Magino. As the largest investor in this competition, she occupies just 1 seat as a judge, and no one dares to say otherwise. Even if they have their reservations, they only dare to mutter a few words in their hearts. Those who misbehaved have already been thrown into the kitchen's trash bin by Zepp. It's important to note that the owner of this restaurant is not a soft-hearted person. He was once a great pirate who retired from the Grand Line. This is a pirate-themed restaurant on the sea, with official backing. Terrag nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with Zepp's work, and decided to take 1 less tenth of this year's profits. He gentlemanly took Magino's hand and helped her sit down on the chaise long covered in snow fox fur. Terrag gazed tenderly into Magino's eyes and spoke softly. "Dear, today I will let you taste the cuisine of a yet-to-be-awakened nation at the end of the sea, a full banquet. The end of the sea cannot be reached by conventional routes. It requires finding a new path." This has been Terrag's ongoing endeavor and determination over the years. The pirate world is divided into 4 seas: the Calm Belt, the Grand Line, and the New World in its latter half. With the help of the system, Terrag has gained a clear understanding of this world. It is a closed-loop circular world, a closed-off realm that one cannot escape from no matter how they travel. The so-called journey around the world, starting from Reverse Mountain, will always return to the starting point. It's just that people have not discovered that one unique exit, a way out into the wider world. Upon discovering this issue, Terrag was filled with excitement and the sense of belonging, akin to being in Chow's camp while having his heart in Han, grew stronger. Although he has yet to find the unique exit in which sea area it lies, it does not hinder him from transmitting this potential awareness to his loved ones nearby. Magino shook her head helplessly, thinking that her brother's delusions seemed to be getting worse. Years ago, Pirate King Roger had already confirmed the interconnectivity of the sea areas in this world, yet he remains so persistent. When did her brother start having such thoughts? Magino recalled the time her fruit ability went out of control and accidentally sent her brother into outer space. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking. Magino smiled and nodded, happily saying, I believe the dishes my brother makes will definitely be delicious. Just then, Zep cleared his throat and said loudly, Everyone, I don't need to elaborate on the value of today's culinary competition. I believe few places can gather top culinary masters like us. The four above are the pillars of our culinary world, and with them as judges, no one will question the fairness of this competition. As for, Zep hesitated, looking toward Terrag's wife, the understanding Magino. Magino slowly stood up with Terrag's support and nodded slightly to everyone present. I will only judge my husband's dishes and will not comment on the masters present. Applause erupted from the crowd for the understanding Magino. In recent years, Terrag's reputation has spread throughout the world. With his presence, no one dares to question Magino's authority. But that doesn't mean they don't have grievances in their hearts. That lady is so beautiful. Sanji hid in the crowd, his flirtatious tendencies showing. How could this be? Sanji stared at the handsome Terrag beside Magino, secretly lamenting that a beautiful flower was planted in dung. He discreetly reached down and pulled a face. Feeling dejected, what bad timing. If only Miss Magino could wait for me a few more years. There are many ways to die. Please don't drag us along. Luffy, who was always by his side, finally had his brain online. He quickly covered Sanji's mouth, his whole body trembling with anxiety. Uncle's ears are very sharp. He can hear the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings from 100 meters away. Given his uncle's doting nature, if he hears Sanji's low mutter, everyone would be in trouble. You little brat, what are you doing? Sanji broke free from Luffy's grip, about to curse. Whoosh! A kitchen knife flew precisely past his cheek, slicing off a strand of his blonde hair. Compared to the scared Sanji, Luffy let out a sigh of relief. He knew that after that knife, his uncle would not do anything to endanger others' lives. Hey! Sanji's face froze as he was pulled away by Luffy. The two hid in a deserted corner to start their formal heart-to-heart talk. Back to Terrag. Brother, did you just throw something out? Terrag's actions were so quick that no one, except for Magino beside him, noticed anything unusual. It's nothing. There was a buzzing mosquito that was bothering me, so I just scared it away. Terrag's smile reached his eyes, and no one knew what he was laughing about. At this moment, Zep, having arranged the contestants, looked toward Terrag on stage. Terrag walked to his position, raised his hand slightly, signaling that the competition could begin. At Zep's command, all the chefs quickly sprang into action. Zep returned to his position and began cooking his exquisite dishes. This culinary competition is slightly different from previous ones. It's being held in the form of chef teams. Most master chefs have come with other chefs from their respective restaurants. Zep also brought his pirate kitchen team, cooking in an orderly manner, as did everyone else. Among these chef teams, however, Terrag was the only one working alone. Brother, let me help you. Seeing this situation, Magino applied to join the competition. It's worth noting that her culinary skills are not simple either. Terrag, being a professional with knives, combined with his understanding of culinary arts, is not much slower than anyone else in handling ingredients. On the contrary, since he is the only one here, he can showcase his skills and, using the knife techniques of the drizzle, is even faster than other teams. Your husband is finally cooking. You just wait to eat. Terrag's mind was focused on handling various ingredients. While responding to Magino, he shouted, Great will of heaven! A palm struck the cutting board with a force that created vibrations, and as the ingredients rose and fell, countless small cuts were made. In an instant, all the essence of the ingredients was separated out. Is this a dimensional strike? A chef questioned, having never seen anyone use martial arts to cook before. Just as he was momentarily stunned, he failed to control the oil temperature in the pan, resulting in a burnt smell. At the judging table, the old man on the far left, missing a front tooth, twitched his nose and frowned as he raised his elimination red card. The skill level of the contestants in this grand competition was comparable to any world-class event. As a world-class chef, your willpower is so weak that you have been eliminated. In the kitchen, the light softly illuminated the space. Luffy widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief as he stared intently at Sanji in front of the cutting board. Sanji wore a chef's uniform as white as snow, and his golden hair shimmered slightly under the light. Are you a chef too? Luffy asked curiously. However, Sanji seemed not to hear him, still absent-mindedly fiddling with the ingredients in his hands. His gaze was vacant, lost in distant thoughts. The knife in his hand moved over the ingredients like a machine, completely devoid of the fiery passion he once had for cooking. Memories surged like a tide. Patty and Karn swaggered into the restaurant, their faces wearing expressions of disdain. Patty's brows, always slightly furrowed, seemed to convey his dissatisfaction as he loudly scolded Sanji. "Sanji, how can your dishes taste so bad? Did you confuse salt with sugar?" Karn chimed in. "Sanji, you can't even chop vegetables properly, yet you dare to take the lead? Go wash the dishes." Their words pierced Sanji's heart like sharp knives. Reflecting on the days of their repeated mockery, Sanji clenched his fists in unwillingness. He had to admit that his culinary skills indeed needed improvement. However, their merciless ridicule and questioning of his dreams were what he found most unbearable. "All blue. That doesn't exist. Stop dreaming, Sanji." Patty's sarcastic voice echoed in his ears again. Sanji's mind recalled the first time he heard about the legendary CLLBLUE as a child. Back then, he was just a kid, quietly hiding in a corner of his family, secretly flipping through a tattered book. The book depicted ALLBLUE as a dreamland filled with all the culinary ingredients from 4 seas. The ingredients there were rich and varied, like dazzling treasures. A supreme holy land in every chef's heart. From that moment on, Sanji vowed to find ALLBLUE and see the treasures belonging to the culinary world with his own eyes. But now, his dream was met with the cruel laughter of those around him. Sanji's gaze involuntarily turned toward Zeph, the once renowned pirate, now the owner and head chef of Baratai, was intently looking at a menu, seemingly oblivious to the commotion nearby. A deep disappointment surged in Sanji's heart. Clearly, this dream belonged to both of them, yet Zeph remained detached while he was mired in the ridicule of others. Time returned to the present. Sanji put down the potato in his hand, his anger and disappointment surging like turbulent waves, making it impossible for him to concentrate on his work. He turned to Luffy, the little tail who had been following him. "What's your name?" Sanji's voice was a bit hoarse, tinged with fatigue. Luffy was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Sanji to speak to him. He grinned widely, revealing a row of tidy, white teeth, and laughed. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." "Pirate King?" The potato in Sanji's hand fell to the ground as his pupils gradually constricted. His heart was filled with shock. Did this guy even know what he was saying? The existence of ALLBLUE was already hard to believe. Moreover, how could one aspire to be the Pirate King? A title coveted by many, but held by only one? Seeing Sanji's reaction, Luffy couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "What do you think? Pretty awesome, right? I will definitely become the Pirate King." The promise to Yuta echoed in his ears. One day, he would find a crew even stronger than Shanks's, discover the world's greatest treasure, and become a pirate greater than Shanks. Sanji was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "You really are a little madman." The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Perhaps this little kid with mad ideas could bring him some inspiration. The grand competition venue in the restaurant was brightly lit. The dining table of Makino was already filled with 107 types of colorful and fragrant delicacies. At a glance, it was a feast for the eyes, attracting the attention of several other judges present. After comparison, the delicious dishes prepared by other chefs at their tables no longer seemed so exquisite. Time passed. The last dish. Tarlag stretched and prepared to make the final and most difficult dish, stuffed yellow croaker. This dish had 3 difficulties. First, the whole yellow croaker had to be deboned without damaging its shape, which required a high level of knife skills and experience. Although Tarlag had no experience making this dish, his extraordinary knife skills made it not too difficult to handle. Second, the preparation of the broth required it to be delicious and rich, complementing the flavor of the yellow croaker. Tarlag chose only the world's top ingredients. Even someone who couldn't cook at all would not make a bad broth. Third, the stuffing, frying, and cooking steps had to be executed perfectly to ensure that the broth did not leak during the stuffing process. The subsequent frying and cooking steps had to be just right to make the fish's skin crispy, the inside tender and juicy, while retaining the deliciousness of the broth. With Tarlag's foresight and observation abilities, there would be basically no mistakes, and he could successfully complete these complex steps. just as Tarlag was about to finish the last step. The specialized telephone snail at his waist rang at an opportune time. This was a telephone snail that only his direct subordinates could contact. Talag's ears twitched slightly, but he ignored the urgent call of the telephone snail. After all, there were 108 dishes in the full Manchu Han Imperial feast, and now only the last one remained. He had to ensure it was completed perfectly. "Brother, didn't you realize you've already won?" Makino's clear voice rang in his ears. "You've done enough. You still need to answer Ella's telephone snail." Makino walked over and pointed to the specialized telephone snail at his waist. She knew very well that Ella would never contact her brother unless something significant happened. Since she called, something major must have occurred that he couldn't resolve. "I haven't finished yet. Is it over?" Talag's mind gradually pulled away from his cooking world, and he raised his head in confusion. At this moment, night had completely fallen. He was surrounded by renowned chefs from all over the world. Even the 4 esteemed judges stood behind Tarlag, dumbfounded, observing and learning from a distance. As for the so-called comments, they consider themselves unqualified to comment on the true gods of the culinary world. 9 years ago, in a certain sea area, the red-haired pirate cruise ship had just experienced an intense battle. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, and the crew members wore expressions of victory mixed with fatigue. Shanks stood at the bow of the ship, his black cloak billowing in the sea breeze. The depths of his eyes sparkled with wisdom and determination, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he always had a hint of a confident smile. "Captain, we have quite a haul this time," Jesus Burgess exclaimed, piles of boxes of various sizes stacked in front of him. Shanks nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his lips. "Brothers, let's start dividing the loot." "Oh," the crew responded in unison. They were the purest of pirates, and no one disliked treasure. They began sorting through the spoils, but one particularly large box caught everyone's attention. Beckman seemed to vaguely hear a faint sound coming from it. When this ornate box was slowly opened, everyone was stunned. Shanks even covered his head, his whole being momentarily frozen in shock. What is this?" Beckman exclaimed, his eyes wide in mouth agape, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Jesus rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was seeing things. Inside lay a small infant, her face rosy like a ripe apple, delicate and tender. Her tiny nose twitched slightly, as if exploring this unfamiliar world. Half of her hair was as red as flame, and the other half was as white as snow, slightly curled, exuding a faint milky scent. "Wah!" The little baby stretched her delicate hands towards the sky, as if greeting everyone. Shanks was momentarily taken aback, a surge of indescribable surprise swelling within him. He slowly stepped forward and gently picked up the baby, his gentle gaze seemingly capable of melting the hardest ice. "Whose child is this? How did she end up in this box?" The crew began to discuss, their faces lighting up with excitement and curiosity. "No matter how she got here, she is our daughter now," Shanks thought to himself, filled with emotion as he looked at the infant in his arms. He recalled his past, when he too had been picked up from a box by Roger and Rayleigh. The arrangement of fate was truly marvelous. Now he had found this child among the spoils of battle once again. Shanks pondered, could this be the cycle of fate? What does this child's appearance signify? His gaze deepened, as if contemplating the child's future. "From today onwards, you are one of us," Shanks said softly, his voice low and gentle, as if making a solemn promise. This baby would be Yuta. Fast forward to the present. The music kingdom, Eregia. This country was filled with the essence of music, every corner resonating with beautiful melodies. When Yuta's singing echoed here, the entire nation was captivated. "Her voice is so beautiful." The king, dressed in a splendid robe and wearing a dazzling crown, looked at her with surprise and admiration. "Your Majesty, this child must be a gift from heaven." The ministers exclaimed with respect and excitement, echoing his sentiments. The king nodded slightly at Shanks beside him and approached Yuta, who was still singing on stage. "Child, your voice brings vitality to our kingdom." The king's sincere voice interrupted Yuta's performance. "I hope you can stay, further your studies in our country, and become our nation's musical ambassador." Yuta hesitated, glancing at Shanks, who had always been by her side. Shanks smiled at her, his eyes filled with encouragement. "Yuta, this is your choice. Whatever you decide, we will support you." After saying this, Perhaps fearing that their presence would impose invisible pressure on Yuta, Shanks waved his hand, leading his brothers to temporarily exit the hall and wait. Seeing this, the king's smile brightened even more as he looked sincerely into Yuta's eyes. Child, how are you considering it? There should be no other place in this world more suitable for you than here. Your dreams are great. You can use this country as a springboard to reach the biggest stage in the world and change it with your songs. Yuta fell into hesitation, but soon, her memories of the joy spent with Shanks and the others filled her mind. She was their daughter. Singing was important, but nothing was more important than family, than Shanks. Yuta made her decision, looking firmly into the king's eyes, shaking her head in rejection. I'm sorry. I like being with Shanks and the others. I won't stay here. The king sighed, a bit disappointed, but he respected Yuta's choice. In that case, we won't force you. The king turned to the re-entering Shanks and the others. Before you leave, could you let this child sing one more song at our concert? I will have the royal orchestra fully support her performance. I want all the people across the nation to hear this child's song. Shanks took Yuta's small hand, not even consulting her opinion, and agreed, because he knew that their daughter Yuta loved performing freely on stage the most. Night fell. The Eregia Music Palace was ablaze with lights. People from all over the country gathered, eager to hear the enchanting voice of the musical spirit Yuta once more. Meanwhile, hidden in a corner, Ella looked extremely anxious. Captain, answer the phone. You said you would do whatever it takes to stop Yuta from singing the final farewell song. Ella and Leo exchanged glances, seeing deep helplessness in each other's eyes. They had worked tirelessly to locate their target. And just when a mission was about to be completed, the boss had gone silent. The seal of Totem Jika had already begun to loosen. Yuta must not be allowed to continue singing. Ella put down the phone bug, her eyes filled with a resolve to risk everything. I made up my mind. What have you decided? Leo replied, utterly speechless. Can you take on Shanks or what? You're not strong enough, making all this noise. It's no wonder the captain often trains you alone. I made up my mind. Ella looked at Leo with a meaningful gaze. You distract the entire red-haired pirate crew, and I'll take the chance to abduct Yuta. How about that? Gah, gah. A flock of crows flew overhead, and Leo's honest face turned as dark as iron. That joke isn't funny at all. If you say another word, I'll hit you. Yuta stood at the center of the stage, her song flowing like a clear spring. In that distant place, there's a beautiful kingdom. Yuta's voice seemed to possess a magical power, immersing people in a wonderful world, continually drawing them in. However, no one expected that this concert would become the beginning of a disaster. Yuta wore a flowing white dress that gently swayed with the breeze. Holding a microphone, she slightly closed her eyes, and at the moment the music started, the entire world seemed to quiet down. Her voice was like a heavenly melody, clear and melodious. The song was filled with emotions, joy, sadness, hope, and dreams. People were captivated by her singing, forgetting all their troubles and sorrows. There was a beautiful kingdom, filled with music and laughter. Yuta's voice echoed in every corner of the Elgia kingdom, and people stopped their work, quietly immersed in her performance. However, at that moment, the legendary devil's score, Totemjika, which had been sleeping at the bottom of the music castle, was drawn to Yuta's newly realized forbidden song. Deep underground in the music castle, it was dark and mysterious, with strange lights flickering on the walls. A massive stone door stood closed, covered in ancient runes and patterns, emanating powerful sealing forces. As Yuta's song continued, the runes on the stone door glowed more intensely, and the sealing power gradually weakened under the impact of her voice. Young Yuta had no idea what consequences her singing would bring. She was simply immersed in the world of music, singing with all her heart. Her heart was filled with love for music and a longing for freedom. She hoped to bring joy and hope to people through her voice. But when the stone door fully opened, the evil figure of Totemjika gradually emerged. Her dreams of hope ultimately turned into disillusionment. Boss, it seems something incredible has come out. Jesus took down the spear from his back, his exceptional observation skills allowing him to sense the danger before anyone else. Not good, Yuta. Shanks in the audience also reacted. But when he looked back at Yuta in the center of the stage, she was already enveloped in an evil dark energy. Only her singing continued to resonate. It was rumored that there was a power hidden underground in this country capable of destroying the world. What was thought to be just a legend turned out to be true. Beckman, with a serious expression, secretly regretted not sharing his suspicions with everyone earlier. Clang! Griffin unsheathed his sword, his usual nonchalance replaced by endless worry in his eyes. Brothers, for our daughter. Let's fight. Oh. The appearance of Totemchka left no time for anyone to react. Its power erupted instantly, starting to wreak havoc in the Elgia kingdom. The evil energy it emitted caused everyone on stage, except Yuta, to fall into an endless world of fantasy, unable to awaken. A powerful wave of energy swept through, destroying houses, uprooting trees, and causing people to flee in panic. In an instant, the entire kingdom fell into chaos and destruction. Thou, kill me. Ella burst into tears, looking at the scene outside the castle, engulfed in endless panic. If the captain knew that he was in Elgia and had not stopped this catastrophic disaster while being aware, he would probably rather die with dignity now than live in pain later. All right. Leo drew his pistol from his waist, a hearty smile on his face. Bro, take care. Get lost, Ella shouted at the top of her lungs. With a look that said she had misjudged him, she stared fixedly at Leo. At a time like this, you don't comfort me with a few words, but instead pull out a gun? Are you still the good brother I've known for 6 years? Leo, at this moment, had no intention of joking around. His serious gaze was fixed on the dark shadow in the air. Nearly half the country had fallen, and the captain had said that with their power, it was best not to approach it. Totemchka had completely taken shape in midair. A gigantic humanoid creature, with no lower body, short yellow hair, a white face with a long nose, a mouth filled with sharp teeth grinning, a black hole for a right eye, and a red cross for a left eye. Leo looked at the red-haired pirate crew waiting below it and suddenly roared. But as a Navy member, I cannot turn a blind eye and let this country perish. Leo turned fiercely. What about you, Ella? Do you want to? Yes, you heard it right. Ella held a black transponder snail, glancing at Leo, who was suddenly filled with passion. Captain, Leo requests to save the country by sacrificing himself while you are on your way here. What do you think? On the sea restaurant, by10. Makino was already asleep in the prepared room, while Tarlag stood alone on the deck. A playful smile crept across his face as he spoke 2 words into the transponder snail. Approved. Click. Leo. A tear of heartache rolled down his cheek. After drinking to the point of being 7/10 drunk, you make me cry. I give you my heart, and you drown me in urine. I treat you like a brother, and you treat me like a distant cousin. What is that stinky uncle doing here so late? Shoo. In the corner, Luffy covered Sanji's mouth. I've learned my lesson. Why haven't you? Who almost got cut in half. Luffy was disappointed in Sanji for talking too much, showing no sense of caution. Sanji quickly realized, but it was too late. Tarlag had already noticed the 2 little guys hiding in the shadows. As he put away the transponder snail, he sighed inwardly. You 2 come out. Do you really think I wouldn't notice you just because you're not making any noise? It's all your fault for being a glutton. Luffy pouted, looking disdainfully at Sanji. I didn't do it on purpose. Sanji shot back, showing no shame, looking at the 2 little heads that walked out reluctantly. It was true that when young Luffy and Sanji stood together, there was an inexplicable sense of incongruity. Tarlag called Luffy and the others out not for any other reason. He was just going to leave for a while, and Makino couldn't be left without someone to take care of her. So, he could only ask these 2 usually unserious guys to look after Makino for a while. Luffy, don't you often say you're already an adult? Tarlag ruffled Luffy's hair, looking at him with an unprecedented gentle expression. Uncle, can you act normal? You're scaring me. Luffy rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, actually frightened by Tarlag's demeanor. Sanji didn't understand the truth, standing aside, looking at Luffy with contempt. Oomph. You brag about how amazing you are, but when you see your uncle, you turn into a softy, big talker. Sanji secretly muttered to himself, looking at his trembling nephew. Tarlag's face darkened like iron. I'm your real uncle, hey. He couldn't help but shout. Even if I've scared you 521 times, beaten you 857 times, and thrown you off cliffs countless times, you have to know that your uncle still loves you. Looking at Tarlag, who was sincere and emotionally expressive. Sanji thought that if he didn't have ears, he might really be moved by his acting. And throwing me into the deep sea 99 times. You know I can't swim. Luffy timidly raised his hand and kindly reminded him. Tarlag casually picked his nose. That was your grandpa's idea. It has nothing to do with me. He said you must learn to swim and become an excellent navy like him. Luffy expressed his gratitude. Thank you to your whole family. No, wait. How did the topic go off track? It's all Luffy's fault. Being with this little guy even makes him lose his seriousness. Back to the main topic. Tarlag cleared his throat and restored his former authority. I have to go out for a bit. Take care of your aunt for me. You should know she's pregnant, right? Tarlag looked at his silly nephew with concern. He was a bit uneasy leaving him in charge. Since childhood, Luffy had the deepest impression of Makino, and he liked this gentle aunt the most. Every time his uncle and grandpa bullied him, there was always someone behind him comforting and caring for him, and that person was Makino. Luffy patted his chest and decisively promised. Uncle, go ahead, leave Annie to me. You can rest assured. Seeing Luffy's serious expression, there shouldn't be any major issues. But why did Tarlag feel even more uneasy? Maybe you should give this little guy a bit of benefit. It's also a protective charm for Makino. Before I return, take good care of your aunt. From now on, I won't interfere in your interactions with those pirates and mountain bandits. Really? Luffy looked up excitedly, his eyes full of disbelief. Instantly lost in his own world, he began to daydream, a silly smile spreading across his face. Am I someone who doesn't keep promises? Tarlag teased with a smile. Anyway, he didn't care. There was an old guy watching closely. Being young is nice. Just believe whatever is said. Like, Sanji instinctively replied, and when he realized, he had already caught Tarlag's attention. No, you are the promise itself. Sanji hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. Tarlag didn't take it to heart, but casually pulled out a sea chart and waved it. I remember getting a sea chart to ALLBLUE a few years ago. I don't know if anyone wants it. While you're gone, I'll take care of Miss Makino's nutritional meals. I promise there won't be any flaws. Otherwise, I'll chop off these hands for you. Sanji vowed excitedly. Not long after, he met up with Luffy in the fantasy space. Soon, the two little guys, coming back to their senses, armed with knives, guns, sticks, pots, and pans, rushed towards the room where Makino was. They decided to guard her closely during Tarlag's absence. As for sleeping, they stated, only those who are useless to the world will sleep. With that, Tarlag finally felt a bit relieved. He wouldn't be gone for too long. Actually, these two little guys were overthinking it. In recent years in the East Blue, meeting a pirate was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Even if there were some, with the help of Zepp, who had sailed the Grand Line for a while in the kitchen, dealing with the remaining small fries wouldn't be too hard. It was time to use that. Tonight, the sky had no moon, and the sea surface was pitch black without a hint of light. Tarlag looked at the abyss-like sea, his eyes deep. System, are you sure this fruit is not limited by the constraints of seawater? A snow-white spiral fruit appeared in his hand. It was the one that the system had rewarded him with, the conceptual type, phantom beast type, space dragon form devil fruit. Who wakes up first from the great dream? I know myself in this life. After years of sedimentation, starting up again, the system was filled with emotion about this dreamlike system life. In a casual tone, Tarlag said, the next time we meet will be 10 years later. You see, you're anxious again. The system's products must be high quality. The host can eat with peace of mind. This fruit does not belong to this world and is not influenced by the oceanic will of this world. All right, got it. You can kneel in peace. No, it's hard to come out once. The system had been hit too many times, and its current mindset was already as hard as iron. The path of the heart could no longer be broken by Tarlag's simple words. It had a kind of spirit of, if the mountain does not come to me, I will go to the mountain, and it directly issued a task. System task issued. Survive in the chaos without seeking fame. It's been a while since I issued one, forgot the words. Click. Tarlag disdainfully rolled his eyes and bit down on the devil fruit in his hand. Hiss, what the hell? Why does it still taste just as bad if it's not from the same world? Hurry up and issue it. I need to get to work. He stared intently at the virtual image in front of him with bloodshot eyes. All right. System task issued. To save the country in a crisis. Seeking the honor of promotion to general. Elgia is facing the danger of national extinction. Please use the fruit's ability to open a spatial door and go there to completely solve the source of the disaster. If the casualties exceed 50, the task fails. Otherwise, it succeeds. Reward: random otherworldly spirit beast, 1 current casualty rate. 45? So what is the point of issuing this task? Just to show up. Elgia. Boss. This thing is too hard. Jesus loaded a few bullets again, looking troubled. Bang. A bullet imbued with hockey shot straight into Totem Jika's forehead, but didn't create a single ripple. Beckman kept shooting. Conventional attack methods could hardly harm Totem Jika. A bullet containing all his power directly pierced through Totem Jika's body, forming a dark energy black hole, but it quickly healed. This powerful recovery ability made him nearly immortal. With no weaknesses, Beckman furrowed his brow. Since their voyage began, it was fair to say this guy was the most troublesome enemy they had encountered. Shanks' divine avoidance returned empty-handed. He looked at the scorched earth around him, filled with worry for Yuta's safety. Half of the country had completely fallen. Brothers, be prepared for the worst. Helpless, unable to stop, unable to resist. Shanks released Griffin, which stabbed straight into the ground. It seemed the only thing they could do now was wait. Wait for Yuta to run out of strength, causing Totem Jika to lose the support of her singing power and self-dissolve. But if they really had to wait until that time, judging by the current level of destruction, this country known for its music, Elgia, might completely vanish from the world map. Boss, our daughter is kind. I always believe that. Beckman lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Jesus slowly lowered the long gun in his hand, picking up Beckman's unfinished words. If she knew her singing caused the destruction of this country, the immense psychological burden and guilt will leave an indelible scar on her kind heart. The cigarette in Beckman's mouth burned out, sadness reaching his eyes. And he lit another one. This is pain that the young Yuta cannot bear. After this incident, the world government will also view Yuta as a threat. So, Captain, everyone turned to Shanks, who sat on the ground without saying a word, hoping he would make the final decision. Although their captain usually had a carefree and unserious demeanor, when faced with difficult choices, everyone would unconditionally heed his orders. Shanks slowly stood up and took off his straw hat. His deep eyes seemed to see through the barriers of space, witnessing Yuta still singing loudly in the castle. Anyone can feel lost, but as the captain, he cannot. Without his crewmates reminding him, how could he not understand these truths himself? Let's bear all the consequences. Shanks clenched the straw hat in his hand, his determined gaze fixed on the brothers surrounding him. To keep that child's heart pure and allow her to continue pursuing her dreams. Let us bear this sin of annihilating a nation. Oh, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and responded in unison. Shanks drew the griffin from the ground, shamefully surveying the tragic scene around him, murmuring, "After this, I fear that man will hunt me down for years." The singing continued, and destruction persisted. This once music-filled and joyful country had now turned into ruins. Smoke filled the air, flames soared, and the crumbling buildings stood like tombstones eroded by time, telling tales of past glory and present despair. At this moment, Tarlag was feeling the powerful force brought by the space dragon fruit within him. He could clearly sense the wonderful connection between himself and space, as if he could freely traverse between various dimensions. Time was running out. He needed to open the space gate quickly. Looking at the constantly changing casualty data on the system panel, he was currently racing against time with his understanding. Recalling the moment he bit into the fruit, the unbearable taste still lingered in his memory. Therefore, he had to reach there through the space gate using the positioning of the elephone worm before Allegio was destroyed. Otherwise, eating the space fruit would be meaningless. Deep within his body, the power of the space dragon surged like a torrential flood, constantly flowing. He could feel subtle changes happening in his body, as if he was about to merge with space. Clawing his fingers, the feeling of fragmentation was born freely. With every breath and every movement, he could cause ripples in the surrounding space. At this stage, Tarlag's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. It worked. Platinum dragon scales slowly gathered on his arm, accompanied by the surge of Conqueror's hockey. Dark purple currents flickered above them. Tarlag felt the powerful strength converging in the dragon scales and hockey on his arm. A strong sense of confidence surged within him. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his arm. The platinum dragon scales immediately shone with dazzling light. The dark purple currents danced like musical notes, filled with power and rhythm. It was time, Tarlag whispered, his eyes revealing determination and resolution. He swung his arm forward fiercely, and the claw-like cracks instantly tore through the sky, as if the surrounding space was distorted by this immense power. The space fissure appeared, dark as a bottomless pit. A powerful suction emanated from it, as if it wanted to swallow everything around it. Tarlag, containing the power of space, struck out again, and the space fissure stabilized completely, standing like a heavenly gate in midair. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated. With a resounding dragon roar, a white dragon rose into the air from the ground, flying into the space fissure ahead. Allegia. Shanks and the others stood on the ruins, their hearts heavy. "Captain, we found it." Beckman's excited voice came from among a pile of books. But looking at the obscure and difficult texts in the ancient books, his excitement sank to the bottom again. "What's wrong?" Shanks's eyes brightened as he walked over. There was still some time before Yuta ran out of strength, and the inner condemnation prevented the red-haired pirates from sitting idly by while this country faced destruction. Under the leadership of Beckman, known as the strongest brain, they had gathered all the ancient texts they could find in a very short time. Their purpose was to find a way to defeat Totem Jika. "How is it? Did you find a solution?" The smile in the corner of Shanks's eyes reached his depths. "Hurry and tell the brothers, my griffin is about to get thirsty." "Exactly. My gun is about to rust too," Jesus Burgess teased with a smile. Other members of the red-haired pirates also looked delighted, their hopeful gazes converging on Beckman, waiting for good news. But Beckman's next words would disappoint them. "I'm sorry, everyone." Beckman lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke. "No matter how hard we try, we cannot defeat that guy." "Hey," Jesus Burgess frowned and stepped forward. "What are you saying? Are you underestimating the captain, or are you underestimating us?" "Jesus Burgess." Shanks restrained the agitated Jesus Burgess, his voice steady. Beckman must have his reasons for saying this. Let him finish. The hope that had just risen was extinguished again, and everyone felt somewhat downcast. Beckman looked at Shanks with apologetic eyes, pointing to the many ancient texts behind him. "I have found a way to defeat Totem Jika. But under the current conditions, the aforementioned methods are completely unfeasible." Shanks furrowed his brow. What exactly needs to be done? What could make even you, who have always been calm, say there's no hope? Beckman sighed. Totem Jika is a music devil, sealed between the real world and the inner world. Only when people from both worlds attack him simultaneously at the same location will it be effective. Shanks turned to look at the source of the singing. "The music castle of Allegia. The inner world you mentioned refers to Yuta's singing world, right?" He immediately grasped the key point Beckman mentioned. If what Beckman said is true, then they really cannot defeat that guy. Yuta is still young, and in the real world, her mind has been contaminated and manipulated by Totem Jika, unable to hear the sounds of the outside world. The only way to enter the singing world is through Yuta's singing fruit. That's right. Yuta's consciousness is currently entirely trapped in her own world. The three known methods to defeat Totem Jika are all unfeasible for us. A glint of brilliance flashed in Beckman's eyes. Therefore, we can only see if those two hiding in the shadows can invite him. Are you referring to? Shanks's observation hockey pierced through the barriers of the buildings. He looked towards the other side of the square, where Ella and Leo were protecting the crowd as they evacuated. Beckman wiped the weapon in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the people beside him, suddenly calling out, "Brothers, gather your strength. Perhaps there will still be a most dangerous battle waiting for us." 3 ways to make Totem Jika disappear from the real world. The first method is what Beckman mentioned earlier, to enter the Jigo world and launch an attack on Totem Jika simultaneously with the people from the outside world. But obviously, without Yuta's help, this is impossible. The second method is relatively simpler than the first, but it is also unfeasible. It still requires entering the Jigo world, finding Yuta immersed in it, and awakening her consciousness, making her stop singing, thus resolving the crisis. The third method is the last resort Beckman could think of, but it is something that their group would never do under any circumstances. That is to directly take action against Yuta in the real world and kill her. In this way, Totem Jika would naturally return to the other world after losing the support of her singing power. But to make them kill their own daughter? They would never do that, even if it meant going against the whole world. On the contrary, they would firmly protect Yuta, ensuring her safety and preventing anyone who might think of such a method from threatening her. The appearance of Ella and Leo had long been noticed by their group. However, upon learning that they were the subordinates of that man, they refrained from eliminating the potential threat these two posed to Yuta. With nearly half the country fallen, they couldn't possibly have no contact with that man. This is why Beckman said that after that man appeared, if there were no other solutions, a fierce battle would await them. Simply put, it would be the Yuta defense war. Just as everyone fell into silence, the space suddenly shook violently. What happened? Did Totem Jika's energy fluctuations become stronger? Rikiru frowned heavily. No. Shanks slowly stood up, looking towards the distant sky. It's our old acquaintance. Coming in an incredible way. In the distant sky, it shattered like a mirror, and a dazzling light shot out from the spatial rift. As the light gradually converged, the figure of Tarlag slowly emerged. He stood on the void, his body covered in platinum dragon scales shimmering in the sunlight. Dark purple electricity flickering. His gaze was cold, as if scanning the surroundings, and his powerful aura made the air around him seem to solidify. Ugh! With a wave of nausea, his momentum was instantly crushed into dust. Tarlag rubbed his painfully throbbing temples, nausea clinging to him. The experience of crossing through a spatial rift was not pleasant. He now felt as if he had bungee jumped thousands of times in an instant, and then rode a light-speed roller coaster thousands of times. He was completely dizzy, without the guidance of coordinates. He feared he would lose his way in the flow of space. Tarlag suppressed his churning stomach and focused his gaze downward. Smoke filled the air, and flames illuminated this scarred country in the long night. The once bustling crowd had vanished, replaced by silence in the ruins. Looking at Totem Jika high in the air, still causing destruction, a killing intent began to rise in his heart. Below, Shanks narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at the suddenly appeared Tarlag, his mind racing. That man himself was a monster, and it seemed he had gained powerful abilities, making him even harder to deal with. He looked up at the sky and said solemnly, "You've come." Tarlag slowly descended, a slight smile on his lips. "You knew I would come?" Ella and Leo. Those two useless ones, it seems their training is still lacking. Go back and train harder. Jezeb furrowed his brow, unconsciously tightening his grip on the gun in his hand. You shouldn't have come. Their daughter was in the vortex, and no one had the confidence to keep a person safe in the hands of that man. Tarlag crossed his arms, his conqueror's haki pressing down, his sharp gaze directed at Jezeb, who was holding a spear. "But I have already come. Has no one told you that it's very impolite to greet guests with swords and spears?" His right hand slowly clenched, and with his movement, the spear barrel made of sea prism stone in Jezeb's hand actually began to bend. Crack! With a crisp sound, the barrel shattered like a mirror. Tarlag's slight action had already intimidated everyone present, including Shanks. Although he was confident he could destroy Jezeb's weapon, he could not do it as effortlessly as Tarlag. Beckman, fearing unnecessary conflict between the two sides, hurriedly stepped into the middle of the crowd. He looked deeply at Tarlag and slowly spoke. "I believe you have a good understanding of the situation here. Do you have a way to resolve the current predicament?" Beckman's position subtly shifted, trying to block Tarlag's line of sight so he wouldn't see the music castle behind the crowd. Tarlag looked meaningfully at the tense crowd and chuckled lightly. "Perhaps I do, perhaps I don't. Warning, warning. The casualty rate has reached 48. 9 clang." The long-awaited Murakumo reappeared, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Shanks stepped forward, his eyes filled with vigilance. "What do you intend to do?" "Room." With a point of his Murakumo sword, a massive spatial barrier instantly enveloped everyone. Tarlag's figure also disappeared from a spot. When he reappeared, he found himself standing at the very top of the music castle, overlooking the scarred country below. While directly addressing the source is the fastest and most direct method. If Luffy finds out that I killed his best friend, he might hate me as an uncle for life. Just as he was lost in thought, Shanks, wielding dual swords and filled with rage, leaped forward. Tarlag. Shanks's eyes held an unprecedented seriousness, and he spoke decisively. It seems that method ultimately couldn't be hidden from you. But Yuta is my daughter. The mistakes she made should be borne by me as her father. Come on. Shanks took a fighting stance, his imposing aura on full display. Use the sword in your hand to take my life. And ours. All the crew members of the red-haired pirates gathered together. They gripped their weapons tightly, standing behind Shanks, their eyes filled with a resolute indifference to life and death. Tarlag looked at the group before him, who were ready to face death, and a hint of surprise and admiration flashed in his eyes. He never expected that, after showing off his power, facing someone they could never defeat, this group would still dare to draw their weapons and stand in his way. He shook his head slightly and chuckled. Perhaps before, aside from killing Yuta, I had no other good methods. But after consuming the reward from the system, Totem Jika, that is merely a larger target for slashing. Ignoring the vigilant red-haired crew, Tarlag slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the still rampaging Totem Jika, his eyes sharpening. Shanks, pay attention. This may be the last time you have the courage to draw your sword in front of me. Shanks was slightly taken aback, slowly lowering his tightly gripped twin swords. Looking at the figure ahead, murmuring, if you can save this country without harming Yuta, I, Shanks, will be grateful to you. How could I? As Tarlag closed his eyes tightly, all his strength began to gather in his hand holding Murakumo. The surrounding space seemed to sense this powerful force, starting to tremble slightly and ripple. At this moment, accompanied by the feedback from his observation hockey, Tarlag understood in his heart. Although Totem Jika is a powerful music devil, the source of his power, Yuta, is still young and her mental strength is weak. This resulted in Totem Jika's true form not being able to exert its full power. The fact that this was only the first movement was the main reason he could face it calmly. Tarag's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, a fierce light shooting from them. Then he shouted, one sword style, ultimate, split space. In an instant, the Murakumo in his hand swung out a dazzling sword light, carrying the energy to tear everything apart, directly slashing towards the position of Totem Jika. As the sword light passed, the space was easily sliced open like a mirror, accompanied by countless fragments of space scattering. A huge spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. This rift directly penetrated the barrier between the real world and the Gaga world. The sword light extended into the Gaga world without obstruction, accurately striking Totem Jika's body within that world. At the same time, the Totem Jika in the real world seemed to be struck by this invisible force, its body shaking violently. Is this something a person can do? I don't know. I just understand that we seem to have lost the qualification to fight him. Can the boss S divine avoidance compete with it? Everyone's gaze turned to Shanks, but deep down, they already had the answer. Shanks swallowed hard, looking at the shattered sky and the broken stars, murmuring, setting aside the facts, you really think highly of me. Roar. Totem Jika let out a painful roar, a sound that seemed to tear apart the entire space. It frantically twisted its massive body, trying to break free from the constraints of that fatal blow. But Tarag's first attempt to use his fruit ability and the full force slash was indeed astonishing in power, far beyond what it could resist. It was already limited by Yuta's mental strength and could not initiate the subsequent movements to defend itself. Under the impact of this sword light containing powerful spatial power, it was even more powerless, unable to defend itself at all. Leo, what are you doing? Aira pulled Leo, who had been hiding everywhere since Tarag appeared. It's nothing. I just miss home. Leo spread his hands nonchalantly, but a cold sweat trickled down his cheek. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. Aira, you idiot, didn't you notice the captain's gaze towards us is very unusual? Aren't you the one pulling me? Fine, let us see later whether the captain trains you harshly or is tougher on someone as honest as me. Under the continuous impact of the sword light that had not yet dissipated, Totem Jika's body began to gradually collapse and disintegrate. Both the part in the Gaga world and the part in the real world were visibly disappearing at a rapid pace. Black smoke energy continuously surged out of its body like a tide, symbolizing its power rapidly fading. Finally, With a reluctant roar, Totem Jika completely vanished from these two worlds. Only a few ancient, tattered music sheets remained, struggling as if they had a life of their own, wanting to fly far away. Tarlag looked at the place where Totem Jika dissipated, his brow slightly furrowing, pondering in his heart. Is the darkness and desire within people's hearts the root of this guy's emergence? Before me, no one could manage it. During my time, it would be better for this world to be a little cleaner. Having said that, another strike capable of shattering space was unleashed, precisely cutting through those few music sheets drifting towards the distance. As the music sheets turned to dust, a sound filled with ferocity, desire, and brutality echoed through heaven and earth, as if it were Totem Jika's final struggle. Tarlag watched all of this expressionlessly, murmuring softly, "As for what comes after me, the monkey family can also take over." The D in his mouth symbolizes freedom and hope, but in his eyes, it has always been about protection. While fully protecting his family, he could also contribute a little weak power to protect this world within his capabilities. Tarlag slowly retracted the sword in his hand, the light and electricity on his body gradually calming down. He turned around, looking at the stunned Shanks and the others, and said lightly, "All right, the crisis is over. It's time to talk about the matter of you luring Luffy while I was away." Looking at Tarag's calm questioning, Shanks suddenly felt the breath of death. But then he chuckled and shook his head. With this man as strength, if he really wanted to take their lives, he would have done so long ago. Shanks sat down on the ground with relief, thinking that things had developed to this point. It seems there are no secrets in this world that can stop this man's probing. The secret that has always weighed on his heart is also about to see the light of day. Have you noticed the changes in the sea in recent years? The members of the red-haired pirates surrounded Tarlag and Shanks, the atmosphere slightly tense. Shanks' expression was serious, slowly speaking, his mouth opening and closing, his voice deep and slightly hoarse as he recounted. Captain Roger told him the truth about this world before calmly facing death. He looked at the symbolic straw hat in his hand, his thoughts drifting away. The story goes back to 800 years ago. As time passed, the sunlight gradually penetrated the clouds, shining down on this ruin. The golden light illuminated every corner of this country, bringing warmth and hope to the people. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. The strongest artist of Eregia, King Gordon, stood in the center of the stage in the music castle, holding the unconscious Yuta. He kept murmuring, and from the slightly strange expression on his face, it was not hard to see that he had a unique understanding of the disaster's instigator, Totem Jika. At the top of the music castle, Shanks' narration continued. Meanwhile, Tarlag remained quietly standing there, his gaze calmly fixed on Shanks. He occasionally nodded slightly, seemingly not surprised by what Shanks was saying. "So, we need the leadership of the true owner of this straw hat, and since Captain Roger's death, I have been striving for this. This is the truth of this world." Shanks raised his head to gaze into Tarag's eyes, his eyes sharp and resolute. "If you think that with just your own strength, you can stand against the will of the entire world, you can overturn the constraints of the entire sea and eliminate the ongoing war disputes between countries that have lasted for 800 years, thus allowing the myriad seas of the world to unite as one, letting people freely and equally bask in the sunlight." Shanks slowly stood up, a sense of unprecedented ease on his face. "Well then, I can give up the search for the heir to Joy Boy's will. The red-haired pirates will disband, and I, Shanks, will unconditionally follow you and obey your commands. How about that?" Targ remained silent, but the weight on his face grew heavier. Targ sighed deeply, privately lamenting how chaotic this world truly is. He had thought that as a traveler, he would have a thorough understanding of this world. However, after listening to Shanks' lengthy discourse for 5 hours, he realized that everything he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. It wasn't surprising, after all. The speed at which One Piece updates is longer than his own life. To uncover some unknown secrets, he had to thank his amiable old dean. "So, how strong do you think one needs to be to accomplish what you mentioned?" Targ clenched his fists, believing that his current strength was already worthy of being called the strongest in the world, having never been battered by society. This time, Shanks was taken aback by the question. Jesus Burgess was the first to burst out laughing. The other executives of the red-haired pirates exchanged glances before openly laughing heartily. And even Shanks joined in. "Hey, Targ," somewhat embarrassed and angry, exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said?" No one responded. The laughter only grew louder. After a long while, seeing Targ's expression darkening, Shanks hurriedly suppressed his laughter. Ahem! Shanks forced down his amusement and patted Targ's shoulder without any sense of distance. He hadn't expected that, after speaking for so long, this person still didn't understand the underlying principle. Was Whitebeard strong? Was Kaido and Big Mom strong? What about Rocks? Even a hint of sadness flashed in Shanks' eyes. Even my Captain Roger, no matter how strong an individual or a group is, what does it matter? The will, spirit, legacy, and faith of the people. This is what this era truly needs. A melodramatic love triangle leading to the world's collapse? Targ angrily swatted away Shanks' hand, feeling that all hope was placed on the successors. Why didn't Joy Boy just die? That's why my captain often laments that he was born at the wrong time. If only he could have lived in the same era as Joy Boy. Shanks helplessly shrugged his shoulders, recalling that his reaction upon hearing this secret was not much different from Targ's now. If it weren't for these secrets being told by his Captain Roger, Shanks wouldn't even dare to believe that the cause of this situation was so melodramatic. On the eve of parting, Targ, still haunted by memories, once again covered his body with platinum dragon scales. He recalled the experience of crossing the spatial gate, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. If it weren't for wanting to return to Makino quickly, he would never want to experience that uncomfortable feeling again. Although you didn't answer my question directly, I must say, those few people you mentioned are really not enough for me at this point. To maintain his persona as much as possible, Targ always pretended to be calm and collected, his sharp gaze fixed on Shanks and the others. Go do what you want to do. Here, you have only one bottom line. Never attempt to harm or even control Luffy, or else. As soon as the words fell, the white dragon soared into the sky, and an invisible shockwave erupted from him. The space instantly trembled violently like a lake disturbed by ripples. A visible spatial crack appeared out of thin air like black lightning, spreading wildly. The surrounding scenery became blurred in this trembling space, seeming as if it would be torn apart by this powerful force at any moment. In the spatial crack, did I forget something? Targ suppressed his churning stomach and fell into deep thought. What was it? Never mind. Coming alone and leaving alone, I shouldn't have left anything behind. Ereligia, in the square. Jesus Burgess stepped forward with a sinister smile, pointing his spear at Era's forehead. The pent-up frustration of the night finally had a place to vent. Shanks also drew his griffin, standing by, watching closely. He expressed, "Your boss looked so cool when he left. Don't I deserve some face? Don't come over." Era's face turned pale. "If you come any closer, I'm going to scream." Beckman also rarely made a joke. Scream. Targ is already gone. Even if you scream your throat out, you still have to take this beating today. Scream your throat out. Scream your throat out. Help me. Watching Era, who seemed terrified, the members of the red-haired pirates exchanged glances. Jesus Burgess walked behind Shanks and whispered in his ear, "Boss, I think this guy might not be bright. Let's not tease him anymore. He's already this dumb. If we provoke him again, he might be beyond saving." Indeed, how could someone as shrewd as Targ have such an irredeemably foolish subordinate? Shanks pretended to ponder and nodded. Beckman, who had already walked behind them, heard this and immediately fixed his gaze on his captain with a look of astonishment. He thought, how come their subordinates are foolish, but here it's the opposite? Just then, a great opportunity. Era, curled up on the ground and surrounded by everyone, suddenly flashed a glint in his eyes. Just in that moment, Leo, hidden in the shadows, had signaled him. A signal to attack. 1,000,000 volts, Thunder Dragon, Tiger Roar, Cloud Piercer. Almost in an instant, the visible Era and the hidden Leo launched a surprise attack on the careless red-haired pirates. In a flash, thunder and lightning erupted, and a massive thunder dragon woven from electricity charged towards the red-haired pirates. With a thunder dragon passed, the air crackled with electricity, emanating a powerful energy that made hearts race. At the same time, a roar that seemed to pierce the heavens rang out, and an attack with boundless might shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at everyone. However, at this critical moment, Shanks remained calm, still chatting and laughing with Jesus Burgess. It was as if this scene had already played out in his mind not long ago. As the thunder dragon howled near, a sharp red light flashed in Shanks' eyes. The griffin in his hand was swung with a seemingly slow, yet incredibly fast speed, and with a divine angle and power, he precisely deflected both incoming attacks. The seemingly powerful thunder dragon and the cloud piercer grazed past the red-haired pirates, creating a gust of wind without inflicting any substantial damage. The entire square fell silent, with only the swirling dust slowly settling. Shanks' figure suddenly vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding two blades against Leo and Era's throats. Did your captain never tell you that only dominance can rise above everything else? Shanks shook his head helplessly. In Tarlag's words, the attacks from these two were too pure. TCH, isn't our captain also someone who ate a fruit? Ella rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. She didn't expect the gap in strength between the two sides to be so large. A few years ago, when the captain was kicked out of his home and returned, he casually tossed her a devil fruit. She thought it would be some common animal type, but unexpectedly, it was the thunder fruit, known as the strongest among the natural types. This made Ella quite smug, believing she possessed a speed that could rival Borsellino and that her own strength could contend with him. Coupled with the constant flattery from the honest and simple Leo, Ella felt she was practically above everyone else. Little did she know, in a sneak attack, she still couldn't withstand a single blow from Shanks. Hearing this, Shanks twitched the corners of his mouth. What about Tarlag eating a fruit? Can he be compared to you two rookies? He only considered the fruit's abilities after reaching the peak of his three-color hockey. That's called adding icing on the cake. These two, saying it's a timely help, are just flattering themselves. Shanks, a tender, crisp voice broke the tense atmosphere. Yuta, accompanied by King Gordon, approached the square. Her eyes were filled with endless worry. She didn't know how the once joyful and musical Elegia had turned into such a broken state during her slumber. Watching Shanks and the others seemingly engaged in battle from afar, Yuta's emotions became very unstable. She didn't know under what circumstances and against what kind of enemy her father would take action, nearly destroying this country. 5 days later, Marineford. Kobe was jolted awake from his nap by Sengoku's roar. Still groggy, he muttered unhappily, "Sengoku, what has got you all worked up?" "I was pondering the biggest thing in life. What should I name my grandchild?" His head ached. He just wanted to sleep a bit longer. Sengoku was infuriated, his beard bristling as he stomped over to Kobe, slamming a newspaper on the table. "Look at what your son has done." Shanks and his crew nearly wiped out a country, and he just ignoring it. Is he even still a Marine? Kobe yawned, leisurely picking up the newspaper while grumbling. Marine? Wasn't he already discharged? As he read the contents of the newspaper, Kobe's expression gradually turned serious, but he still pretended to be relaxed, saying, "Oh, it's just a fight. Young people are passionate. It's normal." Sengoku glared at him. Normal? Look at the level of destruction. And those two, Ella and Leo, how could they possess such powerful fruits yet act so impulsively, nearly causing a major disaster? If this isn't handled well, it will affect the image and stability of the world government. Kobe scratched his head. So what do you suggest? Their own country hasn't said anything. If it weren't for Morgan's newspaper, we wouldn't even know such a thing happened. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, filled with confusion. He didn't understand why the kingdom of Elegia didn't pursue accountability for the near destruction caused by Shanks and his crew, even bearing the brunt of this disaster alone. But this could be considered a good thing, as the Navy was also involved in this incident. This nation-destroying event attracted considerable attention globally. Sengoku sat back in his chair, his expression solemn. Although it didn't directly impact the Navy, the red-haired pirates couldn't be allowed to continue wreaking havoc on the seas. Do you want to overstep and take over Talag's work? Kobe was momentarily taken aback. Asking meaningfully, Sengoku pulled out a bounty notice from his drawer and tossed it to Kobe. "I am a Marine Admiral. I'm his superior. The Shichibukai will no longer have the red-haired pirate's position. This is their latest bounty. Pass it on to Tarlag." With that, Sengoku stood up and walked out. It wasn't that he wanted to overstep. It was that someone was constantly applying pressure on him. The 5 old geezers and Mary Geos had already summoned him and Admiral Kong multiple times because of this incident. They repeatedly discussed how to deal with the red-haired pirates. Months ago, a world government transport ship had been intercepted by pirates. According to the testimony of its officer, Fosf, the blame was directed at the red-haired pirates. Sengoku didn't know what was being transported, but judging from the reactions of the 5 old geezers, it likely wasn't anything ordinary. West Sea, an unknown ruin. Brother Ella. And that person, 18-year-old Robin, stood quietly in front of an ancient building, holding a newspaper. Sunlight poured over her, outlining her tall figure. She slightly lowered her head, focusing intently on the content of the newspaper, her long, curled eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her cheeks. Her skirt swayed with the gentle breeze, and Robin's thoughts gradually drifted back to that day 6 years ago. The sea ahead was fraught with danger. All I could do was this. How to walk the road ahead is entirely up to your choice. The path lies beneath your feet. How to walk it is your choice. 2 men had said similar things to her, becoming guiding lights during her 6-year struggle in the mire. Looking at the image of Ella confronting Shanks in a newspaper, along with the blurry silhouette at the bottom, Robin's gradually numbed soul seemed to regain warmth. A faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. It was time to embark on a new journey, to become the key that could change the world. Frostmoon Village by the river. An old man fishing held a newspaper in his hand, his gaze lingering on the 2 famous swords in Shanks' hands. 1245, 1246. Beside him, a youthful yet steady breathing sound pulled the old man's thoughts back. Where exactly lies the boundary between the supreme great sword and the great sword? Watching Zoro swing the Wado Ikemonji, Frostmoon Gungsong fell into deep thought. As a swordsmith of the Wado Ikemonji and Enma, he spent his life constantly learning. He wanted to add a supreme order to this world with his frail body within his lifetime. Yet, he could never understand what he was lacking. His 2 best works could only rank among the great swords, unable to progress further. Old man, what exactly is wisdom? The reverie was broken. Looking at the boy beside him, who was constantly wiping sweat, Frostmoon Gungsong felt a sense of comfort in his old age. Perhaps he would never fulfill that dream in his lifetime, but being able to witness a young man with extraordinary talent, wielding the swords he forged, aiming for the title of the world's strongest, was also a considerable consolation. Imagine it. When this little guy wields the dagger forged by himself and defeats those powerful warriors holding supreme great knives. Doesn't this indirectly prove that the dagger forged by him, Shuangyue Jingsenlang, has transcended the boundaries of its sequence, becoming a unique existence? Although all of this is still just a fantasy for now, who says it can't be accomplished? Grandpa? Zoro asked again. Why has this mysterious grandpa been in a daze lately? Every time he sees him, his eyes are filled with fervor. If it weren't for his unique insights and his swordsmanship, Zoro wouldn't have come back to this riverside. Shuangyu Jingsenlang stepped out of his reverie and shook his head with a smile. Why do people think more as they age? The concept of Shinmingzihum. Zoro nodded repeatedly. He had noted this term while listening to the old man's stories earlier, but he had never been able to understand its meaning. That is, Shuangyue Jingsenlang hesitated, not intending to explain directly. The term Shinmingzi comes from his hometown, Wano country, and represents an ancient understanding of swordsmanship. It is a spirit that pursues great power, realizes one's goals, and sacrifices reputation, letting go of distractions to fight and strive with pure will and determination. It depends on your understanding. Shuangyue Jingsenlang smiled mysteriously. When you let go of the pursuit of fame and the worries of various distractions, focusing on the expression of swordsmanship and the pursuit of victory, you will naturally understand. Zoro snorted, confused. It's like talking to his master Jinxiro, always so long-winded. If I could understand, why would I even ask you? I might as well train by myself. Zoro felt that the old man might be losing his mind, took his dagger, and walked aside to continue slashing. Barachi, the floating restaurant. The man had already left for a long time. Zepp lay on the mast and asked Sanji, who had been standing below for a long time. Today was the day that Tarlag and his group left the floating restaurant, and Sanji had finally obtained his sea chart. Stupid old man. Why can't I feel happy when my dream is within reach? Sanji looked down at the sea chart in his hand, which marked the coordinates of ALLBLUE. He should have felt excited about this, but why did his heart keep telling him that this was not the real ALLBLUE he wanted? Seeing Sanji caught in pain and conflict, Zep sighed inwardly and jumped down from the mast. He walked to Sanji's side, placed a hand on his shoulder, and slowly said, "Do you really understand the meaning of your dream?" Sanji wanted to say he understood, but he couldn't bring himself to say the word. Seeing this, Zep gently pulled Sanji down to sit on the ground, gazing at the last rays of sunset on the distant horizon, sharing his understanding of dreams. The value of a dream often lies in everything you experience in the pursuit of it. You haven't fought against the storm to seek its clues. You haven't spent countless days and nights studying ocean knowledge, trying various cooking preparations to welcome it. Without experiencing the hardships and efforts to obtain something, it's like a kitchen knife that hasn't been sharpened. Although it looks sharp, it lacks that resilience and confidence. Looking at Sanji, who was entranced, Zep nodded slightly. You are unhappy now, because deep down, you understand that this dream feels a bit hollow. ALLBLUE is your dream, but you can't feel accomplished just because you have a sea chart. You need to give this dream real meaning through your actions in future voyages. Make it a pursuit you can be proud of, not just a cheap item easily obtained. Listening to Zep's words, Sanji felt enlightened, and a surge of passion welled up in his heart. He stared intently at the sea chart in his hand, and after a moment, suddenly exerted force with both hands and tore the sea chart to shreds. Zep was slightly startled, but soon revealed a pleased smile. Sanji stood up and shouted towards the sea, "Stupid old man, you're right. I will find ALLBLUE with my own strength, and I will give this dream real value. I will use my culinary skills and my courage to seek my own path to ALLBLUE." Sanji threw the torn pieces of the sea chart into the air, and the sea breeze carried his will, blowing the pieces far away. Windmill Village. "Stupid kid, why are you crying?" Tarlag, about to return to the base with Makino, looked helplessly at his nephew. Finally free from my uncle's control, Luffy shed tears of joy. He covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from laughing out loud. I'm just going to miss you. Without uncle and aunt, I can't even think about food." Makino shook her head and laughed as she boarded the warship first, while Tarlag stood there with a black line on his face. "Hasn't anyone told you that lying really doesn't suit you?" "Huh." Luffy stopped pretending, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Did someone? You think I'm complimenting you?" "Idiot." Tarlag kicked Luffy towards the sea. The Sea King, understanding, gently caught Luffy with its tongue to prevent the non-swimmer from dying young. "From now on, I won't care about your social interactions." Talag's figure appeared right behind Luffy in an instant. "But that doesn't give you a reason to act recklessly. After all, I am your most respected uncle, you fool." Looking at Luffy, who was about to curl up in the throat of the Sea King, Tarlag stopped roaring. "So what?" Luffy tugged at the corner of the Sea King's tongue, pouting, "I've just been beaten all the time. So familiar." Looking at Luffy's expression, Tarlag stroked his chin. That familiar feeling has returned. He casually pulled out a Pokeball from his pocket and threw it at Luffy's feet, which contained the reward for this system task. "Next time you come back, who knows when that will be?" He pulled up the disgruntled Luffy from the ground, ruffled his hair, and smiled gently. "When you encounter dangers that you can't solve with your own strength, open this ball. Understand? Is there some high-quality barbecue inside?" Luffy's mouth watered as he looked at the Pokeball, drooling everywhere. The Sea King looked stunned, but thinking that its master was also on its tongue. It could only endure silently. Tarlag covered his face in speechlessness. He and Makino had never skimped on this little guy's food and clothing. How can he relate everything to meat so quickly? "It's something you will definitely like." Tarlag gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing his irritated emotions. "Anyway, you can't open it until it's an emergency. Let's go." After saying this, Tarlag soared into the sky, heading straight for the location of the warship. Since eating the space dragon fruit, he had gained the ability to fly, no longer needing to glide with a moonwalk that steps on left foot and right foot as before. Something I will definitely like? Luffy didn't care about Terrag's departure, as his thoughts were captivated by the Pokeball in his hand. Was it not barbecue, but rather the delicious bone-in meat sticks made by Uncle? If it could be obedient, it wouldn't be called Luffy anymore. A dazzling red light flashed, accompanied by a buzzing sound. The Pokeball traced an arc in the air and landed steadily on the tongue of the near Sea King, who was about to go berserk. Ow. Hello, little master. Who? Luffy's line of sight was blocked by a shadow, and he waved his arms in a panic. A faint voice echoed in his mind from time to time, but he was certain that no one was speaking. As Luffy fell to the ground, the figure of Lucario gradually came into his view. Lucario's athletic body was the first thing he noticed, standing about 2 meters tall, clearly taller than Luffy. Its entire body was covered with a layer of deep blue short fur, shimmering with the luster of the deep sea under the sunlight. What is this? Luffy's pupils constricted, his mouth gradually opening wide as he stared dumbfounded at the figure before him. Just as he was about to speak, with a roar, the near-sea king, unable to tolerate the chaos on its tongue, suddenly went berserk and rolled over, dragging Luffy down to the seabed. On the warship, brother, is that blue puppy really as powerful as you said? Makino snuggled in Terrag's arms, her eyelashes fluttering as she curiously lifted her head. Terrag kissed her forehead, saying that it was quite powerful, but it was enough to ensure Luffy's safety. Produced by the system, it must be a fine product. So feel free to consume. Hurry up and get away. Was it that reward you initially gave me? Terrag envisioned his little person in his mind, angrily looking at the indifferent system with its legs crossed in front of him. What's wrong with the green-haired turtle? The system waved its hand, and the previous grass turtle reappeared in the system space. As the saying goes, one turtle passes down 3 generations. The human leaves, but the turtle remains host. You are obsessed. Gwen. In the waters near Marineford, a warship with the flag reading G1 was cutting through the waves. By the ship's railing, Tina leaned quietly against the railing, her posture upright, yet exuding a unique laziness. One hand casually rested on the railing, while the other held a cigarette. Tina was puzzled. The headquarters summoned us without any warning. Was war about to break out? Tina squinted her eyes slightly, her gaze peering through her sunglasses towards the distant sea, her expression calm and reserved. 2 years ago, during the Navy's grand competition, Tina graduated successfully with the first place in the officer training camp. She was awarded the rank of major and was assigned to work under Vice Admiral Groundhog at the G1 branch base. Due to a certain person's influence, the current situation at sea had stabilized. Therefore, the headquarters was once again contemplating the establishment of a regular military academy. Smoker's open naval coat revealed his bronze chest, the strong muscle lines faintly visible under the sunlight. He also had a cigar in his mouth, occasionally puffing out thick clouds of smoke. Tina was even more puzzled. Raising her eyebrows slightly beneath her sunglasses, was the reason for summoning us to become teachers? A hint of joy surged in her heart. After being a student for so many years, was there finally a chance to teach others? Smoker subtly curled his lips. If that were the case, it would be great. He and Tina worked in different branches, and his direct superior was Kazan. Thus, he was privy to many unknown secrets. He took a deep drag on his cigar, allowing the smoke to linger in his lungs for a long time before reluctantly explaining. There's a high possibility that it's to be that guy's student. Smoker clenched his fists in frustration. How could the gap between people be so large? Why was it that under the guidance of teacher Zephyr, he could work alongside those 3 monsters as instructors at the new school, while he could only remain a student? Are you saying? Tina took off her sunglasses from her forehead, her long pink hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes filled with disbelief. Navy headquarters. Admissions department. Ji Yuan was dressed in a crisp navy uniform, her short hair looking very neat. Her delicate features were slightly furrowed at this moment, her brows knitted, revealing a hint of helplessness and annoyance in her eyes. She pinched her slender waist with both hands, leaning slightly forward as if trying to suppress her inner emotions. Hancock, look at yourself now. Ji Yuan shook her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. You are the Empress of Amazon Lily. Where has your former pride and dominance gone? She met Hancock at the wedding of Terrag and Makino. The first time they met, Ji Yuan was attracted by the aura that Hancock exuded. She found that Hancock possessed the same arrogance and dominance as her, along with a commanding presence that she lacked. Thus, through intentional contact and Terrag's introduction, they quickly became close friends. Ji Yuan pinched her nose, filled with anger. For that damn man, you've almost lost yourself. Boa Hancock stood there like a perfect statue, her long, shiny black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, her skin as white as snow, delicate and flawless. Her features were stunning, her facial structure exquisitely crafted like a work of art, and her eyes resembled deep lakes, radiating a mysterious and captivating glow. At this moment, she slightly lifted her chin, dodging Ji Yuan's gentle touch, her gaze revealing determination and persistence. I joined the Navy not for anyone. Hancock's voice was clear and melodious, yet carried an undeniable firmness. I have my own justice to uphold. Ji Yuan looked at Hancock's stubborn demeanor and couldn't help but sigh. She knew Hancock's character. Once she decided on something, it was hard to change. Hancock, you need to understand that joining the Navy is not a simple matter. You are currently the queen of a nation. Your status will bring you many troubles. Ji Yuan tried to persuade her good friend to abandon this thought. Moreover, what about your country if you do this? What will happen to your subjects? Hancock slightly lowered her gaze, seemingly contemplating Ji Yuan's words. But soon, she raised her head again, her eyes sparkling with confidence. My country will be taken care of by my sisters. As for my subjects, they will understand my decision. Hancock slightly lifted her chin, her stunning face filled with confidence and an air of invincibility. Her lips parted slightly, her voice clear and filled with pride. After all, no matter what bad things I do, the whole world will forgive me because I am just too beautiful. Her graceful figure stood tall, as if all things in the world would pale in comparison to her beauty. Her eyes sparkled with a proud light, like brilliant stars, making it hard to look directly at her, as if declaring to the world that her charm was unmatched. She was not a born ruler, but the blood flowing through her veins demanded that she never bow her head. Even without that painful experience, her personality remained as proud as ever. Deep within her heart lies a steadfast belief. Her charm and nobility are beyond question. She has known since childhood that she is different from others. Her allure is not merely in her appearance, but in a temperament that is irresistibly captivating. Ji Yuan, who was initially troubled by Hancock's decision, felt a sudden spark of excitement upon hearing Hancock's words. It was Hancock's demeanor that had attracted her in the first place. Ji Yuan cupped her face with her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had become infatuated. That's right, Ji Yuan exclaimed excitedly. You are the most beautiful. Her voice was filled with admiration and envy. She recalled the first time she saw Hancock. At that moment, Hancock was like a queen, lofty and exuding an undeniable brilliance. Ji Yuan was captivated by her charm and confidence, and from that moment on, she knew that this woman was the epitome of what she aspired to be. After a long pause, Ji Yuan held her warm cheeks, took a deep breath to calm her racing heart, and finally asked, Hancock, have you really made up your mind? You must know that once you join the Navy, your life will change drastically. You will no longer be that lofty queen, but an ordinary Navy soldier. Looking into her friend's determined eyes, she felt she had already received her answer. I have made my decision, Hancock thought, a figure appearing in her mind, a faint smile on her lips. I am willing to give up my past identity and glory for justice. In the recruitment office, the two women's figures stood out strikingly. Their fates intertwined at this moment, and what would happen in the future was unknown, even to Terrag, the traveler. On the deserted island, the sea breeze howled past, causing his white hair to dance wildly. Taizolo stood quietly in front of a simple tombstone, his figure appearing lonely and desolate in the wind. His hands tightly gripped the Navy recruitment form, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Stella. Taizolo's voice was hoarse and low, filled with endless affection and longing. I finally have the chance to repay you, to repay the one who gave me hope. Memories surged like a tide, recalling the most beautiful year of his life. At that time, with that person's help, he had safeguarded his money. Shortly thereafter, he spent everything he had to buy Stella. From that moment on, his world seemed illuminated by sunshine. They walked together by the sea, Stella's laughter ringing like silver bells, her smile as radiant as spring flowers. They enjoyed the little moments of life in their humble abode, every instant filled with warmth and happiness. However, fate was cruel. Stella fell ill, and no matter how hard Taizolo tried, how much he prayed, he could not prevent the ravages of disease. Watching Stella grow thinner by the day pierced his heart like 1,000 sharp blades. He exhausted all his wealth, sought out doctors and remedies, but ultimately could not save her life. Why? Why is fate so unfair to me? Taizolo's fist slammed into the ground, tears blurring his vision. I just wanted to have love. Why is it so difficult? He looked at Stella's name on the tombstone, filled with pain and regret. If only he had been stronger. If only he had more wealth and power. Perhaps he could have saved Stella. But now it was all too late. Stella, don't worry. I will keep our promise. I can only see you after 20 years. Taizolo stood up, determination shining in his eyes. During this time, I will use my strength to change this world, so that no one else has to endure the pain we experienced. He took one last look at the tombstone and turned to leave. The sea breeze continued to howl, but his steps were resolute. He knew that from now on, his fate would be closely linked to this dream and his desire to repay. In Marineford, Sengoku sat in a chair, laughing heartily while holding his stomach. Ha ha! You really are something, Zifa. His face was filled with joy, tears of laughter forming at the corners of his eyes. Establishing a new school and throwing those little guys with different ideals of justice in as instructors is a brilliant idea. You're so much better than that old bastard Garp. Ha ha! Sengoku laughed while shaking his head, continually mocking Garp. Garp, meanwhile, was picking his nose with a disdainful expression, slightly frowning as he muttered, "Are you polite?" His expression showed dissatisfaction, but he didn't know how to express it other than in this way. Zifa stood there, arms crossed, looking serious. Hearing Sengoku's praise, he slightly lifted his chin, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Don't they all think that only their own views can lead the Navy forward in this turbulent sea about to erupt? Zifa's voice was steady and powerful, revealing his deep contemplation on the matter. One person's justice means nothing. I want more people to symbolically learn their ideals. They all think they're so great. Zifa narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The new school will have 4 instructors from 4 factions, selecting 400 students. On the day of the final competition, I want to see who is superior. Zifa was filled with anticipation. He wanted to see what kind of sparks these young people would create in competition, whose ideals of justice would prevail. Sengoku gradually stopped laughing, sitting up straight and looking at Zifa with admiration in his eyes. Zifa, your idea is bold but meaningful. Sengoku nodded slightly. In this turbulent era, the Navy indeed needed different voices and ideas to better face various unknown challenges. Garp stopped picking his nose, his frown deepening as he looked at Zifa with a complex expression. That little brat of mine seems a bit uncooperative. Garp's tone was filled with helplessness as he scratched the back of his head. Thinking about the process of persuading his son gave him a headache. The 3 guys were easy to talk to. One persuaded, one tricked, and one used forceful intimidation, and they all agreed to this matter. But when it came to Terra, things took a turn. Garp sighed, recalling the scene when Terra refused him. Be an instructor? Terra frowned. No. Don't you old man have any sense of urgency? My precious daughter, your beloved granddaughter, is about to be born. And I don't have the heart to be some damn instructor. No. Bang. The door slammed shut, leaving Garp outside with a face full of dust. He could only turn around and quietly follow the 2 old bastards behind him to go back and plan for the long term. The time returns to now. Garp shook his head helplessly, although he himself thought his son's first reason was quite ample. He had no choice but to endure the constant pressure from the 2 old dogs beside him, who were roasting him over the fire. It's all your fault. My son won't even let me into the house. Garp muttered to himself, glancing at Sengoku and Zifa, wishing he could punch them both. At this moment, Sengoku patted the table in front of him, drawing the attention of the 2. It didn't matter at all whether he cooperated. Sengoku smirked slyly, a glint of cunning flashing beneath his glasses. After all, he wasn't the one in charge, right? A proud look appeared on Sengoku's face, as if he had already secured victory. The 3 old silver coins exchanged glances, their expressions quite remarkable. Zifa slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a thoughtful smile. Garp was first taken aback, then also showed a mischievous grin. The 3 of them understood that this tactic would definitely make that stubborn kid obedient. Soon, the secret meeting room echoed with waves of laughter. The laughter was filled with pride and anticipation, as if they could already see the successful outcome of their plan. They seemed to envision the scene of young instructors competing fiercely in the new school, seeing the hope for the future of the Navy. And that uncooperative kid would eventually contribute his share to the development of the Navy under their calculations. At Navy headquarters, officers' family area. I'm not going. In the spacious living room, Tarlag stood straight, his face full of stubbornness. This was the first time he had so resolutely voiced his opinion to Makino. Pressing his lips tightly together, his eyes revealing persistence. Makino, sitting on the sofa, was slightly taken aback, a hint of hurt flashing in her eyes. But that hurt expression quickly vanished, replaced by a deliberate sense of grievance. She slightly furrowed her brows, her eyes quickly reddening, but the redness appeared somewhat unnatural. "Why are you yelling at me?" Makino's voice trembled slightly, carrying obvious grievances, but if one listened closely, it could be heard as somewhat exaggerated. "Are you impatient with me now?" Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her body trembling slightly. But no matter how one looked at it, the trembling seemed a bit exaggerated. Tarlag covered his face, not wanting to speak or being able to speak. As the saying goes, explanation is just a disguise, and disguise is the truth. He responded to this round of attacks with silence. Gazing at her husband, who remained silent, Makino did not relent. Instead, she intensified her offensive. "So love will disappear, right? Love really will disappear, won't it? Those sweet words and promises mean nothing now, right?" Makino's voice trembled even more, tears rolling down like a dam bursting. But those tears were clearly forced out. Her eyes were filled with disappointment and sorrow, but behind the sorrow hid a trace of subtle cunning. Tarlag helplessly opened his mouth. I didn't." His voice carried a hint of panic, his eyes revealing resentment and helplessness. This morning, Chief Physician Corey took Makino away under the pretext of an examination. In just half an hour, when Makino returned, she was already going to kick him out of the house to become some new school instructor. Tarlag could guess that it must be those 3 old bastards stirring up trouble behind the scenes. "Makino, our child is about to be born, However, Makino didn't listen to his explanation at all. She stopped crying, her eyes sparking with fire as her voice rose a few notches. "Are you trying to argue with me? Covering up the fact that you yelled at me, right?" Tarlag widened his eyes. Before he could say anything, Makino continued to vent her little emotions. "Are you disgusted with me? Do you have thoughts about me? Do you have a new sweetheart? Are you starting to hate me?" Her weak voice's questioning and accusations felt like sharp knives, stabbing at Tarlag's heart. What to do with a wife who loves to perform? "I'm online, it's urgent." Tarlag admitted that he was about to lose this confrontation with his wife. He was just a little bit away from completely surrendering. But Makino quickly made up for the lacking pressure. She slowly squatted down, gently caressing her bulging belly. A glimmer of triumph crossed her eyes, but it was quickly masked by deliberate sorrow. She softly spoke to the baby in her belly. "Baby, look at how your daddy is right now. He doesn't love us anymore. From now on, it will just be the 2 of us struggling in this cold world. You have to face such a fate before you're even born. Mommy feels sorry for you." Her voice trembled, as if she had suffered a great grievance. While speaking, she secretly observed Tarlag's reaction. Watching his dramatic wife's performance, Tarlag stood there, looking helpless. He shook his head slightly, a bitter smile on his face, secretly lamenting, "Where did my gentle and lovely sister go? What made her become so quirky now?" He let out a long breath, slowly walked over, and gently helped Makino up, his movements tender and careful. "I can go, right? If I let you keep playing, the child really won't have a father." His voice carried a hint of helplessness and a lot of indulgence. He really wanted to slap himself. Clearly an unwinnable battle. Why did he stubbornly refuse to give in? Makino's face instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling, her mouth curling up in a high smile, making a yay gesture, joyfully like a child. Then, she jumped into Tarlag's arms. "But you said it yourself. No one forced you, right?" Her voice carried a trace of cunning. A glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes, tightly hugging Tarlag's neck, her face beaming with a happy smile. "Thank you for being there. I'm so lucky to have you." "Right." Tarlag also smiled, spinning her around in his arms, gently pinching her nose, and affectionately chuckled. "I wanted to go myself. It has nothing to do with my sister. Makino's face showed a satisfied smile. With a hint of pride, she knew it would be like this. She was the virtuous wife and mother, her husband's capable assistant, the most obedient one. How could she be as fierce as the rumors outside? Umph. Looking at Makino's little pride, Tarlag smiled helplessly, gently patting her back, his heart filled with love and tolerance. At the headquarters building, Kazan sat lazily in a chair, one leg casually draped over the other, his whole body slumped as if he had no bones. Alala, aren't you guys afraid that little tie will tear the headquarters apart? His tone was casual, but his eyes carried a hint of mockery. He slightly raised his chin, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if waiting to see a lively spectacle. How terrifying! Palyasolino sat beside him, leisurely trimming his nails. I can't believe I've been fooled by you guys. You said one class a day means we can leave work early. But it turns out one class lasts an entire day. His gaze occasionally fell on the schedule on the table, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Sakazuki stood nearby, smoking a cigar with a serious expression. His gaze was stern, as if it could freeze the air around him. Strengthen our military spirit, of course. It's our duty. You two better take this seriously. He glared fiercely at Kazan and Borisolino, as if warning them not to take it lightly. Kazan shrugged slightly. Oh, come on. Don't be so serious, Sakazuki. Among us, you're the only one taking this to heart. Kazan rubbed his already swollen head, glancing at Garp, who was dozing off in front of him, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. You lazy guy. Sakazuki clenched his cigar tightly. Wanted to give this slacker a good kick. Enough. Sengoku's face was grim as he slammed the table. He privately lamented that this batch of Marines was really hard to manage. Every meeting felt like a powder keg. At the same time, his shout woke Garp, who had been dozing off. It wasn't me who let you, Garp exclaimed as if he had just had a terrible nightmare. Once he realized where he was, he awkwardly scratched his head, cough, cough. You guys continue. Sengoku's expression darkened further. He thought that this batch was worse than the last. He took a sip of the hot tea in front of him, letting it flow down his throat. After his emotions stabilized, he slowly spoke. This is the first naval school ever established in our Navy's history. Whether you like it or not, you must treat this matter seriously. Sengoku put down his teacup, crossed his hands in front of him, and looked intently at the three in front of him. The recruitment flyers had already spread throughout the world, and this time the conditions for enlistment were drastically different from before. The most important point was that there were no restrictions on anyone or any faction joining, as long as they had not been issued a bounty by us. They were welcome. I call it education without discrimination. Sengoku's gaze slowly swept over the three pillars of the Navy in front of him, observing their changes in expression. Sakazuki still wore a serious face, his eyes revealing determination. Kazan slightly raised his chin, seemingly pondering something. Borisolino wore a playful smile, seeing their gradually serious expressions. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. This meant that as the first instructors of a new school, you must control the direction and intensity of your teaching. You have all seen the changes among the 7 warlords. Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, has been stationed at a naval fortress alone for 3 years without worry. This forces us to re-evaluate the pirate group. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, his expression grave, as if recalling those unsettling changes. Perhaps not all of them are irredeemably evil. Through the teaching of justice, we might be able to assimilate some pirates, use them to jointly maintain peace and stability in the world. These ideas were all inspired by a book that Garp had once casually taken from the corner of the table. At first glance, it was astonishing. And upon learning that this book was something Garp had picked up from Tarlag's study, Sengoku admitted he had misjudged. Tarlag's thoughts were far more complex than he had shown. After hearing this, Sakazuki's expression instantly darkened, his brow furrowing as anger burned in his eyes. That's absurd. Pirates are pirates. They can never be assimilated. Sakazuki's eyes widened in anger, his fists clenched tightly, as if he was trying to suppress his inner fury. There will not be a single pirate among my students. I absolutely will not allow these evil beings to tarnish the Navy's dignity. Sakazuki's gaze was sharp and cold, showing no hesitation or retreat. In his eyes, pirates were pure evil that must be completely eradicated, with no room for compromise. Sengoku frowned, looking seriously at Sakazuki. He knew that among these individuals, the hardest to deal with was not the consistently resistant Tarlag, but this man who upheld pure justice, Sakazuki. Sengoku took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone steady to avoid further provoking him. Sakazuki, we need to consider the bigger picture and try new methods. The current situation does not allow us to stick to old ways. The bigger picture? Sakazuki leaned forward slightly, as if a beast preparing to attack. My bigger picture is to completely eliminate all pirates, not to try some foolish method of assimilating them. Sakazuki was unyielding. He leaned slightly forward, as if ready to pounce. I will not allow a single pirate into my ranks. That is my bottom line. Sengoku frowned. Indeed, suppressing his temper was not in Sakazuki's character. Sakazuki, don't be so stubborn. I'm a Marine Admiral. You're superior. You just need to follow orders, soldier. Sakazuki sneered, slowly leaning back in his chair. But aren't you just an admiral? Sakazuki meant to say that he was not the fleet admiral, and this was not a one-man show for Sengoku. As a vice admiral, he was only half a rank lower than Sengoku. The things he wanted to refuse, Sengoku had no right to order him on how to act. One sentence ignited the fuse of an explosive argument, and the two began to argue fiercely. The atmosphere tensed to the extreme. Kazan slightly raised his chin, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. He quietly watched the two arguing, pondering internally. Perhaps Sengoku's ideas had some feasibility, but Sakazuki's concerns were not without reason. The nature of pirates is hard to change. Assimilating them is no easy task. When did Mr. Sengoku become so wise? A complex expression appeared on Kazan's face, unsure of whose viewpoint to support. Borsalino wore a playful smile, leaning back in his chair, looking relaxed. Occasionally, he exchanged glances with Garp across from him, silently communicating their thoughts. Sengoku looked at the quarreling Sakazuki with some helplessness. He knew Sakazuki's stubborn nature, but he firmly believed in his judgment. Sakazuki, calm down for a moment. We could try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Sakazuki shot Sengoku a fierce glare, his eyes filled with anger. I will not change my mind. There will absolutely be no pirates among my students. After saying that, he turned and strode away, each step filled with strong determination. To associate with pirates? He would rather take off his military uniform right now than do that. Sigh. Sengoku let out a long sigh. Dealing with stubborn ideas was indeed harder than dealing with a person. The new school was still in preparation, but the mobilization work before the preparations seemed to have come to a standstill. Sakazuki, if you're unsure about something, you can go sit at Terra's place. A pile of documents in hand, Jonga passed by the departing Sakazuki, leaving behind a meaningful remark before walking into the conference room. Mr. Sengoku, the candidates from CP0, the Revolutionary Army, the 3 Emperors of the Sea, and other factions have already been sent over. Here are the relevant documents. Jonga placed a list of candidates and their biographies in front of Sengoku, then quietly stood behind him, waiting for orders. Sengoku, are you playing a bit too big? Garp frowned slightly. Although he wasn't sensitive to political matters, he wasn't oblivious to the dangers posed by the Revolutionary Army and the 3 Emperors of the Sea. Kazan, Borsalino, you two can go down first and help persuade Sakazuki. Sengoku rubbed his temples. A simple new school had him worried sick. What a burdensome life. Seeing this, Kazan and Borsalino immediately stood up and left without hesitation. The former acted out of fear and the latter out of respect. Otherwise, they would have long wanted to leave this oppressive conference room. Playing too big? Sengoku opened the documents in front of him and examined them carefully. But why does what I see seem to be enough to bring 10 years of calm to this sea? Sengoku sat at his desk, slightly frowning, holding the documents Jonga had sent. Garp, take a look at this. He gently wiped his glasses and handed the top document to Garp, who was munching on senbei. His name is Rob Lucci, referred to by those guys as the strongest and most ruthless weapon of CP9 throughout its history. You could say he is the strongest in the 800 years of CP9 on Judicial Island. Sengoku's tone held a hint of seriousness. I've heard of this guy. Garp took the document, quickly scanning it, his eyes showing some fluctuation, his tone noticeably grave. 7 years ago, when he was 13, he single-handedly killed 500 soldiers from a certain kingdom who were captured by pirates, using extremely cruel methods. He represents dark justice. Garp squinted slightly, recalling rumors about Lucci. After speaking, Garp casually threw the document back, his expression questioning. Is it really okay to bring someone like this into the new school? Garp had some concerns. He wondered what impact such a cold-blooded weapon would have on the new school. Sengoku looked at the second document in his hand, a wry smile appearing on his face as he scoffed. No matter what, he's still our ally. He's better than those guys. While saying this, Sengoku let the document scatter all over the floor. He indeed had simplified things. Those famous pirates sent over were no pushovers either. Sengoku Sai got up and walked to the window, gazing at the vast sea outside. Fortunately, the 4 instructors of the first session of the new school all possessed unmatched strength. It shouldn't be too difficult to keep them in check. Hopefully, that's the case, but these guys are not easy to deal with. Your assimilation plan might fall through. Garp took a bite of sunbae, muttering nonchalantly. Anyway, he was just a bystander. These worrying matters had nothing to do with him. East Sea, Windmill Village. Little Blue, I want to eat that. In a dense jungle, little Luffy jumped excitedly, pointing at a resting white tiger in the distance, his eyes full of desire, drooling uncontrollably. Beside him, Lucario was sitting on the ground. Hearing Luffy shout, he slowly opened his eyes. He looked helplessly at his little master, silently wondering, what gave the little master the illusion that I still have the strength to fight? Lucario turned and pointed at the pile of prey that had formed a small mountain behind Luffy, as if asking, Little master, are you sure you can eat all that? For some reason, Luffy was always able to understand what Lucario wanted to express. However, at this moment, Luffy clearly did not notice that Lucario's stamina had already reached its limit. He unceremoniously slapped Lucario's arm and exclaimed, A big pirate ship will return today. Shanks and the others can eat a lot. Luffy's face beamed with anticipation, as if he could already envision Shanks and Yuta feasting. Roar! Lucario hung his head, filled with helplessness. He knew he could not refuse his little master's request. Thus, he resignedly summoned the wave power within him once more. Preparing to use his proud move, Wave Bullet, Lucario strained his body, gathering the wave power in his palm, and forcefully launched the wave bullet. The blue energy ball shot toward the distant tiger like lightning. However, due to Lucario's severe exhaustion, the wave bullet's power was greatly reduced, merely injuring the tiger. Roar! The wounded tiger was instantly enraged, letting out a deafening roar. Its eyes glinted with ferocity as it pounced toward Luffy and Lucario. Seeing this, Lucario immediately stood up, wanting to protect Luffy. But as soon as he took a step, his body swayed due to fatigue, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy stared blankly at the charging tiger. The tiger opened its massive jaws, as if it could swallow the entire world in one bite, its mouth seemingly larger than him. Luffy instinctively looked at his small fists, comparing them to the tiger's sharp teeth. Quite symmetrical. Their sizes are exactly the same. A hint of tension surged in Luffy's heart, but soon, his stubbornness took over. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, little Luffy shouted, swinging his small fist with no fear in his eyes. His gaze was determined and fiery, as if burning with a flame. Uncle said, when facing a strong enemy, one must have the will to fight to the death. Although he did not yet understand what this meant, it didn't stop him from dramatically reciting it in front of Lucario. Luffy's voice echoed in the jungle, filled with fearless courage. Just as his fist was about to collide with the tiger, a sharp slash whistled through the air, accurately striking the tiger and splitting it in half. After a long time, Luffy slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, filled with disbelief. When did I become this strong? Looking at the lifeless tiger in front of him, then at his own fists, he was filled with confusion. So, I become this strong? Luffy scratched his head, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by excitement. He jumped up, shouting at the terrified Lucario on the ground. Little Blue, look, I'm awesome, right? Roar! Lucario covered his head, feeling hopeless. His little master's wit had once again surpassed his understanding of humanity. Jo, Luffy. Yuta's graceful figure quietly appeared under the shade of a log. Her arms crossed over her chest as she leisurely leaned against the tree trunk. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a delicate and charming outline around her. Yuta slightly raised her chin, a teasing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It hadn't been long since they last met, yet her strength was still so weak. Not to mention what had happened to her mind. Yuta, a familiar voice called out, and Luffy turned around immediately, his eyes lighting up with joy at their reunion. Lucario's ears twitched slightly, sensing the movement around them. He quickly stood up, raising a paw to press against the pockball at Luffy's waist. His owner had warned him to stay out of strangers' sight as much as possible when Luffy was not in danger. Luffy had long since gotten used to Lucario's behavior. He continued to run forward without a care, eager to embrace Yuta after their long separation. "Yuta, I miss you so much," Luffy thought, his excitement overwhelming as he ran. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. He seemed to forget everything else, with only Yuta's figure in his eyes. Like a gust of wind, he opened his arms wide and dashed toward her. Bang! His forehead collided precisely with the log behind Yuta. "Yuta, why?" Luffy felt his vision go dark, and he fell backwards, dazed with stars in his eyes. "Yuta, you won't be forgiven for this." As footsteps approached, Shanks and the others walked over slowly. Shanks sheathed his griffin with a smile on his face. He looked at Luffy lying on the ground, his eyes full of helplessness. This kid was still so reckless. At the Megino Tavern, under Tarlag's insistence, it had been given to the village chief, Shrap. Now it was bustling with life, filled with laughter and cheer. The sounds of singing and clinking glasses intertwined, as if playing a joyful melody. "Hey, Luffy, are you still mad?" Yuta peeked out from behind Shanks, her little head popping out with a teasing smile. She tilted her chin slightly, finding Luffy's sulky expression amusing. With a large bump on his forehead, Luffy crossed his arms and turned his head away, his lips pouting slightly. His eyes were filled with stubbornness, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Luffy thought to himself, "Just because I was snotty, you cruelly dodged me and made me crash into a tree? I don't need friends like that. I've cut ties with you today. I won't talk to you for an hour." His heart was full of grievances and anger, yet he didn't want to show weakness easily. "Suit yourself." Yuta shrugged indifferently, waving a meat stick made by Riki in front of Luffy. The meat stick emitted an enticing aroma, making anyone drool. That scent seemed to have a magical quality, drifting into Luffy's nose and causing his stomach to grumble uncontrollably. "This tiger meat is truly a rare sight." Yuta elongated her voice, a smug smile on her face. She knew Luffy was tough on the outside, but would definitely want to eat the meat inside. She just wanted to tease him and see how long he could hold out. "But since someone has cut ties with me, then the prey my dad caught is off limits for that someone." Yuta continued to poke fun at Luffy, her eyes full of mischief. She watched Luffy's conflicted expression and secretly chuckled. "I don't like eating delicious, drool-worthy, universe-invincible meat sticks." Luffy's eyes turned red, and he squeezed his mouth shut, trying not to let the saliva flow out. Damn this stubborn heart. Luffy silently cursed himself. To distract himself, Luffy thought about how unappetizing it was while his gaze wandered aimlessly. His eyes roamed around, trying to find something to take his mind off the meat. "Huh, what's this?" A small box next to Shanks caught his attention. He quietly observed his surroundings, finding everyone immersed in the joyful atmosphere of drinking and chatting, with no one noticing him. Luffy felt a rush of delight, like a cautious little mouse, as he crept closer to the box with light footsteps. "Got it." His heart raced, filled with curiosity. "Let me see what treasure it is that Shanks carries around." Luffy gently opened the box, and the moment the lid lifted, his eyes widened in surprise. Inside lay a brightly colored fruit. He had never seen such a strange fruit, filled with curiosity and astonishment. If you all are eating meat, then I'll just have some fruit to calm my nerves." In that moment, Luffy transformed his sadness into appetite, and without a second thought, he grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste of the fruit was odd, neither sweet nor sour, hard to describe. Before he could savor it, the fruit suddenly slipped down his throat and got stuck in his windpipe. "MHM." Luffy stammered for help, his voice not loud, but it immediately attracted Shanks' attention. Shanks turned to look, and seeing Luffy's flushed face and hands tightly gripping his neck, he quickly set down his drink and rushed to Luffy's side. "Luffy, what's wrong?" Shanks asked, his face filled with concern. "Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Did Yuta upset him?" Luffy struggled to spit out a few words, I ate a fruit, and it's stuck. A fruit? Where did you get a fruit? Shanks was slightly taken aback. When he turned to look at the treasure chest on the bar, he was completely dumbfounded. Did you eat the one from that box? Shanks never expected his moment of negligence would lead Luffy to eat that fruit. This was not the right time. Why, yeah, that one. Luffy's face was turning a shade of red mixed with purple. His eyes were filled with pain, feeling like he couldn't breathe. Shanks grabbed Luffy's legs and lifted him upside down. Spit it out. You need to spit it out now. Shanks' voice was filled with urgency. He knew the power of that fruit. Once consumed, the consequences could be dire. Luffy was held upside down, his head dangling, his body swaying with gravity. He was filled with fear and anxiety, unsure of what would happen to him. Just then, as Shanks was in a state of panic, Luffy's body suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. His legs began to stretch like rubber, becoming incredibly flexible. Shanks' eyes widened in shock. You swallowed it? He knew that once Luffy ate the devil fruit, his life would change drastically. Looks like it, ha ha. Luffy, carefree, burst into laughter, feeling as if he had suddenly grown taller. He looked at his elongated legs, filled with curiosity and excitement. He felt powerful, able to stretch like rubber. Shanks punched Luffy, who was laughing heartily, on the head and said, Do you know what you've eaten? Once you eat a devil fruit, you can never swim again. Shanks' expression was very serious as he looked at Luffy, hoping he would understand the gravity of the situation. The others in the tavern were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Yuta's meat stick fell to the ground with a thud, her mouth agape and her eyes wide, unable to believe Luffy's elongated legs. Can't swim? Luffy's eyes froze, feeling hopeless. How many mixed doubles from Grandpa and Uncle would he have to endure? Marineford, Demon Dog, Akainu shouted angrily, swinging his right arm forward. Hot magma-like energy instantly surged forth, transforming into a giant magma fist that thundered towards Terrag. Opposite him, Terrag remained calm, raising his hands gently as a dazzling spatial barrier unfolded in an instant. The barrier was like an indestructible fortress, easily blocking Akainu's powerful demon dog. The magma fist collided with the barrier, bursting into brilliant sparks. But it couldn't break through this defense. Stop. You've tried many times already. Without using Haki, your fruit ability alone cannot break my spatial barrier. Terrag's palms slowly came together, and the spatial barrier around him instantly shattered, taking away the magma energy released by Akainu. The battle ceased, and the training ground returned to calm. Terrag, what do you think about the introduction of pirates by the new school to the old man Sengoku? Akainu also released his battle form, and the magma around him dissipated. Terrag tossed him a cigar, lit one for himself, and took a deep drag. He glanced at Akainu meaningfully and shrugged helplessly. Just watch, what else can I do? You, a vice admiral, can't refuse it. So how can I, a mere rear admiral, have any say? Akainu furrowed his brows tightly, his dissatisfaction as intense as a volcano ready to erupt. His gaze pierced Terrag like a sword, filled with reproach and disappointment. This matter is crucial. How can you be so indifferent? If even you have such a careless attitude, then I'll have to handle it my way. Akainu's mind was filled with thoughts about why he came here. If he hadn't believed those ghost stories from Jonga, would he have ended up here? If he hadn't come here then? His eyes involuntarily fixated on Terrag's bulging waist pouch, revealing complex emotions. It contained the gifts he brought, a small box of premium cigars, which he usually wouldn't even dare to smoke himself. Just as Akainu's thoughts were in turmoil, Terrag appeared particularly calm. Snap! Understanding the meaning in Akainu's eyes, he immediately snapped his fingers, and a small spatial rift appeared in front of him. The rift didn't look large, but it was more than enough to fit the small box of cigars from his waist pouch. Haven't you heard? Heaven doesn't close doors on people. As long as he wants to go, the road is right under his feet. You think you could take back what went into my waist pouch? Dream on. Everything happened so suddenly that Akainu was momentarily stunned. Terrag looked at the volcano that seemed ready to erupt. His expression became serious. Clearing his throat, he shrugged and said, As for the introduction of pirates by the new school, to me, it really doesn't matter. As soon as these words were spoken, Akainu's face darkened instantly. Thinking to himself, this gift indeed seems a bit excessive. However, Terrag seemed oblivious to Akainu's furious expression, speaking in a tone as flat as discussing the weather. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. If we compare the soon-to-be established new school to Impel Down under Magellan's watch, would that change your mind? A sly glint flashed in Terrag's eyes. Akainu was taken aback at first, then his eyes brightened. He could no longer sit still in his chair and stood up suddenly. Are you referring to? Terrag didn't answer immediately, but gave him a meaningful look. Looking at that gaze, Akainu's heart stirred, and he instantly understood his meaning. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter as if everything was unspoken. At that moment, Akainu's anger had long dissipated, replaced by anticipation and excitement for the new school. Django was indeed right. He had been overthinking it. Since the new school was just a new prison, then if a few people died from food poisoning in this new prison, it should be quite normal, right? Meanwhile, Terrag quietly watched Akainu, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't say anything. It all depended on how high one's personal awareness was. Half a month later, near the Marineford sea area, a grand naval fortress rose from the ground. This fortress was chosen as the site for the new school, and under the sunlight, its sturdy walls gleamed with a cold brilliance, as if declaring its majesty and solemnity to the world. At this moment, the entrance of the base was bustling, resembling a grand marketplace. The sounds of conversation, footsteps, and occasional laughter intertwined, creating a noisy yet vibrant atmosphere. This was because today was the official opening day of the new school, and all the lucky ones who secured spots gathered from all directions. At the entrance, the naval soldiers responsible for identity verification wore serious expressions, meticulously carrying out their tasks. Every person coming to report had to undergo careful checks, ensuring their identity was correct before they could enter. Inside the fortress, on a large training ground, Terrag, dressed casually, lay lazily on a delicate lounge chair. He squinted slightly, his face showing a look of boredom. Terrag's gaze slowly shifted forward, looking at the three guys standing there solemnly, side by side, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was filled with helplessness and confusion. Before setting off, these guys all acted as if they couldn't care less about the new school. Kuzan and Paulicelino even swaggered alongside him in shorts into the fortress, looking relaxed and casual, as if they were just passers-by. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, these guys changed into sharp, formal attire, as if by magic? Are you guys Spider-Man? Terrag couldn't help but murmur to himself. These guys are so unreliable. Just a moment ago, they were acting so carefree, and now they suddenly turned serious. What on earth is going on? Are they trying to make me awkward by myself? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt, as if they were deliberately playing tricks on him. Feeling out of place in his casual outfit, Tarlag felt uncomfortable, as if he had become an outsider. Little Tarlag, didn't Team Mr. Sengoku notify you? Kazan turned slowly, taking advantage of the continuous influx of students, and looked at the indignant Tarlag on the lounge chair. Every year, the new school holds a grand martial arts competition, which is about the students under the four of us instructors. Kazan paused slightly before continuing. The reward for first place in the competition is a promotion in military rank, with a maximum of admiral. And the punishment for last place is demotion with no lower limit. At this point, Kazan sighed helplessly. The lowest rank can be reduced to private. A serious expression appeared on his face, which is why even someone as lazy as him takes this matter seriously. This means that attending in military uniform can attract the attention of those exceptionally talented students. Although we have a right to recruit autonomously, these students also have the right to refuse and choose us, so you understand. It took me years of hard work to reach this position. Even though Kazan doesn't care much about it, being easily pushed down like this would be extremely frustrating. Why the hell didn't I get notified? Tarlag jumped up from the lounge chair as if his tail had been stepped on. His eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder even the usually unreliable Borisolino managed to attend the ceremony on time. It turns out there was so much he didn't know. Kazan shook the black telephone bug in his hand, looking at him in surprise. Didn't the information department give you the dedicated phone bug? Tarlag's expression froze, and his face quickly became very rich in emotion. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Suddenly, he remembered that a few years ago, When he left the Navy headquarters, he had casually taken away several hundred precious telephone bugs from the information department. Shortly after that, Sengoku personally issued a notice to blacklist him from both the information and finance departments. Boom! 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 With a deafening roar of 100 cannons firing simultaneously, the thunderous sound seemed to tear the sky apart. This roar signified that all the students selected for the new school had completed their registration. At this moment, many students gathered in this large martial arts arena, the crowd surging with noise rising and falling. Young Jack stood at the front of the crowd, his tall and strong physique particularly prominent in the eyes of those around him. His bronze skin shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, and his bulging muscles were full of strength. Jack squinted slightly, staring intently at the figure on the platform, secretly muttering to himself, "Are these the three monsters who defeated Kaido? They don't look so impressive. I really want to go over and test their strength." Jack's hands trembled slightly with excitement, the instinct for battle raging wildly within him. But thinking of his mission, especially the prospect of standing shoulder to shoulder with Brother Gene after completing it, becoming a big figure under Kaido, Jack decisively suppressed his impulsive thoughts. No one can stand in front of AI Jia. "You ugly guy, get out of the way." Not far behind Jack, the Empress Boa Hancock slightly raised her chin, her exquisite face beautiful and noble. Her eyes were full of disdain and impatience, as if Jack before her was merely an insignificant ant. Her graceful figure swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a powerful aura that made people dare not approach. "Who dares to speak to me like that? Hang up." Jack turned around angrily, raising his fist to smash down, his massive fist like a hard boulder, accompanied by a whooshing sound. But when he clearly saw the woman's face, he was shocked and bit his tongue. His eyes widened instantly, filled with shock and amazement. Hancock's beauty was like a storm, instantly dispersing his anger. "How dare you look at AI Jia directly, you rude guy?" Hancock's face was like frost. Her icy expression seemed capable of freezing the air. She raised her jade hand, gently touching her luscious lips, and instantly transformed it into a huge pink heart. Hancock's hands pulled back like drawing a bow, shooting the giant pink heart like an arrow. Arrow of captivity. Hancock's voice was crisp and loud. "Turn to stone and slowly repent." Her eyes were resolute, as if pronouncing Jack's fate. The pink light streaked through the air like lightning, carrying deadly beauty, rapidly shooting towards Jack. Boa Hancock. The Navy's new school is not a place where you can act recklessly. On the platform, the usually silent Sakazuki finally reacted. The anger in Sakazuki's heart had been suppressed for a long time. Who could understand the frustration of watching a group of pirates below without being able to act? As a vice admiral of the Navy, facing these pirates who deserved to be exterminated, he felt incredibly depressed and helpless because of various regulations that prevented him from easily taking action. Now, that incredibly beautiful woman had broken the rule against violence first. Sakazuki seemed to have found an outlet for his venting, and the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. The meteor volcano, capable of engulfing the entire martial arts arena, was immediately unleashed by him. Sakazuki wore a sickly grin that had been suppressed for a long time. That smile contained both excitement about finally venting his anger and a hint of madness. He had even thought about the content of his subsequent reflection. "Admiral Sengoku, to prevent a dispute between two students, I accidentally injured hundreds of people. Isn't that excessive?" Sakazuki secretly felt pleased with himself, thinking he had found a perfect excuse. "How terrifying, Sakazuki." Borsalino shrugged, appearing indifferent as he stood still. There are still quite a few colleagues down there. His lazy expression seemed uninterested in everything before him. Borsalino knew that someone would step in to stop Sakazuki's impulsiveness. He did not want to make things difficult for himself at this time. It was better to stand aside and watch the excitement. "Ice Age." Sure enough, unable to bear Sakazuki launching another indiscriminate attack, Kazan rushed out immediately. Kazan's figure moved like lightning, instantly arriving at the center of the martial arts arena. He pushed both hands forward violently, and a powerful chill surged out, freezing Sakazuki's meteor volcano solid. "Sakazuki, if you want to determine the winner right now." Kazan's face turned ashen, his eyes like two burning blocks of ice, exuding a chilling cold. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying suppressed anger. Then, come on. I'll accompany you to the end. Again, it was like this. Sakazuki always carried out meaningless, indiscriminate slaughter to achieve various goals. Kuzan, seeing his attack blocked. Sakazuki's expression was also grim. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. He suddenly felt Tarlag was wrong. This prison was indeed very different from Impelled Down. At least in Impelled Down, when killing, no one could stop him. In this situation, Kazan always goes against him. One is on a high platform, the other in the training ground, separated by a great distance, glaring at each other. Their gazes seem to penetrate the air, igniting intense sparks. They exude a powerful aura that sends chills down one's spine, making it feel like a fight could break out at any moment. Was that guy really trying to kill us just now? A trainee said in terror, his voice trembling, his face filled with fear. It seems so. Another trainee echoed, panic evident in his eyes. Isn't this supposed to be a military school newly established by the Navy? How could there be a life-threatening situation? A Navy major expressed confusion. There can be life-threatening situations, but I hope this isn't what our future instructors bring us. The trainees began to discuss, and Sakazuki's impulsive actions triggered panic among most, making the already chaotic training ground even more unbearable. To make matters worse, taking advantage of the chaos, a large-scale, indiscriminate massacre began in the training ground, doing what Sakazuki wanted to do but failed to accomplish. It seems that Sengoku's idea of every instructor bringing 100 trainees has already been stillborn before it even began. No wonder he is Mr. Garp's son. He can sleep even in such a chaotic place. TSK. Borisolino looked at the uncooperative Terrag with a sense of helplessness. A teasing smile appeared on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Since when did this little guy become better at slacking off than himself? I can't hear you, Terrag said in a low voice, his eyes slightly opening, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Borisolino was taken aback. You're not asleep. Why don't you take care of it? Terrag slowly opened his eyes, giving him a meaningful look. Then why don't you go? Borisolino shrugged his shoulders and said matter-of-factly, those people down there are as strong as monsters. I'm afraid they'll tear me apart. Damn it, if you want to show off, I'll make you fly. Terrag shot him a disdainful glance, secretly thinking, who here besides me could tear you apart? Crack. Now he was becoming increasingly skilled at developing his fruit, and with a snap of his fingers, a vortex appeared beneath Borisolino's feet without warning. Ta-da, you! Borisolino completely did not expect Terrag to take action. A look of surprise crossed his face, and without any defense, he fell directly into the spatial door. Sayonara. Terrag yawned while bidding him farewell. The team of 100 was somewhat unwieldy. This could be considered their first test after enrollment. Terrag slowly stood up, his posture as straight as a pine tree, standing alone on the high platform with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep and distant, looking meaningfully at the chaotic crowd below. Only those who can survive have the right to receive my education, and besides, Terrag's gaze suddenly swept to a figure hiding in the corner of the training ground, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Lucky God, what are you doing here? Are you going to take action? So many formidable characters have arrived. Smoker furrowed his brow, squinting slightly, fixating on a woman with unusually long legs not far ahead. Tina was surprised. The guy up there actually ignored the chaos down here. Does he want us to create discord? Tina stood aside, arms crossed, her expression showing confusion as she kept her gaze on the man standing with his hands behind his back on the high platform. Smoker took off his weapon, 10 hands, gripping it tightly and feeling the solid touch in his hand. He took a deep breath, waiting for his cigar to burn out, and in an instant, his figure shot out. Since no one is managing it, I might as well join the fun, after all. Smoker's mouth curled up slightly as he slammed his 10 hands forward. Bang! A fierce strike was blocked by Smuggy, who raised her leg, her tall figure firmly standing in place without any impact. Her golden hair fluttered slightly in the wind. At 23 years old, she was in her prime. Smuggy frowned slightly, her eyes revealing confusion and doubt, and she said discontentedly, Navy, why are you attacking me? With her mother's mission in mind, she should have remained detached and focused on herself. Yet someone attacked her, pulling her toward the vortex. In her anger, Smuggy kept an eye on the high platform in her peripheral vision. Smoker bit down on his cigar and firmly responded. The pirate's place is in Impel Down. This is not where you belong. Smuggy retracted her gaze, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting to reveal a hint of contemptuous smile. Want to capture me? You aren't qualified for that yet. Glancing intentionally yet unintentionally at the high platform, Smuggy murmured to herself. If that man takes action, it would be a different story. Whether or not you're qualified, you'll know by trying. Smoker noticed that the other party was consistently looking down on him, and he stopped hesitating, transforming into smoke. A thick fog sweeping away. A great battle was about to break out. On the high platform, Terrag looked at the increasingly lively training ground, his hands behind his back trembling slightly. I really want to go down to catch some fish. Who is that? Looking at Smuggy, who was surrounded by smoke below, Terrag raised his eyebrows slightly, an invisible killing intent spreading throughout the high platform. The Bigman Pirates. Recalling 2 years ago when his sword unit collided with the Bigman Pirates once again. If it weren't for the fact that taking down Bigman would break the world's balance and cause turmoil at sea, he wouldn't be standing here now, but instead stepping on Charlotte Lean's head, venting his murderous intent and disgust. An old hag wants my genes to have a son? The space around Terrag continuously shattered and rebuilt. The high platform beneath his feet creaked ominously, as if it could collapse at any moment. You can insult me, but you cannot insult my longing for true love. Terrag took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. Shanks, if you don't become one of the Sea Emperors within 5 years, I'll have to invite you for tea in Impel Down. In the training ground, Tina, watching Smoker, who had already fallen into a disadvantage after just one exchange, shook her head helplessly. Tina was puzzled. Introducing some yet-to-be disruptive villains was already outrageous. And yet they allowed such a dangerous character to enter the new school. What was Admiral Sengoku thinking? Tina sighed inwardly, and dozens of black long spears cut through the air, aiming straight at Smuggy. If she didn't take action soon, impulsive Smoker would likely be twisted into a pretzel by Smuggy and squeezed into juice. The abilities of a natural-type devil fruit are not invincible. Haven't you learned this lesson after being taught by hockey? Tina's wrists were infused with powerful armed hockey. Since that man told her that only hockey can surpass everything, she had been persistently training in her special hockey for all these years. Although she hadn't reached the peak, she had achieved some results. At least last time, when Major General Yellis competed in pure hockey with Admiral Smoker's adjutant, it was she who won. Looking at Smoker, who was sitting on the ground in a sorry state, Tina felt a deep sense of helplessness towards this stubborn guy. Glancing at the two prospective vice admirals still confronting each other in the distance, Tina could not understand how Smoker had misinterpreted the strength of fruit abilities. The power of the magma fruit and the ice fruit, or of the light fruit, was not because they were of the Logia type, but because their users were monsters in their own right. Got it. Smoker lit another cigar and stood up carelessly from the ground. Haven't I been working hard to train my hockey? Are you referring to that special training that happens once a month? Smoker's lips twitched slightly, trying not to focus on the details. It seemed he was being ignored, which was truly unreasonable. Smuggy was completely enraged by Smoker and Tina, her brows furrowed, her eyes burning with anger. She could feel that man was watching them. Therefore, she wanted to present her proud abilities and unique charm without any concealment in front of that man. Only in this way did she have a glimmer of hope to complete the task her mother had given her and bring back that man's genes. She was so eager to taste the juice squeezed out by a man stronger than her mother, wondering what it would be like. Suddenly, she drew the long sword from her back, and with a clang, it was driven into the ground, instantly cutting out a rock the size of a small hill with immense power. Smuggy wasted no time activating her squeeze fruit ability, quickly extracting moisture from the rock. As the moisture was continuously absorbed into her body, Smuggy's body began to grow larger. After the transformation, her size was comparable to that of a giant, bringing a strong sense of oppression to the onlookers in the training ground. How fortunate to be at the same military academy as such a monster. In a corner, a slender young man slightly tilted his head back, his eyes full of awe and sentiment. He gently nudged his equally obscure companion beside him. Look at these people. They're as strong as monsters. We might never have a chance to shine. His companion, pursing his lips, nodded gravely and whispered, "We need to work hard too. Otherwise, under their brilliance, we can only live in their shadows forever." Meanwhile, in another corner not far away, a figure hiding under a cloak moved slightly. He frowned, pondering the words of the two. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, lifting the cloak off the figure's head, revealing a red nose. "Why the hell am I here?" The clown Buggy's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes like a breached dam. While frantically wiping away his tears, he muttered to himself, "Which bastard told me that the establishment of the new Naval Academy was related to Captain John's treasure?" Buggy's body trembled slightly, recalling his two near-death experiences at this military academy, filled with fear and anger. Twice, he had almost died here. Help. Hancock's captive arrow had flown past his ear, and he looked at the petrified Jack with sympathy. The second time was Akainu's indiscriminate attack. If it weren't for Kuzan's intervention, a weakling like him would have likely been among the first to die. Marineford. Bang. A sudden spatial rift appeared above the table in front of Sengoku. The disheveled figure of Borsellino fell straight out, hitting the ground with a dull thud. He stood up covered in dirt, muttering, "What a terrifying ability. I won't provoke little Tarlag again." Still in a daze, Borsellino instinctively turned around. He saw Sengoku, face full of anger, his penetrating gaze roaming over him. Why? What is the meaning of this, Borsellino?" Sengoku's roar echoed like thunder. His pen, still signing documents, was crushed in his hand, bits flying everywhere. "Going to the new academy as an instructor was your own promise. No one forced you. Although there was some deception involved, you shouldn't be slacking off in my office." Sengoku's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Borsellino shrugged, casually muttering, "It was an accident." Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, causing the documents on it to jump. He glared, standing up to roar, "If you don't reach G88 Fortress within a minute, I'll revoke your position. Get out." Borsellino was momentarily taken aback, then instantly transformed into a yellow flash, leaving behind a faint remark, "10 seconds is enough," and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sengoku stood there, his chest heaving violently, clearly infuriated by Borsellino. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, silently plotting how to deal with this slacker. Above Marineford, a brilliant yellow light streaked across the sky like lightning, moving so fast it seemed to tear the air apart. Borsellino's body shot through the air like a released arrow, leaving a blurred afterimage. The surrounding scenery flew backward at such a speed that it was impossible to see clearly, soon reaching the vicinity of the fortress where the new academy was located. Just as he was about to land on the island, another spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of him. Due to his excessive speed, Borsellino had no time to react and rushed straight in. In that split second before entering, he sighed in despair, his face full of helplessness and resentment. What is all this about? On the platform, Tarlag stood with his hands behind his back. A slight smile on his lips, I said, "Show off, and I'll make you fly." Not long after, Borsellino's familiar figure reappeared in Sengoku's office. He looked dejected, his head hanging low like a toy that had been played to pieces. Borsellino thought to himself, "What exactly is the space fruit? Why have I never heard of it before?" He often heard Kuzan boast about how powerful Tarlag's ability was faster than his light fruit. Borsellino had originally been skeptical until today's unforgettable experience made him a believer. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief, and then his anger surged again. "Borsellino, what the hell are you doing?" Sengoku roared, his voice shaking the windows of the office. Borsellino helplessly shrugged, spreading his hands. "Mr. Sengoku, this really has nothing to do with me, T." Just as he was about to explain, Sengoku ruthlessly interrupted him. "I don't want to hear your explanation. Get back to G88 Fortress. If something goes wrong this time, just wait to be confined." Borsellino grimaced, responding slowly, "All right, since you put it that way." He transformed into a yellow flash again, disappearing from the office. But this time it was even more excessive. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of cracks appeared near Marine Admiral Kizuru, the eerie light flickering as if it wanted to swallow everything. Kizuru's eyes widened, his facial expressions rich and varied, with emotions like surprise, helplessness, and frustration intertwining. This is too exaggerated. He silently lamented in his heart. After a moment, Kizaru gritted his teeth and resolutely stepped inside with the momentum of a warrior who would not return. Not long after, Kizaru reappeared in Sengoku's office. This time, Sengoku could no longer bear it and transformed into a giant Buddha, his enormous palm slamming down with a whistling sound, sending Kizaru flying. Kizaru tumbled through the air a few times before stabilizing himself. He looked aggrieved but dared not say much, only transforming into a flash of light and charging out again, defying fate. This time, Kizaru had learned his lesson and wrapped himself in powerful armament haki from head to toe, pushing his speed to the limit he could reach. He couldn't believe it. How could Terra's ability be so bizarre that he couldn't even resist? However, fate seemed to play tricks on him. With a rumbling sound of spatial distortion, a massive spatial door was formed around Kizaru as the cracks hollowed out. The next moment, he found himself back in Sengoku's office once again. The two stared at each other, and after several repetitions, Sengoku had also become more laid back. He pointed to the doorway, but said not a word. Kizaru opened his mouth, wanting to express his grievances, but seeing Sengoku's expression, he swallowed his words. Silently, he pushed open the office door, too lazy to fly this time. After all, no matter where he went, the spatial cracks always followed him. Sure enough, Kizaru hadn't taken a few steps before the terrifying crack reappeared. Terra, you're really something. Kizaru looked at the two spatial doors before him, completely different from before, determined that he would make his son call him Grandpa. One crack was an unremarkable dark spatial door, while the other formed a pleased gesture made up of countless spatial fragments. Looking at this seemingly mocking gesture, Kizaru walked inexpressionlessly. Sengoku sat at his desk, his brow furrowed. It seemed that Terra's fruit ability was even stronger than he had described. There's a chair over there. Today you're allowed to slack off openly. Go ahead. Sengoku thought of several ways to comfort Kizaru, whose face finally showed some other emotions, and ultimately chose what he felt was the most appropriate. Yes. Kizaru replied in a low voice, sighed, and slouched in the chair, giving up. How could something that should have made him happy now only bring him frustration? At the fortress on the platform, a spatial mirror was forming in front of Terra, showing the scene of Kizaru in Sengoku's office. Finally giving up trying? A few strands of hair fluttered in the wind as he frowned slightly, a hint of fatigue on his face. Using positioning spatial fragments to lock onto Kizaru's location. Opening a spatial door from a distance looks powerful, but it has no killing power. Terra shook his head slightly, a helpless smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He lazily leaned back in his reclining chair, his body slightly relaxed. Moreover, the physical consumption was not ordinary. Terra sighed gently, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. His ability was indeed powerful, but currently, apart from developing long-distance teleportation, he was still lost in how to apply his strength. The journey was long and arduous. Akainu and Akiji ultimately did not fight. The two stood proudly on their platforms, both showing expressions of indignation. Akainu's brow was tightly furrowed, like two sharp swords thrusting down, his eyes still burning with anger. Akiji, on the other hand, looked indifferent, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, his disdain brushing past like a gentle breeze. Occasionally glancing at Akainu, there was a barely perceptible, complex emotion in his gaze. Terra stretched widely, looking utterly bored. He shook his head helplessly, slightly opening his mouth to let out a long sigh. Everyone knows the importance of this place. Clearly, a fight cannot happen. But who are you putting on a show for? Terra's gaze swept back and forth between Akainu and Akiji, filled with confusion. The G-88 fortress, where the new school was located, was established after Sengoku and others obtained the consent of the empty admiral with great difficulty. No large-scale destruction was allowed here, which was also the reason why Terra and Kizaru did not stop the two from fighting. Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep meaning. Akainu narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath as if to draw the surrounding air into his lungs, then slowly exhaled the smoke, the mist rising gracefully, restoring his calm demeanor, his anger completely dissipating. Who knows? Akainu said in a low voice, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. as if hiding some unspeakable secret. Akiji also returned to his usual laziness, slowly walking to Terra's side, sitting down with a thud and giving a nudge, casting a disdainful glance at Akainu, his eyes shooting like arrows at the other. Who are you putting on a show for? Open your eyes and see how those colleagues below are looking at him. Akiji's tone carried a hint of mockery, seemingly unimpressed by Akainu's behavior. There is only one position of admiral, while the trainees below are divided into 3 factions: Navy, pirates, and civilians. Akiji said slowly, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Although I can't stand his ruthless actions that harm the innocent, it cannot be denied that a man like him can gain the recognition of our Navy soldiers more easily. Akiji's tone carried a hint of helplessness. He seemed dissatisfied with this reality, but he had to admit it, putting on a show of a fight that cannot happen, yet gaining the hearts of the military. This guy is quite the schemer. Terra was stunned, his eyes wide, filled with shock. He stared intensely at the 2 in front of him as if trying to see through them. No, brothers are connected with you. Are you playing mind games with them? His hands were tightly clenched into fists, his body slightly trembling, the anger in his heart like a volcano about to erupt. Then why are you cooperating with him? Terra grabbed Akiji's collar, glaring at his older brother. He was still pretending to be a master, casually waving his hand on the platform. Looking back, everyone around had their own agendas, using despicable methods to reap the benefits. Akiji was taken aback, not explaining, fearing it would provoke his younger brother. He slightly lowered his head, avoiding Terra's gaze, filled with helplessness. Meanwhile, Akainu looked at the awe and fervor in the eyes of the Navy colleagues on the training ground, secretly nodding. He knew his purpose had been achieved. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sakaski shot Kuzan a meaningful glance and turned to Terrag. The reward for first place is only one. My dominance will win the hearts of the military, while his guardianship will win public opinion. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Damn it, listening to you makes me feel more and more like a clown. What if Kuzan doesn't stop you? Terrag instinctively asked, not to mention that he definitely will. Sakaski clenched his fists and smiled ominously. Even if he doesn't stop me. Sacrificing a small number of Marines to take away those extraordinarily talented pirates is still a good deal for him. The glint of calculation flickered in Sakaski's eyes, as if everything were under his control. Right, Kazan? A guy like you actually reaching the position of Vice Admiral is a misfortune for our Navy, Kazan replied disdainfully, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in all of this. You two stay away from me from now on. Terrag interjected quietly. At that moment, he had a new understanding of these 2 guys. Fortunately, there are still pirates in the opposing camp to choose from, so Terrag hasn't completely lost. After all, he has never forgotten the promise to become an admiral, rise to fleet admiral, and move the headquarters to the East Sea. But in this case, the biggest loser is Borisolino, whom he has exiled. Right? Forget it. Let each person sweep the snow in front of their own door and not worry about the frost on others' roofs. With this thought, Terrag suddenly felt enlightened. His gaze returned to Smoker and the others who were still fighting, and after some contemplation, he suddenly shouted, Charlotte Smuggy, if you win against them, I'll make you the squad leader. Recruiting talent? Such a simple thing. Who can't do that? As long as I make a slight move. That's already the limit of this technique. Kazan and Sakaski exchanged glances, both shrugging helplessly. Why does it always feel like something is missing? Kazan furrowed his brow and glanced around the high platform. I also have this feeling. Sakaski felt the same, sensing that it seemed like a voice was missing from this place. Marineford, Sengoku's office. Achoo! The leisurely Kizuru, reading a newspaper, sneezed hard. Was someone thinking of me? He scratched his head in confusion and then began to savor the tea brewed by Sengoku himself. Ugh, so much tea foam. Doesn't Tia bill you a cunt? Having gotten used to the tea from Terrag's house, he started to complain. Hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened. You're allowed to slack off openly, and you're still being picky? What's wrong with having a lot of tea foam? Can't you blow it away? In the training ground, that guy, Smoker, who was in deep trouble, narrowly dodged a blow from Smuggy. He looked up, fiercely staring at the high platform. As a fellow student of Zifa Sensei, not only do you not help, but you also provoke the opponent? Tina, after unleashing hundreds of black rays, temporarily left the battlefield, breathing heavily. Be careful, the opponent is holding back something big. They've already absorbed quite a bit of moisture. She had just been engaged in close combat with Smuggy, and being fully focused, she didn't hear the sounds from the outside. Smoker's half-body instantly turned to smoke, his expression resolute. I'll take her hit. You find an opportunity to support me. Before Tina could refuse, Smoker's figure charged forward. His hands waved out large clouds of smoke, sweeping toward the giant Smuggy ahead. White spray. Tina covered her face, thinking, I haven't agreed yet. Why is this guy still so impulsive? But it was already too late to stop him. So Tina could only use her fruit ability to provide long-range fire support for Smoker. The atmosphere in the training ground was tense and intense, as if the air itself was solidified by the standoff. Smuggy stood there, her tall figure like a formidable small mountain, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. I did it. I've successfully caught that man's attention. Smuggy thought happily, a confident smile curling her lips. Although she didn't know what the position of squad leader was. At least that man remembered her name. She was one step closer to taking his genes. However, reality quickly pulled her back. Smoker's attack came like a torrential storm, and the white smoke instantly engulfed her vision. Smuggy was taken aback and quickly regained her composure. Her eyes sharpened, and she gripped the sword tightly, ready to face Smoker's assault. It's time to deal with you. Smuggy shouted angrily, her aura erupting instantly. For her ultimate goal, her fruit ability began to operate at full capacity. The moisture extracted around her rapidly gathered, as if attracted by a magnet. Her body seemed to turn into a giant sponge, continuously absorbing moisture. With the influx of moisture, Smuggy's power steadily increased. Take this, Smuggy shouted, raising her long sword high. Her body slightly crouched. Then she leaped up like a fierce leopard pouncing on its prey. Water slash, with a fierce swing of her sword. All the absorbed moisture transformed into a surging water slash. Powerful waves of water slashes poured out like a storm, cutting through the air with astonishing force toward the vast white mist ahead. Smuggy's eyes were filled with confidence. She believed this strike would be enough to defeat Smoker. Smoker looked at the hundreds of incoming water slashes, his heart tightening. I can't block it with brute force. That's the judgment he made. He decisively gave up controlling his white smoke spray and turned his entire body into smoke. As a cloud of white smoke, he quickly dodged to the side. However, Smuggy's slashes were incredibly fast, and although Smoker tried his best to evade, there were simply too many water slashes. His arm hockey was not very mature, let alone his observation hockey. Facing Smuggy's water slashes infused with hockey, he was still hit head-on after turning to smoke. I can't lose. Smoker roared in his heart, his eyes shining with unyielding determination. After Smuggy unleashed that slash, her body returned to its original size. Smoker was very clear that now was her vulnerable moment. As long as he could withstand these slashes and attack her before she could extract moisture again, he had a good chance of winning this duel. But while the thought was beautiful, reality was cruel. Smuggy's strength was not just in her fruit ability. Her physique, hockey, and skills were what made her so formidable that people found her intimidating. I almost forgot about you. Smuggy didn't look back at Smoker, who was about to be crushed by the slashes. Instead, she turned her head to look at Tina, who was controlling thousands of black spears not far behind. In this serious moment, the gap in strength between the two sides was completely revealed. If it weren't for the fact that this was the Navy's territory and she couldn't act recklessly, she would have dealt with these two annoying guys a long time ago. But now it was different. Since that man up there had spoken, she no longer needed to restrain herself and could unleash her full power. Tina raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect that just one encounter would lead to Smoker's complete defeat. This left her, who wanted to help, at a loss for how to proceed. Smoker's swift defeat heightened Tina's vigilance, prompting her to use her full strength right from the start. The powerful armament hockey attached to the barrier instantly blocked all of Smoker's evasion routes. Immediately, thousands of black spears behind her pointed menacingly at Smoker, ready to fire. High platform. Brother Kazan, didn't you give Smoker any pointers? Tarlag asked, looking at the barely breathing Smoker after the strike in surprise. A spatial crack silently appeared above the ground where Smoker lay, transporting him to the fortress's medical facility. What a waste of such a good fruit, TSK. The sound of snoring and silence was Kuzan's only response. Strength isn't something you can just practice casually. Does it really need teaching? In the training ground, not far from the petrified Jack, Hancock was incredulously slumped on the ground, her stunning face filled with shock and disappointment. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and her pitiful appearance evoked sympathy. It felt as though her heart was being gnawed at by 1,000 ants, causing her immense pain. Hancock's gaze was fixed intensely on Tarlag, her feelings for him surging like a tidal wave that she couldn't contain. However, when Tarlag called out Smoker's name, a wave of jealousy surged through her heart. She bit her lip tightly, her hands clenched into fists, her delicate nails nearly embedding into her palms. Why did he have to say that woman's name? Does he have feelings for her? Hancock speculated in her heart, her eyes filled with jealousy and anxiety. She believed that aside from Sister Makino, Tarlag's attention should belong only to her. Now that he was looking at someone else, she couldn't bear it. Pain and struggle flickered in her beautiful eyes as she tried to calm herself, but the jealousy only intensified. She stood up, her graceful figure trembling slightly. She wanted to rush up and question Tarlag about why he called Smoker's name, but she was afraid that this would make Tarlag dislike her, causing the man to disappear from her world. Alas, my longing sickness seems to have reached a critical point. Reason ultimately could not overcome emotion. Hancock's anger erupted like a volcano. Her gaze sharpened, as if she could see through Smoker, who was holding a sword with one hand ahead of her. She looked at Smoker on the battlefield, filled with hostility. That woman dared to take away his attention from her. I must kill her. Hancock roared in her heart, her hands tightly clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms without her noticing the pain. With a sudden movement, Hancock's figure shot towards Smoker like lightning. Her long hair flew in the wind, like flames of anger. The people around were startled by Hancock's sudden action. They looked at the usually aloof and noble queen, now resembling an angry lion. Hancock had only one thought in her mind: to kill Smoker. She wanted that woman to disappear from Tarlag's world, to redirect his gaze back to herself. As she charged towards Smoker, a powerful aura emanated from Hancock, and her conqueror's haki involuntarily released. The overwhelming pressure made it hard for those nearby to breathe. Smoker, who was fully focused on preparing to counter Tina's attack, suddenly felt a strong killing intent approaching. She turned her head and saw Hancock charging at her with a furious expression. Smoker frowned slightly, thinking to herself that this was not good. Where did this crazy woman come from? Smoker cursed inwardly, but didn't dare underestimate Hancock's attack. She would rather endure Tina's black spear formation than take Hancock's wrathful blow. In the training ground, the smoke of battle had not yet fully dissipated, and the tense and chaotic atmosphere still enveloped the entire area. Kuzan, who had been kicked off his lounge chair by Tarlag, lazily leaned against the side, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. However, his gaze was still playfully scanning the two women fighting below, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Alala, bois en cook. Kuzan elongated his tone, teasingly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint, mischievous smile. Little Tarlag, is it because of this woman that you often get kicked out by Makino? Sakazuki, who had maintained a stern expression throughout, showed no obvious reaction, but his slightly moving ears betrayed his curiosity. A man like him, who remained youthful until death. Love gossip too much. Tarlag, lying in the lounge chair, darkened in expression, thinking, what the hell, is there really nothing else to talk about? He shot Kuzan a fierce glare, as if saying, can you not be so annoying? Reflecting on the previous events, Tarlag felt a sense of helplessness. Not to mention the bond they had from 6 years ago, Hancock brought a ship full of gifts to attend his wedding. He couldn't just kick her out, right? He still couldn't figure out what Makino had talked about with Hancock during those few hours they were gone. He only remembered that after returning, Makino's fruit ability went berserk and sent him to outer space along with the ground. Every month, there are a few days when a woman's mood is terrible. It's not what you think. Tarlag felt uncomfortable under the teasing gazes of the two and forced himself to defend a little before finally getting off his lounge chair. The training ground is about to be torn apart by them. I'm going down to separate them. Kuzan yawned indifferently. For your sake, let them go. It's not that big of a deal anyway. Sakazuki, like a statue, slightly nodded with his arms crossed, indicating agreement. If you want to travel, where would you like to go? Tarlag turned back with a forced smile, a hint of danger flashing in his eyes. Kazan was taken aback, and, upon understanding Tarlag's meaning, instantly sat up straight, his serious gaze directed at the training ground. The damage was indeed too severe. It would be troublesome to repair. Looking seriously at Tarlag, Kazan gave a thumbs up. Go stop them. In the training ground, Hancock's Conqueror's hockey grew even stronger, her powerful aura spreading outward like surging waves. Many weaker students fainted as a result. Hancock's speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, she closed in on Smoker. Her eyes burned with the flames of anger, and her stunning face was filled with determination. Hancock kicked straight out, her speed as fast as lightning, and her strength was astonishing. In Hancock's heart, there was only one thought: to defeat Smuggy and make her disappear from the world of Terrag. Smuggy hurriedly used her longsword to block, but was shaken back repeatedly. Her face changed drastically in an instant, filled with shock. She never expected Hancock's power to be so strong and fierce. I absolutely cannot let her touch me. Looking at the broken sword in her hand, which had turned to stone, Smuggy shouted in her heart. This crazy woman is on a completely different level from those two guys earlier. Unforgivable. Losing her beloved sword that she had worn for years, the anger in Smuggy's heart caused her to lose her reason. She didn't care whose territory it was anymore. She completely unleashed herself, wildly absorbing the moisture from the bodies of the surrounding students. Those who were absorbed became shriveled mummies, but the rising and falling of their chests proved that they still had breath left. This was Smuggy's last bit of reason, preventing her from making things irreversible. No one can look down on me. No matter how big they become, they cannot resist my beauty. As the dust settled, Hancock emerged from the haze. Looking at Smuggy, who had grown huge again, she slightly raised her chin and fearlessly extended a finger. Distance? Domineering? Woman? A pink beam of light slowly gathered on her outstretched finger. As long as it was a breathing creature, no one could ignore my charm. Captive arrow. Hancock's eyes were only on the woman before her, her proud nature causing her to disregard everything around her. The captive arrows poured out like a torrential rain, instantly enveloping the entire arena in pink light. Thousands of pink arrows, carrying a discordant beauty, indiscriminately covered Smuggy's direction. For a moment, the chaotic training ground fell into a brief silence. The sudden appearance of dozens of shriveled mummies and over 100 stone statues brought everyone back to their senses. Good opportunity, since Hancock intervened in the battle. The highly intelligent Tina subtly withdrew from the battlefield. Although the water wall raised by Smuggy blocked most of the arrows, a few still hit her long thighs. As a result, her lower body was completely petrified, unable to move an inch. Tina seized this opportunity, wielding her spear, ready to take advantage and finish her off. Damn! Smuggy's brows furrowed tightly. She had been careless. Enduring the pain, she pulled out the broken blade lodged in her arm. She knew she couldn't resist Hancock's charm, so she used the pain to distract part of her attention. This was the reason she hadn't been completely petrified. Looking at the black spears rushing in from all directions, Smuggy found herself unable to defend against them. Am I going to die? Smuggy helplessly lowered her head, thinking, Mom, I'm sorry. She hadn't completed the mission, hadn't retrieved that person's genes. High platform. Aren't you going to make a move? Kazan looked up in surprise, staring at Terrag, who kept saying he would intervene but remained indifferent. The people sent by the three emperors cannot die here. Otherwise, this hard-earned calm sea will fall into endless conflict again. Isn't that just perfect? Akainu coldly interrupted. Our Navy's combat power is currently a bit bloated. Taking this opportunity to eliminate two royal factions is not impossible. Akainu. Kazan enjoyed the current tranquility and didn't want to return to the flames of war from a few years ago. No one likes war. Unable to hold back any longer, he shot a fierce glare at Akainu. You two stop arguing. That woman's pride won't allow her prey to die at someone else's hands. I'm not nervous, so why the hell are you? Terrag turned back irritably, having been interrupted while enjoying the show. Tina's black spear, like a deadly arrow, approached Smuggy, who closed her eyes in despair, filled with unwillingness. She knew her strength had not been fully unleashed. Yet she was about to fall to a Navy woman she considered despicable. She silently vowed that if there was a next time, she would kill this Navy woman first, even if she had to take Hancock's furious blow. However, at the critical moment, a flash of pink light appeared, and Hancock reappeared in front of Smuggy. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze proud and disdainful, as if all things in the world lay beneath her feet. "My prey, only I have the right to decide your fate." She snorted lightly, and her conqueror's hockey erupted once more, causing Tina's spears to fall to the ground with a crisp clatter. Smuggy felt no gratitude for Hancock's intervention. In her view, fate was predetermined. It was just that the decision-making power lay in different hands. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes stubborn, and her pride prevented her from bowing. On the other side, Tina's expression slightly changed upon seeing this. She was filled with confusion. Who on earth is this woman? For some unknown reason, she had not attended Terrag's wedding, so she knew nothing about Boa Hancock. Tina glared at Hancock, gripping her black spear tightly, and questioned, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Hancock narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in her gaze, her voice cold and filled with authority. "Are you questioning me?" She straightened her body, her powerful aura radiating as if it could overwhelm everything. "I am the queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Boa Hancock. A mere Navy dares to be so rude to me." Hancock's words were domineering, her stunning face as cold as ice. Tina frowned, not expecting this woman to be a sovereign. Amazon Lily? Isn't that a pirate nation? Although Tina had doubts in her heart, as a Navy, she could not back down, especially in front of a woman who might hail from a pirate nation. "No matter who you are, this is the Navy's territory. I won't allow you to act recklessly." Tina responded fearlessly, her spear instantly swinging out. At this moment, in a corner of the training ground, Buggy sat beside a bearded giant, still shaken, and asked in surprise, "What are you eating?" After all the commotion, he was already starving, looking at the familiar giant in front of him, calculating whether he could trick him into giving him some food. The burly, dark-skinned giant kept taking cherry pies from a box, glancing at the equally familiar Buggy, his chewing momentarily pausing. "The kid from Roger's ship?" Buggy secretly took a piece of cherry pie, and upon hearing this, turned around in shock, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat, looking at the guy in front of him with a face full of flesh and heavy dark circles. Buggy dropped the cherry pie in his hand. "You are." Buggy's mouth fell open, his voice shrill. "You're that guy from Whitebeard's ship who didn't sleep for 3 days and nights." The two almost simultaneously questioned, "How did you get here?" "I have my own purpose." Their voices overlapped, filled with stubbornness. Back in the center of the training ground, facing Tina's attack, Hancock's eyes flashed with disdain. Over the years, under the guidance of Rayleigh and Shacky, her strength has improved significantly. To her, Tina's attacks felt like child's play, and she couldn't even be bothered to dodge. With her right hand enveloped in armament hockey, she waved it lightly, intercepting the black projectile. "Out of respect for Lord Terrag, I'll let this slide this time, retreat." Hancock's gaze was cold, yet her cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Holding the intercepted black spear, she swung it back with even greater speed. Tina couldn't dodge in time, forcing her to wrap hockey around her arm and across to block. But even hockey has its levels, and the black spear pierced through her arm, sending her flying backward. Hancock looked up at the high platform in the distance, sensing that the man was watching her. A rush of emotions surged through her, and a shy blush instantly appeared on her face. She transformed from the cold and domineering empress to a delicate little woman in an instant. "Is the Lord looking at me? Does he notice me? Does he want to marry me?" A gentle breeze rustled, and Hancock felt cool. In just a moment, she fantasized about everything from the wedding to the funeral. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and shyness, her cheeks flushed, and her hands instinctively clenched together, resembling a girl in love. The joy and nervousness intertwined in her heart, quickening her heartbeat and making her breath come in rapid gasps. She lay quietly on the ground, waiting for the man's next move, her heart filled with longing and fantasy for the future. "High platform, are you sure you haven't done anything to her?" Kazan was sulking nearby, while Sakazuki's curiosity burned fiercely, prompting him to ask before he realized it was too late. Terrag and Kazan both looked up, their surprised gazes scanning him from head to toe. Is this still the Sakazuki I know? I don't know, it could be that he was possessed as written in the book. The two scrutinized Sakazuki without hiding their thoughts. Anyone could ask that question, but he couldn't. His character was crumbling. The chaos in the training ground had ceased, and there were fewer than 300 people left. Hancock's sudden situation allowed the half-stone smoker to survive successfully. Sakazuki's face was filled with embarrassment. He really wished he had Borisolino's abilities right now. That way, he could leave here in an instant and return with a dignified expression. Terrag stretched and slowly stood up. It was time to put a perfect end to today's opening ceremony. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing in them. He took a step forward, causing the space to tremble, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the center of the shattered training ground. The main event has arrived. There's no show to watch now. Teach stood up, brushing off his pants, glancing at Buggy, who was buried in the ground by his punch. Finally avenging that kick from years ago. He felt relieved. He was so pleased that he didn't even notice his cherry pie had been swapped. Buggy, in the deep pit, had swollen eyes, yet he felt no pain, only endless excitement. Let that big black guy experience the power of my newly developed buggy bomb. Terrag surveyed the crowd, still shouting and cursing, feeling an overwhelming headache. Being a teacher is tough, and being a pirate's teacher is even tougher. Even though so many people had died, they were still so unruly. Although the previous chaos had not resumed, the foul language was still unbearable. He slightly raised his head, and a conqueror's haki of an entirely different level from Hancock's erupted from him. This overwhelming haki spread like a raging tsunami, washing over the area. Everyone in the training ground, regardless of their strength, was forced to the ground, unable to move a muscle under this irresistible haki. Most of them, except for those like Hancock, who were obviously a level stronger, fainted on the spot. The training ground was enveloped in Terrag's powerful haki, and everyone was intimidated by his presence. Hancock lay on the ground, yet a different emotion surged within her. Is this Lord Terrag's haki? I like it so much. She felt Terrag's powerful haki, and, unlike others, she didn't feel pressured. Instead, a strange pleasure spread in her heart. This woman, Terrag was slightly taken aback, a hint of helplessness in his eyes as he looked at Hancock. He gently retracted, some of the haki pressing down on her. In the end, he couldn't bear to be too harsh on her. As the pressure eased, Hancock slowly stood up. However, she did not immediately approach Terrag to greet him. Instead, like a startled deer, she quickly hid behind a nearby stone statue. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze shy yet fiery, secretly observing the man who seemed so close yet so far through the gaps in the statue. Seeing this, Terrag chuckled and shook his head, choosing to ignore her. Terrag's attention returned to the students sprawled on the ground, his voice cold and authoritative. The new school, as the name implies, is about teaching. There are a total of 3. For instructors here, you may choose according to your situation. The first rule of this school: students under the same instructor are not allowed to conflict. Otherwise, the reward is a 7-day trip to the city. At this moment, Buggy struggled to crawl out of the deep pit. Perhaps because he was used to Conqueror's haki, he appeared much more relaxed facing Terrag's haki than the others. What if we attack the students under other instructors? Buggy loudly asked, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and cunning. Terrag slowly turned his head to look at Buggy, sitting on the ground in the distance, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Not bad, my Buggy, you've grasped the key point. You're not just a useless clown." After a moment of silence, Terrag slowly replied, "I don't know about the others, but if my students clash with others, they are only allowed to win, not to lose, otherwise." His lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. Otherwise, you won't want to know the consequences. In the corner, due to the distance, Tesoro had not fainted. After many years, seeing his benefactor again filled him with overwhelming emotions, a mix of feelings difficult to express. He knew that to repay this kindness and fulfill his promise with Stella, he must possess great strength. Lord Terrag, Tesoro gritted his teeth, struggling to lift his head, his facial veins bulging. His eyes were filled with desire and determination as he loudly asked, "Can I become as strong as you under your guidance?" His question seemed to echo the thoughts of many. The pirates, who usually held themselves in high regard, were now shocked by Terrag's immense strength. They couldn't believe they couldn't even withstand the hockey he emitted. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach was also on the ground, his pupils wide and his face twisted. When did such a monster appear on the sea? Teach was secretly shocked, and despite the immense pressure, he stood up with heavy steps. Breathing heavily, a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Even my father's domineering presence is nothing compared to his unbelievable. As strong as me? Tarlag was slightly taken aback, secretly murmuring to himself, "Look, is this even human language? I don't even know how strong I really am." A helpless expression appeared on Terrag's face. This question was indeed difficult to answer. If he downplayed it, he feared they would look down on him. If he elaborated, he worried they would fear him, which would be detrimental to the teacher-student relationship. To say I am as strong as you, that probably can't be true, right? Tarlag chose to respond as delicately as possible. However, his ambiguous words were not accepted by these unruly guys. Ha ha! Teach laughed loudly. When he was next to Whitebeard, he always pretended to be someone else. Now that he had finally left Whitebeard, his true nature was revealed in front of outsiders. Although he knew that the man before him was unfathomable, Marshal D. Teach was destined to become the Pirate King. How could he be afraid of the mere Navy because of the overwhelming conqueror's hockey? Besides, he believed that as long as he found the location of that fruit, he wouldn't be much weaker than this Navy Vice Admiral. He was not someone who would be content to remain under others, and his aggressive gaze fixated on Tarlag, as if to say, "Do you mean I could be stronger than you? Or are we already stronger than you?" To directly feel Terrag's strength, provocation was the best method, since you don't want to take the hint. Tarlag looked at Teach with a deep and cold gaze. Should I kill him, or should I kill him? Suddenly, he slightly raised a hand, and a mysterious spatial fluctuation instantly spread out. Everyone felt as if the space in front of them was twisting, as if an invisible force was pulling at everything around them. Teach, who was the focus of Terrag's attention, felt that even his breathing was becoming difficult. "He's pulling the air away from me." Teach tightly covered his neck, the sensation of suffocation washing over him. But that wasn't the end. Tarlag gently clenched his hand, and the space not far from Teach actually began to crack like a fragile mirror, showing countless fine fissures. Teach's clothing and flesh began to gradually disintegrate. The pain was bone deep, and due to suffocation, he couldn't vent his inner agony through cries. "Little Tarlag, don't kill him. After all, he is Whitebeard's man." On the high platform, Kazan, who was resting with his eyes closed, took off his eye patch and shouted a reminder. He was still trying to prevent any potential conflict from escalating. "It's just a pirate. If he dies, he dies." Sakazuki calmly smoked a cigar. Watching Terrag's actions below, he wished he could take his place. Below, Terrag's face was cold as frost, his eyes filled with dead silence as he looked at Teach. "Do you know your father wouldn't dare to speak to me like this?" He tightened his hand again, and the space around Teach shattered with a loud bang, revealing a deep and dark void. With a factor of restraint, Teach did not shatter along with the space. Even so, he was severely injured. Tarlag withdrew the oppressive conqueror's hockey, looking at Teach, who was gasping on the ground, and gently shook his head. "The gap between you and me is like a frog in a well looking at the moon. This is my territory. You cannot act recklessly here. Consider this a small punishment for a major lesson. Some people are destined to be extraordinary. Perhaps the meaning of D is too profound." Teach, despite being severely injured, did not feel fear. Instead, he used his bloodied hands to struggle to lift himself up from the ground. His aggressive gaze did not weaken. Instead, his smile grew increasingly twisted. "Ha ha!" His broken teeth were exposed, as if questioning and self-motivating. "No one is forever the strongest, and no one will stand still, right? Ha ha!" The surrounding students widened their eyes in shock, staring at the battered Blackbeard in front of them. They were not too surprised by Terrag's strength. After all, a few years ago, the news of the Navy's new star and people's hero had already spread throughout the world. What shocked them was Teach's attitude. They simply could not imagine what kind of existence would, in the face of life and death, choose not to yield, but to continue provoking a formidable enemy. I want to follow him." "Sure." A pirate covered his companion's mouth. "This is the Navy's territory. Even if I want to, it will be after I leave." Such voices echoed continuously in the training ground. Most of them were captivated by the imposing manner Teach displayed. Terrag raised a hand again, just as people thought he would strike a fatal blow. A spatial door slowly appeared not far from Blackbeard. The connection point was the fortress's medical area. I want to refute what you said. I will wait until you think you have become the strongest to challenge me. Terrag raised his hand, gesturing for him to walk in, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting to reveal a confident smile. At that time, you will discover that the gap between us is like a mayfly looking at the sky. After all, I am also continuously growing, right? So arrogant. But why do I feel he has absolute confidence in his strength? Truly our hero. Pirates, civilians, and the Navy all had different opinions on Terrag's actions. Meanwhile, Hancock, who had been hiding on the side, had fiery light flickering in her eyes. She clenched her hands tightly in front of her chest, filled with infatuation as she thought, as expected of the man I have my eyes on. Her gaze followed Terrag closely, as if in her world there was only this powerful and charming man. That guy is Whitebeard's man. Hancock glanced at Teach, who was slowly walking into the spatial door, her brows furrowing as anger began to rise. How dare you make Lord Terrag unhappy? I remember you. Revenge may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Terrag watched the ongoing reactions of everyone and said no more. Soon, someone would take you to the dormitory. You will have one night to choose which instructor to follow for your studies. After speaking, Terrag turned to leave, leaving a group of students looking at each other in confusion. Following that, Kazan and Sakazuki narrated, which will not be elaborated here. East Blue, Windmill Village. Luffy squatted at the dock, his small figure appearing somewhat lonely. His eyes were dull, his face filled with sorrow. He had been mocked by Yuta again. Luffy mumbled, feeling aggrieved. Humph, calling me a landlubber? Luffy stood up angrily, looking in the direction of the tavern, shouting loudly, I'll prove it to you. The fruit, or whatever, it doesn't matter. His eyes burned with a stubborn flame, as if he had made up his mind to make Yuta see him in a new light. After saying this, he stared at the surging waves and swallowed hard before jumping straight in. Saved. Unsurprisingly, he was swallowed by the sea in the blink of an eye. In the tavern, Shanks' ears twitched, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground. Not good. Faced with the puzzled looks of his companions and Yuta, there was no time for him to explain further. He dashed out the door like a gust of wind. Jesus Burgess scratched his head in confusion, releasing his observation haki. He thought nothing major could happen with everyone around, so he had let his guard down. Fortunately, Shanks always had things on his mind. He had been enveloping the small island with his observation haki, where things would have been much worse. Not good. Luffy is in trouble. Jesus Burgess' far-reaching observation haki detected the anomaly immediately, and while explaining to everyone, he chased after Shanks. Yuta dropped the pastry in her hand, watching the frantic figures of Shanks and Jesus Burgess. Thinking that Luffy had been taken out, her eyes instantly filled with tears. The small figure squeezed through the crowd and rushed out, her sharp voice filled with endless panic. Luffy, don't die. At the dock. Boss, where's Luffy? Jesus Burgess rushed over, but only saw Shanks standing on the shore, sword in hand, with no sign of Luffy. Shanks remained silent for a long time, letting out a long sigh. Removing his straw hat, he gazed at the dark shadow gradually appearing beneath the sea, lost in thought. Jesus Burgess, it's time. Shanks smiled as if relieved, looking at Jesus Burgess with a meaningful gaze. Jesus Burgess understood his captain's intentions immediately. A wave of pain surged in his heart. Clenching his fists, he stepped forward unwillingly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Boss, does it have to come to this? We and Luffy, and even Terra. It must be this way. Shanks interrupted Jesus Burgess' advice with a wave of his hand, forcing a casual expression as he stuck out his tongue. The winds of a new era have already arrived. As the bearers, we just need to do our part. Jesus Burgess was one of the earliest followers of Shanks and understood many secrets. Even so, facing his captain's self-sacrifice as a brother and subordinate, he could not just stand by and watch. He stepped forward to take Shanks' straw hat, looking at him seriously. Let me go in your place, is that okay? Shanks patted his shoulder, taking back the straw hat and placing it on his head. I am your captain. Thud! On the shore, Jesus Burgess watched Shanks swim towards the distance, his heart filled with turmoil, and he painfully closed his eyes. Igriega yo. Jesus Burgess, where Shanks? Where's Luffy? Yuta arrived at the dock with the red-haired pirates, nervously watching the desolate figure on the shore. Jesus Burgess secretly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, turning around with a smile to look at the brothers who had accompanied him for many years. He bent down to pick up the confused and anxious Yuta from the ground and started to head back. Shanks! He went to the new era to bring Luffy back. With this one sentence, everyone except for the bewildered Yuta understood what their captain was about to do. It was time to leave and embark on their journey. Beckman lit a cigarette, crossing his arms and lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. How could the new world not have a place for us? The Emperor ruling the seas. Let us send Shanks off first. Jesus Burgess somehow managed to get Yuta to sleep in his arms. Watching the one-armed man climbing up the dock, also holding the unconscious Luffy, tears streamed down Jesus Burgess' face once again. East Blue, Windmill Village. The warm sunlight filtered through the dense branches like a golden veil, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Garp was filled with a mix of helplessness and anger, as this time he had returned home on leave due to illness. And his previously pleasant mood was now completely ruined. In his iron-like hand, he tightly held a skinny monkey with a head full of bumps, Luffy. He strode rapidly through the dense forest, each step creating a gust of wind, as if he wanted to vent the fiery anger burning in his heart through his powerful strides. Luffy struggled desperately in Garp's grip, his flailing legs pounding like a frantic drum against the empty air. His little face turned bright red, resembling a ripe apple, his eyes burning with a stubborn flame as he shouted loudly, "Grandpa, I told you, I want to be the Pirate King." Immediately following, he angrily yelled, "Let me go, you bastard." Luffy's resistance became more intense, his small fists relentlessly pummeling Garp's hard calf, each punch carrying his unwillingness. However, Garp was not someone who could be easily shaken. He frowned slightly, his imposing face seeming to freeze the air around him. Another iron fist of love came crashing down, producing a dull thud. Garp pinched the corner of Luffy's mouth, lifting him up like a mischievous child. With wide eyes that seemed to flash with lightning, he spat out words like bullets, roaring loudly, "What Pirate King? You ate a devil fruit and still dare to talk nonsense. You and Ace must become stronger than your uncle." Luffy still struggled stubbornly, the belief in his heart burning like a fierce fire, refusing to be easily extinguished. "That's impossible. I've promised Shanks that I'll find a crew stronger than them and discover the ultimate treasure." Luffy's eyes sparkled with longing and desire, a light that seemed to pierce through the endless darkness, illuminating the dream in his heart. He could almost see himself standing at the end of the Grand Line, becoming the Pirate King. But when he looked down at the pockball at his waist, a hint of frustration welled up in his heart. Now, he couldn't even beat his uncle's pet, so how could he possibly become stronger than his uncle? "Wait, pet." Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, like shining stars in the night sky. He looked up at his furious grandfather, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. "Little Blue, save me." Luffy's voice was filled with urgency and anticipation. A dazzling white light flashed, and Lucario made its grand entrance. It stood tall like a proud pine, its fur flowing like blue flames, each hair seemingly filled with power. Lucario let out a deafening roar that shook the entire forest, making the leaves rustle as if bowing to its strength. Garp was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a disdainful expression. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with contempt. "Is this the reserve food Terra prepared for you?" Kapu casually picked his nose, his rough fingers seemingly expressing his indifference. His aggressive gaze scanned the suddenly obstructing cute blue dog, as if to say, "With this little bit of meat, who can eat it?" Lucario seemed to sense Kapu's invasive gaze, its fur standing on end, as hard as steel needles. The originally deafening roar suddenly stopped, as if suppressed by Kapu's imposing aura. "Little Blue, he's my grandpa. Help me knock him away." Luffy clung desperately to a large tree in front of him, as if it were his last lifeline. He looked at Lucario, which had always obeyed him completely, and cried out in desperation, seeing its little master seemingly suffering a fatal injury. Lucario was filled with a strong protective instinct. It bravely took a tentative step forward, despite the terrifying pressure emanating from Kapu. That small step, though tiny, seemed to contain endless courage. Little guy, go back where you came from. I don't want to see you at my dinner table again. Kapu picked up a stone from the ground and weighed it in his hand. The stone seemed to transform into a deadly weapon in his grasp. Then, Kapu aimed at a distant mountain peak and swung his fist, unleashing a meteor shower of punches. In an instant, the ground shook, the mountain crumbled, and rocks flew everywhere. The enormous sound seemed capable of changing the color of the sky and earth. Awoo! A red light flashed, and Lucario autonomously returned to its pockball. From a shaking pockball on the ground, it seemed to have been greatly frightened. Inside the pockball, Lucario trembled, as if regretting its earlier bravery. Luffy, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at the shaking pockball, filled with disappointment and helplessness. He knew he couldn't escape his grandpa's clutches this time. At the Dayton family home, bang, 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 Kapu's fist, as big as a sandbag, pounded on the wooden door, making a deafening sound. The overburdened wooden door seemed on the verge of collapsing under his fist. Who is it? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Inside, Dayton picked up a thick wooden stick and, with a cigarette in her mouth, walked toward the door with a fierce expression. How dare you disturb my beauty sleep? No matter who it is today, I'll make sure you have an unforgettable memory for the rest of your life. It's me. Kapu's face darkened as he opened his mouth in a low voice. K. Kapu. The moment the wooden door was pushed open, a familiar voice echoed in Dayton's ears. She was so startled that she stumbled back several steps. Dayton, this little guy is up to you. Luffy, who was knocked unconscious by him, was casually thrown out. Dayton hurriedly caught the flying Luffy, looking at his somewhat familiar face. Her expression a bit dazed. Is this Luffy? Although they lived in the same village, her family rarely came down the mountain due to their status. So, she hadn't seen Luffy in years. Just as she raised her head to ask, she saw Kapu's figure already hundreds of meters away. When I come back, you must train him to be an excellent Navy officer, or I'll throw you all into impel down. Kapu tossed the pockball in his hand, and as his figure disappeared, his voice abruptly stopped. Such a strong little guy isn't good for Luffy's growth. I'll take in a play for a while. Ha ha ha. In front of the wooden house, Dayton's anger surged, and she raised Luffy as if to smash him. After a long while, her raised hand still did not come down. Dayton sighed inwardly. Forget it. To keep everyone from being taken out by that old man, I'll take you in. Dayton's gaze shifted to the corner where the little one with a long stick was crossing its arms, and she sighed heavily again. What is that old bastard Kapu thinking? Letting bandits train Navy officers? Sigh, those two little guys are together again. It's going to be tough from now on. 2 years ago, after the Marine Grand Tournament, a lone boat slowly approached the daughter island of Ruskina like a black silhouette. The waves gently lapped against the hull, creating a rhythmic sound. The small boat, exquisite and ancient, glimmered with the luster of time under the sunlight. A man stood at the bow, carrying the world's #1 famous sword on his back. He stood tall, his black cloak slightly fluttering in the sea breeze, as if he were one with the ocean. Mihawk's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, quietly observing the gradually clear island ahead. His face was stern, like marble carved by time, without a trace of superfluous expression. With my black sword Yuru behind me, there is no one in this world who can continuously challenge me. Tarlag, after defeating you, I will become the true world's #1 swordsman. Mihawk slowly unsheathed Yuru from his back, looking at its unique patterns. Not in vain for the years he had tirelessly nurtured its domineering aura. At this moment, Tarlag, who had been kicked out of his home, had already been waiting on Ruskina Island for a long time. And on this island, there was also the newly crowned empress of this country, Boa Hancock. Hancock, can you really hear me from so far away? Tarlag scratched his head in confusion and shouted loudly at a small black in the gap between the distant rocks. Ha! Lord Tarlag called my name for the 12th time. Is he preparing to abandon his wife and marry a virtuous concubine? Hancock unconsciously clasped her hands in front of her chest, her fingers gently twisting the hem of her clothes. Her graceful figure was outlined by the rocks on either side, creating an enchanting curve, yet it appeared somewhat stiff due to the turmoil within her heart. Her gaze occasionally darted toward Tarlag in the distance. But as their eyes were about to meet, she quickly looked away like a frightened little deer. Tarlag raised his eyebrows and sighed helplessly. How did such a fine person get a terminal illness? According to Rayleigh, after attending his wedding with Makino, Hancock fell seriously ill upon returning. Moreover, it was the kind of terminal illness that was 100% fatal. Rayleigh requested him to come here to save her for a price of 1 billion berries. But he wasn't a doctor. How could he treat her? However, with a mindset of giving it a try, he still came. Unexpectedly, upon their reunion, Hancock had completely lost the confidence she had at his wedding. She seemed like a frightened little cat, avoiding him at every turn. Tarlag found this puzzling. She didn't appear to be someone with a terminal illness at all. Forget it, I won't worry about it. At this rate, she might live longer than me. Tarlag unsheathed the village range sword from his waist, quietly feeling the cold gleam emanating from it. The promise made back then would finally be fulfilled after 4 years. This battle would determine who could sit on the throne of the world's strongest swordsman. It was also the crucial battle to see if he could recruit Mihawk under his banner. I crushed the Navy's 3 great powers with my physical skills. And even in their use of devil fruits, I can still fight to a standstill. Mihawk, what do you have to win against me? Tarlag murmured as he gazed at the small boat slowly appearing in his line of sight. This is a promise between men, just as he had said before. It ends only in death. The small boat gradually docked, and Mihawk's tall figure exuded a cold, stern aura like a statue. He tightly gripped the supreme black sword Yuru, which seemed to have come to life, radiating a chilling sharpness. Mihawk stepped forward slowly, each step steady and powerful, as if carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The sand and stones beneath his feet slightly sank with each step, making faint sounds. At a certain moment, Mihawk suddenly increased his speed to the limit. His figure flashed like lightning, instantly closing the distance to Tarlag. The black sword Yoru was raised high, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and slashed toward Tarlag with a flying slash. This was a form of greeting between top swordsmen, filled with the scent of gunpowder. Tarlag stood still, his gaze calm and deep. As he watched the green blade, light approaching in the blink of an eye, he leisurely positioned his Murakumo across his chest. He intended to use this form to feel how far Mihawk's strength had reached. After many years, you're still the same. Mihawk paused, looking at Tarlag's flashy blocking stance, and commented expressionlessly, "No, there are indeed many real things. It just depends on whether you have the strength to force me to use them." Tarlag replied, neither humble nor arrogant, and with a casual wave of Murakumo, the green blade light was instantly split in two. "You are too arrogant." Mihawk frowned. He was not skilled with words, so he had no choice but to use the black sword in his hand to make this man recognize reality. Tarlag watched as Mihawk charged like lightning, feeling no fear in his heart. He quietly sensed the cold light radiating from Murakumo in his hand, as if communicating with the sword. At the moment Mihawk's slash was about to arrive, Tarlag moved. His figure flashed like a ghost, easily evading Mihawk's attack. Murakumo was instantly unsheathed, shining with cold light, and stabbed toward Mihawk. Tarlag's movements were fluid and seamless, as if he and Murakumo had merged into one. Mihawk looked at the stabbing Murakumo, his eyes flashing with surprise. But he did not panic. Instead, he quickly adjusted his posture and blocked Tarlag's attack with Yuru. The two legendary swords clashed together, producing a crisp sound, as if announcing the start of this battle. After a single strike, Mihawk and Tarlag instantly separated, each standing in their own position. Their gazes were fixed on each other, as if searching for a flaw. Their breathing was steady and rhythmic, showing no signs of disorder from the previous clash. Mihawk, knowing it is impossible yet still attempting it, "Is this your path as a swordsman?" Tarlag's voice was deep and powerful, as if questioning Mihawk. Mihawk slightly narrowed his eyes, revealing a steadfast belief. "No, it is the path of the swordsman that chose me. Not me choosing the swordsman. That throne, from the moment I touched my sword, I knew it was destined to belong to me." His voice was cold and resolute, without a trace of hesitation. Tarlag looked at Mihawk, a sense of admiration rising in his heart. "All right, then let me see how far your path as a swordsman can go." The flames of battle burned in Tarlag's eyes as he tightly gripped Murakumo, prepared to face Mihawk's next attack. However, an unexpected occurrence happened. to dare use a sword to attack me on my territory. That man shall be turned to stone and come to bow and repent. Great aroma kick. Hancock, who should have been watching from a distance, suddenly lost her reason after the clash between Tarlag and Mihawk. Enraged, her aura of protecting her man surged. No, Hancock. Tarlag's heart suddenly tightened. The battle between him and Mihawk was not something just anyone could interfere with. It could be deadly, but the shout came too late. As soon as Mihawk noticed a stranger intervening in the battle, he swung the black sword down with all his might. By the time he heard Tarlag's call, the slash containing 80% of his strength had already shot out from the blade. Oncook, danger. In the final moments of the Navy's grand tournament, Borsellino held his sword Amatsukami with a casual smile at the corner of his mouth. Little Tarlag, the power of the shining fruit allows me to strike 100 blows in a second. How will you defend against that? Moreover, his gaze shifted to the elemental Kuzan and Sakazuki beside him. As your stamina gradually runs out, facing our combined attacks without holding back, how will you choose? Opposite them, Tarlag's chest rose and fell rapidly, breathing heavily. This battle had lasted 7 days and nights, yet there was still no suspense regarding the outcome. Through the observation of the Conqueror's Haki, their few members could not predict my next move, which was the root of my undefeated status. Tarlag tightened his grip on the blade, his gaze heavy as he looked at the three ahead. If I faced any one of them alone, a single line would suffice to determine the outcome. But if I were to use this technique now, while I could take one of them down, I would also suffer the ruthless attacks of the other two. My stamina is running out. If this continues, I will surely be defeated. Is there no ability that could allow me a brief rest? Tarlag sidestepped Sakazuki's probing magma attack, his gaze flickering. I have swordsmanship, 6 powers, Haki, and killing intent. A flash of brilliance crossed Tarlag's eyes as he seemed to find a feasible way. When Haki reaches a certain intensity, it can control a person's actions from a distance. His killing intent could achieve this too. So could he combine the two? Develop a new Conqueror's Kill, also known as a domain, as long as it takes an hour. Even if I exhaust all my mental strength, I could control those 3 guys across from me for an hour. That would be enough for my gradually depleting stamina to recover, allowing me to stand undefeated once again. Ruskana. Mihawk's merciless slash cut through the air, directly targeting the intruding Boa Hancock. The blooming flower was about to wither, and the vibrant life was about to fade away. Tarlag frowned and sighed deeply. He truly did not want to experience the aftereffects of using that move again. But setting aside his friendship with Hancock, even just for the 10 billion promised by Rayleigh, he could not allow Mihawk to mistakenly kill Hancock right in front of him. Killing God Domain, Conqueror's Kill. At this critical moment, an invisible force centered around Tarlag rapidly spread out like a surging tide. Within this force, the grandeur of Haki and the sharpness of killing intent perfectly merged, forming a unique killing God Domain. In the realm, everything was shrouded in a red glow, and the air instantly fell into stagnation. The flying slash of Mihawk, which was originally speeding towards Hancock, suddenly slowed down as if it had fallen into a viscous quagmire the moment it touched this power. The green light of the slash flickered continuously under the pressure of this force, as if it were struggling desperately, yet powerless. Tarlag closed his eyes tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, fully immersed in controlling this domain. Around him, strands of domineering aura and murderous intent intertwined like dancing silver snakes. These powers surged continuously, forming an indestructible barrier that slowly protected Hancock, who had just realized the danger. Mihawk's eyes widened in shock. He had never seen such powerful strength. The sense of oppression made even this great swordsman feel his heart race. He could clearly sense how small his slash was in the face of this power. Get away! With Tarlag's continuous output of the domain, the flying slash was finally completely frozen in mid-air before slowly dissipating. He saved me again. What should I do? Hancock's previously terrified expression was now filled with gratitude. Must I offer myself in return? She stared blankly at Tarlag, a complex emotion surging in her heart. Meanwhile, Mihawk in the distance felt his hand gripping the black sword Yoru tremble slightly. He knew well that Tarlag's move had completely broken the balance of their battle. This was not just a display of powerful strength. It was a manifestation of his own spirit, which had long exceeded Mihawk's understanding. The entire battlefield seemed to be shocked by Tarlag's move, and the air was so silent it was suffocating. Only the continuously surging domineering aura and murderous intent showcased Tarlag's current power and majesty. However, just as Hancock was lost in thought and Mihawk fell into contemplation, a mournful wail echoed from where Tarlag had just been. The two looked up in alarm and were instantly wide-eyed with disbelief. Not again. Blood vessels erupted around Tarlag, and blood gushed out from the burst veins like a long-blocked flood. The last time he used this move, it was the same situation. This time he had only used half his strength. Why was it still like this? There was no abnormality when he used it. So why did it come so violently the moment he tried to retract it? Tarlag crossed his arms, his tall figure looking ahead. He shouted not from pain, but from the deadly side effects of the move, feeling unwilling. Mihawk was taken aback. He had thought he would end in a miserable defeat today, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. In battles between men, especially swordsmen, as long as the opponent hasn't fallen, it can be considered they still have the strength to fight. The black sword Yoru returned to Mihawk's hand, his sharp gaze fixed on Tarlag in the blood-red abyss. Can you still fight? Talag's eyelids lifted slightly. What's there to? Just as he was about to respond, his mouth was suddenly covered by a pair of slightly trembling, delicate fingers. Hancock's graceful figure appeared somewhat flustered at this moment. She had never thought someone would go to such lengths for her, especially when that person was Tarlag, whom she had longed for in her heart. Tarlag frowned slightly. This woman seemed to have a serious problem. I risked injury to save you, and you can't just leave smoothly? You damn. Tarlag shook off her hand, about to curse, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The woman before him had tears silently streaming down her cheeks. From Hancock's flustered demeanor, it was evident that she was genuinely concerned and anxious for him. In the blink of an eye, Tarlag was already 19, yet she still seemed like the child she once was. Tears from a woman were still something he couldn't accept. Sighing, Tarlag patted her shoulder to comfort her. He then raised his head to look at Mihawk, who had a puzzled expression, and said flatly, "Today, I have no strength to continue fighting. You have won. Congratulations, the world's #1 swordsman." Tarlag forced a smile to prevent Mihawk from feeling regret, as if sincerely congratulating his longtime friend. Mihawk slowly planted Yoru into the ground, his expression serious as he gazed at Tarlag. "What do you consider this battle to be?" Mihawk's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Talag's innermost thoughts as he coldly questioned. Seeing Tarlag fall silent, Mihawk turned his gaze to the woman beside him. "Is it because of this woman? Did her presence make your sword hesitate?" Hesitation leads to defeat. Women only slow down the speed of drawing a sword. That was Mihawk's thought at this moment. He was suppressing his trembling right hand, as if he could strike down the woman whose shoulders were still slightly heaving at any moment. Tarlag rubbed his temples, but ultimately stuck to his own thoughts. In this world, one must never betray the tears of family and women. Furthermore, he had his own thoughts. That was to ensure Mihawk sat on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman, no matter what. The world had changed dramatically since his arrival. Everything he once knew had long since blurred. Just as Mihawk said, it was the path of the swordsman that chose him, not he who chose the swordsman. This throne was meant for him from birth, and only he could sit on it. Fame, fortune, and power. Tarlag needed only one of these to not regret this life. You walk alone. How can you know what others think? Because you walk alone, how can you understand what the tears of family and women mean to me? It was precisely because you walked alone that the outcome of this battle was determined from the very beginning. Looking at Hancock, whose eyes were slightly red and still sobbing, Tarlag took out a pack of tissues from the system space and threw it over. He then looked back at Mihawk, who appeared to be deep in thought, and shook his head with a smile. Our philosophies and thoughts have been different from the very beginning. What you think about is how to become the strongest, how to use the sword in your hand to defeat all the strong enemies that hinder you. Tarlag silently took out a photo from his pocket and gazed at the figures on it, a smile reaching his heart. It was a family photo of Garp, Makino, Luffy, Ace, and a patched-up dragon. And my philosophy has always been about protection. Let me ask you. Tarlag instinctively wiped the corner of Hancock's eyes, his gaze piercing through the sky to look at Mihawk. How could I forget my original intention, abandon everything, and fight you. When I regard these two words as my life, their existence is my life. When, at any moment, my ability is insufficient to protect them, that will be my greatest defeat in this life. Tarlag sighed in relief, smiling lightly, and continued, "It is precisely because I believe I cannot fully protect her in your hands at this battle. You have won." Hancock's delicate body trembled slightly as she raised her head, forgetting to cry. In her incredulous eyes, it seemed that only the man in front of her existed. Opposite her, Mihawk let out a long sigh of relief, steadily drawing the black sword, Uru, from the ground and sheathing it behind him. "So this is the meaning of your battle. I misunderstood it from the very beginning." After listening to Tarlag's lengthy discourse, Mihawk seemed to grow significantly in an instant. "Is it true that family and protection are the foundation of his strength? Was my idea of abandoning everything and charging forward wrong from the start? Mihawk is a pure person, pure to the point that only the sword exists in his heart." But at this moment, he felt somewhat confused. He could sense that those who have someone to belong to and protect can often become stronger than anyone else in a moment. This strength is not only in power but also in spirit, demeanor, and even soul. As Mihawk pondered, he unknowingly boarded his small boat. When he realized it, he had forgotten to say a final goodbye to that man. "According to your thoughts, I indeed won." The passionate shout that could never appear in Mihawk's life now emerged on this island full of regrets. "But on my path to ultimate strength, I do not believe I can defeat you head-on." "So?" Mihawk smiled, his cold demeanor seemingly disappearing completely in that instant of laughter. "Therefore, I will serve as a warlord and guard the Navy's stronghold in the New World for 10 years. With me here, that place will be your military's home." With those words, Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, set sail with the gentle breeze. Time returned to the present. In the instructor's dormitory, a thunderous roar erupted from Tarlag's dorm room. "Hancock, this is my dormitory." Tarlag, with red-rimmed eyes, instantly threw a blanket over the beautiful figure on the bed. Although he had no affection for women other than Makino, he was still a normal man. How could one maintain composure in front of the most charming woman in the world? His wandering eyes glanced at the scattered clothes on the floor and quickly shifted elsewhere. He silently chanted in his heart, "Do not look at the unseemly. Do not listen to the unseemly. Do not speak of the unseemly. Do not act unseemly." What is wrong with the guard, Ella? How could she let a woman with evil thoughts about me, come in? Is she lost on the path of life? Tarlag repeatedly condemned Ella in his heart, thinking of hundreds of ways to deal with her. At this moment, in the guardroom of the dormitory, Ella, who had turned into a stone statue, had her eyes transformed into two little hearts. It was as if a voice in the void was telling her that her time was up. The corners of the stone statue's eyes unexpectedly shed 2 lines of tears. In Tarlag's dormitory, Hancock, who had already taken a nap on the bed, lazily sat up. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed and steam still rose from her hair. No matter how shy and embarrassed she felt inside, she still meticulously completed the method that Shaki had given her. Before coming here, in the Snake Princess Palace, to conquer a man's heart, one must first conquer his body. Once the rice is cooked, that little guy Tarlag wouldn't be able to resist you, right? Shaki pointed to the foot-washing water on the ground, instructing Rayleigh, who had been punished, to pour it out. "However, I do not wish to conquer Lord Tarlag. I. Hancock shyly hid behind a pillar, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes. "I only want to be conquered by Lord Tarlag." Shaki pulled Rayleigh, who had just poured out the foot-washing water, and slowly lowered the curtains on the bed. "The principle is the same. I have taught you the methods before. I believe that aside from this old guy, no one in this world can resist your body." Shaki waved her hand, indicating Hancock could go down and rest. Today's psychological training lesson was over. Back to the present, in Tarlag's dormitory. "My lord, I serve you for changing." Hancock, who had practiced for a long time with Shaki as her goal, endured the burning heartache and lightly placed her jade foot on the ground. The blanket thrown by Tarlag also slipped to the floor at this moment. "Is this the scent of my lord?" Hancock's blushing face pressed tightly against Tarlag's chest. Her voice was soft, with an almost imperceptible allure emanating from her tone. For some unknown reason, she seemed to possess infinite courage at this moment. Her affectionate eyes fixed on the man before her. She slightly tiptoed, pressing her lips onto his, which set off a chain reaction that could not be stopped. Outside, Tarlag looked expressionlessly at the sleeping Hancock on the bed. Sigh. In order to cope with the peculiar power of the devil fruit, I deliberately developed the dream space. Tarlag sighed deeply, shaking his head helplessly. Who would have thought that the first time using this ability would be for something like this? It truly is. Covering the slightly slipping blanket back over Hancock, Tarlag left with frequent sighs. In the dimly lit conference room, Tarlag furrowed his brows, one hand irritably fiddling with the numerous intention lists submitted by the schools on the table. The rustling sound of the papers seemed to be the shouts of his inner dissatisfaction. His gaze was fixed on those lists, filled with confusion. As he muttered to himself, "Is this even a school?" Terrag stood up, hands on his hips, pacing back and forth in the conference room. Rather than calling it a military academy, it would be more accurate to say that it would become a small battlefield for the division of pirate forces. Thinking of the students sent by those pirate factions, a series of troublesome names emerged in his mind. Teach sent by Whitebeard. That guy always had a cunning glint in his eyes, old Silverforced. Jack sent by Kaido, reckless and combative, a mindless brute not to be feared. Smoothie from Big Mom. His gaze always seemed strange. That possessive and aggressive look he had only seen in Machino and Hancock, along with others sent by the notorious pirates, including the 7 warlords. In just one night, they had already formed their own little groups. Terrag sat back down in his chair, leaning forward, hands on the table, eyes fixed on the names on the list. What was even more terrifying was that the people sent by the 3 emperors were intentionally or unintentionally clustering together. The 7 warlords and other legendary pirate factions were the same. Pairing up or grouping in 3s and 5s had become the norm. His voice was low and filled with worry. Reflecting on the farce during the dormitory assignment yesterday, Terrag felt a headache coming on. At that time, 2 pirates had a huge fight over a trivial matter, turning the entire dormitory area into chaos. According to the first rule of the new school guidelines, let love transform the world. Sakazuki took those 2 pirates away overnight. Later, it was said that he embraced the 2 troublemakers in his fiery, loving embrace. That made perfect sense. The corners of Terrag's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a sarcastic smile. He rubbed his temples, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew his own abilities well and was absolutely confident that he could keep these pirates in line during their 2 years at the military academy. But thinking about the grand competition before graduation, he couldn't help but frown. Those 2 self-righteous guys had taken away all the Navy and civilians while I left first. However, they overlooked the imbalance in high-end combat power between the pirate faction and the other factions. He silently calculated various possibilities in his mind. After switching through thousands of calculation formulas, the conclusion was that the pirate faction's winning probability was at least 95%. This completely undermined the purpose of establishing this military academy. It would not only deal a heavy blow to the Navy's prestige, but also encourage the arrogance of pirates. Terrag murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. It seemed that stirring up trouble was essential, sowing discord was on the agenda, gossiping was my specialty, and fanning the flames to expand influence. His eyes sparkled with calculating light. Buggy. Terrag's finger pointed at a list kept separately on the table. As if remembering something, the corners of his mouth slightly curved into a smile. In the dormitory area, building number 3, Buggy was sitting on the bed, one foot casually resting on the low cabinet beside the bed, arms crossed over his chest, a proud smile on his face. His signature red nose stood out prominently in the dim dorm room. In front of him, 5 pirate subordinates looked up at him with admiration. A tall and skinny pirate's eyes sparkled as he eagerly said, "Captain Buggy, we are willing to go through fire and water for you. With your leadership, we will definitely make a name for ourselves in this Navy school." Next to him, a scar-faced pirate nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying, "That's right, Captain. Your experiences are truly unbelievable, if it weren't for." The scarred face looked down at the photo in his hand. "If it weren't for the pictures as proof, we could never believe that this guy in front of us was once a veteran on the Pirate King Roger's ship." Looking at the 5 guys before him who admired him, Buggy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just the thought of having conquered these obviously capable guys with his charisma and verbal skills made Buggy feel immensely proud. He slightly raised his head, cleared his throat, and began to speak at length. Of course, back in the Grand Line, I've seen all kinds of storms and waves. I fought alongside Roger. Many powerful Navy officers comparable to those guys on the platform yesterday were scared to death when they saw me. He exaggeratedly gestured as he spoke. A short pirate's eyes widened in curiosity as he asked, "Captain, did you find any treasure?" This question hit the nail on the head and was also Buggy's proudest topic. He smiled mysteriously. "Of course, I know many treasure locations. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will take you all along. As long as you follow me loyally, you will not miss out on the benefits." Hearing this, the others immediately cheered with excitement. "Long live Captain Buggy!" Buggy slightly raised his head, his mind filled with memories of past experiences on Roger's ship, whether real or not, and he felt more and more destined for greatness. He silently calculated. These little minions were so easily subdued by me. It seems my eloquence and charm are indeed invincible. The military academy is in such chaos, and those strong ones are busy scheming against each other. They would take care what I was doing. As long as I carefully plan and gather these newcomers around me, I will have a powerful force when we go out. That fool Shanks actually gave up on our dream. It seems that only I can carry on Captain Roger's will. Ha ha! He slowly turned around, facing away from his subordinates, his shoulders shaking slightly from suppressing laughter. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, trying to calm himself down. But the uncontrollable laughter still slipped through his fingers, and he quickly cleared his throat to cover it up. Although these newcomers were inexperienced, their talents and abilities were exceptional. With a little training, they would surely become powerful assistants on my path to kingship. He thought to himself, unconsciously clenching his fists. After a while, he calmed himself down, put on a confident expression again, and turned to face his subordinates. He placed his hands on his hips, puffed out his chest, and said loudly, "Following me is the best choice you can make. In the future, I, Buggy, will be a legend on this sea. Those so-called strong ones will eventually be trampled under our feet. I didn't waste my time on Roger's ship. I know countless secrets and treasure clues. Once we leave this military academy, we will go treasure hunting, and at that time, we will have whatever we want." He spoke while waving his arms, spitting as he talked. His subordinates listened to his grandiose words, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The tall and skinny pirate's face turned red with excitement as he shouted, "Captain Buggy, we will follow you forever." The scar-faced pirate also clenched his fists tightly, as if he could already see the brilliance of the future. Buggy looked at them with satisfaction, his ambitions swelling as if the entire world were under his control. In this dim dormitory, Buggy seemed to have become the center of the world, his laughter and words filling the entire space. The 5 little subordinates surrounded him like stars around the moon, and a story about dreams, ambitions, and deception was quietly unfolding. East Blue, Windmill Village. Luffy's small figure was persistently chasing after Ace in the woods. His face was drenched in sweat and determination, the iconic straw hat swaying slightly as he ran. Ace moved gracefully, like a swift cheetah, darting through the forest, completely unaware of the figure trailing closely behind him. Day after day, Luffy pursued relentlessly, and today he finally had results. This was the first time he hadn't lost track of Ace and successfully found their secret base with Sabo. Just as the two were checking the amount of treasure, Luffy's youthful shout echoed through the air. "I heard you. Not good." Ace instantly became alert, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. After exchanging a glance with Sabo, he decided to first restrain Luffy. They used resilient vines to tightly bind Luffy, and the 3 brothers officially began their love-hate relationship. "You little tail, how did you find this place?" Ace frowned, his tone filled with impatience. But Luffy's eyes sparkled with sincerity as he eagerly said, "Ace, I want to be friends with you." Ace snorted, finding Luffy extremely bothersome, and whispered to Sabo, "He knows where we hid the treasure. We can't let him go." Although it was Sabo's first time meeting Luffy, he agreed with Ace's reasoning. So he nodded and said, "Then let's kill him." Upon hearing this, the bound Luffy was struck with terror, tears welling up in his eyes as he cried out, "Don't kill me." His cries echoed through the woods, drawing the attention of nearby mountain bandits. When Ace and Sabo heard the commotion, their expressions changed drastically as they realized danger was approaching. They exchanged another glance and quickly hid in the nearby dense bushes. The entire process was swift and efficient, but they left behind the bound Luffy. "Hey, where did those two guys go?" A fierce-looking bandit grabbed Luffy by the collar and inquired about Ace and Sabo's whereabouts. Luffy instinctively looked toward his waist, but quickly realized his little blue was taken by his grandfather. However, betraying his friends was something he would never do. "Pouting." He turned his lips to the side and said, I don't know." Seeing his response, the bandit said nothing more, but cruelly smiled as he took Luffy away. After they left, Ace and Sabo emerged from the bushes. Sabo nervously looked at Ace and said, "Ace, should we go save him?" "After all," Ace gritted his teeth, "that guy might betray us. Let's move the treasure first." Saying this, he led the way to the treasure's location, and Sabo had no choice but to follow closely behind. During the process of moving the treasure, Sabo occasionally looked back towards the direction where Luffy was taken with concern. But Ace was solely focused on ensuring the treasure's safety. After hiding the treasure carefully, time passed slowly and the sun began to set. The surroundings turned eerily quiet, and the mountain bandits did not come as they had imagined. Sabo sat on the ground, panting, and said, "Ace, why haven't the bandits come?" Luffy wouldn't really have said anything, would he? Ace also began to feel uneasy, recalling Luffy's eager eyes, and a sense of guilt surged within him. At the bandits' base, Luffy was hung high up. The bandits wielded spiked iron fists, smashing them down on Luffy. The spikes pierced Luffy's body, and blood immediately seeped out. Luffy cried out in pain, his voice echoing in the empty base, heart-wrenching. But no matter how the bandits tormented him, he gritted his teeth and refused to divulge even the slightest trace of Ace and Sabo. The bandit leader, losing patience, drew a long knife from his waist. In the glow of the setting sun, the blade gleamed coldly. "You're really a stubborn little brat. Then you'll die." He glared viciously at Luffy, preparing to strike him down. 10 minutes earlier, Ace and Sabo realized that Luffy might not have betrayed them. Ace suddenly stood up, fists clenched. "We have to save him. We can't leave him behind." Sabo nodded without hesitation. He had wanted to do this all along. And the two quickly ran towards the bandit base. Just as the long knife was about to come down, Ace and Sabo arrived. Ace roared like an angry lion, charging at the bandit leader and kicking towards his knife-wielding hand. The long knife clattered to the ground, and the bandit leader turned in shock. Sabo swiftly maneuvered through the crowd of bandits, throwing punches and kicks, knocking them down left and right. The bandits were caught off guard by this sudden attack, thrown into disarray. Upon seeing Ace, Luffy felt as if the pain in his body had vanished, tears of gratitude shining in his eyes. "Ace, I knew you would come." Ace looked at Luffy's wounds, his heart aching. "I'm sorry." In a moonlit forest at night, the light fell like water. By a rock, Ace held a metal rod, looking at the battered Luffy sitting on a stone, and asked, "Why do you want to be friends with me?" Luffy sniffled, his eyes still red, suddenly crying out, "Because I have no one else to rely on. Being alone is worse than pain." Ace fell silent for a moment, quietly asking, "If I'm here, you won't be sad anymore?" "Yes." Luffy nodded vigorously. Hearing this, Ace's hand gripping the metal rod trembled slightly. He was reminded of childhood memories, of pirates in taverns saying, "This guy is a devil not allowed to be born or live." And Luffy's desperate shout seemed to suddenly give Ace a sense of purpose for his existence. "Do you want me to live?" He lowered his head, seemingly afraid to face Luffy's forthcoming answer. However, Luffy's response was even more resolute than he imagined. With great difficulty, Luffy propped himself up and shouted towards the forest. Of course. Not long after, on a certain day, Ace raised his cup, his expression solemn as he said, "From today on, we are brothers." Sabo and Luffy also raised their cups. Luffy's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Sabo smiled, his gaze filled with determination. The three of them drank the contents of their cups in one go, the drink carrying a slight sweetness flowing down their throats, seemingly branding their brotherhood deep in their hearts. From that day on, they became true, inseparable brothers. At the Navy G-88 Fortress, Tarlag's face was full of anger as he tightly gripped the special line telephone snail, veins bulging on his forehead. "This isn't fair. Why can Borisolino resign as an instructor? His voice became sharp with jealousy, his eyes filled with envy. That depends on you. What did you do on the day of the opening ceremony? A calm voice from the other end of the line was Sengoku's. The calm tone only made Tarlag feel more irritated. He felt indignant and thought to himself, is it my fault that Borisolino can fly? Who told him to show off? Is it my fault to let the students harm each other? Isn't that to save some trouble for himself in the days to come? I strongly protest this. Borisolino must come back. Otherwise, I won't do it either. Terrag's eyes widened in anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared at the snail phone. He could give Borisolino warmth like sunshine, but he absolutely would not allow him to enjoy a leisurely life without worries. No way. In the Marine Headquarters Sengoku office, Sengoku received the documents handed over by Konga, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of cunning. If your wife knew you were hiding 340 million berries as private savings. Upon hearing this, Terrag's face instantly turned pale and then darkened. Old dang, you would dare to threaten me? He gritted his teeth, but doubts filled his mind. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. How does this old ding know that I hid my savings at the bottom of my father's snack cabinet? Sengoku ignored Terrag's anger and continued reading the document. If your wife knew that a woman wanted to have a child for you. Terrag's expression froze, a shock in his heart. This old ding has investigated me? As the saying goes, under a roof, one must lower their head. Although he didn't take the matter of Big Mom and Smoker to heart, it was best that this news didn't reach Marjorie's ears, as she was currently pregnant. He impatiently glanced at the snail phone in his hand and said, promise me one condition, and I won't pursue the matter of Borisolino. He thought Sengoku would agree, but he was mistaken. Sengoku continued to look at the documents and immediately read out even more explosive content. If your wife knew that a woman entered your dormitory not long ago and didn't come out for a night. Crack! The snail phone in Terrag's hand was instantly crushed, his face dark as a pot bottom. This is not just an investigation. This is clearly surveillance. He roared in his heart, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. He paced back and forth, wondering who had betrayed him. Just wait until I catch you. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of trouble. In the fortress training ground, Era was organizing the team when he suddenly sneezed violently. Strange? Who is thinking of me? He shook his head and then pointed at the noisy team in front of him, shouting, Buggy, get down from your palanquin. Do you think you're Lord Terrag, able to sleep wherever you want? Terrag knew he hadn't done anything to Hancock that day, but regarding the issue of the fantasy space. If one is not present, they simply wouldn't understand. As the saying goes, the clear will be clear, but some matters are better kept quiet. With that thought, Terrag glanced at the dead snail phone on the ground. Not only did he have to submit to Sengoku's cunning, but he also had to compensate for Kazan's snail phone. Terrag sighed inwardly. He took out another snail phone, temporarily borrowed from a Kainu using the space fruit. The smug smile of a failure was perfectly suited to his face. I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. A day later, Fortress Training Ground. Terrag, Kazan, and Akainu stood in front of their respective teams. The phone call from yesterday ended with Terrag's complete defeat. However, Sengoku also provided him with a reason for Borisolino's necessary withdrawal. A major incident occurred at Vegapunk's future island egghead. An important researcher stole Vegapunk's latest research results and is currently missing. As the head of the Marine Science Division, this matter undoubtedly fell on Borisolino's shoulders. Ahem. Terrag cleared his throat, preparing to explain what needed to be done today. Not everyone participated in the big brawl that day, so besides the few obvious monsters, the three of them were unfamiliar with the strength of the others. None of them could convey their ideas through writing. The only thing they could do was teach by example. Understanding the foundational strength of the students in their respective teams was the first task at hand. Here is the power testing device sent down from above. I believe someone here should know its purpose. Terrag stood in front of a large device, looking at Rob Lucci in Akainu's team. He hadn't expected to see this guy, known as the strongest weapon at this marine school. I wonder what his power level is now, considering he has been boasted about so much. Terrag looked at the device. If he weren't afraid of breaking it and having to pay for it, he would have wanted to try it himself. Our school implements a points reward system. Any comparable courses or tasks will award points. Points can be exchanged for rewards, ranging from berries to famous swords and fruits. Today is your first opportunity to earn points. The top 10 will receive rewards. Who wants to come up and give it a try? This seemingly charitable system was reluctantly agreed upon by Terrag and the others under Sengoku's insistence. He didn't know where Sengoku learned this method. Does he think this will make those ruthless pirates feel the warmth of home? Are they a bank or an ATM? So selfless? But thinking about the fact that he could also earn points and openly suck the lifeblood of the headquarters, Terrag no longer felt conflicted. He looked around, trying to find the first person willing to give it a try. His gaze intentionally lingered on Buggy for a moment. That guy's luck is something else. In just a few days, he managed to persuade more than 10 newcomers to be his underlings. Under the scorching sun, Buggy was surrounded by a group of little brothers at the front. He was trying hard to maintain that iconic, exaggerated smile on his face, arms crossed over his chest, appearing calm and composed, but inside he was already like an ant on a hot pan. His gaze seemed to casually wander around, but he was secretly keeping an eye on Terrag's every move. Sweat slowly slid down Buggy's forehead, but he didn't dare raise his hand to wipe it, fearing that this slight movement would draw Terrag's attention. Who wants to be the first to give it a try? Terrag's teasing voice came again, his unkind gaze landing directly on Buggy. Buggy's heart skipped a beat, but his smile didn't change at all. He only twitched the corner of his mouth slightly before quickly returning to normal. He slightly raised his chin and cleared his throat, saying ahem, I think this kind of thing should be tried by my little brothers first. As the boss, I need to oversee the situation from the back. His voice sounded steady and powerful, but only he knew that it felt like a fire was burning in his throat, dry and uncomfortable. He forced himself to appear calm as he scanned his little brothers, his eyes carrying warnings and hints. However, after a long while, seeing his little brothers still looking at each other without any response, Buggy could only cough lightly again and say, Who will go and take the lead for everyone? If you perform well, this Lord will reward you generously. As he spoke, he was silently praying in his heart that no one would push him out. On the surface, he still maintained an air of superiority, as if he was completely confident about everything. However, his fingers were unconsciously trembling slightly, and he secretly hid his hands behind his back, clenching them into fists, trying to calm himself down. He kept reassuring himself, Don't panic, don't panic. Must stay steady, or else it will be exposed. I will come. A clearly angry voice soothed Buggy's increasingly anxious heart. Hancock gracefully stepped out of the crowd. A hint of stubbornness and anger appeared on her stunning face, her gaze fixed sharply on Tarlag, as if she wanted to see through him. I want to give it a try. Her voice was crisp, yet undeniably resolute. Her long black hair swayed slightly with her movement, and she raised her chin slightly. Her proud demeanor mixed with complex emotions towards Tarlag. Tarlag sighed and nodded helplessly. Then you go first. Hearing this, Hancock slowly walked towards the testing device, and the people around her unconsciously parted to make way. She didn't look sideways, just stared intently at the instrument ahead. But her mind was filled with images related to Tarlag from that night. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her slender fingers turning white from the force. There was definitely something wrong with that dream. Did he reject me? Hancock stood still in front of the testing device, took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress her inner anger. She slightly turned to the side, glancing at Tarlag from the corner of her eye, her gaze filled with both resentment and a hint of expectation. Xiaoqi said that childhood sweethearts can't compare to fated love. But I met him when I was 12 and still lost to her, so unwilling. Great fragrant foot, Hancock shouted, her figure darting forward as she kicked. Her skirt flew up with her movement, revealing her long, fair legs. This kick carried her anger and emotions, as if she wanted to vent all the injustices of the world against the testing device. The tip of her foot, filled with powerful energy, kicked towards the device like an arrow released from a bow. In the moment of the kick, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, thinking, Tarlag, you man who makes me both love and hate. What should I do? Her foot made contact with the testing device, producing a loud thud, and the entire training ground seemed to tremble slightly from the force of the kick. After kicking, Hancock stood in place, her chest slightly heaving, her eyes still fixed on Tarlag, waiting for his reaction. Boa Hancock, power value 4,500, currently ranked first, very impressive. Tarlag's indifferent reaction once again disappointed her. Hancock sighed, took one last deep look at him, and silently retreated back into the crowd. After Hancock's kick, Tarlag's group fell into a dead silence for a moment. Although they didn't know what a power value of 5,000 meant, no one, including Teach and Jack, dared to say they could take her furious strike unharmed. After a long time, Lucci, the trash is scared, you go try. Akainu's unabashed sarcasm spread throughout the crowd. Navy, what are you so arrogant about? We just need to make a slight move, and that would be the limit for your group. What are you pretending for? Most of the people in Tarlag's group were pirates. Except for the few who knew how terrifying Akainu was, everyone else started to curse at him. Right? Believe it or not, I'll knock your teeth out. Buggy squatted in the crowd, covering his mouth, changing his voice to stir up trouble. Listening to Tarlag, it seemed everyone had to give it a try, so Buggy, in order to avoid revealing himself, could only fan the flames and stir up chaos here. Humph. It seems you still don't understand your position. Trash. Akainu's expression darkened as he looked at Tarlag, who was lost in thought since Hancock left. Your people are a bit jumpy. Let me help you. Saying this, he swiftly shot a magma dog towards the crowd. Previously, the training ground was mixed with personnel, so Akainu and Kazan could only put on a show. Now that the teams were divided, facing a group mostly made up of pirates, Akainu naturally spared no effort. Like a volcanic eruption, his doomsday punch awakened the deep-seated fears within people. It also made these usual troublemakers deeply realize Akainu's terror. Except for Buggy, who immediately ran to Tarlag's side, everyone else, including Teach, did not want to take that blow head-on. Only one person was different, and that was the reckless Jack, standing at the very front, his eyes filled with fiery determination. I am the future drought, Jack. It's just magma. Watch me crush him. Boom. Call a doctor. Fix him up and toss him back. Akainu lit his cigar, watching Jack, who was almost turned into a charred corpse, secretly shaking his head in regret. Although one punch nearly killed Jack, his strike still made the guy block it with his body, thus causing no harm to others. If it weren't for the crowd being dense, Kazan wouldn't allow it. He really wanted to unleash a meteor volcano. That scared me to death. Buggy stood not far behind Tarlag, gasping for breath. He wasn't afraid of any slashes, but such fist-to-flesh damage was the simplest way to kill him. Looking at Tarlag, who was lost in thought like a statue, Buggy quietly retreated back into the crowd. He couldn't shake the feeling that this temporary teacher beside him seemed even more terrifying than that magma kid in front. After Akainu's punch, the previously chaotic training ground returned to calm. Only Teach's restless gaze kept wandering between Tarlag and Akainu. He was thinking about which of these two he should extract abilities from after he obtained the dark fruit. But after comparing their ages and current strengths, he realized that by that time, he might not be able to beat them. This is quite annoying. Lucci, what are you waiting for? Akainu glanced at Lucci in the group. Let me see how your power value as CP9's strongest weapon measures up. Yes. Lucci steadily walked towards the testing device, his gaze cold and determined, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. With every step he took, a powerful aura began to emanate from him. Huh. Suddenly, Lucci let out a low shout, and his body began to undergo a marvelous transformation. His arms rapidly swelled, muscles bulging. His originally black hair gradually lengthened and turned brown. His ears became pointed. His hands grew sharp claws, revealing the ability of the Zoan-type cat fruit, leopard form. His speed instantly increased, like a black lightning bolt rushing towards the testing device. Lucci's claws glimmered coldly as he shouted loudly and delivered a powerful strike towards the testing device. With a loud bang, the testing device shook violently, and several deep claw marks appeared on it. After landing, Lucci stood firmly in place, dusting off non-existent dust from his body, and turned to the crowd, waiting for the announcement of the test results. Although the gap was a bit large, it was still acceptable. Sakazuki nodded and reported his power level. Rob Lucci, power level 3,100, currently in second place. To the brothers of Jirbo Mountain, Ace Luffy, I hope you weren't hurt in the fire. Although I couldn't warn you in time due to personal reasons, I believe you'll be fine. I feel very sorry for you, but by the time you see this letter, I will have already set sail. A lot has happened in these past few days that solidified my determination to set out to sea now. As for the destination, anywhere but the Goa Kingdom is fine. I want to continue getting stronger there and become a pirate who is freer than anyone else. If fate allows, The three of U.S. brothers will meet again in another place. I believe that one day we will definitely meet somewhere in this vast, free ocean. The bond of brotherhood between us is the most precious treasure of my life. By the way, Ace, although we can't determine who is older between us, there is no doubt that Luffy is our youngest brother, that's for sure. Luffy is not only still weak, but also cries a lot. After I set sail, I can only rely on you to take care of him. Please take care of my share too. Sabo, by the sea of Goa Kingdom in the East Blue. Sunlight spilled over the shimmering surface of the sea. A simple yet dream-filled small boat swayed gently in the waves. Sabo stood at the bow, his golden short hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze. His eyes sparkled with a desire for freedom and a longing for the future. He wore slightly worn but neatly organized clothes, which he had carefully prepared for this voyage. A water pipe was strapped to his waist. It had accompanied him through many difficult times at uncertain destinations, and now it would become his companion at sea. Sabo took a deep breath, savoring the salty taste of the sea breeze, and his excitement was hard to contain. Ace Luffy, I'm off. I will carve out my own territory on this sea, and when we meet again, I will make you proud. Sabo shouted into the distance, as if his two brothers were listening to his vow not far away. As the sail was raised, the small boat slowly left the harbor and sailed towards the vast ocean. Sabo, with a face full of excitement, steered the boat, feeling the rise and fall of the vessel in the waves, his heart full of anticipation for the unknown world. He watched the receding coastline and silently vowed to break free from the shackles of his noble family and become a free pirate. However, the wheels of fate began to turn at that moment. Just as Sabo's boat had just entered the ocean, a large and luxurious celestial dragon ship appeared not far away. Although they no longer relied on the Navy's military strength for protection, this year's garden party still took place as scheduled. The celestial dragons stood on the deck, surveying everything around them with arrogant eyes. When they saw Sabo's shabby little boat, a flicker of disdain and anger crossed their eyes. How dare such a shabby vessel appear in the sight of this celestial dragon? It is a complete insult to me. Fire the cannons, sink it. At the celestial dragon's command, the gunners on the ship immediately lit the cannon. A cannonball whistled towards Sabo's boat. Sabo looked at the approaching cannonball in terror, his heart filled with despair. No, I can't die here like this. He desperately tried to evade, but the cannonball was too fast, exploding beside his boat in an instant. The tremendous impact capsized Sabo's small boat, and he was swept into the raging waves. He struggled desperately, trying to grab onto a floating piece of wood, but the waves kept crashing against him, making it hard to breathe. I can't die. I have unfinished dreams. I still want to see Ace and Luffy again. Sabo's consciousness gradually blurred, but he held on to that thread of belief in his heart. Just as Sabo was about to lose consciousness, a gust of wind came, blowing him and a piece of wood far away. Sabo lay on the wood, still murmuring Ace and Luffy's names, his body gradually losing strength under the impact of the waves. Time passed, and Sabo finally drifted to the shore. He used his last bit of strength to crawl onto the beach, then fainted. When Sabo woke up again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by a group of people in strange clothing. He tried to recall what had happened earlier, but his mind was blank. Just as he was feeling lost, a large hand reached out, pulling him up from the ground. Sabo looked up and saw a tall man with a determined gaze looking at him. This man was Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the older brother of Teflon, Cap's son. Dragon looked at Sabo, a flicker of sympathy and admiration in his eyes. Kid, where did you come from? Why did you encounter such a thing? Sabo opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't remember anything. Dragon smiled slightly and said, Since you can't remember, just come with us. We will take care of you. Thus, Sabo, under Dragon's guidance, joined the Revolutionary Army and began a brand new journey. At Jirbo Mountain, the Dayton family. You, what did you say? Sabo. Ace's face was full of disbelief, while Luffy beside him had his mouth open for a long time, without closing. You're a liar, bastard. Ace grabbed Dougla by the neck, knocking him to the ground, raising his fist as if to strike. Even if it's a joke, I won't spare you. Dougla's squinted eyes revealed sincerity. I'm not joking, and I'm not lying. I can hardly believe my eyes, thinking it's a dream or an illusion. Shut up. Ace glared fiercely at Dougla. Sabo has already returned to his noble parents' home. Why would he set sail? Luffy echoed. Yeah, Sabo has already gone back home. Dougla, who was pinned to the ground, suddenly struggled and pushed Ace away, shouting hoarsely, "Someone like us, a rogue, understands that there are always places we don't want to return to." Dougla had witnessed Sabo's small boat being sunk by cannon fire, and tears streamed down his face. If that guy were really happy, would he still set sail? Would he sail alone under a pirate flag? The night wind was especially cool. Outside the house, it was silent, and inside, it was equally quiet. After a long time, Luffy's cries awakened the silent crowd. Sabo is not happy. Hearing his brother's cries, Ace hugged his head and squatted down in pain. A few days later, in the back mountain of Jirbo, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, forming patches of light. Ace and Luffy stood in front of a newly erected stone, which was a memorial stone for Sabo. Luffy leaned against an old tree, his eyes filled with regret and sorrow, murmuring, "Sigh." Sabo really was a gentle brother. Ace, who was standing nearby, instantly widened his eyes upon hearing this. Furrowing his brows, his teeth clenched tightly, and with an angry expression, he glared at Luffy and shouted, "What is that supposed to mean? Do you think it would be better if I were dead?" Luffy, not backing down, met his gaze. His cheeks puffed up with anger, and retorted loudly, "I didn't say that. You sure look like you did." Ace yelled, raising his fist and swinging it towards Luffy's head. Bang! Luffy covered his head where he was hit, tears welling up in his eyes, and defiantly exclaimed, "Sabo wouldn't keep hitting me like this. Can't you be a little gentler?" "No way," Ace shouted back, continuing to throw a few more punches at Luffy's head. Bang! Bang! Luffy grimaced in pain, but stubbornly stood his ground. However, words spoken thoughtlessly can resonate deeply. Although Ace appeared angry on the surface, Luffy's words pierced his heart like a thorn. From that moment on, he restrained his fierceness and treated Luffy with the gentleness of Sabo. On Sabeti Archipelago, Shanks, draped in a black cloak, felt the sea breeze gently lift the edges of his cloak. He covered his severed arm, his eyes filled with comfort and nostalgia, and said to Rayleigh, "Mr. Rayleigh, I'm really surprised." In the East Blue, a little brat said the exact same words as Captain Roger. It was the captain's words. Memories of parting with Luffy flooded Shanks' mind. At the farewell dock, Luffy clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly as he held back. His eyes were red, filled with reluctance, but he still bit his lip and didn't say anything about wanting Shanks to take him out to sea. Shanks looked at Luffy, a reassuring smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you want to surpass us?" Then, Shanks slowly took off his straw hat and gently placed it on Luffy's head. His actions were tender, as if the straw hat were the most precious treasure in the world. He looked at Luffy, his eyes filled with trust and expectation, softly saying, "I'm leaving this hat with you. It's the most important thing to me, so take good care of it." The sea breeze rustled Shanks' cloak as he walked step by step towards the Thousand Sunny, surrounded by his companions, saying, "Luffy, when you become an outstanding pirate, you must return it to me. It's a promise, Luffy." Back to the present. Perhaps seeing the little brat from back then, who is now capable on his own, or hearing news of his former captain again, Rayleigh's eyes became a bit misty, as if he were reliving the past. "Is it Monkey D. Luffy? Sharing the same surname as that little brat? I really want to meet him." Rayleigh's face was filled with emotion as he reminisced about past experiences. He was still shocked by the words Captain Roger once said. "You're talking about that man." Shanks furrowed his brows slightly, recalling some not-so-pleasant memories. He was still quite immature 6 years ago, but after the last meeting, it left this old man quite astonished. He has become as strong as a monster. A glint of silver flashed across the lenses of Rayleigh's glasses as he smiled and shook his head. Then, as if remembering something, he patted Shanks' shoulder where his arm had been severed and sighed softly. "Switching from dual-wielding to single-wielding must be quite confusing for you, right?" Shanks lifted his head slightly, gazing out at the distant sea, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I was too used to it first, but it's much better now. Betting it all on the new era, I think it's worth it." Meanwhile, the power test at G88 Fortress was still ongoing. Tarlag remained silent like a statue throughout. The tests for the others were nearing their end. The only one left to take the power test was Buggy, who was surrounded by numerous new recruits at the front. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, wishing he could find a hole to hide in, the deeper the better. Otherwise, the territory he worked so hard to build would be destroyed in an instant. It's hard to imagine what kind of feelings Hancock had when she kicked him with that fragrant foot. So far, she was still far ahead with a staggering score of 4,500, leading by over 500 points against the second place, Teach, who was either holding back or simply wasn't that strong. As a husband and soon-to-be father, your love, Terrag, cannot enjoy. Tarlag was like a silent volcano, a suppressed aura emanating from him. Suddenly, he moved, stepping forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A look of determination flashed in his eyes, his right arm's muscles tensed, veins bulging like winding snakes. His fist slowly clenched, and the surrounding air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, beginning to twist and wrap around his fist. As he gathered his strength, that force grew stronger, and the space around him began to creak, as if it couldn't bear the pressure, sounding like glass about to shatter. Terrag let out a roar, like an angry lion, his fist shooting forward like a fired cannonball, carrying boundless power towards the power testing device. At the moment his fist made contact with the device, a blinding light erupted, and everyone heard a deafening boom. The tremendous impact spread outward from the testing device, knocking down some pirates nearby, who cried out in surprise. Kuzan's previously calm expression instantly froze, turning into one of helplessness and headache, thinking about how he would have to compensate for the expensive testing device again. Sakazuki watched this scene, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates had their eyes wide open, mouths agape in shock. The entire venue falling silent. Only one person was so excited he nearly fell to the ground, and that was Buggy, who didn't have to take the test. The power testing device was shattered into pieces under that punch, parts flying everywhere. Some fragments even hit nearby pirates, causing cries of pain and chaos. Today's class is over. Terrag's expression was calm, as if that punch hadn't been thrown by him at all, and he turned to walk out of the arena. Hancock's gaze followed Terrag's back closely, her eyes filled with deep meaning and a hint of stillness, making it hard to read. Kuzan rubbed his temples, walking towards the wreckage of the instruments with a headache. The only downside of being the older brother is having to clean up after your younger brother's side. At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, Sengoku sat behind his desk, like a volcano about to erupt, his brows tightly knitted together. He flipped through documents in his hands, the papers rustling as if revealing the hidden crises within. Corazon, is the intelligence here accurate? Doflamingo has been quiet for several years, and now he suddenly makes such a big move, which is truly puzzling. Sengoku's voice was low and serious, his gaze fixed on Corazon, who also had an unsightly expression. Corazon, dressed in a black trench coat, had his clown makeup around his right eye and mouth highlighted under the lights. He slightly pursed his lips, his eyes revealing deep concern. Mr. Sengoku, this intelligence is absolutely reliable. I spent a lot of money to buy it from insiders. Corazon's voice was a bit hoarse, wondering if the headquarters could reimburse him for those 100 supersized ice creams. Sengoku put down the document, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms over his chest. Doflamingo's plans had been stalled for years due to Terrag, so why is he taking action now? Sengoku was filled with doubt. He needed Corazon to give him a reasonable explanation. Corazon took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He planned to hold a gold auction in Dressrosa and had invited the Celestial Dragons who were going on a cruise this year to attend. Corazon's fists were tightly clenched, his knuckles turning white from the force. He slammed his fist on the table, making a dull sound. I know he won't give up, but I didn't expect him to be crazy enough to contact the Celestial Dragons again. Corazon was filled with anger and helplessness, feeling immense disappointment in his brother's actions. His goal had always been clear, directly targeting the country of Dressrosa. Corazon's eyes revealed a firm determination. He absolutely could not let his brother's conspiracy succeed. Mr. Sengoku. Corazon's emotions were a bit agitated, his gaze intensely locked on Sengoku's eyes. You must stop his auction, otherwise, no one will know what this madman will do. Corazon's voice trembled, filled with fear and unease. His brother's hands were already stained with blood, Was he now going to ruin the future of a kingdom? Sengoku sighed and rubbed his aching temples. He knew Corazone's concerns were valid. Doflamingo was an extremely dangerous individual, and if not stopped, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right, I understand. Sengoku's voice was steady and forceful. I'll send that guy to investigate this matter. You mean Admiral Terrag? Corazone's expression initially brightened, but then fell. His eyes were filled with worry and doubt. You offended Admiral Terrag a few days ago and now. Corazone didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Sengoku chuckled, a confident smile appearing on his face. He calmly took a sip of the tea in front of him and then slowly set the cup down. In less than a month, Machino will be giving birth. What if I offer him a month off after this matter? A glint of cunning appeared in Sengoku's eyes, as if he had found a manual for using Terrag. Corazone was slightly stunned. He had not expected Sengoku to come up with such a solution. Although he felt a bit sorry for Terrag, it was indeed the most effective method at the moment. In the G-88 fortress, the exclusive large classroom was currently filled with noise. Ha ha! That reckless laughter came from afar. Teach's laughter seemed to penetrate the walls, shaking the entire fortress. After Terrag displayed his formidable strength, now, besides Teach and Jack, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. Teach stood closest to the podium, his tall figure like an unshakable mountain. His eyes were defiant, maintaining a gaze with Terrag on the podium as if challenging him. Are pirates evil? Is the Navy just? Teach's rough voice boomed like thunder, instantly drowning out the noise of the entire class, drawing everyone's attention to him. He slightly raised his chin, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha! They say evil cannot suppress righteousness. To me, that's complete nonsense. History is written only by the victors. If the fruits of victory 800 years ago weren't picked by that person. Teach's words were like heavy bombs, causing a stir in the classroom. He pointed upward with intent and laughed broadly, revealing a few missing teeth. If you look back, would our identities switch now? Monkey D. Terrag? When Teach said D, he deliberately emphasized the volume, as if he had seen through all the secrets. On the podium, after hearing Teach's grandstanding, the textbook in Terrag's hand instantly fell apart. His expression remained calm, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner anger. A flicker of rage passed through his eyes as he silently cursed. Sengoku, I'm teaching these pirates with the textbook you gave me. I'm just a dog. If it weren't for the concepts in this damn book, he wouldn't have been left speechless. But then again, he himself felt that Teach's words didn't seem entirely wrong. 10 people bullying one is called bullying, 100 people bullying one is called oppression. But when 10,000 people bully one, that's called justice. History is indeed written by the victors, but that doesn't mean the victors can arbitrarily define justice and evil. The true justice I speak of must withstand the test of time. It won't change with the shift of power. Terrag raised a hand, pointing to the people in the classroom. 10 people bullying one is bullying, 100 people bullying one is oppression. But when 10,000 people bully one, that is not justice. That is the behavior of thugs, and we, the Navy, must stop such atrocities. Terrag's gaze was unwavering. We will not change our pursuit of justice because of the number of people. For justice is my belief, the goal for which I fight. Teach frowned slightly, wanting to refute but momentarily at a loss for words. He could only snort coldly and return to his seat in silence. Terrag looked at the silent Teach and continued. Just like the freedom you pursue, there is no difference. The wrongdoers are not the pirates, nor the Navy, but the creators of this era. Terrag's gaze slowly swept across the faces of everyone in the classroom. His eyes were deep and complex, as if searching for the thoughts buried deep within each person's heart. However, apart from Hancock, who had kept her gaze fixed on him from the very beginning, he found that no one else seemed to be interested in what he had just said. Terrag furrowed his brow slightly, a wave of helplessness surging in his heart. Without the burdens of family, what place would you have in this sea? He shook his head with a cold laugh, a hint of bitterness and self-mockery in that laughter. Then, he resolutely pushed the door open and left, his footsteps firm and heavy. If it weren't for the heavy reins binding him, he could be the craziest person on this sea. But if one day, the reins that held him were completely loosened, nobody could predict what kind of crazy actions he would take. After all, when a person loses the meaning of existence, everything else no longer matters. Dressrosa. Fufufu. Doflamingo's unique, eerie laugh echoed in the empty royal palace. The palace was adorned with many chairs, each one displaying a golden spirit tablet. Each tablet bore the names of Virgo, Sika, Diamante, and several others. That year, he successfully escaped from that man with sugar. But he paid a painful price for it, as none of his important family members survived. Terrag had promised the snow woman Monet to spare Doflamingo and the few others who had fled. Unfortunately, these guys had bad luck. Just as they escaped the island, they ran into Sakazuki, who was passing by on a mission. After taking out a group of small fry, Sakazuki threw the remaining few with fruit abilities into the depths of Impel Down. This was also the reason for Doflamingo's silence. He was always preparing for revenge. Until a few days ago, he found the Paramecia-type devil fruit, the string fruit. This was an existence even the celestial dragons could not refuse. And it would also be his bargaining chip for revenge against Terrag. Doflamingo kept flicking his fingers, and faint threads were visibly jumping on them. A sinister and ferocious glint flickered in his eyes, contemplating how to make the celestial dragons die by his hands in front of the whole world. Terrag, what kind of choice will you make? Young master, if I may say so, you might as well create an opportunity for me too. Sugar raised her head and said. Doflamingo picked up Sugar beside him, and a sickly smile gradually appeared on his face. He gently stroked Sugar's hair, and a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. My only family. Your hobby fruit isn't enough to break his hockey. Just do the task I assigned to you well. Got it. Sugar stuck out her tongue and used her fingers to pop a few grapes into her mouth. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but she did not dare defy Doflamingo's orders. If it weren't for the young master's drastic changes, to the point where she barely recognized him, she wouldn't want to face that terrifying man. Marine headquarters. Garp, what are you up to again? Something big might happen in the next few days. You are not allowed to leave the headquarters. Sengoku's roar reverberated throughout Marineford. Not far in front of him was the carefree old Garp, absent-mindedly picking his nose. Call the old man. My 2 grandsons seem to have suffered some setbacks, so I've fallen ill. Bang! The office door slammed shut, and the entire wall trembled slightly. Garp! Sengoku trembled with anger, although he was a fleet admiral. He truly had no way to deal with this old bastard. Seriously, doesn't he know his daughter-in-law is about to give birth? Sengoku helplessly sat back down, knowing that if Garp really wanted to go home, no one could stop him. But if he left, no one would be there to guard Machino, which was not acceptable. Otherwise, if Terrag came back, he would tear Marineford apart. Jonga, it's time for you to shine. Gee, 88 Fortress. Is that so? As long as you and your mother are well, I can relax. A sweet voice filled with happiness echoed in Terrag's dormitory. Machino's lazy and soft voice melted Terrag's heart. Although Machino felt she wasn't as gentle as Terrag imagined, she exclaimed, Since you left, I've had to deal with a phone bug 12 times a day. If you're not annoyed, I'm going to die from annoyance. Hurry up and complete Uncle Sengoku's task, then come back to see me. Click. The call was unilaterally hung up. Is 12 times really too much in a day of 24 hours? Terrag's mouth curled slightly. He would eventually deal with that old dog. And threatening me with Machino again, did I ever say I wouldn't go? Before eating the space fruit, the ability I wanted the most was that string fruit. No one can stop me from getting rich overnight. No one. Terrag unknowingly fell into self-fantasy. He loved the feeling of being crushed by mountains of gold and silver. Once he had money, he would fulfill all of Machino's childhood wishes. Just thinking about it made him excited. Can Ella eat 2 devil fruits? Is it possible? It should be possible, right? Terrag stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. They say eating 2 will cause a person to explode, but he hasn't seen it with his own eyes. Just right. That kid has been a bit unruly lately, so let us use him for an experiment. Ella, let me tell you, thank you because of you. In the majestic palace hall of Dressrosa, a luxurious golden auction was about to grandly commence. The dome of the hall soared high, with dazzling crystal chandeliers emitting brilliant light. The smoothly polished marble floor reflected the surrounding magnificent decorations. The auction stage was arranged with exquisite splendor, and every detail showcased Doflamingo's thoughtful efforts. At this moment, Doflamingo was kneeling on one knee before a figure on a golden throne, bowing in submission. His body leaned slightly forward, his head bowed deeply, taking on a posture of humility. On the throne, Don Quixote Rocinante wore a bubble mask, his face behind the mask filled with disdain and mockery for the figure before him. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes brimming with arrogance and pride, as if the entire world lay at his feet. He cast a contemptuous glance at Doflamingo, filled with disdain in his heart. You, who have fallen to the mortal realm, would not even have the qualification to meet me, the celestial dragon, if you hadn't found something of interest to me this time. Ralsis's voice was cold and proud, as if speaking to an insignificant ant. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile filled with disdain for Doflamingo. Doflamingo tried to bury his head lower. He didn't want his former uncle to see the rage bubbling in his eyes. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently, as if they could burst at any moment. You are scolding, Uncle. Doflamingo's voice was deep and suppressed, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms without feeling a hint of pain. His heart was filled with humiliation and anger, but he had to endure it, for he had a more important goal yet to achieve. Shut up, Ralsis shouted loudly, disregarding the advice of the bodyguards beside him. He strode forward aggressively and kicked fiercely at Doflamingo, who was almost lying on the ground. You, who have become a lowly creature, are no longer qualified to call me uncle. Watch your words, you lowlife. Ralsis's voice was filled with anger and contempt, his gaze flashing with a fierce light. How hard is it, like iron? Ralsis's kick not only failed to shake Doflamingo, but instead caused him to stumble back several steps. A look of surprise and anger appeared on his face, as if being resisted by a lowly creature was an unforgivable sin. This successfully exhausted his already limited patience. You can leave now. Start your foolish auction early. The time of the celestial dragon is not something you lowly people can waste. Doflamingo's hands pressed against the ground unconsciously shattered the smooth marble. How many years has it been? Even that man had never treated him this way. Memories of being thrown out like a dog while carrying his father's head back to Marineford resurfaced in his mind. At this moment, he even considered letting that man go and killing this ugly-faced guy in front of him instead. But in the end, he still held back. His desire to kill that man was one thing. On the other hand, he outwardly denied it, yet deep inside, he was continuously telling himself about his longing and fantasy to return to being a celestial dragon. In the Grand Line, a certain sea area, a warship cut through the surging waves, the sea continuously crashing against the hull, producing a series of booming sounds. You promised me to spare the young master. Mona, who received news from Machino, successfully arrived at the fortress the day before Terrag set sail. Her purpose was to stop Terrag from going to Dressrosa to cause trouble for her young master. At this moment, her face was cold as frost, radiating an icy aura. It was clearly a hot climate, yet snowflakes danced on the warship. A few years ago, I let him go. Now you still want me to let him go? Under the sunshade, Terrag wore sunglasses, lying on a lounge chair, leisurely sipping watermelon juice. What do you take me for? A horse to be ridden? Moreover, it is not a matter of whether to let him go or not. It is that Doflamingo, without any identity, attacked a member country of the world government. Even if he doesn't move, Sengoku won't give orders and the world government won't allow it. Two streams of clear tears slipped down Mona's cheeks, and before the teardrops could hit the ground, they had already frozen into ice. Thud! Mona's snow-white knees heavily knelt on the deck. She pressed her lips together, silent, only continuing to bow her head towards the man on the lounge chair. Each time her forehead touched the ground, it made a heavy and firm sound, as if expressing her determination. Her gaze was fixed on a man on the lounge chair not far away, her eyes filled with both pleading and unwavering stubbornness. Over the years, no one knew better than her how terrifying this man was. She had tried to use her own methods to stop her young master's revenge, but unfortunately, she failed. She understood that no matter how much preparation her young master had made and how much effort he had put in, as long as this man wanted, even if her young master gathered the 3 emperors of the sea, he could not kill this man, even on one side. In the face of Mona's actions, Terrag remained unmoved. His hands were behind his head, lazily lying on the lounge chair, seemingly indifferent to Mona's actions. However, Mona showed no sign of retreat, continuing to bow her head in silence, her movements unwavering. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists, trembling slightly, revealing her inner tension and struggle. Yet her gaze never wavered for a moment. She wanted to prove her determination to this man through her actions. Even if this method was almost coercive and would ultimately come at a great cost, she was willing to pay it, just to save the man who once gave her life, who brought the first light into her dim life. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire sea golden, and Mona's figure appeared particularly small in this light. Her forehead had already split open, but the blood had never congealed for a moment, leaving a shocking red mark on the stark white skin and the deep green deck. Weakness surged like a tide, her vision gradually blurred, and everything around her became hazy. But Mona seemed oblivious, mechanically repeating the bowing motion. Her eyes had long lost their previous brilliance, replaced by a near-desperate dullness. Sigh, just this once it won't happen again. A long sigh escaped from the lounge chair as Terrag's voice rang out. Mona's body, which had already reached its breaking point, collapsed to the ground at once. In a deep sleep, a faint smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. She had known from the beginning that this man would agree. He should, right? A spatial rift silently appeared on the deck beneath Mona. At the connection point was the medical office of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Terrag on the lounge chair straightened up slightly. His gaze shifted from Mona to the gradually disappearing spatial rift. He knew in his heart that he was not a heartless person, since Mona began following him. Although there was no loyalty within or without, she had indeed done her utmost to take care of Machino meticulously. Especially during Machino's pregnancy, while he was away, Mona had been by her side, caring for her. This kindness he had to acknowledge and recognize. As for that clown Doflamingo, Terrag felt that his life or death had little impact on him. If it came to that, he could wait for his two nephews to grow up and let them deal with Doflamingo. Terrag had never been to Dressrosa, so there were no spatial coordinates left by him there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to waste his precious time on this boring sea. He waved his hand, and another rift opened beside him. A figure slowly emerged from the crack. The man who stepped out had a dazed expression, as if he didn't understand why he had suddenly appeared here. Taizolo scanned his surroundings and immediately spotted Tarlag lying on a lounge chair. Teacher. Taizolo's voice was filled with respect. His benefactor Tarlag was now a teacher at the military academy he attended. In the new school, apart from Taizolo, who respectfully referred to Tarlag as teacher, others mostly addressed him as instructor or called him by name. What do you need from me? Taizolo was filled with confusion, but he quickly realized why he was here. Tarlag had once demonstrated his abilities to his students. So as soon as he saw Tarlag, he had a rough idea. There are not many people I trust in this new school, but you are one of them. I want you to help me with something. Tarlag looked at Taizolo with sincerity on his face, but inwardly he was calculating. It wasn't that he didn't trust many people. Rather, those he trusted had already consumed the devil fruit. Taizolo was the one he picked out from the short list of candidates because he saw in Taizolo's eyes the same admiration that Ella had once looked at him with. Without hesitation, Taizolo knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with respect and fervor. You are my benefactor and now my teacher. Don't say just one thing. Even if you asked me to die, I wouldn't hesitate. Taizolo's heart was filled with gratitude and loyalty. He knew that if it weren't for Tarlag's timely rescue back then, he and Stella might not have even had those few years of warmth. Such a dark life would have held no light. He couldn't even imagine what his future would be like after losing Stella. No one is asking you to die. I wonder if you have heard of the gold fruit? Tarlag slightly raised his chin, his gaze fixed intently on Taizolo. His eyes held a hint of scrutiny, as if he wanted to see through Taizolo's eyes and discern his innermost thoughts. It wasn't that he thought too much. It was just that in his past life, it was Taizolo who had set a great fire, burning down Doflamingo's auction house and stealing his gold fruit. Tarlag wanted to know if this lifetime, with its changed trajectory, would still make Taizolo covet that fruit. After all, anything related to wealth could not afford the slightest carelessness. Unfortunately, he thought too much. Taizolo's mind was now entirely focused on how to repay his kindness and conveniently change this world. As for the gold fruit, he wouldn't even think of anything else. even if he knew about it. Teacher, do you mean for me to eat the gold fruit? Taizolo's eyes were filled with astonishment, utterly incredulous. According to his teacher, this fruit was clearly very important to him, so why now ask him to eat it? Although he didn't understand the fruit's powers, after so many years at sea, he knew that even an ordinary devil fruit was quite expensive. Could someone like him really consume it? A smile gradually appeared at the corners of Talag's mouth. He knew he had found the right person, the mad golden emperor from his past life, after making amends for his regrets, had now transformed into a different kind of obsession, an obsession with repaying Talag's kindness. That's right. As for what happens after you eat it, I'll slowly tell you later. The casino that controls 20 of the world's wealth cannot just disappear. It would be such a shame to abandon a place filled with extravagance. Tarlag would use his name to protect the yet-to-open casino, Dressrosa, a country that was once filled with joy and prosperity, now revealed the darkness and sorrow hidden beneath its surface under the sunlight. On the streets, behind the laughter of the people, lay the gaze and helplessness of toy soldiers. Those once brave warriors had now been turned into toys, losing their original identities and dignity. They moved through the crowd, small and lonely, their eyes flickering with nostalgia for the past months and confusion about the future. Teacher, why do I feel that their smiles are strangely indescribable? Taizolo followed behind Tarlag, his gaze sweeping over the crowds on both sides of the street. He always felt that the smiles of those people seemed a bit too fake, as if they were missing something or memories. It's my fault for this. I should have kept that child back then. Talag's observation hockey instantly enveloped the entire island, sensing the cries from thousands of toy people within. His expression darkened. He really should have slapped that eternally childish sugar to death back then. My daughter has forgotten me. My wife has married someone else. What is wrong with this world? Daddy, don't you want to be small anymore? Rebecca, you must be strong. Daddy will always protect you, even if he becomes a toy. At this moment, the sky gradually became shrouded in a layer of gray veil, with light rain falling on Talag's face. Meeting his deep gaze, he slightly raised his head, feeling the coolness, his gaze directed towards the palace in the center of the island. Talag's sight seemed to pierce through the distant distance, seeing the man sitting on the throne. A promise worth 1,000 gold. I spare you once, remove your faction, and punish you. In the empty room of the Dressrosa Palace, there were only 2 people, and the atmosphere was oppressive and tense. 19-year-old Violet, dressed in luxurious yet somewhat dull attire, had a graceful figure but bore a hint of stiffness. She slightly lowered her head, her eyes hiding complex emotions. There was both fear of the man before her and a stubborn unwillingness to be complicit with him. Violet lowered her hand from her eyes and slowly spoke. Her voice cold. The person you care about has already come to this country. She is a user of the stare fruit, capable of using a technique called the 1,000-mile eye to see distant scenes. Doflamingo sat on the throne, his face shrouded in shadow. It was impossible to see what he was thinking through the eyes behind his sunglasses. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze directed at the woman before him. Indeed, keeping this woman was the right decision. Her ability could accomplish many things he could not. What is that person thinking now? Violet's ability to read minds could ascertain others' thoughts, which was why Doflamingo asked. Violet's fingers unconsciously tightened. She struggled to maintain her composure, but there was still a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. I can't see. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo slightly squinted, a flicker of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Violet's heart skipped a beat. She knew her answer might anger the dangerous man before her. She quickly added, his mind seems to be shrouded in a layer of mist. My ability cannot penetrate it. Is it really unable to penetrate, or has it seen the so-called hope? Ha ha! Doflamingo fell silent for a moment, then let out a deep laugh as he stood up from the throne. Violet's heart leaped to her throat, unsure of what he would do next. As Doflamingo approached step by step, Violetta could feel the powerful oppressive aura emanating from him, yet she dared not take a step back. Doflamingo stopped in front of Violetta, looking down at her from height. Your abilities still need improvement, Violetta. If you abandon your own value, who can guarantee what will happen next? Violetta bit her lip, suppressing the humiliation and anger in her heart. She knew that she could only obey for now, For her father, for Dressrosa, she had to endure. Suddenly, Doflamingo's gaze turned dangerous and fiery as he slowly reached out, tilting Violetta's chin. You know, Violetta, I have never failed to get what I wanted. His voice was deep and filled with threat. Violetta's body instantly stiffened, fear spreading in her heart. She tried to break free from Doflamingo's grip, but found herself unable to move at all. No, you can't do this. Her voice trembled, filled with despair. Though it was not the first time, just the thought of serving an enemy made her feel nauseous. However, Doflamingo remained unmoved, pulling Violetta closer and wrapping his other arm tightly around her waist. His face was close to hers, his hot breath spilling onto her skin. You are mine, Violetta. From the very beginning, his hand began to wander restlessly over her body, his intentions obvious. Violetta's eyes filled with tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. She wanted to resist, but was afraid of bringing greater disaster to her father and her country. I hate you. Violetta closed her eyes, facing the ordeal she was enduring. Women in Dressrosa are passionate when in love, but if betrayed by a man, they would stab him with a knife. Violetta, despite her intense hatred for the man bullying her, had developed a complex emotion toward his powerful strength and leadership charm during these few months of close contact. There was a mix of hatred and rebellion, along with an unavoidable complex emotional response from their long-term intimacy. But this did not amount to love, and it certainly did not lessen her hatred for Doflamingo or her desire to restore the Dressrosa kingdom. Teacher, what are you looking at? Tezzolo asked, raising his head in confusion, unable to resist asking. Huh? Terrag came back to his senses and shook his head helplessly. It's nothing. Just sometimes I feel that the range of observation hockey is too broad, and that's not necessarily a good thing. Let's go. There's still a day until the auction starts, just enough time to explore this country. Terrag was absolutely confident that Doflamingo must know he had arrived in this country. So before the auction started, that guy would definitely hide the thing that attracted him. This was also the main reason he hadn't knocked on the door immediately. In addition, his daughter was about to be born. He planned to persuade a few little ones to take back with him, so he could play with them while also protecting the mother and daughter. It wasn't exactly persuasion, under the condition of saving this country. He believed that the brave and kind Dongtada tribe would not refuse him. The strong military guarantee, vast living space, widespread external recognition, and advanced technological resources were the sincerity he brought on this trip. That said, these little guys were hiding underground, making it quite troublesome to find them. The large population base of this country led to a chaotic atmosphere. Even with his level of observation hockey, it wasn't easy to lock onto an unfamiliar aura. Tezzolo, stop messing around. I'm thinking about something important. A sound came from his waist, and Terrag thought Tezzolo was calling him, so he impatiently scolded. Teacher, did you call me? Because Terrag was deep in thought, he was walking slowly. Seeing this, Tezzolo went ahead to scout alone, and only returned after hearing the voice. You there? Then who is this? The tugging at his waist continued, and Terrag looked down. Goodness, Terrag exclaimed. This is a case of finding a hidden treasure without any effort. He saw a small figure struggling to pull at the sheathed sword Muramesa at Terrag's waist. It was indeed the Dongtada tribe little person he had just been thinking about, and her small body seemed to contain endless courage and curiosity. Her face was full of focus as she tightly gripped the sword sheath, trying to take this gigantic sword down. She was pushing against the ground with all her might, but could only make the sword wobble slightly. Why can't I take it down? The little one's eyes sparkled, seemingly attracted by the exquisite sheath of Muramesa and its unique aura. But the usually strong her found herself unable to lift even a sword now, leading her to self-doubt. Have I developed a terminal illness? Has my strength diminished? Of course not. If the sword he carried was so easily taken away, Terrag might as well not exist anymore. Since he consumed the space fruit, he had always infused a bit of spatial power into his sword, allowing him to control it as he pleased. Terrag looked down at the little thief, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Not to mention, this little one had quite the strength. She could easily beat up the nearby Tezzolo. He wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was quite interested in observing the little one's actions. Silly little thing. You seem pure-hearted. Meeting you is fate, Terrag immediately decided to give her a spot among those he would take away. After a while, Shakuri became a bit restless, and when she raised her head, her gaze coincidentally met Terrag's. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Shakuri's movements froze, realizing she had been spotted, and her heart raced as she prepared to escape. But Terrag's next action left the little one dumbfounded. "Little one, do you want this sword?" Terrag took the sword from his waist and gently placed it on the ground. Watching the little one hesitate due to nervousness and fear, Terrag chuckled and turned to leave with Tazolo. Frozen in place, Shakuri scratched her head in confusion, walked up, and easily picked up Muramesa. With a grateful gaze directed toward the direction where the figure had long since disappeared, Shakuri's eyes were filled with gratitude. "That person is so kind. He must be a great person." On the other side, "Teacher, what kind of operation is this?" Tazolo asked in confusion. "You just gave away your sword like that?" If he had known the teacher was so generous, he would have asked for it earlier. Terrag smiled slightly, waving his right hand to reveal a spatial mirror in front of them. "By the time she brings my sword back to the tribe, there will be my marker there. You understand." Tazolo's mouth opened in shock. He realized he had overthought things. "East Blue, Windmill Village, Garp's family. Is that so? That noble little guy is dead." Garp sat on the ground, listening to the burned Dayton recount the events that had occurred here recently. His thoughts gradually drifted away, back to the days of training those three little brats. At that time, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were full of a competitive spirit. Because they always boasted about wanting to become pirates when they grew up, Garp often disciplined them, which he lovingly referred to as training with a loving iron fist. As Garp reminisced about that beautiful time for him, he felt a wave of emotion. They could have all become excellent Marines, but now, "Dayton, you've done well enough." Garp slowly stood up. "Sometimes human life is very tenacious, and sometimes it is very fragile. I've decided to stay for a year to strengthen their vitality." After saying that, he clenched his fists and left. The next task was going to be a big project. Dayton lit a cigarette, watching Garp's departing figure, feeling helpless yet filled with confusion. The familiar wind. Has Sabo really died? On a giant rock in the back mountain, Ace leaned quietly against a tree, holding a metal pipe. His gaze was focused on Luffy, who was fighting a brown bear alone below, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a long-lost smile. Luffy's small figure seemed so insignificant in front of the brown bear, but he showed no fear, charging forward again and again, only to be pushed back each time. Ace secretly admired his brother. Though reckless, he possessed immense courage. Watching Luffy's determined eyes, he seemed to see himself from not long ago, bravely facing strong enemies without any retreat. At just 10 years old, he had already awakened a rare conqueror's haki. Dayton once asked him why he didn't run away when facing those ruthless pirates, knowing there was danger. His answer was that he always felt that running away would mean losing something important. And at that time, Luffy was right behind him. What kind of person is Shanks? Ace's thoughts drifted, and the image of the carefree red-haired man from the bounty notice appeared in his mind. As Luffy's older brother, he would need to thank the one who took care of his brother in the future. "Sabo, if only you were here. Luffy is growing so well now. You would definitely be amazed to see it." Ace's thoughts wandered far away. There was still so much for him to learn. Excellent etiquette, powerful strength, and Sabo's gentleness. Below, as the battle continued, Luffy gradually fell into a disadvantage. The brown bear was incredibly strong, each attack making it difficult for Luffy to cope. "I must knock him away. Otherwise, Ace will laugh at me." Luffy's face showed a painful expression, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered in the fight. "Really, my foolish little brother, so eager to show off, obviously not on the same power level." Ace looked at Luffy's predicament, a surge of protectiveness rising in him. He tightly gripped the metal pipe and stood up. He leaped down from the giant rock, charging at the brown bear like a flash of lightning. Ace's speed was extremely fast, and he quickly reached behind the brown bear. He raised the metal pipe and struck down hard on the bear's head. The brown bear didn't even have time to react before Ace knocked it to the ground. Luffy looked at Ace, who had suddenly appeared, with surprise in his eyes. But soon, his expression turned a bit ugly. He didn't want to be saved by Ace. He wanted to defeat the brown bear with his own strength. "Hey, that is my goal. Why did you intervene?" Ace looked at Luffy's defiant expression. the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. "Oomph, with those flabby fists of yours, you think you can defeat a brown bear? The gum-gum fruit is really not suited for fighting." Luffy immediately exploded with rage upon hearing this. He widened his eyes and shouted angrily at Ace. "I told you not to underestimate the gum-gum fruit. One day, I'll make you cry. I've already thought of a stronger move." Ace looked at Luffy's furious face and found it amusing. He walked over and tapped Luffy on the head. You think you can make me cry? Wait until you become stronger first." Luffy, with a sore head from Ace's tap, refused to back down and headbutted him back fiercely. "Just you wait. I will definitely become stronger." Suddenly, their noisy bickering came to an abrupt halt. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, quiet enough to make one feel uneasy. This scene felt so familiar, as if it had happened not long ago. The two turned their heads at the same time, only missing that one familiar voice. "Ace, I miss Sabo." Ah, finally remembering where this had happened, Luffy's tears began to flow uncontrollably. The brotherhood of the past still existed. But where did that familiar and gentle voice go? Ace's gaze also dimmed, filled with sadness. But as an older brother, he would never allow himself to show weakness in front of Luffy. Ace reached out and gently placed his hand on Luffy's shoulder. "Luffy, Sabo is gone. You still have me. Shikori, hasn't His Majesty the King already expressly forbidden us from going out? Why did you run out by yourself?" Leo frowned, hands on his hips, pointing sternly at Shikori. He looked like a strict elder scolding a disobedient child. His tone was full of reproach, but his eyes revealed concern for Shikori's reckless actions. Shikori stood there, head down, her hands tightly clenched together, with a look of grievance on her face. Her small mouth pouted slightly, feeling very indignant. She believed her reasons for going out were valid, but Leo didn't understand her. Leo kept lecturing Shikori, his words coming out like a barrage, leaving Shikori somewhat overwhelmed. "Do you know how dangerous it is outside? We must obey His Majesty the King's orders and cannot act recklessly. What you did could cause trouble for the entire kingdom." As Leo spoke, he paced back and forth, appearing very anxious. This lecturing had been going on for quite some time. Shikori's irritation grew. She felt Leo was being too nagging. Her eyes began to show impatience, and her small face was filled with dissatisfaction. Seizing the moment when Leo took a sip of water, Shikori completely erupted. Her eyes suddenly widened, her face showing an expression of anger. With fists the size of cherries tightly clenched, she punched Leo away with surprising force. "Oomph. If it weren't for the fact that my people need weapons, I wouldn't have gone out at all." Shikori shouted loudly, her voice filled with grievance and anger. In her heart, she thought that she went out to find weapons for her people, for everyone's good. But Leo didn't understand her and kept lecturing her. She really couldn't understand what Princess Mantua saw in this steel, nagging guy. Leo was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. He got up awkwardly, a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect Shikali to explode suddenly, nor did he anticipate her strength to be so great. He looked at Shikali, opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. After a while, Leo calmed down and realized that he might have gone too far. He sighed softly, walked over to Shikali, and said, "Shikali, I know you're doing this for the sake of your people. However, we must be careful now. Doflamingo has already started to notice us. So for the time being, let's avoid going out as much as possible to prevent any accidents." Leo's tone had softened significantly, and his eyes were filled with understanding. After hearing Leo's words, Shikali's anger subsided a bit. She looked at Leo and said, "I understand. I will be careful from now on." Then, Shikali's eyes sparkled with excitement as she took out the Murakumo from the package on her back and held it out to Leo with both hands. Her face beamed with a bright smile, like the most radiant sunshine in spring. "And not everyone outside is a bad person. Leo, look, this knife was given to me by that human." Shikali slightly raised her chin, squinting her eyes, with a proud and self-satisfied expression. Her heart was filled with anticipation, longing for Leo to compliment her. However, if Leo was good at giving compliments, he wouldn't be Leo. Shikali waited for a long time, but there was no response from Leo. Her brows gradually furrowed as she opened her eyes and looked at Leo in confusion, not understanding why he wasn't speaking. "Strange. It looks like a famous knife. Would someone really give it away?" Leo frowned and walked around the Murakumo a few times, his eyes filled with suspicion. Could it be that Shikali was deceived? Is this actually a toy knife? He mumbled quietly to himself as he picked up the Murakumo and examined it closely. That makes sense. Listening to the whispers around her, at that moment, Shikali was filled with helplessness and anger. She finally understood the helplessness that Princess Manshue often felt. Although their Dongtada tribe was innocent and kind, easily deceived, it was her first time encountering someone like Leo, who was as useless as scrap iron. Leo. The Royal Heights. After the stormy night, Doflamingo's palace was quiet, and the air was filled with an ambiguous and complex atmosphere. The slightly disheveled bed, the wrinkled sheets, silently bore witness to the passionate encounter that had just taken place. Violet lay there, her chest rising and falling violently, gasping for breath. Her cheeks still bore a faint blush, and her eyes were somewhat dazed, as if she were still immersed in the tumultuous waves of emotions just experienced. A few strands of hair clung to her sweaty forehead, adding a hint of lazy beauty, contrasting sharply with the anger inside her. Doflamingo wore a satisfied smile, a mix of pride and nonchalance. He slowly stood up, his tall figure appearing particularly upright in the dim light. He squinted slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Then, he reached for a feather coat beside him and gently tossed it over Violet, who was lying on the bed. The soft feathers instantly concealed the spring light, as if also covering up the complex and contradictory relationship between them. Violet, with her slightly messy hair scattered on her shoulders, disregarded her appearance and sat up. Her eyes instantly turned cold, filled with hatred and murderous intent, glaring at the man in front of her. Her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deep in her palms, yet she felt no pain. All that filled her heart was endless anger and hatred. Gritting her teeth, she said word by word, "I will definitely kill you." Fu-fu-fu-fu. Doflamingo let out a low chuckle, full of mockery and confidence. He lifted his chin slightly, his eyes filled with disdain, as if looking at a trivial ant. "If you can do it, I won't refuse. Also, if nothing unexpected happens, starting tomorrow, I will be the true king of this country." Doflamingo's words were filled with dominance and ambition, as if he could already see himself ascending to the throne and ruling the entire country. If something unexpected happens, Doflamingo stopped at the door, his figure appearing particularly mysterious in the backlight. With a complex expression, he threw a dagger onto the ground. "Then you can use it to stab me." Doflamingo's voice carried a hint of helplessness. He knew Violet's hatred for him, but he didn't care. He believed in his own strength, confident that he could control everything. However, after 2 years, facing that man again, he wasn't even sure he would win. Doflamingo turned and left, leaving Violet alone in the room, confronting the dagger that symbolized love and her own inner hatred. "Almost there, Tezzalo, wait for me here." Terrag's gaze was fixed on the spatial mirror in front of him, which reflected the scene of Leo and Shikali grappling with each other. Feeling the faint spatial connection between the Murakumo and himself, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as the power of space gathered at his fingertips. With a gentle wave, a neat spatial cut appeared before him. Watching Terrag gradually disappear, Tezzalo shook his head and sighed. "Although this isn't the first time I've seen it, I'm still greatly shocked by my teacher's abilities every time. I wonder what kind of power that golden fruit possesses." On Greenbit Island, underground in the primeval forest Dongtada Kingdom, Terrag walked slowly through the intricate underground passage, his gaze drawn to the gems adorning the walls of the tunnel. His eyes were filled with surprise and contemplation as he thought, with so much wealth, is there really a need to steal from humans? He fell into deep thought. All along, he had believed that the wealth of the Pirate King world lay above the sea. But now it seemed that, compared to the ocean, the resources on these few islands were also significant. Perhaps due to the differences between races, the Dongtada tribe had no idea what these gems meant to humans. It's better not to dig up these things that could spark a war. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a small section of the wall was teleported away using his spatial abilities. Better to enjoy wealth quietly than to share it with others. Making money silently is the right path. Leaving this passage, Not far away were Leo and Shakali, who were still arguing. Leo flushed red and shouted, "Apologize." Shakali, not to be outdone, widened her eyes and replied, "No, you're the one in the wrong. Why should I apologize?" Their heads were tightly pressed together, neither yielding to the other, completely unaware of Terrag, who had already approached them. Terrag silently picked up the sword from the ground, a playful glint in his eyes as he observed them. These little figures, more exquisite than dolls, can actually exert such immense force. It's truly incredible. Watching the two little guys arguing endlessly, Tarlag, who had been suppressing his own presence, finally couldn't help but speak up. "You're Leo, right? How about we let the girls have a turn?" Tarlag wore a gentle smile like a spring breeze, and his eyes revealed a hint of warmth. He tried hard to adjust his expression to appear as soft and friendly as possible, hoping to lay the groundwork for befriending them. Upon hearing Tarlag's voice, Leo was startled, as if someone had stepped on his tail, and quickly turned his head. When he saw Tarlag, this unfamiliar human, his eyes instantly filled with wariness, as if they could shoot arrows. Beside him, Shakri was initially the same. Her body trembled slightly, and her brows furrowed. But when she clearly saw Tarlag's face, her eyes immediately revealed an unmistakable joy. Before she could explain, Leo had already started shouting loudly, "A human has intruded. Everyone come out." His voice was sharp and urgent, filled with tension. As the captain of the Dongtata tribe, Leo was always accompanied by a group of little soldier companions to deal with unexpected situations. Soon, a group of Dongtata soldiers surrounded them. Each of them held weapons, their expressions tense like warriors ready for battle, closely watching Tarlag and waiting for Leo's next command. Seeing this, Tarlag quickly raised both hands high, signaling that he meant no harm, and his smile became even brighter and friendlier. He nodded at everyone, saying, "Don't be nervous. I really mean no harm. I just got lost on the road of life and accidentally ended up here." "I see. So you got lost." Leo stroked his chin and repeated seriously, a fleeting look of trust flashing in his eyes. "Hey, Leo, humans are very cunning. We can't trust him." An older Dongtata stepped forward, angrily drawing his weapon and pointing it at Tarlag. The veteran glanced at Leo and shook his head inwardly. Still young, so easily trusting others. Leo nodded in agreement. "That's right. We can't just trust him like that." Without hesitation, he drew the long needle from his waist, looking at Tarlag with hostility. "Human, why should we trust you?" Tarlag shook his head with a smile, looking at them with sincere eyes. "What I'm saying is true." "Well, lying is for little dogs." Upon hearing this, the older soldier immediately sheathed his weapon and bowed 90 degrees towards Tarlag. "Sorry, human, I misunderstood you." Leo also imitated the veteran, retracting his weapon and bowing. "I apologize for our rudeness." Tarlag's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, you trust me so easily?" He knew they were simple, but their reactions still broke his perception. The older soldier and Leo tilted their heads in unison, looking at him in confusion. "Didn't you say that what you just said is true?" Looking into their sincere eyes, Tarlag felt as if he had become a pyramid scheme leader. At this moment, Shakri, who had come to her senses, also stood up, eagerly saying, "Leo, it's this human who gave me the knife." "Huh? How'd he take that knife back?" Shakri looked at Tarlag's knife at his waist with a puzzled expression, full of confusion. "Didn't he give it to me? Why'd he take it back?" Tarlag immediately noticed her and patiently explained with a smile, "I thought giving you this knife would be an insult, so I decided to give you something better." Saying this, he waved his hand, and piles of guns and ammunition taken from the Sword Troops warehouse were laid out on the ground. This is firearms. Are they all for us?" "That's great. Now we don't have to worry about weapons anymore." "Yes, although they're a bit large, we can modify them for use. This will be enough to deal with Doflamingo." Seeing the heaps of weapons, the little soldiers behind Leo rushed over immediately. Since they hadn't received permission, they could only stare at the beloved firearms with eager eyes, afraid they might disappear at any moment. Looking at the pile of weapons on the ground, Leo apologetically glanced at Shakri, realizing he had misunderstood her earlier. He then bowed to Tarlag. "I am Leo, the captain of the Dongtata tribe's army, and I represent the Dongtata people to thank you." "No need to be polite. I'm just someone who likes to make friends." Tarlag waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. It was necessary to build a good relationship with them for his ultimate goal. Moreover, these guns and ammunition were the result of the kickbacks he had received and the military ships he had intercepted over the years. For the sword troops, where everyone possesses fruit abilities, aside from Amozawa, who is still practicing marksmanship on the island, there might not be anything more practical than a pile of berries. Leo looked at Tarlag, his eyes filled with an indescribable gratitude. Mr. Tarlag, thank you for your generosity. I cannot make decisions about the matters you mentioned. I will take you to meet our king. Facing these innocent and kind little guys, Tarlag had already informed them of his ultimate purpose for this trip. Perhaps what he offered exceeded the lives of the tribe and himself in Leo's eyes. So he did not show any reluctance. Tarlag smiled and nodded. All right, then I'll trouble Captain Leo. After that, Leo led the way, and Tarlag followed behind. Along the way, they passed through many intricate underground passages. The walls of the passage were embedded with various gems, radiating dazzling light. Strange, it feels like something is missing here. Leo stood in front of a pockmarked wall, deep in thought. Was it like this before? Why does it feel somewhat dark? Tarlag looked up and was suddenly shocked. Wasn't this the place where he had stealthily taken a bunch of gems? He couldn't let his image as a good person be destroyed. So he rushed forward and picked up Leo, running ahead. Maybe it's just the sunlight. Leo tilted his head in confusion. Is there sunlight underground? Ahead, they could already see small houses of varying heights. That was the living area of the Dongtada tribe. However, Leo's expression gradually became serious, and he quietly said, Mr. Tarlag, what you may see soon might startle you. I hope you won't mind. Tarlag frowned slightly, his hands becoming a bit moist, and looking down. He realized it was because Leo was silently crying. So, what have you all been through these past few months? He felt like Leo seemed to know him before this. He wasn't sure if he was overthinking or if it was indeed the case. Tarlag started. No, perhaps it would be better to call you a naval hero. Leo remained silent for a moment. He indeed couldn't lie. He really did know Tarlag. In other words, wherever there are well-informed places in this world, there is no one who doesn't know him. Leo once read a newspaper, which he stumbled upon while researching information about Don Quixote da Flamingo. It was about a certain island, a certain fruit, and a group of pirates suffering a devastating blow. And Terrag was the absolute protagonist of all. Moreover, the name Terrag had been deeply etched in Leo's heart since a certain day 6 years ago, even though he was still very young at that time. Ha! Terrag slowly exhaled, placing the Leo in his hand on the ground. I thought you were easy to deceive, but it seems I overestimated myself. Leo was not angry. Instead, he felt happy that Terrag acknowledged his identity. He could sense that this country would welcome a new life due to this person's arrival, and so would he. Our clan is simply more willing to trust others, but there is still a difference from being foolish. Leo smiled, as if mocking himself. Kindness is the inherent treasure of the Dongtada clan, yet it can also become a weakness that others exploit. They always harbor beautiful expectations for the world in their hearts, willing to believe in every soul they encounter, even knowing that the other party is lying. This almost stubborn trust does not stem from ignorance, but from a deep-seated belief in the goodness of human nature. Simplicity is the base color of the Dongtada clan's soul, but also causes them to be battered in this complex world. They view everything with clear eyes, not understanding the scheming and deception. In their world, a promise is a responsibility, and a thank you is a warmth. Trust is the best gift they give to the world, although it may not necessarily be reciprocated. The Dongtada clan generously entrusts it to others. Even a hint of kindness can open their hearts. Mr. Terrag, you want to take a few of our clansmen to care for your yet-to-be-born daughter. In fact, you don't need to give anything in return. Leo pushed open the 1-meter-high iron gate that blocked their path, and the scene inside instantly left Terrag stunned. Leo was too small. He couldn't look up to see the expression on Terrag's face and continued to narrate his past stories. About 6 or 7 years ago, a man named Golden Lion came to this country. He discovered our clan's ability to cultivate any plant and took nearly 1/3 of our clansmen. Leo pointed to a room that was small for Terrag, but large for him, saying, "Have you noticed that those soldiers outside look somewhat familiar? 800 warriors plus nearly 200 caregivers in this hospital were able to return to their homeland because of you." Thud. Leo knelt heavily on the ground, tears wetting his face. Among those rescued were not only his clansmen, but also his father. I am very sorry that our first meeting has turned into harsh words, but I still can't believe that someone like you would appear in our country. It has been 5 or 6 years since that incident, and Terrag's appearance has changed significantly from before. He has matured compared to his previous innocence, which is why Leo did not recognize him immediately. Only when Terrag mentioned his name did all past memories surge forth, washing over Leo's mind and reminding him of everything. You are the benefactor of our country, the great benefactor of Leo. I am willing to follow behind you and become your spear and shield to repay your kindness. Leo's forehead heavily struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly with his movement, and cracks began to spread from the center point, everywhere telling of his determination. Looking at this scene, Terrag opened his mouth but did not know what to say. How could I come to this pure land with such an ugly heart? It is my sin. He squatted down, straightened Leo, and looked at him with a firm and serious gaze. You may feel disappointed. There were many people saved back then. Roughly calculated, there were over 30,000. So I do not have a deep impression of your clan. Leo waved his hand, and a group of little people in white protective suits rushed out from the room behind him, along with the troop he led, surrounding Terrag in the center. Without any commands or instructions, over 1,000 Dongtada little people knelt neatly, their heads touching the ground. No one was too far away from them, but Terrag was right in front of them, as solemn as a pilgrimage coming straight at him. Benefactors may forget us, but we can never forget our benefactors, just as we cannot forget Nolan. Leo said this. Terrag even saw King Ganjiao of the Dongtada clan and Princess Mengxueli among the crowd. It turned out they had already recognized him. When did this start? Terrag could not figure it out and did not want to think further. He had not expected that someone would remember the kindness he had done so casually back then. Terrag quietly watched the kneeling Dongtada people in front of him, feeling an indescribable complex emotion surge in his heart. He took a deep breath and slowly raised both hands, the power of space quietly flowing. An invisible force, like a gentle breeze, gently supported each Dongtada person, try to lift them up. Terrag's gaze was gentle as he softly said, Please get up. You don't need to do this. What happened back then was merely a small effort. This act of kneeling is a bit too heavy. At that time, he really just acted on impulse and did not think of asking for anyone's repayment. Of course, asking for a position from the warring states cannot be counted, as it was also a good deed, right? Feeling the magical power lifting his body, Leo's admiration for Terrag increased. To you, it may be a small effort, but to us, it is a kindness as great as life itself. I, as the elder, represent the Dongtada clan to express our gratitude to the esteemed Mr. Terrag. The old king, leaning on a cane, stepped out from the crowd, his eyes filled with gratitude. After hearing the news that their great benefactor had come to their country, he had waited here early to express his feelings of gratitude at the first opportunity. Ganjiao did not look as old as he appeared, but had grayed his hair due to past events. The name Shiki was an invincible legend back then and became his nightmare. Although the Golden Lion ultimately did not fall at Terrag's hands, without Terrag, everyone on that sky island would have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Terrag's demeanor appeared calm on the surface, but his heart had already stirred up waves. Although he acted indifferent, there was always a voice in his heart telling him to let these flattering little people talk more if they could. His introverted vanity was originally strong. Otherwise, he would not have quarreled with Teacher Zifa over that dead dog of Era back then. Yet he did not expect that the sycophant would act so well that it made him shed tears. Terrag looked at the old king and slightly nodded. Your Majesty, you are being too kind. I have come this time with a request. The old king quickly said, Mr. Tarlag, please feel free to speak. As long as it is something our Dongtada clan can do, we will do our utmost. He was not a bully, so he had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of returning disappointed. However, he did not expect that this trip would be so easy. Tarlag pondered for a moment and said, I would like to ask a few Dongtada clansmen to accompany me to take care of my soon-to-be-born daughter. I have heard that the Dongtada clan is skilled, kind, and hard-working, and I believe you can provide her with the best care. The old king was slightly taken aback, but then a smile appeared on his face. It is our honor, Mr. Tarlag. Rest assured, We will select the most outstanding members of our clan to go. It was a privilege for the Dongtada clan to do something for the benefactor's descendants, and Ganxiao would never refuse. Leo, excitedly standing by, said, Mr. Tarlag, I'm willing to go. I will do my best to take good care of your daughter. You saved my father, and I am willing to repay your kindness with my life. This was the vow Leo had made. Tarlag looked at Leo and smiled, shaking his head. To abandon your identity as the general for the sake of repaying kindness and to give up protecting your own country. That is not something a warrior would do. Sitting on the ground, Tarlag tapped Leo's little head and said, So I must refuse your request. Although Leo felt a bit disappointed, he understood that Lord Tarlag was right, so he did not press the issue. It is a pity that I cannot repay your kindness. From now on, if you ever need anything, no matter where I am or what my position is, I will come to help you. At this moment, Princess Mangshwali walked over. She smiled at Leo and then looked up at Tarlag. Lord Tarlag, can I go? My healing abilities might help you. Although she could be willful and sometimes unreasonable, and had a temper that was only towards her childhood friend Leo, in matters of great importance, her eyes were always clear. This favor was far more significant than temporarily parting from Leo. Yes, Princess Mangshwali's abilities are strong and will definitely help you, my lord. A flash of joy appeared in Leo's eyes. He did not expect the usually willful little princess to show such determination. Leo, with a punch, Leo was sent flying by Mangshwali. Angry, she quickly realized that her benefactor was still watching them. She hurriedly lifted her skirt and curtsied, apologizing. Sorry, I was rude just now. Tarlag waved his hand and laughed. Haha, seeing you and Leo reminds me of my wife and me when we were young. No harm done. Tarlag cast a sympathetic glance at Leo, who was lying on the ground, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I appreciate the princess's kindness, but we need to hear more. Your identity and healing abilities are very important for the Dongtada clan. Princess Mangshwali felt a bit disappointed, but nodded. I understand, Mr. Tarlag. I will pray for everyone here and hope everything goes smoothly for you. In the end, it was the old king who selected a few clever, hard-working, and kind Dongtada clansmen, along with the previously mentioned Shikoli. They were filled with anticipation and a sense of responsibility, ready to leave with Tarlag. The hospital was too small for Tarlag, unable to accommodate his body, but the situation inside caught his attention. It seemed he could no longer indulge that guy. Although he had promised Monai not to kill him, sending him to Push City was still an option. There were too many injured. Almost every bed had a person lying on it. Most of them were injured while fighting against Doflamingo, attacked by his numerous subordinates. Although Mangshwali's abilities could heal, the blood dandelion required extracting blood from others, and it was not a power that could be used casually. Currently, the remaining fighting force of the Dongtada clan consisted only of the team led by Leo. It was exceptionally challenging to ensure their combat effectiveness while saving clan members with similar physical conditions. While Leo and the others went to prepare a lavish dinner, Tarlag faced Mangshwali, who was staying behind to guard. He waved his hand and said, Come, draw my blood. Stop when you think you can heal everyone. Unlike the old wartime days, Tarlag was now energetic and about to reach his peak. He had absolute confidence in his physical condition, considering himself capable of matching 5 divisions. Healing these few hundred small people was as easy as drinking water, right? You are really going too far. I will not allow you to do this. Mangshwali immediately put her hands on her waist, pouting. Moreover, I heard Leo and the others say that you still have to deal with Doflamingo. You should be maintaining your physical condition at this time. It was important to note that after extracting a large amount of blood, a person could become weak and unable to move normally. In severe cases, it could even threaten their life. Tarlag did not expect that the first refusal he heard would actually be for his own good, which made him feel embarrassed. Under Tarlag's repeated insistence, a hint of hesitation flashed in Mangshwali's clear eyes. But in the end, she slowly extended her hand and extracted Tarlag's blood. Her movements were gentle and cautious, as if she were being disrespectful to her benefactor by doing so. As the blood-colored dandelions danced, it was also a day of life blossoming. The dreamlike scene made Mangshwali's eyes widen in disbelief. She had only extracted 3 drops of Tarlag's blood, yet now this blood-colored dandelion filled the entire room. Where did it come from? Her heart was filled with confusion and shock, and she even began to doubt her own eyes. Is this really something that can be done with just a simple drop of blood from a human body? She murmured, her voice trembling slightly. She had drawn blood from humans before. Although the effects were better, they were nowhere near this level. Tarlag looked at Manshwali's shocked expression, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly into a faint smile. He elegantly lowered his sleeves, as if everything was within his expectations. The space dragon fruit not only granted him the ability to control space, but was also a mythical beast fruit, with a physique comparable to, or even surpassing that of Garp. After consuming this fruit, he entered a second period of explosive growth. Moreover, the consumption needed to treat their smaller frames was much less than that required to treat larger humans. This was the confidence he had in healing all the little people. Looking at the puzzled Manshwali, Tarlag pondered for a moment before explaining. The difference in physical quality leads to differences in blood thickness and thinness. In my understanding, only about 10 people in the world can achieve this, so it's nothing surprising. As Manshwali listened to Talag's nonchalant words, her shock gradually turned into admiration. With a world population in the hundreds of millions, only 10 people could do such a thing. Truly, he was a remarkable person, standing at the pinnacle of the world at such a young age. Her eyes shimmered with a glow of reverence, silently marveling at Lord Tarrag's power. Time passed quickly, and under the flattery of the little people, Tarrag was already lost in pleasure. The underground world was unaware of the passage of time, and the little people did not know he had come for tomorrow's golden auction. Tarrag sat in a luxurious chair, a satisfied smile on his face. The little people surrounded him, expressing their gratitude with the most respectful words and gestures. Some, in a drunken haze, scratched their heads in confusion. Strange. I feel like I've forgotten something important. Looking at the little person dancing gracefully like a fairy not far away. He glanced down at the wine glass in his hand. Forget it. Let us drink today and worry about tomorrow when it comes. Let us get this party started. Leo, who was playing the drums, moved his hands even more energetically upon hearing this. He didn't expect that someone as powerful and noble as Lord Tarrag would be so friendly and easygoing. He was exactly the hero he had imagined in his mind, completely portrayed just like that. Outside, Tezzalo had not left the place where he parted from Tarrag. He stood there, gazing at the blazing sun hanging high above him, his brow slightly furrowed, sinking into confusion. Teacher, the auction is almost at its end. Where have you gone? Tezzalo murmured to himself, his voice filled with worry and anxiety. A hint of unease flickered in his eyes as he searched the surroundings for Tarrag's figure. As the auction was nearing its conclusion, the final golden fruit was about to make its appearance. Tezzalo frowned, calculating in his heart. His teacher had not appeared in time. Surely he was delayed by something. I can't wait any longer. His gaze became resolute, filled with determination. I absolutely cannot allow the golden fruit that my teacher desires to fall into someone else's hands. Saying this, Tezzalo took a mask from his pocket and put on his face. The mask was as black as ink, a gift from Tarrag earlier. Said to block one's aura. His movements were decisive and resolute as he resolutely walked toward the golden auction venue. At the Royal Heights, the auction site. He's here. You can prepare now, Violet said, lowering her hands and looking at Doflamingo on the throne. A hint of tension showed in her eyes, not entirely sure about the answer she had given. Although she could see that person's figure this time, the mist that shrouded her heart had completely disappeared, leaving only emptiness. If not for the clues left by that person, she wouldn't have reported to the man on the throne. Doflamingo let out a sickly laugh that echoed throughout the palace. Fu-fu-fu. His laughter was filled with madness and confidence. Finally, he has come to wait for him. I have delayed the auction repeatedly. If he doesn't come soon, I will have to kill my uncle myself and then flee across the seas. A fierce glint flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, his tone filled with resolve. After all, this fruit that could control the world's wealth must not fall into anyone else's hands, especially not the celestial dragons. Doflamingo looked at Violet and said in a low voice, "Although I trust you very much, I still need to confirm again. Did you really see clearly?" A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes, as if examining every expression of Violet. Matters concerning that man Tarrag could not be taken lightly. Violet pondered for a moment and recounted what she had seen without alteration. He was wearing a black mask, and his figure was hidden under a cloak. At first, I thought it wasn't him, until he wrote down his name on the entry list. Her tone was filled with certainty. From various signs, there was no doubt. Yes, that's him. Doflamingo suddenly stood up, spreading his arms wide, his face showing an almost frenzied expression, as if years of hatred could finally be avenged today. His body trembled slightly, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. That man, upon arriving in this country, did not come to find me, which means he still has some fear of me. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, a hint of confidence shining in them. After noticing your surveillance, he hid his figure. Wanted to investigate secretly, fufufu. Violet looked at him in confusion, her brow slightly furrowed, filled with doubt. But wouldn't it be better if he kept hiding? Why write down his name? The corners of Doflamingo's mouth lifted slightly, his sunglasses reflecting a hint of red light. Because this is who he is, the family name. In his eyes is above all. He absolutely will not allow anyone to bring shame to the family in any way. Doflamingo's voice was deep and powerful, as if he had already found the answer. Tarlag values family and the legacy of his lineage, information that Doflamingo had gathered over the years. Yet, he calculated many things but could not foresee Tarrag's pride and disdain for him. After 2 years apart, Doflamingo still viewed Tarrag with the same eyes, not realizing that he had already grown into a towering tree. One must say, this is no different from a moth flying into the flame. This further confirms the saying that hatred blinds one's eyes, making it impossible to face oneself while also failing to see others clearly. Violet hesitated, her eyes flashing with uncertainty. She still voiced her final question. But that person didn't write down his surname, only the simple Tarrag. Her heart was filled with doubt, not understanding why Doflamingo was so certain that person was Tarrag. Doflamingo was slightly taken aback, then laughed. Fufufu, you still don't understand him. For Tarrag, his name itself represents the glory of the family. He doesn't need to write down his surname because his existence is the symbol of the family. Doflamingo's eyes were filled with confidence, as if he understood everything about Tarrag. It's time my uncle who is about to die. Dressrosa, Royal Heights. The golden auction was nearing its end. An intense atmosphere enveloped the entire venue. Everyone's gaze was tightly locked on the golden fruit that was about to appear. It seemed like a brilliant star, capable of illuminating the path of desire in their hearts. The celestial dragon Ralsis still sat high up in the VIP section. Ralsis wore a disdainful expression, his eyes contemptuously scanning the crowd around him. To him, these people seemed like nothing more than lowly ants. These commoners dare to covet the treasure of this celestial dragon? Ralsis sneered, his voice filled with an air of arrogance. He slightly raised his chin, his lofty demeanor instilling fear in others. The attendants beside him stood trembling, not daring to breathe, afraid of offending this celestial dragon. In the crowd, Tezzalo, wearing a black mask and hidden beneath a cloak, was intently observing the surroundings. His gaze was firm and resolute, with only one goal in mind, seizing the gold fruit. To create chaos, Tezzalo had made ample preparations. He had hidden some specially made smoke bombs and small explosives on him, waiting for the crucial moment to strike. Tezzalo tightly gripped the weapon beneath his cloak, his heartbeat slightly quickening. He knew this operation was fraught with danger, but for his mentor, Terrag, he had to convince himself that he could do it. Behind the scenes of the auction, Doflamingo was calmly concealing himself. He mistakenly believed that the masked Tezzalo was Terrag, and although he had some reservations, he remained composed. Terrag, we meet again. Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Tezzalo, hidden behind the crowd, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. I hope you like the grand gift I sent you. His eyes sparkled with cunning, his fingers lightly tapping against the wall beside him, contemplating every possible variable. Finally, the auctioneer excitedly stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, now, we will showcase the highlight treasure of this auction, the legendary devil fruit, the gold fruit. The scene erupted in an uproar, all eyes fixed on the auction stage. The crowd was filled with desire and greed, as if this fruit could bring them endless wealth and power. Wow, this is the gold fruit, someone in the crowd exclaimed. It's amazing, we must get it. Another shouted. The enthusiasm of the people was instantly ignited, and bidding voices rose and fell. Celestial Dragon Rorsis suddenly stood up and shouted, "This fruit belongs to this celestial dragon. Who dares to compete with me?" The crowd was momentarily intimidated by the celestial dragon's presence, hesitating for a moment. However, some daring outlaws began to place bids. "I bid 100 million berries. 200 million. The price kept climbing, and the auction scene descended into madness. Meanwhile, Tezzalo was waiting for the optimal moment to strike and seize the gold fruit. His eyes were fixed on the auction stage, his breathing slightly quickened, calculating the timing of each move. When did these lowly commoners become qualified to compete with this celestial dragon? Rorsis disdainfully declared, announcing the highest bid of 100 billion berries. Although the crowd was filled with disgust towards him, they didn't dare to voice their opinions. Those who had bid earlier were indifferent to offending a celestial dragon, but faced with the staggering price of 100 billion, they had no choice but to give up. The auction hall fell into a moment of silence. Now, just then, Tezzalo seized the opportunity and suddenly threw a smoke bomb. Instantly, thick smoke rapidly spread, plunging the entire venue into chaos. He then detonated several small explosives, flames soared, and the loud explosions left people's ears ringing. Panic ensued as people scrambled to escape. Screams and shouts erupting all around. "Help! Run! I have money. Let me go first. I'll give him 1 billion. A wealthy merchant shouted in terror. In the midst of the smoke, people pushed each other, trying to flee from the dangerous place. Some were tripped and fell to the ground, unable to get up in time, only able to cry out in fear. Celestial Dragon Rorsis roared angrily. Who dares to cause trouble in front of this celestial dragon? The guards frantically searched for the one causing the commotion. Yet, amid the smoke and flames, they could not see Tezzalo's figure at all. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tezzalo rushed towards the display stand, his only target being the gold fruit. In the smoke, he swiftly approached the target, relying on his agility and precise judgment. Finally, he could no longer hold back. At the same time Tezzalo moved, Doflamingo struck. His strings accurately controlled Rorsis, guiding him towards the stage. The thread sewed Rorsis's mouth shut, and the pain forced him to emit only muffled sounds. The surrounding guards, believing the celestial dragon was simply too furious to tolerate the situation, prepared to protect him as he approached the stage, keeping vigilance around them. Foolish ones, Doflamingo thought with a hint of pride, believing his plan was proceeding smoothly. Tezzalo finally reached the display stand, and without hesitation, he reached for the gold fruit. Just as he was about to succeed, he sensed a shadow behind him. Not good. I've been discovered. Without a word, Tezzalo drew his dagger and stabbed behind him. The dagger struck Rorsis's vital point directly. He fell without a sound. Damn it! Doflamingo, witnessing this scene, was not excited about the plan succeeding. Instead, he trembled with rage, his face darkening. In that instant when Tezzalo acted, the flawed and slow stab made Doflamingo realize he had mistaken the target. But at this point it was too late. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tezzalo quickly escaped, using ropes and grappling hooks to swiftly climb to the rooftop, disappearing into the smoke. Doflamingo watched Tezzalo's fleeing figure, filled with anger and helplessness. He didn't pursue Tezzalo because the celestial dragon's death required an explanation. And the impersonation of Terrag by Tezzalo was the explanation. Although he had realized this person was not Terrag, it didn't mean others would know. As long as he released the registration form at the entrance, he could still achieve his goals. Doflamingo, what is going on? Why was the celestial dragon stabbed? A captain from CP0 angrily asked. He had been searching for the beast that set off the smoke and explosives to prevent threats to the celestial dragon. Yet, unexpectedly, he hadn't caught anyone, but the celestial dragon was already dead. He pressed his alarm snail. Soon, a large number of troops would surround this country. If this incident did not have an explanation, then this country would no longer have a reason to exist. Doflamingo suppressed his anger and calmly said, I don't know. Everything happened too suddenly. But I can help you seal off this island. His brain was rapidly working, thinking about the next countermeasures. Meanwhile, he was not idle. The upgraded birdcage shot into the sky and spread around the island. Capture the person, and I will ensure your safety. Otherwise, You should understand the consequences. Being someone who was once a celestial dragon, the CP0 captain did not let Doflamingo off the hook. Instead, he kept making threats. Doflamingo was the kind of person who dared to use the celestial dragons to plot against Terrag, a complete madman. His fingers slightly twisted, and hundreds of threads suddenly pierced through the CP0 captain's chest. In order to make you remember me, it's better for you to die first. Foo, 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 foo. Zephyr, this time you lead the team to go. Don't show him any mercy. Sengoku's voice echoed like thunder in the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Zephyr's latest group of students had just graduated. The current available admiral-level combat power in the headquarters, besides Sengoku himself, now included him. Zephyr stood there, a look of disdain on his face, glancing at the furious Sengoku, and slowly said, "Do I need to show him mercy? If he can give me some face for our teacher-student relationship, I would be satisfied. You should find someone else." After saying this, Zephyr turned around without hesitation and walked out. He didn't have time to wipe the butts of those useless scoundrels. He was a retired admiral and didn't have to take their orders. Recently, he heard that his old buddy Garp had left his daughter-in-law and returned home alone. As an uncle, he couldn't be reckless like Garp. He had to buy some nutritional products to visit her. Zephyr, Sengoku's eyes widened, and his roar shook the air around him. However, he received no response. Sengoku sighed helplessly and turned to look at the man beside him, wearing a mask and a white suit. "You see, the Navy can't spare any combat power, so you CP0 should find someone else. Admiral Sengoku, this matter is..." The man wanted to say something more. "Xiongjiao, what are you waiting for? Show him out." Sengoku had heard enough of his words and shouted again. Then Sengoku realized that this was quite impolite, so he awkwardly smiled and said, "Sorry, I wasn't targeting you, huh? Wait to face punishment, Sengoku." The CP0 member finally dropped a harsh remark and then left under Xiongjia's guidance. The departure of the flies did not ease Sengoku's mood. Instead, his expression became even darker. "Tarlag, why does this happen with you around? Or is it because you are here that such things happen?" The incident with the celestial dragons from years ago had been hard to suppress, and now it was being brought up again. Sengoku found it hard not to suspect Tarlag as the instigator of this incident. "I hope you clean up your mess like last time, otherwise." At the Navy headquarters, in the highest medical room, "Monet, since you've made up your mind to do this, why not just kidnap me here?" On the hospital bed, Makino, with a visibly swollen abdomen, looked sharply at the tall woman in front of her. Her brother had said that his promises were worth more than gold. Since you don't believe him, why not make things more decisive? Makino's emotions were quite low, and in the depths of her eyes, there was a sense of pity for Monet. Life should return, and death should long for each other. She didn't know if the man she loved was aware of Monet's true feelings for him. Were all the efforts Monet made for him like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no response? Over the years, both she and Tarlag had been watching Monet's actions. Monet's persistent gaze, her quietly devoted figure, every detail was deeply imprinted in their hearts. They didn't step in to stop it, even choosing to turn a blind eye, precisely because they didn't want this girl's love to go to waste. Monet's love was passionate and pure, like a burning flame. Even knowing there would be no answer, it had never wavered. And what about that man? Could he feel Monet's deep affection? Makino didn't know the answer, but she sincerely hoped that this kind and infatuated girl could receive the response she deserved. She imagined what it would be like if one day that man could turn back and see Monet's efforts. What a scene that would be. Perhaps it would be the beginning of a beautiful love story. Monet's forehead was still wrapped in gauze, the white fabric faintly showing bloodstains, strikingly evident against her fair skin. She slightly lowered her head, not wanting the person in bed to see the tears shimmering in her eyes. She knelt down again, and the moment her knees touched the ground, it felt like a heavy weight. Her body trembled slightly, filled with complex emotions. "In these 2 years, I've done many excessive things. I have seen and remembered all your tolerance, Mississippi." Her voice was a bit hoarse, filled with deep guilt, as she clenched her fists tightly. Her fingers pale from the pressure. She was full of unwillingness, feeling that she was almost there if she just tried a little harder. However, reality was so cruel. Just now, news came from Dressrosa that a celestial dragon had died. She knew that even if the adults were very tolerant of her, after such an incident. They probably wouldn't uphold their previous promises. This kneel was her way of thanking Makino for years of care. It also served as a final farewell. Her heart was filled with reluctance, but also helplessness. As she stood up, she gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at the displeased Makino on the bed, suddenly bursting into laughter. In that laughter, there was a hint of bitterness and helplessness. "Miss, don't say such things anymore. Monet would never have such thoughts, and I hope you won't say this to anyone in the future." Her expression suddenly became serious, with a complex gleam in her eyes. "You may not even realize how important you are to the adults. You are not just his lover. You are also his cage. No one dares to open the cage that holds the adults." She stopped short, not continuing further. At the moment she turned to leave, her steps were firm and resolute. She knew that next, she also had to do something for the person she loved. Makino watched her leave without trying to persuade her further. There was a hint of worry in her eyes, but more was trust. She believed that, with her brother around, he would never let this silly yet lovable woman die. But what was the cage? Dressrosa. In a hidden corner, the severely injured Doflamingo was devouring the fruit in his hand. He thought that the escape route he had planned was quite clever, but he didn't know where the thread came from, blocking his way out of this country. As a result, he was discovered by the Celestial Dragon's guards, and despite his injuries, he managed to escape once again. "Teacher, I'm sorry for eating it without your permission, but I had to do this." His sharp gaze peered through the cracks of the box, looking outside. He saw a large number of toy soldiers also participating in the effort to capture him. He was left with no way to retreat. By the way, the spoiled buns are not this unpalatable. Ugh. Doflamingo had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation, which had exceeded his imagination. He thought these people were capturing him because of the gold fruit in his hand, which is why he chose to eat it directly. He never expected that it was the person he had stabbed to death earlier that caused such consequences. The gold fruit was completely devoured by him in one bite. In an instant, a strange power began to surge within his body. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to sense that he had established a special connection with some kind of metal. His hand, which emitted a faint golden glow, accidentally touched the ground in a moment of panic. At that instant, something extraordinary happened. Centered on his hand, the golden light rapidly spread out like ripples. The ground seemed to be enchanted, beginning to undergo astonishing changes. The hard rocks and soil, under the influence of the golden light, transformed into dazzling gold at a visible speed. "Damn!" Taizolo's eyes widened, staring in shock at the incredible scene before him. This was going to take off at that moment. He finally understood why his teacher desired this fruit so much. "Found it. Surround this place. Whether we can survive depends on this time." The dazzling golden light, along with Taizolo's instinctive shout, exposed his hiding spot. The Celestial Dragon guards outside immediately noticed the anomaly and began to shout for their companions. Taizolo's thigh, previously pierced by the enemy's spear, was now powerless to escape. Faced with such danger, he didn't care whether this action would be risky. The hand covered in golden light was quickly placed over his wound. But what happened next brought him joy and made him abandon the idea of continuing to flee. His wound, and even his entire thigh, transformed into gold in a split second, without affecting his movements at all. "Damn it, they chased me all the way here. This time, I'll fulfill your childhood wish and crush you with a mountain of gold." A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he tested his ability to restore his thigh to its original state. Taizolo no longer hesitated and instantly covered his entire body with golden light. As the golden light grew increasingly dazzling, he felt a powerful force continuously surging within him. The light began to spread from his skin, gradually covering his entire body. His hair, face, torso, and every inch of his skin turned into brilliant gold. During this process, Taizolo felt as if he had merged with gold, becoming a true golden man. His body became incredibly hard, like an indestructible fortress. When he moved slightly, the gold on his body shimmered with dazzling light. At that moment, a group of Celestial Dragon guards rushed over, surrounding him completely. They looked at Taizolo, who had turned into a golden man, first with shock, then with disdain and murderous intent. How dare he assassinate a Celestial Dragon for a mere piece of gold? Truly impatient with life. "Brothers, capture him. Whether we can survive depends on this time. How pathetic. These guards didn't even realize their fate. The moment the celestial dragon died, their lives had already entered a countdown. During this time, no matter what they did, they couldn't stop the countdown to death. What are you talking about? Who killed the celestial dragon? Faced with the numerous guards, Taizolo showed no fear, but his heart was slightly startled. They didn't seem to be lying. Wait, could it be that I've caused trouble? The guards drew their weapons and charged at him, with the leader shouting, Lord Ralsus died under your dagger. Dare to quibble, and you'll pay. Hearing this, Taizolo's expression darkened. He had no memory of killing a celestial dragon, but he did remember stabbing someone. What a worthless life. With so many people present, it ended up like this? I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I'll get my teacher into trouble. Taizolo shouted in his heart. And without mercy, he swung his golden iron fist. He decided to eliminate the enemies before him as quickly as possible and then find a way to escape this country. He absolutely could not let anyone know that his actions were related to his teacher. On the royal plateau, Doflamingo stood in a pool of blood, his face extremely dark like the sky before a storm. His eyes burned with furious rage, and there were no fewer than 100 corpses lying around him. These were the auction staff, who had now become targets for him to vent his anger. Tarlag, Taizolo, Fufufu. Doflamingo's figure flashed like a ghost. When he reappeared, he had tightly grasped Violet's neck. His fingers were like iron claws, making it nearly impossible for Violet to breathe. Tell me, is this the name you saw? Doflamingo's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. He had thought everything was under control, but unexpectedly, he ended up losing both his woman and his soldiers. The celestial dragon was dead, the gold fruit was gone, and what was hardest for him to accept was that he had failed to trap Tarlag. Violet, being choked by Doflamingo, felt a rush of suffocation. Her face turned pale as she weakly said, I don't know, maybe I was just seeing things. Her arms hung limply, showing no signs of struggle, indicating that she was not resisting. Her eyes were filled with a dead gray, as if she no longer wished to live. Seeing things? Doflamingo let out a deep laugh that seemed to come from hell, filled with self-mockery. Can a devil fruit user like him really see things? His heart was filled with confusion and anger. Had this woman's hatred for him reached the point where she no longer cared about her own life or death? Now, she didn't even bother with the simplest pretense, completely toying with him. Bang! Just as Violet was about to die from suffocation, Doflamingo suddenly threw her away. Violet's body crashed heavily against a nearby pillar like a kite with a broken string. A large pool of blood slowly flowed out from beneath her, soaking the ground. This is good. This is just right. Violet murmured softly as her consciousness faded, carrying the bloodline of an enemy. Father, your daughter is guilty. Greenbit, Dongtada Kingdom. What's going on? What's happening? Taizolo, with his head submerged in a wine barrel, raised his head in dissatisfaction. From his unsteady and reddish-purple face, it was clear that he was not just drunk. It seemed he was suffering from alcohol poisoning. Why stop? Keep playing music, keep dancing. Next to him, Leo glanced back at the 20 or so broken drums and their country's decade-long stock of fine wine, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Leo wasn't upset about these things. Mainly, he had received news from the outside that something big had happened on the Royal Plateau. Looking at the information in his hand and then glancing at the completely drunk Taizolo, he truly didn't know what to do. Sir, something has happened. A celestial dragon has died. Leo mustered his courage and leaned close to Lord Taizolo, trying to convey this urgent message into his ears. However, Taizolo merely mumbled dizzily, burp, and then casually replied, those trash, isn't it better that they're dead? After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep again. Let's just say, if it really doesn't work, you can sit at the children's table. Such a strong physique, yet he couldn't even drink more than the little people. Looking at the once again sleeping Tarlag, Leo scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Just then, Manxueli walked over angrily. Her little face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with resentment. She spotted Leo at a glance and fiercely tugged at his ear. Leo, who told you to get the adults drunk? Manxueli exclaimed. Leo winced in pain and quickly explained, I didn't want it, just seemed like we were being hospitable. A wronged expression appeared on Leo's face. With 800 tribesmen wanting a toast, he couldn't exactly stop them. Could he? Mang Shuili released Leo's ear, looking at the completely drunk Tarlag with a helpless heart. She sighed and said, "What do we do now? Something so big happened at the King's Heights, and the adult is." Leo lowered his head, not daring to look Mang Shuili in the eye. He thought for a moment and said, "How about we just carry the adult over? By the time we get there, the adult should be awake." Mang Shuili pondered for a moment and nodded. "There's no other way. Let's hurry and notify everyone to evacuate." In the distance, neat cuts appeared on the ground, which were the bird cages released by Doflamingo. It was because of his appearance that the Dong Tata people had to retreat to the rear. In Marineford, a tense atmosphere filled Panga City. Saint Satan, leaning on his cane, had deepened wrinkles on his long unchanged face, and his eyes revealed worry and anger. He frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Another celestial dragon has been attacked." His tone seemed to convey the seriousness of the matter. Satan's emotions affected the others. St. Peter, with his chest exposed, had a gloomy expression like Satan's. He pressed his lips tightly together, and the scar on his chest looked somewhat terrifying under the light. The last time a celestial dragon died was 5 years ago, and the conclusion was that it was a natural disaster, but this time there were multiple eyewitnesses. Peter's voice carried a hint of gravity. Don Quixote Rosanani was assassinated in public. The air in Pangu City seemed to freeze, and the 5 elders fell into contemplation. The environmental warrior, Saint Maz, with his long white hair gently swaying, slowly raised his hand to point outside the door, implying, "If this matter is not handled properly, it will severely damage the credibility of the world government. It's time to send them out." Saint Nazashuru tightly gripped the hilt of the first-generation sword, slowly drawing it out a bit, the cold light flashing. His eyes revealed a hint of determination. "We still need to protect Marineford. Otherwise, I'll go take a trip." Saint Satan shook his head slightly and firmly said, "No, your role here is more important." His cane gently tapped the ground, as if emphasizing his decision. The others nodded in agreement with Satan's words. The 5 elders all knew that the seriousness of this incident should not be underestimated, but it wasn't yet time to mobilize them. However, the attack on the celestial dragons was not just a provocation against individual families, but a challenge to the authority of the world government. They must quickly eliminate the enemy to maintain the ruling position of the world government. Saint Satan was silent for a moment, then said, "This matter must be resolved with a thunderous means. We cannot let the internal guys stir up trouble, or we won't be able to withstand the pressure. Then let's send someone." Saint Peter suggested again, and the others did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Who should we send? This was another question, and everyone fell into silence again. After a long while, Saint Zambaron versus Nazashuru made the final decision. "If it's about thunderous means, I recommend Roranoa Zoro. Having him around should be without any issues." Agreed. Consent. Feasible. Naturally, in Panga City, the decision of the 5 elders was made. Soon, the order was conveyed. Meanwhile, the Dong Tata people were in a flurry preparing to evacuate. Leo anxiously directed the tribesmen, filled with worry. Mang Shuili stayed by the drunken Tarlag's side, occasionally glancing at the unsettling birdcage in the distance. "Hurry, everyone, move quickly!" Leo shouted loudly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although the little people were short, they moved very nimbly, quickly packing up important items, and soon the team was assembled. "It's dangerous." Just then, Tarlag suddenly rolled over, mumbling some unintelligible words. Mang Shuili quickly leaned down, trying to hear what the adult was saying. However, Tarlag only mumbled a few vague sentences before falling back into a deep sleep. "What should we do?" The adult shows no sign of waking up at all. Mang Shuili was anxious, her face showing a worried expression. Leo walked over, comforting her. "Don't worry, Mang Shuili. We will protect the adult. Once we reach a safe place, the adult will surely wake up." Meanwhile, Roranoa Zoro, chosen by the 5 elders, received the order. He was tall, with a stern face, and his eyes revealed determination and decisiveness, resembling the Zoro from over a decade later. He wore a long black robe, with a sharp sword at his waist, exuding a powerful aura. Roranoa Zoro slightly furrowed his brows, looking at the order in his hand, without any hesitation. He immediately set off for Dressrosa. To wipe everything out, it really is a big project. I just wonder if that great swordsman in the Navy is still around. On the shores of the East Sea, in the village of Cocoa West, sunlight fell like golden gauze on the tranquil path. Here lived a brave and great woman, Belmire. The name Belmire comes from the French word for foster mother, and her life was indeed full of legendary colors. As a child, she was seen as a delinquent girl by the villagers, always carrying a hint of unruliness and stubbornness. However, the grown-up Belmire made an unexpected decision to join the Navy. With courage and justice in her heart, she plunged into the flames of war. In that brutal war, the Navy was completely annihilated. Belmire also fell into a deep abyss of despair, as if all hope in her life had shattered at that moment. However, a twist of fate quietly arrived. On the smoke-filled battlefield, she saw 3-year-old Noki tightly holding 1-year-old Nami. In that instant, a strong will to survive ignited like a flame in her heart. Belmire resolutely took the 2 children back to Cocoa West Village and firmly decided to become their mother, raising them with her love. After returning to the village, Belmire planted a grove of orange trees in her backyard. She worked hard to sustain her family's livelihood. Despite life being full of hardships, their days were joyful and fulfilling. Nami resembled Belmire since she was little, with her lively eyes and slightly upturned lips, carrying a hint of a rebellious girl. Watching the 2 children grow day by day filled Belmire with comfort, and they became the hope of the entire village. One day, warm sunlight spilled onto the small road in Cocoa West Village, creating a golden halo. Belmire handed Nami an old piece of clothing that once belonged to Nojiko. Nami looked at the old clothes in her hands, her brows slightly furrowed, filled with dissatisfaction. Why do I always have to wear Nojiko's second-hand clothes? Nami pouted in complaint. Nojiko, standing nearby, flashed a playful glint in her eyes and teased, "Because I'm your sister. As your younger sister, you can only wear what I have left." Upon hearing this, Nami's temper flared instantly. Why should I accommodate a sister with no blood relation? Belmire's anger was ignited by Nami's words, and she raised her hand, giving Nami a hard slap. Her eyes were filled with anger and sternness as she shouted, "You are not allowed to say such things. So what if you have no blood relation? You are sisters and should support each other." Nami was stunned by the sudden slap, tears welling in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. She glared at Belmire, shouting, "You're not my mother. Why should I listen to you? If it weren't for me, you could live well. After all, we're both adopted. I wish I could be adopted by someone richer." With that, Nami turned and ran out, her small figure filled with stubbornness and sadness as she left home. Nojiko walked over to Belmire, her eyes filled with worry and tenderness. "Belmire," Nami just spoke thoughtlessly in a moment of impulse. Hearing Nojiko's words, Belmire felt a twinge of regret. She realized she had been too irrational just now. "Go find Nami," Belmire said to Nojiko. "I'll prepare a delicious dinner for you when you come back." Nojiko nodded and turned to find Nami. Nami ran wildly, her grievances surging like a tide. In the end, she hid in Ajian's house. Ajian looked at Nami with surprise in his eyes. "Why do you think that way?" Nami lowered her head, her voice tinged with sadness. "Without us, the house wouldn't be so poor. Belmire could wear the clothes she likes." Ajian looked at Nami with pity in his heart. This child was so understanding it was heartbreaking. She just hadn't learned how to express her love yet. Just then, Nojiko arrived. She pushed open the door, her eyes flashing with delight. "I knew you'd be here. Come back with me. Belmire made your favorite dish." Nami pouted, her stubbornness still not dissipated. "I don't want to." However, at that moment, shouts from the villagers outside rang out. "Pirates are here!" Arlong, after years of regrouping, was back with a vengeance. Now, all he had in his eyes was revenge against humanity, and his heart was filled with eternal hatred. To avoid the gaze of the man he feared, he chose to come to the weakest East Sea, hoping to establish his empire from there. Arlong led the fishermen pirates into Cocoa West Village with great momentum. All the villagers heard him say, "From now on, this island is under our control. To live, adults pay 100,000 berries, children 50,000 berries. This time, we will only kill those who can't pay." Arlong's voice was cold and cruel. As he casually tossed aside a corpse, he waved his hand. "All right, brothers, let us retreat." "Big brother, there's still a house in the distance," a round fishman pointed out. That house was Belmire's home. Arlong and his crew surrounded it, their footsteps dense outside the house, like the beating of a death knell, instantly alerting Belmere to the danger. She quickly took out her gun, gripping it tightly in her hand. Hiding behind the door, her body trembled slightly, but her heart was filled with determination, ready to face the powerful enemy. Meanwhile, Nami and Nojiko ran home like mad. Their hearts were filled with fear and worry, wanting to take Belmere and escape. But it was too late. The gun in Belmere's hand was easily crushed by Arlong's saw-toothed weapon, and her arm broke under Arlong's foot with a crack. Pain flashed across her face, but she bit her lip, refusing to let out a single groan. At that moment, a Jin arrived before them, his face full of anxiety. "Idiot, Belmere, don't throw your life away for some silly sense of justice. Some things can be solved with money." Belmere gritted her teeth, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, but ultimately agreed. Just then, Arlong's subordinate discovered 3 sets of utensils in the house. Belmere was about to explain, but a Jin hurriedly interrupted her. "Today, Belmere invited me to her house for dinner. She doesn't have any family." A Jin snatched the berries from Belmere's hand and shoved them into Arlong's. Upon receiving the money, Arlong revealed a sinister smile. "Good, we'll retreat." And this scene was witnessed by Nami and Nojiko, who were hiding in the orange grove. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. Belmere watched Arlong and his crew leave, her mind racing with thoughts. She knew that this money was the last thing she could do for her 2 daughters. She silently thought, "My darlings, Mama can't give you more. But this 100,000 berries must ensure you live well. I'm not a perfect mother. I couldn't provide you with a wealthy life, but I truly love you. Even without blood relations, you are my most precious daughters. I cannot let you be harmed, even if it costs me my life. Who says that money is mine? That 100,000 is for my 2 daughters. I don't need my share anymore," Belmere said resolutely, her eyes filled with determination. The subordinates of the evil dragon looked surprised. Belmere straightened her chest and loudly told a Jin, "I'm sorry. We can't say I have no family, even if it costs me my life. We don't have blood relations, but we are family, even if it's just words. I want to be their mother. They are my children." At that moment, Nami and Nojiko cried as they rushed to Belmere's side. Their faces were wet with tears, their eyes filled with guilt and pain. Belmere looked at her 2 daughters, her eyes filled with remorse. "Nojiko, Nami, I love you. Mama is sorry for not being able to give you what you want." Then, Belmere gently looked at her 2 daughters and said, "Don't lose to anyone. Girls must be strong, even if no one praises you. Don't hate the era you were born into, and never forget to stay strong to keep your smile. As long as you live, many happy things will happen." However, the evil dragon showed no mercy. He raised his gun and aimed at Belmere. With a bang, the gun fired and Belmere fell to the ground. "Mom!" Nami and Nojiko cried out in despair. Belmere used her last bit of strength to look at her 2 daughters. "I love you both." At that moment, Nami and Nojiko's hearts felt as if they were being torn apart. They held Belmere tightly, tears streaming down their faces. In this land filled with sorrow, Belmere's love and courage would forever be etched in Nami and Nojiko's hearts, inspiring them to face the challenges of the future bravely. One piece holds a significant place in my heart. Therefore, I don't want to mess it up, which is why I can't write what many fans want to see. I'll just consider this my heartfelt piece. The events took place many years ago, as the sunlight dappled the ancient and bustling bullfighting arena of Dressrosa. The figure of Gyrus stood like a silent mountain at the center of this passionate stage. However, his inner world was like a deep ocean, hiding countless waves and secrets. Once, Gyrus was looked upon with prejudice by some audience members. Those misunderstandings and doubts pierced his heart like sharp thorns. Especially the guilt he felt over his past actions of killing weighed heavily on him, making his soul tremble. This guilt spread and gradually eroded his once steadfast heart, making him sensitive and insecure. Even when the dawn of freedom was right before him, he chose to give up this hard-won opportunity due to the shackles within, resolutely staying in the bullfighting arena. It was as if he could find a shred of solace on this land filled with sweat and struggle, attempting to forget the painful past through battle after battle. Time flowed like a silent river, slowly passing by. Over the long years, Gyrus silently poured his sweat and blood into the arena. Every day and night, He trained hard, transforming the pain and regret deep within him into endless strength. Each swing of his sword felt like a conversation with his lost self. Each victory over an opponent seemed to prove his worth to the world. Thus, relying on his tenacious will and innate talent, he won victory after victory. That continuous streak of 1,000 victories was not just the accumulation of numbers, but also his journey of self-redemption, his steps from darkness to light. He gradually transformed from an unnoticed, misunderstood thug into a remarkable swordsman. His name shone like a brilliant star in the night sky, dazzling above the arena. Every audience member was captivated by his exquisite swordsmanship and the resilience and courage he displayed in battle. During these long years, King Riku also quietly watched this extraordinary swordsman. He admired Jairus' spirit of perseverance and never giving up in battle, and he was moved by the hidden kindness and justice deep within him. Whenever Jairus cried in front of his friends' graves, reminiscing about the lost times and former companions, King Riku would silently appear, standing beside him. He spoke little, offering Jairus the warmest support and comfort through his silent presence. In those quiet moments, King Riku's existence was like a ray of warm sunlight, penetrating the gloom in Jairus' heart, allowing him to feel a touch of warmth and understanding from the world. The wheels of time continued to roll forward, and Jairus' legend in the arena continued to unfold. When he achieved his 999th victory, a shocking duel was about to begin. On that day, King Riku disguised himself as the swordsman Riki and stepped onto the arena stage. His figure was tall and imposing, standing opposite Jairus, their gazes meeting, as if the air was thick with tension. The battle horn sounded, and Jairus and King Riku clashed like two fierce lions in a fierce struggle in the arena. Jairus gave it his all. His swordplay flowed like water and struck like thunder. Each attack contained years of accumulated battle experience and a thirst for victory. King Riku did not back down either. He responded to Jairus' every attack with exquisite skill and indomitable fighting spirit. The audience's cheers roared like thunder, and the entire arena was immersed in the atmosphere of this intense battle. In the end, Jairus, with his remarkable strength and relentless will, defeated King Riku, achieving his 3,000th victory. At that moment, the entire arena erupted, cheers and applause intertwining as if they could overturn the sky. This victory was not only Jairus' personal glory, but also an important turning point in his life. In front of everyone, King Riku formally invited Jairus to become the commander of his army. Jairus, a man who had always longed for recognition and sought to find his value, had excitement shining in his eyes. He gladly accepted King Riku's invitation, as if he could see a new dawn in his life. He knew this was a rare opportunity, a stage for him to prove himself and realize his value. From then on, Jairus' life underwent a tremendous change. In King Riku's army, he fully utilized his talents, leading soldiers into battle to defend the peace and tranquility of Dressrosa. His name became a legend in people's hearts, and his story was told in every corner of Dressrosa. His statue stood in the arena, symbolizing his glorious achievements and witnessing his unyielding spirit. Every passerby would stop and gaze up in admiration and respect. However, the wheels of fate never stopped turning. They always brought unexpected twists to people's lives. During a pirate raid, Dressrosa fell into chaos and panic. The pirates surged in like a tidal wave, committing atrocities. Princess Scarlet was unfortunately captured by the pirates during this disaster, and the entire kingdom plunged into despair. Just when everyone felt helpless and hopeless, Jairus stepped forward. He was like a lightning bolt piercing through the darkness, charging alone toward the pirates with incredible courage and unwavering faith. His figure darted through the flames, as if entering a realm of no one. His swordplay was sharp and decisive, each swing accompanied by the pirate screams. With extraordinary courage and powerful strength, he single-handedly defeated all the pirates and successfully rescued Princess Scarlet. At that moment, he seemed like a hero descending from the sky, using his strength to protect the hope of the entire kingdom. After this thrilling battle, Princess Scarlet deeply buried her feelings for Jairus. She was moved by Jairus' bravery and responsibility, attracted by his determined gaze and fearless spirit. To be with Gyrus, she resolutely gave up her noble status, relinquished the glory of being a princess and a luxurious life, and went to live in seclusion with Gyrus in the countryside. There, they lived a peaceful and happy life. They farmed together, worked together, and enjoyed the tranquility of nature and the beauty of life. In this serene land, their love bloomed like the flowers of spring, vibrant and colorful. Soon after, they welcomed the fruit of their love, Rebecca. Rebecca's birth brought endless joy and hope to their lives. She was like a little angel, arriving in this loving family, becoming the most precious treasure in the lives of Cyrus and Scarlet. But 6 years later, he could only become a forgotten toy, silently guarding their little treasure. In the dark, heavily shadowed kingdom of Dressrosa, it seemed that sunlight had also been swallowed by this endless darkness, losing its warmth and becoming dull and lifeless. Doflamingo's tyranny hung over everyone like a thick, inescapable haze, pressing heavily on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Once a royal little princess, Rebecca had to struggle to get out of bed early every day, greeting the dawn to pick flowers. Then, she would drag her small body to the market to sell the flowers, just to barely make a living. She always wore simple and somewhat shabby clothes. Despite this, her stubborn nature made her keep herself clean and tidy. It was as if, in this gloomy life, she still tried to grasp a shred of her own dignity. Beside her was a one-legged toy soldier, like a guardian angel in her life, always accompanying her. This seemingly ordinary toy soldier was actually Rebecca's father, Cyrus. Although he had been turned into a toy by Sugar's strange devil fruit ability, losing his original appearance and body, his love for his daughter was as deep and passionate as an unfathomable, boundless, and never-drying ocean. Rebecca, today is different from the past. You don't have to work. Cyrus's voice broke the morning's tranquility. As he spoke, he carefully took out the breakfast he had prepared and gently placed it on the somewhat worn table. Then, he slowly walked to the door, his eyes revealing a hint of barely perceptible seriousness. I need to go out for a bit. It's safe here, and you mustn't go anywhere before I return. Cyrus's tone was firm, yet carried a touch of tenderness as he fixed his gaze on Rebecca, trying to convey his seriousness and concern to her. Unfortunately, toys have no expressions, making his efforts seem redundant. Rebecca looked at the strangely behaving toy soldier with confusion. Her bright eyes were filled with doubt and worry. She furrowed her brow slightly and asked softly, "Mr. Soldier, is something happening? I don't know yet. Promise me. Don't go anywhere." Rebecca keenly sensed the soldier's unusual seriousness. Without waiting for a response, she obediently nodded. "Okay, please be careful, Mr. Soldier." Cyrus nodded slightly and turned to leave the house. As he closed the door, a flash of worry crossed his eyes, and he gently locked the door. He stood outside, looking up at the sky, where the sunlight flickered through the gaps in the clouds, with threads of light appearing and disappearing in the air. What is happening? Why has that birdcage reappeared? Cyrus's heart was filled with confusion and unease, and he frowned, muttering to himself, recalling the sounds of battle that echoed throughout the night. His heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Was something happening that I don't know about? His eyes revealed deep concern as various possible scenarios flashed through his mind. Leo and the others didn't pass on any information to me either. Could something have gone wrong? Cyrus's inner turmoil grew more anxious as he paced back and forth, his hands unconsciously clenching. Finally, as if he had made a certain decision, he quickly dashed away, his figure flashing through the narrow alley. At the King's Heights, the temporary base of the Dante tribe. "Sir, you are finally awake." Hiss. Last night's rain was heavy, and the deep sleep didn't help with the hangover. Tarlag sat up in confusion, his headache making him gasp. "Hey, did you give me fake alcohol?" "With the same amount. I could drink the cherry blossom wine made by Marcino without any problem. But now, this drink has almost made me forget who I am." "No." Leo was about to explain the reason for the alcohol when Mancelli covered his mouth. She initially thought it was Leo and the others who made Tarlag drink too much, causing him to sleep so deeply. But when they were packing to flee, they realized that the so-called 10-year-old wine had actually run out months ago. What they were drinking now was medical alcohol from leftover barrels. "What time is it now?" Seeing the two of them hesitating to speak, Tarlag stopped asking. His strange gaze swept over the unfamiliar surroundings, wondering where he had fallen asleep. It should be around 7 o'clock. Oh, that's good. I only slept for 2 hours, and I still have time for the auction. Tarlag patted his chest, relieved. If he were to lose his entire fortune because of drinking, it would be a regret that would last a lifetime. Leo and Mancelli exchanged a glance, and after a brief communication, they decided to tell Tarlag the truth. Sir, you have been asleep for over 30 hours, and during your slumber, many significant things happened, like being struck by lightning. Tarlag's comforting movements came to an abrupt halt, and he froze on the spot. After a long while, that's how it is. This country is currently under blockade by Doflamingo, and those celestial dragons' lackeys are frantically searching for someone. Leo paused for a moment, looking into Tarlag's eyes before continuing. That person's name is very similar to yours, and it is said that he is the killer of the celestial dragons. Taisolo. Tarlag slapped his forehead, his eyes clearing completely. He never expected such things to happen while he was hungover. This is troublesome. When I killed the celestial dragon back then, I was still hiding my identity, and I only acted after ensuring everyone was unconscious. There was no evidence back then, and the world government searched for 2 whole years, causing trouble for Kaido and others. This time, with solid evidence, Taisolo and even this country are in danger. Unless I personally capture Taisolo and hand him over to the world government, I might still save something. Tarlag believed that after such a long time, the world government must have responded. He just didn't know who would be sent to handle this incident. Leo, protect your people well. Don't come out until I resolve everything. Tarlag, who had a fondness for the simple-minded Dante tribe, couldn't help but remind as he stood in front of the spatial rift. Sir, we can help you. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Terrag slightly clenched his fist, and the surrounding space began to vibrate violently, causing Leo and the others to fall to the ground. What happens next is not something you can participate in. Just wait patiently. With that, his figure slowly walked into the spatial rift under the watchful eyes of the tiny people. At the same time, Roronoa Zoro arrived at the outskirts of this country. His tall and upright figure cast a long shadow in the sunlight, resembling an unshakable mountain. Zoro looked at the wall of thread blocking his way, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. Flashy but impractical, he muttered disdainfully. Clang! A red light burst forth from the blade in an instant, like a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, fast enough to leave people breathless. The red light surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for the thread cage. At the moment of contact between the red light and the cage, there was no violent collision, nor any sign of stalemate. The seemingly hard and sharp cage shattered like fragile glass at the touch of the red light. In almost an instant, the cage that enveloped Dressrosa became fragmented. The threads broke apart without resistance, scattering in all directions as if they had never existed. The entire process was effortless. Zoro stood in place, his sword already sheathed. His expression remained calm, as if everything was under his control. He gently brushed off the dust from his clothes, as if he had just done something quite ordinary. Yet on the ground around him, the deep ravines created by the residual power of the strike silently testified to the strength and shock of this blow. Time rewound to a minute before the cage shattered. Having gained a new ability, Taisolo had been experimenting for an entire night. That night, he seemed to be possessed, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the exploration of his fruit's power. His eyes sparkled with a fiery glow, filled with a thirst for and curiosity about his new strength. With every attempt, he focused intently, not overlooking any possible detail. Throughout the night, he continuously explored the mysteries of his fruit's ability and developed many methods of application. For example, the golden rings on his 9 fingers and the large gold chain around his neck were all results of his experiments. Golden explosion, Taisolo shouted, suddenly waving his hands, skillfully manipulating the vast amounts of gold around him with his 10 fingers. The gold rapidly gathered before his palms, as if endowed with mysterious life. They flowed towards the designated direction like obedient soldiers. The gold compressed continuously, growing increasingly dazzling, shining so brightly that it was nearly blinding, as if the entire space was consumed by this brilliant golden light. Taisolo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. pushing with all his might to propel the gold mass compressed to its limit. This gold mass, like a bomb containing immense energy, surged towards the cage with his expectations. However, there was no violent collision. Only the harsh sound of cutting metal was heard. Tai Solo sighed in disappointment, slowly sitting down, his eyes revealing a hint of frustration. Another failure. Is this what the teacher often says about being flashy but impractical? He murmured, his voice tinged with helplessness and unwillingness. After a night of relentless bombardment, the cage before him showed no signs of damage. Tai Solo looked at the sturdy cage, and a complex emotion surged within him. At that moment, he deeply understood the phrase hanging above the blackboard in the new school classroom. Only hockey can transcend everything. Looking at the pile of gold outside the cage that resembled a small mountain, Tai Solo waved his hand casually, and in an instant, the gold returned to dust. As someone who could single-handedly drive down the price of gold, he understood, albeit immaturely, that he could not allow gold to flood the market. Otherwise, it would truly become worthless junk. They say Roger's treasure is the ultimate treasure, but no matter how you look at it, I feel that the value of this fruit is even greater. You've done well, Tai Solo. A spatial rift quietly appeared behind Tai Solo. When he turned around, Terrag had already appeared in his line of sight. Teacher, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eat this fruit. Tai Solo's voice trembled slightly, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Although the situation at that time was urgent, he had ultimately eaten the gold fruit without the teacher's permission. He wasn't afraid that Terrag would punish him. He was more afraid that his actions would lead the teacher to doubt his character. His hands instinctively clenched tightly, his heart racing. Although eating this fruit felt great, and he had obtained wealth he could never have in his life, ever since Stella died, he no longer valued money. His only belief was to repay kindness. His eyes revealed sincerity as he looked at Terrag, seemingly waiting for the teacher's judgment. There's nothing to worry about. It was meant for you to eat. Terrag waved his hand nonchalantly, a faint smile on his face, completely unaware of how much Tai Solo had overthought. Wow, Terrag suddenly exclaimed, his gaze sharpening. Those old geezers really sent a remarkable person. What are you talking about, teacher? Tai Solo asked, confused, following Terrag's gaze but seeing nothing. The aura that can sever everything. Terrag stroked his chin, sizing Tai Solo up with a serious expression. Very dangerous. What? Tai Solo exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Even the teacher can't handle it? In his mind, the epitome of strength had long been replaced by the teacher's name. He couldn't imagine what kind of enemy would make the teacher feel threatened. Terrag frowned, giving him a surprised glance before helplessly shrugging. Don't get me wrong. The danger I speak of refers to you killing the celestial dragons. This cage can trap you for 3 years. In his hands, lasting through one strike would be impressive. You. Before Terrag finished speaking, suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, and the cage shattered. The sound of shattering resonated like thunder in the silent space. Compared to Tai Solo's panic, Terrag remained as calm as ever. He slowly bent down, his movements unhurried, as if everything around him was under his control. Picking up a strand of thread from the ground, he gently tugged at it, revealing a look of disdain on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if mocking the person behind the thread. It seems I didn't underestimate him. I overestimated Doflamingo. Teacher, who are you talking about? What should I do now? Tizolo anxiously asked, his eyes filled with confusion and unease. As an ordinary person, not even a pirate, he still struggled to come to terms with the fact that he had killed a god. His hands instinctively clenched tightly, his body trembled slightly, and a sense of unrest gradually surged within him. Tizolo's urgent inquiries were met with silence from Tarlag. It wasn't until a long while later that Tarlag slowly sighed and said, I've thought it over for you. In fact, there's only one way out in front of you. When you killed that trash in front of everyone, this world could no longer accommodate the still weak you. He frowned slightly, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. This is something even I can't resolve in a short time. Tarlag scratched his head, feeling somewhat emotional. To be honest, Tizolo is quite brave. He didn't dare do this back in the day. A glimmer of memory flashed in his eyes, as if recalling that natural disaster. Teacher, I've troubled you again, haven't I? Tizolo lowered his head at some point, his eyes filled with guilt and self-blame. In his sleeve, a dagger was already pressed against his carotid artery, his hand trembling slightly as if making a difficult decision. I'm really sorry. I keep saying I'm repaying you, but in the end, I've still caused you trouble. Click. Tarlag snapped his fingers casually, the crisp sound ringing in the air. The dagger in Tezolo's hand snapped in response, falling to the ground with a clear sound. You don't understand human language, do you? It's not that it's difficult. It just can't be done. Stop playing the martyr act. I'm tired of it. Tarlag's tone carried a hint of anger and helplessness as he glared at Tezolo, his eyes revealing a trace of comfort. Not bad, though luck isn't great, but aside from that, dog, he does have a good eye for people. Slap. A white piece of paper slapped onto Tezolo's face. It was the most peculiar prop on the sea, the life card. I will use my ability to teleport you out. Follow the guidance of this life card to meet a man. I believe they will welcome you, who has the gold fruit, quite warmly. This was the retreat Tarlag had thought of for Tezolo in a short time. Teacher, may I ask who the owner of this card is? Tezolo chuckled awkwardly. It's better to not die if he can help it. After all, he still had dreams to fulfill. He had promised Ella that he would complete at least one of the 2 dreams before he could go down to see her. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in his eyes as he stared intently at Tarlag. Ah, sure. Tarlag nonchalantly picked his nose, a casual expression on his face. My elder brother. Monkey D. Dragon. I believe he will welcome you warmly. Damn it, I haven't even enjoyed the fun that gold brings before sending it to him. Tarlag grumbled, showing a hint of annoyance on his face. The idea of building a fortress with gold had to be temporarily shelved. Oh, so my brother. Tezolo smiled, initially with a hint of naturalness. But then the smile became somewhat forced, as if being pulled by some invisible force. His complexion gradually changed. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Cold sweat followed, dripping down his cheeks one by one. Finally, his mouth slightly opened, his gaze blank, as if he had been frozen in place. A piercing scream shot into the sky. The sound seemed to possess the power to penetrate everything. A high note capable of destroying the world. And Monkey D. Dragon? You mean the Mr. Dragon of the Revolutionary Army is your elder brother? Tezolo was completely petrified on the spot, his body as stiff as a statue, the emotional turmoil inside him rivaling that of losing Stella. His mind was in chaos, thoughts flooding in like a tide. Pirates would not attack the government and other pirates themselves. The only ones capable of directly confronting the world government now were the Revolutionary Army. In recent years, for certain reasons, or rather because of a certain person, the seas had returned to a period of relative calm. This had given the Revolutionary Army time to grow and develop, and it had now taken shape. The ideology of this army was spreading throughout all countries in the world. Many countries had already rebelled or even perished under its guidance. Just recently, a member nation of the world government had also raised the banner of rebellion. The world government was, of course, furious but was helpless against this group. And the man standing at the pinnacle of the Revolutionary Army, the mastermind behind it all, was this man named Monkey D. Dragon. His background was a complete mystery to ordinary people, a legendary existence. Tezolo could not connect such a person with his teacher in any way. After all, one was the most heinous criminal in the world, while the other was a naval hero known for the people's support. According to his teacher, the other old hero, Garp, was also their common father. All of this left Tezolo in shock and confusion, as if a storm had erupted within him. I just remembered. Tarlag scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face, as if realizing his oversight. This isn't something an ordinary person should know, so remember to keep it a secret. Okay, click. Another crisp sound of fingers snapping, and a rift in space slowly appeared in front of Tezolo. All right, time's about up. You can leave now. Teacher. It seemed as if sand had been blown into Tezolo's eyes. His eyes gradually became moist, and his eyelids felt heavy, making it difficult to open them. His heart was filled with gratitude and reluctance as he slowly knelt to the ground, his forehead heavily hitting the floor, producing a dull sound. Your great kindness, Tezolo, will never forget. His voice trembled, filled with sincere emotion. See, you're anxious again. Tarlag used his spatial power to help him up, wearing a helpless smile. That day, I was overwhelmed by people's gratitude, forgetting about the auction. Such things should only happen once. One shouldn't get too carried away, a lesson I've learned recently. Once you get there, if you really run out of money, and come to me for help. Tarlag chuckled wickedly, leaning over to whisper into Zolo's ear. His expression held a hint of mystery and cunning, as if imparting something very important to him. After a long while, the dazed Zolo, under the smiling gaze of Tarlag, stiffly walked into the rift in space. People can be bad, but they shouldn't be both. This was the true reflection of Tzolo's heart at that moment. On the King's Heights. Fu. Respected Celestial Dragon, here is all the information about the person who killed my uncle. Doflamingo lowered his stance significantly, willingly adopting the demeanor of a lower-class person in front of the man on the throne. In the Knights of God, who are almost on par with the 5 elders, there are several elders, each possessing royal-level strength. They are all composed of celestial dragons and hold the power to judge other celestial dragons. Not to mention that Don Quixote Doflamingo is no longer a celestial dragon. Even if he were to regain his divine status, he would not dare to show them any disrespect. Doflamingo had once inquired about this group, looking for opportunities to threaten or bribe them to regain his position. However, upon learning that the highest commander of the Knights of God is even qualified to replace the 5 elders, he no longer harbored such ridiculous fantasies. All of this made Doflamingo willingly lower his head in front of this man, a stark contrast to his previous attitude towards his uncle, Rosinante. Tzolo, a figure from the mysterious Red Earth continent, had once been active near the Sabaody archipelago. A few years ago, he quietly disappeared with a purchased female slave, as if he had evaporated from the world. However, just recently, he rejoined the Navy in a different capacity, becoming a subordinate of the Navy hero, Terrag. At this moment, Roronoa Zoro sat on the throne, his leg crossed, tapping his index finger rhythmically, seemingly lost in thought. His sharp eyes, like 2 sharp swords, scrutinized the seemingly submissive Doflamingo before him. Although this matter has little to do with you, the fact remains that a celestial dragon was killed on your territory. Roronoa Zoro began slowly, his voice deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Considering you were once a celestial dragon, I will spare your life. However, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot avoid the punishment of living. I will take you back to the Holy Land, where you will guard the place for 10 years. As penance, his words were calm, yet carried a hint of undeniable finality, as if his words were both command and truth. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's body trembled slightly, and a torrent of thoughts surged within him. Despite his deep reluctance, he felt no resistance against this man. The pressure was something he had never felt before. The strength of the 3 emperors of the sea could temporarily force him into submission through brute force, but deep down, he always looked down on them. Yet Roronoa Zoro not only could easily crush him in strength, but also held a status that was once beyond his reach. He understood that any act of defiance in front of this man could lead to his utter destruction. Thus, he slightly lowered his head and respectfully said, "As you command, Lord Celestial Dragon Knight." Roronoa Zoro nodded, clearly satisfied with Doflamingo's attitude, and continued, "Furthermore, eliminate all the commoners who witnessed the killing of the Celestial Dragon and the negligent Celestial Dragon Guards. This will also serve to appease those 5 old geezers." Doflamingo chuckled lowly a few times, with a hint of helplessness and self-ridicule in his laughter. He stepped aside, allowing Zoro to clearly see the scene behind him, which resembled a battlefield. "My lord, these matters were already taken care of before your arrival." Doflamingo wore a somewhat fawning smile. Guarding the Holy Land was not a bad idea, as it would at least allow him to be near it. This would benefit him in mastering many secrets, allowing him to lay plans there, rekindling the dreams he had buried for years. Roronoa Zoro cast a meaningful glance at him, as if he could see through everything. However, he said nothing more, merely nodding slightly, seemingly neither surprised by Doflamingo's actions nor overly appreciative. Next came the critical matters of accountability towards the Navy and how to capture the missing murderer. Roronoa Zoro sat on the throne, his brows slightly furrowed, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly stood up and delivered the final judgment. Terrag, son of Garp, has condoned his subordinate's reckless behavior, leading to the killing of the Celestial Dragon. This is an unforgivable crime, and he should be eradicated. However, considering his formidable strength and contributions to the government. He is spared from death, but will be imprisoned and impelled down for 10 years for self-reflection. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo, who initially felt displeased with his situation, suddenly felt enlightened. A smile of schadenfreude spread across his face, filled with malice and delight. Nothing pleased him more than seeing Terrag fall into misfortune. Knowing that it was better to be a villain than a gentleman, and being adept at fanning the flames and kicking a man when he is down, he quickly asked, "My lord, I know Terrag well. I don't think he will comply so easily. What do you think?" His eyes sparkled with cunning, and as he spoke, he slightly bent his body, trying to show his respect and sincerity, while secretly calculating his own interests. He understood never to provoke the dignity of the celestial dragons. In his view, just by asking this question, Terrag's fate would surely be worse. However, Zoro's reaction left Doflamingo somewhat disappointed. Zoro once again sat back on the throne, his movements slow and unhurried, as if everything were under his control. He gently closed his eyes, beginning to rest, his expression calm as water, making it impossible to discern his inner thoughts. He sat quietly, seemingly waiting for someone, and the entire space was filled with an oppressive silence. After a long while, he finally spoke. Admiral Sengoku once sent a book with a saying, "If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If he does not obey, let his father Garp take the blame." Just as Roronoa Zoro's words fell, a slash that seemed to come from the void arrived in an instant, its speed astonishing. The blade struck precisely at his throat, and the air instantly filled with an extreme tension, as if time had frozen at that moment. Clang! Faced with the sudden attack, the seemingly skilled Roronoa Zoro did not dare to be careless. He immediately drew the supreme great blade, Phantom, barely managing to block the strike. "Little guy, not bad," Roronoa Zoro praised, looking at the empty palace ahead. His hands, which were resting behind his back, trembled uncontrollably from blocking the strike that contained shockwave power. "Old man, you're not bad either. There are not many left who can take my strike unharmed." The door of void appeared above the spacious palace, and Tizolo, covered in white dragon scales and wielding the demon blade Muramasa, stepped out from within. Damn it! When it came time to show loyalty, Doflamingo would not hesitate for a moment. "Terrag, do you know who you are facing? This is the esteemed Lord Celestial Dragon Knight, you." But contrary to his expectations, before he could finish his words, he was sent flying by two nearly equal slashes. "Noisy, you have no place to speak here." Both Terrag and Roronoa Zoro simultaneously swung their blades, targeting the seemingly clownish Doflamingo, who was jumping around. "What level are you at? Don't you know that when adults are talking, kids should keep their mouths shut?" Terrag looked at Doflamingo, who was flying away after being cut, uncertain of his fate, and shook his head, whispering. Meanwhile, Roronoa Zoro stood in place with a gloomy expression after delivering a slash, his eyes fixed intently on Terrag above. It seems that even when finding someone to guard the house, one must find a clever person. This old man doesn't want to provoke anyone. Yet here you are? If I remember correctly, your name is Terrag, right? Roronoa Zoro slightly raised his head, directing his gaze towards Terrag above the palace. His eyes contained a hint of scrutiny, along with a measure of respect for the strong. In his heart, regardless of status or identity, the strong deserved respect. He could feel the aura of strength emanating from Terrag, believing that Terrag was fully qualified to converse with him. As a leader of a subordinate organization under the government, "Do you wish to stand against the world by taking action against me?" Even though he was reluctant to question in such a forceful tone, the dignity of the celestial dragons could not be compromised, so he had to do so. When he spoke these words, he deliberately emphasized the phrase subordinate organization. This not only defined Terrag's identity, but also subtly revealed that he wanted to leave some leeway for subsequent handling. "Don't pretend you don't recognize me. With the intensity of your investigation into my father, I believe my detailed information has long been on your desk, right?" Terrag stood high. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, carrying a hint of mockery. "So you already understand what family means to me. Therefore, you use my father as a bargaining chip to force me out?" Conqueror's haki slowly wrapped around the blade of Murakumo, ready to strike this old man below at any moment. Just as he could sense that Roronoa Zoro had arrived in this country. Roronoa Zoro, whose haki had also reached its peak, found it not difficult to detect Terrag's presence before he activated his observation haki. At this moment, the atmosphere in the palace grew increasingly tense, as if the air had solidified. I never make baseless accusations. Roronoa Zoro's voice was deep and powerful, and an invisible killing intent gradually spread, like an intangible pressure encroaching. While responding, his right hand slowly rested on his sword sheath, the movement slow yet firm. As if every subtle action contained tremendous power. His gaze became sharper, fixated on Terrag, exuding an aura that made one dare not underestimate him. And this is not a threat. I believe that Admiral Garp would willingly atone for his son. Roronoa Zoro's words carried a hint of determination. Even though he knew that the current situation might be unfavorable to him, even with the strong scent of gunpowder. Even if he might not be able to defeat the little guy above, as a representative of the celestial dragons, he would never allow himself to take a step back. He understood that Terrag's fruit had some influence on that gentleman's abilities. If it weren't for the lack of suitable reasons, he could not quietly make him disappear completely. The world government would have already taken action regarding this matter, and now, due to Terrag's own reasons, he had given the government a reasonable justification to act. Roronoa Zoro would absolutely not let this opportunity slip by. This might be the only chance in the past, present, and even future. Before coming here, he had no idea that the death of a celestial dragon would be related to Terrag. So at first, he maintained a businesslike attitude. But upon learning that the culprit was Terrag's subordinate, a complex emotion flashed through his heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he thought that the death of a celestial dragon, under these circumstances, was not something he could not accept. All of this was for that lord on the Void Throne. For this, he would go to any lengths. Terrag sighed, a hint of bitter laughter appearing at the corners of his mouth. They say the strong traverse the world and are invincible. Yet in the end, a word from an old man made his sword hesitate. Strong? Invincible? How strong is strong enough to be considered strong? And how strong can be called invincible? He had asked Shanks and even his father Garp, but none could provide a concrete answer. Is he strong now? Yes, very strong, terrifyingly strong, strong enough that even as a threat, the world government would not dare to act against him. But at this moment, he had a thought open to criticism, unsure if it was right. That is, those who have weaknesses, concerns, and even ties can never become the strongest. The strong are destined to be lonely, destined to be alone. How ridiculous! At this moment, he finally realized the truth, while his friend Mihawk had already thought this way and acted on it over a decade ago. 2 years ago, during the swordsmanship competition, he had even shamelessly conveyed his philosophy to Mihawk. Looking back now, it really seems quite foolish. He didn't know how Mihawk would mock him in private. But this is him, a man born to protect, who could wield his sword to cut down the world for his family. Yet, he could also willingly wear shackles for the sake of his family, just to ensure their safety. Is it simple to kill the person in front of him? Terrag is confident he can take this person down in a short time. But there are still many like Roronoa Zoro in that trash graveyard Mariewa. Can he kill them all? He should be able to, but the cost would be that the things he protects would be lost during this time. 10 years. The hoarse voice represented Terrag's surrender once again since his birth. He still vividly remembers the promise made 6 years ago on Sabaody Archipelago when he first faced Rayleigh. Yet now he's still lost utterly, with no face left to speak of. Roronoa Zoro's eyes brightened, and the right hand resting on his shadow decisively lowered. He knew he had bet correctly. The monkey family. Garp could abandon family for his position, while his son could give up his position for family. If it weren't for the unexpected presence of the Revolutionary Army's dragon, this family would indeed be quite likable. Just 10 years. 10 years later, I promise you the position of admiral, and you will return to the seas. Crash! A heavy pair of shackles was thrown to the ground. The latest research by Vegapunk, made of a purity of 1000% sea prism stone, specifically for capturing top fruit users. Terrag slowly descended, looking at the shackles that would create a deep pit upon impact with the ground. As if the tangible manifestation of killing intent pressed forward towards Roronoa Zoro, his eyes held an unprecedented plea. My daughter is about to be born. I'm sorry. During this time, you cannot see anyone. The world government will also announce your death to the world. Roronoa Zoro was pushed back more than 5 steps by this killing intent, and the overwhelming pressure forced him, proud as he was, to bow his head and apologize to Terrag. This world needs to be thrown into chaos for a short time. The gentleman's plan must not fail, and a stable world is not what they desire at the moment. When people realize that the source of the world's chaos is no longer pirates, who will all the blame be directed at? The things the gentleman is about to do must have someone to take the blame, and the pirates, like dragons crossing the river, are the first choice. So, we cannot allow the vast sea to remain silent because of the existence of a certain person. In the future, several pirates will appear on this sea, and I want all organizations of the world government to refrain from making any destructive strikes against them. This is my final bottom line. Terrag's eyes were bloodshot, and his spatial energy instinctively spread out around him. The first to be affected was the sea stone shackles beneath his feet, which were instantly crushed by the spatial pressure. But it's possible. Roronoa Zoro compromised once again, and he had to compromise, because even the compressed and purified sea stone shackles could only leave a trace on them, even for their most powerful commander. But now, Garp, Machino, my future daughter, and Luffy, Ace, if anything happens to them, I want their lives. Half a month later, under the deliberate promotion of the world government, a shocking piece of news quickly spread throughout the world. Terrag, the man who once brought peace to the 4 seas by himself, has been declared dead. Major newspapers prominently featured this news on their front pages, with eye-catching and shocking headlines. People's hero Terrag falls. World order may change drastically. Once the news broke, the entire world fell into a state of uproar and shock. People in taverns, docks, and islands discussed this unbelievable news, and various speculations and rumors arose. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Mihawk sat quietly on the terrace of a naval fortress in the New World. The warm afternoon sun bathed him, but it couldn't dispel the growing gloom in his heart. The great black sword beside him stood like a silent companion, leaning quietly with its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. A new seagull fluttered over and gently placed the day's newspaper in the designated area. Mihawk casually handed over 50 berries, and the seagull chirped happily. After taking the money and putting it in its chest bag, it bowed in a standard manner and then soared away. Mihawk picked up the newspaper, and his gaze inadvertently swept over the prominent headline occupying the front page. People's hero Terrag falls. World order may change drastically. His eyes instantly froze, and his pupils constricted sharply, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. The newspaper in his hand trembled slightly, and his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. He slowly sat down, leaning forward, and began to carefully read every word on the newspaper. Those words felt like heavy stones pressing down on his heart. His fingers unconsciously tightened, almost crumpling the newspaper. As he read deeper, his brows furrowed tighter, and the veins on his forehead slightly bulged. Scenes of his acquaintance with Terrag flashed through his mind like a slideshow. The intense passion and determination in their eyes during their peak swordsmanship duel. The tenderness and steadfastness in Terrag's eyes when he spoke of family and friends during tranquil nights filled with wine and laughter. Terrag's strength was not only reflected in his extraordinary power, but also in his inner resilience and protection of his loved ones. Mihawk's breathing grew rapid, his chest heaving violently, and the anger in his heart surged like a volcano about to erupt, rolling deep within him. Terrag, how could you possibly die so easily? He gritted his teeth, forcing out these words through clenched jaws, his voice low and filled with anger and reluctance. He suddenly stood up, fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He strode to the edge of the terrace, his eyes fixed fiercely on the distant sea, as if he wanted to pierce through it and reach the depths of the world government's conspiracy. The sea breeze howled past, tousling his hair, but unable to extinguish the burning anger within him. Suddenly, a determined glint flashed in Mihawk's eyes. He turned back to the center of the terrace, gripping the hilt of his great black sword tightly. His arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, and all the power in his body converged into that one strike. Huh! Mihawk shouted. swinging the black sword knight with all his might. A massive sword wave erupted instantly, roaring like a giant dragon, sweeping towards the fortress with endless fury and power. With a sword wave past, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The entire fortress island, in the face of this terrifying sword wave, was easily split in two like fragile tofu. Amidst the tremendous roar, the buildings on the island collapsed, stones flew, and dust filled the air. After a long while, a small sailboat quietly docked at the shore, gently swaying with the waves. Mihawk stood at the bow, his deep and sharp gaze finally witnessing the fortress he had protected for over 2 years. Soon, the sails were raised, and no one knew where he was headed. On another island in the New World, Shanks, who had just experienced a thrilling battle, stood amidst the ruins. The smoke hung in the air like a ghost, and a pungent smell permeated the surroundings. The area was filled with collapsed buildings, and among the debris lay the bodies of pirates in disarray, all showcasing the brutality of the battle. The black cape behind Shanks billowed wildly in the wind, and his eyes revealed the fatigue of having gone through battle. He was indeed the man who fought with Captain Roger for 3 days and nights, almost losing. Looking at the white-haired elder lying in a pool of blood, Shanks smiled with relief. Unfortunately, even though I'm not a part of the new era, at least there is a ship that can accommodate me there. It is better for the remnants of the old era to retreat early. Captain, look at this. At that moment, Jesus Burgess rushed over, waving a newspaper in his hand. His face was a mix of shock and panic, as if the newspaper carried a prophecy of the apocalypse. Jesus Burgess, I'm really tired right now. You might as well go find Beckman for World Intelligence. Shanks replied helplessly, shrugging his shoulders with a pout, looking quite aggrieved. Captain, you should take a look yourself. Jesus Burgess insisted. Behind him, Beckman walked over with a contemplative expression, equally serious. Seeing that even his brain was saying so, Shanks finally became serious and took the newspaper from Jesus Burgess. When the words people's hero Terrag falls, world order may change drastically. Caught his eye, his gaze shifted slightly. However, that momentary fluctuation was like a gentle breeze brushing over a calm lake, brief and subtle. Looking at the report, Shanks chuckled lightly, crumpled the newspaper into a ball, and casually tossed it aside. You two aren't believing what the newspaper says, are you? Shanks looked at the two in surprise. Hey, rather than him dying. I prefer to believe that I have a terminal illness. Jesus Burgess picked up the crumpled newspaper from the ground, hesitating as if wanting to say something. Captain, this is news released by the world government. Could it be false? But the credibility of the words world government itself is not high, right? Shanks scoffed, shaking his head, and then he ignored the two who were worried, walking alone towards the shore. Are you also trapped in a cage and unable to walk out? So I said, there are no true strong ones in this world. The strongest are both ridiculous and pitiful. In Marineford, the atmosphere of chaos and tension permeates every corner. I heard that Admiral Tarlag died. Is that true? A young soldier quietly asked his companion beside him, his eyes filled with confusion and unease. It seems to be true. It was reported in the newspaper. The companion replied, a hint of sadness barely concealed on his face, his voice trembling slightly. How could this happen? Admiral Tarlag was so powerful. He was our idol. The young soldier's words were full of shock and reluctance, his eyes slightly reddening. Maybe the enemies of the world government are just too strong, but I always feel that something is off about this matter. Another soldier said, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, eagerly wanting to hear his insights. Look, the soldier shook the bag in his hand, which contained several limited edition senbei. This is what Admiral Garp had me bring back today. I just want to know whose son died and still had the leisure to eat this. A group of Navy soldiers were stunned. Then they all gave a thumbs up, showing expressions of surprise or admiration. As expected of their hero, Admiral Garp. In the headquarters building, Garp sat alone in his office. The newspaper reporting Tarlag's death was prominently displayed on his desk, glaring and eye-catching. Tarlag, how could you? Garp's voice was hoarse like a worn-out bellows, and that seemingly sorrowful tone echoed in the empty office. A kettle beside him was steaming, and Garp leisurely poured himself another cup of hot tea. He held the teacup carefully, as if it were a rare treasure, bringing it close to his lips and gently blowing on it, afraid of being burned by the scalding liquid again. Suddenly, Garp burst into loud laughter without warning, his laughter echoing through the room, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. A brilliant smile spread across his face. "How could you? Such a fine person. And up in there?" He laughed while teasing, showing no trace of sadness. "I'm almost out of my precious tea. Who am I going to ask for more?" Just then, with a loud bang, the office door was violently pushed open. Sengoku strode in, his face dark enough to drip water, his brows furrowed, and the wrinkles on his forehead seemed to carve out his inner anxiety and anger. As soon as Sengoku entered, he was momentarily stunned by Garp's exaggerated laughter. Frowning, he looked at the teacup in Garp's hand, and his anger flared up. "Garp, do you still have the heart to drink tea and laugh here? What do you think about Tarlag's situation?" Sengoku shouted, his voice filled with suppressed rage, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Garp, however, paid no mind to Sengoku's anger. He slowly set down the teacup, looked up at Sengoku, still wearing that relaxed smile, though his eyes revealed a hint of cunning. "What else is there to think? ISNT at just 10 years in prison? What's the big deal?" At this point, Garp felt a surge of gratitude towards Magellan, the warden of Impelled Down. He thought to himself, that Magellan kid is still reliable. He secretly passed on the information, or else we would have truly been kept in the dark. You say it lightly. We old-timers know he is not dead, and it's no big deal. Sengoku sat down opposite Garp, unceremoniously snatching the hot tea and senbei from his hands and stuffing them into his mouth. "What about those new Navy recruits who came here for inspiration? Where do we leave them?" They looked up to Tarlag as a role model. "Have you thought about how big of a blow this news is to them?" Sengoku's eyes revealed concern as he spoke, occasionally waving the senbei bag in his hand. And the Four Seas, which had just stabilized for a few years, is now in great turmoil. The three emperors are all moving. The 7 warlords are restless. And even my new recruitment plan fell apart because of his death. Sengoku grew more and more agitated, his voice getting louder. "Tell me, what is the big deal about this?" "Huh?" His gaze was fixed on Garp, and if he didn't get the answer he wanted, he might as well forget about the senbei in his cabinet. Garp listened to Sengoku, his smile gradually fading as he slightly lowered his head, falling into a brief contemplation. After a while, he looked up, his expression becoming serious. "Since you're asking so earnestly, then I'll say a few words, In short, to sum it up, Seeing his old buddy's serious demeanor, Sengoku sat up straight. He thought his old friend had suddenly gained insight, and he had to listen attentively, giving him enough face. After all, this kind of thing hadn't happened in 40, 50, or 60 years. Garp blew the foam in his teacup, took a sip, and continued. "I'll keep it brief, but it's a long story. Specifically, this is the situation. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't. I want to explain too much. You can ponder it yourself when you go back." Silence, a deathly silence. Then a world-destroying high note shattered the stillness, causing the whole building to tremble. Garp. In the 6th layer of Impelled Down, infinite hell. This place should be filled with a suffocating heaviness and a strong stench of blood, with despair and pain like invisible shackles enveloping every corner. However, at this moment, it presented a completely different and bizarre scene. Tarlag lay leisurely on a specially made large bed, which looked particularly out of place in this dark environment. He wore a relaxed smile, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection, gazing at the woman in the spatial mirror. "You hang up first." Tarlag's voice was filled with a hint of fondness and teasing. His body was slightly reclined, one hand propping up his head, while the other held a snail phone, his fingers gently stroking its shell as if it were his lover's delicate hand. "No, you hang up first." A woman's playful voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing this, Tarlag's smile widened, his eyes sparkling with happiness. "Then shall we chat a bit longer?" Tarlag said with a smile, his tone filled with anticipation and reluctance. "Yeah, then I'll hang up first." Marjorie wrinkled her nose slightly, pretending to be disgusted, and waved her hand lightly. The gesture seemed casual, but carried a hint of playfulness. Her fingers quickly pressed the hang-up button on the snail phone with clean and swift movements, and then her lips involuntarily curved up, revealing a sweet smile. The first news of her brother's accident came 7 days ago. At that moment, Marjorie's heart felt as if it were tightly grasped by an invisible hand, plunging her into endless panic and worry. For the next second, Tarlag's face appeared in the spatial mirror before her eyes. At that moment, Marjorie felt as if her world had regained its light. Her eyes lit up instantly, the initial fear and worry replaced by surprise. She couldn't wait to approach the spatial mirror, carefully looking at her brother's face, wanting to confirm that he was truly okay. After learning about everything that had happened, a complex emotion surged in Marcy's heart. Her brother had taken on the responsibilities of a son, a father, and a husband, protecting their family well, and she felt proud and honored by him, just when she thought it would be another long separation. Her brother somehow managed to negate the effects of the Sea Tower Stone on himself. Marcy felt both surprised and curious as she listened to her brother recount his experiences. According to him, on the first day he was imprisoned, he used the ability of the dream space on everyone on the 6th floor. This was why they had been able to communicate for 7 days without anyone interrupting or stopping them. Last night, just as she was falling asleep, Marcy felt as if a pair of warm hands were gently stroking her abdomen. The feeling was so real and warm that it brought a happy smile to her face even in her dreams. When she woke up, she immediately thought of her brother, realizing that it was he who had resolved the issue with the surveillance phone bug, returning to her side at the first opportunity. Thinking of this made her cheeks flush, her eyes filled with tenderness. It seemed that nothing had changed from before. Her brother was still there for her at all times. Marcy felt the warmth and reassurance of this special companionship. Furthermore, in this situation, her brother didn't have to work, so he could accompany her even more. Having her own brother, Marcy felt not unhappy at all. In fact, she felt a bit happy. She couldn't help but wonder if it was right to have sent him away after he came out. When their daughter was born and grew up, she would ask her opinion. In the blink of an eye, time passed like a fleeting horse, and it had been 3 years since Tarlag was imprisoned. These 3 years felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's heart in the Navy. Tarlag was the top combat strength of the Navy. His departure was like a towering lighthouse suddenly collapsing, taking away the terrifying absolute suppression that once loomed over the pirates. Like the morning mist, gradually dissipating under the sunlight until it no longer existed. In the past, how overwhelming was the Navy's momentum against the pirates. Yet now, both sides had once again returned to a dangerous balance of tension, neither willing to give way. Not long ago, the shocking personnel changes in the 7 warlords were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. Those rebellious 7 warlords no longer obeyed the Navy's orders, and the world situation instantly felt like a bowstring pulled to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Just at this critical moment, Admiral Sengoku was called to action, officially taking over the crucial position of Fleet Admiral and beginning to showcase his iron-fisted leadership to the world. Along with him, former Rear Admiral Poliusolino, now the Yellow Monkey Admiral, was also promoted. As soon as they took office, they boldly launched the first global conscription. Although the number of strong recruits was limited, it filled the gaps in the grassroots combat strength. This barely stabilized the world's balance, buying some time for respite. 3 months ago, in the Grand Line, on the island of Krakana, the Kingdom of Sizgir was staging a thrilling historical drama. This was originally a peaceful and harmonious place. However, the ideology brought by the Revolutionary Army stirred up waves in this country like stones thrown into a calm lake, ultimately leading to a brutal war. Amidst the flames of war, smoke filled the air, and the sounds of shouting and screams intertwined. The entire kingdom gradually collapsed under the ravages of war, ending with the painful fate of destruction, leaving only broken walls and ruins to tell of its former glory and pain. Soon after, Mihawk, who had transferred his position as a 7 warlord, arrived on this island. He ultimately chose to keep the complete ruins of the kingdom as his home. At the same time, a young boy with 3 swords at his waist accompanied him. The boy stood tall, his eyes shining with a fearless light, though occasionally showing a hint of confusion, as if he almost got lost. No one knew their relationship. They only knew that this boy was a child Mihawk had brought back from the East Blue after 3 years of traveling. "Master, the newspapers say you are the world's greatest swordsman, but why do you always say you are the second?" Zoro put down the newspaper in his hand, frowning in confusion. He never liked these verbose things. The dense text seemed to him like a swarm of annoying little bugs. But this cheap master always forced him to read, saying it was important to understand the dynamics of the world and would help in his training. But now, he couldn't suppress his questions any longer. From his own experiences training with Mihawk, he knew his master's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Every swing of the sword was like art. The fierce sword aura and precise moves deeply impressed him. Moreover, judging from the respect others had for Mihawk and the overwhelming praise, he really couldn't understand who could possibly be better than his cheap master in swordsmanship. Don't ask about things that are useless for swordsmanship. Mihawk frowned slightly, a trace of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He clearly did not like this topic, or rather, he did not want to mention that suddenly vanished man. Shaking the crystal glass in his hand, the pale red wine inside refracted a charming glow in the sunlight. He quietly gazed at the wine in the glass, as if lost in deep memories. An atmosphere of loneliness spread from him like a tide, gradually enveloping Zoro as well. After a long while, Mihawk slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes showing a change for the first time, a flicker of doubt passing by. By the way, how did you manage to get lost in the village for 3 days and almost starve to death? Having taken him as a disciple for over a year, he had watched Zoro grow in his swordsmanship during this time. Whether it was his determination towards the sword, his passionate obsession, or his unwavering will in the face of difficulties, all of it made Mihawk very satisfied. This boy was like an unpolished jade, gradually shining brilliantly under his guidance. However, this troublesome habit of being directionally challenged was like a stubborn stain that couldn't be wiped away, a truly amusing quirk. Upon hearing this, Zoro scratched his head in embarrassment, his face turning red all the way to his ears. Although it was hard to say, it was precisely because he got lost that he was able to meet his master. He recalled that awkward experience in the village, wandering through the intricate alleys with an empty stomach, the feeling of helplessness and confusion still vivid in his memory. But it was that peculiar experience that led him to Mihawk. Perhaps this was fate's arrangement. Damn fate. The only reason I met Mihawk and became his disciple was that he truly thought his friend had died and guarded the sea area of his hometown for 3 years. During this time, Mihawk recalled their last duel and decided to try to change himself, which led to his encounter with Zoro. It must be said that Mihawk's standards are high. Over the course of a year, he traveled to every island in the East Blue, including the hometown of Terrag, Windmill Village. Although he saw many exceptionally talented children, unfortunately, none of them had the talent for swordsmanship. Just when he was about to give up, he met the lost Zoro in Frostmoon Village. This child, just like him, was born to practice swordsmanship, but unfortunately, he was incomplete. East Blue, Windmill Village. The sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting light in the cozy yard. 3-year-old Anshi wore her brother Luffy's straw hat, perched cutely on his head like a little cat. Her rosy little face flushed with excitement. Her chubby little hands tightly grasped Luffy's hair, and her 2 little legs swung in the air. Brother. Her soft voice carried a hint of a spoiled tone. I want that flower. She pointed with a tiny finger at a vibrant wildflower blooming not far away. Her eyes sparkling like they held 2 brilliant little stars, full of longing. I won't. Why should I listen to you? Aren't we all just kids? This was the true reflection of 10-year-old Luffy's inner thoughts. Yet his hands didn't dare slow down. He stretched his right hand out 5 meters, and when he pulled it back, he had already picked the flower and handed it to his sister on his head. Here you go, please, please. Don't cry. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll do it. With a bruised face, Luffy looked at Ace, who was holding a steel pipe in the distance, and his grandfather, who had clenched fists, feeling a pain that had no outlet. Little Anshi was indeed Terrag's daughter, and after her birth, Makino took her back to Windmill Village. As her bodyguard and companion, Garp also applied for an indefinite leave again, claiming it was to mourn his deceased son. The real reason, as he told Sengoku, was, in the monkey family, there hasn't been a girl for 3 generations, so you can keep rolling here. I'm going home to enjoy family happiness. Ha 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 ha. Little Anshi took the flower, laughing happily, bringing it to her nose to smell, looking incredibly cute. Thank you, Brother Luffy. You're the best. When she climbed down from Luffy's head, Ace and Garp reached out a hand from a distance, as if afraid she would fall. Fortunately, Luffy had taken enough beatings to develop muscle memory, instinctively catching little Anchi, thus avoiding a brutal scene. Luffy watched little Anchi, who was bouncing around the yard with the wildflower, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But that twitch pulled at the wound on his face, causing him to hiss in pain, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly. I have to take beatings when Uncle is around, and I still have to take beatings after Uncle dies. Isn't that just a waste of his death? Beside him, Lucario stood quietly next to the little master, its deep eyes filled with concern, as if it could see through the little master's inner struggles. It extended its thick paw and gently patted the little master's shoulder, trying to offer comfort. The deep voice generated by the power of aura was filled with sincerity. Little master, you still have me. Luffy's ears twitched slightly, his mouth twitched, and he glanced at Lucario, as if saying, what you said is no different from not saying anything. He knew very well that although Lucario was loyal against the powerful grandfather, the two of them together would only end up taking beatings. Thinking of his grandfather's iron-fisted punches, Luffy couldn't help but shiver, recalling images of himself and Lucario being beaten black and blue. Just then, Ace strode over. His gaze was drawn to Anchi, rolling in the flowers. His eyes filled with affection, as if he were looking at the most precious treasure in the world, unwilling to look away for even a moment. Luffy. Ace's voice carried an undeniable tone. She is our sister. You have to treat her like I treat you, understand? Luffy instinctively took a step aside, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a watermelon inside, his face filled with disbelief. Countless images flashed through his mind. The painful experiences of being beaten by Ace replaying like a slideshow. He inwardly cried out, if I dare treat Sister Anchi like that, wouldn't Grandpa and you tear me apart? Seeing Luffy's expression, Ace understood perfectly what he was thinking. A slight smile appeared on Ace's lips, slightly mischievous. Then, he suddenly swung a fist, landing a solid bang on Luffy's head. Luffy's scream hadn't even had time to escape before it was forcibly stifled. He covered the new bump on his head, tears welling up in his eyes, looking at Ace with a wronged expression, needing a reasonable explanation. To this, Ace, as if nothing had happened, said expressionlessly, I've been learning etiquette from Aunt Makino lately. The past is like smoke, don't mention it again. Luffy sniffed, pointing at the bump on his head, his expression as if he had suffered a great injustice, as if saying, is this the result of your learning? Ace ignored Luffy's complaints. His attention was fully occupied by Anchi not far away, and his thoughts gradually drifted. He had always lived in the shadows. The secret of being the son of Pirate King Roger, like a heavy mountain pressing on his heart. He felt confused about his identity, unsure whether his existence was a blessing or a curse. Besides Luffy, he always maintained a distance from those around him, fearing he would bring disaster to others. He struggled in the whirlpool of self-identity, mentally exhausted like thorns entangling him. However, Anchi's birth changed everything. When he first saw the rosy little baby, a hard corner in his heart began to melt. Anchi was like a little sun, every smile, every babble, and every wobbly step filled with innocence. 3-year-old Anchi saw the world as so simple and beautiful. She would get excited over a wildflower, freely expressing her affection to Ace. The calls of Brother Ace were like heavenly music, making him realize that life itself is so pure and should not be overshadowed by the gloom of the past. He began to care less about his identity because little Anchi showed him that new life has infinite possibilities, unbound by any preconceived notions or sins. Little Anchi's unguarded closeness made Ace fully understand the meaning of love and protection. Looking at little Anchi, he seemed to see another side of life. He decided to let go of the heavy past, just like protecting Anchi's innocence, guarding his deep yearning for beauty and freedom. He hoped he could embrace his life like Anchi embraced the world, breaking free from the shackles of the past and moving towards the light. Luffy! Ace suddenly shouted out of nowhere, his voice startlingly loud, causing Luffy to shiver. Just as Luffy was about to shout back, he was met with Ace's fiery gaze, burning like flames, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Ace, are you burning up? Luffy cautiously reached out a hand and placed it on Ace's forehead, which felt exceptionally cool. Unlike before, Ace didn't get angry and teach him a lesson because of Luffy's strange thought process. On the contrary, His heart was filled with excitement, and he shouted loudly again, "Luffy, it's so good to have you all here." His hearty laughter echoed in the air. Luffy was stunned, trying hard to recall when was the last time Ace laughed so freely. After thinking for a long time, he realized he had no such memory at all. He looked at the somewhat inexplicable yet vibrant Ace in front of him, feeling that he seemed different from before. The change radiating from within made Luffy feel both strange and somewhat relieved. In the distance, observing the scene before him, Garp withdrew his gaze from Ace, a different kind of smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Roger, your son has come out." In the 4th year of the imprisonment of Terrag, on the Grand Line on Magnetic Drum Island, a snowstorm raged like the end of the world, and the entire world seemed to be shrouded in white terror. On the eastern side of the island, a blue-nosed tanuki lay bloodied in the snow. When Chopper was born, his blue nose caused a stir and rejection among the reindeer. After his parents' attempts to hide him failed, they chose to abandon him. Whenever Chopper and his master approached other young deer to play, they would always be met with antler jabs and bursts of mockery. "Stay away from us, freak." Helpless, he could only search for food at the edge of the herd, eating the leftover twigs and leaves of other deer to survive. Unfortunately, after accidentally eating a strange-tasting fruit, Chopper's body underwent a tremendous change. He was officially driven away from the herd by the leader, labeled as a monster, and forbidden to approach. Not long after leaving the herd, Chopper saw a human camp at the edge of the forest, driven by hunger to take the risk of getting closer. Chopper thought that with a human appearance and language, even if he couldn't coexist peacefully with them, he wouldn't be harmed. But unexpectedly, what greeted him were cold weapons and the most vicious words. "Monster." Stones rained down on him. An arrow grazed his body, and in his panic to escape, he accidentally fell into a trap set by hunters. Sharp wooden stakes piercing his body, blood gushing out. After finally escaping the trap, he lost his way in the snowstorm and eventually lay helplessly in an unfamiliar forest. At that moment, Chopper fully understood that in everyone's eyes, he was merely an outlier. His body trembled slightly in the cold wind, his eyes filled with fear, despair, and a deep distrust of this world. His already fragile heart was now riddled with wounds, abandoned by his parents, discriminated against by the herd, and endlessly hurt in the human world. These experiences were like sharp blades, carving unhealable scars on his heart. And in this snowstorm, Dr. Hilialik was also running through the snow, sometimes slipping. Suddenly, he stumbled, and things fell out of his old backpack, a few medical books, and some simple medical tools. He glanced back at the relentless guards pursuing him, his eyes filled with anxiety and reluctance. But he dared not stop for a moment. The gears of fate were entwined at this moment, quietly turning in this icy world, intertwining two lonely souls together. In the forest. "Don't come any closer. You all want to hurt me." Chopper shouted loudly, his gaze fixed on the gun in Hilialik's hand. It was this thing that had easily pierced his skin, leaving an indelible wound in his heart. Hilialik dodged Chopper's attacks while shouting, "Little guy, I 1T hurt you, calm down." At this moment, Chopper, driven by fear and hatred, had lost his rationality, recklessly charging at Hilialik regardless of his injuries. "I told you to stop, you'll die." Hilialik frowned. The injuries on the little guy were very severe, and he couldn't let it continue like this. He took a deep breath and, after dodging Chopper's charge again, quickly took off his clothes and pants and threw them aside. In the biting cold wind, Hilialik opened his arms, revealing himself to Chopper. "Look, I mean no harm. I absolutely 1T shoot you." Perhaps sensing Hilialik's sincerity, Chopper finally stopped attacking. As his consciousness gradually blurred, he stumbled and fell to the ground, his slowly closing eyes reflecting Hilialik's worried expression. This human is so strange. When Chopper woke up from his unconsciousness, he saw bread placed beside him. At that moment, a mix of emotions surged within him. The moment he bit into the bread, all the grievances, feelings of being touched, and the longing for warmth burst forth like a flood, and tears streamed down his face. Hilialik walked in, smiling, and said, "You're awake. Were you starving? Eat more." Chopper choked out, "Why did you save me?" Hilialik patted his head, "Because we're the same. We are both lonely people. From now on, you can stay here." From then on, Chopper lived in Hilialik's home, beginning the warmest period of his life. In the unknown seas of the Grand Line, The sea breeze howled. Teacher, you're amazing. All 3 admirals of the Navy now are your students. You must be very proud. Ein stood at the edge of the ship, her sea blue hair dancing in the wind, a few strands playfully brushing her cheek. In her gem-like, sparkling blue eyes, admiration shone brightly as she looked at Zephyr with respect. The blue cloak she wore rustled in the sea breeze, perfectly covering her figure outlined by a purple vest and black shorts, only occasionally revealing a small section of her long, fair thighs. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zephyr raised an eyebrow upon hearing Ein's words, a complex expression flickering across his weathered face. Proud? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he silently cursed in his heart. Proud of those 3 guys? One charges head first like a bull, not caring about anything. One is always slacking off as if the sky is falling and it doesn't concern him. And one is always lethargic and disheveled. Oomph. Zephyr slowly took off his sunglasses, a hint of imperceptible light flashing in his deep eyes. And he gave on a meaningful glance, as if saying, "What are you joking about?" This look made Ein instinctively shrink her neck, as she seemed to realize she had said something she shouldn't have. Ein, we're just younger than them. In a few years, we will definitely be as formidable as those 3, Ben said while wildly waving his long arms. His long limbs made him quite striking, comparable to Kage, but his expression bore a hint of youthful arrogance. Ben's originally slender eyes narrowed even further with excitement, his mouth curving upward to reveal a set of white teeth, exuding an air of excessive confidence. As a young man, he was clearly a bit carried away, especially since he was tied for first place with Ein in the officer training camp. Ein looked at him helplessly, covering her face with her hand, secretly sighing, "What on earth allows this obviously problematic IQ guy to be on par with me? Is it just this inexplicable confidence? But you're growing, and he's getting stronger too, right?" Ein lowered her hand and furrowed her brows, looking at Ben's with worry in her eyes. She truly couldn't understand Ben's blind optimism. In her view, catching up to the strength of the 3 major admirals of the Navy was not something that could be easily achieved. It required immense effort and countless hardships. "I think you're wrong, Ein. You have to think this way. What if they suddenly die one day? Can we still not catch up to them?" Benz shrugged indifferently, as if what he said was the most normal thing in the world. Cough, cough, cough. A sudden, intense coughing broke the conversation, coming from Zephyr, who had remained silent until now. His body trembled slightly, one hand covering his mouth while the other waved in the air, as if trying to dispel the awkward and absurd atmosphere. He frowned, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, thinking, this batch of students is quite manageable, much easier to handle than Terra and their generation, which is quite reassuring. But their thought processes are truly bizarre. If they could be a bit more normal, that would be even better. This is the first time I'm taking you out for sea practice, so take it seriously and don't think about useless things. Zephyr's gaze turned stern, like 2 sharp knives sweeping over Ein and Ben's, causing both to shiver and quickly compose themselves, standing straight. The noise between teacher and students made this dangerous sea area feel much more peaceful. Meanwhile, 10 nautical miles away from the training ship, led by Zephyr, a deep and penetrating sound suddenly reverberated, causing the entire space to seem to come alive and begin shaking violently. Waves of visible disturbances spread out in a chaotic yet destructive manner. Wherever they passed, the sea seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, creating massive whirlpools as waves crashed violently against the ships, as if trying to drag everything into the endless abyss. On a uniquely shaped pirate ship stood a tall and robust man, Weevil. His face was broad and rough, with chaotic eyes beneath thick brows, as if his mind had yet to awaken. His large mouth was always slightly open, revealing a set of uneven teeth, drool dripping down to his exposed chest. At that moment, upon hearing the sound of the disturbance, he jumped up excitedly, shouting like a child, "Mom, it's shaking. Is Dad here to pick us up?" The woman whom Weevil referred to as Mom was named Miss Backen. She was a sharp-eyed woman, with deep marks etched into her face by time. But this did not diminish her shrewdness. Her brows were tightly knit, and her eyes were filled with vigilance and concern. Upon hearing Weevil's words, she huffed and scolded. "You fool, that's not your dad. It's danger. Get ready for battle." Although her voice was sharp, it carried an undeniable authority, reflecting her usual attitude when disciplining Weevil. "Mom, don't be angry. I'll kill the imposter who pretends to be Dad." Weevil sniffled, picking up a weapon that closely resembled the Tian Song Yun Chia wielded by Whitebeard, pointing it at the distant sky. "Come out. Whoever's pretending to be my dad, get out here." In the clouds, there was a mirror showing a disheveled man who was lazily lying in bed, fiddling with his fingers. "Ha!" Terrag rubbed his perpetually sleepy eyes, looking bored at the images playing on the spatial mirror. He had been living quite comfortably in solitary confinement for the past few years, with everything handed to him. But since he had been imprisoned, he had been lying there for 4 years, and if he didn't find something to do soon, he feared his limbs would start to atrophy. His wife and daughter were taking a bath, and he had intended to catch up with Zephyr, but he didn't expect to run into this incident. Watching Weevil shouting from the spatial mirror, Terrag couldn't help but think that he couldn't imagine Zephyr being defeated by him. Was it because of that woman? Back in Gom's Tusi, once a member of the Rocks Pirates, an ancient vampire race, due to her special abilities, she was mistaken for a devil fruit user and became famous as Miss Backen. Terrag glanced at the alluring woman on the old bounty notice in his hand, then looked at the short old woman in the spatial mirror, involuntarily shivering. This world really is bizarre. Once you reach a certain age, the changes in body and appearance are so drastic that you might not even recognize yourself. Thinking of this, Terrag was secretly glad that on the day his daughter was born, he had given the youth-preserving potion he received as a reward from the system to Makino. "All right, I've organized all the information. There shouldn't be any accidental killings." Terrag stretched lazily, sitting up from his bed, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He looked at the scene in the spatial mirror, with Weevil flailing and Backen looking shrewd, yet anxious, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile that was more chilling than warm. He slowly raised his hand, his long fingers gently waving in the air as if playing a silent death tune. With his movements, the surrounding air began to ripple strangely, and the images in the spatial mirror slightly distorted. Above the turbulent waters where Weevil and Backen were, the already restless clouds became even more tumultuous. Lightning flickered ominously within the clouds, as if the heavens were angrily roaring in anticipation of the impending disaster. Suddenly, the ship beneath Weevil's feet shook violently, and he stumbled, nearly falling. "Mom, what's happening?" he shouted in panic, fear finally appearing in his chaotic eyes. Backen's brows furrowed even tighter as she sensed a powerful force approaching, a foreboding feeling welling up in her heart. "Shut up, Weevil. Find the enemy first." However, their resistance was futile. Terrag's power descended like a giant hand from the abyss, forcefully pressing down on them. The seawater seemed to receive orders, starting to spin wildly, forming a massive water tornado. The tornado rushed towards Weevil and Backen's ship at an astonishing speed, tearing everything apart in its path. Weevil swung his weapon resembling the Tian Song Yun Chia, attempting to cleave through the water tornado. But his attacks were as ineffective as an ant trying to shake a tree. The water tornado directly sucked the ship into its vortex and under the immense force, the vessel disintegrated in an instant. Weevil and Backen were engulfed by the surging sea, struggling and shouting, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the waves. Terrag watched the scene of the two struggling in the water through the spatial mirror, his gaze showing no sign of fluctuation. He waved his hand gently, and the sea transformed into a gigantic cage, tightly trapping Weevil and by10, continuously pressing them down. As the depth increased, the water pressure grew stronger, and Weevil and by10's bodies began to succumb, bubbles constantly escaping from their mouths, the vitality in their eyes gradually fading. In the end, they were mercilessly pressed into the deepest part of the sea, and the water returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But beneath that sea, two souls were forever buried. Terrag looked at the calm sea surface in the spatial mirror with satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "Boring for years in prison." And the fruit ability awakened. What should I do with my time afterwards? After venting a complaint to the silent system in his mind, he yawned and lay back down on the bed. Standing up for a whole minute today was truly exhausting. He needed to rest. The image in the spatial mirror gradually faded, leaving him alone in the dark cell, once again stepping into the 6 years of idle time ahead. On the Grand Line, in front of the castle on Magnadrum Island. So no one is sick, I was just deceived. That's great, I thought the country was in trouble. Amidst the flying snow, Dr. Hiliulik stood like a towering mountain, fearlessly facing the black muzzles of hundreds of guns. His figure appeared somewhat thin in the wind and snow, his worn clothes rustling in the fierce wind. He slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the armed soldiers, and calmly spoke. When do you think a person will die? His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears in the blizzard. Then, as if asking and answering himself, he continued, Is it when the heart is pierced by a bullet? He paused, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. No. The wind grew fiercer, blowing his white hair, a hint of reminiscence appearing on his face. Is it when one is afflicted with an incurable disease? No. Is it after drinking a poisonous mushroom soup? A hint of warmth flashed in his eyes, a longing and comfort for Chopper. None of them. But rather, it's when one is forgotten by the world. Dr. Hiliulik slowly sat down on the cold snow in front of everyone. He gently opened his handbag, which seemed to carry the dreams and hopes of his entire life. He carefully took out a bottle of sake, a specially made bomb drink. The liquid swayed slightly in the bottle, reflecting a dangerous light. He gripped the bottle tightly, a reluctant look in his eyes, but more so a determination. Even if I am no longer here, my dream will still be realized. He lifted his head, looking toward the castle, as if seeing the pained faces of the 6 citizens inside. The 6 souls of the citizens will also be saved. With one final shout, Dr. Hiliulik downed the drink in one go. The liquid flowed down his throat. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and his eyes sparkled. My life is truly beautiful. Thank you, Chopper. Boom. From then on, the world lost a mediocre doctor, but gained an eternity. The biting wind and snow howled between heaven and earth, as if wanting to swallow everything in the world. Chopper's small figure appeared so lonely and helpless in the storm. Please, I want to be a doctor. His tiny paws tightly grasped a skull flag, the relic left to him by Dr. Hiliulik, the only support in his heart at that moment. He raised the skull flag high, desperately waving it in the wind and snow, as if wanting Dr. Hiliulik to see it in heaven. Tears welled up in his eyes, but the cold was so intense that the tears froze before they could fall. His frail body trembled incessantly, a deep-seated quivering from the fear and confusion of losing the most important person. Every shout of his was tinged with a cry, his tender voice torn apart by the raging wind. I want to become a panacea, a doctor who can cure any illness, a doctor who can even heal the country's maladies. Because there is no illness in this world that cannot be cured. In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, 6 years had passed since Terrag was imprisoned. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, this massive fortress standing beneath Marineford seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom. Sengoku stood in the command room, surrounded by busy Navy soldiers. Intelligence reports flying in like snowflakes. It was hard to imagine that the fleet sent to the New World had been completely sunk. Sengoku's voice was low and hoarse, as if every word carried a heavy burden. His thick brows were tightly knitted together, forming deep grooves, the veins on his forehead faintly throbbing, revealing his inner anxiety. He had thought being a general was already very tough, battling fiercely with pirates on the battlefield, each fight teetering on the edge of life and death. But now, as a fleet admiral, he had even less time to rest, truly experiencing what it meant to be physically and mentally exhausted, his eyes filled with bloodshot marks, the traces of countless sleepless nights. Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom, what are the 3 of you planning? Sengoku seemed to be questioning, yet also talking to himself. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His gaze was fixed on the nautical map on the wall, the figures of these 3 constantly surfacing in his mind. Shanks, the rising star of the world, Kaido, known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, and Big Mom, nicknamed the Iron Balloon. These 3 were all headaches for Sengoku, yet he had to take them seriously. Are we going to break this hard-won balance once again? A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. This hard-won balance was the result of the Navy's efforts in recent years. If possible, He truly hoped that nothing would happen on the seas before that man was released, because every disturbance meant countless sacrifices and disasters. Looking at the latest intelligence report in his hand, Sengoku understood. At this point, even if they dispatched all of the Navy's forces, it would likely be impossible to prevent the meeting of the three. The intelligence paper rustled in his hand. Fortunately, the man known as the strongest in the world had not moved. Otherwise, the sky would truly be in danger of collapsing. Sengoku let out a slight breath of relief, but it was only a brief relaxation, as his expression remained grave, for the situation before him was already critically urgent. Just then, Rear Admiral Tsuru walked in, her expression equally serious. Sengoku, the situation is worse than we imagined. According to the latest news, abnormal weather phenomena have appeared around the meeting place, and the magnetic field has become chaotic, making it difficult for our intelligence personnel to get closer. Sengoku furrowed his brow. It seems they were well prepared and don't want us to know their plans. He paced back and forth, contemplating the next course of action. We cannot sit idly by. We must take action. Sengoku stopped, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Notify the three admirals. Return to headquarters immediately to discuss countermeasures, and instruct the Navy branches everywhere to strengthen their vigilance, ready to respond to any potential crisis. All right, I'll go right away. And by the way, I'll call that old bastard car back too. The advisor Crane nodded and turned to convey the orders. In a certain sea area of the New World, it was as if the end of the world was being rehearsed. Heavy dark clouds piled up in the sky, completely blocking out the sunlight, enveloping the entire world in a suffocating darkness. Lightning and thunder wreaked havoc in this darkness, illuminating the entire sea area with a pale light. The pitch-black water radiated a breath of death as Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom's ships drew closer to each other. The powerful auras attacking from three directions were like three unparalleled blades, fiercely stabbing towards the center of the sea area, stirring up the already violent air currents. The clouds in the sky were completely torn apart, like fragile fabric, shredded into pieces under the powerful force, constantly surging. The strong winds howled and whistled through the broken clouds, intensifying the terrifying and tense atmosphere. Shanks stood alone at the bow of the ship, his red hair flying wildly in the fierce wind. 6 years had passed, and the passage of time had left some marks on his face, signs of maturity. His gaze had become deeper, and the once slightly youthful appearance was now replaced by determination. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up, carrying a hint of an elusive smile, a display of confidence regarding the upcoming meeting. Hey, hey! A deep and rich laughter broke the brief silence. The owner of the voice being Kaido, who had come alone. His massive body exuded a chilling sense of oppression, and each step he took on the deck made the ship tremble slightly, as if it were bearing the weight of a moving small mountain. Red Air Kid, you called us here. You'd better have a good reason. Kaido questioned in a deep voice, his voice like thunder echoing across the sea, vibrating the surrounding air. There was a clear sense of dissatisfaction and provocation in his tone, suggesting that a disagreement could lead to violence. In response, Shanks simply smiled lightly, that smile like warm sunshine breaking through the dark clouds, showing no signs of being affected by Kaido's imposing presence. His gaze subtly landed on the scars exposed on Kaido's chest, with a teasing hint, Kaido, those scars on your chest suit you well. His voice was very calm, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears amidst the chaos of the roaring wind and waves. Ah, thinking back now still hurts a bit. After all, your masterpiece is included here. Kaido did not fly into a rage at Shanks' teasing. His muscular hand slowly stroked the eye-catching scar on his chest. The scar resembled a winding giant python, extending from his left chest all the way to his right side, almost cutting his iron-like body in half. His rough fingers traced the scar's texture, and his gaze became somewhat distant as he fell into memories of the past. I still can't believe that a man like Targaryen just died quietly. Kaido slowly shook his head, a trace of imperceptible fear flashing in his eyes. It was a deep reverence for the name Targaryen. Even though the person had passed away, that fear still lingered, haunting his heart. Mama, mama. At that moment, Big Mom's distinctive laughter came through. Such an outstanding man, yet he didn't leave behind his genes. What loss for the whole world. Don't you think so, Smoothie? The name Targaryen successfully triggered Big Mom's memories, her massive body swaying slightly, her eyes gleaming with greed. Why didn't you get pregnant with this child? Are you defying my decision? Huh? Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, Smoothie trembled violently, almost dropping the donut in her hand. Her long legs felt weak, and her originally tall figure now seemed somewhat unsteady. I'm sorry. Mom, I didn't want to. Smoothie's eyes were filled with guilt and fear. 6 years ago, she had failed to complete her mission and did not obtain Targaryen's genes, only to receive news of his death. Fortunately, her mother had suffered from a food-related illness at that time, forgetting to punish her, which allowed her to escape disaster. Later, with the help of her brother Katakuri, she was reassigned from Whole Cake Island and had not appeared in her mother's sight for 6 years. She thought the matter had been forgotten, but unexpectedly, it was brought up again today. According to the rules, I should take away 50 years of your lifespan. Considering you're one of my few excellent daughters, I'll just take 30 years. Mama. Big Mom's eyes were bloodshot, making it clear that she still coveted Targaryen's genes. Katakuri frowned beside her, fully aware of how terrifying Big Mom's soul extraction punishment could be. Looking at Smoothie's terrified expression, he felt reluctant. He stepped forward, wanting to stop his mother's insane actions. Mom, please calm down. Smoothie has already done her best. His voice was steady and firm, trying to get Big Mom to calm down. Besides, even if that man were still alive, Smoothie wouldn't have a chance. Katakuri had close contact with Targaryen and knew more about his character than his mother. He glanced at his kneeling sister, but shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he looked down on his sister. Smoothie, whether in strength, appearance, or background, could be considered one of the best in the world. However, Katakuri had recently received intelligence regarding the protagonist of the recent upheaval involving the 7 warlords, the Empress Boa Hancock, the woman known as the most beautiful in the world, with strength and beauty surpassing his sister, had also been rejected by that man. So he felt compelled to say that Smoothie had no chance whatsoever. However, upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom's eyes instantly turned fierce. Her mountain-like body trembled violently with rage, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite with her anger. Katakuri, do you dare defy me? She roared, her voice like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Katakuri's heart. Katakuri met his mother's furious gaze without backing down, fearlessly staring at Big Mom. Mom, Smoothie is our family, my sister, your daughter. Such punishment is too cruel. Big Mom snorted coldly, her anger intensifying. As my most trusted son, you dare to question my decision? Get back. With a wave of her massive hand, a powerful force surged towards Katakuri. Feeling the pressure of that force, Katakuri reluctantly stepped back. I'm sorry. I did my best. He clenched his fists, looking at Smoothie, his eyes filled with guilt and helplessness. It's okay. Thank you, brother. Smoothie tried her best to put a smile on her face. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't manage it. Looking back at her silent siblings, she felt an indescribable emotion for Katakuri for the first time. On the other side, Big Mom ignored Katakuri again and turned her gaze to Smoothie, extending her enormous palm and swinging it fiercely towards her. A dim white light shot from her hand, instantly penetrating Smoothie's body. Smoothie let out a painful scream, feeling as if her soul was being violently grasped by an invisible hand, and a part of it was forcefully drawn away. That extraction took 30 years of her life. Her body became even weaker, her face pale as paper, as if she had aged decades in an instant, and the light in her eyes dimmed, leaving only endless fear and despair. What a good show to watch. Shanks' mouth curled up slightly, revealing his signature smile, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. He truly couldn't understand Big Mom's pre-battle maneuver of taking down the general first. Katakuri, why not bring your sister onto my ship? Ha ha ha. Shanks shouted half-jokingly. He knew very well that this was absolutely impossible. But if he didn't throw this line out, it felt like there was something missing at the feast, as if the favorite dish was absent, making it less enjoyable. Sorry, Shanks, even if she is willful, she is still our mother. Katakuri's expression was serious, a flash of red light like flames flickering in his eyes. For some reason, his ability to foresee the future which he had always been proud of, seemed to vanish without a trace in front of this man. Was this a coincidence or some kind of irresistible inevitability? Katakuri furrowed his brow tightly. He couldn't understand. But one thing he was certain of was that this man's strength was definitely above his own. Huh, your words are somewhat similar to that man's. Sometimes I really envy your mother and Whitebeard. Unfazed by Katakuri's outright rejection, Shanks instead fell into memories, his eyes filled with sentiment. A figure with a head like a pineapple gradually became clearer in his mind. Hey, Captain, according to Tarlag, after today, I will be your vice commander. What does that make me in your eyes? Beckman leaned against the railing nearby, a cigarette in his mouth, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly offended by Shanks' reaction. Sorry, I got a bit carried away for a moment. Shanks awkwardly chuckled, scratching the back of his head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Compared to the imposing Kaido and big MOM across from him, Shanks seemed to lack some of the kingly dignity. At this moment, if Rayleigh were here, he might smile with great satisfaction, because Shanks' every word and action now resembled that of the former Captain Roger. Oh ho ho ho. A low, deep laugh came. Red Air Kid, I think I just heard some incredible news. Kaido's massive body swayed slightly as he took a few gulps from the wine gourd at his waist. Then, his eyes widened, seeming to burn with two flames of anger ignited by Beckman's words. Kid, do you think you can stand on equal footing with us? Hey, old lady, still eating your disgusting sweets? But someone is trying to step on our heads. Kaido picked up the enormous kanabo beside him and propped himself up forcefully. Then, as if venting his anger, he smashed the wine gourd violently towards the Queen's hymn on the left. A few days ago, he and Charlotte Linlin both received a message from Shanks. The letter didn't specify the purpose of the meeting, but among some nostalgic words, Kaido remembered the most clearly was, "Give me some face." Now, with Beckman mentioning the word vice commander, everything finally made sense to him. He felt like he had been played, yet couldn't find any evidence. In the current pirate world, only three can reign over the second half of the Grand Line like emperors. Known as the three emperors by the world, Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard, with only the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea able to rival them. If the balance among these three powers is lost, the resulting force could collapse the entire world's balance. Now, Sengoku's greatest concern had indeed come true. The war between the emperors had begun as if it were child's play. Beckman's gaze was sharp as an eagle, and he suddenly pointed his spear forward. The spear transformed into a streak of lightning piercing the sky, and where the spear tip pointed, it simultaneously enveloped all of Big Mom's proud sweet commanders within its attack range. I advise you not to move. Beckman slowly exhaled a smoke ring, casually firing a shot as a demonstration. Katakuri furrowed his brow. His observation haki, honed to perfection, was now fully operational. You two be careful. The sea stone bullets are infused with the strongest armament haki. Getting hit will either mean death or serious injury. He knew well how formidable Beckman was. That seemingly casual shot was actually laced with endless killing intent. A slight mistake could pierce his heart. Next to him, Cracker looked terrified. The experience of nearly being devoured by Tarlag seemed to replay vividly before his eyes. His body trembled slightly, cold sweat continuously oozing from his forehead, tightly gripping his weapon as if seeking a bit of security from it. He kept muttering in his heart, "How could this guy be so strong? I don't want to experience that feeling of being on the brink of death again." On the other side, although Smoothie maintained a calm expression, her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner tension. Time had left its marks on her. Aging made her movements no longer as agile as in her youth. I'm useless. I didn't complete Mom's task. Just like Katakuri would quietly retreat to the small house he created with his powers at specific times, enjoying afternoon tea. Smoothie also had her own unique hobby. She loved spending time with BRLE. It was because BRLE had countless mirrors, which for Smoothie were like doors to a mysterious world. In the mirror space, uninterrupted, she could admire her own beauty without reservation. Her long legs, carved like white jade, her tender skin glowing with health, and her stunning beauty, each aspect was her pride and treasure. But now, fate had played a cruel joke on her. In her prime, life was like a candle in the wind, dwindling, and her beauty was gradually fading. She was grateful for Katakuri's bravery and righteous words. But who could have imagined that this not only failed to save her, but instead, like throwing a boulder in a surging waves, completely enraged Mom. No one expected it, right? Mom said she would extract 30 years of life, yet now it turned into 50. Smoothie's eyes were filled with endless sorrow and helplessness. She felt like a leaf shivering in the autumn wind, nearing the end of its life. She is still able to maintain her actions purely due to her ironclad will, which rivals that of any man. But no matter what, I must do one last thing for my mother before I can die. A glimmer of determination flashed in Smoothie's eyes. Not long ago, Katakuri's fruit ability awakened, and that shocking scene stunned everyone. But who would have thought that Smoothie had already awakened 6 years ago, ahead of everyone else at the Navy's new school? She had kept this secret buried deep in her heart, telling no one except for that man who is rumored to be dead. This is because her squeeze fruit ability, once awakened, became incredibly terrifying, no longer squeezing the things of the world, but squeezing herself, her blood, her life, even her soul. Each use felt like a cruel deal with the Grim Reaper. Katakuri, hold him off for me. Smoothie's figure darted backward like a flash of lightning. She needed some time to summon her final power. Her eyes were filled with urgency and determination, a resolve to burn her boats. Smoothie you? Katakuri's fangs were hidden beneath his black and white scarf, his brow furrowed in confusion as he watched his sister leave the battlefield. He didn't understand what his sister was planning to do, but he chose to trust her. After all, she had always been the closest person to him. Cracker, help me. Giant Machi. Katakuri crossed his arms, veins bulging on his forehead, using all his strength to summon 2 giant Machi arms in the space near Beckman. The arms emanated a powerful aura, and after being infused with haki, they swung violently toward Beckman. On the other side, Cracker, who was called out, also dared not continue to fish in troubled waters. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly summoned dozens of Cookie soldiers. The Cookie soldiers lined up neatly, like a well-trained army, charging toward Beckman's position. This is a bit tricky. Beckman faced 2 suddenly rampaging foes, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. His expression grew extremely serious. The previously relaxed demeanor vanished. He knew that the combined strength of these 2 was not to be underestimated. Even he could only manage to cope. Moreover, there was still one guy who had disappeared, which felt like a huge stone hanging over his heart, distracting him. Beckman gritted his teeth, silently vowing, I don't seek to defeat these 3, but as long as I can ensure they don't interfere with the battles of other officers, that will be my victory. He took a deep breath, adjusting his state. This was a difficult battle. He had to ensure that every move he made was precise and that every attack was calculated to the last detail. Only then could he keep everything firmly under his control. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Jesus Burgess and others charged toward Big Mom's Queen's Hymn like tigers among sheep. Their eyes were filled with fervor and excitement, a thirst for battle and the exhilaration of fulfilling a promise made years ago. Wherever Shanks pointed his long sword, there would surely be their charge into the fray. They had endured through the years, overcoming countless hardships, just to assist Shanks in becoming king today. Each of them was like a drawn blade, stirring up a storm of blood in the enemy's camp. Do not doubt their strength. The elite route taken by the red-haired pirates is fundamentally different from the heavy armed forces of Kaido and Big Mom. These powerful elite officers were the reason why Shanks, who had nothing but officers, could stand on equal footing with them after Kaido had the Beast Pirates and Big Mom had countless subjects, and Whitebeard had set up 16 division commanders. Furthermore, Big Mom's forces this time were few, and Kaido had come alone. So the scales of victory had already begun to tip in favor of the red-haired pirates. But that said, the key to this battle still lies with Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom, who were already engaged in combat. At this moment, the battle among the 3 was like a storm that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Each clash could trigger violent tremors throughout this world. The dark clouds in the sky had long since vanished amidst their collisions, as if driven away by their immense power. Although it was somewhat hasty, the wheels of the era had begun to turn, and it was time for me to take a step forward. In the kingdom of Goa, nobles become true nobles at the age of 18. Upholding their brother's last wish, Ace and Luffy decided to set sail at 17. And next year, The 7th year since Terrag's imprisonment will be the time Ace sets sail. A slight smile crept onto Shanks' lips. He had promised that man he would become the 4th emperor reigning over the Grand Line before his 2 nephews set sail. With Shanks unleashing his all-out god's avoidance, the entire sky was dyed blood red. That red was like a burning flame, as if the sky was about to be split open by this power at any moment. Red hair brat, I admit you're no less than Roger now. Kaido's massive body resembled a moving mountain, his eyes filled with wildness and dominance, continuously roaring like thunder. Deafening, bring forth calamity, descend upon the 3 worlds. Kaido roared, his kanabo carrying thousands of thunders, smashing into the blood red ahead. The pressure of the wind spreading like sharp blades. Mama, mama, Big, laughed maniacally, her laughter echoing across the battlefield like a ghost. Napoleon. Yes, Mama. The hat that had been sleeping atop Big Mom's head awakened from Prometheus, transforming into the Emperor's sword and landing in Big Mom's hand. Kaido, let's take out this red-haired brat together. Big Mom shouted to Kaido. No need for you to say, old hag. Kaido was currently hard-blocking Shanks' god's avoidance, with no energy left to focus on anything else. Seeing this, Big Mom smirked, raising Napoleon high as if brewing something. After a long while, she suddenly shouted, Wigaku! Then she swung the Emperor's sword in her hand, and a tremendous force instantly tore apart the surrounding air. Following this was a tremor in space. As a massive sword, chi pounced forward like a roaring beast. It must be said, it would be great if I could still use dual swords. Facing the thunderous strike from 2 emperors, Shanks, temporarily freed from Kaido's entanglement, revealed a bitter smile. Just as Rayleigh said, switching from dual swords to 1 sword has had some impact, to say the least. Terrag mentioned that he once created a special domain using killing intent and hockey. Facing the 2 imminent destructive attacks, Shanks chose not to dodge. Instead, he stood still, silently lost in thought while looking at his griffin. Nowadays, I wouldn't dare to say that my hockey surpasses his, but I still have confidence in being compared to him. However, what he can do, I can too. In the New World, the Moby Dick resembles a giant white whale island, steadily sailing through the waves. Old man, even the interns on Roger's ship can now stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Marco stood at the edge of the ship, holding a newspaper, a faint smile on his lips. As he spoke, he took out 50 berries and gently placed them into the long beak of the newspaper seagull. The seagull cawed twice and flapped its wings, flying away. Only Marco remained, staring at the explosive headline on the newspaper, slightly frowning as if deep in thought. The newspaper reported that Shanks unleashed an overwhelming conqueror's haki at a critical moment in the battle, and the fight ended with all 3 sustaining severe injuries. It seemed there was nothing to stop him from taking that step. After speaking, Marco turned around, his gaze landing on Whitebeard, who was sitting next to a giant barrel of sake. Whitebeard's towering body leaned back slightly, holding a sake bowl larger than a normal person's head. Sake flowed down his thick beard, dampening his exposed chest. Gururara! Whitebeard suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. If I remember correctly, that little brat Shanks is 6 years younger than you. The young people today are truly remarkable. A hint of admiration flickered in Whitebeard's eyes, as if he saw a reflection of his younger self. Before he finished speaking, Whitebeard suddenly stood up, his massive figure casting a huge shadow in the sunlight. With a powerful wave of his hand, he drew the sword Aim no Kumokiri, which was leaning against the side. Gripping the hilt, he swung it fiercely, a dazzling blade of light slicing through the air, aimed straight ahead. Wherever the sword's aura passed, the sea splashed apart like a curtain being torn. A giant sea king beast several nautical miles away didn't have time to react before being split in 2 by the unstoppable blade light. There was no need to care. We just needed to enjoy the present and let old generations give way to the new. But regardless, this era is named after Whitebeard. Gururara! Whitebeard sheathed his sword, and from his boisterous laughter, it was clear he truly didn't care about the matter. Ha ha ha! As expected of you, old man. Marco was also inspired by Whitebeard's grandeur at that moment, but it didn't erase the worries in his heart. Old man, look at this news. That man's ability seems to have appeared again. Marco's expression grew serious as he pointed emphatically at a blurry image in the corner of the newspaper. are you talking about? Whitebeard's previously relaxed expression tightened slightly, and he slowly turned around. For the first time, a glimmer of seriousness flashed in his deep, calm eyes. According to our intel, Charlotte Smoothie awakened the power of her devil fruit, striking a fatal blow to the red-haired pirates at the cost of draining life. The battlefield fell silent, filled only with the chilling cries of life being drained. The red-haired pirates were instantly plunged into a desperate situation, but for some reason, at the critical moment, Smoothie along with her powers suddenly vanished, as if pulled away by a giant hand from the darkness, leaving no trace. The entire process was so fast, it was hard to believe. Marco took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and continued. I didn't think in that direction until I saw this, the traces of spatial disturbance. His gaze was fixed on the blurry image in the newspaper, filled with focus. The nearly invisible spatial crack was as clear to him as a gaping abyss, and his fingers unconsciously tightened, bending the edge of the newspaper. Whitebeard lowered his head, his gaze landing on the blurry spatial crack pattern in the newspaper. The user of the tremor fruit had indeed not died. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth slightly lifted, but there was no trace of a smile. Instead, it carried a cold insight of understanding everything. The world government played a good hand, hiding him at his peak moment to intimidate me. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He thought it was foolish for them to think they could make him wary with just one name. Notify Teach. Hasn't he always wanted to venture out on his own? Tell him I agree. In the 6th level of Impel Down, Infinite Hell, the cold and eerie environment was filled with an atmosphere of despair. But the appearance of little Angie was like a beam of light illuminating this dark place. Daddy, it's no fun here at all. I want Big Brother Luffy and Big Brother Ace to play with me. Little Angie lay on the bed that originally belonged to Terrag, her chubby little face puffing up in dissatisfaction. Her little feet swayed back and forth, each movement like a rhythm for her to act cute. Her rosy little mouth pouted, enough to hold a small oil bottle, her eyes full of longing for fun. Terrag looked at his daughter's adorable appearance, his face filled with a doting smile. He walked over to little Angie, gently stroking her head, and said softly, "Look at you. You wanted to come on my side, and now you want to leave after just 5 minutes?" "Daddy," little Angie whined, then suddenly jumped up from the bed like a joyful little rabbit. Her small figure rushed into Terrag's embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck, and her little head nuzzled against him. "Wow, Daddy is the best. You definitely won't let little Angie get bored, right?" She tilted her head, her big watery eyes looking at Terrag, filled with a pleading meaning, as if just by looking at him this way, he would agree to all her requests. Of course, Terrag's mouth curled up, revealing a warm smile as he gently pinched little Angie's nose, his eyes filled with endless affection. His voice carried a unique magnetism as he sweetly said, "Whatever little Angie says is right. Remember that, my treasure. In this world, no one can refuse your request because you are my Terrag's daughter, ha." As he spoke, he laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the somewhat eerie space with an undeniable dominance. Upon hearing this, little Angie's eyes instantly sparkled like 2 brilliant stars, her mouth grinning wide, revealing a row of white baby teeth. Excitedly shaking her little head, she wrapped her arms around Terrag's neck and cooed, "I knew Daddy was the best. Since you're bored, let us take you out for a stroll. There's still some fun things around here." As Terrag spoke, he slightly bent down, easily picking up little Angie and letting her sit in his arms. He even rubbed his chin against her forehead, the slight prick of his stubble making little Angie giggle. Let us go play." Terrag carried little Angie through the dim and damp passage of Impel Down. As they passed a cell holding a devil fruit user, he stopped in his tracks. Then he raised his palm and rhythmically tapped the fence, speaking in an irresistible tone, "Stop sleeping. Get up and perform for my precious daughter." Little Angie widened her curious eyes and tightly grabbed Talik's clothes, her little nose wrinkling slightly. "Daddy, are there other people here?" Little Angie's tender voice echoed in the somewhat eerie corridor, carrying a hint of excited tremor. "Of course. Where did this little brat come from, daring to disturb my sleep?" Before Tarlag could finish his sentence, a shocking roar suddenly came from the cage ahead. The sound crashed like surging waves against the rocks, causing the entire corridor to tremble slightly. "Ah, Little Anshi shivered in fear, her originally bright eyes quickly filling with tears. This completely darkened Talag's expression. His brows furrowed instantly. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, and his previously gentle face became as gloomy as the sky before a storm. How dare you not recognize your father's voice after 3 days without a beating? Snap! Talag snapped his fingers, and a silent barrier enveloped little Anshi. The barrier was like a transparent eggshell, emitting a soft glow that isolated little Anshi from the sounds of the outside world. With a rumble, the barrier's gate instantly twisted and shattered in Talag's hand. 3 years ago, out of boredom, Tarlag released all the pirates imprisoned on the 6th level. The barrier he created with his own abilities replaced all the prison doors. On days when he had nothing to do, he would randomly let one out to pass the time. Over the past 3 years, while he didn't teach every single person a lesson, he was close enough. At this moment, a burly figure slowly walked out from the shattered cell door. It was the big barrel Vasco shot. His massive body exuded the smell of alcohol, and his eyes were bloodshot, like 2 burning flames. Do you not know this is my territory? Who dares to provoke me? To add some liveliness to this dead prison, Tarlag held a grand tournament once a month. The winners not only got to stay in the largest cell, but also received various material rewards. In the eyes of these pirates, they had come to see their prison as territory seized by their own strength. The big barrel's life was monotonous. Apart from sleeping and drinking the alcohol he created using his powers, he knew no other activities. He had been asleep for quite a while, unaware of the time, thinking that a big brawl had begun again. Thus, he roared angrily before even stepping out. Tarlag sneered and gently placed little Anshi behind him. Shot, I'll ask you this once. What did I do to provoke you? Little Anshi hid behind Tarlag, her little eyes filled with both fear of the scene before her and an indescribable thrill. Daddy looks so powerful, just like when Ace brother bullies Luffy brother. Upon recognizing the person, the big barrel's face, which had been red with anger, instantly turned pale, fear replacing the fury in his eyes. His massive body trembled uncontrollably, like leaves falling in the autumn wind. The drunkenness and sleepiness completely dissipated at that moment, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and sliding down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Tarlag, sir. His voice was dry and hoarse, filled with an uncontrollable fear, and the former arrogance had long disappeared. Each syllable seemed to be squeezed out of his throat with great difficulty, and his legs began to weaken. If it weren't for a glimmer of will supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Logically speaking, a madman like the big barrel, whose personality was inherently wild and reckless, relying solely on absolute brute force, should not be afraid to this extent. He had been sailing the seas for many years, seen countless storms, and had blood on his hands from numerous brutal battles. Ordinary threats were like a gentle breeze to him, hardly worth his attention. However, Talag's spatial abilities were somewhat overpowered, a kind of disgusting that surpassed ordinary imagination. For the big barrel, physical blows, even if he was beaten to a pulp, he could endure with his brute strength and pain tolerance. But the mental blows were like a sharp sword stabbing directly into his most vulnerable heart. Whenever the big barrel tried to use his proud sake fruit ability to produce alcohol, Tarlag always managed to replace the liquid that was supposed to be alcohol with filthy water or something worse at the very moment it appeared. The scene was like a nightmare. No matter how hard the big barrel tried to change the way or position the alcohol appeared, the result was always the same. For a month, no matter what method he used, he could only drink filthy water. Each time he hoped this would be the time he succeeded, he was met with that nauseating substance filling his mouth, the disgusting taste seeming to seep into his soul. His expression shifted from initial anger and unwillingness to despair. By the end, just the thought of using his ability would make his body tremble instinctively. Answer me. What did I do to provoke you? Talag's voice was deep, rumbling like thunder in a confined space. He knew little Anshi was present, so he deliberately restrained his ferocity, not letting the killing intent in his eyes spread freely. But even that tangible aura was enough to evoke the most terrifying memories in the big barrel. What? What did I provoke? The big barrel's voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, his legs losing strength and retreating 10 steps in succession. He only stopped when his broad back hit the cold, hard wall behind him. In a moment of panic, his frantic eyes suddenly caught sight of little Anshi hiding behind Tarlag. She was a delicate little girl, now tear-streaked and red-eyed, like a frightened little rabbit. The big barrel's rough facial muscles twisted into a smile at the thought, and he tried to change the current situation, saying in a soft voice, "What did I provoke?" "You count as provoking, Cotton." His voice was high-pitched, attempting to sound gentle, but the trembling tone couldn't hide the panic within him. "Ha ha!" Little Anshi was amused by the big barrel's strange appearance and words, her bell-like laughter ringing out clearly in the eerie place. "Daddy, this uncle is so funny." Her little hand, which had been tightly gripping Tarlag's clothes, loosened a bit, and although her little face still bore traces of tears, she was already laughing uncontrollably. It was as fun as when Luffy brother could swallow a whole watermelon. The sun hung high in the sky of Alabasta, mercilessly casting its scorching rays down to the earth. Every inch of land felt as if it were being roasted over a fire, hot enough to ignite. The yellow sand danced wildly in the wind, enveloping the entire world in a chaotic blend of gold and dimness. The architecture here bore the unique charm of an ancient kingdom, with domes and mud walls showing the wear and tear of time from the erosion of wind and sand. In a dimly lit room, the darkness was as thick as viscous ink, weighing heavily on every inch of space. With no glimmer of light able to breach this dark barrier, Crocodile leaned back in an enormous tiger chair, his broad back facing Robin, emanating an air of suffocating oppression. "Nico Robin, welcome to your new role. Your codename is second only to mine." Crocodile's deep and hoarse voice broke the silence of the room, shattering the previous atmosphere. Robin stood there like a spirit in the dark. Her long black hair fell smoothly over her shoulders, and her deep-set eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, radiating an enigmatic glow in the darkness. At 24, she wore a purple shirt and a black skirt, draped in a white cloak that fluttered gently with the faint air currents in the room, adding to her captivating aura. If Terrag and Ella were here, they would surely be astonished by Robin's current appearance. They would find it hard to connect this mature and elegant woman with the terrified and helpless 12-year-old girl they remembered from over a decade ago. The girl who once existed in their memories had now transformed into a mature woman, as elusive as a phoenix reborn from the flames. "Now, can you tell me where you got that transponder snail?" Crocodile's tone seemed polite, but it carried an implicit threat, like a whirlpool hidden beneath a calm sea, ready to pull one in at any moment. His sharp gaze was fixed on the two identical black transponder snails on the table, revealing a mix of complexity, doubt, vigilance, and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. The transponder snail, numbered 4 on the left, belonged to him, while the one numbered 0 on the right was Robin's. It's important to note that his transponder snail was obtained years ago after he accepted that man's invitation. This transponder snail would only ring once in its lifetime, allowing for the unconditional summoning of the 7 warlords for any task, a heavy-priced crocodile paid to become one of them. Now, it was surprising that this woman also possessed one, and it was clear that it was related to that man. This discovery forced him to take her seriously, subtly altering his attitude towards Nico Robin until he understood everything. Upon hearing Crocodile's question, Robin slightly furrowed her brow, her mind racing with thoughts as she contemplated his intentions. A flicker of caution passed through her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, a skill honed over years in complex environments. She gently lifted her gaze, her clear eyes reflecting the light as they landed on Crocodile's imposing back, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Mr. Crocodile, I suppose how I obtained it is no longer important. After all, its owner is already dead." Robin's voice was soft yet clear, each word seeming to be carefully considered, standing out in the silence of the room. Crocodile turned his head slightly, his eagle-like sharp gaze glancing sideways at Robin, as if it could pierce through a person's soul. "Dead? I doubt anyone who has had contact with him would say such ridiculous things. Robin, you must remember, in my organization, there's only one fate for traitors." His words were like ice picks in the winter, cold and piercing, the implied threat unmistakable. His massive golden hook glinted coldly in the darkness, as if ready to strike at any moment. Robin lowered her head slightly, her black hair draping like a curtain over part of her face, obscuring her expression. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly controlled her emotions. Maintaining a calm tone, "We are merely in a cooperative relationship. I ask that Mr. Crocodile maintain the proper respect for me." Robin emphasized the word Mr. Her gaze sharpened, seemingly reminding Crocodile of her identity and position. "You help me find the poneglyph, and I will translate it for you. That's all. As for the information related to this transponder snail, I believe you wouldn't want to know." As she spoke, Robin extended a hand, using her Hannah Nomi abilities to effortlessly retrieve the transponder snail from the table, then slipped it into her cleavage. Crocodile was right. She hadn't even glanced at the newspaper article about the fallen hero. This was because hidden within her transponder snail was a small life card, which she had kept with her all these years, never allowing it to stray more than a meter away. Throughout her long years navigating underground organizations, she had encountered all sorts of people: devious merchants, ruthless assassins, and two-faced traitors. She faced many life-threatening dangers, each time dancing on the edge of death. Yet she had never activated it. This was because at the age of 12, she had already regarded this transponder snail as her last retreat and a sanctuary for her spirit. In her lonely, helpless days of fleeing, this transponder snail was like a beacon in the dark, offering her hope and courage. It could be said to be Robin's spiritual support, empowering her to move forward fearlessly, undeterred by risks. This included her confidence to converse with Crocodile in such a manner, drawing strength from the transponder snail against her chest. It was like Robin's secret weapon, giving her leverage to negotiate with demons in this world filled with danger and conspiracy. Crocodile's pupils slightly constricted, and a crack appeared on the gold ring on his finger for a fleeting moment. Whether Terrag is dead, I myself do not know, but that does not diminish my deep wariness of that man. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him this way. Robin was the first. If he were to compare her words to a handgun, it felt almost as if she had shoved the barrel into his mouth. On one hand was his wariness of Terrag, and on the other, he still needed Robin's unique ability to translate the poneglyphs. "What an honor it is, Mr. Crocodile. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Just notify me when you find the poneglyph." In response to Crocodile's veiled threats, Robin merely smiled and calmly turned to leave. Faced with a figure as formidable as Crocodile, she understood well how to turn her value and potential dangers into leverage to contend with him. Water 7. This city is renowned for its superb shipbuilding skills, attracting countless people with maritime dreams each year. However, behind this prosperity lies many untold stories. Before his imprisonment, Terrag had also paid attention to this place, as it housed the blueprints for one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. He had not yet begun to deal with this matter when he was already thrown into prison. Although he faced no restrictions within Advanced City, there was an ironclad rule he could never violate. He could never appear in public until his sentence was served. In other words, he could do anything he wanted within Advanced City, but could never leave, which was the only limitation imposed by the world government. My name is Carter Flam, a child of misfortune. I was born into a pirate family in the South Sea and, in my ignorance, embarked on the journey of the Grand Line, filled with unknowns and dangers alongside my parents. But who would have thought that the wheel of fate would turn so cruelly when I was 10 years old? Looking back, it is a ridiculous and sad reason. I was ruthlessly abandoned by my parents in Water 7, using my unmanageable behavior as an excuse. I still cannot understand why. As pirates who should fear nothing, they could not tolerate the mischief of a child. In that moment of abandonment, loneliness, fear, and confusion enveloped me like 3 enormous black curtains, tightly wrapping around the 10-year-old me. I felt like a wounded little beast, trembling in this unfamiliar city. During those days, I often wandered by the sea, where piles of discarded materials lay, resembling a garbage dump forgotten by the world. To others, it might just be a desolate area, but for me, it was a glimmer of hope for survival. I rummaged through this wreckage for usable scrap metal and wood, barely maintaining my subsistence. Over time, I developed a keen interest in the cannons on the abandoned ships. Those cold and powerful steel beasts seemed to possess a mysterious allure. So, I began to experiment and try to uncover the secrets behind the cannons using my imagination and exploration. Just as I was immersed in my little world, fate reached out to me again. It was a sunny day, and I was busy by the sea, as usual, when a booming voice called out from behind me. I turned around to see Mr. Tom, a stout man radiating a commanding presence. He was the most famous shipwright in Water 7, and, as a fishman, he possessed immense strength. Lifting a large ship with one hand was no challenge for him. He looked at me with a hint of pity in his eyes, as if he could see my stubbornness and helplessness deep within my soul. "Child, come work with me, and I will teach you the finest shipbuilding skills." "Mister." Tom's voice rang in my ears like a resounding bell. At that moment, I seemed to catch a glimpse of a ray of hope in the darkness. Thus, I became Mr. Tom's apprentice and started working under him. In this new environment, I worked hard to prove my worth. However, things did not go as smoothly as I had imagined, mainly because of my senior brother, Iceberg, Espago. He would always argue with me, and whenever we built ships for clients together, his creative ideas made the manufacturing process smoother and the ships better. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but as this happened more frequently, my impatient nature began to rear its head. I felt like an extraneous person, unable to contribute anything during the shipbuilding process. Gradually, I became disheartened and no longer participated actively in the client's ships, choosing instead to redirect my energy back into weapon manufacturing. As time went on, I invented 35 battleships named the Frankie Fighting Number. At that time, I was overjoyed, thinking I had finally achieved something remarkable. However, I did not know that these battleships were like the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads, about to bring us disaster. The CP-5 Commander Spandam, a man with a sinister and treacherous face, had long coveted Mr. Tom's shipbuilding technology. His squinting eyes sparkled with greed, like a snake fixated on its prey. He used my Frankie fighting numbers to meticulously plan an attack on the judicial ship. When this news broke, I felt like the entire world was collapsing. Time's arrow cannot return, leaving only this sigh, resonating through the ages. I remember standing there, my body trembling uncontrollably, my eyes filled with terror and regret. These are not the ships I built. Those aggressive ships are not my creations. I shouted hoarsely, trying to escape this cruel reality. Upon hearing my words, Mr. Tom's usually gentle face turned serious in an instant, and anger burned in his eyes. I remember his broad shoulders shaking with rage, his normally smiling lips tightly pressed together. He walked towards me step by step, each step feeling like a weight on my heart. Smack! His large hand struck my face heavily. It was the first time he lost his temper with me, and the first time he physically reprimanded me. No matter what kind of ship is built, there is no distinction between good and evil. You can build any kind of ship in the future, but regardless of who your ship harms, even if it destroys the world, the creator must cherish it. The person who built it cannot deny it. A man must face the ships he creates with honor. Mr. Tom's voice roared in my ears, filled with disappointment and heartbreak. I stood there dazed, deeply shaken by his words. At that moment, my world felt like it had been struck by lightning, leaving me blank. For a long time afterward, those words echoed like a spell in my mind. Whenever the night grew quiet and I lay alone in bed, those words would surge like a tide, plunging me into deep guilt and reflection. Although deeply shocked at the time, I could not truly grasp the deeper meaning behind them. It was not until later, when I received an invitation from that man to set sail on the ship I had built, that I looked at the vessel rising and falling with the waves and suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion surge within me. At that moment, I finally understood Mr. Tom's good intentions. It was a sense of responsibility for my own creation, a burden to courageously face the consequences regardless of right or wrong. My name is Carter Flam. No, now I'm called Frankie. On the ship of one of the 7 emperors, Monkey D. Luffy, I write this so-called farewell letter, which is truly a chapter of my diary, to be passed on to future generations. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, time flows like a babbling brook, quietly passing 7 years since Tom entered prison. It seems the world has changed its hue. Above the East Sea, Windmill Village is as peaceful as ever. It seems to be shrouded in a special atmosphere. Today, the wind of parting begins to blow wildly, and in front of the port, a crowd gathers. Villagers come to send off Ace. Little Angel tightly grips her mother's hand, her small hand turning slightly pale from the effort. She blinks her big eyes, innocently looking at the familiar figure ahead. It is her favorite brother Luffy, but at this moment, Luffy resembles a sunflower beaten down by the rain. The bright vitality that once shone like sunlight has vanished completely. This is the first time Little Angel has seen brother Luffy so dejected since she can remember. Her tender heart was filled with confusion. What could have caused her usually optimistic brother Luffy to become like this? Brother Ace stood not far away, still wearing that brilliant yet slightly unruly smile, telling everyone that he was going on a trip. Little Anchi remembered that her mother had once said that going to see her father was like a trip, and she would be back soon. But now, everyone's expressions made her feel a bit scared. Although the people around her were trying hard to smile, their smiles were like the thin snow about to melt in winter, fragile and forced. Little Anchi could clearly see the reluctance and sadness hidden deep within everyone from their trembling lips, slightly moist eyes, and their feigned casual pats and embraces. Anchi turned to look at her mother, who shared the same reluctance in her eyes. Although her lips were upturned, the smile concealed an unspeakable sadness. Little Anchi didn't understand why a trip would make everyone so sad. Could it be that brother Ace's departure was like her father's, and he wouldn't come back for a long, long time? Ace weaved through the crowd, his broad and sturdy arms embracing familiar faces time and again, each hug filled with deep affection. He felt the hands that patted his back, either strong or gentle, and listened to everyone's hearty or choked reminders, his heart brimming with warmth and reluctance. Finally, he pushed through the crowd, which was as crowded as waves, and arrived in front of Luffy, Makino, and Little Anchi. Aunt Makino, thank you for taking care of me until now. As he spoke, he gently took off his hat, slightly bent down, and deeply bowed to Makino. His posture was elegant and humble, like a true gentleman. Makino looked at Ace with loving eyes, a slight smile curving her lips. Ace, since you've learned your manners so well, I won't tell your uncle about your sneaky trip this time. Her voice was still as gentle as a spring breeze, laced with a hint of teasing and reluctance. 14 years seemed to have paused on her, and she remained as beautiful as the memory Ace had of her in his childhood. Time had been exceptionally kind to her. You're joking, Aunt. I think Uncle is watching us from over there. Ace slightly raised his head, the bridge of his nose appearing more rugged under the sunlight. He gazed at the clear blue sky, his eyes filled with determination and nostalgia, as if he could see that familiar figure through the endless blue. His arm raised high, he vigorously waved towards the sky, the motion carrying a sense of resolution and freedom. It was as if he were bidding farewell to the loved ones watching over him in the shadows, as well as to the land that held his childhood and dreams. Anchi, brother is leaving. It was hard to imagine that such a gentle tone could come from this man. Where is brother Ace going on his trip? Will he be gone for a long time? After watching for a while, Little Anchi finally realized that the trip Ace was talking about seemed different from what she had in mind. Ace squatted down, looking into Little Anchi's eyes, filled with tenderness and still wearing that gentle smile. He gently patted Anchi's head, then slowly stood up, opening his palm and slowly gesturing towards the sea, as if caressing this place where dreams set sail. Anchi, it is your presence that allows brother to live freely without caring about others' opinions. Today is the day I promised your brother Sabo, whom you have never met. We once agreed to live freer than anyone else. Ace's voice was low and magnetic, though he himself was filled with reluctance. So, it's time to leave. Little Anchi's eyes turned red immediately, tears welling up as she cried out loudly, No. Don't. I don't want you to go. Her father said that no one could refuse Anchi's request, and now Anchi was begging brother Ace not to leave. Okay? Little Anchi's tender voice stood out painfully in the noisy port, causing those around to turn and look, their eyes filled with sympathy. Ace sighed helplessly, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes as he opened his arms and tightly embraced Little Anchi. Anchi could feel brother Ace's strong heartbeat, which made her cry even harder. Ace looked at Anchi gently, his eyes full of pity. He softly wiped away the tears on Anchi's cheeks, his voice hoarse and reluctant. Anchi, don't cry, okay? How about 3 years? He paused, took a deep breath, and continued, Brother will come back to see you on your 10th birthday. Angie slightly raised her tear-stained face, sniffling. Her expression was heart-wrenching. She looked reluctant, pouting, and after a moment's hesitation, slowly extended her small, chubby pinky finger, saying with a trembling voice, "Then let us make a pinky promise. No matter where Brother Ace is, he must come back to see little Angie on July 2nd, 1520. Her eyes held a hint of determination, as if she wanted to bind Brother Ace to her side with this small promise. Ace looked at Angie, forcing a smile, and he extended his sturdy pinky to hook hers, his voice trembling. "Let us make a pinky promise. This will be our agreement. Angie is so cute. Brother wants he go back on his word. On that day, no matter where I am or what dangers I face, I will return on time to give you a birthday gift." Ace's voice was deep and powerful, as if promising Angie while also giving himself an unbreakable command. The image of Angie as a cute baby at her birth flashed through his mind. This date held extraordinary significance for him, like a light shining into his life. Later, he had this series of numbers tattooed on the inner side of his left wrist, a symbol of his love for Angie and a reminder of his promise. "Luffy, Angie is our youngest sister. For these 3 years, I'll leave her in your care." Ace stood at the bow of the small sailboat, the sea breeze tousling his hair and clothes, and shouted towards Luffy, who was holding Angie at the port. I know this, of course." Luffy's hands trembled slightly as he adjusted his iconic straw hat. The brim lowered even more, trying to hide his eyes, which were already turning red. He bit his lip, trying hard not to let the tears fall. A man's farewell doesn't need tears. He had always regarded his uncle's words as truth, believing it for a lifetime. So, Luffy took a deep breath, once again forcing on his trademark smile, bright as the sun. "Be safe, Ace," Luffy shouted to Ace, his voice trembling. "When I set sail in 3 years, I'll be even stronger. By the way," he seemed to remember something and hurriedly reached into his pants pocket, rummaging through it repeatedly. "Yosh, found it. Come out, little blue," Luffy shouted excitedly, a dazzling red light flashing as Lucario appeared beside him. "Time has left its marks on it. After more than a decade, it has become stronger, but its slightly sluggish movements and some mottled fur also show its aging." "Ace, are you sure you don't need me to follow you?" Lucario's deep eyes were filled with worry, and all that occupied its mind were the words "protect the family left by its master." Now, with the 2 young masters about to part ways, its pure and loyal heart was somewhat overwhelmed by these complex emotions. Ace looked at Lucario and smiled warmly, saying, "Little Blue, this aura is really amazing. It can directly communicate with the mind." He paused, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. "Little Blue, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Since Luffy is so weak, just stay by his side. You're the weak one. Next time we meet, I will definitely win." Luffy's face turned red with anger upon hearing Ace's words, shaking his fist defiantly, looking full of fighting spirit, as if he was about to rush up and fight Ace at any moment. "Brother Luffy, although I don't want to discourage you, it seems that aside from competing and eating, you really haven't won against Brother Ace even once." Little Angel nestled in Luffy's arms, nibbled on her finger, and said weakly with her big eyes blinking. Her words seemed to freeze the air around them for a moment. "Ahem. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Luffy scratched his head awkwardly, a slight blush rising to his face. But his eyes still sparkled with the determination not to give up. "Well then, goodbye everyone. I am Nami, a girl from Cocoa Village in the East Blue. The vast Azure Sea is both my childhood paradise and the source of my pain. Every wave carries my laughter and tears, and every sea breeze tells the story of my past and dreams. When I was young, my favorite thing to do was to draw sea charts. On the soft beach, I would outline the contours of the ocean with sticks, marking unknown islands and mysterious routes. Back then, the sea felt like a huge treasure to me, filled with endless mystery and beauty. I often fantasized about one day sailing my own ship, freely exploring every corner of this vast blue world. But fate was cruel to me. Fisherman Arlong, that devilish guy, broke into my peaceful life with his fishman pirate crew. They were like a sudden storm that destroyed everything. Arlong controlled the entire village with force and lies, and the villagers lived in fear and pain every day. My adoptive mother, Belmere, was so strong and kind. She stood in front of Arlong without hesitation to protect me and my sister. The moment Arlong's gun fired and Belmir fell, my world seemed to collapse. I watched her blood spread on the beach, filled with hatred and helplessness. At that moment, I silently vowed to liberate the village from Arlong's grasp and avenge Belmir. To achieve this goal, I had to make a difficult decision: to join Arlong's pirate crew as their cartographer. During those dark days, I endured my inner disgust and interacted with these guys. Every time I drew a sea chart, I felt like I was selling my soul. Those sea charts were exchanged for my dignity and freedom, carrying my helplessness and pain. But I knew this was the only way to save the village. I had to bury all my grievances and hatred deep in my heart, waiting for the opportunity for revenge. In Arlong's pirate crew, I desperately saved money. Every belly was stained with my sweat, blood, and tears. As I watched the pile of bellies slowly grow, it felt like seeing hope for the village's freedom. During those long days, I cried countless times alone in the deep of night, missing Belmir and the carefree life I once had. I felt like I was struggling in a dark abyss, unable to see the end, just when I was about to be completely consumed by darkness. Luffy and his crew appeared. The first time I saw Luffy, his tattered straw hat and radiant smile made me feel he was a strange yet special guy. His eyes were filled with a thirst for adventure and fearlessness. That pure enthusiasm was something I had never seen in Arlong's crew. Zoro, the serious man wielding 3 swords, exuded an aura of awe. Usopp, though he seemed a bit cowardly, had a kind and brave heart behind his lies. Sanji, the handsome cook, always carried a charming smile, yet fought fiercely in battle. Each of them had unique personalities and powerful abilities, like a group of stars from different worlds suddenly invading my dark sky. At first, I didn't want to get too involved with them. I was afraid they would disrupt my plans, afraid they would be harmed because of Arlong. I had grown accustomed to bearing everything alone, used to moving forward in the dark by myself. However, Luffy was like an unstoppable gale. No matter how I rejected him, he forced his way into my life. When he learned about my situation, his determined gaze and unwavering attitude shocked me. He said to me, "Nami, we are partners." At that moment, a warm current surged in my heart, a warmth and trust one had never felt before. But I was still afraid. Afraid this was just a fleeting, beautiful dream. Afraid that when I woke up, I would have to face the cruel reality alone again. However, Luffy and the others did not leave because of my rejection. They proved their determination through their actions. In one clash after another with Arlong's crew, they always stood by my side. I watched them fight against Arlong's men for me and the village, and the defenses in my heart gradually crumbled. I began to realize that maybe I was no longer alone, that maybe I could rely on these seemingly unreliable yet incredibly sincere partners. When we finally confronted Arlong's crew, my heart was filled with tension and excitement. I stood on the battlefield, watching Luffy charge towards Arlong, his fists filled with anger, each attack seemingly avenging me and the village. His rubbery body bounced back from Arlong's attacks again and again, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Zoro wielded his 3 swords, the fierce glint of his blades cutting through the air like lightning, taking down enemies one by one. Sanji, with his incredible leg techniques, kicked out fiery shadows in the air, leaving the enemies powerless against his attacks. Usopp, though scared, bravely provided support with his slingshot, and those strange projectiles played unexpected roles at critical moments. At that moment, I understood the meaning of partnership, realizing that true strength lies in everyone uniting together. We successfully defeated Arlong and liberated the village. Watching the smiles blossom on the villagers' faces, my tears flowed uncontrollably. I knew it was all thanks to Luffy and the others. At that moment, the hatred and pain in my heart seemed to dissipate with Arlong's fall, replaced by gratitude for my partners and hope for the future. From then on, I truly became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, setting sail towards the broader sea with my dreams and trust in my partners. My name is Nami, and I write this chapter, titled Will, on the ship of one of the 7 warlords, Monkey D. Luffy, but it is truly a diary entry. I do not know if we can save our captain from that man. Robin's betrayal was something no one expected. Synopsis: Marineford, the Paramount War. Please, everyone, do me a favor and stop here. Facing the complete Shanks pirates, the higher-ups of the Navy chose to turn a blind eye, while Blackbeard chose to retreat. You brat, go take down Shanks for me. Without him, your big nephew won't become a pirate. Old man, are you joking? Shanks is my beloved friend, my brother. I haven't used my iron fist of love for 3 years. Terra's mouth curled into a dangerous smile.